Lynch was stunned as soon as he opened his eyes. Screams and explosions filled his ears, and he found himself lying on the road. Not far away, a car was careening toward him, dragging a golden red figure underneath. Iron Man. Lynch's pupils constricted. Wasn't this Mark III? Before he could react, the car was already in front of him, speeding at 180 miles per hour, less than 10 meters away. System. Golden finger. Ding. Superman system loading complete. Child Superman template unlocked. Superman system. Lynch froze for a moment, taking a deep breath as everything in front of him slowed down. He leaned forward, hands blocking his chest, legs spread apart as he squatted down. Then the car crashed into him. Screech. The screeching sound of friction rang out, and everyone was dumbfounded. That car, which was like a mad horse, was actually stopped by Lynch using his hands. Smoke was billowing from the car's front, and 2 deep tire marks were ground into the road beneath his feet. The passengers in the car shut their eyes in fear, while Tony underneath the car cursed, "Fuck," and the giant Iron Man in the distance stopped to observe. Everyone thought this kid was done for, but he not only survived, but also stopped the car with his bare hands. "Oh my God, is he the savior you sent?" a lady murmured, covering her mouth. Tony was stunned underneath the car, shouting at Jarvis. What just happened? He used his hands to stop the car, making it come to a halt. Jarvis's electronic voice was calm and unruffled. Tony fell silent. He had clearly seen this kid lying on the ground, trying to stop the car but failing and being dragged along, that he had prepared himself to feel guilty. And yet this kid was a monster? How strong was Lynch's child Superman template? Would Tony let him off the hook? Would the giant Iron Man in the distance come looking for trouble? Just then, Lynch felt a heat in his palms, and a line of text suddenly popped up on the system interface, making him alert instantly. Could it be a bionic robot? Or a superhuman experiment? With a head full of questions, Tony said to Jarvis, "Check this kid's information. NO records found." Can Captain America do what he just did? According to data simulation, yes. Tony frowned as he crawled out from under the car, looking at the distant silver gray Iron Man. Obadiah's Ironmonger. This trouble still wasn't resolved. He couldn't afford another one. Obadiah was waiting to see Tony's joke, but when he saw Lynch completely unharmed, he was instantly furious. What freak just popped up? In his eyes, how could a flesh and blood body compare to an iron suit? His Ironmonger was much stronger than Tony's junk. Dare to ruin my plans. He'll personally smash you into meat paste. Obadiah sneered, controlling the Ironmonger to walk toward Lynch. Lynch released the smoking front of the car, closed his eyes to feel the power within him strong enough to shatter a continent with one punch, though that was just an illusion. He opened the system panel. Superman system. Current template. Child Superman 100. Exchange list. Young Superman, Silver Superman, Golden Superman, Justice value 8. The child Superman could not fly, lacked heat vision and X-ray vision, but had super strength, speed, and brain power. Justice value could be exchanged for even more powerful templates. Just a little more, and I would have been the shame of travelers. Lynch was filled with anger as he looked at the Ironmonger. System, do I get justice value for taking him down? You will. Lynch passed by Iron Man, glanced at him, and accelerated toward the Ironmonger. Ironmonger, huh? If I don't smash you today, I won't be surnamed Lynch. The two locked eyes from 3 to 5 meters apart, both filled with fire. Lynch sprinted, gaining speed, leaping high, his fist raised above his head. Die for me. In the shocked gaze of everyone, his fist slammed into the Ironmonger. Boom. The Ironmonger flew backward as if hit by a train. The crowd fell silent, then erupted into wild cheers. Tony wanted to advise against it, but was so shocked by the scene that he swallowed and forgot to speak. Lynch landed, shook his hands, and a thought popped into his mind. From today onward, he would no longer be human. Was the child Superman this powerful? How terrifying would the adult template be? How would Tony try to win over Tess Lynch? Would the beaten Ironmonger just let it go? The Ironmonger crashed heavily to the ground, parts scattering everywhere. Just when Lynch thought it was over, that massive body suddenly moved, a red glowing cannon slowly aimed at him. As he fell from the air, Lynch felt an exhilarating rush. This punch released all the pent-up frustration from his travels, gaining a system, and almost being killed. What if he was a child Superman? He was still ridiculously strong. Beating up an Ironmonger was a piece of cake. Bystanders stopped fleeing, daring to watch, snapping photos nonstop. Hey, beat that guy up. We support you. A professionally dressed beauty shouted. Lynch's hearing was enhanced, and he smirked, pretending to be aloof without smiling. If you win, he'll buy you a drink. Another female voice chimed in. He glanced out of the corner of his eye. A woman from across the ocean, quite bold. I love you, my boy. Lynch's face stiffened. The one shouting was a muscular black man, exuding a philosophical aura. Be careful. Iron Man's voice suddenly rang out. Lynch turned sharply. The Ironmonger was blasted into a wall, and a cannonball shot out from behind it, heading straight for him. Dodging was easy, the cannonball's speed was slow in his eyes. But if he dodged, the cannonball would hit the bystanders. And did he really need to dodge? Today, Lynch will not be human. Lynch clenched his fist, stepping forward instead of retreating, and punched the cannonball. Bang! The shockwave rolled, smoke and fire erupted. No. Bystanders covered their heads, not daring to look. Is he protecting us? Someone's eyes turned red. As Tony ran, he asked Jarvis, "What's the situation?" "Sir, no need to explain. I can see it." Tony looked ahead, his expression no longer surprised. Lynch waved his hand to disperse the smoke and fire, frowning though the cannon didn't hurt him. His clothes were tattered, his hair was tousled, and his skin was darkened, like he had crawled out of a battlefield. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was extreme. Ironmonger, huh? Lynch tightened his fist, sprinted, and leaped, like a demon descending upon it. Obadiah roared inside the Ironmonger, and the control system beeped with errors. "Damn yellow-skinned monkey, I'm going to kill you." He commanded the Ironmonger to stomp down on Lynch. But the foot felt like it hit the hardest stone, not moving an inch. Increase power. Max it out. The Ironmonger operated beyond its limits, and instead of coming down, it began to rise little by little under Obadiah's shocked and furious gaze. What move would Lynch use to deal with the Ironmonger? What tricks did Obadiah still have up his sleeve? Would Tony come to help? Just as the Ironmonger's foot was lifted into the air, Lynch suddenly revealed a strange smile. Grasping the Ironmonger's ankle, then the entire crowd heard a painful metallic distortion sound. "Is your name Iron Tyrant?" Lynch propped up that huge foot and coldly stared at Obadiah. Suddenly pushing hard, Iron Tyrant was actually sent tumbling over. He jumped onto Iron Tyrant, stomping down hard with his right foot, causing Iron Tyrant to emit a mechanical wail of destruction. "Trying to blow me up? Huh?" A punch landed on the shoulder, sparks flying, and the metal crumbled. "Trying to step on me? Huh?" Another stomp, and Iron Tyrant's right leg was completely immobilized. "Yellow-skinned monkey, huh?" A punch smashed down on the head, half of it shattered into pieces. "Trying to kill me? Huh?" Another stomp created a big dent on the chest, making the whole Iron Tyrant tremble. Obadiah controlled the arms to grab Lynch. "Got you." "No, I got you." Lynch seized a mechanical arm and swung Iron Tyrant around like a top, throwing it away. Obadiah felt dizzy inside, watching Lynch approach, terrified out of his wits. This is a devil. He activated Iron Tyrant's flight mode, the legs transforming and shooting out flames, wobbling as it ascended. He can't fly. Him escaping, Lynch didn't chase. He was calculating. If he took him down here, it would be hard to escape. When the police arrived, he needed to find a deserted place to deal with him. He turned to look at Iron Man, who had been watching the whole time as if he had bought a VIP ticket. "Hey, Tony, are you just watching the show?" "Sorry, I'm running low on energy," Tony said while thinking. "How did this guy know my identity? What if he finishes with Obadiah and then comes for me? I need to save energy to escape." "Then you need help a bit, right? You want feel good if he gets away." Lynch pointed at the airborne Iron Tyrant. "Take a chase him. Hold on to my shoulder." Tony didn't refuse after all. Obadiah wanted him dead. Letting him escape was too dangerous. Lynch held onto the Iron Man's head as Iron Man shot flames and took off into the sky to chase after him. In the air, Lynch frowned. "Tony, you're a bit slow. Are you flying at full speed?" Iron Tyrant was almost paralyzed, flying unsteadily, and Mark III couldn't catch up carrying someone. Was he slacking off? Mark III is damaged. This speed is already pretty good for carrying someone, Tony said helplessly. Lynch thought to himself, your iron suit can fly even when it's in pieces. Who are you trying to fool? Definitely has bad intentions. How long until we catch up? 5 to 10 minutes. Tony glanced at the information Rhodey said the armed helicopter would arrive in 5 minutes. Did Tony request fire support just to deal with Iron Tyrant? What would Lynch do if he knew a helicopter was coming? Could Obadiah escape? At that moment, Lynch suddenly focused on Tony's helmet, a smile creeping up on his face. Tony, it seems your communicator in the helmet isn't off. Okay, hurry up otherwise, we'll have to leave soon. Lynch said, staring at Iron Tyrant ahead. Leave? We're dozens of kilometers from the coastline. Tony raised an eyebrow. I'm not a kid, just call me Lynch. Swimming a few dozen kilometers. You think I can't do it? Tony was momentarily speechless and couldn't help but ask, Lynch, who exactly are you? Seriously? You're asking this now? Lynch chuckled lightly. Tony fell silent, but his mind was racing. This guy had an unknown background, knew his identity, and was incredibly strong. He had to be cautious. Lynch glared at Iron Tyrant, wondering, where's the heat vision? Why can't I shoot it out? In the shows I watched, Superman could use it as a kid. He opened the system panel. Superman system. Current template. Childhood Superman 100. Redemption list. Teenager 990,000. Superman 99,990,000. Magical Superman 199,990,000. Justice value 139. System, why can't I use my abilities in childhood? No heat vision. Is it a defective product? The template is fine. The abilities exist. It is the host that needs to train and develop them. Please do your best. Lynch felt frustrated, so it's me who's not good enough. Looking at the redemption prices, the teenager requires 990,000. Superman requires 99,990,000. He glanced at his 139 justice value and decisively swiped away, fearing his mindset would collapse. Where does justice value come from? From fighting crime, helping others, promoting justice, and other righteous activities. Lynch frowned. Justice Ambassador? He recalled Superman's experiences. Clearly a god among men, yet often schemed against by ordinary people, blamed and criticized. He once thought Superman was great, but now possessing similar powers, he only felt constrained. Why? Lynch's heart roared. Having power is not a crime. It's meant to protect what you want to protect, not to be bullied like a soft persimmon. I can't stand this kind of grievance. Fighting evil, helping people is fine, even sacrificing is acceptable, but being wrongfully accused? Dream on. Whoever wants to be a saint can go ahead. I, Lynch, only believe in repaying grievances with justice. Having figured this out, Lynch's mind suddenly cleared. All the worries about crossing over vanished. This world, wait for me to change it. How will Lynch train and develop his superpowers? With 139 justice values, he is far from redeeming the teenager. How will he accumulate them? Who exactly is the armed helicopter that Tony called for going to deal with? At that moment, Iron Tyrant suddenly changed direction. The cannon aimed at them, and at the same time, Tony's communicator relayed Rhodey's voice. Tony, the helicopter has arrived, target locked. But I, Lynch, will definitely not admit I am Superman's because I really don't want to be that kind of Superman. Lynch suddenly had an epiphany, holding his breath and focusing. A strange impulse surged between his eyesight was the feeling of heat vision. He excitedly moved his gaze, but instead of aiming at Iron Tyrant, he looked further away. 3 armed helicopters, the American soldiers on board fully armed, their expressions serious. Thought he squinted at Iron Man. So, Tony called in reinforcements? Is this to take me down? A bit angry, yet somewhat amused. This guy hasn't even dealt with Iron Tyrant yet, and he's already preparing to deal with me. But thinking about it, this is Iron Man after all. The man who snapped his fingers with his life and saved half the universe. Respect aside, you want me to bow down to the military? Not a chance. Weakness won't earn respect, only strength can stand firm. Hey, your friends have arrived. Lynch tapped on Tony's iron suit. What friends? I didn't get any message. Tony quickly deflected the blame. Then why not shoot them down? You want to be studied for your iron suit? Don't do anything reckless. The military isn't to be trifled with. Tony became anxious. The military isn't to be trifled with. Am I easy to deal with? Lynch thought of a certain big green guy, probably also fighting against the military. Point 3 helicopters approached, surrounding them, loudspeakers blaring. Obadiah, Tony, exit the iron suit within 10 seconds, or we will open fire. 10, 9, 8. Tony stopped. There's no need to go against the military. Obadiah also halted. His armor couldn't withstand much. Lynch observed from the iron suit. Very close to the planes if necessary. A big leap could get him up there, and then it would be within reach, everyone against one. Target shows no resistance. Do not fire unless necessary. Rhodey ordered over the communicator. The military had simulated this long ago. If it really came to a fight, even if they took down Lynch, they would still have to send out several letters of condolence. Rod was calculating. Bring him back to the base. No matter if he's a monster or not, he can't turn the tide. At that time, communication, interrogation, dissection, anything goes. Don't fire? Do you really think this is a game for kids? Lynch chuckled quietly. Stay where you are, come out. The helicopter continued to shout, slowly getting closer. Tony, do you really want to be taken back to the base? Lynch said in a deep voice, even if you have military friends, what is friendship in the face of interests? You've shut down the weapons department. Will they still treat you like before? He wanted Tony to take it back to New York. Swimming back on his own might lead to all sorts of trouble. After all, he was still in his juvenile phase. Tony fell silent. What Lynch said made sense. Would Tony listen to Lynch? Would the military really dare to fire? Could Lynch's intense gaze come in handy at this moment? Just as the helicopter approached within 100 meters, Lynch suddenly smiled, saw Tony's iron hand subtly adjust its direction, aiming at the nearest helicopter. I'm sorry. My Iron Man suit is damaged and I can't get out from inside. How about I fly back with you? There was no response from the plane for a while. Lin Qifei squinted and listened for a moment, then grinned. Tony Stark, please exit the Iron Man suit immediately. Otherwise, we will open fire. I repeat, please exit the Iron Man suit immediately, or we will open fire. What the hell? What's going on? Tony's face turned ugly as he quickly tried to contact Rhodey, but there was no response. This is a terrible situation. It's like shooting myself in the foot. Tony, don't be so angry. Lin Qi grabbed the shoulder of the Iron Man suit and stood on top of it. How about I show you a real trick? You've never seen anything like it. What are you doing? They will fire. Lin Qi stood firm. His gaze locked onto Ironmonger not far away. Warning. Stop your actions immediately, or we will open fire right away. Warning. Urgent warning sounds rang out, with various weapons aimed at every part of Lin Qi from head to toe. But Lin Qi's eyes widened, feeling an ability that seemed inscribed in his genes. Two terrifying beams shot out in an instant, slicing Ironmonger into several pieces as easily as cutting tofu. The beams penetrated Ironmonger, disappearing into the unseen horizon, while Ironmonger shattered and fell into the sea. How about that magic trick? Lin Qi retracted his heat vision and asked with crossed arms. You call that magic? Jarvis, analyze the beam from just now and tell me. All right, temperature. According to the analysis, there's a 96% chance that it is. This. Tony looked at the image Jarvis provided and suddenly felt relieved. The image showed a tall, strong figure dressed in a blue bodysuit, with a red cape fluttering in the wind, hovering in the sky, his eyes emitting beams almost identical to Lin Qi's just now. Superman? Is there really a Superman in this world? Or is it an Asian with black hair and yellow skin? That's ridiculous. Superman? Come on, Tony. Stop watching so many fantasy movies and novels. Lin Qi's gaze shifted, observing the panicked American soldiers on a plane. The recent heat vision had caused 3 planes to quickly distance themselves, though it was of no use in Lin Qi's eyes. I'm no Superman, so these guys will never make me bow down. What happened? Major, answer me quickly. In the military command center, a balding general with a grim expression asked in a low voice. Sir, this approach is unwise. Rhodey stood beside him, with 2 soldiers flanking him, passionately arguing. His dark face flushed with excitement. A few minutes ago, this general had taken control of the area and was ready to order an attack on Lin Qi. Rhodey felt powerless to resist the general's authority, having to relinquish command and then persuade this reckless general. After Rhodey's reasoning, the general agreed not to attack Tony. But he couldn't convince the general regarding Lin Qi. After all, Tony was a significant figure in Stark Industries and had entered the sights of some special individuals. No madman in the military dared to act against him. But Lin Qi, this monster who suddenly appeared, piqued the general's interest. The U.S. military has a long-standing tradition of conducting various secret experiments. Lin Qi's monstrous qualities, combined with the lack of any information about him, were enough to entice the military to take risks to capture him for research, developing various super soldiers, etc. Shut up, Lieutenant Colonel. Don't you know how much help such a powerful being could be to the U.S. military? If you can't stand here quietly, then get the hell out. The old general with white hair glared at Rhodey, shouting. Rhodey met his gaze fearlessly, but said nothing more. Report, report. At that moment, the communicator at the command post sounded. Speak. What's going on? The general returned to the front of the platform, frowning. The target suddenly emitted an unknown laser-type attack from its eyes, which shredded the Iron Man suit piloted by Obadiah. What? The general's face twisted in disbelief, asking repeatedly, Major, what are you saying? Sir, the target has the ability to fire laser attacks from its eyes. Just like what? Just like Superman. Are you joking? Major? No. Everyone present saw it. The beam shot from his eyes easily sliced through that Iron Man suit. The target is looking at us. We have pulled back and are awaiting further orders. The general fell silent. After a while, he straightened up and expressionlessly ordered, proceed with the operation as planned. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Sir, Tony Stark is still out there. If anything happens to him, Rhodey said anxiously, open fire. Fire at will. The general's expression twisted into a snarl, his right fist clenched tightly, slamming down on the platform. Now, I will take full responsibility for the consequences. Yes, sir. On the plane, the middle-aged white major acting as the temporary commander quickly switched the communicator to the operational channel. Proceed with the operation as planned. Repeat. Proceed with the operation as planned. Acknowledge receipt. Received. Received. Then he turned to his anxious young assistant, who had never been in combat before and was now nervously watching him. Are you ready? Yes, sir. The young man instinctively replied, but hesitated and quietly asked, Can we win? The major wanted to curse, but held back. There is no war that is guaranteed to be won, nor is there a war without casualties. His expression was solemn. For America, good grief, why do I feel like I'm the villain here? Lin Qi stood on the Iron Man suit, mocking. I have to say, the brainwashing of the U.S. military is quite successful. Joining the military in America is also something to be proud of. But is the U.S. Military really that great? Those who know understand the true nature of the U.S. military. The U.S. military is full of its own dirty business. Active duty soldiers take pride in being soldiers, but once retired, they understand how miserable it is. Acting as the world's police for American interests. Interfering in other countries' military and politics at will. Waging wars in others' homes. Doing all sorts of bad deeds, while maintaining a noble facade. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the U.S. military is a typical clown, short-sighted, and utterly lacking in principles. Not to mention the Hulk incident, the stupidity and ugliness of the U.S. military are laid bare. Now, the military's pursuit of Lin Qifei is similar in nature to the Hulk story. In order to create super soldiers that can dominate the world, they recklessly harm innocent people, only to end up making things worse and unable to clean up the mess. Tony, they're about to make their move. What? Are they crazy? Yes, to destroy a person, one must drive them mad. They're not far from that. We have to get out of here. It's too late. You should go. They probably won't take action against you. 3 helicopters surrounded the two, with machine guns and shells already aimed and ready. On the helicopter, the major ordered with a serious expression, "Fire. Go." Lin Qifei crouched down and then kicked off hard. Like an arrow released from a bow, he shot towards one of the helicopters. He didn't use thermal vision again, as he sensed that it consumed a lot of his stamina. Just a few seconds of thermal vision left him feeling noticeably exhausted, even more so than during the battle with the Iron Tyrant. Lin Qifei speculated that the energy within a juvenile superhuman was still relatively low, making it unwise to use the thermal vision ability freely. However, not using thermal vision was already sufficient. The machine guns and cannons mounted on the 3 helicopters fired simultaneously, and a barrage of firepower instantly enveloped a 5-meter radius around Lin Qifei. The firepower of the Iron Tyrant was like children's fireworks compared to these 3 most powerful helicopters of the U.S. military. Lin Qifei swiftly maneuvered through the air using the recoil force, relying on his reflexes to dodge most of the firepower. Then, like a predatory bird, he soared through the sky and pounced on one of the helicopters. "Don't let him get close," a major shouted from one of the helicopters. But Lin Qifei's speed was astonishing, too fast to aim at, and in just 2 or 3 seconds he closed in on the helicopter. The helicopter quickly ascended and dodged, but Lin Qifei still managed to grab hold of its body. "Got you." Lin Qifei flipped over and lay on the helicopter, feeling immense pain all over his body. He realized he had somewhat overestimated himself and underestimated the combat power of the U.S. military. The firepower of the weapons mounted on this helicopter was on a completely different level compared to ordinary firearms, and being hit by the machine guns and cannons was already a lethal threat. He might really end up losing his life here. However, Lin Qifei lay on the fuselage, his expression gradually becoming maniacal. "You want war?" He raised his fist, took a deep breath, and then smashed it hard against the tough fuselage. "I'll give you war." With a single punch, the helicopter was knocked off balance and began to sway in midair. "He's above us," one of the pilots said with a grim expression. "Fuck yeah," another soldier cursed, trying to relieve his emotions. After the recent attack, everyone understood the kind of monster they were facing. Impervious to bullets, no, even the powerful machine guns and cannons of the Apache helicopter of the U.S. military could not destroy it. A demon that could leap hundreds of meters and deliver a heavy blow that caused the aircraft to lose balance. At this moment, with such a thing hovering above them, how could they remain calm? "Shake him off," the co-pilot shouted. This monster was clinging to the helicopter, and their weapons were ineffective. They could only hope to use the helicopter's sudden ascents and stops to throw the creature off. The helicopter steadied itself and suddenly accelerated, speeding up, coming to a sudden stop, spinning. On the other side, Iron Man was kicked by Lynch, staggering from the blow. Following that, several rounds of machine gun bullets and 3 rockets came flying towards him. Lynch dodged, but Iron Man took the hit. The Mark III was suddenly beeping alarms and flashing red lights. Tony was in a bad situation. The body was severely damaged, but fortunately it could still fly, and the weapon system was not too badly damaged. However, the problem lay with the energy within the Mark III's body. Tony's chest was powered by the energy source from the Mark I. This energy was not suitable for the Mark III, and the energy levels had already dropped to below 10%. "Jarvis, is this energy enough to support me in battle?" Tony maneuvered the Mark III, distancing himself a bit, looking at the helicopter performing aerial tricks with Lynch, his tone serious. "Sir, I advise against this, as you may not be able to return." Tony's expression grew grave as he contemplated his options. The military was out of contact, likely determined to capture Lynch alive or dead. As for himself, It seemed he had been caught in the crossfire, and now that he was separated from Lynch, he had not come under attack. The most rational approach would be to leave this place and then pressure the military to stop their actions. But Tony pondered. They had already opened fire on him. Would they abandon this operation? If he left, would Lynch really be safe? Strangely, a scene flashed through Tony's mind of Lynch blocking a missile. According to Jarvis's footage, he had chosen to confront it head-on instead of dodging. Tony could guess the young man's mindset. To protect innocent people, he chose to take on the shells that could have been avoided. At that moment, Tony was moved. It turned out he was not fighting alone. Despite his cautious nature, he had maintained a significant wariness towards this powerful and unknown entity. But was he really going to let someone who had fought alongside him to protect others in combat evil be eliminated by the military without cause? No. Okay, I might not be able to go back today, but if I leave, Lynch definitely won't make it back. He raised both hands, his elbows shifting. Lynch, we have to get back to New York together today. 2 small missiles shot out from his arms. The steel-faced Mark III seemed to come alive, smiling in that instant. Oh! Lynch laughed loudly, shouting in the air to vent his emotions. Strong airflow swept past him, and the sudden change in direction and centrifugal force couldn't shake him off the plane. He gripped the aircraft's components tightly, enjoying the thrill of flying at high altitude. Go faster. This isn't enough power, Lynch yelled, delivering a punch to the fuselage as if complaining about a taxi going too slowly. Fuck hey, we can't shake him off. The co-pilot, shaken by the punch, looked desperate. Launch missiles at the target immediately. We'll cooperate with you. Don't mind us. Repeat. Launch missiles immediately. Take this bastard out. The pilot shouted decisively, his tone firm. Launching missiles at the target meant bringing the helicopter into the attack range. If the missile hit head-on, both would likely be doomed, with only a slim chance of survival. Received. Missiles are launching. Received. Missiles. Where the hell did these missiles come from? The pilot looked puzzled at the other helicopter, only to see a micro-missile strike the tail of their helicopter, flames engulfing half the fuselage. He hurriedly glanced at the other helicopter, and, thankfully, it narrowly avoided the blast. It's Tony Stark. He launched at us. We're going down. Return fire. Blow this guy away. Lynch was happily enjoying the aerial ride. It wasn't that he didn't want to take down the helicopter, but it was surprisingly tough, taking over a dozen iron fists while only getting a few dents. He was preparing to change tactics, waiting for the helicopter to stabilize before attacking the cockpit. Suddenly, a helicopter exploded and caught fire, crashing directly into the sea. Looking up again, Iron Man was flying in, spewing fire and speeding towards him. He had initially thought that the energy of the armor would be insufficient, so he didn't want to drag Tony into this. Even if he lost, he could dive into the deep sea, and the U.S. military wouldn't have any way to deal with it. If the Mark III ran out of energy, he would still have to carry a dead weight. It wasn't worth it. But after the battle started, he realized it was a bit naive to think he could take down 3 helicopters on his own. He lacked the critical flying capability. As long as the helicopter maintained its distance, he could only passively take hits. So, seeing Iron Man flying in, he suddenly thought this guy looked a bit cool. Of course, there was still a bit of a distance between them. Hey, Tony, I'm over here. He waved at Iron Man. Why are you back? Can't find your way home? Iron Man flew next to Lynch, and then Tony's voice came through. Please, I know New York like the back of my hand. I'm worried you won't find a shore. Thanks. I'll buy you a burger when we get back, but you have to pay. Come on. We have to get back to New York together today. Iron Man extended his hand, and Lynch grabbed it. Just then, a large missile came whistling in with its exhaust trail. Tony, go. Lynch watched the missile approach, his eyelids twitching. With that diameter, I can't take it. Relax. It won't be a problem. Tony teased while urging Jarvis. Maximum power. Hurry. Energy below 9%. Energy below 8%. Iron Man suddenly accelerated, smoothly evading. Then he raised his palm, a light shining from his hand, and fired at the missile behind him. Boom! A heat wave and shock wave surged forward, engulfing the helicopter behind him, sending Iron Man flying backward. The second helicopter crashed. Lynch opened his mouth, covering one ear, and kept spewing out incomprehensible fragrant phrases. Goodness, with such power, if I were hit by one now, the story would probably change to the tragedy of Superman. But fortunately, I dodged it, and the enemy is left with only one helicopter. Tony, are you okay? Lynch knocked on Iron Man's helmet, shouting close to his head. I'm fine. Tony quickly scanned the information on his face. Just 2 bad news. What is it? Mark III is low on energy, and there's a fleet approaching 3 kilometers away. Okay, take it easy, Tony. Lynch laughed. Can your Mark III dive? What? I mean, how long can you operate underwater? 1 or 2 hours. What do you mean? Oh, energy is running out. The flames emitted by the steel suit slowly extinguished, causing Lynch to plummet toward the sea. I got it. Then, game over. Lynch's gaze shifted, staring at the surviving helicopter. Two beams of heat vision shot out, instantly piercing through it. The last helicopter crashed. The two of them fell into the sea, and Lynch took a distant glance at the fleet. It looks like a formidable opponent. Tony, can you point the direction? We're heading back to New York. On a vessel, a soldier stood up excitedly and said, Commander, we found a target. Oh, the captain quickly walked over, leaned in front of the radar, and asked, Are you sure it's those two guys? Yes, sir. The radar confirms the target. Are the torpedoes deployed? He turned and asked again. They are ready and can be launched at any time, another soldier replied. The captain nodded, but suddenly asked, Can we hit them? Can we ensure the target's destruction? The soldier in charge of the torpedo launch looked at his commander in confusion, puzzled by why the experienced captain would ask such a basic question. To him, the targets were just two slow-moving steel men and special humans without any means of countering. Even if they could fly and teleport, they were in the sea, where the heavy water pressure greatly reduced their mobility, significantly increasing the torpedo hit rate. Moreover, the same missiles would be much more powerful underwater than in the air due to environmental factors. The only drawback of torpedoes was their short range and susceptibility to countermeasures, making it difficult to achieve effectiveness. However, intelligence indicated that these two had no means to counter the torpedoes at the moment. At this moment, being hit by a torpedo capable of sinking a warship would mean certain doom for whatever they were, no matter how monstrous. So he confidently replied, Report, sir. I guarantee we can hit the target and eliminate them. The captain nodded, then stepped aside to make a communication. General Ross, the target has been locked, and the torpedoes are deployed and ready to launch. Good job. Wait for orders, came the response. Yes, sir. 10 meters underwater, Lynch dragged the Mark III, transformed into a merman, swiftly navigating through the dark depths of the sea, startling countless bizarre marine creatures along the way. His speed was impressive. Even while dragging a heavy metal lump, he could rival any swimming champion in human history. But, Lynch, can you go a bit faster? Otherwise, we're going to get kicked in the rear. Tony's voice sounded particularly deep and oppressive underwater. Lynch rolled his eyes. Come on, I want to go faster too. But the problem is my golden finger is a child Superman template, not Aquaman. This speed is already pretty good, okay? In my past life, I only knew how to dog paddle. Tony, Lynch spoke, a stream of bubbles escaping from his mouth. Aren't you a big arms dealer? Can't you contact some friends in the military? Don't tell me you can't help at all. I'm trying, Tony said, looking frustrated. He was feeling a bit anxious. The Mark III was out of energy, but fortunately, Jarvis could still use some low-energy functions, like communication. But so much time had passed, and he still couldn't reach Rhodey. He'd probably have been captured. However, he did manage to contact his assistant, Potts, who was currently trying to engage in dialogue with the military. But it seemed that it might be too late. Soon, that destroyer would be right in their faces. In this critical time, they had to resort to some extraordinary measures. Jarvis, help me connect to Rhodey's communication. Okay, sir. Half a minute later, Jarvis succeeded. I'm Tony Stark. Who is this general? Why are you attacking me? Where's Rhodey? Tony quickly spoke, fearing the other side would cut off communication. I am General Thaddeus Ross, Mr. Stark. My soldiers are carrying out a mission, and if you interfere, you will bear the consequences. On the other end, General Ross replied coldly to the suddenly active communicator. If your mission involves persecuting a young man who protected American civilians and fought against crime, I find it hard to comply. Oh, General Ross leaned on the table, his tone icy. I only see a dangerous, unknown non-American citizen who poses a significant threat to American security. Please, don't use such a foolish excuse. Tony quickly hacked into the military system to check General Ross's information. General Ross, huh? I happen to know a bit about what you've done, like the Super Soldier program. Just like dealing with Lynch. Stark, I warn you, do not interfere with the operation, or you will be seen as a threat to American security, and you will bear the consequences. Seriously? Your plan caused such a big incident and created a giant monster for the sake of American security? Believe me, I can make you a global superstar within a day. Stark, someone has to make sacrifices for the greater good. FCKU, you'll pay for this. You'll definitely face a military tribunal. Goodbye, Stark. You'd better worry about yourself. The torpedoes are already locked onto you, and you have 1 minute to say your goodbyes. For the greater good? Lynch sneered, an endless disgust and rage suddenly rising in his heart. General Ross? So it's this idiot, the mastermind behind the Super Soldier program, who created the Hulk and gave birth to the Abomination. a mad general who destroyed a district of New York. And what's even more terrifying to think about is that this guy caused so much trouble, yet kept rising through the ranks, even becoming the Secretary of State, and was present at Iron Man's funeral. It's truly ugly to think about. Why do I say this? Because Ross's rise is due to him being a very patriotic and loyal person to the country. What does that mean? He is a character with the same core as Captain America. So this explains why he could be at Iron Man's funeral. Because Captain America and Iron Man are also patriotic people. They are heroes, they save the world, they save the universe, but essentially, they're all patriotic Americans. Captain America was a war hero during World War II, inspiring countless young people to join the war. Iron Man manufactured arms and weapons for the U.S. military, aiding the U.S. in war. And General Ross was conducting the Super Soldier program. Even after the horrific abomination incident in New York, he could still rise through the ranks because he acted in the interest of America, and no matter how many tragedies he caused, he wouldn't be punished. So when Ross talks about the greater good and American interests, Tony is left speechless. But just because it's for the greater good, does that mean I should make sacrifices? What a joke. If sacrifices are to be made, why hasn't Tony handed over the iron armor? Besides, I'm not even an American. America can do whatever it wants. Unless Thanos comes and snaps his fingers, what does it matter to me if America is destroyed? Lynch released the iron armor. He knew it was time for him and Iron Man to go their separate ways. Tony, they're coming for me. Lynch shook his head. You don't need to follow me anymore. Then he suddenly accelerated, wanting to escape. Torpedoes, such a devastating weapon. I don't even know if I can survive. System. Torpedoes can be launched. Okay, sir. A dead torpedo silently chased after Lynch. Lynch turned back, his eyes filled with endless rage. Bang! A dull shockwave spread out from Lynch's position. Is it over? Report. Target found. Target still has vital signs. The target is severely injured and unconscious, but not dead. Recovery in progress. Report. Found Tony Stark recovering. Bring that guy back to base and dump Stark on the shore. At the military base, the lights in a laboratory suddenly brightened. A general in military uniform and researchers in white lab coats stood in front of a transparent cage, observing their new research subject. Inside the cage lay Lynch, unconscious, with instruments attached all over his body. His eyes were tightly shut, his face pale, and his body was covered in blood, riddled with shocking wounds. If he weren't still breathing and his heart still beating, everyone would think he was dead. In fact, no one expected Lynch to survive. It's truly incredible that he could survive the explosion of a torpedo at such close range in the sea. The middle-aged man in a white coat beside the general pushed up his thick glasses and gazed at Lynch with fervor, murmuring, "He resembles that green giant even more." "All right," General Ross interrupted with some dissatisfaction. "I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense." He cast a cold glance at the overly reactive man, feeling disdainful. "Tell me, what exactly is this guy? Is he helpful for your research?" The white-coated man composed himself, turned around to grab a report, and quickly said while skimming through it, "His muscles are stronger than any known Earth creature, capable of withstanding bullets and missiles. There is some unknown part in his cells that stores energy. Although most of it is currently in a state of energy depletion, it means he can survive without food or breathing. So what's the conclusion?" General Ross fixed his gaze on him. "Do you think he's a product of some laboratory or a chance mutation?" No. The white-coated man raised his head, his eyes becoming fervent or even crazed. "This absolutely cannot be a lab product, nor is it likely a random mutation, because he is too perfect, too similar to humans, essentially a superior human life form. He's like. He hesitated, his voice gradually lowering. "A god?" General Ross saw through his thoughts and stated directly, "Yes, sir." The white-coated man stepped into the transparent cage, reaching out as if to touch Lynch before him. "A young god. Do gods get hurt?" General Ross snorted coldly. "He's like a dead dog. Even if he is a god, he will be imprisoned and studied by us. There are no gods in this world. If there are, they should be created by us and follow orders. Study him well and see what use this god can be to us." General Ross took a deep look at Lynch and turned to leave. "Rhodes, what the hell are you doing? Do you know I almost slept eternally at the bottom of the sea?" On the shore, Tony, found by Potts and sitting in his exclusive vehicle, finally contacted Rhodes. "Sorry, I didn't want to be like this either. That guy is a madman, obsessed with dangerous experiments. Once he let go of this tempting guy." Rhodes looked helpless. After Ross left, he finally regained his freedom. "Stop talking nonsense. Tell me who can make that madman pay." "It's probably going to be difficult, Stark. He has very solid connections in the military. You might have to figure out yourself." Damn it. Tony slammed the communication device onto the seat, his eyes wide open. A surge of frustration welling up in his chest. Tony, look at this. His Pepper Potts handed him a tablet, which played a video. The image was somewhat blurry and still shaking, the sound chaotic and noisy, but the content could barely be discerned. A human was running at high speed, then jumped 3 to 5 meters high, punching a massive robot and sending it flying. Not far away, there was another Iron Man similar in size to a human. After the silver gray robot was knocked away, the crowd went silent, followed by wild cheers. Then this figure blocked a missile. Tony's expression changed slightly, frowning as he asked, "Why hasn't this video been cleared?" "It was supposed to be cleared, but since you didn't come back, I had someone super fired up." Potts looked at Tony with concern. Tony was momentarily stunned, then quickly swiped through the tablet. Online, on TV shows and talk shows, everyone was discussing this matter. Almost all of New York knew that 2 heroes had appeared, defeating the large silver Iron Man, causing destruction in New York. They named the 2 Iron Man and the Amazing Kid, fervently discussing who they were. Tony tossed the tablet aside, looking at Potts with warmth in his eyes. If Tony really fell into military hands, then Potts' next move would be to uncover Iron Man's true identity and direct the blame towards the military, using public pressure to save Tony. "You're right. I have some clearer impacts here. Continue to escalate. I want everyone to know who is protecting them and who the hero is." The car stopped. They had arrived home. Tony got out of the car and saw a well-dressed man with a surprising hairline walking towards him, smiling kindly. "I am Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I previously arranged to visit you." He extended his hand. Tony paused for a moment. Then his face lit up with surprise as he quickly shook Coulson's hand. "You came at just the right time. I have some matters I want to discuss with you." In the laboratory, experiments were proceeding in an orderly manner. Experiment 3-1, preparing to release current. Current released. Lynch's body twitched slightly, but did not awaken. Some people in the laboratory felt a tremor in their hearts alongside Lynch's body. After a series of experiments, they gradually understood how powerful this guy was, who survived being hit by a torpedo and was imprisoned in a transparent cage. If he wakes up, can this cage hold him? His human appearance is merely a disguise. Or, as their lab head guessed, "Boss, is he really a god?" A more senior researcher couldn't help but ask. For a moment, everyone felt it was absurd. The people present were all scientific elites with achievements in the field of life sciences. But at this moment, facing such a being, their materialism was significantly shaken. Is this being identical to humans in appearance, a god from mythology? A more advanced, more powerful humanoid life form? I don't know, but I believe we will know soon. The head of the lab gazed deeply, as if trying to see through Lynch. Are we trying to wake him up? Someone beside them was shocked, realizing what they were doing. "Yes, I want to talk to him." The middle-aged man in white took off his glasses and looked around. "We have gathered enough data. You should know what kind of existence this guy is by now." His expression gradually became frenzied, and his tone was enticing. "He is too perfect, too powerful. Don't you want to know what he really is? You can't figure this out just through experiments. Only by communicating with him can you get the answers. You also want to know if he is a god or a devil, right? Or the ultimate mystery of human evolution." Everyone fell silent. Who could refuse this? Increase the current. Keep increasing it until he wakes up. All eyes were fixed on Lin Qi, eagerly awaiting the moment he would awaken. After a long time, Lin Qi's fingers moved slightly, and then he slowly opened his eyes. He looked around, his gaze penetrating the mirror-like glass, staring directly at a group of fervent men in white coats across from him. "It's you who imprisoned me?" Lin Qi had a long dream. He returned to his original world. Everything about his journey felt like a beautiful yet fleeting dream. He returned to the fallen, confused, and frustrated version of himself. Lin Qi was an orphan, but he hadn't always been one. His life was written in tragedy. An accident took away his father, but he didn't give up on life. He studied hard, helped his mother with chores, and did odd jobs in his spare time to ease the financial burden. His childhood was not as colorful as that of his peers. He had no new clothes, no various toys, and hardly any friends. His childhood was filled with rainy days that dripped through the leaks, keeping mother and son awake all night, shivering from the cold winter winds in their shabby little house, and a mother who was always kind and never complained, encouraging him to grow. Though poor, he did not feel discouraged. Despite the difficulties, he never thought of giving up. He believed that poverty and suffering were always temporary and that everything could change. So he worked diligently, remained humble, and grew tenaciously. Sometimes he would think of his father, but he did not blame him. His father left him with happy memories. His father was always busy, working hard for the family. He was so busy that by the time Lin Qi woke up, his father had already left for work. So busy that when he was fast asleep, his father returned home, exhausted, and could only kiss him while he slept. So busy that he left hurriedly before Lin Qi grew up. Lin Qi only hoped that if his father truly went to another world, he could enjoy life there and not be so busy for anyone anymore. He wished he could smoke a pack of good cigarettes that he usually only received during the new year, buy a couple of decent clothes, and invite 2 friends for a small drink. Overall, Lin Qi felt that his childhood was not too bad. He worked hard, looking forward to growing up and having the ability to change his home, allowing his tired mother to have a happy and beautiful old age. Until that summer, when his wish was fulfilled. He completed the college entrance examination, estimated his scores, and eagerly wanted to share the good news with his mother. Then he discovered her swollen eyes and despairing face. He had only seen his mother like that once, on the day he learned about his father's accident. He asked her what was wrong, and she said it was nothing. Nothing, of course, meant nothing. How could a mother tell her child bad news? While his mother went out to buy groceries, he rummaged through the house and finally discovered the reason. It was a hospital report, and after confirming it repeatedly, he collapsed. Late-stage liver cancer. This time, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. One afternoon in his second year of college, he received a call from the hospital. His mother had passed away. His closest relative had left him. So what was the meaning of his efforts? Lin Qi was crushed. He couldn't sleep for nights on end. Every time he closed his eyes, the images of his parents would appear. Only when the night passed and dawn arrived could he exhaustively fall asleep. He learned to smoke a pack or 2 a day, even though he never understood why something so hard to smoke could be addictive. He learned to play games, immersing himself in them all day. Although they didn't bring him joy, they allowed him to escape. He spent the last 2 years of his college life in this fallen state until, close to graduation, he was dragged to a party and watched a movie. When he saw Iron Man snap his fingers and bring back half the beings in the universe, he suddenly thought, if I could snap my fingers, could I bring them back? Consciousness slowly returned to his broken body, and Lin Qi woke up. He wearily surveyed his surroundings, and the memories of his journey began to return to his mind. He had not died because, in a moment of crisis, he opened the system. At that time, the system was as follows. Superman System Current Template. Childhood Superman 100. Young Superman 0 Template Exchange List. Young Superman, Superman, Magical Superman, Golden Superman, Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman. Justice Value. 51123. Although he did not know why he had so much justice value, he was overjoyed and immediately asked if he could exchange some templates. The system replied that the Young Superman and Superman templates could be partially exchanged. So he quickly exchanged 5% of a Young Superman template. Immediately after, a torpedo exploded on him. He lost consciousness. Lin Qi felt his physical condition. After exchanging for 5% of a Young Superman template, he became even stronger. Although his physical condition was terrible, his strength had significantly decreased. But his gaze easily penetrated the thick, double-sided special glass, looking at the crowd behind the cage. This was Superman's X-ray vision. It's you who imprisoned me? Lin Qi spoke in a hoarse voice. The man in white at the front looked excited and said, "We didn't mean to imprison you. It was just for safety reasons. Are you a human from Earth? Or an alien? Or?" Lin Qi shook his heavy head, feeling a bit irritated by this guy's words. He sensed his condition and realized that escaping from here seemed somewhat difficult. So after thinking for a moment, he replied, "I'm a human from Earth, but I'm also an alien." Oh, the middle-aged man was thrilled to hear Lin Qi's response and continued to ask, "So are you an alien's product or a hybrid?" Lin Qi found this question a bit strange. These guys have been researching for so long and still couldn't figure out his Kryptonian identity. Did they really not watch comics and movies? The images of the male leads from The Big Bang Theory flashed through Lin Qi's mind. If it were them, they would definitely have guessed he was Superman right away, wouldn't they? This batch of scientists is not very capable. Lowering his head in thought, he replied weakly, "I am an alien, raised on Earth." The hint was already quite obvious. It was just short of flying up and shouting, "I'm Superman." Unexpectedly, the man in white seemed genuinely unaware of what Superman was, and instead continued to ask, "Then why did you grow up on Earth? Do you know anything about your compatriots?" Lin Qi, feeling speechless, decided to ignore him. If someone else asked him if he was Superman, he would definitely not admit it. He never expected to encounter such a peculiar person who hadn't even heard of Superman. Feeling exhausted, he decided to take a moment to rest. Suddenly, Lin Qi felt a slight restlessness in his body. It was as if every cell in his body was agitated, yearning for something. Lin Qi turned his head in confusion to search for the source of this restlessness. Suddenly, He remembered something and looked up. Through layers of obstacles, he saw the light. A beam of light shot out from the dark horizon. Dawn had arrived. Hee hee. Lin Qi opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Dawn had come. How far could justice be? He shouted excitedly. Then, using the last bit of energy, he shot out heat vision toward the sky. The heat vision penetrated from the ground to the sky, drawing an array of sunlight. Bathed in the sunlight, Lin Qi was reborn like a phoenix, rising from the ashes. His wounds healed rapidly. His skin became smooth and radiant, and his heart beat stronger. With a gentle struggle, all the restraints and devices fell away from him, and he slowly floated up in the sunlight. Now it's my turn. Are you ready? Lin Qi slowly floated up from the chair, silently feeling the ability to fly. Outside this cage, everyone was thrown into a panic. Oh my God, he has flown up. His wounds are completely healed. Why is this happening? It's the light. He has been reborn in the sunlight. Quickly sound the alarm. Activate the protection system. This place cannot hold him. A group of people was like ants on a hot pan, anxiously running around. After half a minute, the piercing alarm finally sounded. I know what he really is, a relatively young researcher said, shocked and in disbelief. At that moment, most of the people looked over. He trembled as he raised his phone. On the phone, a Wikipedia image was displayed. A tall, muscular figure, a blue tight suit, a red cape, and the iconic S symbol. The title of the entry was Superman. He read out each line with a strange tone. He is bulletproof. He has immense strength. His eyes can see through objects. He can shoot heat vision. He can fly like a bird. He can absorb sunlight to convert it into energy, allowing him to heal quickly and use his powers. By the time he got to the end, his face was filled with panic. Isn't Superman a fictional character? The man in white seemed to have found the answer, but it was an answer he couldn't believe. Are you Superman? He murmured, approaching Lin Qi, pleading for an answer. His thirst for knowledge defeated his instinct for survival. At this moment, all he wanted was to clarify Lin Qi's identity. Lin Qi glanced at him indifferently and replied, No, I am not Superman. Seeing the man look lost and forlorn, Lin Qi added, But I am indeed from Krypton. After saying this, Lin Qi felt that his condition had almost fully recovered. So he raised his head, and two even hotter and more powerful heat visions burst forth. He maintained the heat vision for a full 10 seconds, destroying almost everything above him, revealing a passage that would allow him to fly out of here. He then retracted the heat vision, twisted his body, and flew towards the sunlit sky. Soaring high, Lin Qi felt extremely comfortable and involuntarily closed his eyes. The warm sunlight made him feel as if he had returned to the warm little bed of his childhood. However, his beautiful memories did not last long. As a rocket interrupted his enjoyment, Lin Qi opened his eyes and scanned the military camp below. It was a temporary military base, not very large, with possibly a few hundred personnel, and the most powerful weapons were just some small missiles. Looking at the slightly chaotic soldiers below, Lin Qi's face brewed with anger and hatred. He had not forgotten that these guys had almost killed him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have become a cold, experimental specimen in a laboratory right now. With just a glance, he shot heat vision at the rocket, creating a brilliant explosion. Filled with endless rage and anger, Lin Qi spoke from above. An eye for an eye. Are you ready to bleed? Emergency assembly. Emergency assembly. Gear up. Emergency assembly. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. What is that? Is there a problem in the lab? God, another monster. Don't panic. General Ross commanded calmly as he hurried to the open space of the camp. Get ready for battle. General Ross shouted at the panicking soldiers. At this moment, a short, dark-faced officer ran out from the side and approached General Ross, saying, Sir, what is this thing? General Ross did not respond to his gaze, continuing to walk quickly as he said, A newly discovered specimen, just captured today. A new specimen? A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in the short officer's eyes. Was there an unexpected situation now? Do you need me to handle it? General Ross did not speak, walking to the center of the open space. Looking up at Lin Qi, he stared at Lin Qi expressionlessly for a while, then turned his head and said seriously to the officer beside him, Of course we need to, if you can. In the air, Lin Qi leisurely watched the assembled army below. He did not strike first. He wanted these guys to understand what kind of existence they had provoked, so that in the future, no random person would come and bother him. To establish authority, one must crush with dignity. Ross, are you surprised to see me again? Lin Qi's indifferent voice echoed from high above, causing an unusual feeling among General Ross's soldiers. Some couldn't help but glance at General Ross, finding him looking dazed. What do you want? General Ross said stiffly. Lin Qi laughed. What else would I want besides your life? General Ross was not surprised. It was not the first time he had dealt with such matters. Those who had been harmed by his experimental program all won his life. But he had never been afraid because he was loyal to his country, and his actions contained no selfish motives. Even in death, it was for the country. He believed it should be this way. Everything was for the country. Everything was for the greater good. In the face of this, all personal gains and losses were unimportant. Thus, he conducted experiments that seemed inhumane and even anti-human without any guilt. Because if one day the country needed him to sacrifice himself, he would not hesitate to give up everything. If you can. General Ross puffed out his chest and replied. Lynch looked at the fearless Ross, feeling a moment of boredom. He realized that killing someone like Ross would not wash away everything he had suffered. How could he make him receive the punishment he deserved? While pondering, Lynch noticed the familiar short officer beside Ross. An idea formed in his mind. Lynch snorted coldly, and two beams of scorching light suddenly shot out, aimed directly at Ross. Fire! Counterattack! An officer shouted. But the scorching beams did not hit Ross. Instead, they drew a circle around him amidst the chaos. If I want, I can kill you anytime. Lynch stood in the air, disregarding the attacks falling upon him, as if he were a god or demon. Under the sunlight, he smiled, like a sunny boy. Yet everyone below felt a bone-chilling cold. But not now. Not here. That would be too easy for you. Lynch stared intensely at that ugly face, devoid of fear. Before I pass out, I swear I will let you die with endless regret and pain. Lynch's gaze shifted, and his eyes shot out beams representing death. Let us let you feel a bit of it now. He gently turned his head, the scorching beams sweeping across the military camp, turning everything in their path, whether buildings or weapons, to ashes. General Ross's soldiers were initially high-spirited, firing back with various weapons: rifles, machine guns, rocket launchers, individual missiles. But when they realized that their most powerful weapons couldn't harm Lynch at all, they collapsed. Everyone dropped their weapons and desperately fled, dodging those two beams of death. In just a few minutes, no one dared to attack Lynch anymore. Large groups of soldiers trembled, huddling together, raising their hands to signal surrender. Lynch retracted the scorching beams, sparing those surrendering soldiers. The beams hadn't killed many. Most had managed to dodge. Those who died under Lynch's scorching gaze are the ones determined to take him down. Now, in the vast military camp, hundreds of soldiers had completely lost their fighting spirit. Lynch had won, defeating a modernized army single-handedly. He slowly descended, wanting to return to the ground to enjoy Ross's reaction. Suddenly, a bullet struck his face. Lynch's eyelid twitched, and his anger flared again. Turning to look, he suddenly started to laugh. It turned out to be a familiar face, the short officer, Blonsky. Do you want to die? Do you want to die? Lynch swooped down to stand before him, speaking from 3 to 4 meters above, exuding a strong sense of pressure. But this guy still wore a dismissive and indifferent expression, even aiming his gun at Lynch and continuing to fire. Bang, bang, bang. After emptying the magazine of his handgun, he tossed it aside, a look of provocation on his face. Is that all? Is that all you've got? The bullets accurately struck Lynch's face, but everyone knew it was ineffective. The only effect was to provoke Lynch, making him, who originally wanted to play with this guy, turn cold-eyed and filled with murderous intent. Moreover, this officer's stubborn fighting spirit inexplicably reminded Lynch of the saying about continuing to fight even when limbs are broken in front of the enemy. This guy not only had his hands broken, but even suffered full-body shattering fractures. Lynch activated his X-ray vision and saw the steel in this guy's spine. His name was Blonsky, who had undergone General Ross's transformation, injected with the same super soldier serum as Captain America. In a battle with the Hulk, because of his stubbornness, he was kicked by the Hulk, resulting in full-body shattering fractures. Subsequently, his spine was reinforced with steel rods, and he was injected with gamma serum in Mr. Blue's laboratory in New York, transforming into Abomination, wreaking havoc in New York. Abomination had gray skin, a hideous face, and spikes all over his body, with a physique and strength even stronger than the Hulk, managing to suppress the Hulk during their battle. Ultimately, due to plot requirements, he was taken down by the Hulk. This guy had been defeated repeatedly, yet continued to fight, repeatedly facing off against the Hulk, making him the #1 hard-headed character in Marvel. And now, this guy had steel in his body, clearly having been shattered by the Hulk before. But look at what he said, is this it? Lynch couldn't help but think. The slap in the face combined with this continuous attack was indeed of no real damage, but filled with insult. This was a situation he couldn't handle. Should he go for a full-body shattering fracture or something more extravagant? Lynch's gaze lingered on the fearless, almost eager to try hard-headed Blonsky. You have quite the courage. Lynch slowly descended, standing before Blonsky with a mocking smile. What was the result the last time you were this courageous? Lynch scanned Blonsky's back and then asked lightly, how does it feel to have full-body shattering fractures? Is it nice to have your body supported by steel? Blonsky was instantly filled with a mix of shame and anger. And in his rage, he swung his fist at Lynch. You overestimate yourself. Lynch sneered. Blonsky, who had injected the super soldier serum, had abilities similar to Captain America, with physical qualities several times that of a normal person. But besides that, the serum had a side effect. It amplified the user's personality traits. So, the kind-hearted Captain America became Captain America, while many others who took the serum became villains. Blonsky was no different. What was amplified in him was his competitiveness. The competitive spirit of Blonsky, post-serum injection, was extraordinarily strong. Hence, in the Hulk's story, he confronted the Hulk in a way that ordinary people would find incomprehensible and spoke those words to Lynch. He yearned to defeat strong enemies. Even when facing an opponent he couldn't resist, his competitive spirit would not allow him to take a step back. Ultimately, driven by his strong competitive spirit, he forced Mr. Blue to inject him with Gamma serum, transforming into Abomination. Therefore, facing Lynch, even after witnessing Lynch's invincibility, he still fearlessly made a move. Even though he had already learned this lesson, with his spine filled with steel rods, exerting himself would show a row of marks on his back, like a monster. But, so what? Blonsky, even if I die, I will die fighting the enemy, never retreating or fleeing. Blonsky was obviously much stronger than an ordinary person, his movements visibly fast and fierce, to the point that many soldiers secretly observing the situation here harbored absurd fantasies. Can he defeat that monster? The pleasant fantasy lasted only a second. In Lynch's eyes, Blonsky's movements were like those of an 80-year-old grandmother, slow and powerless. This made him feel no desire to fight. So Lynch reached out, delivering a lightning-fast slap to Blonsky's face. Blonsky seemed not to understand what had happened, only feeling a dizzying sensation as he wobbled and fell down. Around them, the soldiers buried their heads even lower, like ostriches trying to hide, which was quite amusing. Lynch stepped forward, dragging Blonsky along like a dead dog, and brought him before General Ross. Then, as if carelessly tossing something aside, he threw Blonsky at the grim-faced General Ross. Ross stood in a strange circle, unable to move, as if he were the monk Tang Sung, trapped by Sun Wukong's magic. Is this your grand strategy? Your painstakingly researched super soldier program? Lynch said flatly, as if commenting on the nice weather. Not bad, quite courageous, might be effective for forming a suicide squad, who knows? General Ross remained silent, awkwardly maintaining the last shred of dignity. I ask if you have water in your brain? Lynch sighed, as if teaching a wayward child, while others research high-tech weapons. You study superhuman soldiers. He then exaggerated further. You can't really believe you can create super soldiers who can fly and disappear, can you? Ross's expression shifted slightly, and he finally looked at Lynch and said, You think it's impossible? Then what do you consider yourself? Me? Lynch shook his head. I am not something that can be made. Even if you could create them, how would you control them? Mind control? Implanting control chips? Or praying that they think of you as their creator and obey you? General Ross did not respond anymore, adopting an expression that seemed to say you wouldn't understand. We're not on the same path, kid. Okay. Lynch clapped his hands and then began to rise slowly. The conversation is over. Now make a choice. Lynch floated higher, his voice becoming ethereal and elusive. Don't you like to make choices? The soldiers below felt their hearts leap into their throats upon hearing this. Option 1. The lives of your soldiers. Some soldiers looked at Lynch in terror, but it was too far away, the sun was too bright, and they couldn't see his face clearly. Option 2. Your own life. Lynch paused for a moment, a faint laughter echoing. 1 minute. I'm being fair. You have 1 minute too. If you have no answer, then you all die. General Ross finally changed color, staring at Lynch with a mix of anger and humiliation, his breathing growing heavier. On one side is himself. On the other, hundreds of soldiers. How to choose? 10, 9, 8, 7. I choose myself, General Ross said, his words filled with sorrow and self-reproach. Oh. Lynch calmly accepted Ross's choice and continued to ask, Why? General Ross replied coldly, Because my value to the country is higher than that of the soldiers. Very good answer. Lynch applauded lightly. Soldiers, I regret to inform you that you have been sacrificed for the greater good. Lynch mocked. So please do not attempt to escape. Do not attempt to resist, do not attempt to hide. Close your eyes and count down 10 seconds. No. Some soldiers collapsed, holding their heads, and screaming with their eyes shut. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Some hid their bodies, trembling and murmuring. Why the hell are so many of us worth less than one life? Finally, a young black man stood up, pointing his gun at Ross and shouting in anger. We have been taught since childhood that every life is equal. Why should we trade one life for yours because of your so-called grand strategy? Yes. Isn't our life worth anything? Kill him. If we kill him, we might survive. The situation spiraled out of control, driven by the will to survive. Everyone went mad. No, no, no. What are your lives worth before the grand scheme? Time's up. Accept your fate. Lynch's eyes suddenly shot out heat rays. No. Everyone broke down. Some shot at Ross, some ran away, and some waited to die. But after a long time, Lynch's heat rays still did not strike the soldiers. Lynch quietly watched below and suddenly spoke loudly. Now do you understand? I'm grand scheme. I'm a grand scheme. With those words, General Ross and his soldiers all turned pale. They had all been toyed with by Lynch. They were like clowns, performing a ridiculous comedy under Lynch's coercion. Because of the grand scheme, General Ross made the choice to abandon the soldiers. Because of the will to survive, the soldiers shot at General Ross. And now, they realized that Lynch had no intention of killing them at all. But the seeds of resentment had been sown, and the rift had formed. What Lynch wanted was this effect. He did not want to be a butcher. Revenge does not necessarily have to end in physical destruction. Destroying a person's spirit is more cruel and effective than destroying their body. Moreover, this farce had reached its conclusion. Lynch looked toward the horizon, where a plane and an Iron Man were speeding toward him. 3 minutes later, the plane and Iron Man landed in front of Lynch. Old acquaintance Coulson got off the plane, walking alongside Iron Man toward Lynch. You're late. Lynch said bluntly, better late than never. How are you, Lin? Tony said somewhat awkwardly. The situation on site was somewhat unexpected. Inside the military camp, the ground was littered with the remains and ruins left after the heat rays wreaked havoc, and large groups of soldiers were dejectedly squatting or sitting. While General Ross stood in a circle looking like a defeated commander, his face full of despair. And Lynch, Tony could see from a distance, was floating in the air. So the situation was clear. It was completely contrary to what they had anticipated. Lynch had forcefully suppressed the entire camp with his powerful abilities. Although it sounded ridiculous, the facts were right in front of them. This made Tony, who had rushed to rescue Lynch in a hurry, feel a bit awkward. If he hadn't brought Coulson along, Lynch could have done whatever he wanted here and then escaped. But now that he had brought Coulson, he might actually have to stop Lynch from doing so. Because no matter what, Ross was a general of the country. Even if they disagreed, they couldn't just stand by and watch Lynch kill Ross to vent his anger. I think you should ask General Ross how he feels. It shouldn't be very pleasant. Lynch crossed his arms and glanced at Ross. At this moment, Coulson approached with a harmless smile, enthusiastically extending his hand for a self-introduction. My name is Coulson, from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense. SHIELD, right? Lynch did not extend his hand, coldly sizing up Coulson. So do you have a plan for me? To placate? To fool? Or are you preparing to gather people to take me out? Your director has a big trump card, right? Coulson was taken aback by Lynch's series of heavy questions, or rather, the egghead director he was secretly communicating with was stunned. After a while, Lynch heard the command from Coulson's earpiece. Calm him down. Ask him what he wants. Lynch sneered and, without waiting for Coulson to speak, answered, first, you got it wrong. It's not about what I want, but rather you should think about how to satisfy me. Lynch slowly rose into the air, his voice still reaching Nick Fury's ears through the earpiece. I'm very angry right now. I was almost killed by this guy. And you might regret why he didn't kill me, because you have no way to control me anymore. Maybe you could try dropping a nuclear bomb in New York to see if it can eliminate me. Also, you might want to contact that old friend. Perhaps she can take me down. Other than that, any attempts will only infuriate me. If I want, I can do anything in New York to vent my anger. As Lynch spoke, he ascended higher into the sky. Punishing this guy is far from enough, and I don't want you to interfere. Goodbye. And I hope you have figured out what to do by the next time we meet. After saying that, Lynch checked his direction and turned to fly towards New York. After a moment, he turned back and added, I have a particular aversion to older male agents. I suggest you send someone next time who will leave a better first impression. Then Lynch flew away without looking back. Watching Lynch disappear, Coulson forced a bitter smile and quietly asked his earpiece, what should we do now? In the SHIELD office, Director Nick Fury frowned deeply. His desk cluttered with information on Lynch and Superman. First, handle that situation over there, then come back to discuss the next plan. After disconnecting the call, he irritably pushed aside the documents on his desk and opened a drawer, rummaging around until he pulled out an old communication device. He hesitated, fiddling with the small communicator. But after a long time, he put it back in its place. Staring at the photo of Lynch on his desk, he muttered to himself, "It's not the right time yet." Coulson ended the communication and exchanged glances with Tony, both looking somewhat confused. How can he still fly? Coulson looked innocent. Come on, how would I know? He couldn't tee before. Tony was also very frustrated. But after thinking about it, flying seems pretty normal for Superman, right? Okay, I still have to clean up this mess here. Are you going back? Then see you next time. I need to get some good sleep. This day has been too crazy. In the laboratory, the man in the white coat had just finished talking with Coulson, and all research materials regarding Lynch had been seized by SHIELD. However, he didn't appear particularly upset or distressed. Once Coulson and his team left, he immediately went to General Ross's office and knocked on the door. He then confidently informed the expressionless Ross, "General, the sample has not been taken." General Ross nodded and asked, "How long will it take to produce the serum?" The man in white was taken aback and awkwardly said, "General, this thing is a bit different. It might." "I'm not asking if you can produce it." General Ross snapped, "Don't forget, I Haven T settled the score with you for letting him escape." Ross suppressed his anger. If it weren't for this guy still being useful, he would have shot him on the spot. 1 week. I want to see results, or you can go die. In a secret gang hideout, a stunning woman with wavy blonde hair dressed in a tight black suit suddenly felt her communicator vibrate. She frowned, reached out, and answered the call. "Director, is there something wrong? I'm on a mission. Abandon this mission and head to New York immediately. You have a significant task." "Significant?" She pursed her lips, a hint of a smile appearing. "How significant?" "It concerns the safety of New York." Upon hearing this, she replied solemnly, "Understood. I will return immediately. The information has been sent to you. You can review it and think about how to complete this task." Moments later, sitting in the vehicle picking her up, she opened the task information. After quickly browsing through it, the trained agent couldn't help but show a face full of disbelief. WTF? Superman? In New York's Chinatown, Lynch walked down the street with great interest, observing everything familiar yet strange around him. With his extraordinary hearing Cantonese occasionally spoken here made him feel quite at home. However, the Chinatown that blended American culture also gave him many feelings of unfamiliarity and novelty. He had never been to New York before. He just flew here and decided to take a look around. Suddenly, he saw a Cantonese restaurant and remembered that it had been a long time since he had eaten Cantonese food. So he stopped wandering and headed inside the restaurant. In New York's Chinatown, a young man wearing flip-flops and with messy hair was swaying rhythmically as he walked. Suddenly, he stopped, puzzled, and reached up to touch his head, feeling something warm. When he looked down, he found it was a chicken bone. The young man immediately exploded with rage. How can this be tolerated? When has Chun Haonan from Chinatown ever suffered such humiliation? He immediately put his hands on his hips, regardless of which unit upstairs threw it down, took a deep breath, and began to curse. "I FK your mother, who threw chicken bones everywhere." The building in front of him was quite old and dilapidated, and he estimated that it housed some frail and sickly people, not someone he couldn't provoke. Therefore, he struck hard and showed no mercy. Seeing no one responding, he got even more fired up, unleashing a series of fluent Cantonese curses. Just as he was enjoying himself, suddenly pain shot through his left foot. He yelped and squatted down, holding his foot and looking closely. It turned out to be another bone. In a daze, his right foot suddenly hurt as well. In fear and confusion, he looked and found it was still an ordinary bone. The pain temporarily suppressed his anger, and his intelligence regained control. Suddenly, he remembered the strange rumors circulating in the area over the past week. Something about thieves mysteriously falling and breaking their hands. Scammers bizarrely crashing into walls and suffering severe concussions. Could it be? He swallowed hard, looking fearfully at the building. Sinister, terrifying. There must be something unclean. The more he thought, the more frightened he became, and disregarding the pain in his feet, he fled the street in a panic. Lynch casually threw the bone in his hand into a trash can, picked up a cup of cola next to his seat, and gulped down a big mouthful. Lying back in his lounge chair, Lynch wore a blissful expression of a happy couch potato. What could be better than eating fried chicken, drinking cola, and sunbathing? Oh, right. He also taught a lesson to the idle, uneducated youth passing by. Time passed, and it had been a week since Lynch arrived in Chinatown. After wandering around and enjoying food and entertainment for several days, Lynch rented a rooftop to live in. For several consecutive days, Lynch sunbathed during the day, indulged in food and drink, and exercised his muscles at night, while also helping others and collecting small activity fund for bad guys. Why not? Doesn't Superman need to eat? Well, physiologically speaking, he really doesn't. Kryptonians living under a yellow sun do not need to eat. However, Superman does need to eat because he has always believed himself to be an Earthling, so psychologically, he needs to eat. The same goes for Lin Qifei. Since he didn't have to worry about money, why not eat to his heart's content? With a body of steel, Lin Qifei didn't have to fear getting an upset stomach from bad food, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "American junk food is really delicious." Of course, Lin Qifei didn't just eat and do nothing. He delved deeply into researching the system and his current abilities. In terms of the system, he studied the acquisition of justice points and template exchange issues. First, Lin Qifei explored the issue of acquiring justice points. The system at that time was as follows. Superman System Current Template. Childhood Superman 100, Young Superman 10 Template Exchange List. Young Superman, Superman, Magic Superman, Golden Superman. Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman. Justice Points, 49, 135. Later, Lin Qifei discovered the reason for the surge in justice points in Chinatown. He was regarded as a hero by the people. Although he revealed little information, it still allowed him to acquire a large number of justice points. This was because his heroic deeds were known and spread, and those inspired by his deeds would provide a certain amount of justice points. This value wouldn't be particularly high, but little by little, it allowed Lin Qifei to suddenly gain 50,000 justice points. In addition, directly combating evil could also yield justice points. For example, when Lin Qifei inquired about the justice points earned from defeating Iron Tyrant, he received over 10,000 points. What surprised Lin Qifei was that he also gained justice points for causing a commotion at a military base. The system explained that Lin Qifei was considered a persecuted victim, so the soldiers were considered accomplices, and thus he could earn justice points by fighting against them. Lin Qifei then tested how many justice points he could earn from one person. The result was that he could easily acquire 1 or 2 points from a person, but obtaining higher justice points was very difficult. For instance, when Lin Qifei saved an unfortunate passerby who was almost killed by a robber, he received the highest justice points he could earn from one person, which was only 7 points. Moreover, acquiring justice points was mostly a one-time deal. It was hard to repeatedly gain points. For example, if he gave a homeless beggar $10, he would receive 2 points of justice. The next time Lin Qifei gave $10, he didn't get any justice points. It was only when he gave $100 that the beggar gave him 3 points of justice. This meant that a person's justice points could only increase with higher contributions. If it decreased, no justice points could be produced. Furthermore, the total amount of justice points that Earthlings could offer could be easily calculated. Taking an average of 5 points and considering a global population of 6 to 7 billion, the maximum would be over 30 billion. However, in reality, acquiring that many justice points was extremely difficult. Not every place is like New York, where a superhero's appearance immediately becomes known to the entire city. In many places, even if Thanos snapped his fingers, they wouldn't know what happened. Thus, while Lin Qifei could earn a lot of justice points on Earth, it wasn't enough. If all went smoothly, he could exchange for a template at the invincible level like Silver Superman. If not, he could only exchange for an ordinary Superman template. The templates Young Superman and Superman could be exchanged in stages, while others could only be exchanged all at once. Additionally, the exchange price of templates would decrease based on the current template. For example, Lin Qifei, who had the Childhood Superman template and 5 of the Young Superman template, would find the price for the Superman template displayed as the price of the Superman template minus the prices of the Childhood Superman and 5 Young Superman templates. The system explained that these 3 templates were considered basic templates, so they could be exchanged in stages, which would also reduce the price accordingly. Aside from the system, Lin Qifei was also studying his own abilities. As Superman, who is at the pinnacle of the DC Justice League's power, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Lin Qifei speculated that a complete Superman should belong to the level of Ancient One, Odin, Hela, and Dormammu, which is a god-level existence. Who is stronger or weaker would have to be determined through combat, as the movie universes have not interacted. And discussing who could definitely defeat whom is as pointless as debating who would win between Guan Yu and Qin Xiong. However, Superman could definitely defeat most of the Avengers heroes. The only ones comparable would be Captain Marvel, Scarlet Witch, Doctor Strange, and an awakened Thor. Based on their performances in the movies, these characters all showed outstanding abilities. But who doesn't need to eat dumplings during the New Year? Captain America even swung Mjolnir and bewildered Thanos. So Lin Qifei felt that movies shouldn't be taken too seriously. Only actual combat counts. After sunbathing for so many days, Lin Qifei felt fearless. The reason why the big shots of this period didn't show up is also because they gradually realized their own strength. Under the yellow sun, Lin Qifei felt that he was becoming stronger every minute and second. Strength, speed, endurance, 5 senses, brain. Lin Qifei's statement that he couldn't be limited was not a false one. It was indeed true. Unless SHIELD used some unknown weapon against him, otherwise. Being in New York, with Earth's level of technology, there was basically no threat to him. At this moment, Lin Qifei finally understood what Superman meant when he said to live cautiously in a certain work. Lin Qifei often sighed that if it weren't for the mystical life force field that Superman has, he might destroy everything around him. At such times, a certain background music should play. Invincible, how lonely is it? Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Lin Qifei's sunbathing. He turned his head to look through the door and saw a beautiful figure. Lin Qifei smiled slightly and tossed aside his soda. After waiting for a long time, finally someone came to find him. Who? Sir, your order has arrived. Come in, the door is unlocked. Okay. The rooftop door was pushed open, revealing a stunningly sexy young woman. She was dressed in a waitress uniform, with long chestnut-colored hair and a curvy figure, along with a delicate face that bore a subtle, captivating smile. With a charming smile, she walked toward Lin Qifei, carrying a bag of food. Lin Qifei unabashedly gazed at her with sparkling eyes, curiously examining her. It's one thing to hear about someone, but meeting them in person is another. Up close, her skin was delicate and moist. Her big eyes seemed to speak. Her nose was high and three-dimensional, and her small face seemed to radiate light in Lin Qifei's eyes. She shyly pursed her lips, showing just the right amount of bashfulness, and placed the items on the small table beside Lin Qifei. Sir, enjoy your meal. Lin Qifei moved his scorching gaze over the delivered dishes, slightly surprised as he opened them. They were all home-cooked dishes, but hard to find on the streets of America. Lin Qifei had eaten authentic Chinese food in a week and had complained a couple of times. You put in a lot of effort. I thought you had forgotten about me. Her expression didn't change much, but Lynch could hear her heartbeat noticeably quickening. The disguise was seen through. Lynch arranged the dishes and then read out their names. White-cut chicken, braised pork with preserved vegetables, steamed base, and black chicken soup, right? She continued speaking in somewhat non-standard Chinese. You could speak Chinese? Lynch was genuinely surprised. A little. He seemed quite surprised and a bit happy. I can speak quite a bit. Lynch nodded. Natasha, to be honest, you should play another role. As a waitress, you're a bit too beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Natasha gathered her hair. You seem to know a lot. I have good hearing, so we can speak frankly. What is your plan? Lynch casually picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the visually appealing braised pork, casually asking. The meat is tender and flavorful, fatty, but not greasy, delicious. Natasha sat down and said somewhat helplessly, what if I say there is no plan? Just like you said, we can't restrict you. So let me talk to you about how to make your time in New York more enjoyable. Lynch swallowed a big piece of meat, waited until he chewed it thoroughly before smirking and glancing sideways at Natasha. So your plan is a beauty trap? Turning to take a sip of soup, Lynch continued to complain, since you all have figured out that I know a lot, why would you think I'd be interested in you? Lynch quietly stared at Natasha. Natasha, I know your past, and I've even seen your future. You have no secrets in my eyes. This was true. Lynch could guarantee it with confidence. Having once been captivated by Black Widow's looks and temperament, Lynch had delved deep into her history, from movies to comics. He knew the dark past she had and the tragic future awaiting her. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Black Widow was born in 1984, making her only 23 or 24 years old now, just a year or two older than Lynch. She came from a notorious Soviet female spy training facility known as the Red Room, where she underwent brutal training and selection, being forced to execute an innocent person. Afterward, she served the FSB and was targeted by SHIELD, with Barton sent to assassinate her. Barton didn't kill her, but instead recommended her to join SHIELD. After that, it's the well-known story. She sacrificed her life to obtain the Soul Stone and save half of the universe's beings. She had no childhood, no family ties, no love, no offspring. And even in death, she had no grave or flowers, forever tormented by the blood on her hands. A tragic woman. So, you don't like me? Natasha raised an eyebrow. Want me to change to someone you like? A Chinese girl? A cute type? He said he knows his future. It seemed he wasn't lying. What does that mean? No. Lynch laughed and extended his hand. I like you very much. Nice to meet you. My name is Lynch. Natasha was slightly taken aback, then smiled broadly and shook his hand. Natasha Roumenov. The mission was going pretty smoothly, so he had a good impression of me. even knowing my past. So soft, so warm. So we're friends now. Natasha remained calm, still holding Lynch's hand. He seemed like a boy who had never been in a relationship. You think so? That is probably it. Lynch came back to his senses, withdrew his hand, and continued eating. Natasha chuckled lightly and decided to test the waters. You seem very familiar with China? Lynch responded with an waited a moment, and then said, I'm from China. Really? Natasha didn't expect Lynch to be so direct and joked, we thought you were Superman. Lynch laughed and shook his head. Do I look like Superman to you? Based on your observations, don't I look more like a college student? Natasha couldn't help but agree. After so many days of observation, her psychological analysis of Lynch concluded he was just an ordinary Chinese college student. But your abilities, Natasha said, your abilities are like Superman's, super strength, heat vision, flight, X-ray vision, absorbing sunlight. Why does it have to be Superman? Lynch sighed. Can't I be a cultivator who practices light-based techniques? The latter part of his sentence was in Chinese, which Natasha didn't quite understand. What does that mean? Is it something from Chinese mythology? Yes. Why don't you think I'm a deity from China? Lynch wiped his mouth. A deity? Natasha fell silent, lost in thought. Sorry, maybe it's a cultural difference? We didn't think in that direction. So are you? No, I'm just saying it casually. Lynch laughed heartily, looking like he had just pulled off a prank. Natasha shot him a glance. The director, who was listening in on their conversation, was also taken aback, while the S.H.I.L.D. agents around him, busy searching for information on deities, techniques, and cultivators, looked at him speechlessly. The director gestured for them to continue searching and kept listening. Please, can you give me a bit more useful information? Natasha looked pitiful. Otherwise, I want to be able to report back. Okay. Lynch finished his meal and sat up seriously across from her. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Of course, the truth. Lynch's expression turned grave as he cleared his throat and said in a low, suppressed voice, I'm a traveler from a higher dimension. I know your past, present, and future. Natasha, or rather the team behind her, was digesting Lynch's words. Then what is the lie? My real name is Hu Tutu. My dad is Hu Ingjun. My mom is Zhang Shaoli, and I live at room 1001, building 2, Fondo Garden. Lynch said in a Sichuan accent in Mandarin, leaving Natasha stunned. It sounded like rap. Everyone has their own freestyle, right? Who knows if there's even a Hu Tutu in this world? Who cares? I've already said it's a lie. If they want to believe it, that's their problem. Natasha maintained her unchanged expression, her smile like a mask. Clearly, she didn't quite understand this part. That was normal. It proved her Chinese teacher wasn't a heavily accented Sichuanese. But whether she understood or not didn't matter much. Someone else could understand. The all-powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. had already arranged for translation, quickly extracting the information from the conversation. After a round of searching, of course, they found nothing. There was no Hu Tutu in this world. Until now, Natasha felt that things had become a bit beyond imagination. As someone skilled in micro-expressions, she could tell that Lynch, who seemed unable to hide his inner thoughts and was untrained, didn't appear to be lying. His seemingly prophetic insights about Tony Stark, the director, and even herself seemed to corroborate his claims. However, this assertion was too shocking and too hard to accept. It was more terrifying than admitting he was Superman or that superheroes existed in this world. An omniscient being had come to her world. What was his purpose? Well, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Natasha feigned helplessness. So should I believe your truth? It's up to you. Lynch shrugged indifferently. So your world is similar to ours? Natasha asked thoughtfully. Lynch lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Generally speaking, yes. Natasha considered Lynch's words and continued to ask, can you tell me how you got here? How would I know? Lynch replied helplessly, an unforeseen accident suddenly brought me here. Is it the day you met Tony Stark? Yes. Lynch sighed. That terrible first day almost got me killed. It's all in the past now, isn't it? Lynch didn't respond for a moment, calmly meeting Natasha's gaze for a while, then disinterestedly got up and returned to his lounge chair. Putting on sunglasses, Lynch stretched out on it. It won't just go away, Natasha. Once something happens, it leaves a mark, doesn't it? Lynch lay back, his large sunglasses obscuring part of his face, making his expression hard to discern. To be frank, I'm a very lazy person. Lazy to be a hero. Lazy to be a villain. Lazy to make friends. Lazy to establish enemies. Even lazy to live well. In this world, I'm just a passerby. Even lazier to make an effort to do something. But when I listen to my heart and want to do something, I will give it my all without holding back. So you can pretend I'm not here. That way everyone will have no worries. Lynch turned his back to Natasha and waved his hand from the lounge chair. No need to see you off. Natasha quietly listened till Lynch finished speaking, then stood up to prepare to leave. There's one more thing. Tony asked us to tell you that he will hold a press conference tomorrow. Do you want to go? Lynch tilted his head. A press conference? Sounds like a big scene. Should I go? Lynch took a second to decide. Where is it? Natasha took out an invitation and placed it on the table. I'll put on the table tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Okay. Lynch closed his eyes. But after a long time, he still didn't hear Natasha leave. Is there something? Yes, but I'm hesitating whether to. If you're hesitating, just do it. You'll know whether you should or not after doing it. Then Lynch felt Natasha's heartbeat gradually calm down. Okay, I want to ask, was I free when I died? Upon hearing this, Lynch began to contemplate carefully. Was she free? Natasha's later life, after joining the Avengers, brought her companions as close as family. But she was still that poor person tormented and entangled by her past. Her body was altered, leading to infertility, which could be a possible reason for her not marrying or having children. Her career as a spy left her hands stained with blood. And the most painful experience for her was executing innocent people for the first time. But Lynch felt that she must have found relief when she died. Although she was unmarried and childless, without love, her performance when obtaining the Soul Stone undoubtedly indicated that the person Barton loved most was her. Even though she had killed innocent people and committed countless atrocities, her sacrifice brought the Soul Stone, saving half of the innocent beings in the universe. It seems that when she died, her heart should have found redemption. Thus, Lynch said softly, the place where you died is desolate and silent. Not a single person has been there for 10,000 years. No grave, no epitaph, no flowers, no songs. Upon hearing this, Natasha couldn't help but laugh. But her eyes dimmed. After a pause, Lynch changed his tone. But when you died, the person who loved you most was by your side. And everyone on Earth remembers your sacrifice, saving half of the innocent beings in the universe. Lynch turned his head, affirmatively stating, word by word, I think with that, you should have found redemption, right? Natasha remained silent, her face displaying the most genuine and charming smile of the day. Lynn, can I ask you for a favor? She looked at Lynch, pleadingly. If what you said is true, please don't change it. After Natasha left, Lynch squinted and thought about the gains and losses of today's conversation. Lynch didn't intend to hide his origins. Making up lies didn't align with reality. How could an ordinary person disguise themselves in front of a group of the world's top spies? It was impossible. It was better to be open and honest, which saved Lynch from wasting brain cells. Even if they could guess some things, so what? If one day you found out that your world was a story created by others, and you were just a fictional character from another world, what would happen? Sadness, despair, pain, or finding a way to escape and break free from the shackles. Overthinking it, of course. Just do what you need to do. Have you thought about whether your debts are paid off? Do you have a house and a car? Do you have a partner? Is it that the bricks in your hands are no longer warm, or that your homework is less? Even knowing these things, what significance do they hold for the vast majority of people? Life itself is a more poignant existence than these brain-burning and inconsequential matters. Instead of worrying about trivial things, it's better to put more effort into living. Moreover, even if you know these things, what threat can the people of this world pose to you? The big shots who could pose a threat are all constrained by rules. Ancient One is only responsible for protecting the Earth from invasions by demons from other dimensions, and doesn't care about human struggles. What they play is called defending Earth, not defending humanity. Odin, whose lifespan is nearing its end, finds it difficult to use divine power easily, and is focused on finding a reliable new king for Asgard, sharing the same attitude towards humans as Ancient One. As long as you don't cause trouble outside the 9 realms, humans can play however they like. Other members of the Avengers really don't measure up in front of Superman. So what is there to worry about? Of course, say whatever you want, do whatever you want. Sunbathing, Lynch slowly fell asleep like that. In the director's office of S.H.I.L.D., Natasha was reporting to Nick Fury. So my suggestion is to maintain contact and communication to avoid unnecessary friction. Nick Fury stared at her with his signature dead fish eyes, expressionless as he questioned, what if he's disguised like this? For example, using some special ability? What if one day some foolish guy angers him and he wants to destroy this world? Or what if something else changed his mind? What should we do? His tone was as cold as his gaze, each word pointing directly to the worst-case scenario. Are we holding a bomb while pretending it doesn't exist? Or just thinking about how to protect the bomb and praying it never explodes? Natasha crossed her arms, looking at Fury with some dissatisfaction. So do we have to detonate in advance? Can we handle that? At least we can now. Fury slammed down Lynch's file, which contained data on Lynch's abilities from the time he appeared until now. While his abilities haven't further enhanced yet, Fury, we should defend against and monitor the threat, not just think about getting rid of it, Natasha frowned. That's exactly what I mean, so we must always be prepared to deal with him. What kind of preparation? Like he said, do you have a summoner that can call an old friend who can take him down? Natasha said with skepticism, but look, even if you really have such a thing, he knows about it. So why should we think it will be useful? Fury's expression finally changed subtly. He shook his head and firmly told Natasha, I want to use that unless the Earth is really going to be destroyed. The atmosphere gradually became stiff, and the two fell into an awkward silence. Nick Fury wore a face that looked like someone owed him a lot of money, and, after a long time, he seemed to compromise and said, if you believe he won't pose a threat, then I'll leave him to you. Then he said in an uncertain tone, can you explain to me what Lynch meant by higher dimensions? Natasha pursed her lips, silently responding with an expression that said, do you think I understood? Okay, it seems we need to find a smart person to explain it. Fury's words sounded like a sigh of relief. Is everything you said true? Was that really Lynch's original wording? In the video call, Tony was unusually serious, hanging his face as he confirmed with Natasha. Natasha and Fury exchanged glances and nodded affirmatively. Okay, a bit unexpected. Tony blinked, silently digesting this sudden information. So, can you understand? Fury asked with doubt. Please, Director. Tony held his neck up and boasted. Why else would you look for me? Doesn't T-Shield have experts in this area? Tony, I'm sorry. We only thought of you due to confidentiality. Natasha smiled and explained. Okay, I can understand. After all, we just met. Seeing that Tony was about to ramble on, Natasha coughed and interrupted. So, can you explain it to us? Tony's wise eyes swept over the two and then shook his head. You can think of Lynch as a... Tony tilted his head, considering. An audience member who has entered a theater. He may be very familiar with certain things and certain people, but undoubtedly, he is not omniscient. What? An audience member who has entered a theater? Fury found it hard to understand Tony's metaphor. Can you be more straightforward? Tony didn't speak, but his expression politely conveyed refusal. Fury also remained silent, just persistently gazing at Tony. All right, it's what you asked for. Tony conceded, stepping out of the video frame, and, after a moment, returned with something in his hand. He held the item up to the camera for the two to see. It was a Superman comic. What would happen if one day you accidentally entered the world of Superman? Under Tony's meaningful gaze, the two finally understood. You mean, our world is a fictional work of Lynch's world? The two, realizing this, found it hard to accept. From a certain perspective, it could be. Tony nodded, but for us, this is real, our world. You mean, yes, whether we know or believe it, it doesn't matter. Because it can't be verified. It can't be escaped. So let it be. With this time, we might as well go have a drink if this beautiful Natasha lady is willing. Tony suddenly started joking around. Natasha snapped back to reality from her silence, smiling at Tony. Of course, if you don't mind me having the nickname Black Widow. Tony chuckled awkwardly. All right, Director, Black Widow, I'll hang up now. I have some things to take care of. Thank you for your help, Mr. Stark. And I hope you keep this matter confidential. Fury said seriously. You know how astonishing this matter is. I will, so goodbye. After Tony finished, he was about to hang up the call, but then seemed to remember something, looking up seriously at the two and saying, don't try to gain information about the future, because once you obtain information about the future, it will change, and likely for the worse. Like I said before, forget about this matter. Natasha's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and she didn't respond. Fury nodded and replied, I understand. I will pretend I don't know about this. Tony nodded in satisfaction and ended the call. Fury turned, his sharp gaze sweeping over Natasha's face. Have you already obtained some information? On the other side, after closing the call, Tony didn't busy himself with other matters, but instead sat down heavily in a chair, tilting his head back and closing his eyes in thought. My world is actually some comic in someone else's eyes? An anime? Or some strange fairy tale? Bizarre legend? Ridiculous. I even regarded Lynch as Superman. So, am I the one who doesn't exist? Then how should I face Lynch next? He should know a lot about me, right? He wouldn't know all the embarrassing moments of my life. Would he? Maybe. What if I am the protagonist of a comedic work? I still have a good sense of humor, right? But it shouldn't be that way. I still remember the surprise and joy in his eyes when we first met. It was as if I was a child meeting Superman. So, I should be a positive character, a superhero? Possibly, maybe, probably. Can someone like me also become a hero? After pondering for a while, he suddenly stood up. Jarvis, I have an idea. Simulate it and see. Everyone received the official statement from Stark Industries about last night's incident. According to unconfirmed reports, a prototype robot malfunctioned, causing severe damage to the arc reactor. Fortunately, One of Tony Stark's personal bodyguards used Stark's top-secret technology to avert the crisis. On the screen behind, Rhodes was making the official statement at a public press conference. Iron Man? Tony held a newspaper with a big headline asking who is Iron Man, and was chatting with Potts. That name is interesting. He has an impressive ring. Although it's not entirely accurate, it's actually made of gold titanium alloy. But who knows how people will associate it? Potts tore off the Band-Aid from Tony's nose bridge, fixing his appearance for the upcoming appearance. Coulson came over and handed him a few small slips of paper, saying, alibi. Okay. Tony put down the newspaper and checked his official statement. At the time, you were on the yacht, Coulson introduced. Okay, Tony responded. The IRS proof states you were docked at Avalon Harbor all night, along with testimonies from 50 guests. Potts was applying concealer on Tony's bruised face, and Tony looked down at the slips of paper and said, actually, I think it's better to say that it was just Pepper and me that night. We were the only two on the island. As he said this, Tony glanced over, but Pepper ignored him, finishing her task and turning to leave. We can't fabricate. Coulson gently refused. Fine, just read it as it is. No mention of Obadiah. Tony quickly scanned the slips of paper and then looked at Coulson questioningly. No mention of Lin, either? No need, Coulson replied. We handled it. Obadiah went on vacation. You know how dangerous small planes can be. But how do we explain a bodyguard that isn't real? Tony frowned. I mean, how we explain this weak link? It's not my first time doing this. As long as you follow the official statement, there won't be any issues. Coulson said calmly. Tony had no choice but to accept for the moment, but what about Lin? More people know him than know Iron Man. Everyone knows they fought side by side and then left. Tony looked as if he needed Coulson to give a straightforward answer. Coulson then innocently said, you can skip these questions. Just make a statement about Iron Man. So you're not ready to deal with Lin, right? No, Coulson said. I don't know. This matter isn't under my jurisdiction. After saying that, he quickly turned to leave, fearing Tony would continue to press. You only have 90 seconds. Pepper escorted Coulson to the door. Agent Coulson, I want to express my deep gratitude for all the help you've provided, Pepper said earnestly. It's my duty. Coulson smiled in response. We'll cooperate again in the future. You guys in the Strategic Law Enforcement Military Supplies Division. Pepper frowned slightly, reciting the long and cumbersome full name of S.H.I.L.D. Just call it S.H.I.L.D. Coulson chuckled, then turned to leave. All right. Watching Coulson's back, Pepper turned to Tony in a relaxed tone, saying, now it's your turn to take the stage. Tony followed up with a complaint. You know, it seems that faking it isn't that hard. Even though I don't believe I'm Iron Man, Pepper held the suit, and Tony put the script in his mouth, turning his back to let Pepper help him put it on. You're definitely not Iron Man. No, I am. Tony mumbled defiantly with the paper in his mouth. You're not. Fine, suit yourself, Tony compromised. You know, if I were Iron Man and had a girlfriend like you who knows my secrets, she'd definitely worry that I'd eventually die, but she'd also be proud of me. She'd also be very conflicted because that would make her more attached to me. Tony turned to face Pepper. At this moment, he didn't know that this prescient statement would come true years later. But perhaps his extraordinary intelligence and uniqueness had already prepared him for this decision today. He is that kind of person, proud, sharp-tongued, difficult to approach, and a bit petty. But these little flaws make him more vivid and full, highlighting his transcendent wisdom and responsibility. Oh, it seems I came at the wrong time. At this moment, an apologetic voice came from the corridor. The two turned to look. Lin, you really came? Tony exclaimed with surprise and joy. Then he gestured to Pepper to leave them alone. How have you been lately? Of course, Lin chuckled. Next, Mr. Stark has prepared a statement, but he won't be answering any questions. Thank you. Rhodey spoke loudly, and the reporters sitting below pointed their equipment at Tony Stark for a flurry of shots. Tony stood firm at the podium, scanning the various reporters below, casually saying, well, I haven't shown my face for a few days. He looked down at the script. I guess I'll just read from the script. There are speculations that I was personally involved in the incident that happened on the freeway and the rooftop. Halfway through his sentence, a young and beautiful female reporter in the front row rudely interrupted, raising her hand. Do you really think we would easily believe that it was a bodyguard who appeared perfectly in armor, when in fact you usually would? I know what you mean. Tony interrupted as well, forcing a fake smile on his face. It's fine to question the official statement, but you shouldn't make baseless assumptions and call me some superhero. The female reporter had a smug smile, as if she had caught a flaw in Tony's words. I never said you were a superhero. No. Tony stammered. That's good. If that were the case, it would be ridiculous, absurd. Tony explained to himself, I'm not cut out to be a hero. Clearly, I have too many character flaws and have done too many wrong things, which have a bad influence. Rhodey saw that Tony was straying from the topic and leaned in a whisper, "Just read from the script." "All right, I know." Tony picked up the script again. In fact, he held up the script, but the next words got stuck in his throat. He shifted his gaze, quietly looking at everyone in the room. The reporters, the security, Rhodey, Pepper, and Lin. Here it comes. The iconic moment is about to be born. Lin, standing in an inconspicuous corner, felt a surge of excitement. Although he possessed superhuman powers, he did not consider himself a hero. Yet this person in front of him is the true superhero who stands side by side with gods in a mortal body. Today marks the first page of his widely known legendary chapter. How could Lin not feel excited about such a moment? But after a while, Lin keenly noticed that the script seemed a bit off. "Why is Tony staring at me? Hurry up and say your lines." Tony stared at Lin for a full 10 seconds, causing many people in the audience to frequently look towards Lin. "Can I be a good superhero?" He recalled their last conversation. "Of course, you're the best one." With that, Tony made up his mind. A look of relief on his face as he put down the script and said the classic line, "I am Iron Man." The crowd erupted. "Wait, I have a big announcement." He spoke up, and the scene immediately quieted down a lot. "I have a superhero friend. I have a superhero friend. And I believe you all know him. It's that kid who appeared with me that day. Some of you call him the Amazing Kid." Tony became animated as he talked about this. In fact, he is very much like Superman, incredibly strong, able to fly, and can shoot beams from his eyes. "Superman? Are you kidding me, Mr. Stark?" But the current information only indicates that he is very strong and very fast. Reporters always struggle to wait for someone to finish speaking. "I'm not joking. He has almost the exact same abilities as Superman. I can vouch for that with my character," Tony said, patting his chest, then continued to expose Lin Qifei. Of course, he doesn't like being called Superman, probably because he is quite young, while Superman is a bit older. Many reporters laughed in agreement. "So, I think maybe we can call him." Tony pronounced the name with a sense of ceremony, just like others would say Iron Man. "Super Kid. Mr. Stark, where is this Super Kid from?" "From the video. He seems to be Asian. Where did this superhero go later? How old is he this year? Does he have a girlfriend?" The reporters on site eagerly rushed to ask Tony questions, and he was unusually accommodating, answering several questions. But then the questions started to stray further. "Okay, there are many questions I can't answer for him, but..." Tony elongated his tone and then glanced at Lin Qifei. Lin Qifei was now looking down, feeling very anxious. Tony's little trick made him wish he could fly away through the window right now. "You, Tony, how would you do this?" "I came to support your superhero debut, and you calculated to make me perform? I took you as an idol, helped you with Iron Tyrant, brought you home, and even just now helped you with your mindset, cheering you on, and this is how you repay me? Just this? When we first met, it was fine to be wary of me, but now you want to pull me into the superhero business? Damn, one day, I will make you regret it." Lin Qifei was filled with resentment while keeping an eye on Tony's movements, quietly preparing to slip away. "Don't look over here. You still looking at me?" Lin Qifei met Tony's gaze, showing a look filled with murderous intent. In fact, he was right here today. Tony knew how to stir emotions, and as soon as he said that, the reporters erupted in discussion, looking around and continuing to ask Tony where he was. Meanwhile, Lin Qifei had already lingered close to the door. "Don't say it, please." Tony didn't actually say it. He just smiled proudly and said, "I want to point him out to you, otherwise he might blame me. He doesn't like people know about him." Of course, while saying this, Tony's eyes subtly indicated Lin Qifei's direction. The professional quality of New York reporters is not false. Some clever reporters had already followed the hint to Lin Qifei's front. "Hey, are you the Super Kid? Can I interview you?" "Yes, here. I found him." The door was blocked. Lin Qifei was completely bewildered, helplessly being ushered by a group of excited reporters as if they had just won a 5 million lottery ticket all the way from the door to the podium. If it were a group of villains, Lin Qifei would have definitely struck back hard by now. But how could he lay a hand on this group of enthusiastic reporters? This was an experience he had never had before. Throughout his life, he had never faced so many, so fervent people. The most people he had ever spoken to was during a campaign for student council in college. But even then, it wasn't like this kind of attention, being surrounded and watched like a treasure. Although these gazes weren't entirely pure, filled with admiration, curiosity, greed, and doubt, it was enough to make Lin Qifei feel overwhelmed. Standing on the stage, facing the constantly questioning reporters, Lin Qifei was so nervous that even swallowing saliva felt cautious. At this moment, he particularly wanted to directly reveal the system. "I'm done. I can't do this. Let me go. Look, I'm still a kid. Please let me go fight crime." This kind of occasion is more suitable for Tony. Minutes passed in Lin Qifei's silence, and the reporters below gradually quieted down, not getting any response. Say something. A somewhat gleeful voice from Tony came from the side. Lin Qifei shot him a terrifying death glare. Tony immediately shut up. After all, this guy could really kill with a stare. Raising his head and straightening his chest, Lin Qifei slowly began to speak. I actually don't know what to say. However, once he started, Lin Qifei unexpectedly calmed down. Tony was right. I have abilities similar to Superman, but I am not him. I cannot guarantee that I can do anything for this city, for this world, because I am not prepared for that yet. Therefore, I do not want to be discovered by everyone. I do not want to hear anyone call me Superman. Maybe one day, I will wear Superman's suit to save the world. But not now. Okay, now I want to be alone for a while. Goodbye. The more Lin Qifei spoke, the smoother it became, and he finished in one breath, quickly running out of the venue before anyone could react. By the time the reporters chased out, they could only raise their cameras and capture a few shots of Lin Qifei flying away. Oh my God, can he really fly? Superman? One reporter flipped through the photos he had taken, marveling. Superman? Didn't T. Stark say he was called Super Kid? Don't get tomorrow's headline wrong. An older reporter reminded. Why am I so afraid? In the air, Lin Qifei silently asked himself, why am I so afraid of being seen as Superman? Being seen as a superhero? Is it just because I hate Superman's weakness and compromise? Or, at the same time, do I also admire and long for Superman's greatness and nobility? That is a quality Lin Qifei believes he could never achieve. Lin Qifei has always considered himself an ordinary person. He has a sense of justice, but it's not very strong. He has a dark side, but it doesn't show much. Sometimes he can be self-centered, but most of the time he avoids hurting others. That's Lin Qifei. He yearns for the divinity in Superman while detesting Superman's compromises. He exists between Superman and the villains. So he cannot accept this title. He cannot bear the meaning behind this name. He cannot, nor can he do what Superman is supposed to do. Tony was in high spirits, dealing with the various troubles caused by the revelation of his Iron Man identity. Although he was busier than ever, he was very happy because he knew that someone was definitely not handling it as smoothly as he was. Sometimes, happiness has to be built on the pain of others. Humming a cheerful tune, Tony suddenly heard a rhythmic knocking sound behind him. Thud, thud, thud. He turned around, and the joy on his face gradually faded. Outside his mansion, Lynch was floating in the air with a gloomy expression, knocking on the glass of his floor-to-ceiling windows, as if tolling a death knell for him. Pepper, can my plane take off? Tony, we need to talk. Next time, Lynn, I really have something urgent to attend to. At a university, a young professor in a blue outfit had just finished his class and was walking downstairs. Excuse me, Dr. Stern? He heard a voice and looked up. A woman quickly approached him. My name is Elizabeth Ross. He recalled this scholar. Dr. Ross? Someone wants to see you. Okay. A man wearing a hat walked over and looked up to meet his gaze. Mr. Green? The man said. Stern looked at the man in surprise. Mr. Green? I've been wondering if you really existed, and if so, what you would look like. It's astonishing that someone with such powerful strength could be so unremarkable. At Dr. Stern's residence, he enthusiastically shared his curiosity about Mr. Green, Dr. Banner. Unfortunately, both of them were not very interested in this experience. So he shifted the topic to the main issue. It's not simple. Even if everything goes smoothly, after transforming you, will the correct dosage cure you forever, or just temporarily suppress it? Saying this, Stern made a coin-tossing gesture, indicating that the outcome of the treatment could be as uncertain as flipping a coin. If the dosage is slightly too high, it could be highly toxic. It might kill her. Ms. Ross, Banner's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, interjected. Yes, I'm sure of it, Stern nodded. But it could also be the opposite. If the dosage is too low to suppress me, then you'll be in danger. Banner said. Stern laughed, as if he had guessed Banner's concerns, explaining, I've always been curious. Never faced a situation where I had to decide whether to do something or not. The meaning was very clear. I've been reckless since I was a child, and I'm not afraid at all. So the three of them agreed to go to Stern's laboratory together. Stern inserted the serum into the machine, adjusted it, and had Banner lie down on a recliner. Then he secured Banner to the recliner to ensure that the serum could be injected after he transformed into the Hulk. This will feel very novel. Stern prepared the equipment and said to Banner, we're starting. The blood separator will mix the antidote with your blood, but you need to fully transform for the antidote to take effect. Blood from Banner was continuously drawn out and then mixed with the antidote to return to his body after the transformation. Relax. Ross gently stroked Banner and said, all right, it's done. Next, they were about to enter the most dangerous part, waking the Hulk and injecting the antidote. Stern took a deep breath with the electric shock device and then asked, are you ready? Banner glanced at Ross and nodded. So Stern held the electric shock device and zapped both sides of Banner's head hard. Ugh, Banner immediately closed his eyes and whimpered in pain, struggling wildly. Suddenly, he straightened up, his eyes wide open, a hint of green emerging. The Hulk was about to come out. Banner's body swelled like an inflated balloon, green veins crawling over his exposed skin like worms. He violently spat out what was in his mouth, and a terrifying sound erupted as his body continued to expand. With a roar, his entire body had grown a size larger, like a giant from Legends. Seeing this, Stern, who was continuously exclaiming, hurriedly tried to turn off the machine. "Wait, it's not over yet," Ross urgently called out, and Gordon had no choice but to give up and continue watching in fear as Banner transformed. Moments later, Banner had fully transformed into the Hulk. It let out a beastly roar and began to break free from its restraints. "Now, hurry," Ross shouted. "Quick, inject the serum." But at that moment, Stern was stunned and was knocked down by the rampaging Hulk. The rampaging Hulk was incredibly powerful, and it was about to break free. If it succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ross looked at the terrifying beast and mustered her courage to climb onto its back. "Bruce, look at me," she said, soothing the Hulk while urging Stern. "Quick, inject the antidote. Hurry." The Hulk struggled, but did not push her away. After a long struggle, Stern finally succeeded in injecting the antidote into the Hulk. As soon as the antidote entered the Hulk's body, it seemed to suffer a tremendous blow. Let out a low growl and slowly lay down. Its body gradually shrank, and the green color rapidly faded. Moments later, the Hulk transformed back into Banner. "That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen," Stern exclaimed, his mouth watering and his expression exaggerated in shock. "Don't be so excited," Ross said, displeased, because this was not an enjoyable experience. They needed to discuss what had just happened. "No problem. The gamma pulse comes from the amygdala in the brain. I guess it's Dr. Ross's nucleic acid chain. We might have neutralized these cells, or just suppressed this transformation, I don't know. Maybe it's the latter. My experimental specimens have never survived." "Wait, what did you say?" Banner interrupted him. "Experimental specimens? What experimental specimens?" "Come with me." Stern led the two to a laboratory. This laboratory was filled with transparent glass cabinets, each containing bags of blood. "All of this is your blood. You didn't send me much, so I concentrated it and created more. As long as we continue to research, there are infinite possibilities and endless potential. This gamma technology has countless applications. We can discover hundreds of antidotes that make humanity completely immune to various diseases." Banner looked at the frenzied Stern, feeling a chill in his heart. He certainly understood the enormous potential contained in gamma technology. No one knew it better than he did. However, the deeper the research, the heavier the consequences. Gamma technology was a double-edged sword, and humanity had yet to master how to use it. Continuing the research could likely lead to disasters even more terrifying than the Hulk. He said sternly to Stern, "No, we have to destroy it." "What? Why?" Stern asked in confusion. "It all has to be destroyed tonight, everything here." "What?" Stern doubted he had heard correctly. "We can win a Nobel Prize with this. You don't understand the power of this thing. It's too dangerous, uncontrollable. This is the sacred fire of Prometheus." The three of them began to argue. They only wanted to treat it as a weapon. If it's taken by the government, it's all over. You have no idea the power of this thing. I hate the government too, but you're way too tense. Stern completely didn't understand why Banner was being so cautious. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot interrupted the argument. Banner fell to the ground in pain, and Ross rushed forward to support him. Upon closer inspection, it was just a tranquilizer shot. Banner slowly collapsed, and despite Ross slapping his cheeks and calling his name, it was no use. Then, a group of military soldiers took control and took Banner and Ross away. Stern was in a daze as a female officer pulled him aside for questioning. He never expected Banner's words to be so prophetic, government agents arriving just like that. Outside Stern's house, General Ross, who planned the capture operation, looked down at the bound Banner and coldly said, "If you dare to eliminate the Hulk, just wait to spend a lifetime in prison." Banner remained expressionless and ignored him. General Ross looked up and approached Banner's girlfriend, Ms. Betty Ross, who was walking towards them. He reached out to stop Betty and gently called her name. But Betty just glared at him with hatred and said, "I will never forgive you for what you did to him. He's a fugitive," General Ross defended. "You made him a fugitive." Betty's voice rose, even angrier, "to cover up your failures and protect yourself. I refuse to be your daughter." After saying that, Betty turned her head and left to chase after Banner. General Ross's face was dark, but he was very excited inside. Banner had been successfully captured. How far could it be from getting rid of Lynch? However, he didn't realize that one of his good subordinates, Blonsky, had quietly disappeared. Time went back a few days. "General, The serum is complete, but due to the scarcity of materials, only one dose has been produced. In General Ross's office, his chief researcher handed him a small package with both hands. However, I can't guarantee its safety or effectiveness. The white-coated man hesitated to say, "All right, you don't need to worry about that." General Ross opened the package and examined the serum carefully. The serum was dark red, beautiful like agate. Compared to its appearance, the power it might contain was even more captivating. Should we use it on Blonsky? It could kill him, but in terms of success rate, he should be the most suitable candidate. No, General Ross shook his head. We have a more suitable candidate. After experiencing 2 failures with Blonsky, Ross was very disappointed in him. He thought of that big green guy, the Hulk. If it was used on him, he could definitely defeat Lynch, right? By injecting the serum into the Hulk and defeating Lynch, they could obtain more materials for the serum. Capturing the Hulk, injecting the serum, and taking down Lynch. This way, his long-desired ultimate soldier plan would be completely successful, and he would completely wash away the humiliation that the two had brought him. A fervor shone in General Ross's eyes. "Bruce Banner, where are you?" "Lynch, this time you'll die in pain and regret." In the restroom, Blonsky stood bare-chested, staring at himself in the mirror. Gaunt, gloomy, and twisted, like a monster. Not long ago, Blonsky had once again applied to General Ross to use that precious serum, but he was rejected again. Although General Ross repeatedly said it was for his safety, his indifferent and disappointed expression revealed everything. General Ross no longer believes in me. Blonsky thought bitterly. Damn Ross. He actually thinks I'm not qualified to use the serum. Damn Hulk and Lynch. Damn everything. Gradually, hatred twisted Blonsky's soul. He hated the Hulk and Lynch for defeating him over and over, crushing him mercilessly like squashing an ant. He hated his comrades and Ross, who did not believe in him, did not provide him with help, and now often looked at him as if he were a monster. He despised himself, hated his weakness and powerlessness, unable to resist in front of powerful enemies, repeatedly trampling and tearing apart his self-esteem. Blonsky clenched his fists, his small frame hunched over. A row of terrifying steel spines clearly visible on his back. A monster? If I could gain power, the power to destroy everything, what would it matter if I became a monster? Enemies, comrades, Ross. If I could, I would destroy it all. Beep, beep. The communicator rang, and Blonsky took it out, a slight smile squeezing onto his gloomy face. It was a call to action. They had found the Hulk at a doctor researching gamma technology. During the capture operation, when Blonsky arrived at Dr. Stern's residence, he suddenly thought, if this scientist could cure Banner and eliminate the Hulk, could he also create the Hulk? If I could gain that kind of power. In an instant, the desire for power clouded Blonsky's mind, and he violated orders, charging directly into the room where Banner and the others were. Seeing Banner, he couldn't suppress his inner anger, rushing forward to shove Ross aside and grabbing Banner to roar, demanding Banner transform into the Hulk. But Banner had been tranquilized and couldn't transform, so he could only angrily knock Banner unconscious. And his comrades then came in to take Banner away. Then, bang, a gunshot rang out, and Blonsky stood up from behind his fallen comrade. "Why are you always hitting people?" Stern asked frantically. Blonsky impatiently pointed his gun at his head. "What did I do to annoy you?" Stern still babbled on, oblivious. "It's not what you did, it's what you were going to do," Blonsky coldly said. "I want what you extracted from Banner." Stern sized up Blonsky and gradually realized something. "It looks like you've injected something. I want more." "You saw him transform into the Hulk." "Yes, it's perfect like a god," Stern said with an expression of obsession and admiration. "I want to become like that. I want you to turn me into that. I don't know what you have in you. Mixing together could become a disaster." Stern hesitated. Blonsky's anger surged. He suddenly grabbed Stern and lifted him overhead. "I didn't say I disagreed." Stern was lifted in the air, struggling to breathe, and said with difficulty, "I just need your consent. You've already agreed." Stern compromised. A few minutes later, in Stern's laboratory, Blonsky lay on a chair as Stern inserted a vial of 1456 potency green serum into the machine and activated it. As the machine operated, the blood entered Blonsky's body. A hint of green quickly emerged from Blonsky's body, and then it became brighter and brighter. The green light illuminated the room, causing the instruments to malfunction, and no matter how Stern operated, he couldn't control it. Blonsky roared as the power of gamma mixed with his inner negative emotions, causing his body to rapidly swell. Jagged spikes protruded from his body. Moments latte, a monster, entirely gray-green and adorned with a row of massive spikes, appeared, towering over Hulk in size and strength. It casually knocked Stern to the ground, emitting a rough, deep laugh. It was named Abomination, a being more powerful and perfect than Hulk, a terrifying existence that despised everything in the world. Unlike Hulk, it was not low-witted and brainless. Instead, it perfectly possessed human intelligence. Thus, its heart was filled with hatred, just like its name suggested. It hated Hulk, hated Banner, hated Ross. It loathed everything that brought it pain and anger. This time, with such power, it vowed to destroy everything it despised. Soon, Abomination charged out of the laboratory. Unstoppable in its path, filled with rage, it brutally slaughtered its former comrades, tossing cars aside like toys with its immense strength. Its massive and resilient body, destroying everything that obstructed its path. Its terrifying leaps made it elusive, flying through the air. Soon, the bustling streets of Brooklyn in New York turned into a hell on earth. Blood spread, flames burned, and people screamed as they fled. Two soldiers drove against the tide of people to the scene, seizing the opportunity to aim a rocket launcher at it. But what terrified them was that Abomination quickly turned around, casually grabbed the missile, and slammed it onto its head. An explosion rang out, but Abomination remained unscathed. It let out a roar and dashed a few steps toward the two soldiers, lifting a car to smash it down on them. Give me a stronger opponent. Is it your experiment? God, what have you done? On the plane transporting Hulk, Banner and Betty immediately guessed that this monster likely emerged from General Ross's hands. General Ross remained silent, involuntarily picturing Blonsky's face in his mind. Looking at the blank screen, Banner and Betty turned to General Ross. Sir? His subordinate asked what to do. After a long pause, Ross ordered, deploy all forces to Brooklyn. His voice seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Just resolved one problem, and another bigger one emerged. Why was this happening? He could understand. Upon hearing General Ross's order, Banner took a deep breath and said in a decisive tone, "Let me go. You have to let me go." He saw Hulk's shadow in that monster. It was Hulk, the calamity he had created, and he had to go resolve it. What are you saying? Betty asked in confusion. Do you think you can control it? Betty was unwilling to let Banner take the risk again. Not control it, but use it, Banner explained. What if you can't? General Ross said sternly. That thing is what we created. Banner said solemnly, all of us. Please. General Ross stared at Banner for a long time, then turned to command, land near it. He compromised. At this point, face and honor no longer mattered. If that monster continued to rampage through the streets, what kind of terrible impact would it have on New York and the country? The only way was to let Hulk, his experiment, his enemy, try to solve it, using the mess he had created to fix another. No, stay at high altitude, open the rear cabin door. Banner said. General Ross nodded in agreement. Banner moved to stand at the open rear cabin door, and Betty anxiously grabbed him, pleading, Bruce, what are you doing? You have to think it through. You don't know if you'll transform. Betty begged, fearing that if Banner jumped down, he might fail to transform and be crushed. Betty, I have to try, Banner said, gazing intently at her. He knew full well that Hulk was already suppressed by the serum and might even be eliminated. Jumping down meant either success or death. But precisely because of this, he felt compelled to jump down and try. In the situation, how could he awaken Hulk unless faced with a life-and-death crisis? If he didn't T-awaken Hulk, how could that monster be dealt with? The two exchanged silent glances and then gradually drew closer, sharing kiss. Was this the last kiss of eternal farewell? No one knew. As their lips parted, Banner released Betty's hand and fell backward from the plane. Betty maintained her position, reaching out as if trying to grasp the departing Banner, her gaze following him down. Bang! Banner landed, creating a small, human-shaped deep pit. Had he succeeded? Everyone on the plane held their breath, silently praying. Currently, the gray-green monster at the intersection of North Broadway and 121st Street in Brooklyn is still rampaging. According to relevant authorities, corresponding strike and rescue operations have begun. But on-site citizens report that the monster has already eliminated a squad of soldiers and bullets and rockets are completely ineffective against it. Citizens in the surrounding areas are advised to evacuate quickly and stay tuned to our station for updates. In Manhattan, New York, in a small bar in the famous Marvel tourist spot Hell's Kitchen, the television is constantly broadcasting the horrific events occurring in Brooklyn. Watching the bloody and terrifying videos on the screen, the atmosphere in the bar grew even more intense. Oh my God, what kind of monster is that? Wow, I really want to see how powerful this guy is. Are you crazy? That thing will tear you apart. Not necessarily, if it dares to come to Hell's Kitchen. Listening to the chaotic discussions in the bar, Lynch burped and put down his soda. He didn't particularly like drinking alcohol. As for whether there was soda in the bar or whether drinking soda would get him beaten up, those were not things Lynch needed to consider. He simply placed his money on the table and accidentally smashed the bar's marble countertop to pieces. 15 centimeters thick, hard enough to break a fist. The effect was great, a real critical hit. The bartender, who had previously impatiently claimed there was no soda, hurried off to buy a barrel of it, even crafting various flavors. This also deterred various annoying thugs, thieves, and con artists. Leaning against the spacious booth sofa, he savored the soda in front of him, enjoying the occasional flirtatious glances from passing beauties. Originally intending to experience the passion of Hell's Kitchen, he found himself instead experiencing the rare calm and friendliness of the place. Lynch couldn't help but reflect. Perhaps this is what it means to be strong, so dull and tasteless. Hey, can I sit here? A voice suddenly interrupted Lynch's self-indulgence. No. Lynch instinctively rejected the fifth woman to say that today, but he quickly looked up and stood, saying, Natasha, what are you doing here? The newcomer was Natasha, dressed in a short skirt and low-cut top, looking sexy and stunning. Don't you know? Natasha subtly sat down next to Lynch and leaned closer to his ear, softly mentioning the monster in Brooklyn. Lynch lazily took a sip of his cola and replied languidly, How could I not know? It's being broadcast everywhere. It's hard not to know. Natasha smiled faintly, her bright eyes lingering on Lynch. Lynch felt uncomfortable under her gaze and couldn't help but ask, Is there a problem? What are you watching? I'm watching Super Kid. Natasha giggled. Why are you still sitting here? What else should I do? Lynch rolled his eyes, feeling that Natasha seemed a bit off today. Did he have to fly out to fight monsters? Usually, Natasha always smiled and spoke gently. But the longer he interacted with her, the more he felt the distance between them. Compared to those who appeared indifferent but were passionate inside, Natasha was more approachable at first glance, yet hard to truly connect with. However, today, Lynch sensed that Natasha's distance from him seemed to have narrowed significantly. Despite that, Lynch's answer was still a firm no. No, I can't, dame. I'm not working. I don't have to go to work just because something went wrong, do I? Why not? Natasha took a sip of her cola. Can you tell me the reason? First, this mess was caused by Ross. I said I wanted him to die with regret and pain. Second, this has nothing to do with me, and I'm not interested. Why should I get involved? Lynch replied coolly. Natasha sighed and softly said, The culprit is Ross, but the innocent citizens are paying the price. How can you say it has nothing to do with you? Do you know how many people are asking where their superheroes are? Yes, Brooklyn needs superheroes. New York needs them, but there are even more people in this world praying for divine intervention. Who should I listen to? Do you know how many people pray every day for your destruction? Lynch retorted stiffly. Natasha was left speechless, and after a long silence, she put down her cup and stood up. All right, I wish you a good time. I have to go play with this guy. After saying that, she turned to leave with a hurt expression. Lynch suddenly lost his composure and couldn't help but laugh at Natasha's back. All right, you win. Lynch sighed, knowing that someone had already taken action, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would resolve this issue. Natasha returned, puzzled. You mean Brooklyn, the land of the abomination? Suddenly, a deep pit created by Banner shook, and a green hand shot out fiercely. It's Hulk. Banner succeeded. The people on the plane cheered. Hulk climbed out of the pit, tearing away the rags hanging from his body. Roar. He roared angrily at the distant abomination. Hulk, attack! Hulk! The abomination turned back, muttering in hatred. Great! The fierce competitive spirit and the almost ignited rage of the abomination made him ecstatic at the sight of Hulk. Having transformed into a monster to gain such power, he desperately needed a real victory and true revenge to soothe his frenzied soul. Hulk, the guy who kicked me into a useless state. He must return everything he suffered double. The abomination hurriedly charged towards Hulk. Hulk, with a fierce look, tore off the troublesome rags piece by piece, roaring as he accelerated towards the abomination. In just a few breaths, the two gamma monsters came together. In an instant, both jumped high, raising their fists filled with explosive power, and struck each other fiercely. With a loud bang, a shock wave visible to the naked eye erupted between them, shattering the surrounding lights and glass. In the confrontation, the taller, stronger, and better-conditioned abomination clearly had the upper hand, sending the drug-affected Hulk crashing to the ground. Then, taking advantage of Hulk's fallen state, the abomination grabbed Hulk's body and threw him hard. Hulk flew through the air like a tossed baseball, unable to control his massive body, landing dozens of meters away in front of a police car. He lay on the ground, shaking his dazed head, barely getting up, only to stumble and fall again. The abomination quickly followed, triumphantly stepping into the flames, letting out a deep, terrifying laugh, teasing Hulk. Come on. Hulk glanced at the abomination. seemingly realizing that he could not physically compete against him, and looked down at the police car. So he smashed his fist into the police car, splitting it in half like cutting a watermelon, and wore the two halves on his hands, looking like he had put on a pair of boxing gloves. The Abomination charged at Hulk, throwing a punch, but Hulk, with the police car gloves on, caught him off guard, making him take 2 steps back. Hulk pressed the advantage, throwing left and right punches, finishing with an uppercut. The Abomination was knocked to the ground, and Hulk sat on him, his massive fists raining down like a hurricane, continuously pounding on the Abomination's resilient body. But as everyone knows, New York police cars are the most fragile things, and countless are destroyed every year. Therefore, after a few punches, the police car gloves in Hulk's hands turned into fragments on the ground. Hulk landed 2 more punches on the Abomination's ugly face, only to find that his small fists seemed unable to harm the Abomination at all. The Abomination spat and mockingly taunted, "Is this all you've got?" It was exactly like what Blonsky said to Hulk that day. But unlike that day when he was easily kicked into a shattered state, this time, he had the right to say these words. Hulk, enraged by the words, clenched his fist to show the Abomination what he was capable of. But the Abomination grabbed him and kicked him. The tides had turned. This time, it was Hulk who was ruthlessly kicked away, crashing directly into a nearby building. The Abomination roared as he continued to chase, leaping directly onto the building Hulk had smashed, peering inside through the large hole Hulk had created. At this time, seeing Hulk at a disadvantage against the Abomination, the helicopter that had been circling high in the sky lowered its altitude to hover near the Abomination. "Quick, use the machine guns to help him," General Ross ordered the helicopter pilot. "Help which one?" "The green one. Take out the other one," Ross shouted. The helicopter immediately unleashed a stream of fire, a series of bullets hitting the Abomination's body. The Abomination yelped in pain, turned around, and saw General Ross in the helicopter. Instantly furious, Ross, it roared at the bullets, deciding to take out Ross before dealing with Hulk. The Abomination climbed up the building, leaving a trail of dents behind. The helicopter quickly followed the Abomination into the sky, bullets raining down on the rapidly running Abomination. The Abomination pretended to flee, leading the helicopter to chase it as it darted between rooftops. Hulk woke up from a dumpster on the other side of the building, looking up at the sound of gunfire, just in time to see the Abomination and the helicopter flying between 2 buildings. The Hulk let out a low growl, anxiously jumped onto the house in front of him, and quickly climbed up, chasing after Abomination and the helicopter. "Keep firing," General Ross shouted loudly to the pilot. However, Abomination suddenly stopped, glanced coldly, then changed direction, charging towards the helicopter that continued to fly forward, ready to grab it in one leap. Seeing this, Hulk immediately accelerated and jumped as well. Abomination's massive body stretched out in the air, just like its joyful heart at that moment. "Ross, I finally caught you." But what it didn't expect was that Hulk flew in from the side, grabbing it and pulling hard. Abomination's body suddenly sank, barely catching hold of the helicopter's frame, while Hulk seized Abomination's body. The 2 gamma monsters hung precariously from the swaying helicopter. Hulk tightened his grip on the spikes on Abomination's body, while Abomination retaliated with punches that landed blow after blow on Hulk. Eventually, overwhelmed by the pain, Hulk was forced to let go, but he immediately pulled hard on Abomination again. This tug made the helicopter shudder violently, swaying towards a water tank on a nearby building. Abomination and Hulk crashed into the water tank, and the helicopter finally lost control. The helicopter, bearing an undue weight, spiraled down to the ground with the 2 monsters. Hulk, weakened, got up and looked worriedly at the crashed helicopter. But Abomination didn't give him a chance to keep watching. It stood on the helicopter, wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth, and charged at Hulk with a hiss. Hulk took back his gaze and looked at the lively Abomination with a sense of helplessness. At that moment, due to the effects of the serum, he was in a peculiar state, possessing Hulk's strength along with some of Banner's thoughts. So he wanted to protect Betty. He had to defeat Abomination. Even though he felt weak all over, a wave of unprecedented fatigue washed over him, as if telling him, "Sleep, and everything will be fine." No, he had to pull himself together. He couldn't lose. In Hulk's simple mind, this was a battle he could not afford to lose, even at the cost of his life. He forced himself to gather his spirit, suppressing his fatigue, and let his face be filled with a beast-like ferocity. In the blink of an eye, Abomination's fist was already coming at him. Hulk raised his fist to block, but he couldn't withstand Abomination's power at all. Hulk was once again sent flying by Abomination. This time, he was finally nearing his limit. Abomination pinned Hulk against the wall, its spikes piercing deep into Hulk's body. "You don't deserve this power. Watch her die right in front of you," Abomination hissed, leaning close to Hulk's pained face, cursing in his ear. "Hulk, take this down." Suddenly, General Ross's voice, accompanied by a shadow, arrived next to Hulk. Time rewound to the moment the helicopter crashed. Inside the dark helicopter, Betty was the first to wake up. "Dad!" Betty crawled to General Ross's side. "Are you okay? Let me help you." Ross, in pain, was helped up by Betty. "I'm fine. We need to get out of here." As he spoke, General Ross and Betty struggled to move to the open hatch. At this moment, Hulk was being pinned against the wall by Abomination, spikes piercing his body, letting out cries of agony. Seeing this, General Ross's face began to change. Hulk, lynch, Abomination. One monster after another had become his enemies due to his super soldier program, bringing him trouble again and again. Hulk's incident was intentionally kept contained by both sides, with the upper echelons tacitly allowing it to be hidden. But this time, the reckless Abomination was wreaking havoc on the streets of New York, directly tearing apart the fragile harmony that Ross had maintained for a long time. Ross couldn't help but wonder, had he really done something wrong? Was the super soldier program truly without a future? Or was it the methods he deemed unimportant that had gone awry? Hulk was falsely accused, forced to flee, and Lynch was forcibly captured, leading to the destruction of the military base. Perhaps the sacrifices he thought were necessary for the country, the selfless contributions, were not something everyone recognized. And now, it was time to make a choice. Ross thought of that serum. Before acting, he didn't know why he had brought it. Now, Hulk clearly couldn't contend with this more powerful monster. If Hulk was killed, the next to die would be himself and his daughter, and then New York. If he used the serum on Hulk, there was a good chance it would succeed. This way, they could defeat this monster and avoid all the tragedies. But afterward, Hulk would undoubtedly become even harder to control, and his super soldier program would forever lose hope. Should he abandon the super soldier program, or gamble on a hope that could save everything? Silently, he returned to the helicopter, slowly feeling around in the darkness. After a while, he returned to the helicopter's door, holding a small package. Ross used all his strength to lift the small package and threw it towards Hulk. "Hulk, take this down." Then, he slumped down to the ground. He had made his choice, opting for that slim possibility of saving himself, his daughter, Banner, and New York, abandoning his quest to create the ultimate soldier. This decision undoubtedly negated all the efforts he had made over the years. It negated his endurance and his painstaking efforts, as well as all the evil things he had done. The small package arced through the air, landing beside Hulk's hand. The serum, Abomination, maintaining its full intellect, instantly guessed what was in the small package and exerted more force. "Damn, Ross, not willing to give the serum to me, but giving it to this mindless monster? What right does it have? I am the perfect soldier." Abomination was furious, and the spikes in its hand dug deeper into Hulk's body. Hulk howled in pain, like an injured beast. His still confused mind didn't quite understand the meaning of Ross throwing the small package, so he looked towards the direction of the helicopter in confusion. What came into view was Betty, who looked worried and on the verge of tears. No, he couldn't let her be sad. He couldn't let her be upset. Stimulated by that expression, Hulk's eyes suddenly erupted with a deep, terrifying green light. A powerful force from an unknown source surged through Hulk's body. Roar! Hulk let out a roar, grabbing the hand of Abomination that was pressing down on him, slowly prying it open. Hulk and Abomination's hands were locked together, and they desperately engaged in a contest of strength. Abomination was surprised to find that Hulk's strength had inexplicably become unexpectedly powerful again, making it difficult for it to withstand. Hulk seized the momentum, forcefully pushing Abomination away, and then grabbed the flying Abomination and slammed it against the wall. At that moment, a stray bullet flew in from somewhere, landing on the oil-soaked ground left by the helicopter crash. In an instant, flames erupted. As the flames consumed the helicopter, Hulk tapped into his potential and sprinted over, extending his massive hands to deliver a powerful clap against the flames. The two palms instantly generated a strong whirlwind that blew the fire away from the helicopter. With the flames extinguished, Betty reappeared at the door, but saw Abomination rise from behind Hulk. "Be careful," Betty shouted loudly. But Hulk was still knocked to the ground by a large iron block that Abomination had somehow found. Hulk lay on the ground, struggling to get up, and Abomination dragged the iron block down onto him again. This time, Hulk fell and stayed down for a long time. Abomination, dragging the iron block, began to lift it, but the target was no longer the incapacitated Hulk. "General, do you have any last words?" It glared at Ross with hatred, wanting to deal with this old man who looked down on it and Betty first, making Hulk feel the pain. The iron block spun in the air, accumulating terrifying power. If it landed on Ross and Betty, it would surely crush them to pieces. In this critical moment, Hulk felt a surge of new strength. He got up once again, raising both hands high above his head, letting out a roar unique to Hulk. Hulk charged, accompanied by his battle cry. He clenched his fists and slammed them down onto the ground with all his might. With Hulk's mighty strike, the ground was actually smashed open, creating a deep trench. The crack spread instantly to Abomination's feet, causing it to miss its step and stumble while trying to lift the iron block for a deadly blow. Abomination crouched down, losing its grip on the chain connected to the iron block, which flew high into the air. Abomination then looked up in terror as the iron block fell straight down from above, struggling to escape, but unable to dodge due to being trapped in the crack. With a loud thud, the iron block smashed into Abomination, and the chain wrapped around its neck. In an instant, Abomination was trapped by the crack. Its neck entangled by the chain, and it fell to the ground in pain. Hulk seized the opportunity, grabbing the chain from behind and choking Abomination. Abomination struggled wildly, finally pulling its foot free from the crack. Hulk refused to let go of the chance, and the two of them became entangled, rolling and grappling on the ground. After several rounds, Abomination, gradually becoming oxygen-deprived from the choking, began to weaken and was firmly controlled by Hulk from behind. Abomination felt the chain around its neck tightening, and everything in front of it began to blur as it flailed its arms uncontrollably. Suddenly, it felt something in its grasp. Just as it was about to smash it down on Hulk, it realized what it was. "Hulk, don't let it use that." Ross's urgent and fearful voice came from the side. Too late. Abomination laughed maniacally as it crushed the bag in its hand, pulling out the serum inside and jabbing it harshly into its leg. "No!" General Ross exclaimed in shock and anger. "Kill it, Hulk!" Hearing this, Hulk's face twisted with rage as he pulled on the chain, wanting to end Abomination. At that moment, however, Abomination was undergoing a mysterious transformation within. The serum injected into it quickly took effect, merging with a highly adaptable gamma gene, and then evolving. It convulsed, screaming in pain. As the green hue of its body gradually faded, the wounds all over its body began to heal, and its ugly skin became increasingly tough. Moments later, it struck Hulk down with a painful move and continued to roll on the ground, rapidly changing. Hulk, on the other hand, seemed to be hit hard and lost consciousness. Lying to the side. "Can you handle it?" Natasha asked calmly, looking up. "I don't know. Some things you only know after you've done them," Link responded slowly, also calmly. A flicker of gloom passed over Natasha's face. "I'm just kidding. That guy's just a poor copy. How could he compare to me?" Link laughed heartily. "I'm going. So many people are calling for me." With that, Link shot off into the distance. Amid the cheers of the excited crowd, Natasha smiled with a hint of worry. "Please don't get into trouble, Lin." 15 minutes earlier, at the battleground between Hulk and Abomination, Hulk lay on his back, unconscious on the ground. The area was surrounded by fully armed soldiers, and a helicopter in the sky cast a strong light on the writhing Abomination. General Ross's face was ashen as he continued to deploy the next attack, knowing that even the previous round of firepower had only damaged the ground near Abomination, without causing it any harm. The firepower of the helicopter before could have inflicted some damage on Abomination. But now, General Ross finally recalled the fear he felt that day when Link was in control, not to mention the death rays emitted from its eyes. The kind of defense that could withstand overwhelming firepower was enough to send anyone into despair. If this monster truly possessed a superhuman steel body, how could they fight against it? Missiles? Bioweapons? Or nuclear bombs? This was New York. Aside from that, was there really nothing they could do but let this monster rampage? No matter what, they could not let it charge into the city. "Betty, you need to leave here first," General Ross ordered to have her escorted away. "Dad, I don't want to leave. Bruce is still out there. What are you going to do about that guy?" General Ross couldn't answer and gestured for his subordinates to take her away. "I'm not going," Betty shouted. "I want to be with you." She guessed that leaving might mean a permanent goodbye to both of them and fought desperately against it. General Ross could not overpower her and had no choice but to allow it. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The soldiers began a new round of fire. But this time Abomination started to stir. It slowly stood up from the smoke and fire created by the dense gunfire. Compared to the previously hideous, twisted Abomination, it now appeared silver gray, with tight skin and a physique nearing an unnatural perfection. If the earlier Abomination evoked thoughts of chaos and violence, the current one, it seemed like a god. A soldier couldn't help but think this from deep within. But soon, he realized he was wrong. Abomination stood loosely, arms wrapped around its head, shaking it vigorously. It seemed oblivious to the attacks coming from all directions, lost in the sensation of its own body. Suddenly, it tested the waters by leaping into the air, soaring over 10 meters high, shooting toward General Ross like an arrow. It landed with a crash, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Yet it merely twisted its body and sprang forward, grabbing Ross as if he were a chick. "Ross," it said confidently, a mocking grin on its face. "Are you regretting it now? Hand over the serum for Hulk to use?" "Blonsky?" A flicker of surprise crossed Ross's eyes, which quickly turned to a huff of disdain. "Do you think you've won? Just look at yourself, monster." "Monster?" It spoke with the fury of thunder. "If you didn't believe me, how could I be like this?" It gripped Ross tightly, turning his face crimson, but Ross merely stared back at it defiantly. "Hee hee." It suddenly laughed, then casually tossed Ross to the ground like garbage. "I have to thank you. Without you all, I wouldn't have this power." It deliberately slowed its pace, walked over to General Ross, and whispered, "I know you're not afraid of death, so I decided to keep you for last. I will eliminate everyone here. Mr. Banner, Ms. Ross, your soldiers." "No." Ross curled up, finally showing a hint of panic. "Enjoy it, General Ross." It laughed maliciously and suddenly lunged at a soldier who was holding a gun. Before the soldier could fire, he was swiftly knocked away by the rushing abomination, spitting blood and his eyes dimming. The remaining soldiers immediately opened fire, but they couldn't hit the lightning-fast abomination at all. The abomination, like a reaper, moved among the soldiers, easily taking their lives with every movement. The soldiers could only watch helplessly as their comrades fell around them, screaming as they lost their lives. Panic gradually spread through the crowd. "No, don't kill me, I surrender." A soldier, seeing the abomination charging at him, threw down his gun and cowered on the ground, trembling. After waiting for a long time, he suddenly looked up, his face filled with the joy of having survived. Whoosh! The world in his eyes suddenly began to spin. And then he saw his body, without a head. "Where's my head?" The smile was forever frozen on his face. "A demon. He's a demon. No, I can't die. My mom is still waiting for me at home." The soldiers completely collapsed, fleeing the battlefield in all directions, but they were all caught and brutally killed by the abomination. In just 10 minutes, there wasn't a single standing soldier left. Only a few civilians who had been hiding there were overlooked by the abomination, now terrified and praying silently. "Oh God, please save us," a conservatively dressed woman whispered, suppressing her fear. "Mommy, will Iron Man and Superboy come to save us?" A little boy, about 5 or 6 years old, asked with wide, expectant eyes in the woman's arms. The woman wiped away her tears and forced a smile, saying to the child, "Yes, they're already on their way. So we need to hide well and wait for them to save us." Then let's not speak, or we'll be discovered," the little boy said, covering his mouth with his right hand as if zipping his lips, looking at her cute and innocent child. The woman couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. "God, if you really exist, please save my child. Just this once." If the abomination knew her thoughts, it would surely scoff. "God, asking for divine help is no match for asking me. At this moment, I am the God. Ross, are you still alive?" The abomination stepped closer to Ross. Betty crouched beside Ross and, seeing this, pulled out her gun and fired. "So annoying," the abomination whispered as it rushed towards Betty. Hulk smash! A familiar roar suddenly echoed from behind the abomination. It was the Hulk. It had apparently awakened again, seeing the abomination going after Betty, and instantly filled with strength, it charged forward to intervene. The abomination turned around, facing the imposing Hulk without dodging, just standing there with a mocking expression. Just as the Hulk was about to hit it, it swiftly kicked. The Hulk let out a pained grunt, flying away faster than it had come. On the ground, the Hulk began to convulse, and within moments, he transformed back into the Naked Banner. The abomination laughed maniacally, feeling proud that the Hulk had been scared into disappearing. "Bang, bang, bang. Don't touch Bruce." Betty gritted her teeth, her eyes red as she emptied the bullets from her gun. The abomination then turned around, reveling in the pleasure of victory. It ignored Betty's resistance, scooping her up and lifting her into the air with one hand. "Ross, Banner, watch her die. You are both worthless." "No." Ross stretched out his neck, pleading in despair. "Let her go, she is innocent." The abomination disregarded Betty and intended to suffocate her to death. Suddenly, Ross's pleading expression changed, and he shouted loudly, "Save her, it was my fault. She's innocent, she's kind." As he spoke, he painfully pulled out his gun and shoved it into his mouth. "I beg you," he mouthed, then pulled the trigger. Bang! Ross slowly fell to the ground, his eyes filled with regret and pain, self-blame, and the last trace of desire. "What the hell are you doing?" The abomination was taken aback by General Ross's unexpected actions, clearly realizing that the last words were not directed at it. It pondered Ross's dying words, then suddenly jolted awake. It was that guy. Boom! A thunderous sound like a comet hitting the earth suddenly resonated around the abomination, knocking it down from an unknown attack. And Betty slipped from its grasp. Its legs sank deep into the ground, its hands weakly propping itself up, head lowered, looking as if it was bowing to someone from afar. You seek death. The abomination looked up at the young man in front of it, unable to suppress the anger and fear rising within. Lynch placed Betty aside and slowly walked up to the abomination. He hadn't intended to get involved in this battle. After all, the abomination was a mess created by Ross, and it was just right for it to take out Ross to settle the score from last time. Moreover, this had nothing to do with Lynch. He didn't need to step in like a corporate drone, and he didn't want to be the one to initiate it. Just like in a storyline, Hulk should be able to take down the abomination, as every villain has an appropriate hero to deal with them. Unless a villain was connected to Lynch, causing a plot twist where the hero couldn't counter. Only then would Lynch intervene. Otherwise, with so many villains in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, even if he had 10 hands, he couldn't handle them all. So he really didn't want to get involved in the passionate brawl between two monsters. It was too uncouth. However, Ross, being the boss manufacturer, actually managed to create a serum that enhanced the abomination's abilities with some materials left over from last time. This way, although Ross still brought about his own demise, it was time for Lynch to step in. First, this matter was related to him. Though it wasn't his intention, the abomination's enhancement was ultimately connected to him. Secondly, this guy was already unstoppable. Originally, in the plot, Hulk was supposed to take down the abomination through an overpowered plot twist, and with this enhancement, Hulk, who had been weakened to the point of being useless in the movie, could no longer contend with the abomination, letting this guy continue to kill, considering its abilities. It could wreak havoc in New York until dawn. Tony was out of town, and Lynch had to intervene. After all, it was December 2009, the plot hadn't unfolded yet, and New York was being destroyed. Who would he complain to? Thirdly, such a powerful and deliberately destructive abomination in New York could also provide a significant amount of justice points, which Lynch certainly wouldn't pass up. As Lynch passed by the unblinking General Ross, he reached out and closed his eyes. Although there had been grievances, the dead should be respected. Besides, he should have realized his mistakes and faced death for the safety of New York. By the time he committed suicide, hatred had already dissipated. In its place was a shared goal of eradicating the abomination. Blonsky, the game is over, Lynch declared coldly, standing before the abomination. You have no idea what kind of power I possess. The abomination roared, furious at Lynch's arrogance. Then let me see. Lynch shot forward and kicked the abomination in the face. The abomination raised its hands to block, but was sent flying backward by the tremendous force. With one blow, Lynch and the abomination crossed several dozen meters and slammed into a wall. The abomination was pinned against the wall by Lynch, and disdainfully began to utter its classic line. Just your old man, you basket. Lynch delivered a punch that smashed the abomination's ugly face into the wall. You really have no sense of the situation. Is this still not over? You don't really think you could take a beating, do you? Roar. The abomination, furious, seemed greatly affected by not finishing its line, a barely noticeable green light flashing in its eyes. It struggled wildly, crushing the wall beneath it, breaking free from Lynch's grasp. Lynch noticed a faint green hue reappearing on the abomination, its muscles slightly swelling. No way. Isn't the Hulk in the Marvel Cinematic Universe unable to increase his strength without anger? Why can this abomination still power up? Confused, Lynch charged in, ready to strike. Unexpectedly, the abomination coldly looked up, dodged the attack, and retaliated with an elbow. Lynch's face turned pale as he staggered back. The abomination seized the opportunity and lunged in with a punch, sending Lynch flying out of control. Fist, legs, and head. The abomination rained down blows on Lynch like a punching bag, their figures constantly moving through the air, destroying everything in their path. Suddenly, Lynch halted midair, catching the abomination's punch. The abomination swung with its other hand, and Lynch caught that too. Then, two legs came kicking, and Lynch countered. The two wrestled in the air, hands competing for strength, legs kicking fiercely at each other. Another terrifying kick from the abomination forced Lynch to let go and shoot up into the sky. Lynch soared to a height of 100 meters, then clenched his fists, twisted his neck, and stretched his body. Looking down at the falling abomination, he felt a bit frustrated. This guy actually seems quite strong. After their intense physical exchange, Lynch realized that this creature's strength, speed, and even defense were on par with his own. No wonder the Hulk was scared of it. But thinking about it, it made sense. The abomination currently possessed the superpowers of 3 superheroes. It originally had a super soldier serum similar to Captain America's, the Gamma Serum of the Hulk, and part of Lynch's Superman serum. Goodness, with all those abilities, why even be a villain? Just wash them clean and make them a protagonist. Is that all you've got? The abomination's mocking voice came again, thinking it was safe in the air. Just as it finished speaking, it crouched deeply, as if loaded with springs, and leaped up directly at Lynch. Lynch's gaze turned cold as he flipped and met the abomination head-on. You really thought I was done? Bam! The two collided violently in mid-air, with Lynch taking advantage of gravity to bring the abomination crashing down to the ground. He pinned the abomination firmly to the ground, his seemingly small fists hammering repeatedly into its face, causing the earth to crack. Suddenly, Lynch's eyes erupted with a scorching red light, aimed directly at the abomination's chest. His fists only caused the abomination pain, unable to inflict real damage. He had to try the heat vision. Sizzle. The heat vision didn't penetrate the abomination's body, but instead made a sizzling sound like roasting meat, a strange, foul-smelling aroma instantly wafting through the air. Ah! The abomination roared, landing a punch on Lynch's face, sending him flying. It looked extremely furious, its voice turning into a beastly growl. Roar! Lynch's eyes were struck, and for a moment he closed his eyes, giving the abomination the chance to unleash a series of blows. With unstoppable force, the abomination pounded Lynch, sending him hundreds of meters away. Another heavy punch sent Lynch crashing into a building. The abomination followed closely, grabbing Lynch and slamming him into the ground, breaking several floors until they reached the ground. Roar! It pressed Lynch down as if to demonstrate, roaring at Lynch, who frowned with narrowed eyes. Lynch suddenly coughed, spitting a mouthful of blood on the abomination's face. He opened his eyes and said drowsily, "Do you know you're ugly?" The abomination, furious, slammed its massive fist down on Lynch's pained face again and again. Blood gradually seeped from Lynch's cheeks. Suddenly, the abomination's fist was caught by Lynch's hand, unable to fall further. Lynch opened his eyes, gritting his teeth and saying, "Is that all?" He clenched his fist tightly, veins bulging, and swung a punch. Lynch's fist struck the abomination's forehead. The abomination let out a grunt, its body weakly leaning back. Its heavy form shook the ground, tears mixed with blood streaming down its face. A light screen appeared in front of Lynch, visible only to him. Superman System Current Template. Childhood Superman 100. Young Adult Superman 20 Template Exchange List. Young Adult Superman, Superman, Magic Superman, Golden Superman, Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman. Justice Value 185. Just now, Lynch had opened the system for a moment, exchanging for 10 of the Young Adult Superman template, which suddenly increased his power, allowing him to counterattack. Originally, Lynch had 5 template progress. After causing a commotion at the military base, he exchanged another 5. Following Tony's press conference, along with various smaller actions, Lynch had suddenly exchanged for 10 of the template, leaving nearly 100,000 remaining. After battling the abomination, his justice value finally grew to over 100,000. But before directly exchanging for the 10 template, Lynch wanted to seize the opportunity to train his combat abilities. Therefore, after assessing the abomination's strength, he didn't exchange immediately. Then the suddenly erupting abomination seized the opportunity and unleashed a combo that rendered Lynch unable to fight back, forcing him to open the system and exchange at lightning speed. Now it's my turn, right? Lynch accelerated and dove from the sky, both hands clasped together, smashing down fiercely on the abomination's chest. The dazed and mumbling abomination lifted its head, eyes bulging like dead fish, spewing blood. Then Lynch spun the abomination like a top, releasing it. The abomination shot out like a cannonball, breaking through several walls and disappearing from sight. Following the trail left by the abomination, Lynch discovered that it seemed to have changed again. Disgust grinned, saliva dripping continuously, low growls emanating from its throat. Its blood-red eyes chaotic and unable to focus on the pupils, its body crouched on the ground, slightly trembling. Is it beastified? Upon seeing Lin Qi arrive, it kicked off the ground with all 4 limbs and instantly shot towards Lin Qi, swinging a paw at him. The speed had increased significantly. Catching the paw, Lin Qi felt a warning in his heart, realizing he could no longer delay. Lin Qi held nothing back, his fist striking with utmost speed, rapidly pounding on Disgust's entire body. Then he locked both hands onto the powerless Disgust and soared into the sky. In midair, he forcefully threw Disgust upwards, and 2 thick, terrifying beams of heat shot from his eyes, directly piercing through Disgust's body. I am strongest. In the searing heat, The struggling disgust suddenly showed a fierce expression. Its descending body abruptly halted, and two beams of heat shot from its eyes as well. The heat rays emitted by disgust collided with Lin Qi's, and in an instant, a blinding light illuminated the entire night sky, as if it were daytime. For a moment, people within a few kilometers looked up at the two as if they were gazing upon deities. No, you are just a poor imitation, Lin Qi coldly mocked. D. Blonsky. In an instant, Lin Qi widened his eyes. A surge of long-hidden energy erupted from his eyes, and the two beams of heat became even thicker and more explosive, engulfing disgust's heat rays and its body together. After a long time, Lin Qi retracted the heat rays, and disgust's figure was no longer visible in the air. He closed his burning eyes, waiting for relief. The overloaded heat rays could scorch his eyes. After quietly hovering in the air for a while, Lin Qi discerned the direction by sound and flew towards the original battlefield. It was already surrounded by police, medical personnel, and reporters, with people continuously being covered with white cloth and taken away. The noisy and chaotic sounds made Lin Qi feel inexplicably irritated. He slowly descended from the sky, and the people here had already noticed his figure. Upon seeing him land, the reporters rushed forward. Super Kid, did you eliminate that monster? What do you think of this incident? Why did you arrive so late? Say something. Shut up. Lin Qi gritted his teeth and shouted with furrowed brows, and immediately everyone was stunned into silence. Lin Qi pushed through the crowd in front of him and walked over to the unconscious Banner, lifting him up and preparing to leave. Hey, you can't do that, a police officer quietly advised. Lin Qi coldly glanced at him, saying nothing. What are you going to do? Betty came over from the nearby ambulance, blocking him with slight hostility. I mean no harm. I just want to give him a chance. Otherwise, he might lose his freedom. Hearing this, Betty fell silent. All right. Lin Qi nodded and turned to leave. Super Kid. It was the voice of a child. Lin Qi turned back to see a 5- or 6-year-old boy running over after breaking free from his mother's hand. This is for you. Thank you for saving us. He took out a small badge resembling Superman from his pocket and handed it to Lin Qi. Lin Qi smiled slightly and patted the boy's head. Thank you. But I'm not Superman. I know, you're a Super Kid. The boy had an understanding expression. All right, good boy. Hurry back now. Okay. The boy joyfully bounced back to his mother. Lin Qi grabbed Banner and took off. Super Kid, will you appear again next time? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Natasha pushed open the rooftop door and walked in. Lin Qi lay on the chair, his hands behind his head, gazing at the stars in the night sky. Can't sleep again? Natasha sat beside him and spoke softly. A little. Lin Qi shifted in his seat. Natasha glanced at the starry sky and curiously asked, Do you see anything different from ordinary people? Lin Qi blinked a couple of times and replied, It's about the same as ordinary people using a telescope. By the way, Natasha's expression changed. Do you have X-ray vision? Lin Qi was taken aback, his super brain working furiously. Natasha chuckled, teasingly saying, Okay, I get it. Lin Qi's face turned slightly red. For heaven's sake, a gentleman must not gaze upon that which is improper. How could a cultured Chinese man do such shameless acts? Of course, unless you ask. Lin Qi's gaze slightly shifted. You're tired, aren't you? Natasha suddenly changed the subject. Lin Qi averted his gaze. The night sky seemed to keep bringing forth the things he experienced that night. Blood, wailing death. The key is, it seems they were right. If he had appeared a little earlier, these could have been avoided. Lin Qi found himself trapped in a strange loop. Subconsciously, he was avoiding participating in the original plot, both due to uncertainty about his abilities and fear of affecting the development of the original storyline. Because the original plot is interconnected, each link has its corresponding significance. But suddenly appearing in this world, possessing superhuman powers, how could he completely avoid being involved in the plot? His existence, in itself, influenced the original storyline. Without him, disgust would have only been dealt with by the Hulk and wouldn't have become so powerful as to cause such a tragedy. So what should he do to be right? Lin Qi felt lost because of this. I'm okay, just a bit confused, not sure what to do. Sometimes, if you can't figure out, just stop thinking and follow your inner voice. Natasha's eyes sparkled like stars in the sky. Some things, you only know by doing them, right? Is that so? Lin Qi silently glanced at her chest and smiled. Not that. Natasha pouted and got up to leave. Good night. Follow my inner voice, huh? Lin Qi recalled the cold bodies, their family's sorrowful cries, and the boy's words. Will I have to be a superhero next time? Maybe. Super Kid saves New York. What kind of person is he really? Unveiling the superhero. Super Kid. Is Super Kid a hero, or does he have ulterior motives? Exposing Super Kid, the monster creator, General Ross's secret plan. Lin Qi's gaze swept over the newspapers of the newsstand, their headlines largely the same. He adjusted his hat and took a copy of the Horn Herald. The incident last night was too big. The news couldn't be contained, and it had already caused a huge uproar in New York. Disgust had been completely obliterated by the heat rays, and the government pushed the deceased Ross out as a scapegoat, claiming that disgust was created through dangerous experiments conducted by him. Super Kid, guided by certain individuals, became the center of public opinion. Everyone is eagerly discussing Super Kid, his powerful abilities, why he doesn't wear a uniform, his handsome Asian appearance, and so on. However, Lynch notices that most of the discussions are positive and irrelevant. No one is talking about where Lynch came from, why he suddenly appeared, or even deliberately looking for him. One must understand that with the ethics of New York journalists, if such a mysterious superhuman were to appear, they would undoubtedly swarm like vultures smelling blood, digging deep to uncover all information about his identity. Lynch suspects that SHIELD intervened to prevent these guys from probing into him. As a result, journalists are praising Super Kid in various reports to the point where Lynch himself feels embarrassed. Their intention is quite clear. They want to use Super Kid's identity to promote themselves as superheroes. This way, if Lynch were to cause any trouble, he couldn't possibly act against those who cheer for him, right? However, Lynch is also pleased with this outcome. This battle, along with the publicity, has already increased his justice points by over 200,000. Besides that, Lynch has avoided many potential troubles. Unlike Superman, Lynch doesn't deliberately hide his identity. Speaking of which, Superman is indeed a master at concealing his identity among superheroes. As the saying goes, great concealment lies in plain sight. Superman never covers his face, but has never been recognized. The explanation given in the comics is that Superman deliberately disguises himself. When he works as a reporter, he disguises himself as a timid, clumsy, silly guy through his hairstyle, demeanor, and actions. Coupled with Superman's godlike status, people seeing him at the newspaper would only think, this guy looks a lot like Superman. But no one would suspect that this ordinary person is Superman. Lynch can't be bothered to do such disguises. After his battle with Iron Tyrant, vague images of him had already circulated, but their impact was limited, and after a few days, the forgetful New Yorkers had mostly forgotten about it. Then, after Tony's press conference exposure, Lynch had to wear a hat and mask when he went out. However, since Lynch sleeps during the day and prowls at night, combined with his keen senses and quick movements, he hasn't experienced the taste of being a big star in New York. But after many people witnessed the highly impactful Abomination incident, no one has disturbed him due to certain relations, though it's hard to say that some fame-seeking, crazy journalists want to come looking for him later. He probably can't stay in Chinatown for long, as many people here have seen his face. Lynch leisurely returned to the rooftop. With Ross dead and Abomination completely eliminated, Lynch felt a long-lost sense of ease. It is now December 2009, and according to the timeline, the next storyline in this world is Iron Man 2, which won't unfold until next year. For the time being, there are no villains jumping out to destroy the world, so he can enjoy life in peace. So, where to go? Should he let Tony arrange a place for him? It seems Stark Tower hasn't been built yet. Or should he let SHIELD handle it? Forget it. If SHIELD really set something up for him, who knows if it will attract Hydra? Or, Lynch held up the newspaper in his hand. He suddenly discovered a piece of information. The owner of the house where the monster first appeared, Dr. Samuel Stearns, has mysteriously disappeared. Stearns? Mr. Blue? No, it's the leader. The image of the character from the movie who created Abomination collapsed on the ground with a strange smile, and had a swollen head suddenly flashed in Lynch's mind. Right. How could he forget about him? In the comics, the leader and Abomination are opposites, both being Hulk's archenemies. Corresponding to Abomination's strong will to survive, this guy's thirst for knowledge is also immense. He, like Abomination, gains superpowers through gamma radiation. He possesses powerful intuition, computational thinking, information storage, logic, and philosophical structure. His intelligence can be said to have almost unlimited potential. Theoretically, he can surpass normal human cognitive abilities to acquire knowledge and understanding. And he has the capability to master every subject in the world and fully accept concepts beyond his environment. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, although he doesn't appear later, the film has already left very obvious hints. He is seen bleeding on the ground, and the gamma serum leaking from the shattered instruments touches his head, causing it to swell bizarrely. Just like Hulk, Abomination's transformation. How much of the superpowers from the comics he possesses in this world remains unknown. But based on a movie's portrayal, this character is very faithful to the comics. He shows a strong curiosity and is completely unafraid of danger. Although he doesn't appear in subsequent films, that doesn't mean he hasn't done anything bad afterward. In the comics, after his head transformation is complete, he gathers a team to steal scientific secrets from around the world. This guy's gone missing. A bit careless, huh? Lynch thought to himself. For Lynch, such an intellectual character is more troublesome than those who rely on brute force. After all, after exchanging for 50 of the youthful Superman template, Lynch isn't afraid of physical fights. But when it comes to playing tricks and engaging in intellectual battles, Lynch truly can't compete. He needs to find him. If he lets him hide and develop quietly, who knows when he might jump out with a plan to destroy humanity. Although he only has a strong thirst for knowledge, there will always come a day when Earth's technology cannot satisfy him. When that time comes, will he want to unify the world, eliminate wars between all countries, and gather the world's manpower, resources, and intellect to develop technology? For a character driven by something beyond common reasoning, making such a choice seems quite reasonable, right? With this in mind, Lynch took out his phone, intending to call Natasha and have S.H.L.D. handle this matter. But then he thought again. The leader seems to possess exceptional intelligence and some kind of intuition. If S.H.I.L.D. gets involved, could it scare him away? Sigh. It looks like he has to take action himself. Sensing that there seemed to be no one around, Lynch launched himself into the air and flew towards the vicinity of yesterday's battlefield based on his memories. In a room cluttered with debris, Dr. Stern, or the big boss, was curled up in a corner with a painful expression. His head had swollen up, resembling a large winter melon from a distance, stained with blood, and it kept expanding and contracting like a balloon being squeezed. This was his home's basement, and after the abomination escaped from the lab, he discovered that he had also mutated due to gamma exposure. He didn't want to be captured by the government, and was more interested in exploring the changes happening to him. So he took advantage of the chaos to hide in this secret basement. Hours passed, and he realized he had undergone an unimaginable transformation. Unlike the changes he had anticipated, he hadn't turned into a monster like Hulk or Abomination. Instead, his brain had evolved. He felt his thinking speed increasing dramatically. Problems that used to take him hours to calculate could now be solved in an instant. There were also some abilities he couldn't fully understand, and without experimental conditions, he couldn't articulate what they were. However, this evolution came at a cost. His head had irreversibly enlarged, and his skin was turning towards the green of Hulk and Abomination. Meanwhile, the increased speed of thought meant a significant rise in brain energy consumption. As soon as he began to think, his head would hurt, and his body grew weaker. Thus, he could only stop thinking, clear his mind, and force himself to sleep. Once the police and others left, he could quietly return and contemplate his next plan. Suddenly, the creaking sound of a door opening broke the silence in the basement. He awoke with a start. Then, he saw the figure of a young man. "Dr. Stern, are you all right?" Lynch observed him and greeted him. "Who are you?" He leaned against the wall, sitting up and holding his head as he looked at Lynch, quickly analyzing Lynch's appearance, clothing, demeanor, and actions to deduce his identity and intentions. He came to some conclusions: confident, alert, non-government personnel, knowledgeable about me. Lynch also guessed something after observing Stern. This guy seemed to be in bad shape. Is he still in the process of mutating? Should I just eliminate him? Do you feel any changes in your body? Stern supported his head and said painfully and weakly, "My brain has mutated and my thinking speed has increased significantly." He wasn't lying, because he deduced that lying would lead to no good outcome. This guy clearly held some information about himself and showed a hint of murderous intent before speaking. He had a gut feeling that if he lied, he could be in big trouble. "What are your plans?" Lynch said with a smile. Stern hesitated for a moment and then quickly replied, "I want to hide and continue my gamma research." Lynch frowned. The script in comics didn't match. Was it due to the adaptation in the movie universe? Or was he lying? "I'm not lying. I just want to do some research and don't want to be captured by the government as their research subject." Stern seemed to see through Lynch's thoughts and added, "Can you help me?" Lynch leaned on his hands, staring at Stern, and said, "Your abilities are too strong, and your thirst for knowledge is too intense. How can you guarantee you won't pose a threat to this world in the future?" Stern quickly replied, "My mutation isn't that powerful. I can only maintain my thinking for a short period before I have to stop due to intense pain." As he spoke, he made a painful expression and continued, "I have no interest in this world. I crave knowledge and the unknown. As long as there's something to research, I won't cause any harm." Lynch nodded subtly. This guy had a strong will to survive and was intelligent. But still, there was that issue with such high intelligence. If he were allowed to continuously absorb knowledge, would he eventually reach a level where he could easily destroy the world, even if he had no desire to destroy it? This world was fragile compared to advanced technology, and a careless mistake could lead to tragedy. Are you wary of my evolved brain? Stern spoke up at the right moment. I have no choice. You can't eliminate me just because I might be a threat. He looked at Lynch, suddenly recalling a key piece of information. Just like Superman, people would be suspicious of him due to his overwhelming power, which would be foolish. Lynch's heart stirred, and he looked at Stern with a dangerous gaze. He knew Stern had guessed his identity. This was not surprising, given that he had already had some level of exposure. So what? Lynch wanted to hear how he would persuade him. Being powerful, excellent, and extraordinary is certainly not a sin, even if it inevitably leads to misunderstanding and criticism from ordinary people. Stern quickly said with a pained expression, "But truth and the fate of the world are always in the hands of a few. These people always determine the shape of the world. It's understandable to restrict and be wary of someone like me. But why must I be eliminated?" After saying this, he seemed unable to support himself and held his head down. Lynch frowned and thought for a moment. Then he slowly walked in front of Stern and lifted him up a bit. "You make a good point. The future of humanity is always in the hands of a small portion of people, but greatness is born from the ordinary, and excellence is highlighted by the common. Ordinary people are the main body of this world. For their safety, I can only make things difficult for you. Ultimately, I was once an ordinary person too." As he spoke, Lynch's eyes began to redden, and an astonishing heat began to emanate. "No." Stern's face was filled with despair as he clutched his head like a pitiful, large-headed doll. Two terrifying beams of heat shot out, piercing through the basement walls. Half an hour later, Lynch looked at Stern, who was wearing a comically long hat beside Natasha, and couldn't help but laugh. But he held it back. After all, it was impolite to mock others in public. He said directly to the two, "This guy, Stern, has undergone a mutation in his brain, and his thirst for knowledge is strong. You need to observe him closely." Natasha glanced at Stern and smiled slightly. "It's okay. We have experience with such incidents, and we happen to need researchers." Lynch hesitated for a moment. He hadn't killed Stern, as this version of Stern hadn't shown much danger. His earlier actions were merely a test to see if Stern had hidden abilities. The result was clear. Whether it was because he was in bad shape and couldn't use them, or because he had evolved poorly in this world, he had no other powers besides the increased speed of thought, and he didn't react much even when facing death. In that case, the danger posed by the big boss was indeed significantly reduced, so Lynch spared his life. However, there was no other place to put him, so he could only hand him over to S.H.I.E.L.D. But the infamous Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. If they got their hands on Dr. Stern, that would truly be a match made in heaven. So Lynch hesitated whether to reveal in advance that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated by Hydra. After thinking for a long time, Lynch felt it wasn't the right time and had to say, about Dr. Stern, "It's best that no one else knows, just like me. Perhaps you can tell your director and ask if the plan needs someone like Dr. Stern. In fact, you can talk to him yourself. He's been wanting to meet you face to face." Natasha replied. Lynch pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay, let's set a place to meet shortly. The Western restaurant." As soon as Lynch entered, he was captivated by a shiny bald head, its effect comparable to a navigation device. He walked straight over to it. At the table, Fury was dressed in a classic black suit, wearing a mask, with a serious expression as he leaned on the table. Beside him, Natasha, in a short skirt with long hair flowing, leaned back in her chair, looking relaxed. "Hey," Lynch spoke and sat down across from him. Fury looked Lynch up and down, greeting him in his distinctive magnetic voice. "Lin, it's finally nice to meet you." Natasha nodded, but said nothing. Lynch picked up his cup and took a sip of water, waiting for Fury to continue. "I heard you brought us a different kind of scientist?" Fury observed and then continued. "Yes, but that guy is quite troublesome." Lynch spoke frankly. "How troublesome?" Fury asked. Putting down his cup, Lynch organized his words before replying. "His brain has mutated, in addition to the accelerated thinking speed I mentioned. He may also have abilities like mind control, enhanced intuition, and telepathy." Upon hearing this, Fury and Natasha exchanged glances. "Can't be sure." Lynch shook his head. "Can you handle it?" "Of course, that's what we do." Fury seemed a bit displeased with Lynch's doubt, responding in an undeniable tone. Lynch thought of the already corrupted shield, riddled with issues, and didn't know how to express himself, only able to give a worried glance. Fury could certainly read that look, and with some confusion, asked, "Is there a problem?" After hesitating for a moment, Lynch could only respond vaguely. "Director Fury, sometimes don't be too confident in S.H.I.E.L.D. Danger is already close. Lynch didn't know whether to tell him that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already been infiltrated by Hydra. If he didn't tell him, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s level of infiltration might not be that severe at the moment, at least better than when it exploded, and theoretically, now would be a better time to act than later. If he told him, the plotline would change, and who knows if Fury would be directly assassinated by Hydra. After all, not every obvious assassination in movies ends with survival. Moreover, the protagonist of this plot, Captain America, is still frozen in ice, without a protagonist with a cheat. Fury would probably struggle to counter Hydra. Anyway, Lynch felt this matter was quite precarious. Fury nodded, then looked somewhat puzzled. I know. That's why I'm preparing that plan. You know. Lynch shook his head, indicating he was mistaken. Fury finally realized that they seemed to be discussing different things. What do you mean? Lynch thought for a moment and asked. If there were a crisis where S.H.I.E.L.D. could vanish, would you risk a high probability of death to save it? After asking, Lynch felt he was speaking nonsense. Sure enough, Fury looked surprised but soon replied without hesitation. Of course, I can't let it be destroyed on my watch. All right. Lynch stood up. It's your choice. He walked to Fury's side and suddenly reached up to remove an invisible earpiece from his ear and crushed it. What are you doing? Fury asked in confusion but didn't show anger. He knew Lynch wouldn't need any flashy means if he wanted to deal with him. Lynch leaned closer to both of them and whispered, "The enemy is within." Fury's gaze instantly sharpened, and he stared at Lynch, asking quietly, "You mean there are enemies lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Lynch returned a strange look and continued, "No, it should be said that S.H.I.E.L.D. has already been occupied. You need to be careful." After saying this, Lynch walked back to his seat. Fury quickly concealed his surprise, returning his expression to normal. He treated the earlier conversation as if it hadn't happened and switched topics, asking, "How have you been lately?" Lynch glanced at him, thinking he really knew how to ask questions he already had the answer to. "Not bad, but you should know better than I do." "That's good to hear. How's it going with Natasha?" Somewhat confused, Lynch glanced at Natasha and replied, "Pretty good. So Natasha won't be going out on missions anymore?" Fury promised without much thought, "If that's what you want." Lynch smiled slightly, but didn't respond. Understanding Lynch's implication, Fury then asked, "What are your plans next?" "Plans?" Lynch wore a look of disbelief, unhappily saying, "Didn't you guys have it all planned for me, superhero super kid?" Fury shook his head, seeming to disapprove of Lynch's statement. "This is your own choice." "All right, then next time I might not make the same choice." Fury fell silent for a moment. After thinking, Lynch still gave an answer. "I'm planning to stay in Hell's Kitchen for a while." Hell's Kitchen? Fury seemed unfamiliar. "The one in Manhattan?" "Yes. Do you need anything? Like money or a place?" "No." Lynch shook his head. "I can sort those out. If I need anything, I'll let Natasha know." "Good." Fury paused for a moment. "Do you think that Dr. Stern can join that plan?" he asked tentatively. Lynch's eyes shifted slightly, thinking the main topic had arrived. "I don't know, just thought you might need him." Fury continued to ask, "I'd like to hear your thoughts on that plan." Lynch looked at Fury, scenes of classic moments flashing through his mind. The Battle of New York, the Avengers assembled, divided by Loki's provocation, and finally fighting together against the Chitauri army descending from the sky. Ultron's extinction, the Avengers joined by new faces, battling artificial intelligence, shattering the continent of the fallen. Thanos' arrival, the Avengers faced a crushing defeat, half of all life in the universe wiped out, heroes scattered. The final battle, the Avengers reassembled, facing enemies crossing time, saving the half of life that had vanished. What do you think of the Avengers? Without the Avengers, what is left in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Of course, you have to call for it. It's a visionary plan. Lynch answered realistically. Even if your potential enemy now is me, I have to say, this plan is great. Lynch shrugged, unconcerned as he said, "Oh." Fury seemed a bit surprised. "Are you that sure?" "Of course." Lynch looked confident. "This might be the most correct decision you've ever made in your life." Fury had a strange expression upon hearing this, but didn't say much more. "All right, I'll take my leave now. Let us chat next time we meet," Lynch said, feeling that the conversation had reached a natural conclusion as he stood up to leave. "I'll walk you out," Natasha said, also getting up. The two arrived at the door and stopped. Natasha asked Lynch, "What do you think of Director Fury? Is he different from what you expected?" Lynch smiled slightly and replied, "About the same. He has a strong presence." Natasha laughed as she bid farewell to Lynch. "Once you settle in, find a place to buy me a drink." "Sure." Hell's Kitchen is located on the west side of Manhattan in New York City, officially known as Clinton. It was once a slum, and thus early on became synonymous with crime and evil, continuously supplying countless gangsters and criminals to the infamous city of New York over the years. In the Marvel Universe, Hell's Kitchen is a top tourist attraction, gathering superheroes and supervillains from all over, making it a shining gem in this city of sin. In Hell's Kitchen, you can find, but are not limited to, the following Marvel heroes. The iconic figure of Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil. He became blind as a child due to exposure to radioactive chemicals, but gained extraordinary hearing and physical coordination. By night, he roams the streets as a vigilante, regarded by some as a devil from hell. By day, he is a blind lawyer named Matt Murdock, with whom you can have a pleasant chat under the guise of legal consultation. Additionally, there's Luke Cage, a street tough from the nearby Harlem neighborhood. He is a muscular African-American man who grew up on the streets, eventually wrongfully imprisoned. To reduce his sentence, he volunteered for a military experiment, gaining immense strength and an indestructible body. After being released, he began to protect the interests of his community and ensure neighborhood safety, earning the title of the Hero of Harlem. Next is Jessica Jones, a petite, black-haired, brown-eyed cool girl who always wears a denim jacket, jeans, and boots. She has a bad temper and developed PTSD from a traumatic experience involving the villain Purple Man, leading her to drink heavily. You can find her at a place called Alias Investigations. Then there's the last member of the Defenders of Hell's Kitchen, a hero steeped in Chinese culture named Iron Fist. Coming from a family of billionaires, he survived a plane crash during a family trip and fell into Kunlun. There, he trained in martial arts and defeated the dragon Shoulao, earning the title of Iron Fist. He returned to New York to take down the relatives who caused his family's death and began battling the evil organization known as the Hand. Besides these heroes, there are also many notorious antiheroes and supervillains, including, but not limited to, Wilson Fisk, the kingpin of Hell's Kitchen, who fights against Daredevil, the Punisher, and even Spider-Man. Bullseye, a deranged assassin with uncanny marksmanship, and Purple Man, a villain who loves mind control. In such a unique place filled with talent, nighttime is the best time to explore. In some unassuming bars, you can experience the authentic Hell's Kitchen, the dimly lit, colorful lights, the chaotic sounds, and the dancers adorned in flashy outfits, exuding cheap perfume, along with gang members boasting impressive physiques and spouting charming, explosive street slang. For example, the man in front of Lynch. He is robust, with a flushed face, cursing as he extends a seemingly unclean right hand toward Lynch, who is seated. There's no real conflict. He's just a drunken man looking for someone to bully and vent his accumulated negative emotions. Coincidentally, Lynch, with his youthful and delicate Asian features, seemed like the easiest target, especially given his standout attire that felt out of place in this environment. What could Lynch do? He decided to go with the flow and resolve it by Hell's Kitchen-esque rules. Grabbing the man's outstretched finger, Lynch twisted it disdainfully. The big man yelped in pain, his drunkenness fading as he kicked out in desperation. Lynch stood up, grabbed his foot, and gently tossed him. The man soared through the air in a parabolic arc, crashing through the bar's front door and landing on the street outside. After dusting off his hands and sitting back down, the atmosphere around Lynch became noticeably quieter. The malicious laughter and prying eyes around him diminished significantly. Lynch adjusted his sunglasses and took a sip of his cola, feeling somewhat bored. He had been in Hell's Kitchen for 2 days, but hadn't he encountered a single superhero or interesting villain. Just a bunch of annoying, foolish little guys that were a hassle to deal with. The drunken man outside groggily got up, cursing as he walked away, clearly not fully satisfied and planning to return with reinforcements. Lynch initially thought about leaving, but decided to stay seated to see how things would unfold. In Hell's Kitchen, how could one not stir up trouble? The bigger, the better. 15 minutes later, Lynch finished the soda he'd been sipping on and walked outside. There, the drunken man was leading 3 or 4 companions, all looking intimidating. "It's this guy," the drunken man said, panting and pointing at Lynch with a face full of hatred. The leader of the group was neither tall nor muscular, but had a fierce expression. "Russian gang?" Lynch muttered to himself, noting their distinct appearance. "You're done for, kid." Without further ado, the leader pulled out a pipe and charged forward, his companions following suit. Lynch twisted his neck and stood his ground. Facing several armed men, he nimbly dodged their attacks and then delivered a powerful punch. Moments later, the men lay on the ground. "Fuck, don't come any closer." The drunken man was fully sober now, watching Lynch approach with a half smile and threatening him weakly. "No worries, my hands are quick. You'll only feel a moment of pain," Lynch said sincerely, extending a pale fist toward him. "Go to hell." The drunken man, mistaking Lynch's gesture as an attempt to kill him, pulled out a small handgun and shot at Lynch. Bang, bang, bang. The loud gunshots echoed through the night sky, startling a few birds resting on a nearby streetlight. However, it had no effect. Lynch's expression turned cold as he opened his palm, and deformed bullets began to drop from it. The drunken man stared at Lynch in disbelief, mumbling words like monster and devil. Then he collapsed to the ground like a puddle, his pants gradually becoming wet. Lynch glanced at him with disgust and ended his nightmare for the night with a swift kick. He then leisurely left the scene before the onlookers could reach him. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Lynch suddenly turned around to look behind him as he passed a streetlight. "Is there something you need?" He spoke quietly to a figure that was trying to hide behind a streetlight. Under the light, the figure trembled upon hearing Lynch's words. Then she slowly peeked her head out to glance at Lynch before stepping out. It was a beautiful young woman. She was in her 20s, with blonde hair and blue eyes, large eyes, a high nose, fair skin, and a curvy figure, a standard Western beauty. In the light, she looked haggard, her hair slightly disheveled, and her movements showed a clear sense of anxiety and fear. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, Lynch recognized her. "Is there something you need? Is there anything I can help you with?" Lynch smiled, trying to leverage his youth and good looks to convey friendliness. As she lowered her head, hesitating nervously to speak, but after saying one word, she became tangled up, unsure of how to continue. "It's okay. Take your time. Can you tell me your name first?" Lynch said, while trying to guess her situation and guiding her. This time she did respond. "My name is... You can call me Karen." Karen. Lynch thought to himself that he was right. "Okay, my name is Lin. Have you encountered any difficulties?" Lynch said as he walked towards Karen. "No. Thank you, I still can't say." Who knew at that moment? Karen seemed to be in a very bad mental state. Noticing Lynch approaching, she instantly turned and fled like a frightened deer. Lynch did not chase after her. He stood still, watching her run away, quietly repeating a name in his mind. Karen Page. Karen ran all the way home, sitting at the door, gasping for breath as if she had just escaped death. For some time now, she had been in a state of anxiety and panic. She seriously suspected that she was being watched, and even that someone wanted to kill her. This was not paranoia. It was based on facts and reasons. She suspected that she had discovered her boss's secret and was therefore to be silenced. Not long ago, during a report to her boss, she inadvertently overheard a conversation while standing outside, leading her to discover significant problems in the company's accounts. Out of curiosity, she conducted a series of investigations and saved the data. Soon, her boss found her for a conversation, but sensing something was off, she lied to get through it. After the talk, she stopped her investigation and sealed the data away. The reason was simple. She just wanted to make a living without causing trouble. However, she gradually began to feel that something was wrong. At the company, on her way home, and even lying in bed, she felt as if someone was watching her. Just tonight, she bravely ran outside to see if someone really was watching her, and indeed, she spotted a disappearing figure. This pushed her anxiety and fear to the peak. She couldn't dare stay home any longer and hurried to a more populated area. Walking down the street, she initially thought about calling the police. But after thinking for a long time, she gave up on that plan. She didn't know how to explain it to the police. Should she pull out the data to incriminate her boss? There was no need for that. She wasn't a cop, nor a superhero, just a woman barely managing to support herself. After walking around the street, she still didn't dare go home, and then from a distance, she saw Lynch dealing with some guys. At that moment, Karen, for some reason, felt a crazy thought surge in her mind. "He is so capable. He should be able to help me, right?" She was terrified, and encountering Lynch felt like a drowning person seeing a lifeline, wanting to grab hold of it. So, she quietly followed behind Lynch. But after following him for a long time, she didn't dare to speak. How should she say it? "My boss wants to kill me. Can you protect me?" Who would believe that? Why would he help her? And who knew if he was a bad person? Just as she hesitated, she heard Lynch's voice and quickly hid behind a streetlight. Looking at Lynch's face, which was even younger than hers, Karen felt she was truly crazy. How could she think of such a bad idea? To randomly find someone on the street to protect herself? So, she ran all the way back home. Sitting at the door, she continuously comforted herself. "It's fine, Paige. Tomorrow just confess to your boss. Nothing will happen." At that moment, Karen suddenly heard a faint sound. She knew it was an inconspicuous iron piece in the corridor. In the dimly lit corridor at night, if one wasn't very familiar, there was a high chance of bumping into that thing. She couldn't help but cover her mouth, her face showing an expression of extreme terror. Someone is coming. Not a resident here, but someone from outside. She slowly crouched down, pressing her ear to the ground, praying that it was just a mouse or a cat that bumped into that thing. Then she heard a slow and heavy footstep. Thud, 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 like the bell of death. Karen bit her lip tightly, tears streaming down her face. Is someone coming to kill me? The rhythmic footsteps drew closer and then stopped. Has he arrived? Karen got up and peeked through the peephole. Under the orange light, it seemed there was no one in front of the door. Karen's heart calmed slightly. feeling she might be too paranoid. Just then, a fierce face suddenly blocked the narrow peephole. Then she heard a mechanical sound of the door lock turning. In Karen's horrified gaze, the door slowly opened. No! Karen screamed and ran into the room, but clearly, this ill-intentioned man was faster. He rushed over, grabbing Karen and stuffing something into her mouth to silence her. Then he held both of Karen's struggling hands with his left hand, pressing her back down with his knee, and quickly drew a silenced handgun from his waist, aiming it at Karen's head. Don't kill me. Karen struggled with all her might, letting out muffled cries in despair. She felt hopeless and couldn't help but start to regret. She regretted why she had to meddle. She was just an inconsequential employee. Why did she think she needed to investigate these matters? She regretted not being honest with the person who had shown her kindness and asked if she needed help. She regretted that there were many things she hadn't had the chance to do. But it was all too late. Was her life really ending like this? Karen closed her eyes in despair. After a long time, Karen suddenly opened her eyes. She broke free from the killer pressing down on her and, in surprise, found that she seemed to have survived. Confused, she looked up and, through the blur, saw a somewhat familiar face. Lin? Lin? Karen exclaimed, "Shh." Lynch put a finger to his lips, signaling Karen to be quiet. Karen glanced at the assassin lying on the ground, unconscious or worse, and nodded rationally to indicate her understanding. "I'm here to help you. Don't make a sound, and close the door tightly before we talk." With that, Lynch gently closed the door. The two left the assassin behind and returned to the bedroom to sit down. "Who exactly are you?" Karen couldn't help but speak first, her face showing a mix of joy and confusion from having survived. She didn't understand why Lynch had coincidentally appeared here, just in time to save her. Was it really just because they had exchanged a glance under the streetlight? Lynch pondered for a moment. Good person? Good person? Karen was taken aback, surprised that it was merely out of kindness. Facing Karen's doubtful gaze, Lynch decided to come clean. "All right, I have a nickname, Super Kid." "Who?" Karen was puzzled. "A superhero. Haven't you heard of me?" Lynch said sheepishly. After all, not everyone had the audacity of Tony to boast about saving the world. "No." Karen shook her head, uncertain. "Should I know you?" Lynch took a deep breath, deciding to stop with the small talk and just show her. "If you're surprised, please don't scream." Karen hesitated, nodded, and then quietly moved a little further away. Lynch almost choked on his own blood. "Do I look like a strange person?" "It seems. A little? If someone told me they were a strange Ultraman from the M78 Nebula, I would probably keep my distance." "Not at all. I'm a man who believes in light." Lynch thought to himself, pulling out a cigarette. With the cigarette in hand, Lynch's eyes slowly lit up. Two tiny beams of heat precisely aimed at the cigarette tip. Instantly, the cigarette tip glowed and began to burn. After retracting the heat vision, he stuffed the cigarette into his mouth, took a puff, and his body gradually began to float while maintaining a seated position. Karen stared wide-eyed, looking as if her jaw might drop. "Is this magic?" Karen couldn't believe it. "No, I can fly and shoot beams." "For performing?" "No, to eliminate enemies." "Didn't you see the news recently? The monster in Brooklyn was taken out by me." Lynch felt quite helpless. It seemed Karen finally recalled some major news, and she looked at Lynch in surprise, saying, "You're that little Superman?" Lynch paused for a moment. "Yes, I am. Now can you tell me what happened to you?" Karen thought for a while, and then slowly began to recount. 10 minutes later, Karen stopped speaking, and Lynch rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Karen Page was a character from the Marvel Universe that Lynch had liked in his previous life. She was second only to Natasha, Wanda, Jessica, Carter, and others in his affections. She appeared in the Marvel Universe's Daredevil series, where she was framed for killing her colleague after discovering evidence of criminal activity related to Wilson Fisk. She was saved by Matt Murdock, the Daredevil, and later became an assistant at his law firm. She was beautiful, fit, and had a romantic history with Matt. Even after Matt went missing and was presumed dead, she continued to pay for his apartment rent. However, they did not have a good ending, as Matt's ex-girlfriend, Elektra, returned later in the storyline. What do you call this? It's called the ex returns and the current partner loses. Suffering through life's hardships and then through love as hardships, she truly is a woman of misfortune. The current situation was similar yet different from the original plot, but it was certain that this matter was related to Fisk. One could easily deduce that Fisk claimed to be involved in 40% of the crime in America. Could there be a problem in Hell's Kitchen that wasn't connected to him? If I were to help her solve the problem, I would definitely have to confront Fisk. Helping her was a must. After all, how could I not help such a pitiful beauty facing persecution and assassination by evil forces? Confronting him was also necessary. Since I had come to Hell's Kitchen, how could I not encounter the ultimate villain of Hell's Kitchen? But how to help and how to confront still needed some thought. I couldn't just fly straight to Fisk's house and blast him with heat vision. In Lynch's impression, Fisk was a relatively low-key supervillain. Probably lawful evil if categorized by game factions. He wasn't like other supervillains who sought to destroy the world. Rather, he focused on the development of his criminal empire and faced off against various superheroes. In some respects, he maintained a certain order, while superheroes were the ones creating chaos. Though this order was dark, any order was better than chaos. He had an unfortunate childhood, often facing violence from his father towards his mother and himself. Later, he established a happy family, cherished loved ones, and a sense of belonging. He possessed the most powerful strength among ordinary people. His seemingly overweight physique was mostly muscle. He achieved impressive feats, such as brawling with Spider-Man and overpowering Captain America, all through hard work and relentless effort. Viewed this way, he was even more inspirational than many superheroes who suddenly gained powers. After all, not everyone has the luck to mutate, nor does everyone have the money to play with technology. Yet hard work is something everyone can achieve. And Wilson Fisk is a prime example of a perfect model of an ordinary person's rise against the odds. Of course, this isn't to encourage everyone to become a gangster or commit crimes, but rather, the spirit of struggle, effort, and hard work is worth learning from. Thus, Lynch believed that simply eliminating Fisk's physical form would be too insulting to his efforts. To confront Fisk, one had to mention Matt Murdock, the daredevil. He represented another side of Fisk. While he too had a poor childhood, his father left him many valuable lessons. After suffering an accident that left him blind, his other senses became heightened, and through rigorous training, he developed considerable strength. After his father was murdered, he worked hard to study, attended Columbia University, and became a lawyer, fighting crime by day and punishing evil as a vigilante at night. He lived a wild life, having many girlfriends but no real home. He was Fisk's arch-nemesis, not only because Fisk was the murderer of his father, but also the source of evil. Thus, dealing with Fisk certainly required the involvement of Daredevil. The key was how to find him. Lynch pondered for a long time before instructing Karen, "Tomorrow, you need to report to the police, saying you were attacked last night, and a man in black saved you." Karen asked, confused, "Why? What if they asked me why I was attacked?" "Just say you don't know anything," Lynch continued. "Then if a blind lawyer named Matt Murdock comes to question you, tell him I'll be waiting for the devil of Hell's Kitchen outside the police station." Karen hesitated and nodded. "Then you should rest. I'm leaving first." Saying this, Lynch prepared to slip away. "Lynn," Karen grabbed Lynch's hand. "There's a corpse in the room. I'm scared. Can you stay?" Lynch frowned. "All right, I'll sleep on the floor. Do you have a blanket?" "Yes, I'll get it for you." In the darkness, there were rustling sounds from the bed. After a while, Lynch felt a warm body added to the blanket. "What are you doing?" Halfway through his words, they turned into whimpering. After a while, it transformed into a melancholic lament. "Miss Karen Page, I'll ask you one more time. Are you hiding something about what happened last night?" In the police station, a white police officer leaned on a small table, looking serious as he spoke to Karen. Karen's face was slightly tense, but much better than last night. She chose to trust Lynch and responded, "No, I've said it many times. I was sleeping. Someone tried to kill me, and a man in black saved me. That's all I knew last night. Can you help me find a lawyer?" The white officer exchanged glances with another black officer and walked out. At the door, the black officer said to the other, "Do you think she's lying?" The other white officer nodded, retracting his sharp gaze, and replied affirmatively, "She's definitely hiding something. Why was she targeted for murder? Who saved her? She probably knows all this. She's too calm, not at all like someone who just escaped a murder and knows nothing." "Yeah," the black officer interjected, "but the deceased really looked like a hitman, silenced pistol, night gear, gloves. I feel like we've landed in trouble." He shook his head, falling silent for a moment. "I'll go find a lawyer," the black officer said as he turned to leave, while the white officer stood still, watching Karen in the interrogation room, his gaze gradually turning cold. Fugue, fugue, fugue. A ringing phone woke the man sleeping in bed. Following the sound, he groped for his phone and answered the call. "Hey, good morning, handsome," a teasing voice came from the other end. "What time is it?" He rubbed his head, his face showing some bruises. "You should get up. We have work today," the person on the phone reminded him. "What's going on?" He moved his body, hitting a sore spot, and grimaced. "What is that noise? Matt, do you have someone else in bed?" The person on the other end became cheerful. "Let me guess who it is. That lawyer's assistant?" "Forget it. I don't want to know." Matt climbed out of bed, strong muscles dotted with bruises, a smile on his face, not contradicting his good friend Fugue's words. He didn't want his good friend to know what he had been doing at night. For Fugue, misunderstandings were much safer than the truth. "Come on, Fugue," Let's talk about that case you mentioned, Matt said, somewhat helplessly steering the conversation back. All right, it's about a poor, beautiful woman. Fugue, who was short and slightly overweight, said on the phone. As he spoke, he turned around and opened the blinds of the interrogation room, looking up and down at Karen sitting inside. Can you promise me one thing? Fugue said with a smile. What? When you talk to her later, tone down that damn charm of yours. Oh, is she pretty? Matt laughed heartily. Yes, seeing her makes me feel young again. Fugue joked half seriously. Okay. Matt laughed and started getting ready. Can we talk about the case now? She was murdered at home, and the killer seems to be a professional hitman, Fugue said in a lower voice. What? Matt frowned. What happened next? Why did the professional hitman fail? That's the strange part. She claims a man in black saved her. A man in black? Matt stopped his movements, looking astonished. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Karen Page? Karen looked up to see two sharply dressed men walk in. One wore sunglasses and carried a cane. The other was short and stocky, holding documents. Yes, who are you? I'm Matt Murdock, and this is my associate Fugue Nelson. Can we sit down? Karen's eyes lit up as she nodded. Yes, let's sit down. Fugue reminded Matt. The two took their seats, and Matt spoke first. You claim you were murdered, and a man in black saved you. Is that true? Karen glanced at the man in sunglasses and calmly replied, yes. Hearing this, a hint of intrigue appeared on Matt's otherwise expressionless face, because he sensed that this woman was lying. You don't need to worry about anything. We are your lawyers. You could tell us everything you know, so we can help you, Matt said seriously, thinking Karen was too afraid to tell the truth. That is the truth, Karen immediately replied without hesitation. Still lying. Matt thought for a moment and decided to ask differently. So, do you know why you were murdered? Karen shook her head. No. Another lie. Does that man in black really exist? Karen paused for a moment before saying yes. Matt paused, not speaking. A lie. But it seems there is some truth in it. Matt finally found a breakthrough. When he heard about the man in black, he couldn't help but associate it with himself. But Matt knew what he had done. He hadn't helped a murdered woman yesterday. So, was it a coincidence? Or had his frequent actions drawn some attention? Matt didn't know, but if he kept asking, he was sure to uncover something interesting. Do you know that man in black? He continued to ask. No, I don't know him. She knew the person who saved her. Matt became a bit alert. Could it be a trap? But this trap seems too complicated. If they knew his identity, why go through so much trouble? So what happened to this lady? She knows why she was murdered, and she also knows the person who saved her. Why call the police? Can't the person who saved her from a well-prepared, armed killer deal with the body? That way, there would be no trouble at all. Why call the police? He was confused because his intuition told him that this woman was not some scheming bad person. She seemed more like an ordinary person who had suddenly touched the untouchable darkness. Matt had seen many people like that. A person who once lived a normal life had their entire life destroyed by coming into contact with the dark world. This is not uncommon in Hell's Kitchen. Matt wants to help her, of course, after confirming that she truly has no issues. Are you really innocent? Matt leans forward, his expression grave. Yes, Karen replies, her face devoid of guilt. Finally, it's the truth. Matt sighs with relief internally. Then we can continue our conversation. Actually, that person asked me to relay a message to you. Who? The man in black that I mentioned. What? What did he say? He said he would wait for the devil of Hell's Kitchen outside the police station. Hearing this, Matt is stunned. Because he, Matt Murdock, Daredevil, is referred to by some as the devil of Hell's Kitchen. This is no longer just a name drop. It's as if they were about to read his ID number. Who is waiting for him outside the police station? What could their purpose be? Without thinking long, Matt gets up. He is not afraid. Rather, he wants to investigate. After all, Daredevil is also known as the man without fear. All right, I'll discuss it with my colleague. Matt pulls Foggy out of the interrogation room. What did this person say? Why don't I understand anything? Foggy complains with a frown, noticing Matt's silence. And familiar with him, he questions, Matt, tell me, you're not really going to the police station to see if there is a man in black, are you? I am. Matt nods in response to Foggy's disappointed gaze. I need to gather some intel. You stay here and keep an eye on her. I'll be back soon. With that, without giving Foggy time to react, Matt turns and leaves. The devil of Hell's Kitchen? Foggy watches Matt's figure and chuckles to himself. Who would use such a funny nickname? A theater actor? Matt arrives at the police station's entrance, standing quietly with his head tilted back. It looks like he's soaking up the sun, but in reality, he is listening. The police station entrance is on a road where vehicles flow constantly and pedestrians come and go. The surrounding sounds are captured by his superhuman hearing, coalescing into a radar-like image in his mind. This is his ability. Like a bat, his hearing is his vision, and sound is his image. Of course, this image can be deceived. Just like now. Hey, Matt, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A voice suddenly comes from his left, but there is no image of the source of this sound in his mind. No breath, no sound of blood flowing, no heartbeat. Not even the various sounds reacting to this person's voice or the air brushing past the speaker do not exist. In Matt Murdock's world, this person is non-existent. Or rather, a ghost or some other ghastly thing. Matt shows a look of surprise and asks in the direction of the voice, "Who are you?" Lynch chuckles and then releases his life force's constraints. Daredevil's abilities are completely suppressed. His superpower lies in his heightened hearing and keen sense of smell. And the superhuman life force can control the propagation of surrounding sounds, allowing him to disappear before Daredevil. To Lynch, Daredevil is a true blind man. However, he is just teasing, wanting to see Daredevil's surprised expression and take the initiative in their first meeting. "I'm Lin. Can you feel me now?" Lynch says with a smile. In Matt's mind, Lynch's general form finally takes shape. "But, are you human? Or what are you?" Matt questions, still in shock. His superhuman hearing can detect the strength of Lynch's body. That strong, powerful heart, that heavy, mercury-like blood. This is not something a normal person can exhibit. "Yes, do you remember that big news in Brooklyn a while back?" "I remember. You're that superhero?" As a lawyer familiar with various hot news topics, Matt finally realizes. "Yes, let us talk somewhere else." CAF. Lynch keeps staring at the calm Matt, to the point where Matt himself furrows his brow. Lynch, who has no particular thoughts about men, sees that he has no strange intentions. Mainly, he is surprised by his appearance. He looks too much like the Justice League's Batman. Originally, Lynch thought that according to this storyline, this Daredevil would be more like the series version. But upon meeting, he realizes he resembles the movie version more. Similarities are certain. After all, the actors for Justice League's Batman and the movie's Daredevil are the same person. How could Lynch, who possesses superhuman abilities, not be excited to see Batman in the Marvel Universe? Lynch could hardly resist the urge to shake Batman's hand and shout, "Batman, I'm suffering here." Unfortunately, Daredevil is not Batman, even if they share so many similarities. Counting on his fingers, both are essentially ordinary people who lost their parents as children and gained impressive abilities through their own relentless efforts. If both are considered to have superpowers, Batman likely has a close connection with bats, while Daredevil possesses bat-like echolocation abilities. Both have a no-kill rule. Batman believes that unchecked violence cannot bring peace, while Daredevil, who practices Catholicism, believes that no one in this world has the right to judge others, and thus cannot arbitrarily take others' lives. Other uniforms, story tones, etc. need not be elaborated. Those who understand will understand. The degree of similarity is very high. So what is going on here? Matt speaks first, as he feels Lynch is a bit unreliable. Although he has already acknowledged Lynch's identity, Karen discovered a secret, and thus someone wants her dead. Lynch succinctly explains the whole matter. Matt is not very surprised and continues to ask, "Whose secret?" Lynch glances around, lowering his voice. "Have you heard of Wilson Fisk?" Matt turns his head slightly, somewhat surprised. "I know him, the crime lord of Hell's Kitchen." Lynch nods. It seems that by now, Daredevil is already aware of Fisk. Then you should know that the one you've been fighting against is him. Matt looks up and remains silent for a moment. Yes, it becomes clear with just a bit of thought that the greatest enemy he has been fighting against all along is undoubtedly the source of evil in Hell's Kitchen. Wilson Fisk. Behind this matter, there is likely his shadow. Line to start this word by word. Are you sure? Matt frowns. My hearing is better than yours, Matt. My vision is just as good as my hearing. Lynch spoke lightly of himself. Well, so what do you want to do? Matt asked with interest. He had always been keen on fighting crime. Leaning forward, Lynch spoke confidently. Help Karen get the crucial evidence. Then charge Kingpin and lock him away for a few years. Hearing this, Matt's expression grew serious as he slowly shook his head. It's not that simple. I know. Hell's Kitchen is full of his people. He is the master here. Lynch interrupted him. That's why I came to you. You know Hell's Kitchen very well, don't you? Leaning back, Lynch's gaze drifted into the distance, his tone turning grave as he explained, "You are natural enemies. He took away your most important person and will continue to take people away from you. If you don't make up your mind to deal with him soon, give up your activities." What do you mean? Matt asked, somewhat confused. Maybe you found out a bit. Your father was murdered for not cooperating in fixing fights, and that person was one of Kingpin's men, Lynch said, locking eyes with Matt, speaking every word clearly. What? Matt's expression changed dramatically. The death of his father had been a huge blow to him. He could never forget the memory of that powerful, resilient figure lying in his arms, lifeless and cold, guiding him through a world devoid of light. Are you sure? Matt's voice sounded cold and suppressed, like a demon from Hell's Kitchen. Yes, Lynch answered briefly. In front of Daredevil, no further explanation was necessary. The truth and lies were laid bare. Go get Karen out of the precinct. There might be Kingpin's people there. I will find you. Matt accepted this expressionlessly and quickly got up. So what are you doing all this for? He coldly asked Lynch before leaving. For a bit of fun, Lynch replied with a slight smile. I thought you would say justice, Daredevil remarked with a cold smile, then turned to leave. Matt, what's wrong? Foggy asked, seeing Matt approach with a gloomy expression. A hint of worry in his voice. Nothing. I figured this out. Let us go get Karen out of the precinct. Matt suppressed his emotions and pulled Foggy to find her. My client has no suspicion. Why can't she leave? Matt pressed coldly, his expression impassive, against the two police officers across from him. The case is still unclear. Karen needs to stay and cooperate with the investigation, the white officer said in a businesslike manner, showing no leniency to Matt. I will ensure Karen keeps in touch. She will come immediately when the precinct needs her, Matt continued to argue. No, she has to stay here, the white officer told Matt with an undeniable expression and tone. You have no reason to detain her. Matt shot back defiantly. Right? The white officer exploded in anger, pointing to the floor. But this is the precinct. I have the final say. You have no right to dictate here. So you insist that she must wait until the detention time is up before she can leave? Matt fearlessly continued to question. This is my authority. The white officer glared. Do you have any objections? I don't. But I can't guarantee my lovely and charming client won't go on some talk show to complain about being detained for no reason. Matt threatened emotionlessly, looking up. Fuck you. The white officer stood up, and the black officer beside him pulled him back. He pointed at Matt, cursing. Don't think just because you're blind, I won't smash your face in. Be careful. With that, he angrily walked away. What does that mean? Foggy asked the remaining black officer, dissatisfied. Foggy, just shut your mouth. He too stood up somewhat annoyed. He's not usually like this. I'll go see what's going on. The two left behind exchanged glances. Looks like your bribery didn't work, Matt jabbed at Foggy. Foggy immediately raised his hands and shrugged, saying helplessly, who knows what that guy's problem is? I definitely have to file a complaint against him. Matt turned his face towards the direction the officers had left, remaining silent. Maybe he has a bit of a problem. Brown, what's wrong with you today? The black officer asked as he walked up to the white officer. Looking puzzled, Brown, holding a cigarette, avoided eye contact and said gloomily, something happened at home. I'm a bit unhappy. All right. The black officer also lit a cigarette and casually said, then let that Karen stay a bit longer. I also feel this case is a bit strange. The black officer looked at Brown. What do you think that guy in black is? Brown frowned slightly, taking a hard drag from his cigarette before replying. I don't know. Maybe she's just making it up. Made up. So she murdered someone unrelated to her and dressed him up as a hitman? The black officer pondered. I don't know, LeBron. Maybe that's how it is, but we have no evidence, and there's nothing we can do, LeBron said, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall hesitantly before leaning closer to Brown, his expression serious. Have you heard a rumor? Brown looked at LeBron awkwardly and shook his head. Some say there's a demon in Hell's Kitchen who wears black at night to fight crime and save good people. LeBron said with an interesting expression. Maybe it's just a rumor. That guy has never shown his face. Brown somewhat disagreed with his statement. No. Some people in our precinct have received reports about this guy. All right. Brown finished his cigarette, tossed the butt, and intended to end the topic. Maybe he exists. But what use is that? This is Hell's Kitchen. He can only be a demon who brings nightmares to others, not an angel who saves people. Brown's tone was somewhat agitated, his voice carrying far. Okay, Brown, don't get worked up. LeBron laughed, soothing Brown while a hint of confusion flashed across his face. Why does Brown have such a big reaction? Several hours later. Karen, are you okay? Matt asked Karen, who was being led by two police officers. Not really. Karen responded weakly, worn down by the atmosphere of the precinct. All right, let's get out of here. Matt stepped forward, and Karen followed him as they walked towards the exit. Halfway through, Matt turned back. Justice will always prevail, either not in the precinct, the court, or somewhere else. The nonsensical remark caused both police officers to show displeasure. Beneath Brown's discontent, there was a trace of fear. A few minutes later, the three of them went outside. Karen, what's your plan next? Matt asked pointedly. Karen left the police station, managing to gather her spirits a bit. She brushed her hair, and her beautiful eyes lingered on Matt for a moment. Find a place to sleep, and we'll talk when I wake up, she said. Do you have a place to stay? Fudge interjected. I do. Matt, what's your phone number? Matt gave Karen his number to remember. I'll contact you later. I'm leaving now, Karen said, and her figure disappeared into the night. Do you guys have some little secrets I don't know about? Fudge questioned Matt with a skeptical expression. No, I don't, Matt replied, grinning as if to tell Fudge. Yes, I do. Fudge looked hurt upon hearing this. I knew it. Can't you be a little more low-key? With you around, I have no chance at all, he complained. Come on, Fudge, we can't have personal feelings for clients. It's our professional ethics. Matt retorted. Oh, please. Matt, you're the least qualified to say that. Fudge shot back. I'm going home now. See you tomorrow. He turned to leave, but seeing Matt still standing there, he asked again. Aren't you going back? Matt nodded and said, I have some things to take care of. It wouldn't be looking for Karen, would it? Fudge said suspiciously. You're too eager. No, I guarantee on my character it's something else, Matt said, putting away his joking demeanor and speaking seriously. Fudge fell silent for a moment and quietly said, All right, you must have other things to do. He looked at Matt seriously and said, Matt, don't push yourself too hard. Take care of yourself. I will, Matt replied. Fudge left, and Matt watched him walk away with some concern. Did he finally discover something? As the three of them left, the two police officers were also getting off work. In the police station, the two officers were packing up to leave. Brown, do you want to grab a drink later? The black officer asked after finishing his packing. The black officer was relatively young, in his 20s or 30s. Working in Hell's Kitchen was not an easy life. Police officers were nowhere near as powerful as the criminals and gang members. So for the young and passionate black officer who despised evil, working there was not easy, with danger lurking at every corner. Brown, who had been in Hell's Kitchen for over a decade, was very experienced in this regard. The black officer often heard stories of how Brown bravely and cleverly fought against the evil forces of Hell's Kitchen in his youth, and thus had always respected him and sought his guidance. Brown was now in his 50s or 60s, his short hair already grayed by the years, and the wrinkles on his face had become more pronounced. Hearing the slightly concerned invitation, he smiled happily. Kevin, I'm already an old man. You should find a beautiful and charming girl to spend this lovely evening with. Instead of sitting in an old bar, listening to music from the last century and thinking about how to comfort an old man. Kevin chuckled and scratched his head. Actually, I don't really like that kind of life. I'd rather hear you tell stories from the past. Brown shook his head helplessly. There's nothing to talk about, Kevin. Even the greatest guys will grow old. The future belongs to you young people. Seeing that Kevin was unfazed, he continued, Let me off the hook. I actually have some matters to attend to at home, as I mentioned. Oh, I see. Then go take care of it, Kevin said, suddenly enlightened, and then patted his chest. If you need anything, be sure to let me know. Okay, I will. Brown smiled appreciatively. I need to go home, young man. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Brown's car slowly stopped in front of a building. It was an old building about the same age as Brown, looking somewhat out of place in New York, a first-tier global city. Who would have thought that in this prosperous city, there would be such a dilapidated and dirty building? Just like how young Brown, when he was first assigned to Hell's Kitchen, could not have imagined that in this big Apple City, there would still be such a filthy place like Hell's Kitchen. Coming from a poor background, strong-willed, youthful, and with firm beliefs, Brown began his struggle against dark forces. When he achieved his first major victory, he was awarded a medal and given this house as a reward. At that time, he naively believed that one day he would eliminate the evil of Hell's Kitchen and rise to great heights. But things changed completely after that. He parked the car, coughed, and walked into the building. He was 56 this year, and due to his carelessness in his youth, he had developed many ailments. The building had no elevator, so he could only slowly make his way up the narrow and dark stairs, gasping for breath as he reached his home on the 6th floor. Arriving at the door, he struggled to take out his keys, insert them into the lock, turn them, and push the door open. Stephen, is that you? A woman's voice came from inside the room as the door opened. Yes, I'm back. How are you feeling today? He instantly put away his fatigue, responding slowly as if he had become 10 years younger. I'm feeling great. Why did you come back so late today? A woman in pajamas came out of the bedroom. She was about the same age as Brown, looking very haggard and somewhat abnormally overweight. Brown showed a gentle smile and asked, Are you hungry? What did you eat today? I'll get you something. The woman shook her head, indicating she didn't need anything, and said with some concern, Don't tire yourself out too much. You're already this old. Let the young ones do the work. I know. You should go lie down and rest. Brown took the woman back to the bedroom and helped her lie down. The woman sighed and said, Don't be stubborn. It's always like this. Don't blame me for not taking care of you later. Brown's face twitched at her words. Then he forced a smile and said, How could that be? You have to take care of me for a lifetime. I can't anymore. I don't have much time left. The woman's voice gradually lowered. Don't say silly things. Penny. Brown stroked her face. Everything will be all right. I know. I've always believed in you. In the living room, Penny fell asleep again, and Brown secretly got up to smoke in the living room. The fan above Brown was spinning, making creaking noises that made him feel even more anxious. One cigarette after another burned out, just like the years Brown had spent. In front of him was a pile of medicine boxes. These were all medications for Penny's diabetes, most of which were already empty. This dilapidated, cramped house, without an elevator or air conditioning, was supposed to be just a starting point in his beautiful life. But ultimately it became the end. Since acquiring this house, he continued to bravely fight crime. However, gradually, he realized something was off. The criminals began to be on guard, and he frequently failed. He waited for years for a promotion at the police station, while those who got promoted were all sycophants and lazy individuals. Later, his wife developed diabetes, lost her job, and had to bear long-term medical expenses. And over the course of more than a decade, he finally understood that in Hell's Kitchen, justice should not exist. The residents here are all unemployed vagrants, illegal immigrants, fugitives, and are more or less connected to criminals. If justice is truly needed, then everyone here should be judged, including those guys in the police station. It's not just one or two who collude with gang forces, but no one is without some connection to those criminals. They bribe, shelter, tip off, and even openly frequent various illicit venues. Brown, who is unwilling to go along with the crowd, certainly faces subtle exclusion. No one wants to see him do well. That's why he has remained just a police officer for so many years without a close friend. The closest he has is the young guy who just joined not long ago. In him, Brown sees a reflection of himself from his younger days. He really wanted to persuade that kid to apply, to leave this place early while he still knew. But in the end, he didn't say it out loud. He could tell that if the kid heard such words from a respected senior, it would be a huge blow to him. As another cigarette burned out, Brown subconsciously reached for the pack, only to find it empty. And he had no money left to buy more cigarettes. Medicine costs money, living costs money. Everything costs money. What is more important, life or justice? This question, which Brown had pondered for most of his life, had a different answer tonight. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, in a church's confession room. It had been a long time since Matt last came to confess. He took off his sunglasses and began to speak to himself. When I was young, my dad would bring me to this church. He slowly started to reminisce about the past. He was a traditional boxer with more losses than wins, having a record of 24 wins and 31 losses in his lifetime. At this point, he exclaimed with a bit of excitement, but he was incredibly tough. Oh God, he really was tough. Watch your language, the priest beside him reminded. Sorry, Father. Matt calmed down and continued. His opponents used to say that hitting him was like hitting an oak tree. He described his father in detail, as if that strong, tall man was appearing before him again. When he couldn't beat his opponents, my dad's strategy was to let them hit him until they broke their hands. Matt paused, a genuine smile appearing on his face. He was never knocked out, my dad. He continued. Of course, he was knocked down, but he always got back up. When he lost, he always stood firm. But sometimes he took a beating for a while. Matt's voice lowered, then it suddenly erupted. Then he changed the subject. My grandmother, she was a devout Catholic, very reverent towards God. You would have liked her. She said, be careful of the Murdoch men. They have inner demons, sometimes it's evident. Matt's gaze gradually became sharper. Just like in a boxing ring, his expression suddenly turned cold. He began to walk forward slowly, hands at his sides, as if he feared nothing. His opponents would see his expression and want to flee. My dad would trap his opponents in the corner, unleashing his inner demons. I don't know when, but Matt's tears fell silently. I didn't understand at the time. I couldn't comprehend the feelings deep inside him. At least not then. Matt finished speaking and fell silent. Do you understand now? The priest prompted. If you tell me what you did, it might be easier. Matt put on his sunglasses. I'm not here to confess my sins, Father, but to ask for your forgiveness. His face returned to a blank expression. For what I am about to do. In a small alley, Brown, wearing a mask and a hat, looked around furtively. He was waiting for someone. Soon, a middle-aged man with an odd appearance and a swaggering demeanor walked in. Brown? He looked at Brown and spoke. Where's the stuff? Brown cautiously observed the newcomer and shook his head. Where's the money? He asked in a hoarse voice. It's here. The middle-aged man sneered. Aren't you tough? I heard you're the only hardened around here. What made you behave today? He taunted triumphantly, tossing a plastic bag to Brown. Where's the stuff? Brown ignored the man's mockery, took the bag, and tore it open to take a look. After confirming the money was fine, he pulled out an envelope from his pocket and handed it over. Why do you want to get rid of this woman? Brown couldn't help but ask as the man checked the documents. The man frowned and coldly replied, That's none of your business. I'm a cop. Brown replied in a low, serious tone. Upon hearing this, the man laughed heartily as if he had heard the biggest joke. Yes, you're a cop. He clapped his hands, pointing at Brown mockingly. A good cop who colludes with the gang and sells out others' information. Veins bulged on Brown's face as he suppressed the urge to draw his gun, saying fiercely, "Just this once. You better be careful from now on." Once? The middle-aged man sneered. After once, there will be a second, a third. You know that, right? Brown, some things only happen 0 times, or countless times. He continued with a disdainful expression. Or do you think that after getting the money, you can still be a good cop? He laughed arrogantly. You better remember that your secrets are already in our hands. From now on, if you see me, stay away. Fuck you. Brown, enraged, drew his service weapon and pointed it at the man, shouting, "You better show some respect. You piece of shit." The man showed no fear, even leaning in closer. "Go ahead and shoot. Let's see what happens." Brown's hand trembled along with his face, but he still didn't pull the trigger. He no longer had the courage to shoot like he once did. Time had eroded his fighting spirit and ideals. He was no longer that passionate and fearless young man. Life had crushed his spine, and in old age he had decided to let go of his steadfastness to provide his wife with a well-deserved, peaceful, and happy later life. The man let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. At that moment, a shadow suddenly flashed by. The man let out a muffled grunt and fell to the ground. "Who are you?" Brown pointed his gun at the black-clad figure, feeling a surge of panic. "I am the delayed justice." The figure spoke. It was him, the demon of Hell's Kitchen, the devil punishing all evil. Having spent years in Hell's Kitchen, Brown knew that the rumors were true. In fact, he had once greatly admired this guy's actions. Although as a cop, having a good impression of a vigilante was a shameful thing. It meant someone was doing what they should be doing. But this was Hell's Kitchen, and the justice of the police could not unfold on this land of sin. Only a demon could punish evil. But now, Brown felt a chill all over, because he had abandoned the justice he had upheld for most of his life and walked into an irreversible darkness. Bang, bang, bang. Brown fired his gun. He had to take this guy down. He couldn't fall here. His wife was still waiting for him at home. But the daredevil reacted quickly, dodging a few times and closing in on Brown. With a thud, the now weaker Brown was knocked down by the daredevil. "What are you doing?" Brown gasped, asking. The daredevil bent down, his voice low. "Tell me, who are you working for?" "I work for money." "Who?" The daredevil delivered a powerful punch to Brown. Brown cried out in pain, his expression complex. "I can't say. This place is full of his people." Brown finally began to speak slowly. "The king of Hell's Kitchen? Jinping?" The daredevil stated directly. "Yes." Daredevil struck old Brown on the neck with a palm, and with a muffled grunt, Brown fainted. The next day, knock, knock, knock. Matt knocked on the door of a high-end apartment. This was the address Lynch had given him. Listening to the sounds coming from inside the room, Matt's expression gradually became strange. After a while, the door opened. "Karen?" Matt asked uncertainly. "Yes, Matt, come in." Karen greeted lazily in a loose nightgown. After a while, Lynch, Matt, and Karen sat at a table, started to discuss the next steps. "Karen, where did you put the information?" Lynch asked with a yawn. Karen, with 2 dark circles under her eyes, shot Lynch a glance. "I copied the information onto a USB drive. It's at the office now." Lynch nodded and then added, "So first we need to get the information. Matt, you protect Karen while she goes over tonight." Matt tilted his head and said to Lynch, somewhat confused, "Why aren't you going?" Lynch shrugged, looking innocent. "I didn't say I wouldn't go, just that I'll be in the shadows." He explained, "Right now, they can only know that you're protecting Karen. If they know it's me, the outcome might be different." "All right." Matt reluctantly accepted, but was still a bit puzzled. "Are you really that confident in me?" "Of course I trust you," Lynch replied with a wink, but unfortunately, Daredevil couldn't see it. However, Matt changed the subject. "Is that information really useful?" He seemed a bit skeptical. "We might just be getting our hopes up." "It's possible." Lynch agreed without hesitation. "If it's useful, we can charge Karen's boss with murder and other crimes." Matt nodded and continued, "But it's very likely that we can only punish Karen's boss, with almost no chance of implicating Kingpin." "Yes, but that doesn't mean it's useless." Lynch looked at Karen. "At least we can save Karen, right?" Hearing this, Karen smiled with a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. "Okay, you're right," Matt said somewhat helplessly. Once everything was settled, they just needed to wait for nightfall. Lynch looked at Matt, a bit eager. "Are you going to wait here until night? Or should we practice a bit?" "I'm not your match. You should practice with Karen instead. I'll come back at night." Matt immediately shook his head and stood up. In the moment he turned to leave, he finally experienced the feeling of his friend Foggy being with him. It was a little bittersweet. At the top of a building, in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, a man leaned on a cane, smoking a cigar, quietly watching the city below. His large face had no fat, but was filled with depth, and his body was strong and massive, looking more like a beast than a human. As the city gradually fell into night, his silhouette grew taller in the sunlight. After nightfall, this city would belong to him. He was the king of the dark world of this city, Kingpin. Inside the room, there was another uniquely poised man, sitting crookedly. The man had a target-shaped mark on his head. His expression was manic and somewhat neurotic, and he constantly played with a dart in his hand. He was Kingpin's #1 assassin, Bullseye. After a long silence, Bullseye suddenly threw the dart in his hand. With a whoosh, the dart, along with a mosquito, embedded itself in a target on the wall. Bullseye laughed maniacally with delight. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open, and a thin man walked in. He was another right-hand man to Kingpin, Wesley. Wesley quickly walked to Kingpin's side, then silently lowered his head to look at his toes. He was waiting for Kingpin to speak first. Bad news? Kingpin's magnetic voice echoed in the quiet room. Yes, it's confirmed that it was that guy's doing. Wesley replied calmly. That guy is getting more and more troublesome. Kingpin's expression was calm, as if discussing trivial matters. He has indeed crossed the line a bit. Wesley's expression remained calm, agreeing with Kingpin. Then he can only disappear. Kingpin said with a tone of regret. In his heart, Daredevil was not an enemy, but merely an amusing distraction. As the ruler of a criminal empire, he had a broad mind. He was willing to let a troublesome person exist in his territory to bring some fun to his life and challenges to his subordinates. Of course, the prerequisite was that the line must not be crossed. If it was crossed, there would be a price to pay. Kingpin turned around, the light casting a long shadow behind him. Clenching the cigar in his hand, his face turned toward his #1 assassin, Bullseye. Although Bullseye was a bit mentally unstable, it was precisely because of this that Kingpin could firmly hold this sharp blade in his hand without being harmed. Do you know what to do? He said to Bullseye. Bullseye grinned cruelly, spinning the dart in his hand before responding. Of course, find him and make his head explode. Kingpin was satisfied with Bullseye's answer, but did not approve of his method. No, you don't need to go looking for them. Just wait for them to come to you. Bullseye immediately complained with some dissatisfaction. Why make it so complicated? Kingpin was not angry at his insolence. Bullseye was always so straightforward. You need to have a little patience. Just wait until night falls. He comforted Bullseye as if he were a child. Go on, and when it gets dark, let Wesley teach you how to do it. Bullseye was very receptive to Kingpin's reassurance and obediently left. Once Bullseye finally left, Kingpin picked up the cigar again. He began to walk slowly around the room while Wesley stood silently by. Unlike Bullseye, Wesley was Kingpin's true confidant. Unlike Bullseye's instability, Wesley was normal, so he was cautious like a man accompanying a tiger. As Kingpin continued to walk back and forth, lost in thought, Wesley remained silent, blending into the room like a potted plant nearby. Wesley! Kingpin suddenly stopped and called out to Wesley. I'm here. Wesley immediately replied. Kingpin turned his head, and Wesley saw a serious expression on his face. Recently, have you noticed anything unusual? Wesley was a bit surprised, lowered his head, and thought for a moment. Nothing worth noting. As he spoke halfway, Wesley seemed to think of something and raised his voice. It's just that I heard from the Russian mafia that someone was taught a lesson by a guy who can catch bullets with his bare hands. What? Jean Bing's tone was somewhat angry. Why tell me now? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, glaring at Wesley, who was shivering under his stare. I thought it was just a rumor. You know, there's so many lies like this. No, Jean Bing interrupted him roughly. This isn't that. I have a feeling about it. His gaze shifted, and then he waved his hand at Wesley. Come here, arrange for a few people later. Under the night sky, two figures quietly made their way into a dark building. Matt, dressed in black, with his eyes covered by a black cloth, led the way without any hindrance. Karen, in a dark coat and pants, followed closely behind. Taking advantage of the night, they easily entered the first floor of the building. It was already 10 o'clock, and the building was pitch dark, silent as a grave. However, this did not faze Daredevil. The night was the best environment for him to operate. With his superhuman hearing, the surroundings unfolded in his mind, enabling him to move freely in the darkness. Meanwhile, in the pitch black, Karen, who couldn't see in the dark, could only fumble along behind Matt. Soon, Matt stopped somewhere. Where's the staircase? He asked Karen quietly. Aren't we taking the elevator? Karen didn't quite understand, as moving in the dark was very uncomfortable for her. No, Matt explained. The elevator is too dangerous, especially for you. Hearing this, Karen pointed out the location of the stairs. The two headed toward the stairwell. What floor? Matt stood at the stairwell and casually asked Karen. The 6th floor, she replied. Matt tilted his head back, expressionless, listening for a moment. As he listened, his expression gradually became serious. After a while, he solemnly said to Karen, I'll go up first. You need to keep a floor's distance from me. Why? Karen's expression changed, sensing something, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of unease. Are there people up there? Matt nodded slowly. More than one. Karen pressed her forehead, forcing herself to calm down. Lin, are you there? She couldn't help but call out to Lin Qi softly, seeking a sense of security. I'm here, don't worry, go ahead. Lin Qi's voice seemed to ring in Karen's ear, immediately calming her. He was here, don't be afraid, Karen. So, gathering her courage, she said to Daredevil. I'm ready. Daredevil nodded and said, when you hear me knock on the handrail, stop and don't move. Okay. The two began to slowly ascend the stairs. First floor, second floor. Keeping about a floor's distance, they reached between the fourth and fifth floors. Everything was peaceful. Nothing happened. Just as they reached the fourth floor, Karen, who thought Daredevil was being overly cautious, felt a tremor coming from the handrail above. She immediately stopped, appearing anxious. Are there really enemies? Daredevil paused his movements, taking a deep breath to clear his mind. This was also to maximize his abilities. Under his keen hearing, there were at least 10 breathing sounds on the sixth floor. Although these people were well hidden, their biological signs couldn't be concealed. As long as the heart beats, blood flows, and breathing occurs, he could catch the slightest clues. Their people had indeed been lying in wait here early on. But to ambush in such a dark and confined environment, Daredevil sneered. Let us see who's ambushing whom. He crouched down and moved stealthily in the stairwell. The distance of a floor was crossed in a second or two. He aimed to catch them off guard. He is coming. Daredevil heard someone alerting, but it had no effect. His figure flashed past in the corridor. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled gunshots with silencers suddenly shattered the night. After the gunfire erupted, the situation reversed instantly. The ambushers revealed their positions and firepower, while the ambushed slipped into the darkness. Daredevil leaned against the wall at the end of the corridor, quietly listening to their movements. He was anxious because, generally speaking, it was the ambushers who were anxious at this time. Pair up, go find him. Sure enough, it wasn't long before they began to leave their hiding spots to search for Daredevil in the dark. The opportunity had come. Daredevil leaned casually against the wall, waiting for the two nearby to approach. Those two should be wearing bulletproof vests, tactical helmets, and carrying carbines, very well equipped. But it is well known that characters with good equipment are generally weak. True strong individuals always charge with fists, hammers, axes, etc., and just get the job done, including but not limited to Lin Qifei, Thor, Captain Marvel, Hulk, and others. In Daredevil's eyes, those two were also weaklings. The two men, using infrared thermal imaging goggles, gradually approached Daredevil. The distance closed little by little. The two's hearts were also gradually on high alert, as their goggles began to show the outline of a person. D3 has detected a suspected target. Repeat, D3 has detected a suspected target. Approaching, D3 will verify immediately. Received. Hearing the impending sound ringing in his ears, Daredevil finally began to move. A master of combat, Daredevil knew one thing. At this distance, a fist is faster than a gun. Whoosh! He shot out from the darkness. Maintaining his speed. Fire. Bang, 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 bang. The screams and gunfire lasted only 2 seconds before the two fell silent on the ground. Daredevil turned his head and moved a bit. After taking out the two, their encirclement showed a gap. At this moment, he could take the initiative to strike. 15 minutes later, Daredevil took a breath, feeling somewhat relaxed. According to his sensory calculations, a total of 10 men had been in the squad, and now, there were no more active enemies left. It was time for Karen to come up and get the data. He thought to himself as he walked towards the stairwell. Whoosh! Suddenly, an extremely subtle sound broke the silence. Daredevil's face changed drastically as he dodged. A dart, moving at an incredible speed, narrowly grazed his face, embedding itself deep into the nearby white wall. Who? Daredevil's cheek was cut, blood oozing out steadily. But what was more troublesome was that he couldn't sense the sound of the person at all. That dart was made of special material, exquisitely crafted, with an extremely low sound of breaking air, almost directly hitting his forehead. Is this another guy who knows his own abilities? Daredevil leaned expressionlessly against the wall, blood still dripping from his face, fully focused on sensing all the sounds around him. He did not feel despair. Monsters like Lynch were always rare. This guy couldn't possibly be silent like Lynch. At that moment, a man in a special uniform, known as Target Eye, walked out slowly from the side with a crazed expression, rapidly spinning several throwing knives in his hand. Using the glasses on his face, he locked onto Daredevil. He raised his hand, and the throwing knives silently shot towards Daredevil, who was not far away. Here it comes. Daredevil's spirit lifted, and his body immediately began to dodge quickly. His body twisted at unnatural angles, evading the knives. But the last throwing knife shot towards him at a speed exceeding the previous ones, aimed straight at Daredevil's head. He couldn't dodge it. Daredevil felt a chill in his heart. Target, I revealed a proud and cruel smile, as if he could already see Daredevil's tragic death. But in an instant, his expression changed. The original pride and cruelty turned into surprise and anger, because he saw that the throwing knife had been caught in the hand of a suddenly appeared person. Nice shot, Lynch commented blandly. Then with force, he crushed the hard and sharp throwing knife into a lump of scrap metal. But it was of no use. You're looking for death. The neurotic Target, I was provoked into madness by Lynch, not thinking about the strange demeanor Lynch had shown, and directly pulled out several sharp weapons from his body, quickly throwing them out. Lynch floated in the air. Watching Target, I go mad with indifference. Two beams of heat vision suddenly shot out, rapidly spinning in the room, turning all the aggressive, flying objects into ashes. After retracting his heat vision, Lynch swiftly knocked down Target Eye. Now tell me. Lynch hovered in the air, looking down at him, and said coldly, "Where's that guy Gene Bing?" Inside a newspaper office, a middle-aged journalist wearing a cheesy beret and old-fashioned glasses is sorting through documents on his desk. These documents pertain to cases and news about a demon from certain Hell's Kitchen. He has been tirelessly pursuing the legend for a long time. Beep, beep, beep. His phone on the desk rings, and he picks it up casually. "Hello, what's up?" "Yurik, I have something I think you'll be interested in." Yurik sets aside the documents and whispers into the phone. "What is it? Don't play tricks on me. You'll find out when you come over." The person on the other end doesn't say much more. After hesitating for a second, Yurik agrees. "Hey, buddy." Yurik slaps a $100 bill onto a working fat man, then adds, "It better be something good, Kobe." Kobe turns his chubby face. Blowing a bubble with the gum, he asks chewing. He takes the money and confidently assures him, "You know my Yurik, I always show you good stuff." Saying this, he stands up and leads Yurik to a room. Kobe puts on white gloves and says seriously to Yurik, "Are you ready to see something really, really cool?" Yurik, a bit impatient, urges him, "Hurry up." "Okay," Kobe responds, lifting a white cloth off something in front of him. It's a special stick, or rather, a cane. It's short, with a black and red body, silver ends, and two tiny wings on one side. The wings are serrated and look extremely sharp. However, Yurik only glances at it before shaking his head and reaching out his hand towards Kobe, disappointedly saying, "Give me my money back." Kobe, looking innocent, argues, "Come on, man. I'm throwing gold at you. Isn't this thing interesting?" Yurik remains unmoved, saying, "I've seen this thing before. Don't try to fool me." Kobe helplessly continues, "All right. Then you definitely haven't seen this." He picks up the stick, retracts the blades on both ends, and gently twists one end of the stick. It instantly extends and nearly pokes Yurik in the face. Seeing that Yurik finally shows some interest, Kobe says, "You said to pay attention to strange things, right?" Yurik examines the transformed stick closely, gradually falling into deep thought. "This thing is really strange, right?" Kobe smiles, saying, "Looks like I'm getting paid today." But unexpectedly, Yurik, with a deep gaze, strokes the stick and mutters to himself, "You have no idea what this thing represents." At this moment, his inner excitement is beyond words. After such a long time of searching, he has finally found that guy in Kingpin's office. "So, you just watched him take the person away?" Kingpin, with a cigar in his mouth, scans the few dejected subordinates in front of him with a cold gaze. None of them dare to speak at this moment after their failed operation and having watched their target being taken away. Knowing Kingpin's brutality, everyone fears being singled out as scapegoats. "Wesley, do you know?" Kingpin suddenly speaks to Wesley beside him. "In ancient times, subordinates who failed in their missions would commit suicide out of shame for not being able to face their boss." He takes a deep puff of his cigar, turning the tip red. Exhaling smoke, he suddenly grabs one subordinate in front of him by the throat. "So why don't you go die?" The subordinate struggles in terror, flailing his limbs against Kingpin's thick arm. But the size difference makes his punches and kicks as ineffective as a 3-year-old hitting an adult ridiculous. Kingpin holds him up, watching as the subordinate gradually loses vitality. Then, like throwing away garbage, Kingpin discards him to the side and swings his cane at the next subordinate. These subordinates do not dare to resist or run away. Only showing despair as one after another they are brutally killed by Kingpin. 3 minutes later, Kingpin, looking satisfied, drops the last subordinate's body. "Wesley, handkerchief." Kingpin, holding the blood-soaked cane, addresses Wesley, who is looking straight ahead as if he sees nothing. Wesley immediately hands over a handkerchief, maintaining his silence. Kingpin takes the handkerchief and begins to tenderly wipe the cane that holds great significance for him. We have trouble, Wesley. After a while, Kingpin coldly speaks. Hearing this, Wesley's eyelid twitches, and he quickly responds, I believe trouble can be resolved. Kingpin glances at him, a grim smile curling at his lips. What do you think he is planning? Without much thought, Wesley replies, kindness in helping others, ridiculous justice, disgust for evil. Aren't all superheroes like that? Hearing Wesley's remarks, Kingpin bursts into laughter. Looking at Wesley with slight surprise, I didn't expect you to understand superheroes so well. Do you like these stories? Wesley awkwardly smiles and replies, I liked them a lot when I was a kid. Yeah, who didn't know Superman when they were young? Don't watch them anymore? Kingpin muses to himself, then becomes serious again. If he really is Superman, we have many ways to deal with him. But if not, his voice gradually lowers. For now, he only seems to have Superman-like abilities. Wesley, with a somewhat grim expression, continues, yeah, he is as powerful as a god. Kingpin's tone is heavy. Superman is not a god. Even gods can perish if abandoned by their followers. Wesley weakly counters, yes, Superman is certainly not a god. He is just a superhero, and every superhero has their weaknesses. Kingpin lights another cigar, slowly walking to the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking out at the city, the aura of a crime lord returns to Kingpin. His emotionless voice continues, we don't have the power to take down this superhero. In the face of absolute strength, we little mice in the dark can only flee and hide. We can't confront him head-on. Kingpin and Wesley both understand this. So Kingpin decides to change tactics. But we can destroy this superhero. He looks at the magnificent city beneath him, his gaze deep and his tone cold. I will make him understand that I am the ruler here. For a moment, Kingpin's face is filled with dominance and confidence. But after a long while, Kingpin changes to an uncertain tone, provided he is the kind of superhero we imagine, like Superman. In Lynch's apartment, two people are embracing on the bed in a disheveled manner. Karen, with her eyes closed, lay on Lynch's chest, her flushed face still lingering with traces of madness. After a long moment, she opened her eyes and hesitated before saying, Lynch, I think we should stop pursuing this matter. Those people are too terrifying. Lynch looked at her in surprise, knowing that what happened last night had a significant impact on her. He comforted her, it's okay, I will protect you. Just as Karen was about to continue speaking, Lynch's phone by the bedside started ringing. Lynch frowned and picked up the call. His number should be known to very few people. Hello? Lynch, come save me. I'm at. It was Daredevil's voice. Lynch's expression changed. A distress call from Daredevil? I'll be right out. After saying that, Lynch quickly got dressed and rushed out the door. 3 minutes later, Lynch arrived at the location Daredevil mentioned. He expanded his senses to start searching for Daredevil's whereabouts. After a moment, his face turned grim. He found Daredevil, but his condition was quite dire. In his urgency, Lynch flew directly towards Daredevil, disregarding the risk of exposure. At that moment, Daredevil was hiding in a dark corner of the street, surrounded by blaring police sirens as many officers searched nervously. His face was bandaged, and he was clutching a bleeding chest, gasping for breath. After getting the information last night, he had neglected his injuries and started busying himself with organizing the necessary documents for the case. However, while he was deeply engrossed in his work, he suddenly heard a lot of footsteps near his home. Then there was a knock on his door. Naturally, he thought it was the people from Kingpin, so he opened the door and attacked. Unexpectedly, it was the police knocking. He took down the two officers at the door, but a large number of police rushed in to arrest him. Unable to resist, he had no choice but to flee. His injuries affected his speed, and he was shot in the left chest. As he fled, nearly out of strength, he realized that some of the police must have been bought off by Kingpin. With no other options, he had to call Lynch for help. Daredevil leaned against the wall, hearing the police voices grow closer, but he simply couldn't stand up anymore. His breathing became heavier, as if the oxygen in the air was thinning and the strength in his body was continuously draining with his blood. He couldn't hold on much longer. He was about to pass out. Daredevil felt his head growing heavier and heavier. Hey, am I dead? Lynch slapped Daredevil's face to jolt him awake. You keep this up, and you might be. Daredevil weakly replied. Hang in there. I'll help you stop the bleeding. Lynch tore open Daredevil's shirt and controlled his heat vision to help staunch the flow of blood. During their conversation, several police finally discovered the two and quickly called for all officers via radio. The two in front, get down with your hands on your heads. The police shouted from a distance. Lynch retracted his heat vision and glanced coldly at the officers. Can you tell how many of them are Kingpin's people? He asked Daredevil. Many, Daredevil replied with a complex tone. Most of them have a bit. I understand now. Lynch interrupted Daredevil. Wait for me a minute. I'll get you to the hospital right away. After saying that, Lynch dashed towards the police. 1 minute later, all the police were down. Lynch lifted Daredevil, scanning the surroundings. He sensed something was off, but time did not allow him to think too much. He needed to hurry and get him to the hospital. Half an hour after Lynch left, Karen received a phone call and then went to a CAF. Now, Karen looked troubled as she faced a tearful woman in front of her. Peggy, you know how I treated you at the company. The woman held Karen's hand tightly, crying and speaking to her. You tell me, if it weren't for me back then, would you even have a place to stay? She looked at Karen pleadingly, continuing to play the emotional card. If you really go after the boss, the company will be finished. We'll all lose our jobs. What good will come out of that for us? Seeing Karen remain silent, the woman pulled a check from her purse and placed it on the table, advising, the boss says he has recognized his mistakes and asked me to apologize to you on his behalf, along with this check as compensation. Observing Karen's expression, the woman felt there was a chance, so she held the check in front of Karen. Peggy, look at this. This is a $5 million check. How long would you have to work to earn $5 million? Karen's expression shifted slightly as she picked up the check, glanced at it, and then put it down. Listening to the woman's incessant chatter, Karen's heart began to waver. In truth, she didn't want to pursue matters any further. She didn't have a strong sense of justice unless disaster struck her, because she was just an ordinary person, a woman barely able to live with dignity in New York. The pursuit of justice was a high-level spiritual pursuit reserved for those who could afford to be well-fed and clothed. What she wanted was merely a stable, peaceful life. And now, with Lynch entering her life, that stability and peace had been shattered forever. To continue or to give up. Ultimately, she picked up the check. Yurik, come to my office. Hearing the supervisor's call, Yurik walked into the supervisor's office. Are you still investigating that Daredevil? The supervisor got straight to the point. Yes, and I have new findings. Yurik said excitedly. Forget it. The supervisor waved his chubby hand, revealing a sly smile. We already have it. He slapped a folder on the table. Yurik opened the folder in confusion, and his expression changed drastically after a few glances. What does this mean? He asked in disbelief. The folder contained photos of the police chasing Daredevil and Lynch taking down the officers. Daredevil battling the cops. Surprised? The supervisor chuckled coldly. No matter where this came from, since you know Daredevil better, you can write this piece. He stood up, patted Yurik, and encouraged him with expectation. I believe you can write it well. I want to see this report within 2 hours. Yurik's eyes widened as he foolishly objected. This must be fake. They wouldn't do these things. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. The supervisor shook his head and said with a deep expression, truth or falsehood has nothing to do with us. We only care about sales. Yurik's reaction was a bit strange. He took back the document bag from Yurik's hands and placed it on the table. Yurik, if you don't write, someone else will. It's your choice. After saying that, the supervisor leaned back comfortably in the boss's chair and watched Yurik. Fine, I'll write. At the home of an unknown nurse, Lynch put down his phone and glanced at Matt, who was still asleep, frowning as if he were still fighting in his dreams. Not wanting to disturb him, Lynch pushed the bedroom door open and stepped out, seeing a woman tidying up the room. Claire, when Matt wakes up, tell him this matter is over. Karen has given up. Okay. After saying this to the woman, Lynch walked out on his own. Yes. Lynch had just received a call from Karen. She said she had received financial compensation and didn't want him or Daredevil to pursue the matter any further. She had backed down. Lynch wasn't too surprised because he knew Karen was a very normal woman. A truly ordinary woman living in this world would retreat and give up due to pressure and difficulties. Anyone who only knows fighting and punishing evil and upholding justice seems abnormal, right? Normal people would think about their lives, what to eat today, where to go for fun tomorrow. So, Lynch could understand Karen's decision to give up. Normal people who doesn't worry about basic needs, rent, and utilities. With the energy spent on these dangerous matters, it would be better to take the money and start a new life. But understanding doesn't mean acceptance, and Lynch felt uncomfortable. Karen's giving up meant parting ways with Lynch and Daredevil, implying that Lynch's help and Daredevil's injuries were all in vain. No, at least it gave Karen a new life. If he thought of it this way, Lynch's initial intention could be considered achieved. However, wandering aimlessly down the street, Lynch suddenly felt a wave of frustration. With his keen senses, he could clearly hear the surrounding people discussing something. Kingpin had stirred up their story with the police, and everyone in Hell's Kitchen was cursing and rejecting them. Walking openly down the street, penetrating looks sliced through Lynch's face like knives, and whispers seemed to surround him in condemnation. Monster, butcher, yellow-skinned monkey. Once again, Lynch felt a sense of alienation from this world. This estrangement was not caused by any country or region, but by the absence of familiar faces. Although Lynch had a hot and cold personality, he still cared deeply for those he knew, those classmates and friends who had helped him and grown up with him. Even the anime and novels that had given him spiritual encouragement were all absent from this world. To this world, he was just an outsider, an unnecessary person. A cold wind blew, and Lynch tightened his clothes. He wasn't afraid of the so-called physical cold, but this chill came from within. Unbeknownst to him, Christmas had arrived. The streets of New York were adorned with Santa Claus and colorful lights, and the festive atmosphere was very strong. A couple walked by, tightly embracing each other, their faces radiating happiness and calm, resisting the coldness of the world. Lynch's gaze drifted further. When had he once possessed such beauty? Those memories surged uncontrollably to the forefront of his mind. The first glance during class division in high school was their first meeting. The all-night chats, after getting contact information, were their initial acquaintance. The first time they strolled through the small town in the biting winter was their first date. In college, they finally came together. Every sleepless night filled with anxiety and despair, she had always been by his side. But later, everything gradually changed. She was just an ordinary girl. Like all girls, she yearned for a beautiful, stable, and happy life. Just like Karen, women's desires were never the same as men's. Men always wanted to see the world, always wanted to change something, to leave something behind, while women just wanted a steady happiness. When Lynch couldn't step from his world into life, the two began to drift apart. The downsides of a long-distance relationship gradually became evident. They argued more and chatted less. Finally, the two broke up peacefully. Letting go of each other was also letting go of oneself. As he finished walking down a small street, Lynch unexpectedly looked up ahead. In front of a decorated shopping mall, Natasha stood with her arms crossed, smiling brightly. "Why does my little boy look so gloomy?" Inside a CAF, Lynch picked up a steaming cup of coffee and took a sip. The steam rose, enveloping Lynch's face and making it hard to see clearly. "What have you been up to lately?" Lynch asked. Natasha's beautiful eyes flickered as she glanced at him. "What else?" "Every day, I'm helping you protect your little girlfriend," she replied with a strange tone. Cough, cough. Lynch's face immediately turned red. "What little girlfriend? She doesn't exist. I'm just being kind by taking in a homeless woman." "Natasha, don't slander my innocence." "She's not my girlfriend," Lynch said somewhat awkwardly. "Even if she were, we broke up." Natasha propped her right hand on her face, staring intently at Lynch. After a while, she smiled and said, "Why are you explaining?" Lynch's words got stuck in his throat. Yes, why was he explaining? "Lynch, she's a senior female agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't be fooled by her beauty. She's the cunning and deadly Black Widow." "Hold on. This is clearly a beauty trap." "I, Lynch, a straight man for 20 years, have no fear of any temptation from beautiful women. But she really is beautiful. Her eyes sparkle like gems. Her skin is fair and delicate. Her hair flows like a waterfall. Her chest." "Maybe it's because I care about you," Natasha said, momentarily taken aback, a hint of panic flashing in her beautiful eyes, but quickly covered up. "Really? More real than pearls." Natasha was momentarily confused and didn't quite grasp this sudden burst of Chinese. But she just slightly pouted, looking unconvinced, then pulled out a bag of items. "I think you've been enchanted, to be played so pitifully." Pushing the bag in front of Lynch, Natasha smiled triumphantly. "Take a look." Lynch opened it with some confusion and quickly flipped through it. After a moment, his expression changed. The bags contained information about Kingpin and details of the people and events Lynch and Daredevil had encountered previously. There are details about Karen, about Karen's boss, about that lobbyist sister of Karen. There's even the police officer who sold Karen's information encountered by Daredevil. And even that journalist who published false reports in the newspaper but updated a supportive article for the two of them on his blog. There is detailed information here. "Lin, this world is like this, with both good and bad," Natasha said calmly. "The difference lies in how you choose to see this world." Lin Qi nodded silently. But not because of the rather surprising information itself, but because Natasha had been quietly caring for him. Otherwise, how could this information have reached him so quickly? Can this bond really be explained with a simple task? "Thank you, Natasha," Lin Qi said softly. "Do you have any thoughts now?" Natasha smiled. And suddenly the sound of fireworks erupted outside. The two looked up together and saw the brilliant fireworks blooming in the night sky. Lin Qi and Natasha gazed at the starry sky, their heads gradually leaning closer. Amid the fireworks, they suddenly locked eyes, feeling that thrill in their hearts. They involuntarily closed their eyes and naturally kissed. After a long time, as the fireworks gradually faded away, the two remained immersed in that brief beauty, not saying a word. Suddenly, Natasha chuckled and then teased. Lin, is that Karen prettier than me? No, you're more beautiful. Really? Natasha smiled with a hint of mischief. Then why do you only take her in? Lin Qi couldn't handle it and awkwardly grabbed the information and ran outside. I'm going to take care of something. Wait for me for a bit. Natasha watched Lin Qi's flustered retreating figure, quietly smiling, as the moonlight gently fell, creating an extraordinarily beautiful scene. A high-end Western restaurant. Jin Bing raised his wine glass and clinked it with the elegant beauty across from him. The beauty took a sip and smiled at Jin Bing, asking, Have you finished with your busy matters recently? Jin Bing looked at her with tenderness, softly replying, I've finished, and I can spend some quality time with you now. The two exchanged smiles, an indescribable sweetness and happiness enveloping them. However, an unexpected arrival shattered the atmosphere. Jin Bing's gaze turned icy as he looked at the suddenly appearing Lin Qi. Can we talk outside? We don't want to scare the lady. He pleaded in a low voice, suppressing his anger and agitation. Lin Qi glanced at the panicked beauty, knowing that Vanessa was Jin Bing's Achilles heel, and couldn't help but snort coldly. 30 seconds, I'll wait for you outside. With that, he turned and left. Wilson, what happened? That man looks terrifying, Vanessa said, looking at Jin Bing with concern. Jin Bing forced a grim smile and reassured her. It's nothing, just a little business issue. I'll have someone take you home shortly. Okay. But please be careful, she replied. Jin Bing quickly instructed a subordinate a few things before striding out to stand beside Lin Qi. What do you want? Jin Bing gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, questioning him word by word. Being caught while on a date with Vanessa had triggered his fragile nerves. Vanessa was the woman he regarded as his wife, his Achilles heel, his only weakness. Lin Qi glanced at him indifferently and sneered, I'm not as despicable as you. Hearing this, Jin Bing's expression softened slightly. Vanessa knows nothing. All of this has nothing to do with her, Jin Bing said, frowning. So you're planning to die alone? Lin Qi replied coldly. Jin Bing's expression darkened as he sneered. You can't kill me. I control this place, and if I die, Hell's Kitchen will fall into chaos. And countless people will die in that chaos. He threatened while observing Lin Qi's expression. Unfortunately, Lin Qi remained unmoved by his words. Is that all? Lin Qi said with an icy expression that Jin Bing couldn't comprehend. Do you think I care about that? You might think I would be concerned about your words. Afraid that innocent people would die. Huh? Do you really think I care about those irrelevant people? Besides, most of Hell's Kitchen is just trash. Do you think I'm discussing justice or evil, right or wrong with you? Lin Qi's body began to rise gradually as he spoke, ascending into mid-air. You're mistaken. I came here for only one reason. That is, I'm unhappy, I hate you, and I want to kill you. All along, I was always concerned about various things. Afraid that this matter wouldn't be done well, and worried about the bad consequences of that matter. But now, I realized, none of that matters. What matters is myself, and for so long, I had never considered my own feelings. Lin Qi slowly closed his eyes, memories flooding his mind since his arrival in this world. Starting from that out-of-control car, battling Iron Tyrant, being pursued by the military, being researched in a lab, getting backstabbed and exposed by Tony, enduring abominable beatings, and now being plotted against by Jin Bing. Each time was a harm to himself. Each time was filled with deep malice. If it weren't for the system, he would have been gone long ago. For such a long time, he hadn't enjoyed a single day of capitalist decay. All because he thought too much, worried too much. Even when crossing into another world, he couldn't help but consider others. Always anxious, always worried that this world would become worse because of him. If that's the case, what is the meaning of living again? What is the purpose of crossing over? In this world, he should act wantonly, without concerns. In this world, he should live for himself. Do what he loves. Chase the person he likes. Get the things he wants. Eliminate what he dislikes. Eliminate the people he dislikes. Destroy the things he doesn't like. This world should be that simple. After contemplating for a long time, Lin Qi opened his eyes, a terrifying light shining in them. Jin Bing looked up, despair in his eyes. Knowing he couldn't escape in front of Lin Qi, he immediately revealed his tyrannical temperament, suppressing his fear and despair, calmly requesting Lin Qi. After I die, can you help Vanessa? Don't worry, I'll take care of your wife and child. Jin Bing barely understood Lin Qi's strange words, and thus felt relieved. But he wasn't planning to sit and wait for death, Jin Bing. Even if he had to die, he would die fighting. He quickly drew his pistol, aiming for Lin Qi's eyes, then nimbly dodged the heat vision and sprinted towards Lin Qi, leaping onto an advertisement board to pounce at him. Lin Qi merely floated coldly in the air, not even bothering to move his eyelids. As Jean Bing's impressive attack descended, a hint of joy appeared on his despairing face. Then he saw the light. On the other side of the light was his mother, whom he missed day and night, and his gentle and understanding fiancée, Natasha. Lin Qi knocked on the CAF's glass and shouted inside, "Come out." Natasha looked at Lin Qi, slightly taken aback. With her keen observation skills, she could naturally tell that Lin Qi was different from before. More carefree, confident, and even more handsome. The two strolled through the Christmas streets of New York, happily chatting and laughing. Suddenly, a huge, flamboyantly decorated balloon floated above their heads. Lin Qi looked at the balloon, feeling a sudden inspiration. He turned to Natasha and asked, "Have you ever flown?" "Of course, I often." Natasha replied without hesitation, but as she saw Lin Qi's beaming smile, she realized, but not like this. As expected of the head of a female spy, she spoke with such firmness. "Catch me." Lin Qi wrapped his arms around Natasha's soft, delicate waist. "Let's go." Instantly, the two soared into the sky. "Oh." Natasha's face flushed, her tone excited. "This feels quite different." Of course. The cold wind rushed towards them, and Natasha instinctively hugged Lin Qi tighter. Rising to a high altitude, they had a panoramic view of the entire New York night scene below. The two were momentarily captivated by the night view, embracing each other in silence. After a long time, Lin Qi couldn't help but kiss Natasha's sweet lips. The taste was sweet, and the softness in his arms made Lin Qi infatuated. "Let's go down." "Where to?" "Let's fly to another place." Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted in Lynch's hands, only stirring up a cloud of smoke and fire. Lynch waved his hand, dispersing the dust to reveal his unharmed figure. He crouched slightly, aimed at Iron Man's position across from him, and shouted, "Tony, it's my turn." "Hey!" Tony's cheek under the Iron Man's suit twitched slightly, still trying to negotiate. "Didn't you say you wouldn't fight back?" Lynch chuckled and shot forward, moving so fast that his sound was left behind. "I lied to you. Fuck." Tony cursed in a panic and instantly commanded the Iron Man's suit to start fleeing. Not far away in Tony's mansion, Natasha smiled while chatting with Pepper. Seeing the two men outside playing and chasing each other, Natasha said with a smile, "Has Mr. Stark always been this energetic?" Pepper shook her head. "Maybe it's Lynch that's bringing it out of him." The two chased and fled, quickly disappearing into the sky. Lynch's speed was faster, instantly breaking the sound barrier and rapidly closing in on Iron Man. He caught up to Tony's side and tapped his iron head. "Hey, can you go a bit faster?" Tony looked at Lynch's clenched fist, cold sweat pouring down. "Jarvis, give me a boost." Iron Man's limbs immediately flared with flames, accelerating him away from Lynch. Tony glanced back at Lynch, who was left behind, and began to taunt. "Lynch, what's wrong? Can't handle my breakfast? Can't keep up? This little exercise won't burn off breakfast?" Lynch smiled slightly and shouted back, "Tony, I'll let you fly ahead for a bit. Don't cry later." Tony scoffed and replied smugly, "Come on, brother. I hold the record for your flying speed. You can't catch me." "Really?" Lynch laughed heartily, instantly accelerating and chasing Iron Man through a mountain range. "You can forget about speed. Remember this speed now." "Oh." Tony stared at the panel as Lynch's speed exceeded 1 Mach, then 2 Mach. A minute later, Lynch held Iron Man's head down and raised his small fist. "Lynch, don't do this." Tony tried to persuade him. "How about I treat you to a burger? This suit costs over $100 million. Lynch remained unmoved, as this punch had been pinned up in his heart for a long time. "No negotiation, Tony. You should have taken this punch a long time ago. I'll give you time to close your eyes." Lynch raised his fist, and with a loud bang, Iron Man's iron head tilted. "Lynch, that punch at least broke a few million." Inside Tony's mansion, he dragged Lynch and complained endlessly. Lynch waved his hand impatiently and casually said, "How about I send you a message worth billions?" Tony paused for a moment, then incredulously retorted, "What message could you possibly have that's worth that much?" Lynch turned to look at Tony and activated his X-ray vision. Sure enough, through the X-ray, Lynch saw that Tony's body was being eroded by some toxin. This was due to the palladium element used in the arc reactor in his chest, which increasingly invaded his body the more he wore the Iron Man suit, leading to palladium poisoning, until Tony created a new element to solve the problem. "You're poisoned and close to death. Is this news worth anything?" Lynch said flatly. "What?" Tony was shocked, but still frowned and stubbornly said, "I'm perfectly fine." "Really?" Lynch smiled. "You might want to have Jarvis check your body." After a moment of silence, Tony turned to find a place to get checked. "Palladium poisoning?" Tony sat in a room, murmuring to himself. "Yes, sir, if you continue to use the Iron Man suit, the palladium poisoning will only worsen." "Is there a way to solve it?" Tony asked hopefully. "Currently, there is no way to resolve palladium poisoning, only to alleviate it. All right. Hearing Jarvis's affirmative answer, Tony fell into deep thought. Long ago, when he first developed the arc reactor in his chest, Tony understood that this thing would definitely have strong side effects. Logically, anyone could see that inserting such a large energy device into one's chest would have side effects. But at that time, conditions were limited. Just managing to create it for survival was good enough. He just never expected the side effects to come on so quickly and be unsolvable if he continued to use the Iron Man suit. The poisoning would irreversibly worsen. But could he really do without it? Tony Stark, am Iron Man. Just recently at the hearing, he had vowed to protect the whole world. Without the Iron Man suit, could he still be called Iron Man? Could he still protect the world? Maybe he could replace the palladium with another element? Perhaps Lynch knows something. Tony thought to himself as he left the room. Lynch saw Tony approaching him with a heavy expression, knowing that Tony had discovered the palladium poisoning issue. How is it? Lynch curiously sized Tony up. Is the poisoning serious? Tony took a breath and then calmly said, "It's okay, just a few %, not that serious." Lynch nodded, thinking that it was still early. The poisoning had just begun, and it hadn't reached the point where Tony could detect it himself. "Do you have any suggestions?" Tony asked Lynch seriously. Sensing Tony's tension, Lynch smiled slightly. "Go do what you want to do, like finishing the World Expo or proposing to your little secretary. Don't leave any regrets." Wait. Tony's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly interrupted Lynch. "What do you mean by that?" "Prepare for the worst, Tony." Lynch chuckled. Tony certainly had a way out, and Lynch could casually tell him the key. But he had no intention of directly giving Tony the answer to this problem. In the movie, the solution to palladium poisoning was hidden in the 3D model of the World Expo left by his father. And Tony found the new element that replaced palladium using that model. But before that, Tony truly believed he was doomed, with little time left. It was also because of this that he felt anxious, fearful, and underwent spiritual torment and trials. Only by experiencing all this did his eventual synthesis of the new element to save himself become meaningful. If he directly told Tony the solution, it would prevent Tony from undergoing that kind of spiritual transformation. Look at how thoughtful, warm-hearted, and considerate Lynch is as a friend. Although Lynch really wanted to see Tony jumping up and down in a panic, despairing, and giving up, he could guarantee that this was not the main reason. Watching Tony's expression change from shock to daze, then to a slight look of pathetic anger and despair, a faint sense of guilt and indescribable joy rose in Lynch's heart. "Are you trying to fool me?" Tony muttered to himself as he walked towards his workshop. "It must be true. I'll find an alternative element. Give it up. All elements are useless." Lynch added fuel to the fire from behind. "Shut up. Just leave. I need to work." Tony started shooing people away without even looking back. He's getting anxious. Tony is anxious. At that moment, Natasha walked in from the adjacent room. "What's wrong, Mr. Stark?" she asked, looking at Lynch with confusion. "What did you say to upset him?" "Nothing. He has a bit of a problem, and he didn't take it well when I pointed it out." "All right, I want to show you something." Saying this, Natasha raised her phone. Lynch looked closely and saw a picture. It showed a pit with a familiar hammer standing in it. "Meow meow hammer?" Lynch squinted. "Are you interested?" "Of course." 2 days later. "Long time no see, Coulson." Lynch shook Coulson's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Coulson's smile froze, and the hand Lynch held trembled slightly. He tried to pull it away, but couldn't, and quickly began to apologize sincerely. "I'm very sorry about what happened last time. You were treated unfairly." "I know." Lynch smiled, as if he were truly happy to see an old friend, and shook Coulson's weak hand vigorously. Natasha couldn't watch any longer, tugged at Lynch, and gave him a look. Lynch chuckled and released Coulson's hand, smoothly saying, "Let's go take a look at that hammer." Coulson felt like he had been granted amnesty and quickly led the two inside. On the way, Coulson explained the current situation to them. A week ago, SHIELD discovered this strange hammer, cordoned off the area, and established a military exclusion zone nearby. Prior to that, the Meow Meow hammer had already been there for some time. The Meow Meow hammer attracted the attention of many local citizens, and many came to try various methods to pull it out, but none succeeded. Because of this, SHIELD became interested in the Meow Meow hammer. Currently, research on the hammer had hit a deadlock because some observers believed it to be the mythical Mjolnir. The appearance of a mythical object greatly impacted SHIELD, and everyone was speculating and discussing whether this was indeed Mjolnir, but no one had conclusive evidence. So Fury thought of Lynch, and to his surprise, Lynch was very interested in it. How could I not be interested? This is a divine artifact in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Only two types of people can lift this hammer. One type is a powerful being, like Hela, the goddess of death, who crushed the Meow Meow hammer with ease, demonstrating godly power. Besides her, powerful figures like Odin and Ancient One should also be able to destroy the hammer effortlessly. The second type is someone who has certain qualifications and is recognized by the Meow Meow hammer, such as Thor, Captain America, Vision in the movie universe. And in the comics, even Thor's girlfriend, Lady Thor, Valkyrie, and Natasha have lifted the Meow Meow hammer. Of course, Lynch wanted to see if he could lift the Meow Meow hammer. Based on the current situation, Lynch speculated that Thor had not yet come to try to pull the hammer. When the time comes, he would lift the hammer in front of Thor and ask if he was anxious or angry. They hadn't walked far when they arrived at the heavily guarded Meow Meow hammer. The hammer was embedded in a stone, looking quite mysterious. People were coming and going around it, analyzing and studying the hammer. Lynch rubbed his hands and walked straight up. "Lin, what are you doing?" Coulson shouted, but did not stop him. They had invited Lynch to see what this strange hammer was all about. Lynch stood in front of the Meow Meow hammer and looked around. "Coulson, clear everyone out of here. Can you lift it?" Coulson asked. "There's a chance. If I can lift it, it might be dangerous, so you need to get them to step back a bit," Lynch honestly replied. Coulson had no choice but to organize the crowd to disperse. A few minutes later, only Coulson and Natasha stood far away. Coulson gave an okay gesture, and Lynch got into a slight horse stance and took a deep breath. "System," he silently recited in his heart, and a light screen appeared before him. "Superhuman System Current Template. Child Superman 100, Young Superman 60 Template Exchange List. Young Superman, Superman, Magic Superman, Golden Superman, Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman. Justice Value, 101185. After taking down Kingpin and dealing with some unruly characters, Lynch's justice value had increased significantly, and he exchanged for the 10 template, accumulating another wave of justice value since then. Exchange for the 10 template. The light screen flashed, and the values changed. Superhuman System Current Template. Child Superman 100. Young Superman 70 Template Exchange List. Young Superman, Superman, Magic Superman, Golden Superman, Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman. Justice Value, 30185. Closing the system, Lynch grasped the hammer's handle. He gently lifted it, but the Meow Meow hammer didn't budge. Lynch was not surprised. He had never thought he had any qualifications. His gaze sharpened, and his body tensed as he prepared to lift the hammer again. This time, he would forcefully lift the Meow Meow hammer. Lynch originally intended to forcibly lift this divine artifact during this visit. In his previous life, he had read online that one would need at least god-level power to lift the Meow Meow hammer. Someone like Hela, who could crush it, was definitely a top-tier god. After all, the Meow Meow hammer had an extraordinary origin, forged from a dying star, containing endless divine power, and was considered a divine artifact. In the movie, Thor was once referred to as the god of the hammer before awakening, because he relied too heavily on this artifact. Thus, it could be inferred that lifting the Meow Meow hammer would give one the strength of a top-tier character in the Avengers of the movie universe. By lifting the hammer, he could get a rough estimate of his own strength. Lynch's inhuman strength gradually applied to the artifact, causing the ground beneath him to start to buckle and sink. But the Meow Meow hammer remained unmoved, as if it were glued to the stone. "Huh!" Lynch shouted, his eyes wide and expression fierce, using all his strength to move the Meow Meow hammer. "Lift for me!" Lynch silently roared inside, the hidden power within him quickly awakening. As Lynch exerted force, the ground began to tremble slightly, prompting Coulson and Natasha to step back even further. God, how is he making such a commotion? Coulson marveled while recording Lynch's attempt to lift the hammer. Natasha smiled slightly and said meaningfully, "He's always like this." In the arena, Lynch's face turned red, and he began to feel a bit troubled. The movie said for those who are not qualified to lift the hammer, its weight is infinite. This statement is, of course, an exaggeration because such talk is too idealistic. But there is no doubt that the Meow Meow hammer is indeed heavy. With 70 of a young Superman template, Lynch could easily lift hundreds of tons of airplanes, let alone a few tons of trucks. Yet at this moment, he was using all his strength, and the Meow Meow hammer remained unmoved. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Lynch slowly withdrew his strength and began to float. He was preparing for one last attempt. Limited by the ground environment, Lynch found it difficult to exert his full power here. Instead, he could use the biological force field in the air to unleash all his abilities and maximum strength. Stabilizing his body in the air, He activated the energy hidden within him. Feeling a massive force continuously surging forth, Lynch gripped the hammer's handle once more. "Lift for me," Lynch shouted angrily, his two hands bursting with visible veins, the incredible power transmitted to the meow meow hammer. Staring intently at the hammer, Lynch internally yelled, "Move!" In the distance, the two onlookers were also watching Lynch's actions without blinking. 1 second, 2 seconds. As Lynch's strength gradually increased, the meow meow hammer finally trembled slightly, and under the astonished gazes of the three, it slowly lifted off the ground. Just as Lynch was secretly delighted, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Lynch was startled at first, then realized the identity of this person. "Who are you? When did Midgard have such a powerful being?" the figure exclaimed in surprise. Lynch turned around, holding the hammer, and carefully examined this unexpected guest. He was dressed in a well-fitted suit, and his feminine face now showed unmistakable shock. "I am Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard. I am a deity who has been sleeping in Midgard. You can call me Lin," Lynch replied with a smile. The visitor was indeed Loki, the god of mischief, the brother of Thor, the god of thunder, and the son of Odin, the ruler of Asgard. In the storyline, Loki had taken the throne after Thor was exiled and Odin fell into slumber. After Thor's failed attempt to lift the meow meow hammer, Loki told Thor that Odin was dead and that their mother forbade Thor from returning to Asgard. Moreover, upon discovering Heimdall's duplicity, Loki sent the destroyer to hunt Thor and colluded with the frost giants to invade Asgard. Ultimately, Thor regained the hammer's recognition at the cost of death. Reborn in the thunder, restored his powers, defeated the weakened destroyer, eliminated the frost giants, and stopped Loki from destroying the realm of the frost giants, leading Loki to despair and fall into darkness. Because of this, Loki eventually encountered Thanos, serving as the vanguard for the purple potato essence, tentatively initiating an invasion of Earth, sparking the Battle of New York in the first Avengers film. Therefore, this plot of Thor had far-reaching implications, and Lynch was quite interested in getting involved. "The god of mischief, Loki? Just watch me fool you." Upon hearing Lynch's self-introduction, Loki was evidently taken aback. He didn't believe Lynch's words, as he had never heard of such a god in Midgard. However, at that moment, with Lynch holding the Mjolnir hammer floating in the air, his immense power was undeniable, and presenting his name could only mean he was a deity. Although he felt puzzled inside, he did not show it, but politely bowed slightly to Lynch, and then subtly probed, "Then why have you awakened? You must know that this Mjolnir hammer belongs to us Asgard." "I know." Lynch slowly lowered the meow meow hammer and continued to deceive. "I sense that a great chaos is about to sweep across the 9 realms and the entire universe, whereupon the 9 realms will face devastation and the deities will perish, all returning to nothingness." Lynch's gaze deepened, and his voice grew heavy. "Your father Odin of Asgard should have sensed it too. Otherwise, why would he fall into slumber, eager to push you two little ones to the throne? But it is all in vain. Thor is a wandering warrior, unfit to be king, and you." Lynch smiled disdainfully, the contempt clear. Loki was momentarily stunned by Lynch's grandiose words, his expression turning icy. Lynch's words revealed his deep knowledge of Asgard, even knowing that the King Odin was merely asleep and not dead, a fact that very few in all of Asgard were aware of. But to claim that he and Thor were unworthy of the throne? As for Thor, that idiot was one thing, but how could he, Loki, the god of fire and mischief, the god of evil and deceit, not be qualified to inherit the throne, just because he was an adopted child, actually of the bloodline of the frost giants? So all along, that Odin fellow had always favored Thor, even though he was so reckless, always causing trouble, so foolish. He must seize the throne. Even if Odin does not grant it, he will take it by force. I, Loki, will show everyone who truly deserves to be the king of Asgard. Loki roared silently in his heart, but did not show it, only coldly saying to Lynch, "Our Asgard affairs are not for others to meddle in." "A god from Midgard? I have never heard of such a god in Midgard." His doubtful gaze circled around Lynch, still unable to figure out who this guy really was. Lynch chuckled, moved his body, and instantly appeared behind Loki. He placed a hand on Loki's shoulder and leaned in a whisper. "Want to give it a try, little guy?" Anger flashed across Loki's face, and a sharp dagger suddenly appeared in his hand, thrusting backward without a second thought. Lynch gently shook his head, grabbing Loki's frail wrist, and sighed, so weak. Not only weak, but also hard-headed. As a mage, Loki charged into battle with a dagger, truly a melee mage. A mage should be casting spells from the back, not rushing to engage in close combat. Did he really think everyone else was weak? At this moment, Loki was still too young. It wasn't until Loki was thrown around by Hulk that he finally realized the cruelty of the world, transforming into a master of escape, no longer daring to engage in melee. Now, Lynch planned to let this mischievous little prince experience the brutality of the world early on. Lynch yanked Loki's hand and forcefully swung him, sending Loki crashing heavily to the ground. Dazed, Loki found himself wondering, "Who am I? Where am I?" Lynch grabbed Loki again and swung him once more. Bang! The ground shook from the impact. Natasha and Coulson were equally puzzled about what was happening. They were both curious about what could have caused Lynch to engage in a passionate brawl with this newly appeared strange character. Wrestlers? Asgard? Midgard? Loki? Odin? Coulson looked at Natasha in confusion. "Do you know what any of this is about?" Natasha shook her head, equally bewildered. It seemed to be related to mythology. Wasn't Loki the name of a deity in legends? To her surprise, it seemed to really exist. She glanced at the miserable Loki, still very confused. But this god seemed a bit too. "Let go of me," Loki yelled angrily while lying on the ground. "I am Odin's son, the god of mischief." Lynch rolled his eyes. I know. He grabbed one of Loki's feet with one hand, hanging him upside down in the air, recreating a classic scene. "Odin's son? Huh?" Lynch tossed him down hard. "Thor's brother, huh?" He flipped him again. "The god of mischief, huh?" Finally, he threw him down one last time. Loki lay on the ground with a dazed expression, mumbling, "You can't treat me like this, I am a god." Lynch crouched down, leaned closer to Loki, and delivered the final blow to his pride. A god? What a weak god. What a weak god. After delivering the last stab to Loki, Lynch disdainfully dragged one of his feet over to the two onlookers. "Is there a place for our god here to rest?" Coulson quickly nodded and led Lynch to throw Loki into an empty room. Outside the room, Coulson couldn't help but curiously ask Lynch, "Is this guy really a god?" Lynch pondered for a moment and replied seriously, sort of, but you could also say not really. After organizing his thoughts, Lynch continued. "Under the puzzled gazes of Coulson and Natasha, they are indeed the source of Norse mythology, with long lifespans and relatively advanced technology." After a pause, Lynch elaborated, "But objectively, they are just an alien race with a higher level of technological advancement and evolutionary stage than us. They often visited Earth while we were still in ancient times, thus leaving behind many myths." He pointed at the two in front of him. "Just like if we went to a planet in the Stone Age, they would think of us as gods." After hearing this explanation, Coulson and Natasha suddenly understood. "So we can think of them as an alien civilization with a technology level higher than ours." Coulson summarized. "Technology level." Lynch silently compared and then shook his head. "Actually, their current technology level may not be higher than Earth's. It's just what? Many of them indeed seem as powerful as gods." Coulson's smile slightly froze. "As powerful as you?" he asked hesitantly. "No." Lynch and Natasha exchanged a confident smile. "There should only be 2 or 3 who are stronger than me right now." At this, Coulson's sparse hair seemed to lose a few more strands in an instant. One Lynch was enough to give S.H.I.L.D. a headache. 2 or 3 like him. He chuckled bitterly. "Well, that's good news. Relax, Coulson. They mean no harm to Earth." Lynch comforted him genuinely. "Oh." Coulson was indeed taken in, looking at Lynch with hope, wanting to know why he said that. Lynch smiled and said, "They exist in a dimension different from Earth, viewing Earth as one of their territories, and have been protecting Earth from invasions. So they won't pose any threat to Earth, except what?" Hearing the previous statement, Coulson's expression had slightly improved, but with Lynch's twist, he couldn't help but ask anxiously. After thinking for a moment, Lynch pointed at Loki in the room and introduced in a hushed voice, "This one is the god of mischief, evil, and trickery, Loki." "Wait." Coulson, with a hint of skepticism, cleverly countered, "Then why were you humiliating him on the ground?" From his expression, Lynch read the subtext. "Are you trying to brag about yourself?" "Haha. I didn't expect you, Coulson, to have such a dark side beneath your kind demeanor." In his heart, Lynch was disappointed with Coulson, but he maintained a straight face and began to perform. "Because I am Lynch." As he spoke with righteous words, his body slowly rose. "I am a nemesis of all evil and tricks, the god of justice and wit." It was visible that Coulson forced a smile, which Lynch interpreted as. Natasha, unable to watch any longer, pulled Lynch down from the air. "Lynch, say something useful." "All right." Lynch returned to the ground and revealed everything he knew. Their king, Odin, is nearing the end of his lifespan and wants to choose one of his 2 sons, Thor and this guy, to inherit the throne. Thor was sealed away and stripped of his weapon, Mjolnir, due to his reckless and combative nature, and was exiled to Earth. His brother Loki, this unfortunate guy, took the throne while Odin was asleep and came to Earth to undermine his brother, making sure Thor could never return. Seeing that Lynch didn't seem to be joking, Coulson and Natasha exchanged glances, falling into deep thought. The king of gods Odin, Thor, Loki. These figures are all famous deities in Western mythology. Now, they actually appear in this world, and they aren't far from their mythical counterparts. According to this logic, what about other figures in mythology? Do they exist? Even those that represent disaster and destruction in myths? Do they really exist too? Just thinking about it sends chills down the spine. Lynch, do these gods really have the abilities as described in legends? Coulson asked with a heavy tone, his expression unusually serious. Well, feeling uncomfortable with Coulson's seriousness, Lynch stopped joking and carefully answered after some thought. King Odin is extremely powerful, much stronger than me at his peak. He once led an army to conquer the 9 realms, with Earth being one of them. However, he is now nearing the end of his life and poses no threat. After waiting a moment for Coulson to take notes, Lynch continued. A greater threat is Odin's daughter, the goddess of death, Hela. She is nearly as powerful as Odin and has a long lifespan, being brutal and ambitious. Right now, I'm not her match. However, she is suppressed by Odin and can only break free after his death. Her first target will definitely be to seize Odin's throne before she acts against the 9 realms. Coulson nodded solemnly, signaling Lynch to continue. Besides that, there is Thor, the god of thunder. He is powerful and can command lightning. But he has a straightforward personality and a kind nature. If Earth is in danger, he would actually become a helper in protecting it. Speaking of this, Lynch turned his head to look at Loki's room. Finally, there is the mischievous Loki. He knows some tricks, can manipulate people's hearts, has a cunning personality, and is internally fragile, always teetering on the edge of good and evil. After finishing his words in one breath, the 3 of them fell silent for a moment. So, what should we do now? Coulson frowned. We could do nothing. Lynch shrugged. We're just waiting. Waiting for whom? For Thor. And then return this hammer to him? Coulson was puzzled. No, his divine power is sealed, and he can't lift this hammer. As he spoke, Lynch walked to the side and looked up at the sky. Hey, buddy, how's the view up there? Want to come down and chat for a bit? Lynch had already noticed Hawkeye secretly observing them from above. What about that guy inside? Coulson shouted at last. No need to worry about him. He'll disappear on his own. What? Coulson was taken aback and quickly pushed open the door to check. Loki, who had been lying on the ground, had already vanished without a trace. Loki, the god of escape. One afternoon, a special guest arrived at a pet shop. He had a handsome, sexy golden mane and a strong, muscular build, but his brain might not be functioning quite right. We don't have horses here. Only cats, dogs, and birds. The shopkeeper shot a sideways glance at the hulking man, wondering where this guy came from to make fun of him. How can my little shop possibly have a big guy like a horse? Then find me the biggest to ride. The golden-haired man said seriously. The shopkeeper was left speechless. Just then, a voice from outside broke the tension. Do you need a ride? The big man hurried over. In the car. I've never done anything like this, Jane said shyly to Thor. In her life, she had never had an experience where she spontaneously left with a man because of some crazy talk. Have you ever done something like this? Thor smiled in understanding and nodded. Many times. In Thor's long life, such things were indeed common. Prudent? Not a chance. My life motto is just one word, reckless. Thor looked at Jane with appreciation, knowing that although she was a mortal, she possessed wisdom and courage beyond others. But you're very brave, Jane said with some bitterness. They stole the results of my lifelong research. I have nothing left to lose. Not long ago, Agent Coulson from S.H.I.L.D. had played the bad guy and taken all of Jane's research data for himself. Yes, but you are very smart, smarter than anyone in this homeland. Thor continued to praise Jane, and she turned to smile at him. Homeland? Jane found the term somewhat amusing, as if they had traveled back to medieval Europe. Do you think I'm strange? Thor realized that his choice of words might be difficult for ordinary people to understand and laughed self-deprecatingly. Yes, Jane was amused by Thor's odd remarks, prompting him to frequently turn his head to look at her. Is it good or bad to be strange? Thor asked with a smile. I'm not quite sure, Jane replied honestly. Just then, the car hit a rock on the desolate road and swayed a bit out of control. Once it stabilized again, the two burst into laughter over the little incident. An indescribable, wonderful feeling rippled in their hearts. After a while, Jane looked at the handsome, strong, mysterious man she felt a fondness for and seriously asked, Who exactly are you? To be honest, Thor pondered for a moment but still didn't answer directly. You'll find out soon enough. Soon, Thor looked at the road ahead. Soon he would reclaim his Mjolnir and regain his godly powers. By then, He wouldn't need to explain himself to Jane to prove he was Thor. You promised to tell me, Jane said a bit unhappily. But Thor changed the subject. What you're looking for is a bridge. Like the Einstein-Rosen bridge? Mentioning her research made Jane immediately enthusiastic, quickly responding. More like a rainbow bridge. Hearing this, Jane shook her head, finding it hard to believe. Heavens, I hope you haven't gone mad. Night had fallen, and the two unexpected guests arrived outside the Meow Hammer research base. They stood on a small hillside, using binoculars to look at the Meow Hammer. After observing for a while, Jane spoke up. It's not a satellite crash. They should be removing the debris, not surrounding the area. Thor, impatient, took off his cumbersome clothing and draped it over Jane, then stared at the Meow Hammer with sparkling eyes. You'll need this. What? Jane didn't quite understand what Thor was doing. Wait, why? Thor smiled. You just stay here, and once I get Mjolnir, I'll return what they stole from you. Deal? Jane stared at Thor in disbelief. She didn't think charging into a heavily guarded place was a wise choice. No, look over there. Do you think you could just walk in and take her stuff? Thor didn't take the guards seriously at all, with the Meow Hammer so close. He was already getting carried away. No, I'm gonna fly out. With that, he quickly dashed out and disappeared into the night. Here he comes. Lynch murmured to himself inside the research base. Coulson, prepare to welcome the guest. He shouted outside the room, near the research facility housing the Meow Hammer. A small confusion began to unfold. A researcher reported to a bald man, the signal we need isn't strong enough to penetrate the clouds. That thing is emitting so much interference that technology is hardly effective. Commercial planes are overhead, CN Airlines. The bald man, a senior agent of Hydra and S.H.I.L.D., angrily tapped his chaotic phone and ordered the plane to change its route. Suddenly, one of his subordinates pointed at another screen and said, "There's something in the western defense area." The bald man pulled out a walkie-talkie and commanded, "Delancey, Jackson, keep an eye on the western perimeter and check." Wait, a voice came from behind. It was Coulson. "Tell them not to go." Coulson ordered directly. The bald man was stunned, confused. Why? No reason. A blonde giant is going to charge and looking for that hammer. Just let the guards hold him off a bit, but don't take it too seriously. Coulson? What does that mean? The bald man was momentarily perplexed. Brother, are you giving this thing away? Good heavens, are you Hydra or am I? I don't flaunt it so openly. I don't need to explain to you. I'm the one in charge here. Just follow orders. Agent Sitwell, Coulson calmly finished. Turning to leave. Back with Thor, he had already climbed over the barbed wire and was looking around. After a while, Thor moved. As a patrolling guard walked by, Thor quickly dashed behind a car to hide. Then he repeatedly employed the same tactic, getting closer to the white tent set up around the Meow Hammer. With a swift motion, Thor charged inside. As soon as he entered, he bumped into a guard. "Who are you?" The guard asked warily, then immediately began to report. Target spotted at the entrance. Thor swung his massive fist and charged at him, taking him down with a single punch and a slam. The entire research base erupted with urgent alarms as a large number of guards began to converge. "Do not fire. I repeat, do not fire. Just hold him off. Let him come to the hammer." Coulson kept issuing commands through the walkie-talkie while also waving his hand at Hawkeye above. "Are we really doing nothing? No need. Let's just watch." As soon as Coulson had set everything up, a terrifying thunder echoed from the sky, and the rain began to pour even harder. Researchers rushed over to report. That thing emitted a large burst of electromagnetic waves, and the system was struggling to cope. Looking at the increasingly chaotic instrument screens, Coulson couldn't help but murmur, "Heavens, is this guy really the god of thunder?" Having evaded wave after wave of guards in the base and taken down numerous obstacles, the god of thunder excitedly gazed towards a corner. He could already feel it. His Mjolnir, his divine power, was just around the corner. Quickening his pace as he turned the corner, the god of thunder looked ahead with excitement. But his smile slowly faded, turning into shock, confusion, and sorrow. He couldn't believe it as he rushed to the pit and knelt down, desperately touching the place where his Mjolnir had once been. Yes, it should have been embedded here. The Mjolnir that no one could lift had actually vanished without a trace. All that remained was a dented mark proving it had once existed. "Where's my hammer?" The god of thunder couldn't help but cry out in despair. Looking up to the sky, "Hey, are you looking for a hammer?" A crisp voice suddenly rang out beside the god of thunder, and he turned in surprise. Then, he saw a scene he would never forget. The Mjolnir, which he cherished as his beloved and was supposed to belong to him alone, was now being held up by a smiling young man, floating in the air. "Why is Mjolnir in your hands?" "No." The god of thunder glared fiercely at Lin Qifei. "How can you lift it?" Lin Qifei smiled innocently, casually lifting Mjolnir and switching hands. Seeing the god of thunder's eyes turning red from anxiety, almost bleeding, Lin Qifei slowly spoke. Thor, don't worry. I don't have the so-called qualification to lift Mjolnir, nor have I obtained your divine power. I just forcibly lifted it. What? The god of thunder was even more astonished, completely disbelieving Lin Qifei's words. He pointed at Lin Qifei with a cold glare. This Mjolnir possesses the power of Odin left by my father. For those who are unworthy to lift it, its weight is infinite. How could you possibly lift it? He furiously thought of a reason. You must have used some despicable means to break my father's seal. Okay. Lin Qifei shrugged, thinking to himself that the god of thunder was being stubborn. You could try for yourself. Saying this, he moved his body and placed Mjolnir back in its original spot. Thor stared intently at Lin Qifei as he set down Mjolnir, then took a step forward to carefully examine his beloved hammer. Standing before Mjolnir, Thor was filled with joy, gently caressing it as if it were a long-lost lover. Lin Qifei watched Thor reveal a nauseating lovesick look and couldn't help but understand why the god of thunder had broken up later. So, the third party in the relationship was Mjolnir? Suddenly, Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, roaring as he exerted all his strength to pull it. But he turned red in the face, veins bulging on his neck and arms. Yet Mjolnir remained utterly unmoved. The heavy raindrops pelted down on him, soaking him completely. After a long time, he despondently released Mjolnir, crying out in utter despair. Why? Kneeling before Mjolnir, Thor bowed his head, tears mixed with rain streaming down. He knew he had lost the qualification to lift Mjolnir. At the same time, he had lost his identity as the god of thunder, becoming a mere mortal. Hey, is that it? You're giving up? Lin Qifei said lightly. I can't just let this go on without interruption. Here is Thor, a muscular man, crying like this. Who can withstand that? It's completely different from just sobbing. Hearing Lin Qifei's voice, Thor suddenly remembered there was a strange guy beside him. He frowned and pouted at Lin Qifei. Who are you? Someone here to help you. A glimmer of hope arose in Thor's heart as he eagerly asked, How can you help? Lin Qifei sighed. First, calm down, take a shower, and change your clothes. Then we can talk. Thinking of Lin Qifei lifting Mjolnir with one hand, Thor couldn't help but believe him. If he truly could lift Mjolnir by his own strength, he should have a way to regain Mjolnir's acknowledgement, right? You can call me Lin. Generally, you can think of me as a god from Midgard. A super kid? Lin Qifei glanced at the uncertain Jane, smiling slightly. Do you know me? Are you a fan of mine? No. Jane awkwardly looked down. My dad said he was very interested in you. Interested? I see you're all just after my body. Lin Qifei snorted coldly, not continuing to engage with Jane, turning back to continue persuading Thor. I know you were sealed of your divine power by Father Odin and banished from Midgard, but you don't need to worry too much. Wait, why haven't I heard a god like you here? Thor asked. Thor appeared rough and reckless, but as the Prince of Asgard, he was quite intelligent. It was just his nature that made him reluctant to use his wisdom, preferring to solve everything with a hammer and axe. At this moment, Thor's eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if he could see through Lin Qifei's heart. You Asgardians are too isolated. I only recently descended into this world, so you're not very aware. Okay, so how can I regain Mjolnir's acknowledgement and restore my divine power? Thor asked, his earlier wisdom vanishing as he grew anxious. His current situation was akin to being unilaterally dumped, desperately wanting to find a way to win back the heart of his beloved. Once you pass your trial, you will naturally be reborn, Lin Qifei said mysteriously. What trial? If I told you, it wouldn't be a trial anymore. Thor was speechless, thinking to himself that this was just nonsense. Thor, you must change. Lin Qifei quietly observed the disappointed and sad Thor. Your father is aging. Once he dies, disaster will follow. The rebellion in the 9 realms will be relentless, and your sister will escape. Even greater calamities will sweep across the universe. What? Thor exclaimed in surprise. How do you know? Can you foresee the future? Yes. Do you know what I saw? Lin Qifei's gaze pressed closer, and Thor lowered his head, unable to meet his eyes. I saw ancient prophecies becoming reality. Asgard reduced to ruins, your people displaced, all your lovers taken away one by one, and in the end, you wanted the starry sky alone. No, Thor shouted in rage. I will not let this happen. Lin Qifei simply gazed at him calmly. With the current you? He shook his head. To be frank, you couldn't even defeat my girlfriend right now. Upon hearing this highly insulting remark, Thor slammed the table, glaring fiercely at Lin Qifei, breathing heavily, but couldn't find any words to retort. Arrogant, conceited, reckless, with only battle in his eyes. Lynch stood up and glanced at Jane. With such a you, what will you use to lift Mjolnir? What will you use to protect Asgard? What will you use to protect the ones you love? After saying this, Lynch called a few people and left, leaving Thor and Jane in the room. He doesn't look that bad, does he? Aren't your words a bit too much? Natasha followed Lynch, whispering in his ear. It's all a test. It's a necessary path for him. Feeling the warmth by his ear, Lynch felt a bit distracted. However, I really like that girlfriend. Natasha chuckled lightly and pecked Lynch on the cheek. Am I really that bad? Thor looked at Jane with red eyes. No. Jane gently stroked Thor, feeling a bit sorry for him. I don't know how you used to be, but the you I see now is not like this. Thank you. Thor showed a grateful expression. Just as the atmosphere was gradually warming up, a figure suddenly appeared in the room. Oh, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Loki walked over to the two of them, hands clasped. Loki. Thor was overjoyed to see his beloved brother. What are you doing here? I'm here to tell you something. Loki's tone was heavy. Countless bad speculations flashed through Thor's mind as he asked with a trembling voice, what happened? Did the frost giants invade? I'm here to explain to Father, to let him. Father is already dead, Loki said softly. Thor was stunned, his expression shifting from shock to disbelief, and then to immense sadness. What? You were exiled. The threat of a new war is upon us. He ultimately couldn't bear it. Looking at Thor's face, Loki added with a hint of consolation, you can't blame yourself. I know you loved him. I wanted to tell him, but he wouldn't listen. It's so cruel that Mjolnir is right in front of you, yet you can't lift it. Thor hung his head deeply, motionless. The crown naturally falls on my head, Loki said as a matter of course. Thor lifted his head, tentatively asking with a pleading tone, can I go home? Loki shook his head. The truce with the frost giants is conditional on your exile, and Mother has also forbidden you from returning home. Thor felt despair. I'm here to say goodbye, brother. I'm so sorry. Loki's figure gradually faded from the room. No, I'm so sorry. Thor held his head, finally unable to bear it, and broke down in tears. I'm really so sorry. It's all my fault. Thor cried in the room, and no matter how Jane comforted him, it was of no use. It's all because of me. He choked while covering his face. Jane hugged Thor's head gently, feeling heartbroken. No, that's not your fault. After a long while, Lynch pushed the door open and walked in. If I told you Odin wasn't dead, would you stop crying? Lynch couldn't hold it in any longer. You crying is one thing, but you're hugging your girlfriend while crying? A muscular man crying while holding a delicate beauty. One wouldn't know if they were engaging in some special interest. For the sake of his mental health, Lynch had to come in and interrupt them. Anyway, Thor's emotions were already in place. Any more torment would result in psychological trauma. Hearing this, Thor indeed shuddered and looked at Lynch with teary eyes. Didn't you say my father didn't have much time left? How do you know he is still alive? Lynch sighed and walked over to Thor. Because Loki is lying to you, it's that simple. What? Thor's face darkened, not knowing what to say. With his intellect, he could certainly guess what was going on. After all, Thor knew his scheming brother very well. Lynch patted Thor on the shoulder and said, "Want to go for a drink?" "Sure." In the bar, the table was already piled high with empty bottles, and Thor was finishing one bottle and opening another. He was already flushed, swaying as he dragged Lynch to drink. "Lynn, you drink too. Come on." Lynch picked up his dark-colored wine glass and took a sip of the cola inside. Drink? Not happening. Anyway, Thor was already drunk. Even if I drank air, he wouldn't notice. Downing half a bottle of expensive liquor in one go, Thor disdainfully told Lynch, "The drinks in Midgard are too awful." Saying this, as if he thought of something, he broke into a standard drunken grin. "Our Asgardian drinks are much better than yours. I remember the best drink I ever had was when I was a child, stealing my father's treasured wine with Loki. That taste." As he spoke, his voice gradually lowered until he couldn't continue, replaced by a sobbing tone. "Why has everything changed in the blink of an eye?" Thor raised the bottle again and took a big swig. "Everything changes with time. It's your time to change too," Lynch thought to himself. "They say superheroes have it tough." Thor, as the top powerhouse in Lynch's mind, the strongest man, is simply epically tragic. His parents are dead. His sister wants to kill him. His brother constantly schemes against him. His homeland is destroyed. Half of his comrades were killed by Thanos. Even his girlfriend is gone in the end. In Avengers Endgame, this man who appeared with an aura of wealth and power was left with only a Stormbreaker, wandering the stars with the Guardians of the Galaxy. Are the prophecies you mentioned all true? Thor gritted his teeth and asked Lynch. Lynch nodded and said, "I've seen such a future." Thor bent over, his fists tightening little by little, unwillingly asking, "Is there no way to change it?" Lynch shook his head. "Even if you regain your powers, you can't. Are you 1/10 as powerful as Odin?" "No." Thor started sobbing again. Lynch would bet that in just one day, Thor cried more times than he did in the movies. It seems that knowing everything but being unable to do anything is more painful than directly losing everything. Suddenly, Thor lifted his head and stared at Lynch with fiery eyes. You can lift Mjolnir, which my father sealed. You must be very powerful. And since you're so familiar with our affairs, you must be ancient, right? He grabbed Lynch's shoulders tightly and shook him vigorously. You can help me, right? You must have a way, right? Calm down. Lynch grabbed Thor with both hands, firmly holding him still. This guy still has so much strength even after losing his powers. It's ridiculous. I can help you, but I can't change your fate. Indeed, Lynch has the ability to help Thor. He could help Thor deal with his brother, but those things Thor could do himself. But change the fate of Thor? Lynch can't do that. Thor's father Odin's lifespan is coming to an end. What can Lynch do? Should he produce a longevity pill? He can't even refine pills. Lynch's abilities only allow him to send Odin off early. He has no power to keep him here. To prevent the destruction of Asgard, he would have to face Hela, who possesses limitless power, head-on. Don't even mention Asgard. Even on Earth, Lynch might not be able to defeat Hela, let alone in Asgard. How can he kill Hela and prevent Asgard's destruction at the same time? Lynch expresses that he can't solve this problem. He should consult the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Ancient One has the mirror dimension. If they lure Hela into the mirror dimension, they could cut off her source of power and avoid the destruction of Asgard. And breaking up with his girlfriend, how can Lynch, a straight man, teach that? Just go for it. If you love her, go to jail for her. Have you all lost your minds? Just kidding. Lynch can't change matters of the heart either. As for other things, like a mother passing away or Thanos snapping his fingers, Lynch could intervene, but the outcome is uncertain. Who knows what the future holds? Help me. Just help me. It seems Thor is getting tipsy. He looks a bit unsteady as Lynch catches him, and his speech is starting to get muddled. I will help you, but first, you need to change yourself. Otherwise, how can I help you when you have nothing? Right, then you. Teach me how to become strong. Become strong? I'm just sunbathing and getting stronger. Can you learn that? I have my own system, and you don't. No, I can't do that. I know. Thor wobbles as he speaks. You don't want to teach me because you and I have no relation, right? Don't think that a drunk person lacks logic. In fact, a drunk person can be quite logical. Thor is clearly focused and locks on a Lynch. Then, he wobbles and suddenly kneels on the ground with a thud. He raises his face, which is twisted, his red eyes filled with tears, and solemnly declares, I, Thor, the Prince of Asgard and the God of Thunder, swear here that I will serve you for life, as long as you promise to change my fate. Lynch is stunned. What is Thor doing? A guy with such strong pride, who calls himself a god, kneeling and swearing to be my servant? A servant? A man? A male servant? No way, this is too disgusting. Get up quickly. Lynch hurriedly pulls Thor up and throws him onto the sofa. Thor, not satisfied, struggles to get up again. Good grief. A god over 1,000 years old kneeling for himself. How much lifespan would that cost? Helpless. Lynch has to hold Thor down and reluctantly agrees to his strange request. You can consider me your master and treat me as your teacher? Lynch isn't sure how to handle it, but manages to coax Thor into accepting it. Not long after, Thor, having received Lynch's promise, gradually falls asleep. With no other option, Lynch makes a call to send Thor to Jane's house. Watching Thor lying on Jane's bed, Lynch quietly sighs. Good apprentice, the master can only help you this far. Asgard. In a room, 4 well-dressed warriors are gathered. A big man with a worried face is pacing back and forth, while a fat man with a face full of flesh keeps stuffing food into his mouth. Suddenly, the pacing big man stops in front of the fat man, angrily overturning the plate filled with food and shouting at him. Our dearest friend has been exiled. Loki has taken the throne. And the realm of the Aesir is facing war, and you can still eat 4 wild boars, 6 wild chickens, a big chunk of beef, and 2 barrels of strong beer. It's simply too embarrassing. Don't you care at all? The fat man also stands up in anger, yelling back at the big man. Don't think that just because I'm a big eater, I'm heartless. You two have argued enough. The only woman among the 4 says loudly. Saying this, she and another Asian-faced warrior pull the 2 apart. We know what to do, she whispers to the others. We must hurry. The Asian-faced warrior also says. The 4 look at each other. We need to find Thor, he continues. The big man worries. This is treason. The fat man retorts defiantly. What does it matter if it's treason? This is a suicide mission. The female warrior just quietly watches her companions. They would do this for us. The 4 fall silent. Indeed, if they were in such a situation, Thor would definitely come to find them and help them at all costs. Suddenly, the fat man seems to think of something and whispers, we should be quiet. Heimdall might be watching us. Speak of the devil, Just then, the door to the room is pushed open. A soldier walks to the door and says to the four, Heimdall wants to see you. The four look at each other. After a long pause, the fat man says, we're doomed. You dare to rebel against Loki, our king, violate your warrior oath, and commit treason to save Thor? Heimdall stands above them, his tone cold as he questions. Yes. The female warrior answers without hesitation. Good. To everyone's surprise, Heimdall does not continue to punish them, but walks down. So you'll help us? The female warrior, moved, asks Heimdall. Heimdall walks directly past them, heading for the hall outside. I am loyal to the kingdom and cannot open the Rainbow Bridge for you. Saying this, Heimdall leaves. This guy's pretty hard to deal with, right? The big man comments, somewhat surprised. So what do we do now? The fat man has no ideas. The female warrior looks at Heimdall's back, puzzled. Heimdall did not punish them, but he also did not help them. So what does he mean? Could it be? She turns her head to look up. Indeed, the sword that controls the Rainbow Bridge is still stuck in place. Look, she excitedly pats her companion's shoulder, making them look towards the sword. We can set off now. Saying this, she walks forward, and the rest of the companions stand around her. With the activation of this great sword, the four instantly transform into a beam of light, shooting from Asgard into the distance. A beam of light flashes, and the four appear standing on a mysterious pattern in a desolate wilderness. So we have arrived? The fat man looks around in confusion. Should be. The female warrior surveys the surroundings. We should head this way. The four begin to move toward the direction where Thor is located. After a while, a small town appears in front of the four. The four of them ignored the strange gazes of the people around them and the exotic scenery, heading straight for Thor. Finally, they saw Thor in front of a glass door. The four rushed forward and knocked on the glass, shouting in unison, We found you. Thor turned and showed a look of surprise on his face. They excitedly embraced each other one by one, then sized each other up. You really came? Thor said excitedly. Really? What does that mean? The female warrior asked, somewhat confused. Nothing. How's my father? Thor asked with a long-lost smile. Your father has fallen into slumber again. Thor nodded knowingly. Who are you? Jane asked, stunned. My friends, Thor said with a smile. Lady Sif and the three warriors, the strong man said, smiling at Jane. Thor also introduced the four warriors of the Asgard. Lin Qifei smiled slightly in a friendly manner. So why are you here? Thor asked, somewhat puzzled. We came to take you home, the strong man said excitedly to Thor. I can't go back right now. Thor's expression darkened. I was banished by my father, and Loki occupies the throne. This is all Loki's scheme. You must go back and reclaim the throne. The strong man said unwillingly. Guys, let's skip the small talk. A big guy is coming soon. Lin Qifei interjected. Thor, who initially wanted to say something, shook his head and turned to Jane and Lin Qifei, saying, Why don't you leave first? Not long ago, Lin Qifei had told him about the arrival of the four warriors of Asgard. Of course, along with them was the Destroyer. The Destroyer is a formidable being. Odin once wore it to fight against the Celestials. The Celestials are super beings of individual levels, and Odin relied on the Destroyer to combat them, showcasing its power. Although it was portrayed poorly in the movie, it must be said that it was necessary for the plot. First, the Destroyer was controlled remotely by Loki, making it a weak master with no driver. Secondly, Thor defeated the Destroyer with lightning, without destroying it. Therefore, Lin Qifei and Thor also agreed that they wouldn't help him fight this thing. This is his test. How can he improve without taking hits? If he doesn't get beaten down, how could he possibly be reborn by a bolt of lightning? If Lin Qifei knocked out the Destroyer with one punch, would Thor still have a chance to play? Thus, Thor wanted Lin Qifei to take Jane away to avoid any accidental harm. I won't leave. Jane stubbornly held her head high. If you stay, I stay. All right, I'll protect her. You don't need to worry. Lin Qifei sighed. I really regret not bringing Natasha. She keeps feeding me dog food. What are you talking about? Who else is coming? The strong man asked foolishly. Yes, Thor said, his eyes shooting sharp light, glancing at the four from Asgard. You should return to Asgard first. Why? Sif asked. If you have enemies to deal with, we must stay. The strong man added. No. Thor shook his head. This is my test. I must face it. As he spoke, a powerful storm swept in from the distance. In an instant, everyone looked towards that direction. It's coming. A desolate land covered in ice and snow. Kill him. A tall frost giant looked at the guy in front of him and instructed his subordinates. I've done quite a bit for you, haven't I? Loki approached the giant without a hint of fear and said casually. The master of this palace, the king of the frost giants, Lin Qifei, scrutinized Loki for a long time and finally pieced together some strange occurrences from before. It was on the day of the Thor movie's opening. The day Thor ascended to the throne, that the frost giants were able to suddenly invade Asgard. It was you who brought us into Asgard. Loki waved his hand dismissively and said, I just thought it would be fun to stir things up during my brother's good days and prevent him, that fool, from taking control of the territory. As he spoke, Loki revealed a hint of a mocking smile. Laufey's face was cold and terrifying, his eyes like two red garnets. His tone as icy as the climate here. What do you want to do? Loki smiled and, while approaching Laufey, slowly articulated his plan. I will hide your people and take you into Odin's secret chamber, where you can kill him in bed. Why not do it yourself? Laufey glared at his son, his words devoid of any warmth, knowing that this guy had no good intentions. Loki seemed amused by Laufey's words, secretly cursing Laufey's stupidity, and explained, the people of Asgard will not crown a king who killed the former king. Once Odin is dead, I will return that treasure chest to you. Upon hearing the treasure chest, Laufey abruptly stood up. This way, you can return to Jotunheim and be honored at home. After finishing his conditions, Loki confidently awaited Laufey's agreement. Laufey hesitated. Although he knew Loki had ulterior motives, he couldn't refuse the temptation of the ice treasure chest. Accepted. A flash of light appeared, and Loki returned to Asgard from the column of light of the Rainbow Bridge. He glanced at Heimdall, who was watching him seriously, and asked unhappily, Guardian, what's bothering you? Heimdall coldly replied, I tried to find you in Jotunheim, but I couldn't see or hear you. You were avoiding me. Just like the frost giants entering here. Loki said nothing, merely stared at Heimdall, slowly closing the distance. Heimdall's words felt like accusing Loki of being a frost giant that was picked up, igniting Loki's inner anger. Damn it, I am your king now. How dare you speak to me like that? Perhaps your senses have dulled over the years. Loki said coldly. Perhaps someone is deliberately hiding things, unwilling to let others see. Heimdall replied pointedly. Hearing this, Loki wished he could stab Heimdall's eyes out. This guy's eyes could see everything in the world. All of Loki's schemes were nothing in his sight. This was also a point of great concern for Loki. Heimdall controlled the Rainbow Bridge, managing the passage between Asgard and Earth, making him an important figure. Loki paced in front of Heimdall, wanting to ascertain Heimdall's loyalty. Heimdall, do you have incredible abilities? Has Odin ever feared you? Loki asked. No. Heimdall quickly replied. Why not? Loki pressed. Because he is my king, and I swear loyalty to him. Heimdall replied as a matter of course. He was once your king, and now you swear loyalty to me, right? Saying this, Loki smiled at the silent Heimdall. He knew Heimdall could give no other answer. After a long silence, Heimdall finally answered, yes. Then do not open the Rainbow Bridge for anyone else until I repair the damage my brother has caused. After finishing, Loki, having obtained Heimdall's promise, quickly left. Soon, Loki expressionlessly watched a beam of light shoot from Asgard, pointing directly at Earth. Heimdall had violated his oath and promise. Loki turned away, his heart almost filled with jealousy and hatred. Father, mother, Heimdall, and that suddenly emerging Lin. Why is everyone favoring that fool Thor? Why is everyone helping that fool Thor? That guy is all muscles, only knows how to fight and kill, has no talent for governance at all. That guy is arrogant and proud, lacking any noble qualities of an Asgard heir. Why is everyone betraying me? Why does no one believe in me? In terms of talent, I am clearly more qualified to be this king. I could easily deal with all enemies, reconquer the 9 realms, and let all people live good lives. Just because I am adopted, actually a frost giant, then I will do what a true frost giant should do. Let's see who can truly save Asgard. As for that guy Thor, since you refuse to be a mere mortal in Midgard, then die. Scourge, to whom do you swear loyalty? Loki quietly asked the black-armored warrior bowing before him. Scourge stood up, first giving a flattering smile, then sincerely replied, of course to you, the new king of Asgard. He also slightly lowered his head to show respect. Loki's piercing eyes roamed over Scourge, a hint of a hypocritical smile creeping onto his lips. He could see the deceit in Scourge's heart. But given the current situation, it seemed there wasn't much room for choice, because there were not many he could trust. After a moment of silence, Loki changed to a satisfied smile and said to Scourge, are you willing to do something for me? Scourge eagerly responded, of course. It is my honor. Thor, filled with resentment after being exiled by Odin, intends to rebel, and his 4 companions have already fled from Asgard to Midgard. Loki said resentfully, then looked at Scourge with hopeful eyes. Are you willing to kill these traitors for me? For Asgard? Upon hearing Thor and the 4 warriors of the Rainbow Bridge, Scourge's expression stiffened for a moment, then he weakly replied, I would love to help you, but with my abilities, I fear I would disappoint you. Scourge thought to himself, this idiot Loki, if I could handle them, would I still be bowing to you like this? With this kind of intelligence, he thinks he can be king. Asgard is doomed. But Loki did not reprimand him, merely smiled slightly and waved his hand gently. A tall figure stepped out from the shadows beside them. Scourge looked over curiously. This, the divine weapon created by the former king. The Destroyer? He stared in shock at the tall, silver robot before him, unable to believe his own eyes. Yes. Loki glanced at him faintly. Now are you confident? Scourge still looked incredulous, puzzled as he turned to Loki. But with the power of this thing, it could take them all out without needing anyone, right? No. Loki's expression changed, and he spoke in a harsh tone. There's still a troublesome guy, so I need you to use it. Facing Loki's fierce gaze, Scourge knelt down and shouted, I will complete the mission. Just make sure my brother doesn't come back. Let it destroy everything. It's here. Lynch saw the destroyer slowly advancing from one side of the town, firing powerful energy attacks from its eye, obliterating everything in its path. Let's go. Vostag, the largest warrior in the Valkyrie, patted his belly and charged ahead. The others exchanged glances and followed him. Once outside, the group looked at the approaching destroyer with astonished expressions. Thor turned to his four companions, his tone serious. I must tell you, my friends, I'm just a mortal now. If you stay, I might get you killed. Come on, Thor. We're not afraid of treason. Are we afraid of death? Vandal, a burly man with golden hair, said with a smile. That's right, let's go. Hogun, an Asian-faced warrior, also rarely showed excitement, shouting loudly. Thor looked at his four companions, touched and nodded. Don't worry, I will protect them. Lynch quietly reassured from behind. So the five no longer hesitated and rushed towards the destroyer together. You draw its attention. The female warrior Sif turned to the side. She was looking for an opportunity to strike decisively. The others exchanged glances, silently formulating a battle plan. Then all looked at the sturdy Vostag. Bang! The destroyer turned its head, and a destructive attack blew up a small gas station on the roadside. Amidst the smoke and flames, it slowly and steadily approached the few people in front. For Asgard. In an instant, Vostag shouted as he ran from a distance, accelerating madly. The other three got ready in his path, and, at the moment Vostag reached them, they launched him like a cannonball towards the destroyer. Vostag shouted loudly, raising his axe high. His several hundred pounds of weight combined with his incredible speed brought overwhelming power right to the destroyer's front. But the destroyer simply swatted Vostag away like a fly, sending him crashing onto a car. Even though Vostag was the toughest among the four, the heavy blow knocked him down and left him seriously injured, unable to move for a while. The destroyer showed no mercy, stepping forward, its eye armor quickly opening. Its body, starting to glow as a beam of destructive energy, was about to shoot out to take Vostag away. Just then, a silhouette wielding a spear leaped down from a nearby rooftop, plunging the spear into the destroyer's body. The yellow light on the destroyer suddenly extinguished, and it was bent down by Sif, completely still. Is it done? Vandal asked uncertainly. The destroyer immediately answered. Its body slowly began to change, its armor shifting, ultimately turning its head and arms backward. Its head faced Sif, and a searing beam shot out in an instant. Sif nimbly jumped off the destroyer's body, evading the terrifying strike. Go, go, go. Vandal and Hogun quickly shouted as they moved to drag Vostag away, while Sif also rolled away to escape. The destroyer immediately fired a terrifying energy attack at the fleeing group, causing explosions and destruction wherever the ray hit. Flames and explosions consumed everything on the street, and the barely escaping group was knocked to the ground by shockwaves and debris. The destroyer, moving steadily through the smoke and flames towards the powerless Valkyrie quartet, began to change its armor once again. Enough, Thor shouted, gripping a small axe he had picked up. Your target should be me. He raised the axe, looking up at the destroyer, knowing Loki was controlling it and could hear his words. Give me a moment. The destroyer halted its attack, standing silently facing Thor. Thor approached the Valkyrie quartet, helping each of them up. You all go. Go to Asgard and organize against Loki. He supported them, his expression heavy. No, we will fight together, Vandal said, unwilling. You have already done your best. Thor patted their bodies. The others struggled to even stand. Then I will die like a warrior. Today's story will surely be passed down to future generations. Sif was extremely excited. You must survive and tell the story to the children. Thor said seriously to them. What will you do? Hogun asked with concern. Don't worry, I have other plans. Thor smiled, as if he truly had a solution. Just as he finished speaking, another destructive ray from the destroyer struck near them. Go, go, go. Thor shouted loudly, and the Valkyrie quartet could only support each other and begin to retreat. Meanwhile, he gently threw the axe to the ground, walking towards the destroyer with a complex expression. Thor finally understood what the test was and recognized the mistakes he had made in the past. Brother, no matter how I wronged you, no matter what I did to anger you, whether I led you to do all this today, I apologize. As Thor spoke, memories of the years spent with Loki gradually surfaced in his mind. Loki had always been mischievous, always playing tricks and often pranking Thor. But Thor had never taken these little things to heart. But he didn't know when it started. He increasingly couldn't understand his brother. An invisible barrier gradually formed between them. He had not understood before, nor had he been willing to understand this barrier. But all he had experienced in Midgard slowly made him realize that he had made many mistakes in the past. So even when Loki had reached the point of seeking power and even wanting to kill him, Thor only wanted to believe it was due to his own past errors. His arrogance and indulgence had led the inherently cunning Loki down the wrong path. And all of this should be borne by me, as the older brother. I have the responsibility to guide him back to the right path. But these people are innocent. Killing them will not bring you glory. Yes, killing cannot solve problems. Why had he always thought violence could resolve everything? More precious than killing and violence are love and compassion. These are what can bring peace and beauty. If you're going to kill, then just kill me and immediately cease fire. As the words fell, Thor happened to walk right in front of the destroyer, standing firm and looking up at the towering figure. The yellow glow on the destroyer's face slowly dissipated, and then it gradually turned around. A hint of relief appeared on Thor's face, as he thought Loki had taken his words to heart. But the destroyer suddenly raised a hand and sent Thor flying violently. In an instant, the mortal body of Thor was sent flying over 10 meters, landing on the ground, clearly struggling for breath. He was done for. Thor, seeing Thor being knocked away by the destroyer, flying over 10 meters and falling to the ground, unconscious, Jane could no longer hold back and shouted as she rushed forward. Lynch, standing nearby, did not stop her. Instead, he wanted to grab a Coke. Because a famous scene was about to unfold. He had sensed that the meow meow hammer not far away had begun to emit an unusual surge of energy, and Thor was about to come back online. The destroyer coldly glanced at the gradually lifeless Thor before turning to leave. Jane knelt beside Thor, crying out in anguish, not understanding why this was happening or why Thor had to sacrifice himself. At that moment, because of his arrogance, pride, and warmongering, Odin had sealed Thor's powers and banished him from Midgard. On Earth, Thor had undergone various trials, being treated as a mortal, befriending Jane and human friends, fighting alongside his comrades, taking Lynch as a mentor to seek redemption, and offering his life to save everyone. He had finally completed the transformation Odin hoped for. He had finally passed the test. A tear slowly trickled from Odin's eye as he slept, and Thor seemed to hear his father's curse from that day when he unleashed his wrath. Whoever wields this hammer, if he is worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. In the deep pit where the meow meow hammer was located, the researchers on site were sweating profusely, busy with the sudden surge of powerful energy from the hammer. Dark clouds began to gather above Thor's head. In an instant, the meow meow hammer sensed its owner's call from the depths of fate and broke through all obstacles. Soaring into the sky, it has arrived. It is here. The meow meow hammer, accompanied by lightning and radiance, was about to bring Thor back to the world. What is that? Jane's friend and assistant, the beautiful Daisy, stared blankly at the long arc left in the sky. Yes, back, Sif exclaimed excitedly. Jane, Donji, get away. Jane's father, Eric, shouted worriedly. Hearing his voice, Jane looked up in surprise towards the sky. Lynch suddenly appeared beside Jane and pulled her aside. Lynch, what's happening? Jane guessed something and asked him excitedly. Lynch smiled slightly and replied, Thor has passed the test and regained his powers. Aren't you curious if he is really a god? You will find out soon. As he spoke, the meow meow hammer had already struck down towards the unconscious Thor with the speed of lightning. Suddenly, Thor stretched out a hand and firmly grasped the hammer. Amidst the dazzling lightning, his aura began to rise gradually, pieces of armor coalescing and appearing on him. The destroyer and Loki seemed to sense something and abruptly turned around, uncertain, as a destructive attack began to brew rapidly within the destroyer. But before it could unleash that strike, the meow meow hammer flew out from the lightning and struck it hard to the ground. My God! Jane looked at Thor, who had emerged from the lightning, her face filled with shock. Her father Eric and friend Daisy wore similar expressions. Lynch, however, smiled knowingly. In terms of presence, Thor was quite impressive. A loud noise echoed in the sky as the grand entrance unfolded. In this scene, Thor's apprentice had executed the moment perfectly. not inferior to Lynch's own brilliance, as he soared into the sky, creating a small tornado with his hammer. The storm lifted the destroyer into the air, and Thor seized the opportunity to hammer it with a flurry of blows. The destroyer fired a beam of destruction. But Thor held the meow meow hammer up against the beam and struck down from a height. Boom! An incredibly violent shockwave swept through the surroundings, and the destroyer was struck down to the ground by Thor's blow, no longer moving. In the celestial palace, Loki, with a dark expression, grinned sinisterly and whispered, "Now's the time." On Earth, Thor, invigorated, descended from the sky holding the meow meow hammer. He had passed the test and regained the recognition of Mjolnir. He had restored his divine power. He walked towards the others, unable to hide his excitement. "Is this your usual outfit?" Jane tried to appear calm as she scrutinized Thor. "Not too far off." Thor smiled slightly and nodded at Lynch. Then he looked at his companions and said, "Let's go to the Rainbow Bridge. I need to find Loki." A few cars happened to arrive, and Coulson approached with his team. He wore a wry smile as he re-evaluated Thor. "Another god. Thor, you look pretty cool," he said. Thor nodded solemnly and replied, "Son of Cowl, we fight for the same goal, to protect this world. Please do not hinder our actions." "Okay." Coulson glanced at Lynch and nodded in agreement. "But it's not over yet." Lynch suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Thor immediately sensed something and looked in a certain direction. The destroyer, which had been knocked to the ground by Thor, had somehow stood up again, and a beam of destruction, thicker and more terrifying than before, was already on its way. "Oh my god! We can't dodge it." A surge of fear rose in everyone's hearts. Thor's expression changed drastically as he raised the meow meow hammer and charged in front of everyone to block the destructive beam. But this beam was faster and more powerful than any before it. Just as Thor was about to take action, the beam came crashing down. "No!" Thor roared. If this beam landed, everyone he cared about would not escape death. Even with his restored powers, it would be useless. But a second later, Thor realized that no explosion had occurred. He looked up and saw the figure standing in front of everyone. Lynch, the one who had predicted everything, helped him pass the test and regain his powers. The one who had comforted and encouraged him during his moments of sadness. The one he had vowed to serve for life. If his previous actions were impulsive due to alcohol, carrying some irrationality, he still felt a small knot in his heart when he sobered up. At this moment, Thor felt almost grateful to Lynch. He silently vowed again in his heart, "Are you all okay?" Lynch, suspended in the air, asked the crowd behind him. He felt a bit at a loss in his heart. Who knew Loki would pull such a stunt and directly assign a pilot to the destroyer? But it seemed that the destroyer had significantly increased in power, as even this beam of destruction had an impressive momentum. Just now, Lynch used his heat vision to clash with this beam of destruction and found that this beam was almost on par with his own heat vision. After all, he was a 70-template young Superman. One could only say that Odin was quite something. "We're fine." The few people behind him responded, their eyes glued to Lynch. This is the super kid. This is the god of Earth. Their worldview gradually shattered, leaving them feeling a bit numb inside. Even if an old man with a white beard claimed to be God at that moment, they would believe him to some extent. "Loki!" Thor shouted, swinging his hammer and rushing towards the destroyer like a whirlwind. But he was quickly sent flying back in even faster speed, just like Vostok. Shortly after, another beam of destruction followed, and Lynch hurriedly blocked it. "Thor, leave this guy to me. You all go to the teleportation point at the Rainbow Bridge." Lynch said to Thor, who was starry-eyed, "The destroyer? I heard this thing is indestructible and immune to physical damage. It's a good punching bag." "Lynch, you alone." Thor struggled to get up, wanted to fight alongside Lynch. "Don't worry about me. It's just a weapon." Lynch smiled slightly and then vanished from everyone's sight. Boom! A loud noise came from the destroyer in the distance, as if a broken sack had been kicked away by Lynch, who suddenly appeared behind it. The destroyer rolled far away before stabilizing itself, and a beam of destruction was unleashed. Lynch couldn't be bothered to dodge, directly facing it with his heat vision, and two beams shot out. Boom! An incredibly strong explosion erupted instantly, sending everything around flying. "Let's go." Thor climbed to his feet, ready to take everyone away. "Is he okay?" Jane asked with some concern. Thor looked back at the two fighting and reassured, "He's fine. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. I'll get you out of here." So the few people present helped each other and began to retreat. In the arena, Lynch's heat vision and the destroyer's beam were locked in a stalemate for a second. Lynch widened his eyes, and the two beams of heat vision suddenly intensified, completely engulfing the destroyer's attack and striking its body. The destroyer was blown away again, crashing heavily to the ground. But it merely brushed off the dust on its body and stood up again, its armor moving slightly, seemingly completely undamaged. Indeed, indestructible. Lynch sighed. Odin really is a grandpa full of treasures. Even his armor is so impressive. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the equipment is, it still needs a powerful person to use it. Enter this black-armored guy, and with Lynch's super strong brain, he quickly discovered his identity. He was indeed the traitorous guy from Thor, Ragnarok, who managed the Rainbow Bridge after Heimdall left Asgard and immediately defected when Hela invaded Asgard. Although in the end, this guy couldn't stand Hela's slaughter and stayed behind to resist for the evacuation of Asgard's people. It was undeniable. He was a weakling, and in the movie, he even fought with 2 guns, making him a rarity among Asgardian warriors. In fact, being inside the destroyer, Scourge had a moment of MMP that he didn't know whether to say or not. Damn you, Loki, you really have no good intentions. Is this guy even human? He dares to go toe-to-toe with the destroyer and can even overpower it. Your brother might not even be able to beat this guy. What can I, Scourge, do? I'm not your dad, Odin. If I get caught, I'm done for. Life is tough. Even though he thought this way, he still quickly controlled the destroyer to face Lynch. Because according to his own estimation, running away was not an option. The only chance was to rely on the destroyer's indestructibility and keep up a war of attrition. Drag it out. Keep dragging until Lynch is exhausted. Then he would have a chance. Lynch had no idea about his plan. If he did, he would probably laugh out loud. Captain America often says to enemies that he can fight them all day. But on a sunny day, Lynch declared, I can fight you for a lifetime. Huh. Lynch delivered a powerful punch to the destroyer's hard shell, directly creating a deep pit in the ground, making the armor shudder. Before the destroyer could get up, Lynch flipped onto its massive body, raining punches down like raindrops. Continuous, ordinary punches. Lynch's punches gradually quickened, leaving behind shadows of fists. As the destroyer was gradually hammered into the ground without showing any signs of damage, Lynch also began to increase his strength. The power that he usually suppressed and restrained was slowly unleashed, pouring out without reservation onto this perfect punching bag. Thud, 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 thud. It was as if meteorites were crashing into the earth, and an immense force transmitted through the destroyer to the ground, causing tremors like an earthquake. What happened? The people who had retreated felt the unusual tremors of the earth and turned back to look at Lynch's direction. What exactly is his origin? Why is he so powerful? Vostag touched his chest, his face filled with shock as he said, could he be a priest hidden in other dimensions of Midgard? Sif also opened her mouth in astonishment. Given their long lives and accumulated knowledge, Lynch could indeed be considered very powerful, absolutely deserving of being a strong figure among the gods. I don't know. Thor shook his head, still confused. He only knew that Lynch was strong enough to lift Mjolnir, but how strong exactly? He had no idea. Let's go, we're almost there. Hold on a little longer. Thor encouraged the others to keep moving. Dragon rising from Mount Lu, Lynch shouted, delivering a punch to the destroyer's chin with all his might. The destroyer then shot up like a rocket, directly ascending from the several-meter-deep pit. Lynch quickly followed, both hands clenched into fists, smashing into the destroyer's stomach. The destroyer changed direction again and plunged into the ground with a whoosh. In the air, Lynch didn't pursue immediately but twisted his neck. Refreshing. It had been a long time since he encountered something so durable. Ever since the template exchange progress skyrocketed and the days of sun exposure increased, Lynch gradually felt that all the enemies in the world had become bland. Who could take a punch from me, old Lin? Is there anyone who would object to saying that all the villains on Earth are trash? That's why Lynch was so eager to join Thor's fun. Although Thor's fighting strength was a mystery, at least his dad was a big shot, and he had an invincible villain sister. Isn't it good to make friends? Or would he rather battle with Tony against Whiplash? Tony didn't mind losing face, but Lynch felt embarrassed. Isn't it just that old man Odin's weapon is so durable? How strong must he be? Although his life is running out and he can't easily use his power, isn't this just perfect? If it were Odin at his peak, he'd be hiding instead, just like how Loki never thought about looking for the Ancient One. That guy has the Time Stone and can see the past and future. He must have already noticed something unusual about Loki. But Loki can't figure out what kind of future the Ancient One sees. Is it his future? Or the original future of this world? Regardless, after Loki's appearance, the Ancient One must have sensed something, even understood Loki's origins. He just doesn't know how Loki came here unless Loki reveals it himself. Otherwise, the Ancient One wouldn't know about the system. So, Loki feels a bit guilty and thus doesn't dare to seek out this easily found Sorcerer Supreme. If the Ancient One doesn't come looking for trouble, that's fine. But to deliver himself to the door? Loki still wants to live a little longer. Speaking of which, after warming up, Loki is ready to take down the destroyer. The sooner he finishes, the sooner he can go to Asgard. Marvel has come. How can he not check in at the Hall of Asgard? If he waits too long, there won't be this place anymore. While pondering, Loki's eyes blaze, and two terrifying beams of heat vision surge forth. In an instant, the destroyer is engulfed by the heat vision. But after a few seconds, Loki furrows his brows. He sees that the destroyer shows no signs of melting or burning. It seems the heat vision's power is insufficient. What to do? Withdrawing the heat vision, Loki's superbrain quickly operates. After a moment, he thinks of a power he hasn't used in combat yet. Freezing breath. Its main use is to instantly freeze Kola. Its frequency of use can rival that of heat vision to light a cigarette. But Loki hasn't used it against an enemy before. Because in terms of power, heat vision is more direct and domineering. With just a glare, everything turns to ashes. But at this moment, if heat vision isn't effective, freezing breath can just restrain it. Thinking this, Loki suddenly takes a deep breath. Whoosh! A cold wind howls from his mouth, turning everything it touches into frost and ice. The destroyer, who just experienced a lava hell, is instantly frozen into a giant ice sculpture. Loki maintains the breath for a few minutes, turning the surroundings into a bizarre ice and snow world. I'll warn you not to come out, or I'll keep hammering you. Loki warns lightly in front of the destroyer. Being frozen and unable to move, otherwise, Scourge would definitely nod vigorously. Goodness, this devil can finally let me go. With every punch, Scourge is afraid the destroyer can't take it, and he himself gets knocked out on the spot. Being frozen is fine. It just means it's cold. At least there's no danger. Scourge secretly vows that even if the ice melts, he'll pretend to be an ice sculpture and not move at all. Estimating that this guy wouldn't dare to come out, Loki looks up a few times and then flies towards the location of the Rainbow Bridge with peace of mind. Time rewinds to a few hours ago. Loki returns from some darkness and runs into Heimdall, who has been waiting. Heimdall, wielding a giant sword, blocks Loki with a hostile look and asks, Loki, tell me, how did you bring the frost giants to Asgard? Loki stops, his expression calm, and replies, do you think the Rainbow Bridge is the only way into Asgard? Even you can't see all the passages between two worlds. Saying this, his gaze turns cold. But I don't need it anymore. I am now the king. You have been stripped of your duties as the gatekeeper due to treason, and you're no longer a citizen of Asgard. Therefore, I no longer have to obey you. As soon as he finishes speaking, he suddenly turns around and raises his giant sword to strike at Loki. For Heimdall, it doesn't matter who inherits the throne. That's Odin's power. But Loki bringing the frost giants to Asgard, what does Loki want to do? Bringing his kind, who have generations of enmity with Asgard, to Asgard. What else could he do? This is an invasion, and it's an invasion led by one who has seized the throne of Asgard. If Loki is not stopped, Asgard will be doomed for eternity. If Loki were just fighting for the throne as Odin's second son, even if he had ulterior motives and impure blood, Heimdall wouldn't care. But if Loki is to lead his kind to invade Asgard, Heimdall will never allow it. Long ago, thousands of years ago, Heimdall swore, I am the gate of Asgard, and I will block all invader steps. Loki, look at my sword. But the cunning and scheming Loki had long anticipated this. Calmly, he pulls out an item, shines it at Heimdall, and a cold wave instantly bursts forth. Unprepared, Heimdall is caught off guard. A sword thrusts toward Loki's face but cannot advance even a bit, and he turns into an ice sculpture. At this moment, Loki's face and hands have turned a strange gray color due to using the Frost Giant Clan's treasure, the icebox, making him look very eerie. Seeing Heimdall immobilized, he sneers coldly, moves his hands slightly, and puts away the icebox. Finally, no one can stop me. I will kill everyone who stands in my way. I will become the true king of the Nine Realms. After the destroyer is frozen into an ice sculpture by Loki, he resentfully pokes at the ground with his staff. Loki, it's that Loki again. That damn guy. I must torment you to death. He turns around to face a group of frost giants and says expressionlessly, welcome to Asgard. Where's Odin? The leading Laufey's eyes shine. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Follow me. Heimdall, take us back to Asgard. Standing on a strange pattern, Thor shouts loudly to the sky. The others look up eagerly, and Loki curiously examines the pattern. Heimdall? Thor calls out several times in confusion. Heimdall should be able to see us here, right? Why isn't he activating the Rainbow Bridge? I passed the test. Can I return to Asgard yet? Heimdall. Far away in Asgard beyond the Earth dimension, the ice sculpture of Heimdall has sensed Thor's call and is struggling desperately. After a long time, A crack finally appears in the ice sculpture. In just a few seconds, Heimdall breaks free from it, killing a few frost giants guarding him. Then, he staggers to the activation point of the Rainbow Bridge, thrusts his sword into it, and activates the Rainbow Bridge. In an instant, a beam of light roars through both worlds. It's here. Seeing the Rainbow Bridge finally activated, Thor can't help but feel excited. Finally, the prince who has endured hardships can return to his kingdom, Asgard. But this also meant that his adventure as a prince had come to an end. The moment of temporary separation from his girlfriend on Earth and his companion friends had arrived. He approached Jane, embraced her, and softly said, "I have to return to Asgard to resolve this matter, but I promise I will come back to find you." Looking at Jane, who gazed at him affectionately, he added, "It's a promise, right?" Jane simply replied softly, "Okay." Then the two shared a passionate kiss. "Are you done?" Lin Qifei, waiting anxiously outside the circle, interrupted bluntly. Thor smiled and glanced at his Earth friends. "Goodbye, my friends." With that, he stepped into the light of the Rainbow Bridge, along with Lin Qifei and the warriors of the palace. Lin Qifei felt a tremendous force pulling him in, instinctively wanting to resist with his life force field, but quickly realized there was no need to fight back. In the blink of an eye, they traversed space and dimensions to arrive at the legendary Asgard. As the light faded, they saw Heimdall fall into the ground along with the Frost Giants. The Jotun? The Frost Giants had invaded again? The faces of the palace warriors changed dramatically, and without waiting to understand the situation with Heimdall, they engaged several Frost Giants in battle. Only 7 or 8 Frost Giants had invaded this place, and 2 of them had chosen to attack the seemingly weakest Lin Qifei. Facing the towering and grotesque Frost Giants, Lin Qifei directly used 2 beams of heat vision to silently annihilate their bodies. However, there were quite a few Frost Giants, and fighting had already erupted all over Asgard. The group, all stronger than the average Frost Giant, ended the battle in 3 minutes and then surrounded Heimdall. They went to Odin. Heimdall was leaning against his sword, his always expressionless face now showing signs of fatigue. "Lin?" Thor looked at Lin Qifei. "Lead the way." Lin Qifei spoke. "Now that we're here, we must smash the Frost Giant King." Thor nodded, swung his hammer, and was propelled forward, soaring into the distance. Lin Qifei quickly followed, continuously using heat vision to clear the Frost Giants they encountered along the way. In a moment, they arrived outside Odin's residence. "Hurry inside." Hearing the sounds of fighting from within the room, Thor rushed in and just in time saw Laufey holding an ice spear aimed at Odin, ready to strike. No! Laufey had moved, the ice spear viciously thrusting towards Odin. Bang! Lin Qifei grabbed Laufey's hand, just enough to make him miss by a fraction. That small distance caused Loki's carefully laid plan to fail. Loki had originally intended to let the Frost Giants in and then kill Laufey at the crucial moment, becoming the savior of Asgard and naturally earning the people's affection, thus rightfully claiming the throne. But it was that damned Lin Qifei again. How could he be so tenacious? Lin Qifei was gripping Laufey's body and then pulled hard, tearing off his right arm. "Ah!" Laufey cried out in pain. "D!" In agony. Laufey lunged at Lin Qifei. Zing! A flash of light, and Laufey instantly became a massive charred corpse. "These Frost Giants are too weak, right? I hadn't even exerted myself, and you're down." Lin Qifei thought to himself, looking at Loki. There stood our trickster, the god of mischief, glaring at him with a face full of frustration. "Calm down. It was just a head I took from you. Is it worth getting this angry? You're being petty." Thor. Thor's mother rushed forward, embracing him excitedly upon seeing her son, continuously stroking Thor. "You finally returned." It was evident how worried and tormented Thor's mother had been during this time. However, as the queen, she could not alter Odin's decisions. Moreover, as a goddess raised by a witch, she possessed extraordinary wisdom and could certainly understand Odin's good intentions, deep down agreeing with his actions. "Mother, it's all right." Thor gently comforted his mother for a moment before raising his head and fixing his gaze on Loki, who had also appeared in the room. "You let the Jotun in?" His voice turned icy. Although it was a question, his tone was certain. On the other side of the room, Loki feigned joy at Thor's return, and in response to Thor's words, said with confusion, "My brother, you're finally back. We've all been worried about you, but I don't know what you're talking about." Thor laughed out of anger, releasing his mother and stepping closer to Loki. "I know you're a master of lies, but why did you send the destroyer to kill me and my friends and let the Jotun into Asgard? What's going on?" Thor's mother looked at Loki in shock. Loki feigned innocence, saying, "The destroyer may have just been following father's orders. I don't know what is going on with the Jotun." He was halfway through his complaint when a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "I'm going to eliminate the Jotun now. Do you want to come with me?" As he spoke, taking advantage of Thor's moment of inattention. He swung his staff to launch an attack that knocked Thor away, then performed his signature move, transforming himself. In a flash, he vanished from the room, speeding away to the control hub of the Rainbow Bridge. Thor roared, stabilizing himself and shaking Mjolnir as he chased after Loki, but he quickly realized he was falling behind. Loki was running farther away. A deep and cunning smile crossed Loki's face, as if he were reveling in Thor's sluggishness and stupidity. "Loki, long time no see. Have you forgotten about me?" Just then, Lin Qifei descended from the sky, slapping the fleeing Loki down to the ground with a big hand, then smiled. "You sent the destroyer to take out your brother, lured the Jotun to kill Odin, and then planned to eliminate them, becoming the sole king in the end." Squatting down, Lin Qifei mockingly said, "You're quite adept at playing imperial politics. It's a pity you weren't born in my ancient kingdom." Loki, furious, climbed up from the ground and roared at this persistent nuisance who had thwarted his plans time and again. "Lin Qifei, this is a matter of Asgard. You have no right to interfere. Do you want to incite war between the realms?" "No, he has half of Asgard now. I've become his disciple, so he can manage matters here," Thor said coldly as he approached, wielding Mjolnir. "Thor, are you crazy? As Odin's son, you're making this guy, who doesn't even belong here, your disciple. You're a disgrace to Asgard." Loki's words and expressions no longer concealed his anger and hatred. "That's better than you colluding with those ugly, stupid frost giants. Aren't Asgard and the Jotun sworn enemies for generations?" Lynch pretended to be confused, and then suddenly seemed to realize, "It seems like you were originally a picked-up frost giant, right? Oh, then it's fine. Well done. Shut up." Loki, furious and embarrassed, pulled out a blue and white box and aimed it at Lynch. It was indeed the most precious artifact of the frost giant lineage, the ice crystal box. Holding the ice crystal box, Loki, who was a frost giant, instantly turned pale and without hesitation activated the artifact. A cold wind immediately howled towards Lynch. Lynch snorted, thinking to himself, "I'm not afraid of this. The ice crystal box? My heat vision doesn't counter your ice attribute." With both hands braced, eyes wide open, two beams of heat vision met the cold wind head-on, without backing down. The ice crystal box was an artifact among the frost giants, which had been left in Asgard after being defeated by Odin during their invasion of Asgard, with the power to freeze an entire planet at its peak. However, it is well known that the power levels in the Marvel Cinematic Universe vary dramatically. For example, Scarlet Witch Wanda can easily defeat Thanos but is afraid of bullets. Her brother Quicksilver met his end under a bullet. So, at this moment, the power of the ice crystal box in Loki's hands certainly could not compare to the legendary freezing of a planet. At most, it could freeze an area. This power was decent, but compared to Lynch's heat vision, it must be said that at this moment, with 70 of the template of a young Superman, Lynch's abilities had evolved increasingly towards that of a deity, to the point where he had to excessively control his own power in daily life. Not to mention the exaggeration of super strength, super speed, and other abilities just from the perspective of destructive power. Lynch could easily find weak points in the Earth's crust and apply pressure to trigger regional earthquakes that could lead to devastating earthquakes for a city, a country, or even a continent. And among his abilities, heat vision was particularly formidable. When fully unleashed, its temperature rivaled that of the sun's surface, and sustained release could turn a city into a molten hell. The cold wind released by the ice crystal box instantly melted upon contact with the heat vision, akin to winter snow meeting a spring breeze, being wildly destroyed and eliminated in an instant, unable to withstand even a moment. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying heat vision engulfed both the ice crystal box and the astonished Loki. "Is he dead?" After retracting his heat vision, Lynch saw that the area swept by the heat vision was left with only the ice crystal box, with no trace of Loki. Although the heat vision was powerful, Loki was no slouch when it came to fleeing. Lynch narrowed his eyes and released his super senses to search for Loki's whereabouts. "No, over there." Just half a second after releasing his super senses, Lynch spotted Loki's location. He was standing in front of the sword that controlled the Rainbow Bridge. Stubborn as ever. "Quickly, stop him," Thor exclaimed. Too late. Loki shouted triumphantly. But the distance was too great, and Loki moved too quickly. The two could only watch as Loki activated the Rainbow Bridge in an instant. The three of them witnessed a terrifying energy beginning to brew and transform as the Rainbow Bridge was manipulated by Loki, then changing direction and shooting straight toward Jotunheim. This beam of light, if it shot through, would completely destroy Jotunheim and annihilate all the Jotuns. This guy Loki, he wants to eliminate the Jotuns, the force they've been fighting against, once and for all. All just to gain Odin's recognition? Isn't that a bit delusional? If eliminating them was that easy, wouldn't Odin have done it long ago and not left it to now? And he still calls himself the god of mischief every day? Has he played house too much? Like some idiots on Earth, when faced with a problem, they just throw a nuclear bomb. Can strategic weapons be used like this? Can slaughter solve everything? This is the Marvel Cinematic Universe, after all. What is the motto here? Love and peace. Did they make you the king of Asgard just so you could wash the 9 realms with the Rainbow Bridge? Ridiculous. You need to be taught a lesson. While thinking, Lynch wasted no time and rushed over to give Loki a punch that sent him into the stars. Thor anxiously followed, standing in front of the control hub of the Rainbow Bridge to observe. Can we shut this down? Lynch frowned and asked Thor. Once it's activated, we can't. Unless. Thor hesitated, glancing at the Rainbow Bridge. Seeing Thor's implication, Lynch scratched his head. According to the plot development, next, Thor should destroy the Rainbow Bridge to prevent the destruction of Jotunheim. Thor would thus complete his perfect transformation from a reckless warrior to a compassionate king by the end. But if the Rainbow Bridge is destroyed, how will my buddy get back to Earth? Although Asgard has other forms of teleportation with dark magic. Who knows how reliable they are? What if it takes 10 to 15 months to prepare? Thor can stay in Asgard. He is a local. But what about me? I still have a Black Widow back home. Even if she won go after other men like Thor's girlfriend Jane does when her boyfriend goes missing for a long time, it's bound to be awkward, right? Don't be impulsive. Let me see if there's another way. Lynch quickly interjected to stop Thor, wanting to try to find another way to prevent the Rainbow Bridge from destroying Jotunheim. Floating up in the air, seeing Thor gradually calm down, Lynch sighed inwardly. These two brothers, why can't they do anything but cause destruction? One activates the Rainbow Bridge for destruction, and the other wants to destroy the Rainbow Bridge directly. In midair, Lynch carefully observed the Rainbow Bridge while calmly analyzing it quickly. After a moment, Lynch reached a conclusion. This thing is high-tech, no doubt about it. I can't figure it out. What can I do? I'm also quite desperate. My system doesn't include Kryptonian technology. You say I have a super brain? I studied foreign languages in college and never even took advanced calculus. I've learned various foreign languages quite well, but the only 2 ways to stop the Rainbow Bridge from destroying Jotunheim are 1. Destroy the Rainbow Bridge as per the original story. 2. Cause the beam of light from the Rainbow Bridge to deviate or cancel out. But, based on my feelings, the energy contained in this beam of light is so immense. If I go head-to-head, I might be easily torn apart. But then again, it might not need to be completely canceled out. Just a slight deviation should work. That's worth a shot. So Lynch held his breath, focusing intently as 2 thick beams of heat vision struck the beam of light shooting towards Jotunheim. The beam of light emitted from the Rainbow Bridge was disturbed by the heat vision, immediately losing its original stability. The beam containing endless energy began to visibly fluctuate. However, it seems that even with Lynch's heat vision, this was the limit. Just a few breaths later, the Rainbow Bridge returned to calm, steadily directing its output towards its original target. Not enough power. Increase it. Ignoring the burning sensation in his eyes, Lynch frantically intensified the power of his heat vision. As the 2 beams of heat vision gradually thickened, their aura became even more terrifying and their colors changed accordingly. But at that moment, what are you doing? Do you know that using energy to attack the Rainbow Bridge will cause it to lose its target and shoot off to an unknown place? If it lands in Midgard, it will be the end for you. Loki, who had unknowingly regained consciousness, looked at Lynch as if he were a fool, sneering as he spoke. What? Is what he's saying true? Lynch's eyes were blood red, and due to the high power output, they were suffering from unbearable heat. It might be true. If not operated properly, it could even cause an explosion in Asgard. Thor's face was serious, and his Mjolnir began to dance in his hand. There's only one way. Is there still no way to reverse the fate of the Rainbow Bridge? Lynch sighed silently, feeling somewhat helpless. He could only hope that the dark magic of Asgard would come through. Then go ahead. Withdrawing his gaze, Lynch closed his eyes and landed on the ground. Destroying the bridge was something Thor had to do. After all, he is the crown prince, the first in line for the throne of Asgard. It wouldn't hurt to destroy one's own property. It would be unreasonable for an outsider like me to destroy the Rainbow Bridge. What if Odin wakes up and blames me? If Thor destroys the Rainbow Bridge, then it has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Thor nodded, moving with his hammer, eager to leap onto the Rainbow Bridge. He seemed filled with excitement and anticipation. What does it mean to be a spendthrift? When it comes to destroying his own home, Thor could be considered the best in the 9 realms. The Thor trilogy is a story of a handsome, wealthy god going bankrupt and ultimately living a life of debauchery. This rainbow bridge is just the first small item he has lost in his life. Thor, what do you want to do? Seeing the strange conversation and actions between the two, Loki quickly reacted, incredulously questioning. You can't destroy the rainbow bridge. Loki shouted hysterically. I can, Thor said resolutely, swinging his hammer. I must do this. Boom. Mjolnir struck the rainbow bridge, causing a slight tremor, but the bridge remained unscathed, clearly indicating that Thor's strength was still insufficient. No. Loki, holding his staff, pointed at Thor from a distance, unleashing an energy attack that sent Thor flying. Lynch, with his eyes closed, seemed to have lost his senses due to the overloaded heat vision and did not react to Loki's antics at all. In fact, Lynch was intentionally ignoring it. If he stopped Loki, how would he let him fall into the original Dark Abyss? If he doesn't fall in, who will become Thanos' lead minion and lead the Chitauri army to attack New York? If there is no attack on New York, how would Lynch gain justice points? A complete template Superman costs over 100 million. Besides the New York battle, Lynch couldn't think of any other time to gain so many justice points. So, in fact, Lynch was eager for Loki to make the situation a bit bigger, bringing more people over to farm justice points. Even without mentioning justice points, this plot is quite important. In the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, Loki falling into the abyss leads to the subsequent New York battle and Thanos, serving as a bridge between the past and the future, acting rashly to intervene. Who knows what kind of troublesome characters Thanos might send to Earth? Ronan? Or his subordinates, the Black Order? The newly united Avengers might not even be able to handle these long-standing powerhouses of the universe. Compared to these people, Loki is clearly much cuter. For the sake of the Avengers, today he must go down. Seeing that Lynch was unresponsive to his commotion, Loki quickly rushed towards Thor. The blasted Thor got up and directly knocked Loki down with a single swing of his hammer. Don't hinder me. Thor's expression was grave. Do you know what you are doing? If you destroy the Rainbow Bridge, you will never see your girlfriend in Midgard again. Loki clutched his chest, falling to the ground and angrily shouting. Ignoring him, Thor increased the force of his hammer, smashing down on the Rainbow Bridge again and again. As Lynch listened to the repeated strikes, a haunting melody played in his mind. 80. The crystalline Rainbow Bridge began to crack under the relentless blows. Thor, why have you become so weak after just one trip to Midgard? Loki shouted in confusion and pain. Don't you hate those Jotun? How many Jotun have you crushed before? Tell me why. Because killing does not bring peace. Thor replied without looking back, raising Mjolnir to strike down once more. You coward. Loki lunged at Thor. Stop. Just as Thor was about to swing down. Boom. With this strike, the Rainbow Bridge seemed to collapse like a camel crushed by the last straw, emitting a terrifying explosion. In the shocked gazes of the three, the entire Rainbow Bridge slowly broke in half. Chaotic energy triggering a tumultuous explosion. The Rainbow Bridge was finally destroyed. As the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed, an endless energy exploded across the scene. The sleeping King Odin in the secret chamber slowly opened his eyes. Odin, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, his right eye covered by a golden cloth, was dressed in luxurious attire. Just awakened, he had no aura of a king. Apart from that unfathomable eye, he seemed like an ordinary noble old man. All this time, he had been in a deep sleep, but he was actually maintaining a state in which he could sense external movements. In his perception, everything that had transpired was laid bare. Thor had broken the spell he had set up, and Loki had gone astray. Even the Rainbow Bridge had been destroyed in their struggle. This trial was enough for him to make a choice, and it was time to end it. Therefore, as the king of Asgard, the sole ruler, he chose to awaken at this moment. He suddenly rose, his figure flashing and vanishing, leaving the room. The explosion of the Rainbow Bridge destroyed everything nearby, and the violent energy rampaged through the vast starry sky. The explosion created shockwaves that swept Thor and Loki away, tossing them into the air. Unable to withstand such overwhelming force, the two struggled like small fish in a storm, trying to escape. But these two weaklings undoubtedly couldn't break free, and could only scream as they fell freely from the sky. Below them was the endless starry abyss beneath the broken Rainbow Bridge. Just as Lynch was about to take action, he sensed that Odin, who had been sleeping, suddenly stirred. The big boss has finally woken up. Of course, he had to wake up. If he didn't wake up, both of his sons would be gone. In that case, it would all be for nothing. All the trials and losses would lose their meaning. Thus, Lynch sensed a deep aura flashing past him. Odin instantly arrived at the Rainbow Bridge, catching the falling Thor. Thor, quick on the uptake, grabbed Loki's staff in an instant, and the other end secured Loki. Father, Loki, while being captured, looked up at Odin with great excitement. I can eliminate the frost giants. For Asgard for you. He looked at Odin joyfully, longing for a rare acknowledgement from him. In light of his actions, he was nothing more than a childish boy, jealous of his brother, concerned about his mixed heritage, and dissatisfied with his father's favoritism, wanting to prove himself. He hoped to gain his father's true recognition. But Odin did not show a kind smile to comfort his poor little son. He merely looked at Loki with an expressionless face. He was very disappointed in Loki. After a series of events, Odin realized that Loki's personality was indeed difficult to correct. Cunning, selfish, and cowardly. How foolish of him to have once held expectations. Now, it seemed that although Thor was not particularly suited to be a king, he was undoubtedly more suitable than Loki. After a long moment, he spoke in his aged voice. No, Loki, you are wrong. Your actions are wrong. As the supreme god king, Odin naturally would not feign comfort for Loki. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. As the king of Asgard, he had to speak the truth to his child. Do right, and there is reward. Do wrong, and there must be correction. Upon hearing Odin's words, Loki, who had been excited and eager, felt as if he had been struck hard, his gaze gradually losing its luster. Did I do something wrong? Why can't you acknowledge me even once? Is it just because I am a frost giant? Heartbroken and disheartened, Loki released his grip on the god of thunder's hand and let himself fall into the abyss. If that is the case, what is the meaning of living? Let Thor inherit the throne and rule Asgard. No, Loki, no. Odin and Thor spoke simultaneously. Odin was somewhat surprised and saddened. He did not expect his usually cunning and cowardly little son to be so resolute after hearing his denial. Odin could not understand why a single criticism from him could lead Loki to this point. Was there a misunderstanding between him and Loki? It seemed he had shown too little concern for him. Reflecting inwardly, Odin realized he was not very good at educating children. Otherwise, after 1,000 years, he would not have two sons, both candidates for the throne of Asgard, who turned out so inept. Especially Loki, this child had not received much affection from Odin for various reasons. Instead, he was very close to his mother Frigga, obedient to her, and most of his magical abilities came from her teachings. Perhaps he had been too harsh on Loki? The god of thunder looked at Loki, who had disappeared from view, with immense pain and sorrow. He treated Loki like a real brother, with genuine feelings, even after learning that Loki was actually a frost giant. Even after Loki had done so many foolish things, Thor did not harbor resentment toward him. As the older brother, he had an infinite tolerance and a strong protective urge for his younger brother. Now that Loki had fallen into the abyss, uncertain of his life or death, and he felt powerless, Thor was, of course, devastated. His mind involuntarily recalled the prophecy of Lin Qifei. Could this be the beginning of his tragic fate? If possible, Thor would willingly take Loki's place, allowing himself to fall into the depths of the world tree. While the two were lost in their different reflections of sadness, there was one person who felt it was unnecessary. Even when Loki fell in, a classic line automatically popped into his mind. I will return. Lin Qifei looked forward to the day when Loki would return with the Chitauri army, proudly, to see the expressions of Thor and Odin. However, would the plot still develop along the original route? After witnessing his own strength, how would the wise second princess Loki stage his return as a king? If it was just the Chitauri army of the original plot, Lin Qifei believed that dealing with them would be as simple as playing a shooting game. As long as he used the simple and unadorned moving ray, he could deal with the descending army. If Loki understood this, he would surely find a way to solve his problems. He just didn't know what tricks he would come up with. However, when the soldiers come, the generals block. When the water comes, the earth covers. Lin Qifei was unafraid. While pondering, Odin pulled Thor up and then looked towards Lin Qifei in the distance. Noticing Odin's gaze, Lin Qifei smiled slightly, took a few steps forward, and approached the two. This is Lin Qifei. He comes from Midgard and has helped me a lot. Thor began to introduce. I know. Odin's expression was calm. Odin, the god king of Asgard, greets you. Lin Qifei smiled and slightly bowed to express his respect. Although this great figure was nearing the end of his days, he was still the lord of the 9 realms. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. Hearing this, Odin also replied amicably, traveler Lin Qifei from afar. He gazed at Lin Qifei as if stars were born and destroyed in his single eye. Hello, traveler from afar? Lin Qifei's heart stirred. Was he truly a great figure? He could actually guess a bit of his origin. Let's talk inside. Saying this, Odin slowly walked ahead. Inside the magnificent and grand palace, Odin sat high upon the throne, while Lin Qifei and Thor stood below. Thor, you have done well during this time. Odin began to praise, his tone comforting, like an old father pleased to see his child grow. Upon hearing this, Thor smiled steadily and shook his head, saying, I was too headstrong before. Odin nodded and continued. It's great that you can grow. I can rest assured leaving Asgard to you. You will become a wise king. Thor paused for a moment and said, Father, there is no king wiser than you, nor a better father than you. He hesitated, his face filled with worry. Don't worry. I can hold on for a while longer. Odin saw through Thor's thoughts and said naturally, I will hold on until the day you can take the throne of Asgard. Upon hearing Odin's promise, Thor's expression improved slightly. All right, you go talk to your mother for a bit. Okay. Thor respectfully bowed, glanced at Lin Qifei, and exited the palace first. Lin Qifei calmly looked ahead, waiting for Odin to speak. Lin Qifei, is it all right if I call you that? Odin casually began, speaking in a relaxed tone as if chatting about daily life. Of course, Lin Qifei replied naturally. I heard that Thor made a vow to follow you. Odin chuckled lightly. If Thor gets into any trouble, you wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Would you? Lin Qifei was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted. Goodness, is Odin trying to find a stepfather for Thor? However, shielding a god of thunder? Once he developed, it didn't seem like a problem at all? After all, I just flipped through the system and found that my justice value has increased by over 100,000. Perhaps before long, I will be able to exchange for the youthful Superman template. Of course, with this confidence, Lin Qifei replied lightly. Seeing Lin Qifei agree so easily, Odin was a bit surprised and then smiled kindly. Of course, Asgard will reward you for your help. Oh, hearing about the reward, Lin Qifei became interested. There are many good things in Asgard's treasury. What can you give me? Everything in the treasury is available. Everything? Then I won't be polite. The icebox? Lin Qifei suggested. The icebox can emit cold air, which might enhance the freezing breath. Although he wasn't sure if he could use it, why bother worrying? He'd deal with it when it was in hand. Odin, sitting in a high position, didn't hesitate to toss an item, which Lin Qifei caught. It was the supreme artifact of the Frost Giant clan, the icebox, that had previously fallen to the ground and was picked up by Odin. This item is of no use to us, and the person who possesses it will inevitably be plagued by the endless troubles of the Frost Giants. Odin was straightforward about the troubles of the icebox. It's okay. Their king has already died at my hands. Lin Qifei certainly didn't mind the trouble. They were just Frost Giants after all. Is there anything else? Odin continued to ask. The cunning old man knew well the principle of taking advantage of others' needs, and hoped Lin Qifei would ask for more treasures. The eternal flame, the infinity gauntlet. Lin Qifei also no longer held back and stated his demands. The eternal flame appeared in Thor, Ragnarok, where Loki, realizing he couldn't fight Hela, used the eternal flame to awaken Surtur, who was sealed within Odin's crown. With the eternal flame, Surtur transformed into a towering, terrifying fire demon, wielding an enormous twilight sword, and destroyed Asgard in the blink of an eye, ultimately seemingly perishing alongside Hela, making him a fierce character that triggered Ragnarok. Like the icebox, Lin Qifei wanted to see how this item could help with his heat vision, and the infinity gauntlet. There is indeed one in Odin's treasury. Moreover, corresponding to Thanos' left-handed infinity gauntlet, this one is for the right hand. Although in Thor, Ragnarok, Hela dismissed the gem-encrusted infinity gauntlet in the treasury. Even calling it a fake, many people believe this glove was just a useless imitation. But, after some contemplation, Lin Qifei believed this glove was real. That remark about it being a fake likely referred not to the glove, but to the infinity stones on it. You should know that Hela scoffed at individual infinity stones, merely commenting that they were decent. This was undoubtedly because of her own immense strength, which made her not fear a single infinity stone. And Thanos' infinity gauntlet was crafted by forcing the dwarf clan, a subordinate race of Asgard, to create it. From his perspective, it was very likely that this glove was real. In fact, the truth might be that long ago, the powerful Odin, who conquered the 9 realms, noticed the rumors about the infinity stones and created such an infinity gauntlet to collect them, but ultimately gave up for other reasons. After hearing the legends of the infinity stones, Thanos learned that there had once been an infinity gauntlet capable of using them, and tracked it down to the dwarf clan. Therefore, this infinity gauntlet has a high probability of being genuine, perhaps even crafted long before Thanos' left-handed glove. Oh, the infinity gauntlet? Odin was somewhat astonished. You know that rumor? He curiously asked Lin Qifei. Yes. Lin Qifei didn't shy away and openly admitted. I want to see how powerful the infinity stones are. Having the infinity stones will bring disaster. 1 or 2 might be fine, but if... After hesitating for a moment, Odin said solemnly, I know collecting the stones will trigger disaster, but someone is already eyeing them. Lin Qifei smiled and replied, I can only act first. Is that so? Odin remained silent for a long time, slightly puzzled, and said, "I am increasingly unable to see what will happen in the future. Is that so?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Qifei contemplated Odin's words. The original future of the Marvel Cinematic Universe had already been altered by him. So is Odin sensing the chaos of the future? What can you see? Odin stood up and walked slowly towards Lin Qifei. His steps were slow, and his single eye was filled with concern. "Lin, I can only feel one thing. The future." Odin spoke slowly, dragging out his tone as he approached Lin Qifei and looked at the young man in front of him. "The future has changed. It is very chaotic, and you are the source of the change." He paused for a moment and continued. "Your origins are a mystery. Your strength continues to grow. And one day you will be in the most important position, making a choice that will affect countless people." Odin's tone grew heavier, and Lin Qifei listened with a frown. "So you can take whatever you want, even the throne of Asgard or the position of the Lord of the Nine Realms." The King of Asgard? The Lord of the Nine Realms? What I do with that? What exactly does Odin want to say? Lin Qifei couldn't understand Odin's deeper meaning. "I hope you understand that the future has changed, and you need to be alert." "The future has changed?" Lin Qifei fell silent. Images of various villains flashing through his mind, ultimately settling on Thanos, who snapped his fingers. So Thanos will also change his strategy? How will Thanos, who fears Odin and the Ancient One and dares not touch Earth, confront Superman, whose strength is not much different from theirs in the future? All right, no need to think too much. Since the Rainbow Bridge is destroyed, you can stay in Asgard for a few more days. However, Odin changed the subject and cheerfully began to introduce Asgard to Lin Qifei. Asgard has a lot of delicious food, and the drinks are quite unique. In a magnificent celestial palace, a lively banquet was underway. Let me tell you, at that time, I let out a huge roar and flew towards the Iron Giant, knocking it down in one blow. At a long table filled with various delicacies, Volstagg, holding a chicken leg, was happily eating and boasting about his battle with the destroyer, while those around him listened with great interest, occasionally bursting into laughter. "You're kidding. To put it bluntly, didn't he just fall on your butt at that time?" Vandal, sitting next to him, ruthlessly exposed him, causing everyone to burst into exaggerated laughter. Actually, falling was part of the strategy to lure the destroyer, Volstagg argued while holding his shaking belly from laughter. The atmosphere of the banquet was very cheerful, and everyone felt relaxed because the invading frost giants had all been eliminated, and even their king had died in Asgard. Thor, the god of thunder, has returned, and everyone understands. From now on, the frost giants will hardly pose any threat to Asgard. "My friends." The crowd turned to the speaker and saw Thor standing up with a goblet in hand. He raised his goblet, scanned the crowd with a smile, and then spoke solemnly. "We must thank a guest who has come to Asgard for the first time, for solving the invasion of the frost giants. My master in Midgard, Lin." He raised his goblet towards Lin, who was sitting nearby. "Let's raise a glass for Lin." Everyone lifted their goblets, looking at Lin with sincere smiles. "To Lin," Thor shouted loudly, downing the drink in his cup. "To Lin." The crowd echoed enthusiastically, drinking the fine wine. Lin, watching the justice points continuously scrolling on the system, also smiled and took a sip of his drink. Of course, it was a unique alcoholic beverage from Asgard, with a very low alcohol content, and the flavors of unknown fruits and flowers far outweighed the taste of alcohol. It was tangy and sweet, indeed intoxicating. Lin had already downed 2 large cups. This was also because people kept coming over to chat and drink with him, including some beautiful Asgardian women with charming figures. Odin and Thor did not hide the fact that Lin had defeated the Frost Giant King. Instead, they widely promoted Lin's mysterious strength. Everyone was very interested in this mysterious, powerful, and young guy from Midgard, as his quiet demeanor made it hard to associate him with such strength. This created a stark contrast. Naturally, many young and beautiful Asgardian ladies were curious about Lin and wanted to get to know him, seeing the delicate girls downing their drinks. Lin felt embarrassed to sip his drink slowly. However, he had no intention of engaging deeply with these seemingly youthful, charming, exotic beauties. Asgardians have extraordinarily long lifespans, averaging thousands of years. These girls, who looked like they were in their teens or 20s, might have lived for 1,000 or 800 years. They could practically be my great-grandmothers. I'm still a kid. However, it seemed that Asgardians had a body density 3 times that of Earthlings, and their physical quality was exceptionally good, seemingly better than Natasha. Ugh, how vulgar. Lin cursed silently in his heart as his gaze fell upon Thor, who had gotten up. Holding his drink, Thor looked gloomy as he walked to a secluded corner to drink alone. Lin, who understood Thor's feelings, knew that this kid was starting to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Most of the Asgardians present were unaware of the ins and outs of the frost giant invasion. They only knew that with the combined efforts of Thor, Lin, and the 4 warriors from the Valkyrie, Asgard had defeated the invading enemy. Seeing Loki fall into the abyss, uncertain of his fate, and having destroyed the Rainbow Bridge with his own hands, Thor's frustration and sorrow were understandable. At this moment, Lin certainly couldn't just stand by. After all, he was both a master and a father figure to him. It's really worrisome, having to help you fight and also provide psychological counseling. Lin sighed and resolutely apologized to the beautiful ladies around him before heading over to Thor. If I tell you 2 good news, will you be happy enough to go back to drinking? What good news? Thor burped, slightly tipsy, looking at Lin with a glint of hope in his eyes. He still trusted Lin's words. Lin stood in front of Thor and said casually, "First, Loki is not dead." Hearing that Loki was alive, Thor's eyes immediately brightened. Really? Of course, otherwise you can go ask your mother right now. Lin knew that Thor's mother was also aware of Loki's state, but hadn't told Thor yet. Where is he? Can we save him? Thor eagerly asked. I assure you he is not in danger, and when the time comes, he will return. Seeing Thor so eager to see Loki, Lin couldn't help but feel emotional. Of course, you will see him again. It's just that the scene might not be what you imagine. When you meet, your brother Loki will descend with a fierce Chitauri army and wreak havoc in New York, and you'll be swinging your hammer to fight alongside your dear brother to protect Earth. He's not dead, not dead, Thor happily murmured to himself, reassured by Lin's promise. So what's the second piece of good news? Of course, it's about your little girlfriend. Lin smiled. Jane? Thor's expression fell. After all, he had just established a relationship with Jane before leaving, promising to see her soon. And what happened? He had smashed the Rainbow Bridge to pieces. Without the Rainbow Bridge, how could he see Jane? Now that the Rainbow Bridge is destroyed, I can't see her anymore. Observing the changes in Thor's expression, Lin chuckled. I saw how satisfied you were when you smashed the bridge. Why didn't you think about this back then? You sacrificed your feelings for what you believed in. Should I say that even great-hearted men can't escape a foolish act? Fortunately, old Lin, am here. The Rainbow Bridge can be repaired. What? How do we fix it? Thor looked confused. The Tesseract, Lin whispered. But Thor furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment, and finally remembered what it was. Isn't it in Midgard? So we just need to go get it. Thor looked at Lin with a puzzled expression, as if asking Lin, are you stupid, or am I stupid? How could we retrieve the Tesseract from Midgard when the Rainbow Bridge is destroyed? Lin rolled his eyes at Thor, who knew nothing. Of course, you're the stupid one. Living for over 1,000 years and knowing nothing. What a waste. Dark magic. You Asgardians have a form of dark magic that could be used for teleportation. Lin helplessly explained to Thor. Really? How come I didn't know that? Thor was still confused. Would I lie to you? Just ask your father tomorrow, and you'll find out. Ending the topic somewhat desperately, Lin, who had just done some psychological counseling for Thor, felt a headache coming on. Seeing that Thor's mood had improved, Lin pulled him towards the long table. Come on, go back and enjoy your drink. That day, Thor brought Lin to a special place in Asgard. This is our Asgardian treasury. What do you want to see first? Thor turned to Lin after leading him down to a spacious area and asked. Lin didn't speak, activating his supervision to curiously observe everything around him. In a somewhat spacious hall, one unique treasure after another was displayed individually on both sides. At a glance, most of the treasures were unfamiliar to Lin Qifei, but many were also recognizable. For instance, the object closest to Lin Qifei. He moved and approached this treasure. It was an obviously incomplete ancient stone tablet, covered in unknown inscriptions and patterns. Lin Qifei knew that this was called the Tablet of Life. The Tablet of Life came from the Atlantis civilization, and it contained some kind of life evolution equation. By cracking this equation, one could achieve the ultimate evolution of life, gaining infinite power and wisdom. Out of curiosity, Lin Qifei stepped closer to the stone tablet and gently touched it, but nothing happened. Judging for its appearance and feel, it was just an ordinary stone tablet. Lin Qifei was not surprised. After all, he had never held any fantasies about these things. Are you interested in this? Thor asked curiously. If you like it, feel free to take it. My father allows you to take whatever you want. Shaking his head, Lin Qifei walked towards another treasure he recognized. It was a large sphere resembling a giant eyeball. This object was even more interesting than the Tablet of Life. It was called the Eye of a Sorcerer, a magical artifact used by sorcerers and wizards. It not only possessed abilities similar to mind control, but could also erase illusions and darkness, and even predict the future to some extent. It had some powers of a time stone and could slightly counteract the reality stone. If this object truly had powerful settings, it could indeed be called a divine artifact. However, Superman couldn't use magic. The most ridiculous part was that his heat vision and freeze breath didn't count as magical damage. Unless Lin Qifei exchanged for a template of a magical Superman, he wouldn't be able to use magical means. Naturally, this was something Lin Qifei could only admire from afar. After looking at the eye of the sorcerer, he continued to move around and came to another magical treasure. This object looked like a clock, with glowing hands for hours and minutes. It was the famous eye of Agamotto, Doctor Strange's, and the legacy artifact of all supreme sorcerers, including the Ancient One. It could see the future and manipulate time. Of course, this one was a replica, or rather, it didn't contain a time stone. Therefore, even if this eye of Agamotto had the same power as the supreme sorcerer, it was far inferior to the one that contained the time stone. Regrettably staring at it for a few moments, Lin Qifei continued to browse. Now this was the real highlight. In a basin, a flame that would never extinguish was blazing fiercely. This flame was called the Eternal Flame, the source of power for the fire demon Surtur. In Thor, Ragnarok, the invincible and powerful Hela in Asgard was defeated by the fire demon, released when Loki combined the Eternal Flame with the Crown of Horns. It could be said that this Eternal Flame was the most important item that triggered the ancient Asgardian prophecy of Ragnarok. However, Lin Qifei pondered as he looked at this ordinary flame. If he could collect it, it seemed that Surtur wouldn't have anything to do with it. Hela would have to clean up her own mess. Forget it, let us collect it first and return it if it doesn't work. Lord Surtur should have plenty and wouldn't blame him, right? But how to collect it? He had neither trained in fighting spirit nor practiced cultivation. This was difficult. After thinking for a second, Lin Qifei directly reached out to grab the Eternal Flame in the basin. Just do it. Lin Qifei's hand easily scooped up a small handful of the Eternal Flame, but he didn't feel any unbearable burning sensation. Observing the flickering flames in his hand, Lin Qifei was surprised to find the Eternal Flame did not have the sense of destruction he imagined. Instead, it was full of vibrant life. This was strange because the Eternal Flame was the source of Surtur's power, which destroyed Asgard and fulfilled the terrifying existence of the Ragnarok prophecy. However, he indeed did not feel any sense of destruction or death. Instead, a vitality like that of spring after rain rushed towards him. The Eternal Flame. Eternal. So this is what the Eternal Flame meant. The eternity of the Eternal Flame signifies eternal life and infinite vitality. Gradually realizing this, Lin Qifei shook his hand and let the small handful of Eternal Flame fall back into place. In that case, what would happen if a Superman with super healing abilities and almost immortal under sunlight combined with the Eternal Flame? Step back a little, Lin Qifei instructed. Thor, knowing Lin Qifei was about to do something big, immediately took several steps back and curiously observed. Seeing Thor retreat, Lin Qifei began to take deep breaths. After a few breaths, Lin Qifei's face was already serious. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and an immense suction force emanated from it. Whoosh! The vast treasure vault was filled with a violent whirlwind created by Lin Qifei's inhalation, instantly blowing the Eternal Flame toward his mouth. An astonishing situation occurred. Just how powerful was the whirlwind created by Lin Qifei? Within his control, the wind speed was comparable to that of a small tornado, and the Eternal Flame was blown towards him like ordinary fire, yet it did not extinguish. It continuously streamed into his mouth like a line of fire. However, after a few seconds, Lin Qifei had absorbed far more Eternal Flame than he initially saw, but the Eternal Flame continued to burn fiercely in the basin, showing no signs of diminishing. It was incredibly bizarre. Truly the Eternal Flame. Lin Qifei secretly marveled as he increased his suction power. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. A full half-minute passed. At this point, Lin Qifei knew that maintaining it for another half-hour wouldn't be useful, and he started to worry. Just then, the Eternal Flame suddenly trembled and slowly entered his mouth under Lin Qifei's somewhat uncertain gaze. Lin Qifei closed his mouth instinctively and silently felt the changes in his body. Thor, witnessing this, was very curious but did not dare to disturb Lin Qifei at this moment. After a moment, Lin Qifei spoke. "I'm done. How do you feel?" Lin Qifei smiled, speaking lightly. This time, the harvest is significant. That's good. Thor was also happy for Lin Qifei. After all, Lin Qifei had helped him a lot, and he had always wanted to repay him. There is one last thing. Lin Qifei looked at the item in the treasure vault that he was most concerned about. It was a treasure displayed alone, indicating that Odin understood its power. This was an infinity gauntlet embedded with fake infinity stones, worn on the right hand. Grabbing the infinity gauntlet, Lin Qifei directly put it on his hand. Unfortunately, It was just an empty gauntlet without any Infinity Stones, but there would be plenty of opportunities to obtain the Infinity Stones in the future. For example, the closest Infinity Stone, the Space Stone, the Cosmic Cube. Thanos is supposed to collect the gems, but I've already gathered them all in advance. Let's see how you snap your fingers. In the high skies of Asgard, a figure wielding a hammer is fiercely striking another unmoving figure. Below, many Asgardians are eagerly looking up, enthusiastically commenting on the battle between the two. Boom! Thor's powerful swing of Mjolnir struck Lynch. But to everyone's shock, Lynch seemed to be gently swayed by a soft breeze, his clothes fluttering slightly while he maintained a smile without moving an inch. The attacking Thor, on the other hand, was sent flying back as if hit by a cannonball, propelled by the immense recoil from Mjolnir. Oh, what happened? Why did Thor fly out? A flamboyantly dressed Asgardian girl exclaimed in surprise. This is quite normal. Volstagg, looking like a seasoned veteran, confidently stepped into the crowd to start pointing things out. Lynch is a powerful and mysterious god from Midgard. His strength far surpasses Thor's. So Thor can't hurt Lynch at all. The surrounding crowd began to discuss animatedly, as they had only heard about this young-looking Midgard god's power, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Seeing that even Thor, the strongest warrior in all of Asgard, couldn't shake Lynch, they found it hard to believe. This Midgard god should be like a priest in their eyes, right? An elderly man remarked with a sigh. I think so too, being so much stronger than Thor. He must be a truly great existence, like a priest. Another robust man agreed firmly. Volstagg, do you know which pantheon this Midgard god comes from? The elderly man, with a spark of wisdom in his eyes, asked Volstagg, who was boasting about his battles alongside Lynch. The old man was several thousand years old. Although his status was mediocre, he had accumulated extensive experience over the long years and knew much about the realms. Volstagg was caught off guard by the old man's question and hesitated for a moment. He wasn't quite sure about Lynch's true origins, and after asking Thor, he had received a warning not to meddle. From Lynch's appearance, he looked just like any passerby they might see in Midgard. In terms of abilities, his physique was unimaginably strong, capable of flying rapidly, shooting scorching rays from his eyes, and breathing out extreme cold. None of these powers seemed to fit any particular divine role. As for his name, it was even more perplexing. Generally, names come from words in a certain civilization, and many civilizations have unique terms that arise from God's name. But the name Lynch could hardly be found in any common language of the Nine Realms, lacking any special meaning. This implied that Lynch did not come from a pantheon they were familiar with, or perhaps even from a pantheon that had never appeared before. I don't know. He didn't introduce much about his background. Volstagg knew that the elderly man was well-informed and hard to deceive, so he could only tell the truth. However, neither Thor nor the king has expressed any doubts about his origins. Is that so? The old man nodded and did not pursue the matter further. After all, their king and future king had not expressed any questions, so he had no grounds to doubt. Look, Thor is getting serious. An excited voice pulled everyone's attention back to the battle in the sky. After several failed attempts at physical attacks, Thor began to use his ultimate move. He raised Mjolnir high, activating his godly powers, with his golden hair and red cape dancing in the swirling winds. Suddenly, dark clouds began to gather in the previously clear sky, and bolts of lightning flickered ominously within the clouds. Thor's eyes and cheeks crackled with blue-white arcs of electricity, and his body rose higher as if pulled by Mjolnir. Moments later, he stood amidst the raging clouds, pointing Mjolnir at Lynch. I'm coming, be careful. Thor's voice echoed like thunder, resonating throughout the realm. Come at me with all you've got. Lynch grinned, looking forward to it. Thor's lightning should belong to magical damage, right? If this had been a few days ago, Lynch might have had some doubts about such a grand magical attack. But now, Lynch just hoped Thor would increase the intensity. Boom! Bolts of lightning surged toward Lynch, following Mjolnir, creating a terrifying scene like thousands of snakes converging behind Thor. Is he not going to dodge? That's Thor's lightning. It has to hit. Such terrifying thunder. Even if he doesn't die, he should be seriously injured, right? Isn't Thor worried? Isn't Lynch Thor's mentor? People below couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The lightning summoned by Thor was indeed enough to intimidate. It almost enveloped all of Asgard, and the lightning on Mjolnir was dazzlingly bright. Amidst the astonished and worried gazes of the crowd, Mjolnir struck Lynch's chest. The raging lightning poured over the figure in midair like a flood bursting its dam. A thunderous explosion echoed in the sky. A brilliant light, reminiscent of a small sun, flickered and danced in the air. Many people screamed, covering their ears, closing their eyes, and crouching down with mouths agape. A common question arose in everyone's mind. Is Lynch still alive? The answer was affirmative. He was alive and quite happy. After the explosion subsided, the noise diminished, and the light faded. Looking at the joyful expression on Lynch's face in the air, the Asgardians were left in a daze. Lynch closed his eyes, involuntarily letting out a sound of ecstasy. Feeling the currents of electricity coursing through his body, he comfortably stretched. He had not sustained any injuries at all. Not even a single eyebrow hair had fallen out. Thor's magical damage attack had not harmed Lynch. Instead, it left him feeling inexplicably comfortable. Lynch had to admit that Thor's electrical therapy was indeed refreshing. A little zap, and he felt completely at ease. Are you okay? Thor, wielding Mjolnir, frowned. Although he felt frustrated that his full power strike hadn't harmed Lynch, he was more concerned about whether Lynch had developed any issues from the shock. After all, Lynch was quite close to him. The stronger Lynch was, the happier he felt. But what was with Lynch's indescribable expression? Thor thought to himself, does Lynch have some special preference? Terrifying. I'm fine. As he spoke, a translucent screen appeared in front of Lynch that others couldn't see. Superman System Current Template. Childhood Superman 100. Youth Superman 100. Superman Template 0. Template Exchange List. Superman, Magic Superman, Golden Superman, Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman. Justice Value. 30201. On the system page, the exchange rate for the adolescent Superman template has surprisingly reached 100. This is precisely why Lynch confidently took on Thor's ultimate move. Along the way, Lynch defeated Loki, took Thor as his apprentice, defeated the Destroyer, and killed the Frost Giant King Laufey, accumulating multiple events. Lynch has gathered enough points to exchange for the complete adolescent Superman. So after the banquet, Lynch proceeded with the exchange. From that moment on, Lynch took a significant step towards becoming a complete Superman, and his overall strength rose dramatically. At this moment, Lynch could easily be referred to as the youthful version of Superman. After fully exchanging for the adolescent Superman template, Lynch could clearly sense that his abilities had advanced to a new critical point. This state was reminiscent of when he first arrived in the Marvel world and obtained the childhood Superman template. After simple analysis, Lynch discovered that nearly all of his original abilities had evolved to an unimaginable level. In terms of strength, he could easily lift objects over 1,000,000 tons, with an unknown upper limit. In terms of speed, he could effortlessly accelerate to 10 Mach in 1 second, with an unknown maximum speed. In terms of defense, Thor's magical ultimate move could only tickle him, while various conventional weapons on Earth had basically lost their effect, with only strategic-level missiles possibly posing a threat. Visually, he could spot a tiny fly at the end of the sky. Auditorily, he could hear the faint sound of a butterfly flapping its wings from miles away. His self-healing ability and stamina were nearly limitless under the yellow sunlight. The complete adolescent Superman template seemed to be even more powerful than Lynch had anticipated. This made Lynch increasingly certain that this major Superman template was definitely not the weakest Superman from the movie version of the Justice League, the Steel Superman. Long before exchanging for the adolescent Superman template for the first time, Lynch began to speculate about which version of Superman the system's regular major Superman template actually belonged to. Because even regular Superman has various versions. Bronze Superman, Black Iron Superman, Golden Superman, Silver Superman, and so on are all different versions of regular Superman from different periods. Yet their combat power varies greatly. If we also include live-action movie versions, live-action series versions, animation versions, etc., the number of regular Superman versions is simply countless, and their strengths range from below God level to varying levels across the multiverse. If we rank based on influential versions, Golden Superman is greater than Silver Superman, which is greater than New 52, which is greater than Modern Superman, which is greater than the Justice League's Steel Superman version. When Lynch first obtained the system, he once thought that the Superman template was the live-action version, specifically the Justice League's Steel version of Superman. Since he was also traversing the live-action Marvel Cinematic Universe, it seemed reasonable for the system to give him a Justice League movie version template, right? But as the template exchange progress increased, Lynch gradually realized it seemed that the system's complete Superman template was not the Steel Superman, which was mocked as the weakest Superman, but should at least have the strength between the modern Superman and New 52 Superman from the comics. Now that Lynch has exchanged for the adolescent template, he is almost certain that the system's template is either Modern Superman or New 52 Superman, because after comparative calculations, Lynch easily discovered that just by completing the exchange for the adolescent Superman template, he could already rival or even surpass the Steel Superman version. Not to mention these exaggerated basic qualities, more importantly, Lynch unexpectedly discovered that he had gained a new ability. That day, when collecting the Eternal Flame in the Treasury, in his anxiousness, Lynch suddenly used a new ability, which allowed him to collect the Eternal Flame in one go. And this new ability, Lynch stood in the air and suddenly looked at Thor, who was swinging his hammer nearby. Upon being glanced at by Lynch, Thor furrowed his brows, feeling an inexplicable chill. Just as his brow furrowed, his body immediately began to move uncontrollably. What happened, Lin? Seeing himself being pulled towards Lynch by an unknown force, Thor asked. It's nothing. Don't worry. Lynch smiled and used his new ability to control Thor's movement, even having the mood to make him do a roll in the air. And this is the new ability that Lynch has obtained, or rather, newly developed, psychic power, or telekinesis. This ability is not something Superman lacks, but rather a power hidden in Superman's setting that has not been explicitly displayed. Speaking of Superman's psychic power, willpower, and telekinesis, one must mention his biofield. Superman's flight ability and his ability to catch high-speed moving objects without damaging them are actually manifestations of his biofield. And the biofield is essentially supported by Superman's incredibly strong psychic power. The abilities demonstrated by Superman in certain versions also imply the setting of psychic power. For example, Superman can instantly hear sounds from an extremely long distance away. Just like when Lois shouts for help from the other side of the Earth, Superman can hear it immediately. However, sound has a speed of propagation, which is the speed of sound. If we talk about this long distance in terms of sound propagation speed, it should take Superman a long time to hear it, not like an ordinary person would hear it from short distance. Therefore, the reason Superman's super hearing can pick up sound from such a long distance is probably also related to his massive psychic power. Similar manifestations can be seen in many scenes Superman has experienced. However, in conventional ability settings, this aspect of Superman's ability has not been developed or shown. This is, of course, reasonable, as Superman's abilities, according to the editor, are infinite, in works with limited length. It is natural to showcase Superman's most representative abilities and omit most of the others. However, in Lynch's view, the significance of acquiring this ability is very important. Having this psychic power that can be used externally means that he could develop more similar abilities in the future. For example, aspects related to the mind, such as mind control, memory reading, and hypnosis. By that time, Lynch would like to ask, who said I, Superman, can't use magic? My heat, vision, and freeze breath can be considered physical attacks, but should this psychic ability, which is exclusive to sorcerers and wizards, also be defined scientifically and categorized into the physical system? Hey, you learned to control psychic power? Thor, who was controlled by psychic power and brought before Lynch, said in surprise, what do you mean? You could do it too? Lynch was taken aback. Of course, just let me go. Thor laughed heartily, and Lynch retracted his psychic power. Then something that surprised Lynch happened. Without Lynch's psychic power supporting him, and without wielding Mjolnir, Thor surprisingly stood steadily in the air without falling. You can fly? Lynch looked puzzled, because in the movie, Thor seemed to only be able to fly using Mjolnir, and he clearly did not have the ability to fly himself. But what's going on here? Holy crap, Thor can fly now? Of course. Thor laughed proudly. Isn't this a simple thing? No, if you can fly, why don't you fly every time you fight? Is hopping around more fun? Lynch asked in confusion as he released his psychic power. After a moment, through a thorough investigation with his psychic power, Lynch suddenly realized. In the comics, Thor flies using magic. However, the person in front of him clearly doesn't know any magic. The reason he can fly is actually the same as Lynch's. Mental power. Thor uses his mental power to control the wind and lift himself up, achieving flight. Knowing the reason Thor can fly in the air, Lynch's mind began to connect images related to Thor's flight, ultimately arriving at a suitable conclusion. In the movie, the reason the Mjolnir always comes when called, flies from afar, and carries Thor while flying, is all because of Thor's mental power. Thor controls Mjolnir with his mental power, and, using mental power, he can obviously manipulate the air and wind to achieve flight, but the effect is certainly not as good as Thor's weapon, Mjolnir. In fact, that effect is clearly not as good as Thor simply jumping high, which is why Thor has never tried this method of flying in battle. So that's how it is. But a mischievous smile appeared on Lynch's face. Can you fly steadily? Thor's big face stiffened, just about to say something, but Lynch had already rushed up and gently pushed him. No. Thor screamed as he quickly fell from the air. Bang! A large human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. Seeing Thor buried in the ground, Lynch laughed. No wonder Thor has never used this method to fly. It turns out it's so unstable. It seems that Thor's kind of flying can only be a slow drift in the air. Trying to make any big movements would just cause him to fall, let alone engage in fierce battles with enemies. After testing his own strength, Lynch remembered the 3 treasures he obtained from the treasury. The icebox couldn't be used. The Eternal Flame was unknown how to use, and the Infinity Gauntlet didn't have any gems embedded. However, after gaining mental power, he wondered if he could manipulate them with it. With the thought in mind, Lynch instantly disappeared from the air and returned to his room. On a table in the room lay the icebox, the Eternal Flame, and the Infinity Gauntlet. Lynch first concentrated his mental power on the icebox, which was blue and white, emitting bursts of icy cold air. As he activated his mental power, the icebox trembled slightly. As Lynch's mental power grew stronger, the icebox shook faster, like it had a small motor, shaking wildly. After a long time, the icebox finally stopped trembling and gradually quieted down. This won't do. Does this thing only recognize bloodlines? Lynch shook his head, giving up on forcibly using the icebox. This treasure of the Frost Giant clan seems to require having the bloodline of a Frost Giant to use. The mental power he just released was already quite formidable, and he even suspected that if he continued, it might break. If he couldn't activate it this way, Lynch had no choice but to give up. Continuing to force it, Asgard might have to survive the winter. Next was the Eternal Flame, which Lynch was even more interested in. After all, this was a treasure that really shone in the movie. The bowl on the table still had the Eternal Flame quietly burning. Suddenly, the flame flickered and rose, coming to Lynch's face. This thing seems to really be useless. After carefully probing with his mental power, Lynch still didn't know how to utilize this divine fire. He had already tried eating, absorbing, attacking with heat vision, and freezing breath. All of them, without exception, caused no harm or help to himself. And the Eternal Flame didn't extinguish. Even the size of the flame didn't change. A waste. The only use Lynch could think of was to summon Surtur in a deserted place to kill him, to see how much justice value he could gain. Forget it. Being strong oneself is the way to go. All these artifacts are just illusions. Lynch consoled himself, casually putting the Eternal Flame back in the bowl. Lynch extended his right hand and then smiled. With this, it's not a loss. The gigantic Infinity Gauntlet fell onto Lynch's right hand, and he made a snapping gesture. With the Infinity Gauntlet, he also had the method to use the Infinity Stones. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Infinity Stones are the most powerful treasures. Most heroes and villains have some connection to the Infinity Stones, and some abilities even come from a certain Infinity Stone. Being able to unleash the power of the Infinity Stones, the Infinity Gauntlet is the strongest treasure in the Asgard treasury. After playing with the Infinity Gauntlet for a while, Lynch finally put it down. This trip to Asgard has yielded a good harvest, and now Lynch looked into the distance, where the direction of Earth lay. Unfortunately, even with his eyesight, he couldn't penetrate the dimensions of the 2 worlds to see Earth directly. It's time to go back to Earth. This kind of teleportation isn't as stable and easy as the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, in his golden armor, had a serious expression, holding the rainbow sword backwards, and carefully instructed the 2. You need to be prepared. You may feel uncomfortable after the teleportation, but with your physical strength, it shouldn't be a problem. All right, we understand. Let us get started quickly. Thor's face was filled with tension and anticipation, making Lynch think he was so anxious that he was about to rub his hands together. Is it that serious? It's only been a few days since we last met. So eager, no wonder he got dumped in the end. Are you ready? Heimdall didn't say much more and directly asked. Ready. Both of them answered. Father of the gods, please grant me dark magic. Heimdall murmured incantations, waving his hand. A colorful beam of light instantly enveloped the 2. Swish! The beam of light instantly sucked the 2 away, sending them to Earth. Earth. A different kind of rainbow swiftly crossed the sky, and Lynch dragged Thor out from it. Are you all right? Lynch shook Thor in his hand. Thor slapped his forehead a few times and replied, I'm fine. Have we arrived? Yes. Taking a deep breath of the familiar air, Lynch opened his senses to scan the surroundings. Where are we going now? A smile appeared at the corner of Lynch's mouth as he said, To find an unlucky guy? Inside a small shop. What? He stole it. A one-eyed bald black man raised his hand, exaggeratingly talking to the man in front of him wearing an Iron Man suit. You are Iron Man, and he just beat you up and stole your iron armor? His tone was excited, and he turned to the blonde beauty next to him and asked, Is that possible? Natasha put away her faint smile and replied seriously, According to Mr. Stark's security system, Unauthorized use can be avoided. Fury turned his head, spreading his hands as he looked at Tony Stark. Stark lowered his head, his eyes dodging for a moment, and said, "What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?" Fury shook his head immediately and grumbled, "Shouldn't it be you asking me what to do? You become a problem I have to deal with." Natasha got up and walked away, while Tony, under Fury's barrage of words, held his forehead and covered his face, completely lacking his usual nagging tone. "You might be mistaken. My world doesn't revolve around you." "All right, I got it," Tony responded awkwardly with his eyes closed. Just then, Natasha walked over with a syringe in hand. "Give it to him." Fury pointed at Tony, and Natasha jabbed the syringe directly into Tony's neck. "Oh my God, are you going to take my kidney to sell it?" Tony exclaimed in surprise from Natasha's sudden attack, weakly complaining. Natasha, however, ignored him and just turned his head to check. "What did she just do to me?" Tony quietly asked as he felt his body improving. "We're doing this for your own good. That's lithium carbonate. It can slow down your symptoms. We want you to get back to work." Fury said irritably, "If you give me 2 more boxes, I'll be fine." "That's not a cure. It can only delay the symptoms," Natasha explained. "It seems that curing you won't be easy." Fury added. Hearing this, Tony, feeling a bit down, started rambling. "Trust me, I know the situation. I've been looking for alternatives to palladium. I've tried every combination of elements." Fury's one eye fixed intently on Tony as he spoke slowly. "I'm here to tell you. You haven't tried everything yet." Seeing Fury's serious demeanor, Tony couldn't help but furrow his brow. Ratty overlooked. "Hey guys, long time no see." At that moment, a familiar voice came from outside the glass door of the shop, and the three looked over together. They saw a smiling Loki descending from the air with a strangely dressed giant and walking towards them. Loki? Inside Tony's Moroccan mansion. "So you mean, these gods like Odin really exist?" Fury stared with his one eye, speaking oddly to Loki. Loki smirked and pointed to Thor beside him. "This gentleman here is the god of thunder. Why not let him demonstrate some lightning for everyone?" Upon hearing Loki's words, Thor stood up, hammer in hand. Okay, I believe it," Fury quickly exclaimed. After all, he had seen the report that Coulson sent back and knew this muscular man was indeed extraordinary. "Could you sit down, please?" "Of course." Thor shook his hammer and sat back down. "Tony, are you discussing alternatives to palladium?" Loki reclined in his chair, took a sip of his drink, and looked at Tony. "Yes, but I've tried everything possible. Nothing works," Tony said somewhat dejectedly. "Natasha, Thor, you two can go out for a bit." Loki continued to sip his drink, dismissing the two before saying, "Since you've already tried all the existing possibilities, you just need to create a new one." "A new possibility?" Tony muttered in confusion, falling into thought. "Director Fury, you can talk to Tony now." Loki gave a signal, put on his sunglasses, and enjoyed the sunshine on the balcony. "The thing on your chest is made from unfinished technology." Fury began to elaborate based on Loki's words. "No, it's a finished product." Tony clearly disagreed with Fury's belittling of his work and quickly retorted, "It only worked wonders after I shrank it." "No." Fury shook his head. "Your father said the arc reactor was just a stepping stone to greater technology. He was preparing for an energy competition that would leave all his competitors in the dust. His dream was bigger. Compared to that, the arc reactor would be like a size 7 battery." He gestured animatedly as he finished this statement. But Tony only calmly poured himself a drink and said, "Was it just him? Anton Vanko was involved too, right?" Fury immediately replied. "Anton Vanko was like the other side of a coin. He saw it as a way to get rich, and when your father found out, he exiled him. When the Russian government discovered he couldn't deliver, they banished him to Siberia. He has been living a life of indulgence for the past 20 years, which wasn't good for the child's upbringing. The person you met in Morocco is his son. So what exactly is this new possibility you're talking about? What does it mean?" Tony asked, holding up his cup in confusion. "He said only you have the resources and wisdom to fulfill his plan." Fury replied calmly. "Did he say that?" Tony looked skeptical. "Is he talking about you?" "Huh?" Fury countered, staring at Tony. "If it's you, you can unlock the secret in your heart." Tony silently shook his head, his gaze complex. After a long pause, he lowered his head and quietly said, "I don't know how you know this, but he didn't think much of me. What do you remember about your father? He was very cold, very calculating. He never said he loved me, never said he appreciated me. And now you tell me he said I could change the future. I find it hard to believe. Moreover, he gave his task to me. I don't understand." The more Tony spoke, the more difficult his expression became, and his tone grew agitated. "I remember the happiest day for him was the day he sent me to boarding school." "That's not true." Fury shook his head dismissively. "Then clearly you know my father better than I do." Tony retorted sarcastically. "In fact, yes." As Fury spoke, 2 agents in black suits brought in boxes and set them down beside the two. He was one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Fury glanced at his watch, stood up, and prepared to leave. I have something at 2 o'clock. Wait, what's this? You can unlock it. No. I don't know anything. Ask Loki, he's still here. Fury said, turning to leave, leaving Tony looking bewildered. Loki? He tentatively called out, but Loki remained silent. Come on. Are you asleep at time like this? Sitting down in a room, Tony opened the box Fury left behind. Inside were some seemingly old items, books, notes, newspapers, and so on. He first took out a rolled-up piece of paper to check. It was labeled Stark Vanko. After glancing at it and finding no substantial content, he casually tossed it aside and continued to rummage through the other items. He noticed a newspaper and opened it, finding a headline about Soviet scientists defecting along with a photo of Vanko, but it had no important information. Next, there were several metal boxes that seemed to contain something. He glanced at the labels and found there were several reels of videotape. As an old videotape played, Tony's father, Howard Stark, appeared in a well-dressed figure before Tony's eyes. Everything can be achieved through technology, a better life, a healthy body, and the possibility of maintaining world peace for the first time in human history. Howard Stark. And everything you need for the future is here. The future city, the city of tomorrow, the future metropolis. Howard spoke confidently on the screen, with a three-dimensional model of the future city behind him, while Tony absent-mindedly flipped through his father's notes. Wait a minute. Howard stepped out of the screen, then walked back in with a smile, saying again, I'm Howard, and everything you need for the future is here. I want to personally introduce Stark Industries. Just as he was saying this, a small boy suddenly appeared in the bottom right corner of the screen, and Howard turned to look. Tony, what are you doing? What is that? Put it back where it was. Hearing his father's words, Tony looked up, expressionless, at the young father and his childhood self on the screen. Where's your mother? Maria. Come on, take him away. Once little Tony was taken away, Howard turned back, slightly at a loss for words. I want to come in and then introduce. Suddenly, the screen became chaotic, and after a burst of static, it switched to Howard sitting in a chair. Then he began to explain the Stark Industries Expo. Tony watched in disappointment for a while, finished the last sip of his drink, and prepared to leave. Just then, Howard's tone changed as he began to say, Tony, you're too young to understand right now. So, I'm recording this segment. Hearing this, Tony turned his head and continued to watch. Howard pointed to the Industrial Expo behind him, smiling as he continued. This is for you. One day you will realize that all of this represents not just human inventions, but my lifelong devotion. This is the key to the future. The camera panned over the details of the entire model, with the buildings and trees looking incredibly lifelike. I'm limited by the technology of this era, but one day you will understand all of this. Howard's expression became serious, his tone earnest. When that day comes, you will change the world. After a pause, Howard added, word by word, with deep affection, my greatest creation will always be you. Tony stared at the somewhat unfamiliar father on the screen, momentarily lost in thought. In his impression, his father had never spoken to him with such care, let alone offered such affirming praise. Regarding family, Tony had almost never brought it up himself. Throughout his upbringing, his father had never given him any affirmation or praise, even though he had been exceptionally gifted and outstanding compared to his peers since childhood. Later, his parents died in an accident. This was a pain he could never let go of. In the later parts of the movie, Tony even created a new technology to help himself forget this painful memory. However, at this moment, Iron Man suddenly realized, perhaps he really didn't know his father that well. Tony went home, and Coulson took Thor to find his girlfriend, Natasha. At the entrance of Tony's mansion, the group prepared to split up. So where are you going? Tony, wearing sunglasses in the luxury car, looked at Lynch. Me? Lynch flashed a mysterious smile. I'm going to the Arctic to fish out an old popsicle. What? Tony suspected he had misheard. What do you mean? You'll know when I get back. Lynch's body slowly lifted, taking Natasha with him as they took off. Oh, so you've unlocked the two-person mode now? Tony exclaimed in surprise, taking off his glasses and marveling. That's kind of cool. See you later. Lynch laughed heartily. And with Natasha's exclamation, the two instantly became a small dot in the sky. I think it would be safer for us to drive, don't you think? Seeing the two quickly disappear from view, Coulson asked Thor with a friendly smile and a sincere tone. Then let's drive. I don't know the way. Thor had no objections. After all, he wasn't keen on flying with a man. In the sky, Natasha tightly hugged Lynch's waist, her expression starting to become difficult to control. As a seasoned, well-trained agent, managing her expressions was absolutely a basic skill. Usually, She could easily portray happiness, anger, sadness, and so on, even better than an actor. Of course, unless it was a situation like this. Feeling the violent, sharp airflow slicing past nearby, everything around them blurred into a haze due to their high speed. Natasha's mind was left with only one thought. I want to get out of here. This isn't what you said about flying together? To show you the beautiful scenery? Are you okay? Lynch noticed her pale face and asked with slight confusion. He was indeed puzzled by Natasha's reaction. Clearly, there was a biofield protecting them, and the speed was controlled. So why did she still look uncomfortable? Was the sky not blue, or the sea not clear? Or was she upset about flying fast? Women are really hard to please. Do you think I'm great? Natasha gritted her teeth and said angrily, while also digging her fingers into Lynch's waist. But unfortunately, with Lynch's physical strength. Oh, Natasha's expression soured even more. Can't you just let me squeeze a bit? My fault. It's all my fault. Lynch decided not to argue with a woman. Such things are only what foolishly blunt men would do. How can an experienced guy like me make such a low-level mistake? Natasha closed her eyes, calming her emotions. I can't get angry. I need to control myself. How much longer until we arrive? 5 minutes. Lynch replied immediately. You said that 5 minutes ago. Natasha was a bit on the edge. This time it's real. Is this because you looked uncomfortable, so I slowed down? I could have flown there in 10 seconds. Women really do affect my journey. Okay, what exactly are we going to do? Natasha decided to give up on that issue and change the topic. Do you remember someone went missing here 70 years ago? Lynch built suspense. 70 years ago, Natasha murmured, slowly pondering. 70 years ago, the Arctic missing. These terms gradually connected in Natasha's mind. And then a flash of insight suddenly struck her. Captain America? Natasha was astonished. Yes, not dead? Lynch smiled with satisfaction. Natasha's brain was working quite fast. Yes. The first superhero in history, a war hero of World War II, the symbol of the American spirit, Captain America, Steve Rogers. After a pause, Lynch continued. He fell into an iceberg after completing his last mission and has been frozen for over 70 years without dying. This is unbelievable. Natasha was momentarily speechless with surprise. You've been flying in the sky. Tell me, what else is impossible? Lynch laughed heartily. So, are we going to rescue him now? Natasha still found it hard to believe. Yes, he has been sleeping too long. We need him. The world needs him. Lynch said meaningfully. Need him? Are you serious? Natasha couldn't understand. With the abilities Lynch had shown, he still said they needed Captain America? Could 100 Captain Americas stand against Lynch? The answer was probably no. And what about Iron Man, the Hulk, or even the newly emerged Thor? What could Captain America do? This era is no longer the technologically backward World War II. New things keep appearing, and even ordinary criminals with high-tech weapons can cause massive destruction. Natasha was very skeptical about what Captain America could do if he reappeared in this era. Would they want Captain America to make a comeback as an idol? Of course, he is Captain America. Lynch seemed to see through Natasha's thoughts and said with a smile, Don't underestimate him. Natasha remained silent. She believed she wasn't underestimating him. She was just being realistic. After all, she herself had also injected a serum similar to the super soldier serum, and when facing these strange characters, she often felt a deep sense of helplessness. Sometimes she would pessimistically think, if more characters like them appeared, how terrifying would the future of this world become? It was almost unimaginable. It's okay, I'm here. Lynch reached out to gently stroke Natasha's smooth hair, quietly comforting her. Natasha smiled warmly, feeling her mood calm down. I know. If he's here, the world will be okay, right? We've arrived. The two floated in the air. Below them was an endless world of ice and snow. Lynch activated his supervision and X-ray vision, carefully searching for Captain America's figure. Standing in the center of this iceberg, Lynch could see every hair within 1,000 miles clearly. Scanning the nearby ice and snow and the ocean below, Lynch did not find Captain America. He slightly turned his head to look in a farther direction. After a few seconds, Lynch's eyes brightened. Found him. Taking Natasha with him, Lynch quickly flew to a massive iceberg. Through X-ray vision, Lynch saw Captain America, who had been sleeping for 70 years inside the iceberg. His eyes glowed red, and two thin beams of thermal vision shot out as Lynch carefully began to cut through the iceberg. The thermal beams continuously moved, cutting through the enormous iceberg, and finally, a crystal-clear block of ice was controlled by mental power and floated in front of the two. Without medical equipment nearby, Lynch was worried that Captain America might wake up from the freeze with some issues, so he decided to take both the person and the ice away together. Oh my, it's really Captain America. I've seen his photos. Natasha exclaimed in amazement. Can I still lie to you? Lynch chuckled, then began searching for another item, the Tesseract. But after a few minutes, Lynch frowned slightly. He had thoroughly searched the area within 1,000 miles with his super strength, but there was no sign of the Tesseract. At this point, he began to doubt whether the information he had known before was wrong. Lynch activated his super brain, quickly recalling and analyzing scenes from movies he had seen before, and ultimately concluded. The Tesseract was indeed not where Captain America was sleeping, but was in S.H.I.L. Decades ago, Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark, should have salvaged the Tesseract for research, and it had been with S.H.I.L.D. for over 70 years. At this current time point, it should just be when Fury handed the Tesseract over to the scientist Eric Selvig for research in Thor. Later, the Tesseract was used by Loki to summon an army, and it was ultimately obtained by Thanos. Thinking of this, Lynch flew closer to Natasha and hugged her. Let us go. A curveball flew past the batter, tying the score at 4-4 for the Dodgers, and the audience knew that if he swung the bat, he could end this inning. An annoying commentary seemed to awaken the man sleeping in bed. He moved his heavy eyelids. Then, he opened his eyes and stared blankly at the white ceiling in front of him. After a while, he suddenly sat up, looking around in confusion. A white room, an iron-framed bed, a spinning fan, and, is this a hospital room? He thought silently, but a sense of inexplicable panic and unease rose in his heart. Everything around him seemed ordinary, yet he felt something was off. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply to stare at the thing that had been making noise, momentarily stunned and speechless. It was a radio. Just then, the door was pushed open. A woman dressed in a style that felt perfectly at home in the World War II era walked in. Good morning. The woman smiled and greeted him, glancing at her watch. Or, was it good afternoon? Where am I? The man asked softly. In a hospital room in New York. Today's game was so exciting. The radio continued to play a recording of a baseball game, and the man frowned slightly as he glanced outside the window, then reiterated his question, this time with more weight in his voice. Where exactly am I? The woman smiled, not understanding, and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. This game, I know it was in May 1941 because I was there. The man said in a low voice. The woman's smile gradually faded. She knew that their preparation had a flaw. The man had already sensed something was wrong. The man stood up, took 2 steps closer to the woman, and asked in an unfriendly tone, I'll ask you again, where am I? The woman calmly pressed a small button in her hand, soothingly saying, Captain Rogers. Who are you? The door was pushed open, and 2 men dressed in black and fully armed rushed in. Captain America no longer hesitated. He directly kicked the 2 hostile intruders and charged out of the room. Outside the door was a spacious hall. The style and design of the hall stunned Captain America for a moment, and his unease quickly amplified. Captain Rogers, wait! The woman shouted loudly, but Captain America ignored her and continued to flee in one direction. Attention all units, we have a situation. The woman raised her walkie-talkie, and her voice echoed throughout the building. The man rushed into the corridor outside, seeing people in black suits with unusual styles coming and going. Hearing a woman's voice, they all rushed forward the moment they saw Captain America. Confused and uneasy, Captain America continued to run outside, and finally, he ran out of the building. Outside on the street, he looked blankly at the cars driving by and the surrounding skyscrapers, confusion and anxiety driving him to keep running. Eventually, Captain America stopped at an intersection. He looked up, bewildered, at this strange world. Steve Rogers. He turned around and saw a young man falling from the sky. Hello. A few black cars just happened to pull up in front of him, and a one-eyed bald man stepped out of one of the cars. At ease, soldier. Jarvis, create a digital model. I need an operational projection. Tony instructed Jarvis while leaning on the 3D model of the Stark Expo left by his father. Jarvis's blue light swept over the entire model, then formed a projection. The 1974 Stark Industries Expo model has been scanned. Jarvis's emotionless mechanical voice sounded. Tony held up the entire projection and moved to the side. How many buildings are there in total? Including the Belgian waffle stand? Jarvis asked meticulously. I'm just asking. Show me, said Tony as he pushed the projection forward. He snapped his fingers at the projection and it stood upright, spinning. Standing in front of the projection, Tony scrutinized it, muttering to himself, what does this look like? Kind of like an atom. The nucleus should be here. Tony pointed to the central circular building, thought for a moment, and said, highlight the large sphere. Then he grabbed the circular building with one hand and, with the other hand, closed it, creating a large sphere. Remove the walkways. Throw them all away. What do you want to make, sir? I want to discover, correction. I want to rediscover a new element. Looking at the projection in front of him, Tony continued to wave his hand, instructing, remove the landscapes, bushes, trees, parking lots, exits, and entrances. As Tony removed each unnecessary structure, the projection became simpler and simpler. Using the pavilion as a framework, he formed protons and neutrons. The projection kept changing, eventually transforming into a perfect new element. Staring blankly at the new element in front of him, Tony suddenly clapped his hands, and the projection of the new element instantly enlarged, enveloping him. He looked at the star-like scenery before him and gradually smiled. You died 20 years ago, and you still want to teach me. Tony clapped his hands again, and the new element instantly turned into a small ball in his hand. The new element you discovered should be able to replace the palladium you are using, Jarvis reported timely. Thanks, Dad. Tony stared at the small ball, talking to himself. Unfortunately, it cannot be synthesized. Jarvis poured cold water on him. Tony nonchalantly hummed, then took out his phone. Lin, I figured it out. Really? Then congratulations. Let us celebrate later. I have something to do. After hanging up, Lin Qifei walked up to Captain America. I told you. Your little tricks, 1T fool Rogers. Lin Qifei said somewhat gleefully. After all, it's quite amusing to see S.H.I.E.L.D. mess up on such a trivial matter. Fury, unfazed, said to Captain America, I'm sorry for putting on that terrible act, but we'll take some time to get the details to you. What details? Captain America panted slightly, the anxiety in his heart building to its peak. You've been asleep, Captain, for almost 70 years. It was this gentleman next to me who rescued you from the ice. Fury said calmly. Upon hearing this answer, Captain America was not overly shocked. He just looked around this future world with a complex expression, recalling a promise. Are you okay? I'm fine. Captain America looked up at the distance, finally revealing a hint of sadness. I just missed a date. Finally gathered together, Lin Qifei thought silently. Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Captain America. The original Avengers, at this moment, are all ready, while Tony was happily busy creating his new element. Two guys who were colluding out of hatred for him were plotting his downfall. Hey, Ivan. On the green grass, a man in a golf outfit just answered call. Senator Stan is with me. I want him to see the Iron Soldier. He was none other than Justin Hammer, who regarded Tony Stark as his lifelong enemy. Always living in the shadow of Iron Man Hammer, a fellow in the arms business, had his own arms company. But both his company's strength and his intelligence were overshadowed by Tony, so Iron Man never took him seriously. So-called peers or rivals. During the years when Stark Industries suppressed him, Hammer always regarded Tony Stark as a thorn in his side. Even though Tony later shut down Stark Industries' weapons division and no longer sold arms, he developed the Iron Suit, becoming a more remarkable superhero, which made Hammer feel increasingly ashamed and hateful about the growing gap between them. Thus, after seeing Iron Man attacked by Whiplash in Morocco, Hammer keenly realized that his opportunity had come. Hammer used his connections to rescue Whiplash, Ivan Vanko, and reached a cooperation with him, hoping that Ivan could create an Iron Soldier superior to Tony's Iron Suit, which he could then sell to the military, thus proving he was better than that bastard Tony Stark. This was what Hammer most desperately wanted to achieve, defeat Tony in the field where Iron Man excelled the most, and then mock him defiantly in front of him. What a lovely idea. Some scoffed at Hammer's childish behavior, for he had an irreconcilable grudge with Tony Stark, or rather, the Stark family, and nothing less than murder would suffice to appease the memory of his deceased father. And that person was Whiplash, Ivan Vanko, the Iron Soldier. Isn't ready yet. On the other end of the phone, Ivan, busy in the lab, said, What does that mean? Hammer walked aside, somewhat dissatisfied, and asked, I can only demonstrate, not demonstrate. Ivan explained somewhat impatiently. What is the difference? Hammer felt that Ivan was looking down on his intelligence. Otherwise, why was he typing nonsense with him here? Demonstrate, can't fly, can't fire. Wait, what can you make them do? This is a weapons demonstration. Hammer truly didn't know what Ivan had transformed his Iron Soldier into during this time, so he could only ask Ivan in confusion. I can make them salute. Salute? Hammer, somewhat irritated, questioned in a bad tone. What do you mean, salute? What the hell do you mean? This is not the deal we agreed on. Ivan, you promised to make me steel armor, and then said you would create steel soldiers. Come on, everything will be fine, Hammer said, trying to reassure him. That's not what I want. With that, Ivan hung up the phone, cutting off Hammer's voice abruptly. With a sneer, Ivan turned back to his work. Looking at the terrifying blue light of the whip in front of him, his expression darkened, revealing a deep-seated hatred in his eyes. He had never regarded Hammer as anything but an idiot. It was just that Hammer had volunteered to be a tool for him. and he took advantage of Hammer's resources to achieve his revenge on Tony Stark. Ivan Vanko's father was forced to flee due to Tony Stark's father's denunciation and ended up wandering in the harsh land of Siberia after moving through the Soviet Union. There, Ivan Vanko spent the cold and painful first half of his life. After his father's death, he left the icy land filled with tragic memories and went to Morocco. He sought revenge, intending to return all the pain he had endured over the years and repay the Stark family for what they had done to the Vanko family. Bang! A door was slammed open, and a frost-faced Hammer stormed in front of Vanko with several black-clad henchmen. Ivan Vanko lay half-reclined on the bed, legs dangling, leisurely playing with a parrot perched on his knee. "Hey, you Birdman." Hammer, filled with rage, began to speak sarcastically. "You're starting to like that bird, aren't you? Is that your bird? I'm a bit confused. You said it wasn't, but now you two are good friends. You love that bird, right?" Despite knowing Hammer was up to no good, Ivan remained unfazed. To him, Hammer was as childish and foolish as a 3-year-old. If he was so gentle even in seeking revenge, what terrible things could he do? So Ivan didn't even look at Hammer standing next to him, continuing to tease his parrot. "Do you know what I want? Take his bird away from me." Two burly men immediately stepped forward, snatching the parrot from Ivan and stuffing it into a sack. "Hey!" Ivan protested, but he didn't resist. He wasn't foolish. This was the territory of a major arms company. "Take away his 2 pillows too, and his shoes." The henchmen followed the orders, taking away the items from the bed and Ivan without any resistance from him. "How does it feel for me to take your things? Not pleasant, huh?" Hammer said coldly, furrowing his brow. Ivan merely raised his head and shot him a disdainful glance. "That's good, because I'm not happy either." As he spoke, Hammer suddenly exploded, his face contorted with rage, spitting out words. "We had a deal. I saved your life, and you were supposed to give me the steel armor. That was our agreement, and you didn't follow through." He complained like a child who had been cheated, helpless and furious. "I don't know if you're a genius or a fraud. I don't know what you are." Hammer raised his fist threateningly, his tones slowly softening. "Fortunately, a gift fell from the sky. Otherwise, you would have ruined me. Now I have the improved Stark technology." He suddenly turned smug, sneering at Ivan. "Your steel soldiers can only serve as props. Do you understand what I mean?" "Not yet, time," Ivan replied calmly, even with a hint of mocking smile. Hammer was infuriated by Ivan's demeanor, shouting word by word. "Maybe you still don't understand the situation, but I don't speak Russian." Perhaps realizing he had lost his composure, he straightened his clothes, calming himself down, and pointed at Ivan in a victorious pose. "I'm going to the expo. Maybe I can even pick up some girls." Then he pointed at the 2 black-clad men beside him. "These are your 2 babysitters. Don't anger them." Then, Hammer glared at Ivan with menace. "When I come back, we'll renegotiate the contract terms. If you fail to do what you said, you'll end up just like before, back to being a dead man, got it?" Seeing Ivan remain silent, Hammer snorted coldly and left the room. Ivan glanced at the 2 intimidating babysitters and couldn't help but chuckle. "That fool Hammer. Those kinds of babysitters can't hold me." An unknown number was calling. Jarvis's voice rang out in Tony's workshop, and he turned to look at the screen before answering. "Coulson, Tony, how are you?" But the voice on the other end was not who Tony expected. It was a rough, horseman's voice. "I've increased the rotation speed." "What?" Tony was a bit confused, wondering whose call this was. "You told me to double the speed to generate more energy. Great suggestion," the man explained on the other end. Tony's mind immediately recalled this guy, Ivan Vanko. He had indeed said something like that to the captured Ivan in prison. But wasn't Ivan Vanko supposed to be dead? "You dead man look pretty lively," Tony mocked. "So do you?" "Ha!" Tony closed his eyes, realizing he was in trouble again. This guy, who was so bent on revenge, hadn't died and was even audacious enough to call him. This meant Ivan was confident and not worried about failing at all. Tony took a deep breath and pressed the mute button on the screen. "Track the call location." "Okay." On the other end, Ivan was still rambling on, determined to make Tony Stark pay. "The Stark family history will be rewritten. What your father did to my family 40 years ago, I will repay you in 40 minutes. "Sounds good. We need to talk." Tony pressed mute, responding to Ivan to buy some time. The other party was using Oracle's network. The address was on the east coast of the United States, in the tri-state area, Manhattan, and surrounding administrative regions. At that moment, Jarvis finally found out Ivan's location. "I hope you're ready." With that, Ivan hung up the phone. Tracking failed. With the call ended, Jarvis's tracking also ceased. Tony anxiously scanned the information on the screen when he suddenly noticed a news article on a nearby tablet. It was about the Hammer Industries Expo, and Tony felt he had found a breakthrough, quickly skimming through the important information. "So it's you, huh?" Tony's mind raced as he pieced everything together. It must have been that loser Hammer who saved Ivan, and the two of them teamed up to go after him. Having figured it out, Tony turned his gaze to the new element he had just created. Without hesitation, he walked over and inserted the new element reactor into his chest. The reason is simple. His little Pepper is attending that damn Hammer Industries Expo tonight. How could those two shameless bastards not target Pepper? He has to save her. Sir. Just as Jarvis's reminder was about to be issued, Tony interrupted. Just run the test. Yes, the reactor with the new element hasn't been tested yet, and nobody knows the consequences of using it recklessly. We're not sure what adverse reactions there might be. I don't want to hear it. Jarvis, assemble the suit now. Tony's face changed dramatically as he inserted the new reactor, making strange noises. It tastes like a mix of coconut and metal. Outside the Hammer Industries Expo venue, a business van parked outside, and Pepper and Happy stepped out. I'll park the car here. Always in a suit. Happy stood by the car door and said, Thanks, Happy. Dressed in a fiery little dress, Pepper swayed her hips as she climbed the stairs leading into the venue. Inside, it was already bustling with people, many holding glasses of wine, chatting in small groups. Justin Hammer's showcase was about to take place in the main hall. Guests present heard the announcement and hurried into the main hall to take their seats. In front of everyone was a huge screen displaying the logo of today's host, Hammer Industries. Accompanied by light and comical music, Hammer, thinking he was the best-looking guy today, strutted his way to the microphone amidst applause. That's more like it. Welcome. He looked at the crowd and continued with a smug expression. Ladies and gentlemen, for a long time, our country has risked the lives of brave soldiers in combat. And then Iron Man appeared, and we thought no one would die anymore. But he refused to disclose advanced technology. It's not fair, it's not right, and it's a shame. Hammer lamented Tony Stark, causing Pepper to frown in the audience. But it was still a fantastic invention, making headlines all over the world. But today, my friends, the major newspapers are in trouble. They're about to run out of ink. He revealed a mysterious smile, then had two staff members remove the podium in front of him. Ladies and gentlemen, today I am honored to introduce the U.S. military's brand new face. Hammer suddenly pointed behind him and shouted passionately, Hammer Iron Soldiers. Uplifting music played at the right moment, and 2 rows of tall Iron Soldiers slowly rose from the floor in sync with the music. Hammer walked to the Iron Soldiers, pointed at the floor beside him again. Navy Iron Soldiers. 2 rows of blue Iron Soldiers, slightly different in shape from the Army series, appeared before everyone. And Air Force Soldiers. He gestured with both hands, and the 3rd type of Iron Soldier made its debut. Marine Corps Iron Soldiers. The final type of Iron Soldier appeared. Yay! Oh! Hammer excitedly stood among the Iron Soldiers, basking in the applause and astonished gazes from the crowd. They are much better than cheerleaders. Although this is revolutionary technology, the battlefield still needs real soldiers. Ladies and gentlemen, today I am very honored to introduce the first prototype, the Comprehensive Threat Response Combat Armor, and its pilot, Colonel James Rhodes of the Air Force. A dazzling effect music suddenly played, and the lights quickly focused on the center stage, revealing a rather different Iron Man. What? Pepper was shocked in the audience. Why is Rhodes here? And why has he become a product of Hammer's? She couldn't understand. On stage, War Machine Rhodes raised his hand in salute amidst roaring applause and cheers, while the Iron Soldiers behind him saluted in unison. Hammer followed suit, flamboyantly saluting, and then said with flair, Hammer Industries reporting to America and its allies. Just then, a sound of something slicing through the air suddenly echoed, and everyone looked up. A gold and red Iron Man flew through the night sky, landing on stage in a flash. It's Iron Man. Oh! The crowd erupted. Everyone stood up to applaud and cheer for Iron Man's appearance. They all thought this was a little surprise arranged by Hammer Industries. But a few people on stage clearly did not think so. We're in trouble. Tony walked straight towards War Machine. Tony, there are civilians here. I'm under orders. Don't start a fight here. Rhodes thought Tony was looking for trouble. After all, this suit of armor was borrowed from Tony's house and had undergone a series of modifications. Tony walked up to War Machine, waving to the audience below. Wave to them. Rhodes didn't know what was happening, but it was best not to fight here, so he obediently waved back. Everyone is in danger. We need to find a way to get them out. You have to trust me now. While calming everyone, Tony communicated with Rhodes inside the suit. I tried, and the result was that I got beaten badly at your house. Rhodes mercilessly exposed Tony's past. Not bad. I think he collaborated with Vanko. Ignoring Rhodes's sarcasm, Tony said very seriously. Upon hearing Vanko, Rhodes paused for a moment, then asked in surprise, Vanko is still alive? Yes. Seeing that Rhodes seemed to believe him, Tony walked towards Hammer. Where's he? What? Where's Vanko? Hammer looked shocked. Who? Tell me. Tony raised his voice. Hammer felt a rush of panic, thinking about how this bastard found out about Vanko, and changed the topic. What are you doing here, brother? Oh. Just as Tony was about to use force to persuade Hammer, Rhodes behind him started to panic and shout. In War Machine, a series of red warning messages flashed quickly before Rhodes' eyes. Tony turned around and heard a click, the machine gun on War Machine's shoulder aimed at Tony. Is it you? Not me. Not me. Immediately, all the Iron Soldiers raised their weapons and aimed at Tony. I can't move. I'm locked out. Hurry. The entire system is under his control. Iron Man immediately dodged and flew into the air. Let's fight outside. Before he could finish his sentence, Iron Man had already flown far away. Dozens of Iron Soldiers opened fire simultaneously, bullets chasing after Iron Man. The guests on site screamed and scattered in a panic. And Pepper in the crowd looked worriedly as Iron Man flew further away. No, Rhodes shouted, but could not stop War Machine from quickly transforming and then soaring into the sky, chasing after Iron Man. The Air Force-type Iron Soldiers quickly followed suit, rapidly ascending to pursue Iron Man. In the air, Tony was thinking of strategy. Jarvis, access the system. I want to control it. As you command. Behind him, War Machine and the Iron Soldiers quickly caught up to Tony. Since Tony didn't accelerate to his maximum speed, he wanted the guys behind him to catch up first and then deal with them. Tony, I've locked onto the target. Rhodey's anxious voice came through the comms. Who is the target? Tony felt uneasy. It's you. Bang, 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 bang. The machine guns on War Machine's shoulder instantly unleashed a dazzling tongue of fire, and Tony immediately began performing aerial acrobatics, twisting and turning to dodge the bullets. Tony, I'm right behind you. Rhodey suddenly accelerated, and the distance between them quickly closed, the machine guns almost poking Iron Man's backside. Tony hurriedly dodged and accelerated, the two figures brushing past a building, the bullet shattering all the glass and causing the partygoers inside to scream in terror. Thus, Tony kept circling around with War Machine and a group of Iron Soldiers, hoping Jarvis could break through the opponent's system. What's the situation, Jarvis? Tony inquired. Remote reboot is not possible. Hearing this, Tony's heart sank slightly. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the venue, the grounded Iron Soldiers had reached the open space and started firing at the flying Tony. After weaving through the web of fire created by the shells and bullets for a while, Tony realized he couldn't keep this up. Counterattack. He fired a few missiles, hitting one of the iron armors behind him. But there were too many Iron Soldiers on the ground, continuously firing at him. I need to change locations, he thought to himself, and immediately flew towards a distance away from the venue. There are many Iron Soldiers chasing you, Rhodey reminded. The farther we are from the venue, the better. Tony flew away with War Machine and the Iron Soldiers. With excellent performance and a powerful weapon system, Tony kept finding opportunities to shoot down the Iron Soldiers trailing behind him one by one. A dozen Iron Soldiers flew rapidly through the night sky of New York, engaging in fierce gunfire, and soon arrived at an underground parking lot beneath a bridge. Suddenly, Rhodey looked at the small map in front of him and said urgently, Listen, a squad of Iron Soldiers just broke off and is flying back to the expo. Got it. Tony frowned, but had no choice but to deal with the enemies behind him first. I'm closing in on you, preparing to fire. Be careful. War Machine's cannon system began to move, and several shells flew toward Iron Man, trailing smoke. Tony immediately lowered his flight altitude, causing the shells to explode in the air. However, War Machine seized the opportunity, and the machine gun on his shoulder quickly started firing. A series of bullets exploding the vehicles packed on the ground and triggering a massive explosion. Finally, Tony flew out of the parking lot, accelerating to shake off the Iron Soldiers behind him. Rhodey, are you still locking onto me? Tony asked, staring at the map in front of him. Yes, put on your raincoat. We're about to take a shower. Wait. Ignoring Rhodey, Tony locked onto a circular building ahead and accelerated toward it. In an instant, Tony dashed into the circular building, making a sudden stop to avoid crashing into the giant metal sphere, and then flew out through a gap above. The Iron Soldiers behind him fearlessly followed him in, only to crash into the steel wall, one after another at high speeds, exploding into pieces. Sorry, I need to reduce the number of enemies. Where are you? Tony asked War Machine. Before Rhodey could reply, War Machine suddenly tackled Tony to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The two heavy iron men crashed to the ground, tumbling several times. Just as Tony was about to get up, War Machine pinned him down hard. While the two struggled, the sound of the machine gun roared. Tony desperately pushed the machine gun away but it kept inching closer to his head. Oh hell! Inside the iron armor, Tony stared dazedly at the gun about to press against his face, cursing under his breath. Damn it! How can I die from this piece of junk? No! Rhodey's eyes were misty. Just as the flames from the machine gun were about to reach Tony's ear, they heard a faint sound. Click! The fierce flames extinguished, and even the machine gun fell powerless to the ground. What happened? As the two were somewhat dazed, a familiar figure landed in front of them. Tony, you're already a mature Iron Man. You need to learn to protect yourself. Lin Qifei sighed and teased in a tone like a father admonishing his wayward child. Tony, who had just escaped death, took a couple of deep breaths and rolled his eyes in annoyance, complaining, Do you always have to show up at times like this? He knew that Lin Qifei, who saved him at the last moment, likely had already noticed the battle and had the ability to solve all the troubles. He just didn't know why he hadn't intervened until now. Lin Qifei, unfazed and proud, said, Heroes always make their entrance at the last moment. He and T mentioned that just a minute ago, he was enjoying a private moment with Natasha. Lin Qifei, who was also in New York, had noticed the commotion at the Hammer Industries Expo at the first opportunity, but had no intention of intervening. Just as he said, these trials and tribulations were part of Tony's necessary journey from a selfish, arrogant playboy to a true superhero, Iron Man. Yes, that was the reason. Lin Qifei did not acknowledge any absurd reasons like a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. However, just as the two were heroically climbing the peak of life, Natasha's communicator suddenly made a sound, startling Lin Qifei, almost losing control. Then, Lin Qifei suddenly recalled that in the original plot, Natasha was Tony's secretary and had made significant contributions during the battle at the Hammer Industries Expo. But Natasha was now out of Stark Industries because of him, and the one assigned to assess Tony was Coulson. Natasha wasn't at the Hammer Industries Expo tonight and couldn't help Tony. Thus, Lin Qifei had no choice but to act as a worker, rushing to the scene in a critical moment to save Tony. Hey, be careful! Rhodey's shout suddenly rang out. Whoosh! It turned out that War Machine, still competing in strength with Iron Man, activated its weapon system, and a small missile shot toward Lin Qifei with a trail of smoke. Huh? Not hitting Tony Stark, but me? Lin Qifei was somewhat surprised, but didn't rush to react, just standing there staring at the missile. In his eyes today, the missile was as slow as a snail, so much so that Lynch couldn't be bothered to wait for it to slowly fly over. He took a few steps forward and grabbed the missile directly. But then something strange happened. Once in Lynch's hand, the miniature missile only emitted a buzzing sound before going silent, showing no signs of exploding. Does the missile also have a dud? Oh, it came to mind. This missile seems to be called Ex-Wife, installed on the War Machine by Hammer Industries. Then it's no big deal. What do we call this? This is called using strength to hard counter the Ex-Wife, holding the small and exquisite missile. Lynch seemed to hear Hammer's deep and dark curse. My ex-wife is nothing. Seriously, who doesn't have story? Don't be fooled by Hammer's clumsy and silly demeanor. He is also a man with a story. From Hammer Industries? Tony recognized the origin of this thing at a glance. Right. After a moment of silence, Rhodes' dark face darkened even further. Rhodes, I'm sorry. Throwing the missile aside, Lynch walked towards the War Machine. You can't control this armored suit. I can only dismantle it. Please don't blame me. Hearing this, Rhodes instinctively prepared to run, but unfortunately, he had no control over the War Machine. Watching Lynch approach him, rubbing his fists and eager to try, Rhodes felt like crying. You're still apologizing? What the hell are you apologizing for? Please take a look in the mirror and see your own face. You're so happy, you can't even close your mouth. No, no, no. As Rhodes shouted in despair, the War Machine accelerated instead of retreating, charging towards Lynch. Aren't you looking for death? Oh no, the person in the War Machine wasn't Ivan Vanko who controlled it. So did that guy want he dead? He had no choice but to loudly remind Lynch. Lynch, be careful. Lynch looked back at him with a strange expression. Why does that sound so weird? Soon, the silver-black painted Iron Man, War Machine, perfectly embodying the aesthetic of mechanical violence, came crashing down towards Lynch like a meteor. And Lynch? He was only about 178 centimeters tall, with a face that looked no more than 24-25, hair of medium length, wearing flip-flops, resembling a young man who just graduated and got kicked out by his landlord for not finding a job. Anyone seeing this scene would feel pity for this unfortunate kid. Of course, this did not include Rhodes and the War Machine. Bang! Just 1 second later, the meteor shattered. Lynch met the War Machine head-on, his hands transforming into flowing light that enveloped it. He did not defeat the War Machine with a single punch, as he had already learned that move when he first arrived in this world and transformed into a young Superman. Now, he had grown up and become a youthful version of Superman, so he had to do something fitting for his identity. For example, Mechas are a man's romance. So, it's perfectly reasonable for me to dismantle the war machine, right? It couldn't be more reasonable. Just like that, as the war machine flew past Lynch, it collapsed and disintegrated like a mound of sand. With a scream, Rhodes' steel suit quickly disassembled and fell to the ground, leaving only the remaining steel helmet flying off, leaving him hanging in the air in a thin bodysuit, looking utterly disheartened. What the hell is going on? He immediately had a puzzled expression. You can have Tony help you reassemble it, Lynch kindly reminded. At that moment, a sound of a large number of steel soldiers flying through the sky was heard. Bang, 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 in less than 2 minutes. One steel soldier after another fell to the ground like dumplings, coldly staring at the three. Tony, what time is it now? Lynch suddenly asked. Tony was taken aback, then answered, 3 minutes to 9. Lynch nodded as expected and gently twisted his neck. Do me a favor. He looked at the surrounding steel soldiers and said to Tony casually, What? Tell me when it's half a minute to 9. I promised Natasha I'd be back before 9. Okay. As soon as the conversation ended, Tony saw one steel soldier after another being lifted into the air by an invisible hand, twisted into a ball. And then, 2 terrifying red lights suddenly lit up, accompanied by waves of deafening explosions and shockwaves. While the two were desperately dodging the aftermath of the explosions, Lynch had already arrived at Hammer Industries, capturing the fleeing Ivan Vanko and his carefully prepared turnaround mech, the secret weapon. But all of this seemed too childish and cute in front of Lynch. In comparison, Ivan and Hammer weren't much different. With Ivan in tow, Lynch quickly returned to his previous spot, now with Hammer in hand, whom he had casually caught. This back and forth took only 30 seconds, and that massive explosive pack made up of dozens of steel soldiers was still exploding and burning continuously. Lynch stood in the air, took a deep breath, and then exhaled. A powerful, icy hurricane blasted out from his mouth. Whoosh. The fierce hurricane, along with extreme cold and snow, swallowed the explosions and flames. In just a few seconds, the smoke cleared and the noise ceased. Dropping the 2 captured villains to the ground, Lynch landed lightly. The 2 villains groaned and fell to the ground, and Hammer even vomited, which made Lynch feel nauseous. Tony, I'll drop them off. I'm leaving now. Natasha is waiting for me. Lynch greeted Tony and turned to leave. Bye. See you tomorrow. Originally lying on the ground with his eyes tightly closed, Ivan opened a small slit upon hearing Lynch's departure. Oh, right. Having already flown into the air, Lynch turned back to look at Ivan, who was pretending to sleep. With a thought, a controller floated out from Ivan's body. The steel soldiers seemed to be able to explode. This is the button. Seeing that his last means of revenge had been revealed, Ivan couldn't help but get up, angrily pointing at Lynch and yelling hysterically. Are you not convinced? Lynch snorted coldly, tossing the controller back. Give it a try. Ivan Vanko began to laugh maniacally in disbelief. Tony Stark, I will make your woman into a pile of ashes. Let you experience this pain. Accompanied by his nonsensical excited words, he pressed the button. But the pitch-black night sky suddenly lit up with blooming fireworks, and the loud sounds made the few people understand that these were the steel soldiers Ivan Vanko wanted to use to cause casualties. With a perfect curve at the corner of his mouth, Lynch coldly snorted, You have no idea what it means to. Lynch, it's 9 o'clock. Tony's voice interrupted Lynch's MVP speech. Bye. Lynch's voice lingered in place as he had already vanished into the night sky. In a high-end apartment in Manhattan. This is one of Lynch's residences, of course, just a rented place. Knowing about the New York battle, he wouldn't spend money to buy a house. Even though money is really just a number to him. Natasha seemed to sense something and turned around, as Lynch sneakily entered through the window. You're late. The room was shrouded in darkness, with only a few shards of moonlight spilling onto the bedside, making her, who was bare and voluptuous, appear enchanting and alluring, yet pure and flawless. Did you see the fireworks just now? Lynch grinned as he asked. I did. Natasha smiled back, as if she knew what trick Lynch was up to. Were they beautiful? He gently settled on the edge of the bed, propping himself up with one hand, gazing at the exquisite beauty created by God before him. Very beautiful. Natasha's smile was as captivating as the moonlight. That beauty was blossoming for you. Saying this, Lynch leaned in, kissing her soft lips. After a long while, their lips parted. The two of them leaned their heads together, breathing lightly. Natasha's beautiful eyes sparkled for a moment, her large eyes fixed on Lynch, who was very close. Her red lips moved slightly. Will there be a day when you fly away and never come back? Lynch's breath caught. He blinked a couple of times and said nothing. After a long pause, he turned over, pinning the woman down, staring directly in her eyes, and said, No, I will always fly to the place where you are. Ina SHI outpost. The Avengers recruitment evaluation for Iron Man has passed. Tony holds a report about his evaluation and reads the passing result with a smug look at Fury, saying, "I'll think about it." However, Fury ignores his coyness and bluntly says, "Keep reading." Tony pauses for a moment, then lowers his head again to continue reading the report. Tony Stark. Not recommended? He raises an eyebrow and argues with an incredulous expression. "This is unreasonable. How can you accept another version of me, but not the real me?" Fury looks up at the ceiling, momentarily ignoring Tony. "I have a new heart and plan to treat Pepper well. Our relationship is stable." After rambling for a while, Tony notices Fury doesn't seem interested in his lengthy monologue, and his voice trails off awkwardly. Fury waits until Tony stops before looking him in the eye and saying earnestly, "It is precisely based on this that we decided you can only serve as a consultant for now." The serious atmosphere is broken by a nearby audience member who can't help but laugh, and Tony, wounded in his pride by the mocking laughter, turns and glares fiercely at Clint. "What's wrong? Is your sense of humor that low?" "I'm sorry," Clint replies, trying to maintain a straight face. But when Tony turns back, Clint can't help but whisper to Natasha sitting next to him, "But it's really funny, accepting Iron Man but rejecting Tony Stark. What do you think?" "Clint, I can hear you." Tony angrily slams his hand on the table to show his frustration. "Okay, I won't laugh anymore. You guys continue," Clint promises, patting his chest. Feeling somewhat frantic, Tony questions Fury, "I don't understand." He points at Clint. "Why can he sit here and laugh at me? Is he part of this plan too?" Fury glances at Clint, thinking to himself that he wishes he were. "No, he isn't." Tony's face brightens, but Fury quickly adds, "But he is our final option, so he can do whatever he wants." Final option? Pondering the term, Tony finds it quite fitting. After all, he is a superhero in real life. But there are more outsiders in this room. So who is this Archer? Is SHIELD running a circus? Tony refers to the middle-aged man sitting next to him in a black jacket, carrying a bow and arrow with a low presence. His name is Clint Barton, codename Hawkeye, and like Natasha, he is a level 7 agent of SHIELD and currently part of the plan. Glancing at Agent Barton, Fury calmly introduces him. "What?" Hearing that this unremarkable middle-aged cosplayer is actually a member of the Avengers Initiative, Tony immediately becomes displeased. "Someone like him can get into your plan? I can find 100 guys like him in New York in an hour. What does this mean? Tony Stark was rejected, but this guy can become an Avenger? What do we lack that makes us inferior to him?" Seeing that Tony seems to look down on his subordinate, Fury turns to signal Hawkeye. Understanding the director's intention, Hawkeye silently stands up. In fact, he secretly looks down on someone like Tony, who is always joking and playing around. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to join the Avengers and be comrades with Tony. However, he cannot defy orders. So he has no choice but to follow the director's wishes and show off his skills to intimidate this arrogant narcissist. Once he stands firm, his gaze suddenly becomes sharp and cold, and he quickly grabs his bow and arrow from his back, knocking an arrow and shooting it in one motion. Whoosh! A short arrow flies past Tony's ear, startling him and causing a few drops of cold sweat, ultimately embedding itself in the wall. But how could Tony admit that he was scared? Is that it? He deadpans, mocking, "So your bow and arrow can penetrate my Iron Man suit?" Hawkeye ignores his words and coldly puts away his bow and arrow, returning to his seat. Fury walks over to the wall, pulls out the arrow, and tosses it in front of Tony. Tony casually glances, and his eyes narrow. He sees that the sharp arrowhead is pierced by a fly the size of a soybean. In fact, his arrows can indeed be fitted with explosives. Whether they can penetrate the Iron Man suit's defenses depends on the power of the explosives. Fury explains. Tony is momentarily stunned by his words, thinking the guy to shoot accurately. "Okay." He raises his hands in surrender and then stands up, extending a hand. "Perfect meeting. But I have to go. I have a lot to do." Fury shakes hands with Tony, who quickly pulls his hand back. "In fact, you can't afford to hire me. So there's no need for an evaluation." It's clear that Tony is still quite unconvinced. "Okay, goodbye." Fury remains unfazed by Tony's little temper. "Goodbye, Clint. Are you staying?" Clint nods. "I still have some things to discuss with Director Fury." "Okay." Tony replies and walks out in a huff, without even looking at Hawkeye. When the sound of Tony's luxury car starting echoes outside, Clint looks at Fury and asks, "So do you have any other candidates?" Fury pauses, thinking to himself that this guy still doesn't know who the Avengers are. "Do you have anyone to recommend?" "I've already found some for you." Clint chuckles. Hearing this, Fury furrows his brow in thought. He mentally counts the people Clint has come into contact with. Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Natasha Romanoff, Matt Murdock, Steve Rogers. Oh right, and that alien with the hammer. All of these people can be considered for the candidate pool, except for the last one, including that guy with the hammer. It's clear he has never considered Thor as part of the Avengers initiative. This is normal. After all, who would trust an alien who suddenly descends from the sky, wielding a hammer and thunder, and claims to be a god? Even if his evaluation shows he is simple-minded, pure-hearted, and kind, in the end, he is just a powerful alien. Fury is still wary of him as a potential enemy of the Avengers, let alone considering him in the Avengers' initiative to protect the Earth. Why not? Clint smiles, understanding Fury's train of thought. As the head of SHIELD, Fury is extremely suspicious, and viewing Thor as a threat is a normal reaction. Even for himself, Fury probably never let his guard down. Although the relationship with SHIELD has eased a lot, Lynch is clear that it is all just an illusion. When a humanoid being possesses destructive power comparable to nuclear weapons, how could an organization like SHIELD allow him to live a normal person's life in this world? The way of dealing with the problem has simply changed from eliminating threats to controlling them. Going head-to-head with a Superman, we bleed or sweat, and you guys have to lose your lives. What is the right way to handle it? That, of course, depends on Natasha. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled to get past the beauty barrier, Lynch. But let's just let it be. You should know that Earth is regarded as one of the territories by Thor and his Asgardian kingdom. As the Prince of Asgard, Thor has the standing to help Earth fend off threats from the universe, Lynch explained with a smile. However, Fury was clearly not so easily convinced. After listening to Lynch, his expression became heavier, and he grew more worried about the so-called Asgardian kingdom that views Earth as its territory. How do we know that Asgard won't become Earth's enemy? Matters on Earth should be handled by Earthlings, while let aliens interfere, he said in a stiff tone, filled with concern. In response to Fury's worries, Lynch could only smile helplessly, because what he said was indeed not wrong. The situation on Earth today is already very different from ancient times. The rapid development of technology has given Earthlings a little confidence in defending the Earth and asserting territorial sovereignty, but the problem is that this is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The main theme here will always be the struggle between superheroes and supervillains. Technology? This can only serve as a background introduction for superheroes. When a villain really wants to destroy the Earth, no matter how powerful your technology is, you're still at a loss. To deal with supervillains, it still depends on superheroes. Don't worry too much, Asgardians are very friendly. My last experience there was quite pleasant. By the way, why did you bring that guy back to Earth? Speaking of this, Fury complained somewhat unhappily. Fury was already thankful that the guy had returned, but who knew Lynch would bring him back to Earth? Hearing this, Lynch's expression became strange. Didn't Coulson tell you? Fury's face changed, and with a look as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" he said. "He really just came to Earth to date?" Under SHIELD surveillance, that guy behaved just like that. He arrived on Earth, and shortly after, Coulson sent him to find that girl named Jane Foster, and then the couple was stuck together all day, talking about love. Sensing an inexplicable resentment in Fury's words, Lynch fell silent. Although Thor is ostensibly here to find the Tesseract, what about the reality? So much time has passed, and Thor hasn't even asked Lynch about the Tesseract. But what's wrong with dating? The truth you, an old bachelor, will never understand is, sometimes saving the world relies on dating. In fact, he came with a mission. Lynch glanced at the other two people in the room. However, this matter is quite important. We need to talk privately. Natasha and Hawkeye looked at Fury, and after getting a nod, they both went out. After considering his words, Lynch spoke. "Are you studying the Tesseract?" Fury's expression stiffened slightly, and many guesses flashed through his mind, but he quickly adjusted his thoughts and replied, "Yes, it is the key to unlocking infinite energy." Really? Lynch couldn't help but sneer and then ruthlessly exposed Fury's lie. "You're preparing to make weapons, right? To deal with me or someone like Thor?" Even someone as composed as Fury felt a stir in his heart upon realizing that Lynch was fully aware of his actions, and he lowered his head to ponder for a long time, thinking that Lynch had developed negative emotions. Fury could only harden his resolve and say, "I have to do this. It's not just my decision." But Lynch merely shrugged indifferently and said, "I know your thoughts. But the fact is that the risks you take to protect the Earth will ultimately lead to greater dangers. There are too many such occurrences in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The stories of Avengers 12 and Captain America 2 are clear examples. However, aside from Lynch, no one in this world knows what will happen in the future. Even the Sorcerer Supreme, who possesses the time stone, can only see the possibilities of the future, but what the future will actually be like. No one can foresee, so their mistakes are also understandable. Just leave the Tesseract with you. It will naturally return to where it should be when the time comes. Saying this, Lynch stood up somewhat disinterestedly, preparing to leave. Since Thor isn't in a hurry, let's let the plot develop as it originally should. Halfway out, he suddenly noticed the projection in the room. It marked several places that Lynch was very familiar with, such as the location of Iron Man's battle with the Ironmonger, the Hulk's fight with the Abomination, the place where Captain America was discovered. Interestingly, it also represented the yet-to-appear Black Panther's Africa, Wakanda, as well as a location for an Atlantic earthquake. The Black Panther can wait. He will come out sooner or later. But the Atlantic earthquake is an Easter egg that the Marvel Cinematic Universe had yet to fulfill even until Lynch crossed over, representing Marvel's Namor, similar to DC's Aquaman. Have you guys gone to check this place out? Lynch asked with great interest. We have been there, but there's nothing special. Fury replied calmly. Really? Does this world not have Namor? Feeling somewhat disappointed, Lynch bid farewell to Fury and left with Natasha. In the room, Fury pondered Lynch's suggestion, then looked at the projection again, with a question arising in his mind. Could there be someone from the Avengers Initiative there? I really know him. In a classroom, a boy who looked about 8 or 9 years old stood up straight, looking serious as he shouted at his classmates in front of him. But those classmates, with unfriendly expressions, clearly did not believe him and began to mock the boy. Give it up, Peter. I could say Iron Man is my neighbor too. A boy much taller than his peers stepped forward with a look of disdain and loudly ridiculed, drawing the attention of surrounding classmates. Noticing the curious gazes of his classmates, the boy seemed to be inspired by something and said even more confidently, You've been talking for so long. Why not show some proof? Isn't today your birthday? You should let him come to congratulate you on such an important day. Everyone turned to look at Peter, as they were also very eager to meet the superhero Peter often mentioned. But Peter could only lower his head, his face flushed, unable to say anything. I told you he's a liar. I knew it all along. The tall boy, seeing that Peter dared not speak, stepped up and shoved him hard. Everyone listen up. Peter Parker is a complete fraud. At this moment, the unfriendly murmurs among the classmates gradually began to rise. A fraud? Has Peter learned to lie too? I knew it all along. How could that cowardly guy Peter possibly know Super Kid? That's right. Super Kid has never been heard of having any friends except for Iron Man. Peter is really foolish. How could he tell such a ridiculous lie? Isn't it normal? Who doesn't care about their image? After mocking Peter, the tall boy enjoyed the attention of his classmates and proudly left with a few followers. The class bell rang, and the surrounding classmates gradually dispersed. In the classroom, only a small boy with his head down and tears streaming down his face was left. He took a deep breath, wiped his tears, and sniffled as he ran to the next classroom. When he entered the classroom, Peter sat down, facing the strange looks of some classmates, took out his book, and pretended nothing was wrong. A classmate next to him nudged him and asked, Peter, are you okay? Peter felt a sting in his nose, but bit his lip hard to prevent his tears from falling. And after a while, he replied, I'm fine. But how could he be fine? He felt very wrong because he really knew that Super Kid. Even to this day, he vividly remembered every moment of that night when he met Super Kid Lin. It was a few months ago in the evening when his aunt took him to the Hammer Industries Expo, and it was there that he met Super Kid Lin. The expo was crowded, the atmosphere was great, and the drinks and snacks were delicious, and Hammer's appearance with his Iron Soldiers was also very impressive. But in his heart, none of this compared to the two superheroes that followed, because Hammer and his Iron Soldiers were the bad guys, while Iron Man and Super Kid were the heroes. When Iron Man swooped down from the sky onto the stage, everyone couldn't help but stand up and cheer for him. This included little Peter Parker, who at the time was so short that he excitedly had his aunt pick him up to see what Iron Man looked like up close. Peter, like everyone else, thought Iron Man was a big surprise prepared for the Hammer Industries Expo. After all, the Iron Soldiers looked just like Iron Man's copies. So it was normal that Iron Man showed up, right? However, little Peter did not expect that this big surprise would soon turn into a big scare. After Iron Man greeted everyone, the war machine next to him suddenly aimed its gun at Iron Man. Then, Iron Man quickly flew away, and rows of Iron Soldiers chased after him. They began firing without any regard for the ordinary people in the venue, and the entire hall instantly turned into a hellish scene. The sound of gunfire mixed with people's screams echoed in the night sky, and flames and blood stained the crowd. In front of the Iron Soldiers, firing indiscriminately, unarmed and well-dressed people could only frantically flee for their lives. Among the crowd, little Peter ran out with his aunt, but the panicking people scattered them. Faced with this terrifying scene, young Peter was not that afraid. His thoughts were simple. Heroes would definitely defeat the bad guys and save everyone. Although the battle between Iron Man and the Iron Soldiers affected so many ordinary people, Peter felt a slight discomfort towards this superhero. On that day, Peter was wearing a Super Kid fan outfit, and he liked Super Kid more than Iron Man, because his aunt had once said that Iron Man's true identity, Tony Stark, was a playboy with poor character, an arms dealer, often appearing in gossip magazines and war headlines. Since his aunt did not like Iron Man, Peter naturally was not that enthusiastic about him either, because he had another superhero to admire. That mysterious, powerful Super Kid who looked as young as a big brother next door. Even his aunt had expressed her fondness for Super Kid. So what reason did Peter have not to become his little fan? His room was filled with Super Kid posters, and he even begged his aunt to buy him a fan outfit. Although Super Kid did not have any special uniform or iconic mark, this did not stump clever merchants. Peter's fan outfit included glasses that could emit red lasers and a mask that could spray white mist, specially crafted based on the abilities Super Kid had shown, which was very popular in New York, even selling for $10. On this day, brought by his aunt to such a big event, Peter naturally wore his favorite fan outfit. Fast forward 10 minutes later, as Peter walked outside the venue with the crowd, the number of people around him began to dwindle. Because not far away, an Iron Soldier was slowly approaching. Upon seeing this disaster-causing bad guy, Peter felt a bit scared. But touching the glasses on his face, a surge of courage welled up in him. If Super Kid were here, he would definitely take down these bad guys in no time, right? The Iron Soldier also noticed this little kid, but did not pay any attention, turning its steel head and continuing forward. But Peter turned on the switch on his glasses, and two dazzling red beams instantly hit the Iron Soldier. The Iron Soldier turned its head, discovered this strange kid and the red light, and the system quickly analyzed and determined the red light as an attack, issuing a command to treat it as an enemy and eliminate it. Click, click. The machine guns on the Iron Soldier aimed at little Peter, the barrels began to rotate, and the fiery snakes of death began to brew. No, Peter, run. In the crowd, Aunt May finally spotted her little Peter, but the situation in front of her made her feel dizzy. Realizing something was wrong, Peter finally felt a sense of danger, but at that moment, how could he run away? He pressed the button on his glasses again, which increased the laser brightness. Just then, two beams of red light shot out from behind little Peter, instantly piercing through the Iron Soldier in front of him. Peter looked at everything in front of him in disbelief, not just because he survived, but because Super Kid. Little Peter turned around and indeed saw a familiar figure, instantly bursting with excitement and cheering. It's really you. You finally came. He thought Super Kid would fly off to deal with those bad guys directly, but unexpectedly, Super Kid smiled slightly and walked straight towards him. Little boy, what's your name? Peter would forever remember that Super Kid's voice was as youthful and handsome as his appearance. My name is Peter Parker, he excitedly replied. Oh really? Super Kid showed an even friendlier smile, ruffled his hair, and even said something Peter couldn't have imagined. My name is Lin. Nice to meet you. Peter was so excited he became tongue-tied, and then he was picked up by Aunt May. Are you okay? Aunt May said with a trembling voice, carefully checking his body to confirm he wasn't hurt. Then she gratefully looked at Super Kid and said, I really don't know how to thank you. It's okay. Super Kid replied with a smile, then gave Peter a thumbs up. Peter, you did well just now, but don't let your aunt worry in the future. As he spoke, he slowly rose to bid farewell to Peter. Peter, see you next time. Peter remembered the promise of Superboy, who said they would meet again. Even though Aunt May said it was just a polite remark from Superboy, he didn't take it to heart. And Peter didn't believe it either, because Peter was very clever, and he remembered clearly what Superboy had said that day. Aunt May? Peter knew they hadn't revealed their relationship to anyone. Most people would just assume they were mother and son, right? But Superboy knew. This meant Superboy was paying attention to him. Although Superboy hadn't appeared again for a long time, Peter believed he would see him again one day. Of course, it would be even better if it were today. Usually, it didn't matter if his classmates didn't believe he knew Superboy. He wasn't a very vain person. But today, August 10th, was Peter's 9th birthday. How wonderful it would be if Superboy could show up today. Then his classmates wouldn't think he was a liar. Peter lay on his desk, his mind beginning to fantasize about how great it would be if Superboy appeared today. Time passed slowly, and soon the final bell rang for the last class. Peter got up and walked outside with his classmates, but at the door he saw that person he despised. Hey, isn't this our big liar, Mr. Peter Parker? The tall boy came over and wrapped his arms around the frail and short Peter. I want to go home. Peter broke free from him and ran desperately outside. Aren't you having a birthday today? Why didn't you invite me to your birthday party? The tall boy taunted relentlessly as he chased after him. Peter's glasses dimmed, He didn't want to impose an extra financial burden on his family. So he never held birthday parties. You're not seriously not having a birthday party, are you? The tall boy laughed mockingly. You. He only managed to get one word out before he choked on his words, and Peter looked up in confusion. The once noisy campus fell silent, and the children stared wide-eyed at the sky. In midair, a smiling young man waved to the people below. Oh my God, Superboy! I really saw Superboy. Amidst the shock and cheers, Superboy walked towards Peter. Happy birthday, my friend Peter, Lin Qifei said affectionately, ruffling Peter's hair. The surrounding classmates were already stunned, and the tall boy's eyes were almost popping out. It turned out, Peter hadn't tilit. That was Peter. He really knew Superboy. Do you want to fly back? Lin Qifei asked with a smile. Peter's little face turned red, and he nodded vigorously. Lin Qifei picked Peter up and looked at his friends. Tonight, I will host a birthday party for Peter at his house. Any classmates who want to come can join. After saying that, the two flew away. The night is not always peaceful, especially on the nights of Hell's Kitchen. Finding tranquility on this land is as difficult as destroying New York. And in this land of sin, someone is trying to find that peace in the dark. His name is Daredevil. In a hidden room, two groups of people were nervously and orderly conducting a special transaction, completely unaware of a figure entering in the darkness. Thud! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed in this eerily quiet room, like a huge hammer striking a bronze bell, waking everyone up. Who? Someone whispered. Arata has come in, another person replied. Upon hearing this, the 7 or 8 people in the dim room drew their guns and scanned the surroundings with vigilant eyes. A shadow flashed past them, and one of them grunted and fell to the ground. Rat-a-tat-tat. A quick-witted guy fired decisively, but obviously missed the target. Be careful. This is a bit creepy. A leader-like figure commanded harshly. You two look this way. You two look that way. We'll go this way. Several people raised their guns and cautiously began to search for the enemy. He is here. After an urgent shout, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground followed. Gulp. The leader swallowed hard, and the fierce look on his face began to turn anxious. He remembered the legend, the madman who roamed at night, the demon. Even if he was ruthless and notorious, a small boss in Hell's Kitchen, he was now on the verge of losing control of his bladder. But no matter how powerful he was, what did it matter compared to the uncrowned king of Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin? That demon could even take down Kingpin. He wanted to turn and run, but reason told him that doing so would lead to a bad end. He could only pray that this guy wasn't that demon. Tat-tat-tat. Bang. 2 more guys fell down. The small boss was struggling to hold his gun, his body stiffly backing away. Run. It's definitely that demon. Just as this thought arose, he heard someone fall beside him. He is coming. The next day, at Matt Murdock's law firm, Matt sat in a chair while Foggy was reading a file to him. This is already the 5th similar case recently. Foggy's face lacked the usual playful expression he had when joking with Matt, replaced by seriousness. All beautiful young women, all disappeared at night. Matt tilted his head back, expressionless as he pieced together the clues. This is an experienced guy, likely someone who recently moved into our area. Foggy nodded. Yes, that bastard has made women afraid to go out at night. But the behavior of the missing persons is too strange. Matt frowned, recalling the points of suspicion in the 5 cases. For example, that European girl. Her mother said she seemed to be drugged before disappearing, running out of the house without recognizing anyone. Could it really be some kind of drug? A drug? Matt pondered for a moment and shook his head. It shouldn't be. It's something far more terrifying. Seeing Matt deep in thought, Foggy sighed. Forget it, Matt. We're just lawyers. He shrugged. Leave the casework to the police. I just thought this case was interesting, so I showed it to you. Don't get too deep into it. Hearing his friend's concerned advice, Matt fell silent for a moment before smiling. I know. I won't think about it anymore. It's not like it's our case to handle. Seeing that Matt seemed to have taken it in, Foggy left the room with relief. However, after Foggy left, Matt resumed his thoughtful expression, mentally reviewing the case details again. As Daredevil, he realized that this case was very peculiar, because these victims were clearly being controlled by someone using some special means. This special means was likely a kind of superpower that could control others. As for what this superpower specifically entailed, he couldn't guess. But he understood one thing. The police in Hell's Kitchen were helpless against this superpowered criminal. If they could do something, there wouldn't have been a 5th victim. However, he never held out hope for the police. What could you expect the police in Hell's Kitchen to do? It was a miracle if they didn't rob you, since the police couldn't handle it. It had to be up to Daredevil. Hell's Kitchen was now Daredevil's territory. Ever since that day when Lynch killed Wilson Fisk in the restaurant, Hell's Kitchen had descended into chaos. Countless gangs emerged to seize the legacy left by Fisk, all eager to become the new king of Hell's Kitchen. But none succeeded, because Daredevil was there. As rumors spread that Fisk had died after a confrontation with Daredevil, and with the strength Daredevil displayed during the conflict, everyone began to take this legend seriously. However, Daredevil could not truly wipe out all the gangs, as nearly everyone in Hell's Kitchen had varying degrees of ties to them. In the end, with Daredevil's tacit approval, several gangs formed an alliance to control Hell's Kitchen. But many believe that Daredevil was the true master of Hell's Kitchen. You don't admit it? Then be careful when walking at night. And after losing his greatest rival, Wilson Fisk, Matt Murdock, aka Daredevil, found his path as a lawyer and vigilante becoming smoother. Until today, when he discovered a new enemy, a newcomer or a newly empowered supercriminal, a dangerously powerful individual who could control others. But Daredevil was not afraid. The men of the Murdoch family had the toughest bodies and the greatest courage. No matter who it was, if anyone wanted to stir trouble in Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil would take them down. In a small bar, the dance floor was filled with men and women shaking their heads and twisting their waists. "What are you doing, fuck?" The man's rude curses did not stir a ripple in the noisy crowd. Only a few nearby glanced over curiously. The two were originally dancing together, their movements bold, bodies close together, and if it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, the distance would have been almost non-existent. But the woman, with a face full of charm, suddenly froze, causing the man to feel very displeased, prompting him to curse. However, what surprised the man even more was what happened next. The alluring woman, with a blank expression, pushed her way through the crowd and walked toward the bar's entrance. "Where the hell are you going?" The man, a bit confused, shouted after her with a hint of unwillingness. He caught up to the woman, grabbed her hand, but couldn't hold on. The woman walked out of the bar, heading in a specific direction. The oblivious man then noticed that the woman seemed a bit strange. Her expression and strength were far from the gentle beauty he had just been entangled with. Standing there with his expression changing for a long time, he decided to follow her to see what was going on. Not for any other reason, but because that woman was too damn beautiful. The woman walked faster and faster, soon reaching a deserted street, making the man, who was continuously chasing her, feel a bit anxious. "Shit, am I really seeing a ghost?" His heart racing, he sprinted to catch up to the woman. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" He exerted all his strength to grab the woman, and surprisingly, she stopped. With a glimmer of hope, the man rushed in front of the woman, only to be momentarily stunned. It was quite a secluded area, with only the distant streetlights casting a dim glow on the woman's face. The once charmingly smiling woman now had a completely cold expression, her eyes vacant. She looked like a lifeless corpse without consciousness. Shit. After taking a closer look at the woman's stunning beauty, a surge of desire rose in his heart. Swallowing hard, the man boldly reached out to touch the woman. "What's wrong with this ghost? Have I done anything wrong? A woman this beautiful, even if she is a ghost, is worth it." But before his hand could touch the woman, he felt a sharp pain in his head. And before he could even grunt, he collapsed to the ground. After the man fell, a figure appeared from nowhere. It was a petite, pretty young girl. She cast a cold glance at the man on the ground and turned to leave, with the woman following her. Suddenly, the girl abruptly looked up at a dark area that was hard to see. A shadow was rapidly flying out from it, rushing towards the girl with a fierce momentum. But she merely snorted coldly and raised her hand to throw a punch. This seemingly soft and delicate little fist struck the shadow with unexpected immense force, sending it crashing into the wall. The shadow was Daredevil, Matt Murdock. As he landed on the ground, Daredevil felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, because his charged attack was so easily shattered by this little girl, and under that punch, at least 5 or 6 of his bones were broken. Could this little girl be related to Wilson Fisk? Daredevil cursed inwardly. How could he not be frustrated? After lying in wait for so long, he finally got a chance at a target, yet his carefully laid ambush was taken down by a single punch from a little girl. Why did Hell's Kitchen always have such monsters? Was there no way to survive anymore? But the little girl showed him no mercy. Seizing the opportunity while Daredevil was injured, she charged at him fiercely. Daredevil struggled to get up, spat out a mouthful of blood, and pulled out something from his body, firing grappling hooks at a nearby tall building, propelling himself upward rapidly. "Run. If I don't run, I'll be beaten to death." Having witnessed Lynch's ability to overpower 10 men, Daredevil had no intention of fighting the little girl. He only thought about escaping and regrouping. However, something that left Daredevil open-mouthed happened. The little girl suddenly crouched slightly as she ran, then made a leap that reached 5 or 6 meters high, almost grabbing him. But that wasn't all. Even more bizarrely, the little girl actually didn't fall. Instead, she glided in the air. She could fly? Lynch, you said you didn't have any siblings. Am I going to die at your sister's hands? Daredevil shouted angrily in his heart, only to suddenly notice that the little girl fell down, then reversed course, disappearing from sight. In Guangdong province, people traditionally have morning tea and before 7 o'clock. The tea restaurant was already filled with older gentlemen and ladies. Young servers pushed carts, calling out as they weaved between tables, delivering plates of exquisite dim sum. Tables of uncles and aunts enjoyed their morning tea, eating breakfast, and chatting leisurely and happily. The entire tea restaurant was lively and full of vibrant energy. Strangely enough, many people frequently cast curious glances at one particular table. It was a large table for 6 to 8 people, but only one person was seated. This was not a problem. If one is wealthy, they could easily book an entire restaurant by themselves. However, the table was filled with food that had just been served, and a table of finished plates had just been cleared away, indicating that he might actually finish this second round. This big eater was a young man of average appearance, full of energy. Of course, this was not unusual. Many young people enjoy dim sum, as long as they have the time. Having a big appetite isn't a bad thing either. At least he maintained a good physique. What was strange was that while he stuffed his mouth with food, he was also constantly on the phone, speaking in fluent, standard English. What's going on? Is having dim sum delaying your multinational company by millions every second? I think I should leave. Everyone here is looking at me. No, I have things to do. Noticing the strange gazes from the uncles and aunts around, Lin Qifei quietly placed a few bills on the table and left. He didn't want to attract attention, but who could blame him for having a big appetite and not having dim sum for a long time? What was even more outrageous was that someone wanted to keep chatting with him. The most unbelievable part was that this person was Aunt May, Peter Parker's aunt. The story began at that birthday party, or even earlier at the Hammer Expo. That day, while heading to the battlefield where Tony and the Iron Soldiers were, he happened to notice a little Spider-Man, dressed in fan gear, confronting an Iron Soldier. Lin Qifei couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Tony's little fan was about to be taken away by him, so he immediately went down to take out the Iron Soldier and save the little Spider-Man, chatting with him for a bit. After that, he often kept an eye on the little Spider-Man in Queens, New York, but didn't interfere much in his life. He was afraid that his actions might change Peter Parker's fate, and if something he did caused Peter to lose the chance of gaining superpowers from being bitten by a spider, that would be a huge deal. Although in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the little Spider-Man had little impact due to his age, Spider-Man was undeniably popular. If the major character of Spider-Man were gone, what would this world mean? To ensure that the citizens of New York wouldn't lose their friendly neighborhood hero, Lin Qifei couldn't easily interfere in Peter's life. Even when Peter was mocked and teased by his classmates for revealing that he knew Lin Qifei, feeling wronged and distressed, Lin Qifei never showed up. But on Peter's birthday, when his mischievous classmates escalated their taunts and even called him a fraud, Lin Qifei couldn't sit still anymore. If he didn't show up, Peter would suffer the childhood trauma of being called a fraud, and his fate would become even more ridiculous. How could Lin Qifei bear to ignore him? What if this led to Peter turning to the dark side? So Lin Qifei decided to let Peter have a happy moment, disregarding the butterfly effect. That day, Lin Qifei flew directly to the school, gave little Peter a grand surprise, allowing him to regain respect in front of his classmates. Back at home, Lin Qifei also threw a birthday party for little Peter, giving him the most unforgettable birthday. Before leaving, Lin Qifei made a pact with little Peter that he would also become a hero when he grew up, but during his childhood, they would only meet once a year at most. Lin Qifei initially thought his connection with little Spider-Man had come to an end, but unexpectedly, his connection with Aunt May was just beginning. Worried that little Spider-Man might encounter difficulties, Lin Qifei left his phone number with Aunt May, and the next day, he received a call from her. At that moment, he wondered if Peter, after meeting him, had begun to attract trouble like a protagonist template, but in the end, he had to sigh that he was still too young. Lin Qifei chatted with Aunt May for over 10 minutes, and every time he asked if she had any difficulties or problems, Aunt May skillfully diverted the topic. From beginning to end, Aunt May just chatted with him about her age, what she liked to eat, whether she had a boyfriend, what kind she liked, and so on. When they finally hung up, Lin Qifei suddenly realized he had been tricked. This woman had ulterior motives. I treated you like an elder, and you were eyeing my body. As expected, women are all like that. After realizing this, Lin Qifei recalled this version of Aunt May from the Marvel Cinematic Universe and found it didn't seem so unacceptable after all. If it were other versions of Spider-Man, there would be nothing to say. They were old enough to be mothers. But Aunt May from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, mature, sexy, beautiful, and intellectual, Plus, she was under 30. Since that was the case, Lin Qi decided to go with the flow. Whenever he had time, he would answer Aunt May's calls and chat for a while. However, they had never had the opportunity to date or communicate on a deeper level, as Lin Qi always claimed to be busy. Busy traveling the world. Oh no. Busy enforcing the law globally, alongside eating, drinking, and having fun. At his speed, he could cross the ocean in just a few minutes. And even flying around the Earth wouldn't take long. Since the world was so big, he certainly wanted to see more of it. His daily routine involved clocking in from China and the US and visiting other countries based on his mood. After some downtime, he often returned to his homeland, searching for memories from his past life. But he was somewhat disappointed that this place felt strangely familiar, yet different. Many iconic things had disappeared, replaced by odd new elements. Such occurrences could only be explained through parallel universes, but fortunately, most things here were similar to his previous life. After living here for a while, Lin Qi even felt as if he had crossed into the Marvel universe, just like a dream from the night before. Whenever this happened, Lin Qi would slap himself twice and remind himself, Lin Qi, stop dreaming. You are not a normal person. Can a normal person withstand cannonballs, fly around the Earth, shoot lasers from their eyes, or blow typhoons? No. At these moments, he often nostalgically recalled his time as an ordinary person. Back then, he could still feel the fatigue and pain in his body, experience the joy of running, and understand human emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. But these feelings were rapidly disappearing as his strength grew. After months of basking in yellow sunlight, his body became indestructible, and even things that could cause him slight pain were becoming fewer, while diseases, fatigue, and other negative states had long since departed from his steel-like body. The human world, in Lin Qi's eyes, was becoming increasingly fragile. If he were to release the constraints of his biological field, every breath and every step could trigger a disaster capable of destroying a city. Even with his super senses and mental power, he could clearly grasp the actions of those around him. Humans had no secrets in front of him. With such a self, could he still be considered human? Lin Qi often asked himself this question. He couldn't be sure, but he knew his mindset was shifting in a negative direction, and if this continued, problems would definitely arise. Many works of art depict those who are lost in power, who disregard life, have no bottom line, and place their own emotions above all beings. Lin Qi did not wish to become such a person. All along, he believed that power was a means to pursue dreams and freedom. The lost dreams of being human and the unrestrained freedom cannot be called dreams and freedom. To maintain his mindset, Lynch strengthened his life force field, limiting his abilities and using mental power to alter his appearance, living like an ordinary young man. However, this life was always different from before. A god, even if disguised as a mortal, is still a god. Just like the scene that happened today in the tea restaurant, Lynch would inadvertently cause disturbances. Those ordinary days could never be returned to. Walking out of the tea restaurant, Lynch felt a bit annoyed, hung up the phone, and flew straight up into the sky, heading into the distance. The bustling crowd around him was shielded by Lynch's mental power and did not notice that a superhero had just left. A few minutes later, Lynch returned to New York, landing on the top of a building. This skyscraper was the first base of the Avengers Tower, which at this moment was still called Stark Tower. Arriving here, Lynch walked into the building without any hesitation, calling out, "Jarvis, Mr. Lynch, would you like me to prepare a Coke for you?" "Thanks." The rooftop shifted, revealing a passage exclusively for Tony, allowing Lynch to walk directly into the room. This wasn't Lynch's first visit. Ever since the building was completed, he often came here to sunbathe and grab drinks. When Tony discovered this, he asked Lynch for a usage fee, but Lynch, of course, refused without hesitation. "Are you kidding? Who are we to each other? What's yours is mine." With no way to deal with Lynch, Tony could only tacitly accept this guy who might drop by at any time and even granted Lynch access to Jarvis's operations. So coming here felt like coming home for Lynch, spending half of his time in New York here. After all, Tony was always running around, often not in New York, leaving the rooftop unused. What a waste not to utilize such a great place. Moreover, with the height of this building, sunbathing here was much more comfortable than on other rooftops. Setting up the sun chair and lying back, wearing sunglasses, he didn't care about anyone. But not long after, Lynch's old phone suddenly rang. He had only given his phone number to a few acquaintances, so although he felt a bit unhappy, Lynch still answered. "Lynch? Matt? What's up? How have you been lately?" Hearing from Daredevil, whom he hadn't contacted in a long time, Lynch's annoyance slightly faded. "You tell me honestly, do you have a sister in Hell's Kitchen?" Matt's voice was filled with resentment, causing Lynch's expression to slowly change to a symbol. I don't have one. I'm really not lying to you. In the room, facing the pale-faced, melancholy Daredevil on the bed, Lynch directly launched a triple denial. Seeing Lynch so seriously defending himself, Matt was convinced to some extent. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Okay, I'll believe you for now, but are you hiding something?" Despite believing Lynch's words, with his super hearing and often acting as a lie detector, he noticed a slight unease in Lynch, leaving him puzzled. After a pause without speaking, Lynch retorted, "Is the lady not very tall and quite young?" Matt was taken aback and replied, "Yes. Do you know her?" "Yes." Lynch nodded, thinking to himself that he knew her very well. If he guessed correctly, this lady should be the strongest woman in Hell's Kitchen, Jessica Jones. This female superhero, or rather, superpowered individual, came from the local popular superhero team in Hell's Kitchen, the Defenders. Jessica lost all her family in a car accident when she was young, but she also gained superpowers akin to Superman: super strength, endurance, defense, and even the ability to briefly fly. After growing up, she had a stint as a superhero, but her brief heroic career ended due to a pervert. That pervert was the nightmare that haunted her life, Kilgrave. Kilgrave is a man who can control others, and upon meeting Jessica, he controlled and imprisoned her for a full 8 months. Later, Jessica escaped from Kilgrave's grasp and successfully took her revenge. However, while revenge could quench her anger, the trauma caused by Kilgrave could never be healed. Due to that nightmarish experience, Jessica developed post-traumatic stress disorder, drank heavily, engaged in promiscuous behavior, and lived in a haze every day. Having escaped from Kilgrave, Jessica could no longer return to being a superhero. Instead, she opened a detective agency in Hell's Kitchen called Alias, handling small cases like helping couples with infidelity issues and taking photos of cheating partners to make a living. A powerful and charismatic female superhero was thus transformed into a decadent and promiscuous adult due to unfortunate experiences. Although Jessica's unique temperament and special experiences also attracted fans, the former Lynch often thought, what would Jessica's life have been like if she had never encountered Kilgrave? Now, thinking about this question, Lynch felt a sense of loss. Fortunately, Lynch had come to this world and had the ability to know the answer. Unfortunately, it seemed Jessica had already been controlled by Kilgrave. As for the specifics, he would have to see for himself to know. Her name is Jessica Jones. Her abilities are somewhat similar to mine, but not as strong. But if you were to confront her head-on, looking at Daredevil, who was wrapped in white bandages and found it difficult to move, Lynch shook his head regretfully. Matt's face stiffened. This serious defeat almost cost him his life, and it was indeed his oversight. But who could have known that a seemingly harmless girl could be such a powerhouse? In that situation, even without knowledge of the enemy, Daredevil could not give up the opportunity to strike. Who knows when the next chance to catch that killer would come? How was I supposed to know she was so terrifying? Matt felt a bit frustrated and puzzled, saying, why would a girl target beautiful women? What is she really after? He couldn't quite understand. Before discovering Jessica, he had always assumed the perpetrator was a man because the victims were all young and beautiful women. Was this girl a lesbian? Seeing Matt's face gradually becoming strange, Lynch guessed he might be thinking of some odd things. Keep your thoughts pure, Matt. He admonished with righteous indignation, then added, that's because Jessica was controlled by a pervert called Kilgrave. He's the real culprit. Upon hearing this, Matt successfully connected all the clues in his mind and finally understood. But he was even more surprised, asking with a weird expression, so this pervert has the ability to control others, yet only thinks about using it to control women to satisfy his physical needs? He frowned, truly unable to comprehend Kilgrave's thought process. They say he's a pervert. If he were sane, how could he be called a pervert? Lynch sighed slightly, feeling sorry for Kilgrave's intelligence. Even among the many twisted villains, the Purple Man is considered the most lowly type. With such great abilities, he could easily control the president, control the wealthy, and when nuclear missiles are launched or economic turmoil strikes, he could easily destroy a city or a country. Yet, he doesn't pursue these grand ideals and only thinks about playing with control and imprisonment games. It's really embarrassing for villains. But what exactly are his abilities? Can he really control others at will? I was a bit worried. If this guy could control others effortlessly without restrictions, how would they deal with him? What if they ran into this pervert and ended up becoming his henchmen? Don't worry. Lynchy waved his hand, indicating that Daredevil need not panic. His ability is a virus that can control people's actions through language, and it has a range limit. I'm not worried about being affected by his abilities. In the comic version, the Purple Man's ability is set to control others by releasing a pheromone hormone and then commanding them verbally. In the film version, His ability was changed to a viral infection, also controlling others through language. Regardless of whether it's pheromones or a virus, it has no effect on Lin Qifei, who has a steel body. Can you resist this control? Matt asked curiously. Of course, Lin Qifei confidently replied, waving his hand. Leave this to me. You just focus on recovering. Matt hesitated for a moment, thinking he might indeed not be able to help and might even drag Lin Qifei down if he were controlled, so he nodded. However, having investigated this case for a long time, he still felt uneasy and asked with concern, "What are you going to do?" Well, Lin Qifei pondered for a moment. Should I just kick down his door and take him out? Matt's expression froze, then he frowned. He lowered his head in thought, struggling with his expression for a while before looking up seriously at Lin Qifei and saying, "I think we should take him to court. We don't have the right to kill him." Lin Qifei was not surprised by Daredevil's words. Familiar with him, Lin Qifei knew that Matt Murdock was that kind of person. After spending some time in Hell's Kitchen, Lin Qifei found that this world's Matt Murdock still adheres to that no-kill principle. But this does not mean that Daredevil is a ridiculous saint. He has his reasons for not killing. He is a believer, a somewhat unfaithful yet principled Catholic. All along, Daredevil has believed that only God can judge sinners. No one else has the right to take anyone's life, even the most heinous criminals. In addition, he is a lawyer, so he believes that outside of God, only the law can declare a person's guilt. When both of these fail, he begs for God's mercy, exploits legal loopholes, and becomes a demon in the night to punish evil. Not killing is his commitment and bottom line. It is his creed. Even when dealing with Kingpin, he never thought of killing him. In the original plot, after defeating Kingpin, he gave up the chance to kill his lifelong enemy and sent him to prison. When Lin Qifei killed Kingpin in a fit of rage, Daredevil was unaware, and of course, he couldn't control Lin Qifei, so Kingpin ended up dead. In fact, as smart as he is, he knows very well that as long as Kingpin is alive, Hell's Kitchen will never improve. But he would not kill Kingpin. Instead, he would choose to weaken Kingpin's power and defeat him through prolonged struggle. This is how he, Daredevil, operates. Although somewhat stubborn and inflexible, isn't that what makes him charming? Everyone in the world is looking for the fastest and easiest way to achieve their goals. So aren't those who persist and adhere to their principles worthy of respect? It is precisely because of this unique charm that Lin Qifei likes and respects him. But this does not mean that Lin Qifei will follow Matt's advice on this matter. No, Matt. Those people can't deal with him. Lin Qifei replied seriously. He can control all ordinary people. If we take him to the police station or court, what terrible things do you think will happen? Matt fell silent for a moment, realizing that Lin Qifei's words made sense. Is it really appropriate to treat such a superpowered criminal as an ordinary person? He had no experience dealing with superpowered criminals, as his opponents were generally ordinary people. Yet he still felt that they shouldn't just kill that guy. It goes against his creed. Even if he can't be treated like a normal criminal, there should be other ways, right? Isn't there another way? Matt hesitated to ask. There is, Lin Qifei replied firmly. There's an organization specifically for dealing with guys like him. Oh, Matt was taken aback. He hadn't expected such an organization to exist. But upon reflection, he found it reasonable. After all, the number of superpowered individuals has been increasing over the years, and it would be impossible not to have a dedicated organization to handle them. What organization? Matt asked. Lin Qifei grinned and said S-H-I-E-L-D-S-H-I-L-D. Matt exclaimed, I know them. Really? Lin Qifei wasn't surprised, as Fury had thoroughly investigated everyone he came into contact with. The still somewhat inexperienced Daredevil would have a hard time keeping secrets in front of S-H-I-E-L-D-S. It's just unknown whether Fury would really invite Daredevil to join the Avengers. Good to know. They have rich experience in dealing with superpowered criminal activities and can help hand them over afterward. That sounds good. Matt felt that arrangement was quite appropriate. After all, he was just an underground vigilante, and handling ordinary people was enough. It was more appropriate to leave superpowered criminals to professionals. Then you take care of yourself. I'll take my leave. I'll let you know if there's any progress. Lin Qifei said his goodbyes and prepared to leave. As he reached the door, Matt's peculiar voice rang out again. Are you leaving on foot? Yeah, what's wrong? Lin Qifei replied, a bit puzzled. Matt laughed and said, I thought you would fly out the window. Faced with Matt's sudden teasing, Lin Qifei could only smile helplessly, thinking, was I that flashy before? I'm learning to be an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Matt returned to his usual expressionless face and said bluntly, hurry up and go. Don't delay my rest. Learning to be an ordinary person. How infuriating. Lin Qifei, having scored a small victory, laughed happily and slowly left the hospital. In a dark and eerie basement, a series of desperate and painful screams echoed. The ceiling of the basement was very low, and stepping into this place gave one a feeling of confinement and oppression. There was only one light here, shining lonely. Stepping 5 meters away from the light, its weak glow became powerless against the darkness. The floor was as cool and damp as the air mixed with moss and the scent of decay. The wails, resembling those of demons from hell, came from an old, dirty iron bed. Beside the bed, several women were completely naked, their hair disheveled. They showed no reaction to what was happening on the bed, their eyes blankly alternating between crying and laughing. On the bed, a beautiful woman with a hot figure, clad in tattered clothing, was being pinned down and assaulted by a man. Her exquisite makeup had long been washed away by continuous tears, her delicate face twisted in agony, and her eyes gradually sinking into madness. The man, with a femininity evident in his features, appeared strangely excited, taking pleasure in violating the woman beneath him. Additionally, a special woman stood by the bed. She was young, fully clothed, her eyes fixed intensely on the man on the bed, filled with deep-seated hatred and profound guilt. As time passed, the woman's screams on the bed grew fainter until they abruptly stopped. It was clear that she could not withstand such torment and had fainted completely. The man continued for a while longer before stopping, seemingly bored due to the lack of response. He got up with a displeased expression and kicked the battered woman off the bed, like disposing of a piece of trash. He then turned to the young girl by the bed, a nauseating fake smile appearing on his face as he said, "Jessica, do you want her?" Upon hearing this, Jessica's face showed undisguised hatred and disgust as she coldly replied, "Do I want to? Yes, I want to kill you." The man's face quickly darkened after these words. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "You can keep trying." Jessica did not retort, glaring fiercely at this guy whom she wished she could tear apart. She had certainly tried, just a week ago when she was first controlled, but unfortunately, she had not succeeded. This guy who called himself Zebediah Kilgrave could control others with just a word. And even Jessica, with her extraordinary strength and ability to fly, could not escape. When she was brought to this basement under control and saw several bodies of women beside the bed, mentally deranged and in a pitiful state, she realized the extent of the perversion she was dealing with. She thought she would be subjected to this guy's abuse, so when she had the chance to speak, she tried to strike at Kilgrave. Unfortunately, although she was strong, her speed was too slow. With just one word, Kilgrave made her lose control of her body. Fortunately, this Kilgrave didn't seem to want to use force on her. Unfortunately, she had to face an even more unbearable experience. Kilgrave forced Jessica to help him capture women and send them to his lair. He even made her watch as he committed violence. Today, this was the second woman Jessica had brought here, and as she watched this woman, whom she had personally delivered to the lair, gradually break down, her own mindset began to crumble. The self-blame and uncontrollable shame washed over her fragile and kind heart repeatedly, as this woman's misfortune was brought about by her, Jessica. Moreover, Kilgrave had said that if she willingly offered herself, he would release everyone here and never do such things again. At first, Jessica scoffed at his promise and didn't consider it all, but now, looking at the beast-like women around her, her psychological defenses began to be shattered by the ever-expanding self-blame and guilt. "You're a superhero, Jessica," she silently shouted in her heart. "You should go save them, instead of being this perverted assistant, committing violence against innocent people with him. Be brave. You can do it." "No, I can't do it." Think about your original intention to become a superhero. Think about Super Kid. If it were him, he would definitely make sacrifices to help others, right? This kind of ideological struggle occurs every moment in Jessica's mind as she struggles and hesitates between the choices of sacrifice and resisting. Initially, inspired by the superhero who was making waves in New York, Super Kid, and encouraged by her best friend, Jessica finally made up her mind to put on a costume and start her own superhero activities. In the past, she always believed that her abilities were a curse, because on the day she gained her powers, she lost everything that was most important in her life. But the appearance of Super Kid changed her perspective. When she saw that young and inexperienced superhero defeating the suddenly appearing gray-green monster on a news program, saving the citizens, she finally realized what she should be doing. Because she was as young as Super Kid, as strong, and could fly. Later, Jessica secretly collected all the information she could find about Super Kid. In her mind, the image of Super Kid gradually became more vivid. The first appearance of Super Kid might be traced back to before the gray-green monster appeared. There were rumors from military personnel that Super Kid first appeared in a laboratory belonging to General Ross, who created the monster. Therefore, many people speculated that Super Kid was some kind of product of a laboratory or an accident. Jessica firmly believed in this theory, because Super Kid was quite different from Iron Man, always acting alone and not caring much about others. This meant that Super Kid's background might be similar to hers. An unexpected disaster took away everything from Super Kid, yet gave him the super ability to fly and escape. But Super Kid did better than Jessica. He had defeated the Gray-Green Monster, the Iron Legion, and even taught a terrifying Iron Mech a lesson in Mexico, saving many lives. And what about me? The more Jessica learns about Superboy, the more ashamed she feels. Because she has always hidden her superpowers, even feeling ashamed of them, afraid of the strange looks from others, let alone using this ability to help others. What about Superboy? He is also so young, looking so innocent, yet he has helped so many people. I should learn from him too. Inspired by Superboy, Jessica finally made the decision to start her superhero activities under the persuasion of her adoptive sister, Tracy. In the beginning, due to her own powerful abilities, Jessica found it very easy and enjoyable to deal with some small-time crooks in Hell's Kitchen, which gradually gave her a sense of accomplishment as a hero. However, she never expected that so soon after her debut, she would encounter a supervillain like Purple Man, who was incredibly difficult to handle. With just one sentence, Jessica became the puppet of Purple Man. This twisted individual had a mind completely devoid of legal and moral considerations, reveling in the thrill of controlling others. But upon meeting Jessica, this special superpowered individual, he developed a stronger desire for control. Purple Man didn't just want to overpower Jessica. He sought to master her on a more advanced and deeper level, mentally. He wanted Jessica to accept his morbid love, to obediently submit to him from the bottom of her heart, wanting to place his restless soul onto Jessica. So, the Purple Man brought Jessica along to capture those innocent women, even violating and tormenting them in front of her. He knew that kind-hearted and innocent Jessica would one day be crushed by her own foolish guilt and remorse, willingly becoming his lover. The Purple Man, well aware of this, patiently waited for that day, like an old hunter waiting for his prey to come to him. He knew that now was the best time to launch an attack on Jessica. He suppressed his impatience and anxiety, revealing a hypocritical smile as he approached Jessica, gently stroking her delicate skin and whispering, "Can you really bear to see them suffer because of you?" The Purple Man's voice was seductive, like a devil tempting humans to sell their souls. Enduring the intense disgust brought by the Purple Man's touch, Jessica glared at him and said, "This is all you're doing. You pervert, you madman. Is it?" The Purple Man's smile was profound as he pinched Jessica's pretty face, forcing her to look into his eyes, and then spoke word by word, "Does it really have nothing to do with you?" Faced with the Purple Man's oppressive questioning, Jessica fell silent. Seeing this, the Purple Man felt a surge of joy inside. He knew Jessica was beginning to waver. "You can save them, and you should save them." He leaned closer to Jessica's ear, continuing to attack her psyche in a soft voice. "Aren't you a hero?" As he spoke, the Purple Man pointed to the row of women by the bed, saying, "Look how pitiful they are." Jessica had to shift her gaze to those people. She had always been afraid to face these poor souls, because, indeed, Jessica could save them. But in exchange, she would have to offer herself to the devil. For anyone, this was not an easy choice. Hearing the Purple Man say that they had been here for nearly a month, and that the earlier ones had already died, Jessica felt a chill. The Purple Man's abuse had long since driven them to madness, one by one falling into insanity. They were all naked, relying on instinct, surviving by eating leftovers that had fallen to the ground. Perhaps these beast-like, walking corpses were already beyond saving. Sometimes, Jessica would comfort herself this way, but the Purple Man would continue to torment others, turning more and more normal people into these ghastly figures. How long could she hold on? Was this persistence even useful? Perhaps, if she surrendered earlier, she could prevent more people from falling into this perverse clutches. What do you think? The Purple Man's voice rang out again, and Jessica felt a certain persistence gradually being dismantled by him. "Do you want to continue looking for the next candidate with me? A superhero?" "No." Jessica's hot tears streamed down her face. She couldn't hold on any longer. "Let them go." "Oh." The Purple Man's eyes lit up. "Have you come to your senses?" He excitedly stroked Jessica's cheek, a morbid sense of achievement swelling within him. And Jessica did not resist. She just cried helplessly and despairingly. Just as the Purple Man was about to carry Jessica to bed, a series of urgent ringings sounded. The Purple Man was taken aback. This was the sound of the electronic doorbell from the basement. Who was at the door? Who? He answered the call from the entrance. "Kilgrave? You're finished. I thought you were missing me." Natasha lay lazily on Lynch's chest, drawing circles while casually speaking. "So is this kind of thing? She stopped her movements and looked at Lynch with some confusion. But why don't you check for yourself? You should be able to find it easily, right? Lynch shrugged innocently and said, I'm pretending to be an ordinary person, remember? In such a situation, of course, I have to leave it to you guys. He had indeed thought this way and had been doing so for a long time. Under layer upon layer of life force restraints, Lynch suppressed most of his abilities. Now, he was not much stronger than when he first gained his powers, with only super strength, speed, and endurance remaining. Hearing this, Natasha shook her head helplessly. She certainly knew that Lynch had been low-key lately, often hiding to experience life. Even she could hardly see him for a long time. But what ordinary person would care about such a series of missing persons cases? They would be hiding instead. Ordinary people wouldn't rush to investigate like you. However, Natasha was also too lazy to expose this contradictory guy because both she and SHILD hoped that Lynch could maintain his current mindset. If there were truly gods in the world, they certainly hoped that this god was pure and kind. All right, then I'll give the investigation orders. If they're still in New York, they'll be found soon. With that, Natasha got up to assign tasks to her subordinates. A few hours later, Natasha received news that, according to SHILD agent's investigation, they had found the whereabouts of the Purple Man and Jessica. Lynch and Natasha drove to a rather grand residence, ringing the doorbell. Are they sure they are here? After the doorbell rang for a while, Lynch asked Natasha while peering into the house. With his vision, he could see every detail of the house's exterior, but after suppressing his X-ray vision, he could not see what was happening inside. There's a high probability. Natasha's eyes showed a glint of sharpness during missions. She was still the Black Widow that instilled fear in her enemies. My colleague told me that the Jessica you mentioned once brought a woman from the missing persons list here. She pursed her lips, her demeanor sharp and cold, quickly describing the situation. According to the data, the owner of this place is also a sexy beauty, currently suspected to be missing. TSK. Since Natasha said so, it should be correct. Lynch couldn't help but sigh. This Purple Man was indeed too lustful. He wanted to control every beautiful woman, truly a pervert. Just as he was about to speak, the doorbell stopped ringing. The intercom was activated, and a suppressed woman's crying faintly came through. Who? Lynch's face darkened instantly. With his hearing, he immediately heard the woman's cries. But that was not the reason for his sudden change in expression. It was because he heard several heartbeats and breaths from the intercom. This indicated that there were still a few people in this place where the woman's chilling cries were coming from. Besides the Purple Man, who else could be here? Glancing at Natasha, Lynch confirmed that this was indeed the place they were looking for. His expression darkened as he leaned close to the intercom, filled with murderous intent, and said, Kilgrave, you're finished. After saying that, Lynch kicked the door open and charged inside. As Lynch walked to the front door, he paused and waited at the entrance. He heard a series of hurried footsteps coming from inside the room. Someone was approaching. Click! The door opened, revealing a petite figure that Lynch had anticipated. Jessica Jones? Seeing the youthful yet soft-looking Jessica, Lynch couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Her eyes were red and tear-streaked, clearly indicating she had been compelled to come and confront him. Ultimately, it was the Purple Man who had harmed Jessica. At that moment, when Jessica saw Lynch, her controlled body trembled slightly, her pupils dilated rapidly, and the tears that had been interrupted by the Purple Man's interference began to flow again. Superboy, P.S. here. Am I saved? Although countless thoughts surged in her mind, Jessica, under the command to kill the intruder, had no choice but to lunge at Lynch fiercely. Bang! Lynch, unable to evade, took a punch from Jessica right in the chest, and his body, suppressed by his own abilities, involuntarily stepped back. That hurt quite a bit. Lynch muttered to himself, quickly grabbing both of Jessica's shoulders. Struggling fiercely against his grip, Jessica elbowed Lynch in the face. Hiss! This time, Lynch finally grimaced, realizing Jessica's strength was quite significant. He recalled that in his previous life, Jessica's strength was only around several tons, and in the film adaptations, her portrayal was even weaker, lacking any impressive scenes. Of course, this situation was generally due to budget constraints in the films. Creating big scenes requires money. As a third-tier character in Marvel, Jessica's solo series obviously lacked the capacity for such grand spectacles. Moreover, the Jessica in the series was deeply troubled by trauma-induced stress disorder, harboring a strong hatred for her superpowers, which justified her diminished abilities. Without overthinking it, Lynch crossed his arms and pulled her tightly into his embrace from behind, firmly restraining her. With her body immobilized, Jessica could only attack Lynch with other parts of her body. She raised her foot and stomped down on Lynch's foot with all her might. Oh, letting out a cry, Lynch, somewhat irritated, clamped both of Jessica's feet with his legs. In this way, Jessica was completely restrained by Lynch and unable to move. However, what troubled Lynch was that, even under these circumstances, Jessica turned her head and tried to bite him. Although he knew Jessica was also under control and not acting of her own volition, Lynch still felt somewhat annoyed. How long had it been since he had taken such a heavy hit? There was no choice. Lynch could only press his head against Jessica's. Natasha, Lynch shouted towards the door. Bring over the things you use to tie people up. Okay. Natasha, who was watching from outside, replied and went to get the items. Lynch remained closely pressed against Jessica, quietly waiting for Natasha. After a while, Lynch glanced at Jessica with some curiosity. Do you know me? He asked, puzzled. When he first met her, Lynch noticed something was off with Jessica's state. The moment she saw him, her expression, pupils, and heartbeat all underwent subtle changes. However, at that time, Lynch thought nothing of it, assuming Jessica was just surprised by the intrusion. But after being restrained, Jessica's expression changed noticeably again. It seemed she had something to say to him. Hearing Lynch's words, Jessica's eyes moved slightly, as if responding to something. If yes, look to the left. If no, look to the right. Jessica's eyes immediately darted to the left, indicating affirmation. Seeing her react this way, Lynch was not surprised. His appearance was already known to everyone in New York. Good to know. I'm here to save you. Don't be afraid. Lynch reassured her, but to his surprise, Jessica desperately looked to the right, seemingly signaling something. What are you? After pondering for a few seconds, Lynch realized. Let me go. Jessica looked to the right again. So, you're worried about me. Lynch couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, that guy can't control me. Jessica did not move her eyes again, staring intently at Lynch. After waiting for a long time without seeing Natasha return, Lynch began to feel anxious. Could it be that Natasha ran into the Purple Man? Just then, Lynch heard footsteps approaching. Bang! Just as he was about to turn around, a sudden pain shot through his back. A gloomy male voice came from behind him. I'm done for. Soon, the Purple Man's disgusting, handsome face appeared in front of Lynch. He smiled smugly, raising the gun in his hand and aiming it at Lynch's head. You're pretty good, managing to hold your ground against Jessica for so long. The Purple Man laughed maniacally, pressing the gun barrel against the top of Lynch's head. Tell me, is your head wearing a bulletproof vest? Lynch merely looked at the Purple Man with a strange expression, a question rising in his mind. Is this guy caveman? Can't he recognize me? Unlike the calm-minded Lynch, Jessica was extremely anxious at that moment. To her, even though she didn't know why Lynch was able to hold his own today, this level of power clearly wouldn't withstand a gunshot to the head. I'm going to kill him. No, I have to save him. I want. The Purple Man laughed wildly as he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. No. The gun fired, and, at the same time, Jessica shouted loudly. The smoke curling out of the gun barrel dissipated, and the three people present fell into an eerie, awkward silence. Lynch looked at Jessica, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Jessica to break free from the Purple Man's control at such a moment. In the original plot, Jessica took 8 months to accidentally escape from the Purple Man's mental control, allowing her to flee from his grasp. The Purple Man, on the other hand, stared in shock at the lively and unharmed Lynch, a sense of fear rising in his heart. But this fear lasted only a brief moment before he felt a surge of joy. The Purple Man had never intended to control Lynch because he wanted to kill this insolent intruder himself for revenge. After discovering that even a handgun couldn't harm Lynch, the Purple Man immediately changed his mind. He wanted to control this invulnerable guy. He would make an excellent bodyguard. Finally, it was a relieved Jessica. Her thoughts were simple. Great, yes, okay. Are you all right? Freed from control, Jessica could finally speak and eagerly asked Lynch. Me fine. Lynch smiled slightly, then turned to the Purple Man, his expression turning icy. So, letting go of Jessica, Lynch said coldly, what other tricks do you have? The purple-clad man looked at the two people in front of him and smiled sinisterly. Although he didn't understand why Jessica was suddenly able to break free from his control, it didn't matter because he was very confident in his abilities. He just needed to give one more command. And these two superhumans in front of him would become his puppets. From now on, where in this world could he not go? You all squat down. The Purple Man laughed maniacally and shouted his command, then eagerly looked at the two. Jessica indeed squatted down as he wished, but Lin Qifei charged at him without saying a word. Stop him. Jessica. The Purple Man's expression changed as he stumbled backward, hurriedly issuing commands to Jessica. He was shocked and confused, completely not understanding why his ability was ineffective against Lin Qifei. In his decades of life, this was the first time he encountered someone immune to his powers. In receiving the command, Jessica immediately stood up and launched a surprise attack on Lin Qifei from behind. Lin Qifei, frustrated that he missed the chance to catch the purple man, had no choice but to turn back and fight Jessica again. Lin Qifei knew that Jessica breaking free from control didn't mean she wouldn't be controlled again. Her escape was likely only temporary. He remembered that the only way to make the purple man's powers ineffective was to prevent him from speaking or to administer a sedative. With no conditions available, he could only engage in a direct confrontation with Jessica. After exchanging blows for over a dozen strikes, Lin Qifei finally realized why Jessica was so fierce. The body under control seemed to be unaffected by mentality, emotions, or other psychological factors, allowing it to exert extraordinary strength. Coupled with the fact that she had no fear of injury after being controlled, she was indeed quite difficult to handle. Even though Jessica was far inferior to Lin Qifei in terms of ability, under her relentless assault, Lin Qifei was unable to deal with the purple man. Seeing the two fighting fiercely, destroying everything in their path like a bulldozer, a hint of caution flashed in the purple man's eyes. I must keep this guy here today. He secretly resolved. This guy is so powerful and not under my control. If he escapes this time, I might die at his hands next time. The two were exchanging blows at lightning speed, and in just a few seconds, the room was left in ruins. As Lin Qifei's movements became more forceful, Jessica gradually fell into a disadvantage, as the gap in their true abilities was too great. With a roar, Lin Qifei overpowered Jessica, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. The purple man, seeing this, began to sweat slightly. He couldn't intervene in this battle between monsters and could only hide and watch. The situation now clearly looked unfavorable. Just as the purple man was desperately thinking of a countermeasure, a woman in a tight black uniform appeared at the door. It was Natasha. Upon seeing her sudden appearance, the purple man, who had originally looked displeased, showed a hint of joy. "Don't move, or I'll make this lady commit suicide," he shouted threateningly, clearly recognizing that Natasha was with Lin Qifei. Hearing this, Lin Qifei had no choice but to stop, allowing Jessica to struggle to her feet and attack him again. "Natasha, why did you come at this time to cause trouble?" The purple man, seeing Lin Qifei stop, felt a surge of joy and quickly commanded Natasha, "You come here." Natasha immediately stiffened and was uncontrollably drawn towards the purple man. Kilgrave. Lin Qifei endured Jessica's frenzied attacks with a dark expression. "Don't struggle needlessly, or you'll die a more miserable death." "Oh." Looking at Natasha, who had walked beside him, the purple man revealed a sickly smile. "Tell me, how are you going to make me die?" As he spoke, he even began to gaze at Natasha with gleaming eyes. To his surprise, the woman who came to trouble him was so stunning. What a sexy and captivating woman. He laughed wildly, reaching out his right hand to touch Natasha's face. Looking for death, Lin Qifei snorted coldly, unable to contain himself any longer. He twisted his body, his right hand clawing directly to grasp the purple man's filthy hand. Do you want her to die?" The purple man, having one hand firmly grabbed by Lin Qifei, became frantic and tried to control Natasha to do something. "You give me." Just as the words were about to leave his mouth, Lin Qifei's other hand tightly covered his mouth, preventing him from speaking. With his mouth covered and unable to speak, the purple man could not control others, effectively losing his ability. Woo-woo. The purple man, terrified, wanted to scream, but could only emit whimpering sounds. Meanwhile, Lin Qifei's eyes were filled with a strong killing intent, as this foolish man had crossed his bottom line. If the purple man had used other means, Lin Qifei could have played along for a while. But to have the purple man lay hands on Natasha, Lin Qifei would certainly not tolerate it. Looking at the purple man's disgusting face, Lin Qifei twisted his wrist, intending to crush him to death. However, he suddenly heard footsteps. The sound came from below, likely from the basement of the room. Stopping his movements, Lin Qifei turned to look down the corridor where the sound was coming from. The footsteps grew closer and finally stopped in the room. Its owner was a woman covered in bruises, with a dazed expression. Looking at her, one could easily imagine the terrifying things she had experienced here. And there were likely several others like her in the basement. Lin Qifei smiled bitterly and released the purple man from his grip. He felt a pang of regret because he recognized this woman. Daredevil was severely injured trying to save this woman, and Lin Qifei had seen her photo in the files. He never expected her to end up in such a state so soon. If he hadn't been messing around, he probably would have saved her long ago, right? Suddenly released, The purple man was momentarily confused, but quickly pointed at Lin Qifei with delight, shouting to everyone in the room, "You all kill him together." Jessica paused for a moment. Showing signs of breaking free from control again, Natasha pulled out her gun and aimed it at Lin Qifei's forehead. The other woman lunged at him, claws bared. Yet Lin Qifei sighed and floated slightly into the air. He laid his cards on the table. He was done playing. Lin Qifei lifted some of the restrictions on his powers and regained a small portion of his abilities, because it was only now that he finally understood a principle. Power should be used where and when it is needed, and that place is right here. That time is now. His strength should be used against such a heartless demon. I told you you're finished. In an instant, everyone controlled by the purple man who rushed towards Lin Qifei froze in place, as if hit by a paralysis spell, unable to move. What happened? The purple man shouted angrily, feeling unwilling to accept the situation. He noticed Lynch flying in the sky and the others standing like wooden puppets, realizing that things might have exceeded his imagination. What kind of monster had he encountered? As this thought crossed his mind, the purple man was horrified to discover he was flying. Under Lynch's mental control, the purple man screamed frantically and shot up into the sky, disappearing from sight. Even his panic cries vanished after Lynch used his mental power to damage his vocal cords. Soon, the few people in the room finally broke free from the purple man's control as it exceeded his ability range. Natasha's pretty face was frosty. The feeling of being controlled was very unpleasant, and she wanted to take down that pervert. Jessica, on the other hand, looked up at Lynch above with a mix of joy and admiration, her eyes practically sparkling. Seeing that the others had escaped control, Lynch maintained his mental power to keep the purple man suspended 100 meters in the air and then landed in front of them. He first looked at Natasha and instructed, "Natasha, get someone to handle this guy." How to handle him? You can't control him if you're not here. Natasha frowned. She had already tried the purple man's perverse ability. That kind of control was completely unrelated to the mental level and was an absolute control over the body. No matter how firm your will was, when faced with such an ability, your body would become the puppet of that pervert. It's okay, just bring some kind of anesthetic. It can nullify his ability. Hearing Lynch say this, Natasha glanced at Jessica, then nodded and went out. Jessica. Lynch then looked at the somewhat excited Jessica, feeling a bit puzzled as to why she was reacting so strongly. However, he didn't ask such a trivial question because, having re-unlocked his X-ray vision, he saw the tragic state of the basement. Go find some clothes for this lady, and for those down below. The hellish scene made him feel rather low, filling him with hatred for the purple man. Therefore, Lynch didn't want the purple man to die easily. Instead, he wanted to torture him for a longer time. In a notorious large prison, 2 guards pushed a bed inside, and the prisoners in the cells on both sides curiously stared at the bed. "Hey, where's this new guy from? Why does this son of a bitch even bring a bed? I've seen him. A very handsome guy." The 2 guards ignored them and went straight to the center of the area, turning to face the chaotic cell area. One of the guards, with a sinister expression, raised his baton and slammed it hard against the side of his cell. Bang! The impact made a deafening sound that instantly echoed throughout the chaotic cell area. "Shut the hell up," he bellowed fiercely. "Anyone who makes noise will get a taste of my baton." His fierce gaze and menacing shout gradually quieted the cell area. The guard surveyed around with satisfaction, seemingly pleased with the prisoner's compliance. "Given your outstanding performance, I have a treat for you today." He waved his hand and pulled back the blanket covering the bed he was pushing. The crowd focused their eyes, revealing a weak, delicate-looking man. This is him. From today on, he belongs to everyone as a public property. Everyone should take good care of him. Upon hearing this, the prisoners cheered and jumped with excitement. The man on the bed, hearing about being public property and taken care of, nearly fainted again. He was, of course, the purple man, but his abilities had been completely suppressed. His vocal cords were damaged, and he was injected with anesthetics, making it impossible for him to use his abilities no matter how hard he tried. Lynch thought at the time, since the purple man liked to use force and control, let him experience it for himself. Thus, the purple man was sent to this prison full of philosophical giants as public property. This was called retribution. Knock knock. Outside the hospital room, a series of knocks sounded. Inside, Daredevil leaned against the wall by the bed, looking very tense. He had already noticed the footsteps of these people before the knocking began. His tension stemmed from the heavy, powerful, and rhythmically synchronized footsteps, indicating that they were well-trained and strong, with a sense of confidence that showed no intention of hiding their tracks. Facing such a group of unknown individuals, the seriously injured Daredevil naturally felt a bit anxious. If it weren't for his severe injuries, he would have slipped away long ago. Unfortunately, He could only helplessly lean against the wall, using the cabinet to block himself, holding his breath to make no sound, pretending there was no one in the room. But his fantasy was quickly shattered by the voice outside. Matt Murdock. It was a gentle voice, not aggressive, but Daredevil did not respond. In such a situation, even if it were a delicate woman calling from outside, he wouldn't answer a word. Not receiving a response, the voice outside seemed to sense his hesitation and quickly added, "We are friends of Lynch. He told us about your situation, including your vigilante actions. I think it's time to talk." Daredevil narrowed his eyes, as if recalling something. "Are you from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Yes." The voice outside belonged to Agent Coulson, a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hearing Daredevil's response, he smiled and continued, "Can we come in?" "Of course." After the purple man was taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D., Lynch took Jessica back to her home. Jessica lived with her foster sister, Tracy, and when they arrived home, Tracy was not there. Lynch walked Jessica to the door and did not intend to go in and sit for a while, preparing to say goodbye and leave. "Lynn, I don't know how to thank you." Jessica leaned against the door, her eyes sparkling, her face filled with gratitude and shyness. Looking at the girl's grateful demeanor, Lynch felt a special sense of achievement. At that moment, having re-unlocked his X-ray vision, Lynch immediately noticed Jessica seemed to have not yet suffered any harm. He had made it in time. He successfully saved Jessica and changed her fate. Although he felt very proud and was overflowing with a sense of accomplishment, Lynch gradually realized that Jessica's reaction to him seemed a bit unusual. Although according to Jessica's own description, her feelings towards Lynch were purely admiration, because Lynch had provided her with a role model when she was confused and even inspired her to become a superhero. But Lynch could still detect a certain unusual emotion hidden behind Jessica's seemingly normal admiration. It was definitely not a simple affection or admiration, but a more difficult to describe feeling. "It's okay. You should rest well. Tomorrow I'll take you to meet someone." Lynch suppressed his wandering thoughts and smiled at Jessica. "Who?" Jessica asked curiously. "The person you punched." In the hospital room, Coulson was sitting in front of Daredevil's hospital bed, introducing himself. "I'm Phil Coulson, a level 7 agent of S.H.I.L.D. "I know. What do you want from me?" Daredevil asked, somewhat puzzled. In fact, he had inadvertently discovered S.H.I.E.L.D. agents monitoring him during a previous mission. That's why when Lynch mentioned S.H.I.E.L.D., he said he was aware of them. However, before Lynch introduced S.H.I.E.L.D., he had no idea that it was an organization dealing with superpowered individuals and supernatural events. And now he was even more confused about why they were looking for him. Was S.H.I.L.D. going to deal with him, a superpower vigilante? Daredevil believed he hadn't done anything harmful to society, and Lynch had also mentioned that he knew people from S.H.I.L.D. The most likely possibility was, "You don't need to worry. It's a good thing," Coulson smiled. "We think your vigilante activities are commendable." After a series of investigations and assessments, he looked at the bewildered Daredevil and said meaningfully, "We believe you can do more." As he spoke, he took out a document and handed it over. At the top of the document were the big letters Avengers Initiative. Daredevil took the document and found that it contained Braille he could read with his fingers. He carefully read the information, growing more shocked as he went on. After a long time, Daredevil expressionlessly closed the document and handed it back to Coulson. "What do you think?" Coulson asked in an expectant tone as he took the document back. Daredevil pondered for a long time, then frowned and asked, "I don't know why you're looking for me." He continued, confused if this plan involves trained super agents and powerful individuals like Lynch. "I don't see what a street vigilante like me can contribute to this alliance." The document listed potential candidates for the Avengers Initiative, including experienced S.H.I.E.L.D. agents Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow Natasha, the physicist Banner, who can transform into the Invincible Hulk when angry and is highly accomplished in academia, the incredibly wealthy and highly intelligent Iron Man Tony Stark, and even the so-called ultimate solution, Lynch. How could a street vigilante like him join an alliance composed of the pinnacle of humanity, facing a hypothetical threat from beyond the universe? Wouldn't it seem out of place? "You don't need to worry. You will find your place in it," Coulson reassured softly, without further explanation. He also wasn't entirely sure why they were recruiting such a street hero to join the Avengers. Perhaps it was only because Lynch knew him? The director insisted that anyone who gained Lynch's admiration must have qualities they didn't fully understand. Iron Man, Tony Stark, Hulk, Bruce Banner, Thor, besides their enemies. Almost everyone Lynch interacted with was a candidate for the Avengers initiative that Director Fury had been searching for. Therefore, Fury naturally wondered if Daredevil Matt Murdock, whom Lynch had encountered, should also be a part of the Avengers. So today, Coulson came with Fury's orders to try to recruit Daredevil Matt Murdock. Even if this street hero didn't seem particularly powerful, they could recruit him first to observe. After all, they had nothing to lose, right? Daredevil pondered for a moment, but shook his head. I don't think I can handle this task. Coulson showed a hint of surprise, but said nothing. He wanted to hear Daredevil's explanation. I only have so much ability. I can only punish some ordinary evils in Hell's Kitchen at night. And that's what I should be doing. As he spoke, Daredevil chuckled self-deprecatingly. I can't even manage Hell's Kitchen, so I shouldn't get involved in bigger matters. Finally, he calmly said, saving the world should be left to Lynch. That day, 2 special guests arrived at a church in Hell's Kitchen, where a confession ceremony was taking place. It was the next afternoon when Lynch and Jessica came looking for Daredevil. Today, Lynch was unusually dressed formally, followed by a small tale. Jessica, don't be afraid. Matt won't blame you. Lynch noticed Jessica's unease and pulled her to the church door, smiling to reassure her. Really? Jessica lowered her head worriedly and muttered to herself, I remember. He seems quite scary, is he? Lynch laughed heartily. Daredevil in this world looks just like the Batman from the Justice League version. Who would think he looks scary? It's fine. He is blind, so he looks a bit intimidating. But he is really a good person, otherwise. Why would he save people? Jessica tilted her head and thought for a moment. It seemed to make sense. A superhero wouldn't fuss over such misjudgments, right? Let us go in. Leading Jessica, Lynch quietly entered the solemn church. The confession was nearing its end, and Lynch and Jessica sat right next to Daredevil in the back. How is it going? Have you found forgiveness? Lynch joked. Daredevil's mouth twitched slightly. He vaguely felt the pain from his fractured ribs again. He chuckled bitterly and turned his head toward Lynch and Jessica, saying, I'm fine. But does this lady need to confess? Lynch had discussed the whole situation with Daredevil over the phone, so he knew Jessica had done many things that made her feel guilty and tormented. He thought maybe Jessica needed to confess a little to find some comfort for her soul. Upon hearing this, Jessica's pretty face dimmed slightly. Indeed, she felt deep guilt for the 2 women who suffered misfortune because of her, but she hadn't shown it. It wasn't her fault. The Purple Man already paid the price for it. Lynch observed Jessica's expression and softly comforted her. Confession, huh? Lynch felt that Daredevil's way of confession was the right one. It was not about repenting for past mistakes, but for the things one was about to do. In this world, there are no flawless people or saints needed. Saving others often comes at a greater and heavier cost. Even Lynch didn't have the ability to make everything perfect. He could eliminate the Purple Man and prevent more people from encountering demons, but he couldn't reverse time and save those already harmed. Even in the process of eliminating demons, sacrifices were often unavoidable. Excessive self-criticism does nothing but make heroes bleed and weep. Lynch always believed that as long as he acted with a clear conscience, that was enough. And besides, I don't believe in God. All right. Daredevil smiled helplessly and didn't push it. Speaking of which, S.H.I.E.L.D. came to find me yesterday. Lynch was taken aback. Are they recruiting you into that alliance? Yes, Daredevil said quietly. But I refused. Why? Although he had a vague guess about Daredevil's thoughts, Lynch couldn't help but ask. Because I am the devil of Hell's Kitchen. Daredevil tilted his head back and smiled knowingly. How could I leave here? Upon hearing this, Lynch's eyes lit up. I think I have an idea. What? We could form an alliance in Hell's Kitchen. Lynch squinted and smiled. Specifically to handle incidents in Hell's Kitchen and even all of New York. An alliance? Daredevil, somewhat puzzled by Lynch's words, asked curiously. Just the 2 of us? No. While denying it, Lynch looked at Jessica. It's you 2, but I believe there will be others in the future. Jessica? Muttering to himself, Daredevil fell into thought. It seems like this proposal is quite good. On West 38th Street in New York, Daredevil, dressed in a suit and sunglasses, was staring up at the skyscraper in front of him. This building was hundreds of meters tall, with over 80 floors, and could be considered a landmark in the skyscraper-filled New York. Of course, Daredevil couldn't see the building before him, but his super hearing could sense how magnificent and spectacular the structure was. After looking for a while, Daredevil stopped a passerby walking into the building and asked, "Excuse me, do you know what this building is called now?" The passerby glanced at Daredevil curiously, realizing he was blind, and kindly replied, "It's called Fist Tower." Halfway through, he suddenly froze, because he inadvertently looked up and found that the building he entered every day had a new name hanging at the top. Defender's Tower. "Thank you." Daredevil smiled and thanked the kind person before walking straight into the building. "Is this entire building yours?" Standing in front of the former Fist Tower, now Defender's Tower, at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the top floor, Jessica, dressed simply, exaggeratedly looked down at the city below, her tone filled with disbelief. In fact, Lin Qifei smiled helplessly and explained, "This building has some shares from other groups. You're actually this rich." Jessica clearly didn't pay attention to Lin Qifei's words and just mumbled in shock. Seeing this, Lin Qifei didn't bother to explain anymore. At first, Lin Qifei thought this building was entirely a private property of Wilson Fisk, but later he realized it was not the case at all. Although the building was named after Fisk, called Fist Tower, the shares Fisk owned were not high. Most of the ownership belonged to various forces he had business dealings with. Of course, while Fisk was alive, this building was his private property as the ruler of Hell's Kitchen and the Kingpin. After Lin Qifei killed Fisk, he thought this tall building might serve as a base. So he had SHIELD find a way to accept it. However, when SHIELD agreed, they found that the forces involved with this building were complicated and it couldn't be resolved in a day or two. As a result, Lin Qifei gradually lost interest in the building until he thought of forming the Defenders Alliance. The Avengers have the Avengers Tower, although the Defenders Alliance is smaller. It should have a base, right? So he contacted SHIELD and learned that the building was basically ready for acceptance and could be occupied at any time. Therefore, after laying out the Defenders Alliance plan to Jessica and Daredevil, Lin Qifei called them here to familiarize themselves with the base. A little money, a little money. Lin Qifei waved his hand nonchalantly. In his heart, this building was indeed ordinary. No different from those regular commercial buildings, far inferior to the technologically advanced Avengers Tower. Jessica looked curiously at the view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows and asked excitedly, "Is this really going to be our base?" Lin Qifei nodded and said, "The top 10 floors will be left empty for the base in the future, and there will be renovations. This building, as an unremarkable commercial building, indeed lacks features and facilities needed for superhero activities." Lin Qifei planned to open up the top 10 floors, build a platform for him to land and helicopters to take off, and construct specialized conference rooms, training rooms, laboratories, special prisons, etc. That is crazy. Lin Qifei's casually mentioned plans made Jessica feel a sense of longing, and after a pause, she said in surprise, "How much are those 10 floors worth?" Before encountering Purple Man, she was still sharing rent with her sister, and her daily salary was less than $30, so Jessica was indeed shocked that this skyscraper would become their base. "I don't know. I have no concept of money." Jessica's naivety made Lin Qifei chuckle, as he truly had no concept of money after arriving in this world. Upon hearing this, Jessica seemed to suffer some sort of mental blow, and her previously joyful and excited face suddenly fell. "Are you very poor?" Noticing that Jessica had wilted, Lin Qifei walked over to her with a smile and asked. Jessica turned to look at Lin Qifei, her face full of unhappiness, and said, "Do you want me to call the bank right now to tell you how poor I am?" She pouted, staring at Lin Qifei with a wronged expression, and added, "You don't know? Because of that bastard, all my cards are maxed out, and I can't even dare to open my phone now." Cough, cough. Lin Qifei almost couldn't help but laugh at Jessica's pitiable situation. From Jessica's cheap clothes and her bare face, it was easy to see that she was not lying. So tragic. It's just too tragic. Not only was she almost sullied by Purple Man, but even her credit cards were maxed out due to late payments. In a credit-driven America, this is practically a death sentence socially. But tragic as it was, Jessica's appearance was indeed quite funny. Who would have thought that a girl who could lift a car would be so upset over her credit card bill? Indeed, people's happiness is often built on the suffering of others. Jessica found that Lin Qifei could still be happy and immediately angrily accused him. "How can you still laugh? Can't you have some sympathy for me?" She angrily pointed at Lin Qifei, complaining, looking exceptionally cute. "Okay, stop." After enjoying Jessica's cute anger for a while, Lin Qifei called for a stop with a slightly overwhelmed expression. He couldn't argue with a born-and-bred American woman. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Lin Qifei lightly caught a bank card that flew out from the central desk in the room. He directly handed the card in front of Jessica, who was immediately taken aback. "Take it. There's some money on the card. It should help you improve your life." Looking at the shimmering black card in front of her, Jessica felt a bit dazed. She had actually been thinking earlier about whether she could borrow some money from Lin Qifei, who was so wealthy, to change her miserable life. But now, faced with the bank card being offered to her, she hesitated. If she accepted it just like that, would Lin Qi think of her as a woman who values money above all else? If she accepted this card, would it mean she was being kept by him, just like those mistresses supported by wealthy men who could be their grandfathers? Don't overthink it. This is your reward. Lin Qi saw through Jessica's doubts at a glance, and for a moment, he felt that she was very different from the Jessica he had in mind. Having been in America for so long, Lin Qi had gradually adapted to the realistic values here. People in this country were very direct and genuine, and they never concealed their love for money. If it were a different woman facing money being offered, she would certainly accept it without hesitation. Jessica's hesitation showed that she was somewhat different from the average person. She was also different from the Jessica who had been depressed and self-abasing in her previous world. She was younger, lively, and innocent. What reward? Jessica looked at Lin Qi suspiciously. The reward for saving the world. Lin Qi laughed heartily and threw the card over. And Jessica caught it with a surprised exclamation. Since I've recruited you into this team, I must take responsibility for you. At least I can't let you still be a waitress in a restaurant before you take action, right? Jessica held the card, a hint of emotion flashing in her eyes. In this era, what could express one's feelings better than directly giving money, even during her toughest times? Her good sister home had never helped her pay off a cent of her credit card. Lin, she softly called out, lifting her plain, youthful face. Her eyes filled with indescribable emotions, her voice soft and gentle. Why are you helping me so much? This. Lin Qi avoided the girl's gaze and pondered. I guess it's because I like you. After a moment, he smiled and met Jessica's gaze. What else could it be? Do you think it's because I see you have strength and want you to come to my construction site to carry bricks? After watching Jessica's movies and dramas, the wild and silent Jessica had long been deeply etched in Lin Qi's mind. In his past life, he could always see his own shadow in Jessica, both being depressed and silent. Coming to this world, he had the opportunity to start anew, so why not give Jessica a brand new life? Seeing Jessica live in a way he had never seen before, Lin Qi felt as if he had witnessed his past self being saved. Besides affection, this was also an unspoken reason for Lin Qi's willingness to help Jessica. Really? Jessica's eyes lit up at this remark. Then can I be your girlfriend? This. Facing Jessica's full expression of expectation, Lin Qi felt flustered. This script in T seemed right, did it? How did it stray off course? Should this be the scene where the employee promises to work hard for the boss? What is this girlfriend nonsense? Jessica, where's your restraint? Haha, I think we just met. Lin Qi forced a couple of laughs and prepared to slip away. We need more time to understand each other. Being a girlfriend is impossible. To achieve the ultimate skill of navigating through a sea of flowers without getting touched, one surely could not promise anything about girlfriends or marriage. Counting the women Lin Qi had deep interactions with, Karen, Natasha. He had never made any commitments to either of them, and they were very understanding, never discussing any long-term plans, only seeking the beauty of the present. But Jessica was clearly younger, not as mature, naturally more longing for love and desiring a legitimate relationship. However, Lin Qi, who had already noticed this, would not give her such an opportunity. Otherwise, how could he enjoy the entire flower garden? Wait a minute. Jessica shouted angrily, grabbing Lin Qi, who was trying to run away. Didn't you say you like me? Lin Qi felt like he had shot himself in the foot. If he had known, he wouldn't have said that. I do like you, but I never said I only like you. My fragile heart has already broken into countless pieces, each piece falling in love with different people. While Lin Qi was frantically complaining in his heart, he smiled brightly, showing 8 white and shiny teeth. Yes, but you're still too young. I'm not young anymore. I'm already 18 this year. Jessica pouted her chest proudly. Really? Lin Qi glanced at her calm chest, doubting her claim. Seeing Lin Qi doubt her figure, Jessica, feeling a rush of blood, suddenly grabbed Lin Qi's head and pressed it against her chest. Hiss, Jessica said triumphantly. Is it small? Just as Lin Qi was about to speak, the sound of a door opening echoed. No, did I come the wrong time? The half-opened door revealed Daredevil, who stood frozen in place, and not hearing any noise from inside. He added, I can't see anything. A few minutes later, Daredevil re-entered the room. Jessica's little face was still flushed. Although she had been bold earlier, that was in the context of the two being alone, being caught by Daredevil. Jessica naturally felt embarrassed. In contrast, Lin Qi didn't react much, just feeling a bit emotional. Indeed, some things are seen as illusions. And being large doesn't mean everything. Okay, let us talk about serious matters. Lin Qi had adjusted himself and spoke earnestly to both of them. The top 10 floors of this building will become our base, equipped with dedicated elevators, special passages, a helipad, and various special facilities. He quickly laid out the entire plan for the base, bringing the slightly awkward atmosphere back on track. Are you serious? Daredevil frowned tightly. This investment is for a base. Not a problem. These are all leftover from Kingpin, and I don't need them, Lin Qifei said dismissively. All right, it's your money anyway. Daredevil didn't press further. He also believed that Lin Qifei probably didn't care much about these things. However, his brow remained furrowed as he threw out another question. Do we need such a large space? To him, if it was just about finding trouble with the gangs in Hell's Kitchen, do they really need such a high-end base? Their home could easily serve as a stronghold. Lin Qifei remained silent, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window and looking down at the busy people below. After a while, he said slowly, Matt, how many dark places do you think there are in New York? Daredevil was silent for a moment, his lifeless eyes blinking once. Then he replied in a low voice. All I see is darkness. Yeah, so what are you worried about? Lynch laughed. Just go for it. I'll help you. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened with the sound of the bell, and a mature, sophisticated blonde in professional attire walked into the elevator, carrying a briefcase. She kept her head down, intently reading a document in her hands, so much so that she didn't notice the other 3 people in the elevator. Hey, long time no see. A voice that often appeared in her dreams suddenly rang in her ears, and for a moment she thought she was dreaming. But the next moment, she looked up in surprise at the person next to her. Lin? Lynch smiled politely. Karen stuffed the document into her bag and looked at Lynch's face, revealing a breathtaking smile. The 2 people who had met by chance fell silent for a moment, and Karen composed her flustered expression, curiously asking, How have you been lately? Very well. And you? Lynch maintained a reserved distance, as if Karen were just an ordinary friend. Sensing Lynch's deliberate aloofness, Karen's joy faded significantly. She finally remembered that the 2 of them had been apart for a long time, and the one who suggested the separation was not Lynch, but herself. At that time, Karen had faced several shocks and could no longer endure the anxiety of that life. So she accepted Kingpin's settlement and agreed not to pursue it further. Accepting that money meant parting ways with Lynch. After all, Lynch was determined to take down Kingpin. Thus, they separated. Even when Karen later heard that Kingpin had died, she did not seek out Lynch again, as she felt she could not face him. Lynch had originally clashed with Kingpin to save her, and she knew that her abandonment could be seen as betrayal in Lynch's eyes. In this situation, Karen felt she had no face to confront Lynch. I'm doing well too. Karen looked at Lynch's face, her smile tinged with bitterness. He had really changed a lot, becoming more mature, more confident, and more charming. But she had already missed her chance with him. At first, with the compensation from Kingpin, Karen started a small newspaper, and she was materially well off. But as time passed, Lynch's fame grew, and he had become a well-known, hot superhero in New York. Everyone thought the superhero could do anything, while Karen often thought that she was the only fool who felt Lynch couldn't protect her. But regret was useless. Karen could only watch Lynch soar higher and higher, until he was out of her sight. Perhaps she was never worthy of someone like him. Karen comforted herself. I heard from Matt that you are running a newspaper now. Lynch pretended not to see her complicated expression and said calmly. Lynch had no aversion to Karen's first appearance in the Marvel world. He knew very well that Karen was a normal woman, someone who was closest to the old Lynch. This was the reason Lynch initially helped Karen. After meeting all kinds of freaks and elites, he found a rare sense of comfort in her. Whether facing enemies like Ironmonger, General Ross, and the Punisher, or friends and allies like Tony and Fury, Lynch was always the superhero. All along, Lynch had relied on his identity as a superhero with superhuman abilities to joke and chat with various plot characters. But he had once been an ordinary boy. Wearing the superhero mask for too long was tiring. Even though he possessed near-invincible strength, he would still feel emotionally drained in his confrontations with these people. It was at this time that Karen appeared. She was an ordinary woman living in Hell's Kitchen, worrying about the daily necessities. With Karen, Lynch could be an ordinary person. Because she was neither a spy nor a superpowered individual, Lynch didn't have to worry about anything and could completely be himself. But unfortunately, Karen chose to part ways. Lynch did not refuse, as he understood that the endurance of ordinary people was limited. Later, when Lynch found Karen again, she had become the owner of a newspaper and was living quite comfortably, so he did not disturb her anymore. He just forgot that Karen's newspaper was in this building, which led to this awkward encounter. Yeah, Karen could only respond with a single word, unable to say anything else, and lowered her head in despair. Because the money she used to start the newspaper was the reason she betrayed Lynch. Do you still care about the past? Seeing Karen's sad expression, Lynch felt a pang of sympathy. At his words, Karen raised her head, her big eyes revealing a hint of hope. Forget it. I don't care about those things anymore. It's all over here. After hesitating for a moment, Lynch ultimately comforted her. Well, ding-dong. The elevator doors opened again. But no one came in, and Daredevil walked out. I'll take my leave first. You guys chat slowly. Matt? Karen only then noticed Daredevil's presence and waved to him. Goodbye. Turning her gaze back to Lynch, Karen slightly furrowed her beautiful brows. Is this your sister? Karen pointed at Jessica and chuckled. I'm his girlfriend. Jessica, who had been displeased for a while, fiercely hugged Lynch's arm, baring her teeth at Karen in a show of dominance. Is that so? Noticing that Lynch did not express his stance, Karen smiled charmingly, showcasing her mature charm. Then, without even glancing at Jessica, as if she did not consider the naive girl a rival, she sweetly said to Lynch, So you still don't have a girlfriend? In the middle of the battlefield between the two women, Lynch felt quite uneasy and could only force a smile and say, I've never had one. Damn it, why do I have to suffer like this? Stupid elevator, why is it so slow? Is that so? Karen murmured thoughtfully, then suddenly looked at Jessica. Sister, you said you're Lynch's girlfriend. Do you know what position he likes? She said with an ambiguous smile, looking provocatively at Jessica, as if she had seen something. Lynch's heart sank. I know. Just now he was lying on my. Jessica, unable to tolerate this, snapped and, regardless of whether she and Lynch had crossed the line into a super friendship, she began to blurt out nonsense. Stop. Seeing Jessica about to reveal the embarrassing incident, Lynch immediately shouted, interrupting her. He shot Jessica a fierce glare as a warning, and she immediately pouted and stopped talking. Jessica, you really are a genius. One poke, and you spill everything. Then he helplessly looked at Karen and sighed, saying, She's just a kid, so stop arguing with her. Karen, be a bit more mindful. If you really provoke Jessica, she could knock your brains out with one punch. Hearing Lynch call Jessica a kid, Karen stopped making a fuss and smiled proudly. I said it before. I'm not a kid. Jessica protested, shouting for Lynch to change his words. Shut up. You're not a kid. You're a sexy babe. The most beautiful girl in the world, okay? At this, Jessica finally quieted down, giving Lynch some peace. Lynch felt his head buzzing. Women were really hard to deal with. What are you two doing here today? Karen asked curiously, as she had never seen Lynch here before. Just checking things out, Lynch replied. Checking what? After a long pause, Lynch decided to tell her the truth. We're going to set up a base here. A base? To Lynch's surprise, Karen didn't press further, but instead focused on something she cared about and asked, So you'll be coming here often in the future? Yes. Sensing a sudden immense strength in her hand, Lynch, I'm not sure. I might come sometimes. Then, Karen suddenly leaned in closer, pressing against Lynch, and said, Let me treat you to a meal. A meal? I think you're just after my body. Just as Lynch was about to speak, he suddenly felt a pain in his arm and turned his head immediately. He saw Jessica looking furious, as if to say, If you agree, I'll blow up. Good grief. Why can't this strength be used against the villains? Just as Lynch was in a dilemma, the elevator suddenly dinged. Finally here. I can make a run for it. With anticipation in his eyes, the elevator doors slowly opened. Then, his face full of hope turned to stone in a gust of wind, crumbling piece by piece and scattering to the ground. Outside the door stood Natasha in a sharp suit, pursing her sexy lips, arms crossed, quietly watching Lynch, who was flanked by two women. Lynn, are you very happy today? A few minutes later, Natasha walked out of the Defender Alliance building and got into a black car to leave. After getting in, her expression visibly calmed down. The anger she had shown in front of Lynch was more for show. Natasha didn't have many expectations for her feelings with Lynch. As a Black Widow, how could she hope for any normal emotions? Looking out at the bustling crowd, a hint of envy unexpectedly appeared on her otherwise expressionless face. However, this feeling only lasted a moment before it turned back into the cold and capable Black Widow. She lowered her head, took out a tablet, and opened a top-secret mission file. Let us take this opportunity to complete this urgent task. Not long ago, somewhere in the Atlantic, on a huge vessel, groups of researchers in white clothing were bustling back and forth, nervously adjusting some large machinery, while teams of agents in black bodysuits, fully armed, patrolled back and forth. In the center of these people was a large circle of computers and unknown instruments, where the highest-ranking individuals on the ship were gathered, nervously watching a specific screen. On the screen was a magical image from the depths of the sea. The light from the detector seemed incredibly small in the pitch-black deep sea. The darkness beyond the orange light was a mysterious unknown to humans who knew little about the deep sea. As the detector continued to descend, A rare underwater scene appeared before everyone. Countless rare sea creatures swam leisurely across the screen, along with massive skeletal remains and ancient ships that had been asleep for who knows how many years. Suddenly, a flash of light zipped across the screen. What was that? Coulson asked, arms crossed, squinting at the old marine scientist sitting in front of the computer screen. I don't know, it was too fast. The white-haired scholar shook his head. His old eyes couldn't make out what was on the screen. He rewound the footage to the moment it happened, paused it, and a blurry image appeared before everyone. On the screen, in the dim distance of the deep sea, a humanoid figure with light quickly darted by. A person? Coulson frowned, finding it hard to believe. After all, this was not shallow water of 10 or 20 meters. The detector had followed the ocean floor down to several thousand meters deep. At such depths, a normal human would likely be crushed into pieces by the immense pressure in an instant, making survival impossible. He is not a normal human. The old man stared at the screen, pondering. Then he operated the controls again and zoomed in. His skin is blue, and he's wearing some kind of special suit. Leaning closer to the screen, he observed carefully and spoke word by word. Coulson mimicked him, peering at the image on the screen, and said, "A mermaid?" Even the best diving experts, wearing special suits, wouldn't survive in such deep waters. The recorded human diving depth is only over 300 meters. Even with high-tech equipment, it's impossible to survive in several thousand meters of deep sea, because even the most advanced submarines struggle to reach the deepest parts of the ocean, let alone a simple suit. Otherwise, humans would have long since explored the resource-rich deep sea, and we wouldn't know so little about it today. It's possible. The old man's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself, then turned to Coulson excitedly and said, "This discovery is astounding. Whether this thing is a mermaid or some other creature, from its appearance and attire, it's not hard to see." He gasped. Even his beard was trembling, as if he had discovered a new continent, filled with excitement. This is a new civilization. They have a similar appearance to humans, blue skin, and a significant level of technology. Unlike the scholar's excitement and shock, Coulson felt nothing but a headache. Upon seeing this image, he sensed a big trouble looming. This fleeting figure could very well involve a humanoid civilization that has been hidden for thousands of years. As a senior agent of SHIELD, his awareness was certainly different from those scholars. At the first moment, he understood how dangerous this civilization could be. How many years has it been since recorded human history entered a technological explosion in modern society? And this civilization has managed to completely hide within the entire development history of humanity. How terrifying is that? This implies that this underwater civilization may far exceed humanity in technological advancement. Aliens? Or the legendary mermaid? Or perhaps a lost ancient human civilization? With access to many top-secret files, Coulson is aware of numerous secrets unknown to the world. Indeed, there are aliens in this world, and there are highly developed ancient human civilizations. Even recently, ancient gods have appeared in the world. That's why Coulson is highly vigilant about this unknown civilization. Although it is unclear why this civilization has remained hidden, with the advancement of human technology, there will come a day when people will extensively develop the oceans that cover most of the Earth's surface. By then, how could this civilization continue to hide? If we don't quickly grasp the situation of this civilization, humanity could very well suffer a fatal blow. The screen went blank. The old man's surprised voice interrupted Coulson's thoughts. What happened? The screen that was originally displaying the descent footage was now filled with static, having lost its signal. The old man was operating the equipment with uncertainty, but could not find a definitive reason. Finally, he hesitated and said, "Signal transmission issue? Or continue with the planned detection. I'll step out for a moment." After taking a deep look at the screen that had lost its signal, Coulson instructed the old man and immediately left to report to Fury. Just halfway out, Coulson stumbled and almost fell to the ground, but fortunately, his agile reflexes allowed him to grab onto a nearby piece of equipment. His face, filled with worry, suddenly showed surprise, because he had not tripped or bumped into anything, but rather, the ship's hull had just violently trembled. What happened? Supporting himself against the equipment, Coulson shouted into the communicator. "The tail of the ship has been attacked by an unidentified object." What? Coulson's expression changed slightly, and a familiar sense of foreboding rose in his heart. After all, they were not on a small fishing boat, but on a proper warship weighing over 1,000 tons. Apart from encountering human technological products, such a massive vessel could almost roam freely in the sea, and very few marine creatures or severe weather could affect it. What could have attacked the ship? Marine creatures? Don't be ridiculous. Even the largest marine creature, the blue whale, would appear as a small fish compared to this steel giant. Even if it were to attack, it wouldn't cause such a degree of tremor. Moreover, how could the highly intelligent and gentle blue whale foolishly attack a vessel that is many times larger than itself? Aside from marine creatures, it could only be other high-tech products. Humans, or that unknown civilization. At this thought, Coulson's heart sank. Could it be that the unknown civilization discovered their exploration activities and wanted to eliminate the possibility of them being exposed? It has been confirmed. It's a giant whale. In the communication device, Coulson's subordinate reported their findings in disbelief. A whale? What size of whale could nearly make me fall on the ship? Very large. Estimated to be over 50 meters long, with a tonnage of 500. What? Just as Coulson was about to ask for clarification, a more violent tremor interrupted him. The entire ship shook violently, and the people and equipment around him swayed left and right. What is happening? Tell me. Letting go of the unsteady equipment, Coulson tightly grabbed the railing in the room and anxiously inquired of his subordinates in the control room. They are very fast. 1 or 2. No, that subordinate reported in a panic, ultimately letting out a terrified roar. Coulson immediately sensed that something was wrong and decided to head to the control room to take command. Just as he released the railing and crouched down to rush out of the room, the ship swayed again, causing the whole room to tilt 90 degrees. Then, he heard water sounds and chaotic cries coming from the communication channel. It's a tsunami. Why is there a tsunami here? The ship's hull has been damaged and is taking on water. We're going to sink. Thrown to the ground by the sudden tilt, Coulson's head hit the hard steel, and his eyes burst with stars as he was tossed around in the room. After a long while, cold seawater surged in, bringing his consciousness back to his body. He took a deep breath and dove into the water, swimming outward. Relying on his strong physique and excellent mental quality, Coulson narrowly escaped the sinking ship. But then, he encountered something even more terrifying. The sea was as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, with the water flowing chaotically and waves rising on the surface. Meanwhile, the massive ship was being violently struck back and forth by 3 slightly smaller terrifying monsters, quickly sinking into the deep sea. As if that weren't enough, even more horrifying, a group of grotesque, ghostly giant sharks swam around the sunken ship, tearing apart the people who escaped from it. Fortunately, Coulson hid in a floating piece of equipment and narrowly dodged disaster. Soon, Coulson surfaced, gasping for the sweet air. Unknown marine creatures, suddenly appearing, severe weather. A strong sense of unease still lingered in Coulson's mind, ignoring the turbulent sea surface. He darkly pulled out a phone that could directly contact Director Fury, intending to tell him everything. Bang! Coulson's phone was suddenly knocked away, plunging into the sea and disappearing. In front of him stood a blue-skinned being, resembling a human, holding a strange weapon and pointing it directly at Coulson's throat. "What are you?" Coulson calmly asked, but the blue-skinned alien did not respond. It merely twitched its hand and struck Coulson hard on the head with the weapon. Caught off guard, Coulson let out a muffled groan, and his body sank softly into the sea. The alien let out a strange cry, dove into the water, grabbed Coulson, and began to emit more strange sounds. A massive shadow suddenly surged up from below, swallowing both of them whole. Deep in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, within an ancient civilization hidden for millennia, Coulson, drenched, shook his body and violently expelled 2 mouthfuls of salty seawater. Opening his eyes in pain, cough, cough, he patted his chest, struggling to expel the seawater stuck in his trachea and lungs. Half closing his heavy eyelids and secretly surveying his surroundings. He was in a uniquely styled palace with no one in sight. Only a strange figure sitting on a golden throne not far away. The person sitting on the throne was tall, with eyebrows raised, holding a trident, and dressed in a tight black suit adorned with fish scale markings, exuding a powerful aura. Strangely, this person unexpectedly resembled a human incredibly closely, with skin indistinguishable from that of humans. Coulson had thought he would encounter a blue-skinned alien like the one who knocked him out. He didn't expect to wake up and see a being so similar to a human, looking like a powerful high-ranking figure. "What is your name?" The person seemed to have noticed Coulson's awakening long ago and spoke only after Coulson had finished observing the surroundings. Coulson decided to stop pretending, struggled to get up, and looked at the alien with some surprise, saying, "You can speak English? Is that strange? I know quite a bit about you." The man stared at Coulson, his tone authoritative. "Which organization do you belong to?" Upon hearing the alien's piercing inquiry, Coulson pondered for a moment. This guy could speak English and claim to understand the human world because they had been secretly observing humans? Thinking about this, Coulson felt he needed to regain the initiative. So he retorted, "What about you? Are you aliens or humans?" In response, the alien coldly scrutinized Coulson for a moment, then suddenly leaped towards him. He grabbed Coulson's chin with his left hand, effortlessly lifting him over his head, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "I can see you still don't understand your situation. Do you think you have a right to ask questions?" Coughing, Coulson, already injured, found himself lifted in the air by an overwhelming force, his face turning red as he struggled to speak. "Umph." Seeing Coulson nearly suffocating, the alien let out a cold snort and threw him to the ground. Looking down at him and asking, "I'll ask you again, who do you serve?" Coulson gasped for air, having faced multiple near-suffocation crises in just a few hours, wishing he could store up a few breaths for later. "I serve humanity." He certainly wouldn't mention S-H-I-E-L-D. This guy clearly had ill intentions. So Coulson would never tell the truth. "I can guess even if you don't say." Unexpectedly, the alien merely looked at the Coulson on the ground with derision. His tone chilling, "CIA or FBI?" He snorted, his gaze drifting over Coulson's suited figure, continuing, "I can smell the stench on you." Coulson remained silent, his expression seemingly acquiescing. He knew that S-H-I-E-L-D was different from these two agencies, only accountable to the International Security Council, dealing with incidents and powers far beyond any individual country's institution. Since this guy mistook him for a CIA or FBI agent, then let him be mistaken. However, he seemed quite arrogant, so there might be a way to extract information from him. "Why did you attack us?" Coulson weakly asked, with a pained expression. "My colleagues are dead. You killed them." He wasn't pretending to be sorrowful. The losses from this operation were indeed tremendous. Yet in normal times, when facing the sacrifice of comrades, he could only appear expressionless because an excellent agent must hide their sorrow, prioritizing the mission above all. The alien seemed to appreciate Coulson's deliberate display of weakness, a satisfied smile creeping onto his sinister face as he said coldly, "You've crossed the line. This is the price. Is exploring the ocean a mistake as well? We merely stumbled upon you." Coulson weakly defended himself, his words hardly resembling those of a high-ranking S-H-I-E-L-D agent, Fury's most capable subordinate. "Of course it is." The alien turned back to his throne, speaking with full authority. "We are the masters of the ocean." He brandished a trident at Coulson, murderous intent rising. "You foolish beings, how much pollution have you released into the ocean over the years? We haven't settled accounts with you yet, and you dare explore the seabed." Meanwhile, Coulson quietly listened to these words, successfully obtaining much information. Masters of the ocean? Are they underwater humans? When did they appear? Why have they remained hidden? "I'm sorry, but we are unaware of the existence of friends among the underwater humans." Coulson looked at this alien, who should hold a high status underwater, with a face full of sincere apologies. "If you communicated with land-dwelling humans, I believe such things wouldn't happen in the future." "Nonsense." The alien, initially calming, became agitated again after hearing Coulson's words. "Do you think I would believe you? You are foolish, greedy, and short-sighted. One day, you will self-destruct." Seeing his intense reaction, Coulson furrowed his brow. Could it be that he had communicated with humans before, but ended up being deceived? I admit some people are indeed like that, but many others are wise and far-sighted. "Enough." The alien impatiently interrupted Coulson, then irritably descended the steps to stand in front of him. "Do you want to die? Or do you want to stay here and serve me?" Coulson forced a smile and replied, "I don't want to die." A rational choice. The alien smirked mockingly, clearly not surprised by Coulson's choice. "This place is better than the land. You will come to like it here." "I don't think so." Somewhat helplessly, Coulson noticed a shift in the alien's attitude, so he tentatively said, "If I go missing like this, they will send people to investigate." "You don't have to worry." The alien confidently gazed into the distance, as if he could see above the ocean's surface. "The ocean is my territory. No matter how many come, they will mysteriously disappear." Hearing mysteriously disappear, Coulson sighed inwardly, hesitatingly saying, "I think there should be other, friendlier ways." "Enough." The alien waved his hand, turning to leave. "Stay here. Someone will help you adjust." "What is your name? Where is this place?" Seeing him about to leave, Coulson hurriedly called out, "This is Atlantis. I am the king of Atlantis, the lord of the seven seas, Namor." After a moment, Namor's voice echoed from afar. "Atlantis?" Coulson, left behind, was shocked, muttering to himself, "Atlantis has become an underwater civilization? Lord of the seven seas, Namor? Do they control all the oceans? In the area where Coulson originally went missing, a nuclear submarine was quietly navigating. Any discoveries? In one of the control rooms of the submarine, Natasha asked the technician. Nothing yet. Stay vigilant. After giving the instruction, Natasha turned and approached the table, once again sorting through the entire sequence of events. A few days ago, Coulson, stationed in the Atlantic for an investigation, and the entire vessel mysteriously disappeared. A giant weighing thousands of tons, along with hundreds or even thousands of people on board, vanished without a trace. This was absolutely shocking news, undoubtedly involving a significant secret. Fury initially wanted other senior agents to lead the team, but Natasha volunteered for the task. After much hesitation, Fury ultimately agreed to Natasha's request for her to investigate the entire incident. Current data indicated that Coulson and the others were conducting routine underwater explorations before they disappeared. Natasha picked up a photo, which was of the Atlantean Coulson had encountered. The ship's instruments were supposed to transmit data to SHIELD headquarters in real time, but at the time, no one had noticed this until Coulson and the others were discovered missing. SHIELD had not carefully examined the previous data and ultimately found this image. After analysis, SHIELD speculated that Coulson and the others had discovered an unknown civilization and encountered an attack from them, leading to their mysterious disappearance. Even Director Fury, who held countless top-secret information for SHIELD, shared his speculation with Natasha. The blue-skinned humans appearing in the Atlantic are likely the remnants of the ancient civilization of Atlantis, which was recorded to have sunk into the deep sea. Atlantis developed a technological civilization that surpassed modern humanity tens of thousands of years ago, but for some unknown reason, it sank into the deep sea and disappeared completely. However, it now seems that they did not vanish, but instead have been reborn at the bottom of the sea, even developing a unique underwater civilization. This is definitely a groundbreaking discovery that could shake the human world. Considering the enormous impact of this news, Fury decided to conduct a private investigation first. Natasha's task this time was to make contact with this civilization, gather intelligence as much as possible, and show goodwill from humanity. While the search for survivors became the least important aspect, giant marine creatures, extremely harsh weather. Natasha frowned as she listed the reasons for the shipwreck discovered by SHIELD. The reasons for the sinking of the ship could be easily identified, but the disappearance could not be explained, because even if the ship sank, it would definitely leave some wreckage on the sea. But now, they could not find any trace of that ship, as if it had been swallowed by a prehistoric giant beast. Or perhaps, it had already been cleaned up by the Atlanteans. What is this? A technician exclaimed. Natasha furrowed her brows and walked over, only to see a terrifying scene. A figure in black holding a trident floated in the water, surrounded by various indistinct marine creatures that seemed to stretch endlessly. Suddenly, the figure waved the trident, and countless marine creatures charged towards the submarine as if receiving a command. Accelerate! Launch torpedoes! Natasha did not panic, as most marine creatures could not catch up with the speed of the nuclear submarine, and after creating distance, it would only take 2 powerful torpedoes to clear away this seemingly intimidating group. The people in the control room executed commands in an orderly manner, but Natasha felt uneasy, because how could these things alone have caused that giant ship to sink? These mixed creatures seemed more like bait? No, wait. Just as Natasha was about to order a change of direction, she felt a dizzying spin. Was it a giant marine creature? She shouted, but no one answered. At Stark Tower, an extraordinary party was taking place. Under the illuminated night sky, beautiful women in revealing bikinis splashed in the pool, walking outside the pool, showcasing their charm towards a certain direction. That direction was the center of the entire pool party, where 2 men in swim trunks were surrounded by a group of bikini-clad beauties, laughter echoing from afar. Lynch pushed away several beautiful women who each had their own charms and teased Tony Stark, who was laughing and chatting with a circle of swimwear models. Tony, can your body handle such happy days every day? Tony, who was laughing heartily, paused for a moment before confidently replying, I can take on 10. Looking at the Iron Man, who showed no signs of exercise, Lynch thought to himself, no wonder Tony Stark couldn't take off the iron suit after researching it. With this weak body, he probably couldn't even beat Natasha with one hand. Take on 10 little babies? Please. Hearing Lynch ridicule him, Tony immediately protested seriously. I haven't relaxed like this in a long time. This bachelor party is for you. He then leaned closer to Lynch and whispered with a flirtatious look. So, what do you think? Is there anyone you like? Many of these people came because of you. Disdainfully glancing at Tony, Lynch turned his gaze to the variety of beauties with longing and greedy looks in their eyes. As Tony said, the beauties present at this private pool party were all top-notch, and many were even considered goddesses in the outside world, like singers, actresses, and artists. However, Lynch had little interest in them. Looks? Appearance? Body? Sorry, no matter how stunning or flawless their exterior is, under his microscope-like eyes, they all appeared ugly. Lynch could proudly pat his chest and say, I'm not someone who values appearance. Compared to appearance, Lynch always believed that feelings were more important. No, I'm not interested. All right. Tony no longer pressed the matter and sighed, advising, Natasha probably won't stay mad for long. She's not that kind of person. I know. The conversation ended there, and Tony returned to the group of women. Shortly after, a lucky woman followed Tony inside. Just as the two were about to ignite their passion, an electronic voice came on. Sir, there's a message from Director Fury. Can't you see I'm busy? Tony casually replied while getting busy. Director Fury's message is very important. Mute. Tony, slightly irritated by the unromantic Jarvis, shouted his command, and Jarvis immediately fell silent. But the next second, a serious voice rang out again. Stark, you must let me finish. There is an emergency. Please check the message I sent you immediately. Oh, Tony, looking displeased, got up from the sofa, grumbling. Jarvis, is your security system just for show? Fury, it better not be as serious as you say. Although being interrupted at that moment made Tony very angry. He also clearly realized something might really be wrong. Otherwise, why would Fury so indiscriminately invade his privacy? It must be said that at such critical moments, Tony was always reliable. Thinking about what had happened, Tony simply put on some clothes, sent the woman who was supposed to spend the night with him away, and then went to the workshop to open Fury's message. Images and text materials immediately appeared in the air, and as Tony looked through them, he fell into deep thought. Atlantis? This is truly a major discovery. In a meditation room of an ancient kingdom, Banner sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and in front of him sat an elderly man with white hair in the same posture. Suddenly, the ringtone of a phone interrupted their quiet meditation, and Banner opened his eyes in confusion. He picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID displayed a save number, Fury. What's the matter? Banner guessed something but still asked calmly. How is your practice going? On the other end of the phone, Fury asked. Almost there. A look of realization appeared on his face. After Banner was taken away by Lynch, he chose to go to a distant ancient country to seek a way to control his anger. But of course, his whereabouts could not be hidden from S.H.I.E.L.D. After some communication, both sides reached some kind of agreement. Isaaki dropped the charges against Banner that had been framed by General Ross and even reassured his girlfriend. The price he had to pay was, it's time. We need you. In a small bar, Thor, Jane, and a few friends are drinking heartily. I tell you, with a slightly flushed face, Thor was boasting about the interesting experiences he had over the millennia when a woman in black suddenly approached. Sorry to interrupt you, but I need to talk to Thor. Upon hearing this, Thor looked her up and down, instantly recognizing her identity. So, Thor moved aside with her. What's wrong? Are you finally going to return the Tesseract to me? With a bit of drunkenness, Thor asked her with a silly grin, but in reality, he was starting to lose his sense of reason. My name is Hill, from S.H.I.L.D. Agent Hill smiled as she introduced herself, then slowly retracted her smile. Coulson is missing. Hearing this, Thor's silly grin gradually froze on his face. During his time living on Earth, he had interacted quite a bit with Coulson. The understanding and honest Coulson had helped him solve many difficulties, and they had become good friends in the end. What happened? Thor said in a rough voice, unable to hide his anger. Do you know Atlantis? In a secret base, Hawkeye was secretly hiding at the highest point, his eyes sharp as his nickname, monitoring everything below. Suddenly, he sensed the communicator buzzing and quickly answered the call. Barton. Fury's voice dragged on, seemingly giving Hawkeye some time for mental preparation. What happened? Sensing something was off, Hawkeye controlled his fluctuating emotions and asked calmly. Natasha is also missing. Although he had somewhat anticipated this, Hawkeye still felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing the news. Is it because of that mission? He spoke with regret and self-blame, as it was a mission he was supposed to go on. Yes. So what now? Scanning the researchers coming and going below, Hawkeye hesitated and asked. Abandon your current mission and return to headquarters immediately. Understood. He replied excitedly and then directly flipped down and rushed out. After Hawkeye had left for a long time, In the center of the research site, the previously calm tesseract suddenly lit up. On a roadside at night, a man in a white tank top and athletic shorts was jogging. Midway through, his phone rang. He didn't stop but answered the call via Bluetooth. "Captain, how have you been adapting lately?" "Not bad, what's up?" Hearing it was Fury, he slowly came to a stop. "Is there a mission?" Captain America directly asked. "Yes. We might need you to lead a special team." "A special team?" He showed a hint of nostalgia and smiled. "I have some experience with that. A green giant, an alien with a hammer, an old popsicle from decades ago, a circus Robinson." In a room, Tony was pointing at the house full of oddities without reserve. "I thought you only invited me to explore that ancient civilization." He complained to Fury, somewhat displeased. "Hey, where did you come from, idiot? You'd better shut your mouth, or my hammer won't spare the weak." Provoked, Thor certainly wouldn't hold back and immediately fired back at this seemingly superior weak mortal. "Are you serious? With all due respect, your era is over. We play with guns and cannons now. Want to try? I can send you back underground with one shot." Having never lost a verbal battle, Tony instantly opened fire when someone retorted, speaking at an astonishing speed. "Can you both shut up? Just 3 minutes. Give me 3 minutes." Fury finally spoke up expressionlessly. The two childish guys who had been bickering finally exchanged glances and stopped. "Okay, everyone look this way." Seeing the two finally quiet down, Fury walked to a screen and began to narrate the events happening in the Atlantic by pointing at the images and text on it. "Natasha has gone missing, but..." Fury hesitated and clicked on the screen, bringing up a video. In the video, a sinister-faced Namor arrogantly addressed the screen. "Humans on land, I am Namor, King of Atlantis, Lord of the Seven Seas. Do not test our limits again. If I see your presence on the surface, a great tsunami will swallow your world." The video ended, and everyone present fell into silence. "If I'm not mistaken, was that a fish man threatening us just now?" Tony was the first to speak, his tone light and teasing. "I have to say, when it comes to lightening the mood, Tony Stark has always had a knack for it. But clearly, the superheroes he had just met were still struggling to understand his humor and remain silent. After a long while, Thor said somewhat seriously, "I know Atlantis. They disappeared due to some reason 10,000 years ago, but I didn't expect they haven't perished." He looked intently at Fury, his tone somber. "Were Coulson and the others killed by the Atlanteans?" Fury shook his head. "It's still uncertain. But they used the device on Natasha to send back the video, which means Natasha might still be alive. We must go save them." Hawkeye, hiding in the corner, rarely expressed his opinion. "How we save them?" On the other side, Banner also spoke up, but his opinion was quite different. He stepped forward somewhat helplessly and continued to explain to everyone. "Didn't you hear what this gentleman said? Atlantis sank 10,000 years ago, but they have existed until now. Can anyone tell me how advanced their technology has become?" At this moment, Tony walked over, patted Banner's shoulder with a smile, and said, "Don't be so pessimistic, Dr. Banner." Then he confidently spread his hands and looked at everyone. "I didn't see any superiority of their civilization from that fish man. Maybe they spent the last 10,000 years trying to evolve gills?" After a pause, Tony turned his gaze to Fury, narrowing his eyes and asking word by word. "More than that, I'm curious, why isn't Clint here?" "Yeah, why isn't Clint here? Isn't Natasha his girlfriend?" Thor suddenly realized that Lynch was not present at such an important occasion. A hint of seriousness flashed across Banner's face, and he spoke up. "I believe he should be here." Fury, being questioned repeatedly, glanced coldly at the three who had spoken and replied, "Your doubts are the reason why." He glared, his tone becoming more agitated. "Why do you think Lynch must be here?" His voice grew louder, almost a roar. "I don't understand why a genius, a god, a scholar would place their hopes on one person. If that person is not here and you encounter trouble, will you cry and go back to find your mommy? Your reaction is excessive. Lynch is also a member of the Avengers, isn't he?" Tony retorted, frowning. "No, the Avengers are you. He is the last resort. Do you have to put the safety of the Earth in the hands of one person every time?" Fury shouted, suppressing Tony's voice. The three fell into an awkward silence. Indeed, placing the safety of the Earth in one person's hands was very unstable. What if that person wanted to destroy the world one day? Who could stop him? Why not? At this moment, Thor's voice rang out. Facing the questioning gazes of the crowd, he said seriously, "My father, the Lord of the Nine Realms, King Odin of Asgard, has borne the responsibility for the safety of the Nine Realms and Asgard alone. For thousands of years, he has repelled countless enemies from beyond the Nine Realms and those invading Asgard." The people in the room exchanged confused glances, completely unaware of these matters. But Thor ignored them and continued. "Although Lynch is not as powerful as my father, is it not natural for him, as the god of Midgard, to defend Earth? The others looked at each other for a long time, and finally, Tony couldn't help but say, "We don't need gods. The age of gods is over. Earth is now ruled by humans, and Lynch is also human. He just looks human, but in reality, he is a god." Thor argued, "I see you as a charlatan." Tony mocked with an odd tone. "You." "Enough," someone shouted loudly. It was Captain America, who could no longer sit idly by. "I believe Fury is right." He stepped forward, beginning to display his leadership qualities. "We should fight for the safety of Earth. That should be the reason we have gathered here." Looking around at everyone, his voice was solemn and resonant. "The strength of one person is limited. If we do nothing, even if Lynch is powerful, there will come a day when he can be overwhelmed by enemies. I believe that only by uniting can we defeat all threats." This time, the once super stubborn individuals stopped arguing, temporarily accepting his words under Captain America's charisma. "Now are we a team?" Captain America extended his hand, and one by one, the superheroes placed their hands on top. "Good." Seeing everyone unite for the first time, Fury nodded in satisfaction, secretly thinking that the big brother was indeed a big brother. "Now we can talk about the mission. What exactly do you want us to do?" Tony asked in confusion. "Save people? I don't think they will sit down and chat with us calmly. That fishman has already declared war. I hope you gather information about them, understand their situation, so we can prepare more." Fury said solemnly. "What preparation? War?" Tony continued to ask. "That does not depend on us." Fury replied expressionlessly. "Of course. What means you use is up to you." The group exchanged glances and then laughed. "Then let's teach that fishman a lesson." On the surface of the Atlantic Ocean, a yacht was sailing through the waves towards a distant destination. They did not take a large vessel because the painful lessons of the past had clearly shown them the drawbacks of large ships, big targets, requiring many people to operate. And once attacked, it would inevitably lead to heavy casualties. After some discussion, they decided to first take a large ship to get close to the target, and then continue on a small yacht. Taking a yacht, the target was smaller, and it was more convenient for a team of elites to engage in combat. After 1 or 2 hours of sailing, the once tense nerves of the group gradually relaxed, and they began to do their own things. Thor put on sunglasses, leaned back on the deck, and started sunbathing. This was a hobby he had learned from Lynch. Back then, he would imitate Lynch to enhance his strength. Over time, he found that sunbathing suited someone like him, who had a long lifespan and nothing to do. In the workshop, Tony was tinkering with a new type of Iron Man suit. This was a special suit he had modified for deep-sea combat, estimated to be able to perform highlight operations at depths of a kilometer. The highest control room of the yacht was occupied by Hawkeye, who always liked to occupy high ground, making it easier for him to grasp the situation and make favorable judgments. Captain America, unable to endure the silence, was exercising his body in the sparsely equipped gym. The most stable Banner remained in his room, calmly sitting cross-legged on the floor, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him. The daytime Atlantic was clear and sunny, and the sunlight was so intense that it made Thor feel a bit drowsy. It had been so long without a rival. Wouldn't it be too much to take a nap? With that thought, Thor's consciousness gradually fell into chaos. After an unknown period, Thor woke up groggily, touching his face. "See water? Did it rain?" He woke up and looked up at the sky, instantly becoming alert. He saw a massive wave, blocking out the sun, rapidly sweeping towards them, and the yacht suddenly became a small boat in the giant wave. "What are you doing? A tsunami is coming. Get out here." Just as he finished speaking, Iron Man flew out of the yacht with flames. What happened? Tony looked at the towering giant wave, completely confused about what was going on. Jarvis had been in alert mode, able to quickly detect and report threats from a kilometer away. Why had this tsunami appeared out of nowhere? "The tsunami appeared 30 seconds ago, sir," Jarvis explained. "What? 30 seconds? Does that mean someone brought a large wave-making machine, following us?" But at this moment, there was no time for Tony to speculate. The giant waves were already rocking the yacht, and it was about to swallow them whole. On the deck, Banner, Captain America, and Hawkeye had already put on life jackets, ready to jump ship at any moment. "Do something. Aren't you the god of thunder? You should be able to control storms or something." Captain America shouted to Thor, who stood firmly on the deck. "I know," Thor shouted back, and arcs of electricity began to flicker in his eyes. In an instant, arcs of electricity crackled and jumped wildly from his body, becoming thick and dazzling. Then, he suddenly raised the meow meow hammer in his hand. Boom! In an instant, bolts of thunder cascaded down upon him like a waterfall, and the sea began to churn with wind and clouds, with storms howling into existence. The Mjolnir, which communicated with the sea of thunder and lightning, pulled the thunder god higher and higher until he became the most brilliant and radiant figure in the tempestuous ocean of thunder. The thunder god cast a lightning-filled gaze toward the towering wave, suddenly pointing with a meow meow hammer. Countless raging lightning serpents and electric pythons obeyed the thunder god's command and lunged fiercely toward the monstrous wave. Just as the lightning struck the surface of the wave, they collided and intertwined with a thunderous explosion. The thunder god certainly understood that water conducts electricity, so he directly caused an explosion of lightning to disperse the massive wave using the shock wave generated by the blast. At this moment, the wind was howling, and the storm clouds summoned by the thunder god brought fierce gales that also rushed toward the giant wave. Under the combined onslaught of wind and thunder, the originally rampaging giant wave suddenly weakened as if it had hit a wall. Seeing the wave showing signs of receding, the thunder god in the sky couldn't help but show a smug smile. Well done, those who play with electricity, having encountered many monsters. Tony's capacity for acceptance had strengthened considerably. Even if he had never seen this hammer-wielding figure display such power before, he was not surprised at all. At most, he just thought of the hammer-wielding guy as someone who played with electricity. Good job, Thor. Is your name Thor? Captain America also smiled and praised. The thunder god laughed heartily. I am the god of thunder. The ocean is also my home turf. However, the waves that were about to recede suddenly regained their ferocity, even more terrifying than before. Oh no! Tony's eyelids twitched, and he shouted frantically, Run! Thor, can you do that attack again? Go, go, go! Captain America yelled, and the other two quickly jumped into the sea. No matter what, it has to be done. The thunder god roared, electricity crackling all over his body, raising his hammer to the sky, and swiftly flying upward. Seeing the thunder god ready, Tony shouted to him, I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Just as his voice fell, endless thunder and a barrage of mini-missiles shot toward the giant wave. Boom! With a tremendous roar. Their attack did not completely shatter the wave. The remaining wave instantly engulfed the two, who were wide-eyed in shock, along with the toy-like yacht and the 3 who had swum a short distance away. Roar! With a beast-like roar, a flash of green darted through the deep blue sea. Hulk, sensing the danger, swam desperately to the surface, with Captain America dragging Hawkeye closely behind. Unfortunately, the two who were directly struck by the terrifying wave were not so lucky. Tony's Iron Man suit sustained some damage, and the Thunder God nearly lost consciousness. Give me their location, take me too. Just as Tony steadied himself and prepared to rescue his comrades, he felt an immense force hit him from behind. In the next moment, Iron Man was sent tumbling through the water, shooting out several meters. What was that? Tony asked in shock, inquiring of Jarvis. Sir, it is that Atlantean, Namor. Saying this, Jarvis displayed an image. The figure that had ambushed Tony from behind in the water was none other than Namor, holding a trident and clad in black. This kind of power, glancing at the condition of his suit with a grim expression, Tony decided that retreat was the best option. Jarvis. Boom. Another overwhelming force struck. Now, go. Tony shouted. The iron suit immediately powered up to full capacity, roaring as it ascended directly from the sea. Thor. Tony scooped up the Thunder God, quickly found Banner, Captain America, and Hawkeye, and then shot upward. Behind them, a wave even more terrifying than before was chasing them at an incredible speed. At the peak of the wave, Namor raised his trident, his expression cold. A bunch of rabble dares to challenge me? In a dark small room, Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, stood in the center with a serious expression, seemingly waiting for something. After a while, a few beams of light suddenly flashed in the room, and then 5 holographic images of people quickly materialized in the air. These 5 figures were all older, exuding a powerful aura, clearly high-ranking officials. Shortly after the images appeared, a short-haired woman among them glanced at the others to confirm their presence, then spoke to Fury in a flat tone. Nick Fury, do you have something to tell us? Fury had been frowning since seeing these top officials of the World Security Council and showed no signs of any thoughts. Upon hearing the Lady S question, Fury immediately understood that they must have grasped some situation. However, this was all within Fury's expectations. He never intended to keep these people in the dark forever. Even though he was adept at deceiving his superiors and subordinates, it was impossible to hide something as big as the Atlantic incident for long in this technologically advanced era. He felt that if he could quickly cut through the confusion and resolve the matter, all problems would be easily addressed. Even if he were later found to have concealed something, it wouldn't be a big deal, as he wouldn't be dismissed anyway, So what was there to fear? But, unfortunately, his risky attempt failed, and naturally, he had to bear the corresponding responsibilities and accept all inquiries and doubts. Now, it was his moment of trial. Fury stood tall, hands behind his back, sweeping his gaze over the council members, and then replied in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Didn't you already know, councilwoman? Oh, the man next to the councilwoman responded in a flat tone, then spoke in a pressuring manner. Do you think your unilateral decision was not wrong? I never said that. Fury retorted quietly, but then conceded his mistake. However, it was indeed a misjudgment on my part. Is that all? The councilwoman raised her tone, her dissatisfaction becoming evident. Why was I reminded of such news by other intelligence agencies? Has SHIELD stopped being responsible to us? Seeing her discontent, Fury, who was very familiar with these council members, immediately solemnly stated, of course, HILD operates entirely under the supervision of the World Security Council. After all, every penny we spend comes from you, doesn't he? At this moment, another council member snorted coldly, mockingly saying, so you remember that your finances depend on us. I thought you only remembered when you needed money. So, the large sums we allocate to us, HIELD, are for you to hire a bunch of actors to fight? They are not actors. Fury firmly and seriously countered. Each of them is our top elite, possessing extraordinary powers. You're playing with fire. Another council member warned coldly. This is not a power you can control, Commander. But Fury remained calm and composed, calmly retorting. Have you ever been in a war, Councilman? A real war? No one spoke, so he continued at a measured pace. During a war, would you want to be controlled? Obedient soldiers are good soldiers. A council member immediately countered. Fury disagreed. Yes, but they're not ordinary soldiers. Halfway through his sentence, the councilwoman interrupted with her doubts. Yes, so you have the world's most elite spy organization, yet you entrust the safety of the Earth to a bunch of freaks? Fury fixed his terrifying single eye on them for a moment before saying, I have no intention of entrusting the safety of the Earth to anyone. I just need a crisis response team. I believe that even if they operate independently or even lose control, as long as we use them properly, they are the people we need. A council member immediately reminded, the Avengers Initiative has not been approved. You should focus on the second phase. Fury shook his head in rejection. The second phase is not mature yet, but we cannot predict when the enemy will appear. A council member said coldly, but you have already proven the failure of this plan. Another council member added, do you know the pressure we are under now? You have provoked a civilization we know nothing about, just because of a few agents or something else. Suddenly, Fury replied firmly, not yet. What? The council member was somewhat confused. Not yet what? Fury's expression was serious, his tone resolute. The Avengers have not failed yet. This is just a minor inconvenience. Enough. We only want to see results. The council member stated directly, 3 days. So this is your capability? Fury angrily exclaimed as he looked at the downcast, disheveled superheroes in the conference room. Look at you. You look like a bunch of crying children. Tony, who was originally slumped in his chair, shot him a glance and retorted without holding back. Director Nick, you should go drink some seawater. You should thank me, without me. Do you think your circus would have come back intact? Tony's words hit hard, and several people cast unkind glances at him. Among the other members of the Thor's group, the hardest-headed guy was the first to retort. Who are you calling a circus, Iron Man? Without me, your suit would have long been waterlogged. Oh, really? You don't really think just being able to summon lightning makes you the god of thunder, do you? Tony mocked with a flourish. That's ridiculous. I could knock you out with my fists. The two were like explosives meeting sparks, and Fury immediately shouted in anger. Can you both shut up? Are you here to argue? He scanned the crowd with disappointment and regret. I can't believe I've gathered this so-called elite group to bear such a heavy responsibility, and this is what I get. Tony sneered, about to speak, but Banner interjected first. I think this is a bit beyond our capabilities. He looked at the others, seemingly lacking confidence, seeking similar opinions. The guy we encountered, he can summon tsunamis on the ocean, causing disasters. I completely agree. Tony loudly interrupted Banner, then continued. That fishman's strength is over 100 tons, and his speed in the water exceeds 60 kilometers per hour. He can create super tsunamis and is suspected of controlling giant sea creatures. He pointed disdainfully at several elites present and told Fury directly, if those Atlanteans are such monsters, what do you think these circus performers you hired can do? Make them laugh? Hey! Thor's temper flared up again as he excitedly said, do you really want to try my fists? Oh, did you hear that? He said he wants to hit me. I'm so scared. Tony made a mock-scared expression, and Thor's veins bulged as he grabbed his hammer, ready to charge. Enough! Fury intervened, standing between the two with a headache. Can't you two calm down a bit? Can't you use your strength to deal with enemies instead? Watching Thor seething with rage, Tony crossed his arms and said proudly, "You should let me go alone. That way I wouldn't have almost drowned because I was dragging a bunch of people with me. I'm not the one holding you back." Thor shot back. Fury paused for a moment, looking at the others who didn't refute and asked, "Do you all think the same?" Captain America pursed his handsome lips and frowned. "I don't think so." He straightened his chest and looked determined, as if the earlier retreat had not dealt any blow to his experienced self. Failure is not terrifying. Losing the will to fight is the most terrifying thing. We need to lift our spirits. The captain is right, Fury said solemnly. You almost died at the hands of that fisherman. Don't you want to take revenge? Believe me, I absolutely do. Tony spread his hands. So, I suggest we just drop a few nuclear bombs to the seabed and blow those fishmen to pieces. That would be simple and quick. Hearing such a ridiculous suggestion from Tony, Fury shot him an annoyed glare. From a strategic standpoint, nuclear bombs are always humanity's ultimate weapon, the last resort, and should only be used in the most critical situations. Furthermore, technically speaking, whether the Atlanteans have technology to counter nuclear bombs is also a question. If nuclear bombs were deployed and did not achieve the expected effect, humanity would be in serious trouble. Stop talking nonsense. You know that's impossible. Tony pouted, seemingly dismissive of Fury's thoughts. Oh, so you want us to keep soaking in the water? Or go feed that Mr. Namor's pet? Fury said helplessly, Stark, I beg you to think of a solution with your brain. Aren't you a genius? In response, Tony said seriously, are you serious? Then I think the most rational approach is to just ignore them. Since they want to hide, why provoke them? Just because of your ridiculous theory of threats? We don't want to, but the fact is we've already provoked them. Before Tony could speak, Hawkeye, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. We can't just let this go. He looked up, his face filled with suppressed hatred. They killed Coulson, Natasha, and so many others. Stubborn Tony met Hawkeye's gaze and, for some reason, found himself unable to speak. Coulson and Natasha were his friends too. After a long silence, he said softly, I think it's time to tell him. Time rewinds to a few days ago. We found a submarine inside an ancient and uniquely styled underwater palace. A blue-skinned Atlantean soldier bowed to their king, reporting respectfully. Upon hearing the guard's report, the ruler of Atlantis, King Namor of the Seven Seas, raised an eyebrow. A wave of anger burning from his feet to the top of his head. He immediately stood up, gripping his trident and stabbing it fiercely into the ground. They're asking for death. He shouted angrily, his already sinister face becoming even colder and more ruthless. I will give them a warning. Saying this, he strode out, while the others lowered their heads to see their king off. Among the crowd, an Atlantean watched Namor, their gaze flickering, unsure of what they were thinking. Namor quickly ascended through the water, soon reaching a depth close to the surface. Underwater, he opened his eyes wide, carefully using his extraordinary vision to search for his target. Soon, he spotted the enormous submarine that was moving. With a cold snort, he slightly parted his lips, emitting a sound that ordinary humans could hardly detect. As this sound emerged, all the marine creatures that had ignored him suddenly swam towards him in unison, as if they were soldiers receiving orders, circling around him continuously. As his voice spread further, more and more marine creatures gathered around him, and a massive black shadow suddenly appeared beneath him. It was a grotesque whale, larger than a blue whale and previously undiscovered. At that moment, the whale was attracted by the sound Namor emitted, obediently swimming around him. Seeing his big treasure had arrived, Namor showed a hint of pride and pointed his trident at the submarine. The marine creatures he controlled immediately swam towards the submarine, and the giant whale even positioned itself directly below the submarine's path. Before long, the submarine was shattered under the attack of the monstrous whale. Countless marine creatures surged into the submarine like sharks smelling blood, devouring each of the survivors. Meanwhile, Namor stood proudly in the sea, watching this slaughterfest. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, quickly kicking his legs and swimming towards the submarine. Outside the submarine, Natasha was like a goddess descending to earth, swiftly dealing with some small creatures that attacked her and quickly swimming upwards. In just 2 seconds, Namor reached Natasha's front and, taking advantage of her unpreparedness, thrust his trident at her. Natasha sensed the disturbance in the water and was startled. Just as she turned back, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder. Namor's incredibly sharp trident pierced through Natasha's fragile body, causing streams of crimson blood to flow out instantly. With a pain grunt, Natasha turned and threw a punch at Namor. Surprised by the human's tenacity, Namor did not dodge, and his jaw took a hard hit. However, with Natasha's strength, that punch was far from enough to hurt Namor. It only inflicted some pain. Filled with fury, Namor retaliated with a left punch that struck Natasha's chest. At that moment, Natasha was hit hard, her vision went dark, and her body began to sink slowly. Namor, however, carefully examined the human who had just attacked him and realized it was a woman. With a shift in thought, Namor moved forward to pull Natasha up, remarking to himself, "She seems pretty good-looking, much more beautiful than those Atlanteans." Thus, Namor changed his mind about killing her and took Natasha towards Atlantis. "No one is coming to save you now." In a room, Namor coldly laughed at Natasha. "I have already warned you. If your people are smart enough, they should not set foot on our territory again." Natasha, her shoulder wrapped in bandages, looked coldly at Namor and said, "They will." Namor's small eyes roamed over Natasha's graceful body and exquisite face. Speaking in a tone laced with temptation, "Stop dreaming. Isn't it good to stay here? As long as you agree, you can become the queen here." "Queen?" Natasha glanced oddly at the fishman in front of her and said, "I think our tastes might differ. I don't like eating fish." Upon hearing this, Namor's small eyes shot out two sinister glints, and his expression became somewhat impatient. Ever since he brought Natasha to Atlantis, he had been subtly trying to persuade her to submit to him, but Natasha naturally rejected him without a second thought. She wasn't single. Even if Natasha felt her feelings for Lin were somewhat complicated, to her, Lin was her lover. Moreover, Natasha had no special hobbies, being the queen of fishmen. Looking at the Fishman King, who was different from humans in many ways, she found it hard to accept such a cross-species romance. "I'm a hybrid." After hesitating, Namor gritted his teeth and revealed his difficult-to-speak secret. "I'm more like a human, aren't I? Is that so?" Natasha smiled slightly and sarcastically replied, "Then what about those little wings on your feet?" Seeing that Natasha was unyielding, Namor angrily said, "Do you want to die? Yeah, then go ahead and kill me." Natasha puffed out her chest and said fearlessly, "Aren't you treating my companions like this? You?" Namor was about to show Natasha his strength when an Atlantis soldier walked in and spoke to Namor in a language that Natasha found difficult to understand. After hearing this, Namor shot Natasha a hostile glance and then sneered, "Someone really has come to save you." But he laughed cruelly. "I will kill them all and bring their corpses to you." With that, he turned and left. Natasha watched Namor's back with a hint of worry and anticipation in her eyes. The waves howled as Namor coldly watched the Iron Man fly slowly away with his companions. "Next time, you won't be so lucky," he vowed fiercely in his heart, and then reluctantly jumped into the sea, heading toward Atlantis. Soon after, Namor sat on his throne, surrounded by blue-skinned Atlanteans. "Your Majesty, we have been exposed. Soon, they will swarm like sharks sensing blood. We need to be prepared." Below, an Atlantean gestured while emitting a certain high-frequency sound to express his concerns. This unique language was exclusive to Atlantis, and the ocean environment and biological structure allowed them to produce high-frequency sounds that humans could hardly make or even hear. "Don't worry," Namor responded in the Atlantean language. "They won't come to provoke us. With their level of technology, they are still unable to exploit the ocean or threaten us underwater. But there will come a day," another Atlantean replied, "and the people they sent today are clearly stronger than before. I think we need to prepare for war." Thinking of the guys they had just encountered, Namor fell silent for a moment. As a hybrid of human and Atlantean, he had lived in the human world for a long time and understood it well. He knew that the Iron Man was a product of high technology, and although he fled in embarrassment today, it didn't mean he could defeat a fully prepared opponent next time. Moreover, the guy with the hammer, who could unleash lightning, made him even more apprehensive, especially since he had never encountered such a person before. A superpowered individual? Or was it the hammer's ability? He wasn't sure, but he knew that if those lightning strikes hit directly, the outcome would definitely not be good. Besides, the green monster that transformed also seemed to possess great strength, but it appeared helpless in the water. These guys indeed had the power to threaten him. But, in the sea, my home ground, I am invincible. Namor thought this, and confidently replied, "If they are foolish enough, I will make them understand that the ocean belongs to the Atlanteans. Unfortunately, I couldn't bring back those freaks who came to save you." Namor walked into the room, grinning coldly. Hearing him say this, Natasha felt a sense of relief but also a hint of disappointment. Without even looking at Namor, Natasha expressionlessly said, "Just you? I'm actually happy for you. I thought you would end up as grilled fish. You. Namor's anger surged, and he slammed his trident on the ground twice. The tremendous force shook the ground, causing Natasha to involuntarily take a step back. Looking smugly at Natasha's retreat, Namor laughed. I am the Lord of the Seven Seas. In the ocean, no one can challenge me. Oomph. Natasha looked at him as if he were a fool and snorted from deep in her nose. You don't agree? Namor sneered and then listed the people he had just defeated. Iron Man, the guy with the hammer, the green monster, the one with the shield, the one with the bow and arrows. They just fled in disgrace. Natasha frowned. She hadn't expected that so many people had come. These were almost all the Avengers she knew. She had originally thought that the director would send Agent Barton, also known as Hawkeye, along with possibly Captain America and Iron Man. But the director called everyone together to handle this matter. However, Natasha thought to herself that the Atlantis civilization was indeed an event worth gathering for. But what should she do if even they fled in disgrace? There was only one way left. Natasha sighed. The director did not summon Lin and definitely kept the information hidden. She could understand Director Fury's thoughts because he had always told her not to let the safety of Earth be in someone else's hands. Even if that person had gradually fallen under DS control, and even the button for that control was Natasha herself. Fury believed that a team capable of mutual checks and balances was needed to solve world-threatening issues. This was far safer than having the safety of Earth resting in someone's hands. This team is the Avengers. The potential enemies of the Avengers, therefore, included Lin, simply because he had that capability. Thus, this incident did not notify Lin. It was an opportunity for the Avengers to train. But is this really okay? Natasha had deep concerns in her heart. What would Lin do if he found out about all this? Natasha knew Lin. She understood his character. Lin was a kind and simple person, but he disliked deception and betrayal. If he found out he had been kept in the dark, he would surely create a rift with everyone, even if something unexpected happened to her. I'll give you one last chance. Seemingly realizing that Natasha was lost in thought, Namor suddenly raised his voice. Die or be my queen. Natasha looked up and smiled sweetly, saying, I think my boyfriend might not agree. You have a boyfriend? For some reason, Natasha felt that Namor's expression became even more excited and stirred. Isn't that better? No. Natasha smiled, recalling many memories. She thought of the first time she saw Lin in the profile photo when she received her mission. She felt that although he looked inexperienced, there was a lot hidden in his eyes. She thought of their first meeting when she disguised herself as a delivery person, only to end up delivering herself and hearing about her promising future. At that time, she felt Lin was very lonely, as if he were somewhat detached from the world. She thought of last Christmas when she found Lin facing setbacks and feeling down. So she went to comfort him, and eventually, the two began to share a life together. Thinking he was such a lovely little man, she thought of just before this mission when she accidentally saw Lin being embraced by others. She shouldn't have been angry, but suddenly felt an inexplicable discomfort. Finally, for some reason, Natasha recalled what Lin had said to her that night. I will fly to where you are. It was only at that moment that Natasha began to feel a sweetness she had never experienced before. However, it seemed to be too late. Natasha looked at Namor, her expression turning cold again, and said word by word, no way, maybe in the next life. Seeking death. Namor fiercely picked up the trident and lunged at Natasha. Yet, in the face of the charging Namor, Natasha merely revealed a sweet smile and closed her eyes. Farewell, Lin. Darkness, emptiness, cold. Is this the feeling of death? No, this is... Lin suddenly opened his eyes, waking up from this bizarre dream. He was slightly panting, still feeling anxious about everything he experienced in the dream. After a long while, Lin finally calmed down and looked outside the window. The sun was already high in the sky, shining brightly. It seemed to be another nice day. However, despite the good weather, he was still alone, which was hard to express in words. Thinking of this, Lin couldn't help but sigh softly. Since the car crash a few days ago at the Defender Alliance building, he hadn't seen them again and hadn't pursued any other women, living a solitary life. After Natasha left, he lost contact with her, and he didn't want to reach out. Karen and Jessica were at the Defender Alliance building every day, but Lin couldn't stand the war between the two women, so he simply avoided going there. Even 2 days ago, at the singles party Tony specifically held for Lin, he didn't take any bikini beauties with him, but instead found an opportunity to sneak away and went home alone. Stretching, Lin got out of bed, and suddenly the realization hit him. It seemed that some inexplicable premonition had pulled him out of that strange dream. What could it be? After thinking for a long time, Lin still couldn't figure it out, so he got out of bed, quickly tidied himself up, and pushed the door open. Walking on the bustling street, Lin was surprised to find that many of the streets and intersections felt familiar to him. It turned out that he had gradually accepted this foreign city in the movie universe without realizing it. Lin strolled while reminiscing. Unintentionally, a nostalgic expression crept onto his cheeks. He remembered when he first arrived here. He was quite resistant to it, right? Even with the system in hand, punching the Iron Tyrant. He couldn't fully accept being transported to the Marvel world, let alone accept this city filled with disasters. After all, he had come from the real world to a fictional one. Even if he could predict the future, how much of it felt real. He even thought for a while that everything was just a dream, and he might wake up one day. Moreover, in this high-level world with almost omniscient and omnipotent cosmic beings, how could a small superhero do whatever he wanted? He was really afraid that one day a bored big shot would notice him, like the 5 creators of the multiverse or the Life Tribunal, the Time Management Bureau, and so on. With such powerful existences, they wouldn't even need to snap their fingers. Just a thought, and he might vanish into thin air, right? Fortunately, he was still safe and sound up to now. He just didn't know if these big shots didn't exist or hadn't noticed him. Or maybe they had noticed but didn't care. Anyway, he didn't know the real answer, so he chose to think of them as non-existent. Putting aside these strange thoughts, Lin felt that the most difficult thing to accept about this Big Apple city was the cultural and habitual differences. He was a local, raised under the red flag, a good youth. Such an excellent successor, suddenly thrown into the center of another ideological core country, certainly needed time to adapt, right? He was still a foreign language major, very familiar with Western culture. Otherwise, if someone who didn't pay attention to this side came over, they definitely wouldn't even be able to eat. For people whose staple foods are rice and noodles, eating a burger or cola once or twice might be enjoyable, but to eat it every meal, every day, you'd definitely feel like throwing up just looking at it. What? You say they're Chinese restaurants? If you think that way, then you've really been fooled. The dishes in foreign Chinese restaurants are definitely bizarre that a proper local has never even heard of. In terms of taste, they're either sweet or sour. Spicy? Sorry, they don't eat spicy food. Just like that. Recalling casually, Lin could remember the awkwardness and sense of alienation he felt when he first arrived here. So, when did he start to integrate into this world? When did he first feel it was real? Lin thought of the sea outside New York City, where he first felt that this was not a movie, not a comic, nor a dream. For him, this was an incredibly real world. At that time, the military helicopter called by Tony launched an attack on him. He fought side by side with Tony, and the two fell into the sea, chased by the military fleet. At the critical moment, targeted by a torpedo, he threw Tony away and chose to bear it alone. It was only when the torpedo exploded beside him that he finally realized how real everything was. This reality included the sharp-tongued, talkative yet trustworthy Iron Man, Tony Stark, who was right in front of him, the fierce and sinister villain Iron Tyrant he had just beaten up, and the military that should have stood by Tony but unexpectedly attacked him and Tony. And then, the second person who made him feel complicated emotions was probably General Ross. He was a person with flesh and blood, a firm belief, completely incomparable to the one-dimensional and flimsy villain portrayed in the movies. He loved his country and was willing to sacrifice everything for it. He loved his daughter and did a lot for his headstrong and bold daughter. But unfortunately, he was his enemy. His touching perseverance and beliefs seemed utterly unreasonable to the victims. Your noble ideals and supreme pursuits, why should others pay for them? Why make others suffer? In a word, the more he loved his country, the more Lin hated him. After that, it should be Natasha, right? Lynch thought, and in a daze, he realized he had arrived at the street where they had their Christmas encounter. He paused for a moment, then walked into CAF where the two of them had once sat. The familiar decor came into view, and memories of Natasha began to swirl in Lynch's mind. The first time he wanted to meet her was on a rooftop terrace. When he saw Natasha dressed as a delivery person, he was immediately captivated. Even though she wasn't wearing any makeup, dressed in a bulky uniform, and trying hard to act like an ordinary worker, she couldn't hide the aura that radiated from her very essence. Cold yet lonely, mature yet awkward. How much suffering must her deep, beautiful eyes have endured to be shaped into what they were? When she questioned about her future death, he suddenly realized that this top Marvel female agent had such a tragic fate. Just like his past life, no, it was even worse than his. At that moment, he vaguely developed a special fondness for her, a sense of shared suffering, perhaps. Sitting in the same spot on Christmas Day, Lynch looked outside. Unfortunately, today was not Christmas midnight. There were no lights or ribbons, no night sky or fireworks, no snow or beauty. That truly was a perfect night, Lynch thought. That day, after being enlightened by Natasha's information, he took out the unlucky guy and his thoughts became clear, his mood light. Back at the CAF, he made a resolution. Who cares about so much? If you like her, go for it. We saw the most beautiful fireworks and confirmed our feelings for each other amidst the dazzling display. We soared freely in the night sky and tangled together in the room for an entire night. From that day on, his heart finally settled down with someone to care about. This also meant that he had left an anchor in this fictional world. It meant that no matter where he would go in the future, he would ultimately return here to rest. From that moment on, whether true or false, whether existent or non-existent, seemed to matter little. Because of this harbor-like sense of belonging, even his past self had lost it long ago. However, rationally speaking, perhaps he had fallen for S-H-I-E-L-D-S trick? Yet, this was a trick he was quite willing to fall for. Being tricked is just unfortunate. Misfortune is true blessing. As he pondered, a wave of unease surged in Lynch's heart. But he didn't mind. He had often felt this way these days. Maybe someone was plotting to harm him in the dark? Lynch didn't think much of it, because he wasn't afraid of such things, and he didn't want anything to ruin his mood. He was particularly sentimental today. After a moment, Lynch recalled that night when he confidently confessed his feelings. That scene, that state, even someone as tongue-tied as Lynch couldn't help but utter romantic words. What was that line again? Lynch thought proudly, suddenly realizing his heart skipped a few beats. I will always fly to where you are. This is, goodbye, Lin. Natasha's voice? No. Lynch's first thought was, this is the mental energy I placed on Natasha. She is in danger. In fact, that line wasn't something Lynch fabricated. The truth was, after gaining the ability to use mental energy, he had projected some of it onto Natasha and others he cared about. When these people encountered danger, the mental energy would be triggered, allowing Lynch to sense it. In an instant, Lynch's superbrain was operating at full speed. The shackles on him peeling away layer by layer, an intimidating aura shooting straight into the sky. As he quickly analyzed the situation, he released all his abilities to gather vast amounts of information. In the next moment, Lynch turned his furious head toward the direction of the Atlantic Ocean. In less than a second, he used his supervision combined with X-ray vision to see various secret intelligence agencies regarding the strange events that recently occurred in the Atlantic. Even seeing the Avengers gathered in S-H-I-E-L-D, Lynch's superbrain quickly analyzed and integrated all the data and information, ultimately piecing together the sequence of events leading to Natasha's danger. Because he had mentioned it as S-H-I-L-D. Back then, Fury had dispatched personnel to investigate the Atlantic. After months of investigation, S-H-I-L-D, personnel gradually delved into the depths of the Atlantis civilization, attracting Namor's attention. Soon, Namor struck, capturing all S-H-I-E-L-D agents, including Coulson, resulting in a mysterious disappearance case. Then, Fury sent Natasha, and the outcome was the same. Finally, Fury summoned the Avengers, but it seemed they had failed. But why didn't they tell me? Lynch couldn't contain his inner fury, but now was not the time to consider that. The Atlantic, huh? His legs bent slightly, and the immense power surged forth, cracking the ground beneath him. Boom! The shockwave from his rapid flight instantly overturned everything on the street. Before the crowd could gasp in surprise, Lynch vanished into the air in a flash. Namor, I will make you suffer immensely. With eyes wide open, Lynch had already seen the scene 1,000 miles away, feeling both anxious and furious. Hurry up, faster. But Namor's trident was already pressed against Natasha's chest. No, Lynch shouted furiously, his eyes instantly emitting an unprecedented super heat vision, piercing through everything in a straight line. Namor stared at the tip of the trident melting from a terrifying ray, his pupils shaking. What is this? His voice was filled with shock and fear. As the master of the trident, Namor fully understood the power of this artifact representing Atlantis' royal authority. But now, this artifact was melting from an inexplicable ray. Meanwhile, Natasha, who had been waiting for death with her eyes closed, opened them in confusion and saw that familiar heat vision. He is here. She smiled, but not because she had survived. He really didn't lie to me. Then I'll forgive him this time. Who's coming? To save you? Namor's face twisted, his eyes wild. I will kill you. No one can stop me. He screamed hysterically, thrusting the trident violently at Natasha, usually arrogant and conceited. He was also smart enough to realize that the ray's power accurately struck the tip of the trident. Namor instantly understood that the one Natasha referred to was definitely powerful beyond imagination. In fact, the one who would arrive soon might even be a god. How could he possibly contend with such an existence? Could seawater, marine life, and Atlantis' technology withstand this ray? Perhaps in the eyes of the opponent, these were merely small tricks. Namor felt an impulse to drop the trident and bow his head in apology to that powerful being. But he wasn't sure if he would be spared if he stopped now. This woman he had just saved had been severely wounded by him and imprisoned for days. Would he really let him go? Since it has come to this, why not vent your anger first? First, kill this woman and let your rage run wild. Finally, this is Atlantis, the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. My territory. How can one admit defeat without a fight? You stinking woman. A fierce, gleeful, and fearful expression quickly flashed across Namor's face, his emotions extremely complex. But in the blink of an eye, he froze. His trident, his body, his expression all seemed to be paused in that moment. In the next second, his figure disappeared from the spot and reappeared 100 meters away. Meanwhile, where he had stood, Lynch slowly retracted his fist. At that moment, a huge roar echoed back. "How are you?" Lynch asked softly as he held Natasha. Natasha didn't say a word. She kissed Lynch on the forehead. After a long time, their lips parted. "This is your reward." Natasha giggled. Lynch, who had been filled with anger and anxiety, suddenly beamed with joy and hugged Natasha tighter. Unintentionally, this encounter aggravated Natasha's wound, causing her to let out a soft moan. Lynch nervously glanced at the wound and realized the situation was not optimistic. "Let's go." Saying this, Lynch looked at Namor, whom he had punched away, replacing his expression with one of coldness. He felt a bit regretful. He should have either not mentioned the Atlantic earthquake or dealt with this potential threat directly. It seemed that this Namor was not much different from his impression. Just as arrogant, just as foolish, just as lecherous. Namor was originally Marvel's first well-known superhero, but ended up as a third-rate character far inferior to DC's Aquaman. And there were reasons for that. Both were half-breeds of Atlantis and humans, but Aquaman leaned towards humanity while Namor only cared for his Atlantean people. Both were muscular, exposed creatures, but Aquaman gave off a wholesome and honest vibe, while Namor appeared evil and sinister. Both had partners. Aquaman and his wife Mera were a perfect match and very happy, while Namor spent his days trying to flirt with married women. Who would like such a character? Even if Namor was slightly stronger than Aquaman, like being able to fly and having useful artifacts, in every other aspect he was utterly defeated. Such a character, who looks infuriating, would have probably been deleted by Marvel long ago, if not for his early appearance and the need for the worldview. Just a glance confirmed to Lynch that Namor was heavily injured, so he decided not to care about him any longer. First, he needed to take Natasha away from here. After all, this was his home, and a fight might end up hurting her. "Close your eyes." Lynch gently covered Natasha's eyes, fearing she would feel uncomfortable seeing the rapidly moving scenery. Then, using his mental power, he created a force field to wrap around Natasha. With a bend of his legs, Lynch instantly flew out of the seabed with Natasha, heading towards New York. Freed from constraints, Lynch moved as fast as lightning, crossing thousands of miles in an instant. Even the hundreds of passengers on the commercial plane he passed couldn't see clearly what had just blurred by. Soon, the two arrived at a special hospital. This was a secret hospital under SHIELD, specifically for treating agents executing various special tasks, with good confidentiality and sufficient expertise. Quickly, the hospital examined Natasha, treated her carefully, and sent her to a ward, while Lynch silently kept watch by her side. Atlantis, the place where Natasha had originally been, was now in ruins. Fueled by rage, Lynch had not considered that he had just validated his terrifying destructive power, rushing in, punching Namor, and then swiftly leaving, turning a 100-mile radius into rubble. Where Lynch had stood, there was now a large crater resembling a meteorite impact, with nearby buildings collapsing outward. Namor, who had been punched away by Lynch, had smashed through countless walls and stone pillars, lying 100 meters away. Blood oozing from his mouth and nose, unconscious. After a long time had passed since Lynch left, Atlanteans finally rushed over in panic, digging out their king from the ruins. They were bewildered, unable to understand why their king had been injured and fainted in his own palace. Fortunately, they were not too foolish. Several Atlanteans surrounded Namor, flailing their arms and chattering before finally deciding to take him for treatment. Atlantis boasted remarkable technological advancements, but such brilliance often manifested in useless ways. For instance, they managed to snatch Namor back from the clutches of death in just a few minutes. However, most high-tech civilizations in the Marvel world seemed less impressive when facing enemies. They always charged at foes like primitive people, clad in high-tech uniforms and wielding high-tech weapons. Who can be reasoned with about this? Speaking of which, after treatment, Namor gradually stabilized and awoke. He opened his eyes, filled with hatred and fear, as if Lynch were right in front of him. Unfortunately, all he saw were a few adorably naive, anxious-looking blue-skinned Atlanteans. What happened? Why are you injured like this? One Atlantean couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing such an inappropriate question, Namor shot him a fierce glare. The Atlantean couldn't withstand that deadly stare and instinctively took 2 steps back, closing his mouth in grievance. I will kill you. I will kill you. Namor roared, baring his teeth as visions flooded his mind. Oh no, he hadn't even seen what Lynch looked like. In his memory, from the moment his trident was about to stab Natasha, he felt as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped him, freezing him in place. At that moment, he could only suppress the infinite fear and despair in his heart, exerting all his strength to try to break free from that control. Fortunately, this terror did not last long. Soon, he was knocked unconscious by Lynch's punch and sent flying far away. Damn it! Namor felt both furious and afraid. He wanted revenge, yet regretted his actions. His anger stemmed from the humiliation of being the proud king of the ancient and technologically advanced civilization of Atlantis, the master of the 7 seas, who nearly died without even seeing the enemy's shadow. Fear, of course, came from the fact that this enemy absolutely had the ability to kill him. He had been just a hair's breadth away from death. Normally vengeful and with a narrow mind, he certainly wanted to retaliate against Lynch, but what would be the consequence? Most likely, he would be walking into his own demise. So he regretted provoking these humans, regretted provoking that excessively beautiful woman. But is there any use in regretting now? Namor's overly agitated movements caused pain to his severely injured body, making him grimace in agony. At that moment, 4 Atlanteans rushed to his side. An elderly Atlantean with a mature appearance saw that Namor was truly gravely injured and on the verge of death. He immediately spoke to Namor with a serious expression. My king, were you ambushed by enemies from the land? Namor suppressed his anger and coldly looked at the speaker. This was the most powerful minister under Namor, who had helped him greatly and could be considered his right-hand man. After all, he was the first person in history to become the king of Atlantis with a mixed blood identity of Atlantis and humans. It was as unbelievable as if a white or black person became a king in a flower country. One could imagine the hardships and difficulties involved. Without this minister, Namor might not have achieved what he had today. Therefore, Namor did not ignore his inquiry and replied coldly, yes, that damn guy is very powerful. A flicker of astonishment crossed the face of the minister, who was quite shrewd. In his impression, he had never heard Namor evaluate someone as powerful before. Given the current situation, he quickly deduced that this invading enemy who had attacked Atlantis was likely a significant problem. With a plan forming in his mind, he slightly lowered his head and confidently and seriously said, you need not worry. This time it was our oversight, and he cannot win next time. However, Namor sneered, his gaze filled with displeasure. Several Atlanteans fell into an awkward silence, as their king had been injured at home, and they had been completely unaware, let alone able to help. After a while, a younger and robust Atlantean stepped forward and said in a deep voice, I am willing to follow the king and take revenge on the humans of the land to wash away the shame suffered by Atlantis. The 2 other Atlanteans who had come with him also came to their senses and expressed their willingness to follow, each voice louder than the last. Faced with such declarations, Namor scanned a few of them with a scrutinizing gaze, and his expression did not improve. Being inherently cruel, Namor was not moved by this clumsy display of loyalty. Instead, he suspected they might have some ulterior motives. As someone who could sit on the throne of Atlantis, he was not solely reliant on brute force and luck. His intelligence and cunning were also quite remarkable. These pure-blooded Atlanteans, who lived in the deep sea, had always subtly or overtly rejected the mixed-blood Namor. Even though he had become king, that disdain and contempt had merely shifted from open to hidden. It had never disappeared for a single day. Therefore, Namor was quite suspicious. Did these treacherous subjects want to harm him? Didn't they see that he had nearly died? Yet they were still thinking of encouraging him to seek revenge? What about themselves? Namor looked expressionlessly at his minister, wanting to hear his opinion. The minister hesitated for a moment and slowly said, I believe there is no need to take the initiative for revenge. They will definitely come again. We only need to be prepared. Oh, hearing him say this, Namor felt relieved. Perhaps he was just being overly suspicious. Be prepared? Not taking the initiative to strike first? Were they just waiting to die? If they could use ordinary humans as hostages, there might be a glimmer of hope. Namor gritted his teeth, determined to take the risk and act. In the next moment, Namor's expression changed, becoming a fierce and terrifying visage. He broke free from the medical equipment on him, grabbed the trident in front of him, and raised it high above his head. Deploy the troops. Flood their land. In the hospital room, Lin Qifei held Natasha's hand, watching her slowly fall asleep. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply and saw a commotion in the distance. On the massive waves, Namor, accompanied by hundreds and thousands of oddly equipped blue-skinned Atlanteans, charged towards Lin Qifei with great momentum. Meanwhile, in New York not far away, countless citizens who witnessed this apocalyptic spectacle began to shout in alarm. Invaders of Atlantis, come out and die. Otherwise, an endless tsunami will swallow your city and drown your people. Seeing Namor and his followers approaching on the waves, Lin Qifei's first reaction was, has that little brother's brain been smashed by me? His vitality was quite strong. No wonder he was a mixed blood. In just a short while, he was lively again. However, was it Liang Jingru who gave you the courage? Not coming to find trouble with you is already good enough. Now, he dares to come knocking? A flash of anger crossed Lin Qifei's face, thinking, Namor, you little brat, do you really think I'm made of mud? Even a mud person has some anger. Did he really think that after a couple of waves, he would become the Sea King? Today, there was definitely no good outcome for him. Just as Lin Qifei was about to fly over and confront him directly, he noticed a few foolish idiots on the other side, and he immediately changed his mind. I understand now. Fury hung up the phone, his face dark to the point of being terrifying. Looking at the various expressions of the Avengers in the room, he truly wanted to hold his head and shout 3 times. I'm an idiot. I'm really stupid. Truly. Just blame Lin Qifei, who said that being an Avenger would be the proudest choice of my life. My life is about to be ended by the Avengers. What's wrong? Tony asked suspiciously. You asked me what is wrong? Fury exploded with rage. I want to ask you all, why did that Namor come to New York with a tsunami? What? Thor exclaimed in surprise. While the clever Iron Man was already using his glasses to instruct Jarvis to investigate the situation. Oh, that fishman seems to have gone mad. Tony murmured with a stiff expression while playing the information he had found. The projection showed Namor saying the threat aimed at Lin Qifei. Yet the people here naturally identified with it, their expressions turning awkward. From the footage, the tsunami stirred up by Namor seemed to block out the sun, and New York skyscrapers looked like toys in comparison. If the tsunami truly made landfall, the destruction it would cause to New York was unimaginable. This would definitely not just result in losses and casualties in one block or area. The entire New York could turn into a submerged city. We need to stop him. Captain America was the first to snap out of the shock and said as he tightened his shield and rushed outside. You going won't help at all. Staying here is what helps. I don't want to save one more person. Tony's mouth didn't listen, and his actions were not slow. He quickly donned his armor. Only I can combat such a disaster. Thor also raised his hammer. Although I don't know what use it will be, I will go anyway. Banner said harmlessly in a low voice. I will aim for his head. Hawkeye said coldly. In an instant, the Avengers reached a unified stance to rush to the battlefield together. However, as soon as they exited the building, they all stopped in their tracks, each with a look of shock on their faces as they looked ahead. Lin Qifei was leisurely watching the Avengers, his face showing no signs of happiness or anger. Lin? Tony greeted cheerfully, stepping forward to try to get closer. What brings you here? Lynch stepped back 2 paces, keeping his distance from Tony. Am I just going to wait here to get dunked? We're handling this. Captain America frowned, somewhat displeased with Lynch's sarcasm. Oh, Lynch let out a heavy scoff, fully expressing his frustration. Do you have the capability for that? Lynch, I've been wanting to tell you. Take me along to chop off that fishman's head. Thor shouted excitedly without any reservation. In his mind, Lynch and he were closer than anyone on Earth. He had previously kept things from Lynch just to show off and gain his respect. Now that Lynch was here, he naturally wanted to join him in the action. Are you still on our side? Hawkeye couldn't help but ask. Why wouldn't I be? But I'm even more on Lynch's side. He's my master, Thor declared confidently, with reason. You all stay here and don't move. I will handle this. It's a personal grudge, Lynch said with a heavy smile. Don't come running back and mess things up, got it? After saying this pointedly, Lynch soared into the sky, leaving the crowd with complex expressions. Sorry, but I have to say yes, right, Tony sighed. We messed this up. It was my mistake. Fury, who had rushed down from upstairs, shook his head. You're not ready yet. Lynch has already brought Natasha back, and Namor is coming for him. Can he handle it? Captain America was more concerned about who could resolve the situation than who messed it up. And in his impression, Lynch had yet to demonstrate any capability to handle such events. Maybe, Banner said with a worried look. His impression of Lynch's abilities was still stuck back at the time of the Hulk battle, when Lynch could fly and had powerful heat vision. But that was about it. Could heat vision evaporate a tsunami of this scale? Probably not. Let us pray. Hawkeye's expression was also very complex. He had an inexplicable hostility towards Lynch because of Natasha. Natasha had always been a special presence in his heart, but she was with Lynch now. The natural tsunami was incredibly fast, often striking coastal cities in an instant. And the tsunami created by Namor was even faster than lightning, capable of crossing kilometers in the blink of an eye. It was now just a stone's throw away from New York. Come out and die. Otherwise, your friends and family will be fed to the sharks because of you. Namor shouted arrogantly, but inwardly he was puzzled. Why wasn't that guy coming out? Was he not here? Just as this thought arose, Namor's eyes widened. A thin, small figure appeared before him. Is it you? Despite being surprised by Lynch's frail appearance, his strong biological instincts told him that this guy was the monster who had almost taken him out with a single blow. You have guts, Lynch said expressionlessly. Hee hee. Namor shook his shoulders and sneered coldly. You invaded my kingdom, took my people, and almost killed me. His expression gradually became frenzied, gritting his teeth. He said, who has the one with guts? Lynch shrugged, humbly deflecting, I'm strong and you're weak, so you have more guts. Upon hearing this, Namor burst into laughter. He waved his trident, and the waves surged higher, the tsunami becoming even more imposing. You're strong? Can you withstand this disaster? He glared at Lynch, sneering. You could kill me and turn New York into ruins, letting your friends feed the sharks. As he spoke, Namor's expression shifted, and his eyes shot out terrifying light. Or kneel and apologize. Make your choice. That fish man. Thor clenched his fists, anger surging. I want to smash his head. He roared, grabbing his hammer and trying to rush outside. Don't go. Fury shouted, his presence imposing. Trust him. Don't go create more trouble. His single eye fixed intently on the scene, his hands clasped tightly. He will make the right choice. Tony was unusually silent, feeling like he hadn't been able to help at all. Not only had he not helped, but he had also been joking around, wasting a lot of time. Facing a disaster that even this proud man felt powerless against, Tony truly had no mood for humor. After all, he had always believed he should be the one to resolve everything in the end. Banner remained quiet, so much so that everyone forgot there was actually a big guy hidden inside him. But clearly, at this moment, the big guy was of no use. He could only use his thick glasses to hide his worried gaze, quietly observing the situation. Just wondering if Hulk could swim? Captain America, like Fury, watched the scene with worried and confused eyes. Having come to this era not long ago, he clearly found it hard to adapt to such a sudden situation. Compared to natural disasters, the wars he had experienced were small matters. Hawkeye hid in the least conspicuous corner, with the lowest presence. If possible, he would rather be on site. At least the view would be better, and maybe he could shoot an arrow. After all, when that terrifying tsunami came crashing in, it wouldn't make a difference where he was, right? Lynch, you must succeed. Everyone silently prayed in their hearts. They didn't consider the direction Namor hoped for. Because no one was a fool. Would surrender really avoid disaster? Only the weak would. In New York City, countless people were breaking down because of the approaching tsunami. No, I don't want to die yet. Can someone save us? God, Jesus, Allah, Buddha. Some were unwilling to accept reality, crying and pleading to various deities. New York is finished. Others were happily spreading the news, figuring that they were going to die anyway. At least the rich would have to suffer alongside them. Look, who is that? Someone exclaimed, holding up binoculars. It's Super Kid. Another sensible guy immediately chimed in. Can he save us? Hope ignited in people's hearts. Who would want to die if they could live? Then Namor's thunderous threat echoed strangely, leaving the crowd exchanging glances, unsure of how to react. That monster is threatening Super Kid with us? Someone spoke up with difficulty. Yeah, he'll choose to save us, right? Someone questioned doubtfully. Shut up. I believe in him. Someone retorted indignantly. But more people fell into silence with subtle expressions. Would he choose to yield and save New York? What naive thought. Lynch couldn't hold back his expression and suddenly burst into laughter. Namor. He shook his head, speaking word by word. You have no idea what power is. Namor instantly flew into a rage, swinging the artifact in his hand, and the tsunami seemed to be buffed, roaring towards the edge of New York City. Yet Lynch just curled his lips and opened his mouth wide. Whoosh! A gust of wind surged into Lynch's mouth, then paused slightly. Then, an endless stream of extreme cold frost erupted from Lynch's mouth. This hurricane, like one blowing from an icy world, instantly swept across the rising waves, forming a magnificent ice wall. The hurricane howled, freezing all the seawater in its path into black ice, unable to move an inch. The once lively Namor and hundreds of Atlanteans had turned into statues on the ice wall. Outside New York City, the apocalyptic tsunami had transformed into a breathtaking spectacle. Inside the city, the previously panicked and desperate people began to cheer and celebrate. I'm saved. I survived. Super Kid, I love you. P.S. Mine. The Avengers were also left speechless, shocked by the feat that Lynch had accomplished. Did he really succeed? What was this move? Tony, who had never seen Lynch use freezing breath, found it hard to believe. He thought Lynch was really going to evaporate the seawater with heat vision. Although this method sounded unreliable, as it would likely result in a lot of seawater being evaporated, only for that moisture to fall back as rain, ultimately achieving nothing. Even more terrifying was that the seawater that hadn't evaporated would be heated to scalding temperatures, turning New York from being attacked by a tsunami into being attacked by boiling seawater. By then, even if someone didn't drown in the water, they would still be scalded to death. Freezing breath? Tony suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling Superman's special ability. Then, with a strange smile, he said, Lin, you still say you're not Superman? Superman? Thor shook his head, seriously stating, he might indeed be very much like your world's Superman. Many of you speculate that he gained his powers from some experiment or accident. Upon hearing Thor's words, the others looked over with curiosity. Thor, with a serious expression, shared his thoughts. I don't think so. He lowered his voice and dramatically said, Lin is definitely some ancient god that has awakened from slumber. The Avengers, along with Fury, were momentarily taken aback by Thor's conviction. Why? Tony looked skeptical. He and Fury had some details about Lynch. Facing their doubts, Thor smiled confidently, his face saying, I'm so smart. Having been on Earth for such a long time, he had heard his girlfriend Jane and other friends discuss Lynch, rationally judging that Lynch was likely a superpowered individual created by an accident or experiment. But Thor often countered them, believing that Lynch was a god. Thus, Thor was urged by his friends to read various comics and watch animations about Superman, which only strengthened his belief in his judgment. And the reason? He was well aware of many secrets. It was impossible for an ordinary person to suddenly gain superpowers, more like an ancient god awakening. Thor excitedly shared his reasoning, and your Superman here is probably the character created by the author after accidentally discovering Lin's divine powers. The others were left speechless by such a well-founded analysis. It sounded like a tall tale, but considering that the person saying it was a real god, this theory didn't seem flawed at all. Even the genuinely clever Tony was left in a daze by Thor's convoluted reasoning, falling into deep thought. After a long while, Tony looked at Fury, and the two exchanged glances, communicating a silent understanding. The general idea was, I think there is some possibility. What do you think, Tony? I feel there is something suspicious about this. Originally, Lynch had honestly explained his background to them, but smart people always tend to overthink, especially two intelligent individuals who lacked a sense of security and were suspicious. Although Thor's speculation could be fully explained by Lynch's earlier account, they still couldn't help but overthink. Fortunately, there were more pressing issues to consider. I think we should think about how to face Lin. Tony wore a faintly worried expression. Logically, we shouldn't keep this from him. Looking at the thin figure in front of the vast ice wall, everyone fell into silence once more. With Namor frozen, the subsequent tsunami lost control, being blown away by the hurricane created by Lynch, losing its original power, crashing against the ice wall, but unable to breach it even a bit. Seeing that the tsunami no longer posed a threat, Lynch slowly closed his mouth. Curiously observing the spectacle he had created, Lynch couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. After all, since the template upgraded to the complete young Superman, he hadn't tested how strong his powers were. If he were to test it, the commotion would certainly be significant, likely causing unnecessary panic. His freezing breath, while not showcasing Lynch's true strength, at least displayed part of his abilities in front of everyone. Although there would likely be ongoing troubles, the benefits were undeniable. With a thought, a system panel appeared before Lynch. Superman System Current Template. Childhood Superman 100. Young Superman 100. Superman Template 0. Template Exchange List. Superman, Magic Superman, Golden Superman. Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman. Justice Value. 321, 981. In the system, the justice value, which had originally been less than 1 million, had surged to over 3 million. Seeing this number, Lynch was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to gain so much justice value. But upon reflection, he felt that the citizens of New York had finally recognized him as a superhero from the bottom of their hearts. After all, this tsunami had been visible to almost half of New York, and everyone had directly felt the despair and terror of the impending apocalypse. Compared to the disasters brought by other villains, Facing such a natural calamity evoked a fear that had been etched deep in human genes since ancient times, capable of causing public panic and despair. At such a moment, emerging to save New York, Lynch would undoubtedly become a true hero in people's hearts. Quite a harvest. Just as Lynch was secretly delighted, the ice sculpture in front of him began to show signs of movement. Namor, trapped in the ice, was struggling with all his might, and with his immense strength, he actually managed to make some progress. Small cracks began to spread from within the ice sculpture. Unaware of his fate, noticing that Namor was coldly snorting, Lynch rushed forward, broke the ice, and grabbed Namor by the neck, lifting him up. Cough, cough. Namor widened his pair of dead fish eyes, frantically hitting Lynch with his hands and feet. Move again, and I'll kill you. Lynch tightened his grip, and Namor instantly passed out. Holding the limp Namor like a dead dog, Lynch glanced back at New York a few times before flying away. Soon, Lynch arrived at the Atlantic Ocean, plunged into the water, and reached the underwater Atlantis. After dealing with Namor, Lynch naturally intended to continue striking at Atlantis. After all, according to the setting, Atlantis had a high level of technology. Who knows if they would suddenly seek revenge in the future by launching a major attack on the land. Namor attacked my city, killed my people, and even wanted to take my woman, so it would be reasonable for me to repay blood with blood, to kill Namor in front of Atlantis, to slay his people, and to suppress his civilization, right? In front of Lynch, the city of the Atlantis civilization was not large, with an overall style leaning towards the ancient, yet with some modern technological feel. The city was small, of course, because they did not have a large population. Lynch remembered that the total population of Atlantis seemed to be less than 10,000. Being a king here is less than what a village chief would manage. Even more absurdly, this 10,000 formed a complete civilization, thus including kings, generals, soldiers, scientists, and so on. A miniature civilization with such a small population is destined to have no future. Only with a sufficiently large population can the birth of talent, progress in various aspects, and the operation of the entire society be guaranteed. Lynch speculated that this should be the reason why Atlantis has been hidden away, and despite all these years, their technology has never progressed. An Atlantis civilization with less than 10,000 people surviving is already very difficult, let alone making progress in other areas. The greater possibility is that they have been living off the old resources of Atlantis before its sinking, and now it's hard to say how much technology they still have left. Therefore, Lynch did not have much concern about coming here. Atlantis posed no threat to him. The ones who should be worried are the Atlanteans. If their warlike nature leads them to continue to resist, Lynch wouldn't mind sweeping this pile of historical garbage aside. After sinking for thousands of years, Atlantis should have long become history. What are they doing showing up now? Atlanteans, your king has killed my friend and invaded my city. I will put him on trial. Lynch threw Namor aside, controlling him in midair, then spoke loudly, using his mental power to transmit his words to every corner of the city. Soon, Lynch saw the Atlanteans becoming agitated as their leaders began to gather and discuss countermeasures. Inside a grand hall, several high-ranking figures in the Atlantis kingdom were anxiously discussing. He says he will put our king on trial. We must save him. An Atlantis woman who understood English spoke with a serious expression. How can we save him? Namorita, our most loyal and powerful soldiers have already been taken by the king. A young Atlantean replied. Grong, why didn't you follow the king? Another burly Atlantean questioned. If everyone went, who will defend our homeland? Enough. The most authoritative chief minister of Namor spoke up, and everyone present turned to look at him, the one with the most power and prestige. The problem is not whether we want to or not, but whether we have the ability, he said with a face full of sorrow. The king, taking our bravest warriors, could not win. Can we be stronger than them? I will go save him. Namorita shouted unwillingly and rushed out. However, the other Atlanteans did not stop her. Instead, a sense of glee and anticipation rose in their hearts. Because this woman was Namor's sister, who had interacted with the human world. And although she looked like an ordinary Atlantean, she was an anomaly in this Atlantis kingdom. If they died fighting against the enemy, these Atlanteans would actually feel happy. What a bunch of waste. Watching this drama unfold, Lynch smirked slightly, activating his mental power to wake Namor. Namor, accept your trial in front of your people. The irony is that those Atlanteans would rather see you dead. Lynch sneered. Oof. Namor, whose throat was gripped by mental power, could not speak and could only glare at Lynch with a flushed face. Lynch glanced at the rapidly approaching Namorita, his eyes gradually lighting up. I heard that you Atlanteans can die from lack of water. His tone was light, but it sounded like the whispers of a devil in Namor's ears. In an instant, a high-temperature heat ray shot from Lynch's eyes, but it did not hit Namor. Instead, it circled around him. The terrifying high temperature scorched Namor, rapidly evaporating the moisture inside him. In just a few seconds, Namor was already dazed, his body shriveled, turning into a desiccated corpse. When Lynch retracted his ability, Namor fell helplessly to the ground. "No, brother." The hurried Namorita saw this scene and immediately collapsed, crying out in despair while holding Namor. Looking at her brother, who had already died and looked pitiful, Namorita's face was filled with pain. "I will kill you," she screamed and charged at Lynch. "Oomph." Lynch merely snorted coldly, and Namorita was firmly bound in place by his mental power, unable to move. "You're very angry? You hate me very much?" Lynch asked expressionlessly as he walked up to her. Namorita's eyes were blazing with rage, and suddenly she felt her mouth could move. So she cursed loudly. "I will kill you, you damn bastard. Don't let me have the chance." She spoke fluent English, which was one reason Lynch kept her around. Because Lynch really couldn't speak the Atlantean language. It was high-pitched sounds and gestures. Even if Lynch could learn it, he wouldn't want to. Speaking in that language system would be so embarrassing. Moreover, Atlantis was the weaker side, so they should learn the human language. And in reality, communication between Atlantis and humans was done through Namor and some Atlanteans who knew human languages. No one learned the fundamentally unlearnable Atlantean phonetics. Now that Namor was dead, they could only keep this woman for communication. "I'm waiting any time, but before that, you need to help me communicate with your people." Lynch remained unfazed. He had faced enemies who hated him to the core before, and such a lack of threat made it hard for him to feel any emotional fluctuations. "You're dreaming. I would rather die than work for you." Namorita's youthful face was filled with hatred, and she completely did not understand compromise. TSK. After sizing up this foreign princess, Lynch somewhat disinterestedly shifted his gaze away. This girl seemed quite clever. How come she looks so dazed now? "If I can't communicate with you, then I can only destroy your city and exterminate your race." As he spoke, Lynch's eyes lit up again. Namorita was momentarily stunned and cursed through gritted teeth. "You madman, devil. I curse you for life." Heh. Lynch chuckled with interest, listening to the girl curse him in various ways. After a while, Namorita stopped, probably running out of words, and glared at Lynch with a fierce look, wishing she could carve flesh from him. Meeting her gaze, Lynch simply asked calmly, "What about Namor? If I'm the devil, then he must be the Lord of Hell, right? How many people has he killed for no reason? If I don't act, he would massacre hundreds of times the population of Atlantis." Namorita's eyes flickered for a moment, but she spat out resentfully, "You killed him. You killed him." "Yes, I killed him, and I regret not killing him sooner." Lynch sneered. "This is a genocide war you initiated, a war of civilizations. Don't pretend to be pitiful. If Namor had won, the ones crying now would be my family and friends." His tone was sharp, and his gaze was like a knife, causing Namorita, who had been filled with hatred and aggression, to suddenly feel guilty, lowering her head in silence. "Be smart, cooperate with me, and communicate with your people, or you'll have no way out, and don't think about revenge." Namorita nodded slightly, no longer vehemently opposing. "A wise choice." Lynch smiled, then flew with Namorita towards the grand hall where the higher-ups of Atlantis were gathered. He has arrived. Inside the hall, someone pointed at Lynch and screamed in terror, the voice shrill and unpleasant. "Don't panic," the chief minister of Namor, Vashiti, said in a deep voice. "All those who opposed him are already dead. We're all against Namor's impulsive actions." As he spoke, a glimmer of wisdom flashed in his eyes. The remaining Atlanteans were somewhat confused, but seeing their leader Vashiti so calm, most of them settled down, anxiously waiting for Lynch's arrival. Bang! Lynch landed at the entrance of the hall, controlling Namorita to walk straight in. His gaze swept over the various expressions of the Atlanteans, and he looked at Namorita. "Tell them, do the Atlanteans want to perish, or do they choose to submit to me?" Anger surged on Namorita's face as she shouted, "You wish." Lynch frowned, thinking the girl was really foolish. Did she really want to lead Atlantis to its doom? Not wanting to waste more words, Lynch straightened his face, rose into the air, and began to gather his heat vision. The Atlanteans panicked at Lynch's actions. What is he going to do? Does he want to kill us? "Get your weapons. We can't just wait to die." "Namorita, what did he say?" Vashiti asked Namorita loudly, knowing that the conversation between her and that human adversary must not have gone smoothly, which is why the human suddenly turned hostile. That human must want to talk to Atlantis. Otherwise, why would he keep Namorita, who spoke the human language, and bring her here? But then what he said to Namorita made her say something in anger, and then that human changed his demeanor. It must be that this foolish Namorita angered that human. "Tell me," he said sharply, "do you want Atlantis to be destroyed?" Namelita's expression changed immediately upon hearing Vashidi's stern questioning. Her face became somewhat dazed, her mind very confused. He wants Atlantis to submit. Clearly, I was thinking of Atlantis when I was unwilling to help him convey the message. Have I done something wrong? Have these people already prepared to bow their heads? He said, submit or perish. Namelita said with difficulty. Vashidi wasn't surprised. Instead, he eagerly said, tell him we are willing to submit. Namelita was taken aback, and the other Atlanteans also put away their fearful expressions, angrily shouting at Vashidi. What? Submit? We haven't agreed yet. Why should we submit? We can still fight. Shut up. You fools, do you want to die? Vashidi said impatiently. I am the highest authority here. To preserve Atlantis, we can only submit. If you want to die, don't drag Atlantis down with you. Seeing many Atlanteans being suppressed by his momentum, he turned to urge Namelita, hurry and tell him. Lynch hovered in the air, watching coldly. Although he couldn't understand the specific content of their conversation due to the language barrier, with his super brain, he quickly grasped the situation. The elderly Atlantean must have been more wise, guessing the content of his conversation with Namelita. Then that guy made a wise choice, preparing to express submission, but was opposed by the other Atlanteans. However, he seemed to have a high prestige, suppressing the opposing voices of the Atlanteans with his authority. Lynch's gaze turned to Namelita, and as expected, the words of submission from Atlantis would come from her mouth. Just as Lynch thought, after a moment of hesitation. Namelita said, with a face full of humiliation, our Chief Minister Vashidi expresses that the Atlanteans are willing to submit. Very good. Lynch smiled kindly and landed back on the ground. No matter what, the Atlanteans could be considered a form of humanity, possessing their own language and civilization, and unless necessary. Lynch didn't want to slaughter them indiscriminately. Rest assured, I won't ask you to do anything excessive. As he spoke, Lynch signaled Namelita to translate. Namelita felt helpless, thinking that since she had translated the surrender, it didn't matter about the rest, so she acted as a translator and conveyed Lynch's words to Vashidi. Vashidi nodded grimly, but did not take it seriously. He wasn't that naive. Submission meant giving up resistance, and Lynch could do whatever he wanted. He won't make Atlantis do anything excessive. Who knows what he considers excessive? Anyway, what Lynch said didn't matter. What mattered was what he would do. What does he want us to do? Vashidi looked at Namelita, and she translated truthfully to Lynch. Simple. Lynch squinted. First, bring the human who is stranded among you to see me. For this simple request, Vashidi had no reason to refuse and immediately called someone to bring him. In a short while, Coulson, dressed in the distinctive attire of Atlantis, was brought to Lynch in a daze. Lynch? Coulson exclaimed in joy, his voice trembling with excitement. Come over here. Lynch didn't dare to take credit for himself because the last time he came, he was in a hurry to take Natasha away. Although he had discovered Coulson at that time, he forgot to take Coulson with him when he left. Seeing that the situation was somewhat delicate, Coulson wisely kept his mouth shut and stood behind Lynch. Are there any other humans or corpses? Lynch continued to ask, and Namelita's face turned pale. There was no need to think. It was clear that Lynch, who asked such a question, was absolutely furious. And the answer from Vashti would likely make Lynch even angrier, to the point that Namelita held her breath while translating. No, the only two brought to Atlantis were these two. Good, Lynch said expressionlessly, his gaze sweeping across several trembling Atlanteans. Gather those who have blood from humans on their hands. They will pay for this. Upon hearing Namelita's relay, many Atlanteans turned pale. Gulp. Someone stiffly swallowed. Go, as he wishes. Do not resist, for Atlantis. Vashti sighed and instructed. Several soldier-like Atlanteans went down to carry out the order, while one or two Atlanteans slumped down on the ground, having once followed Namor to attack humans. By the way, Lynch suddenly thought of something and added, have all the Atlanteans come out to assemble in a spacious place. Vashti hesitated for a long time upon hearing this. Don't worry, Lynch explained. I just have something to announce. Only then did Vashti give the order. After a long while, Lynch and the Atlanteans arrived at a square filled with people. In front of these people stood a row of Atlanteans who looked desperate and regretful. These were the ones who had harmed humans. Facing the fearful and uneasy gazes of hundreds and thousands of Atlanteans, Lynch took Namelita up to a height where everyone could see them. Maybe some of you already know what has happened, but most of you should still be in the dark, Lynch said, with Namelita translating, and everyone listened attentively. Your former king, Namor, conspired against the humans on land and started a war, so I killed him, eliminating the war between us. Now, I will kill these instigators of war because I love peace. As he spoke, Lynch unleashed a powerful gaze, instantly reducing that row of Atlanteans to ashes, causing a wave of gasps among the Atlanteans in the square. Don't worry, no one likes war, especially when it involves bloodshed. Although they couldn't understand Lynch's words, his commanding voice slightly calmed the chaos in the square. As long as you ensure that you do not provoke disputes in the future, there will never be bloodshed. As he spoke, Lynch looked at Namorita. Now, I welcome the new Queen of Atlantis, Namorita. I believe that under her leadership, Atlantis will move towards peace and prosperity. Namorita, Vashti, and many other Atlanteans were all astonished. Me? Queen? Namorita was confused. Didn't he know that she wanted to kill him for revenge? And Vashti, who held great power, was also bewildered, unable to understand Lynch's intentions for a moment. But this did not affect his support for Lynch's actions. He knew Atlantis had no choice. He bowed his head to Namorita and said, Namorita, our new Queen of Atlantis. With him leading the way, the other Atlanteans followed suit and acknowledged their new queen. Bowing to Namorita. Is this real? Namorita couldn't believe her eyes. Why had she suddenly become queen, and it was pushed forward by her enemy? What do you want to do? She questioned Lynch in confusion. But Lynch only smiled meaningfully and said, Aren't you looking for revenge against me? I'm giving you the opportunity. Namorita's face turned pale. Of course, she wouldn't believe Lynch's nonsense. But Lynch didn't care about that. He simply scanned a few Atlanteans with unusual expressions. Making Namorita the new queen was certainly not Lynch's way of giving her a chance for revenge. Because Namorita was too inexperienced, even if she was appointed queen by Lynch. She couldn't outsmart the truly formidable figures in Atlantis, like the chief minister Vashti. In a place like Atlantis, where power struggles were common, Namorita, isolated and lacking significant ability, could never secure the throne. Placing her on the throne was undoubtedly like throwing her onto a fire. This way, the entire Atlantis kingdom would fall into internal strife over power, greatly reducing the threat to the land. That was Lynch's purpose. Go for it. Lynch smiled, then left with Coulson. With Coulson in tow, Lynch quickly crossed the sea and arrived in New York. Outside the city, the ice wall that Lynch had maintained when he left was already beginning to melt, and many people and vehicles were bustling around the towering ice wall that seemed to stretch endlessly. Even Tony and Thor were flying in the air, launching attacks to shatter the ice mountain. Undoubtedly, they were racing against time to eliminate the threat of the ice wall, if they didn't handle it quickly before it melted. The collapse of this terrifying ice mountain would cause significant damage. Without greeting anyone, Lynch paused in front of the ice wall, then opened his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he blew out forcefully. A powerful and gentle airflow, under Lynch's control, immediately blew against the ice wall, causing the entire icy mountain to tremble slightly. The sound of cracking gradually rose, then transformed into a terrifying roar. In front of the astonished eyes of hundreds of staff, this vast, icy expanse was slowly pushed out towards the sea. Tony smiled wryly. They had been busy for so long, but they were no match for Lynch's single breath. Lynch is back. Is that Coulson? Thor was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Coulson to still be alive. As the ice mountain gradually receded, it signaled that New York had successfully weathered this crisis, and many people present cheered. Tony and Thor exchanged glances and awkwardly approached Lynch. Lynch, how's it going with Atlantis? Lynch chuckled lightly, not putting Tony in an awkward position, and said, Atlantis is no longer a problem. After a pause, Lynch looked into the distance and turned back, saying, Let's go have a good talk with Fury. With that, Lynch left first. Tony shook his head helplessly and followed, while Thor had no choice but to go along as well. Not long after, the Avengers gathered in a conference room. Even Natasha was sitting there with her injured body, while Lynch stood at the front. Atlantis no longer poses a threat. Seeing everyone had arrived, Lynch took the initiative to speak, his tone normal. The Avengers all looked over, waiting for him to continue. They should be similar to what you know, originating from the Atlantis civilization that sank thousands of years ago. Their technology is advanced, and the physical fitness of their people is 10 times that of ours. Fury, Tony, Banner, and others frowned as they pondered. Such a civilization, isn't it still a problem? Lynch paused for a moment and continued to explain. However, the environment has limited the development of Atlantis, and their current population is even less than 10,000. Upon hearing this, the others showed surprised expressions. Less than 10,000 people? If the societal structure of the Atlantis civilization is not much different from that of humans, then this civilization might struggle to survive. Namor is their king, and I have already killed him. Most of their strongest warriors have also been buried here. Lynch introduced the current state of Atlantis, as casually as if he were recounting what he had for lunch. Their civilization has already surrendered to me. I killed the Atlanteans who harmed humanity and helped them choose a new king. Surrender? Fury's surprised voice interrupted Lynch. He was originally quite worried about the threat posed by the Atlantis civilization, an ancient high-tech civilization from thousands of years ago, with abilities like water control and taming sea beasts, which seemed quite intimidating. Even if their civilization has a population of less than 10,000, that doesn't mean they pose no threat to humanity. The tsunami outside New York City has just receded. Who knows if they have the ability to create another one? After all, this is a long-standing civilization that mastered high technology long ago, and they just expressed their surrender so easily. How did you do it? Lynch shrugged and said, I roasted their king alive in front of them. Fury was taken aback. Thor's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, well done. I've wanted to do that for a long time. Lynch chuckled and ignored the fool, instead looking at the hesitant Fury. Do you have any thoughts? Fury glanced at Lynch to confirm whether he was in a bad mood, then tentatively said, can we send someone to communicate with them? I think they should have a lot of technology that we don't. You've misunderstood something. Lynch sighed and shook his head, calmly saying, Nick, they surrendered to me, not to you. Once this was said, Fury and several people in the conference room turned pale. What do you mean? Are we not a team? Captain America said, somewhat confused. What difference does it make? There's a difference. Lynch said flatly, I don't belong to S.H. I made it clear long ago. His gaze swept over the silent Fury, and then scanned the Avengers in the room one by one. Although I have helped you all, and even facilitated your gathering here to become the Avengers, you should clearly understand one thing. Everyone looked at Lynch with complex expressions, knowing that he was drawing a line with them. I'm not one of you. Just because we didn't tell you about this? Tony said in a low voice. He thought that based on his friendship with Lynch, Lynch wouldn't go too far. But now, it was clear that Lynch was ready to completely sever ties with the Avengers. No. Lynch's answer surprised Tony. I am not angry or dissatisfied because of this. He smiled slightly and then fixed his gaze on Fury. You did the right thing. I was never part of the plan, so I naturally have no right to know. My involvement in this matter is entirely due to my friendship with Coulson and Natasha. Natasha, sitting beside Lynch, tugged at his arm, looking somewhat troubled. But Lynch just exchanged a glance with Natasha, signaling her not to worry, and continued, This matter is my fault. I gave you a hint about the anomaly in the Atlantic. If I had gone to investigate it earlier, there wouldn't have been so many problems. This is our job. Fury said expressionlessly, You didn't need to get involved. Yes, if I hadn't mentioned it, it wouldn't have been my concern. Lynch retorted, But I did mention it, so this is my concern. According to Lynch's thinking, if he hadn't deliberately pointed out the Atlantic on that map, Fury probably wouldn't have sent more personnel there, insisting on finding out something. In the original universe, Namor existed only as an Easter egg and never made an appearance. But now, due to the butterfly effect he caused, Namor is causing trouble, and Lynch believes he has a certain responsibility. But that doesn't mean Lynch has no opinions about this incident. So Lynch is now preparing to draw a line with the Avengers and clarify his position. Of course, I won't get involved in matters that don't concern me. Lynch said leisurely, I wouldn't want to be your muscle. Why does it sound like you're planning to retire? Tony joked lightly. Yes, I want to find a farm, grow some crops, and raise some pets. Lynch admitted without care, leaving Tony stunned. Wait, are you serious? Yes. Saying this, Lynch cheerfully patted Tony on the shoulder. In fact, am I not stealing your thunder here? You can do more. This statement was genuine. He believed that even if he hadn't stepped in this time, Tony and the others might have come up with some solutions. But with him around, the Avengers had no room to shine. Now, Lynch truly intended to retreat and hand the stage over to the Avengers. Come on, we'd love for you to solve all our problems. Tony said with a surprised expression, seemingly confused by Lynch's words. Do you know what I was doing when Fury notified me? I was much happier waiting in line at home than saving the world, right? Lynch shrugged, thinking that Iron Man's awareness at this moment was not quite enough. So what should we do? He needs to be trained even more. If you're going to retire, then I'll withdraw too. Before Lynch could speak, Thor stood up. He looked at Fury seriously and said, If the people of Asgard knew I was here participating in some superhero organization, he chuckled bitterly, I would definitely be laughed at. Then he glanced at Coulson and turned to Lynch. Now that Coulson is fine, I think there is no need for me to stay any longer. Lynch didn't respond. He was worried that Thor might ask him for the Tesseract. As long as he wasn't in a hurry for the Tesseract, he could withdraw at will. Once Loki arrives, Thor would definitely get involved with the Avengers again. I think so too. Banner chimed in, looking somewhat embarrassed. I hardly have any opportunities to make an appearance, do I? If there's nothing going on, I think it's better for me to just stay. This is indeed the case, Lynch nodded. It seems that Hulk hasn't come out to fight even once during this incident. It's likely that Banner hasn't mastered his training yet. In just a few words, The Avengers have already begun to show signs of falling apart. Fury's expression darkened completely, and he looked quite displeased. One can guess that Fury was cursing Lynch in his heart. The Avengers, which he had painstakingly assembled, were about to disband right in front of him. How could he not be angry? But then he thought again. It seemed that most of these people were discovered and brought together by Lynch. Thinking this way, it seemed that he might have been in the wrong. Perhaps he should just let Lynch manage the Avengers. From the looks of it, he understands the Avengers' plan better than anyone. However, Fury was somewhat comforted by the fact that 3 members of the Avengers had not yet spoken. One was Natasha, who was leaning beside Lynch with a submissive expression. She was probably already out of the game. Fury felt a pang in his heart. Looking at Hawkeye in the corner, the guy occasionally glanced at Lynch. Natasha beside him showed a worried expression. This one was also nearly done. Fury sighed inwardly. Finally, there was Captain America, who looked stern and seemed dissatisfied with the situation and wanted to speak. A glimmer of hope arose in Fury's heart. He had brought Captain America into the Avengers precisely to have him lead. Could he persuade everyone? Captain America had always been quite silent, as everything in front of him felt incredibly unfamiliar. A strange world, a strange country, a strange organization, unfamiliar allies, and unknown enemies. When had he ever carried out such a mission in the last 60 to 70 years? Fighting against an underwater civilization. Throughout the mission, he hadn't made much of a contribution. He needed to familiarize himself with these unfamiliar things, get to know ofthe, his comrades, and his enemies. And now the mission was over, but the team was about to disband. Wasn't that absurd? As a veteran who had been on the battlefield, he had a stronger sense of teamwork than these Avengers and increasingly understood Fury's painstaking efforts in this Avengers plan. The Avengers were like the howling commandos he once led, a special unit designed to tackle problems that ordinary people could not solve. Although the Avengers' debut had failed in this incident, it was evident that these individuals were indeed different. However, this did not mean that the Avengers' plan had failed, because this team was necessary regardless. With ancient underwater civilizations emerging, who knew what terrifying threats were still hidden in this strange world? When a world-ending tsunami similar to the previous one appeared, could ordinary people handle it? No, only the Avengers could find a way. Therefore, Captain America would never allow the Avengers to split like this. He stood tall and straight, exuding righteousness, and spoke with his resonant voice. Guys. His gaze was piercing and serious. Although I'm just a worn-out old soldier, I still want to stand up and say this. We have indeed experienced failure this time, but we are far from the time to disband. Each one of us has our unique strengths, and when a crisis threatening the Earth arises, we cannot rely on anyone else. Without saying anything else, as Captain America spoke, his leadership aura was evident. His voice was rhythmic and impassioned, leaving the few rebels in the Avengers stunned. We can only rely on ourselves, on the strength of our team, to overcome the crisis. Then, Captain America began to call out names one by one. Stark, I've met your father. He was an outstanding person, and I don't believe your ambition is to be a playboy. Tony remained silent. If it were before, he would have rebutted immediately, as his memories of his father were not very pleasant. However, after synthesizing a new element from what his father left behind, which solved the major problem of his life, Tony had a change of heart about his father. Therefore, when Captain America spoke through his father's legacy, Tony didn't dare to retort. Seeing Tony so compliant, Captain America looked at Thor. He paused, as if considering how to start. After all, this was a god he had never interacted with. Thor, you said you have a duty to protect the Earth. Our goals are aligned, but I don't need you. Thor wasn't buying Captain America's words. In his eyes, this guy in the strange uniform was even less reliable than Tony Stark. Iron Man might be a bit chatty, but at least he could provide fire support in the air. What could this guy in the disgusting uniform, holding a shield, do? Block enemy attacks for everyone? So weak and yet so self-important, completely unaware of his own limitations. Didn't he see that Lynch hadn't said a word? You might be powerful, but this world cannot be solved with just a hammer. After saying that, Captain America didn't care about Thor's reaction and turned to Banner. Dr. Banner, I hear you're a great physicist. I believe we need researchers like you here. Upon hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Banner's timid face. Do you think I should believe that? You can, Captain America replied in an unquestionable tone. All right, you decide. Banner chose to give up on treatment. After all, he was supposed to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. as agreed. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't he worried about him turning into Hulk? Then let them be. After calming these few rebels down, Captain America sighed in relief. After hesitating for a moment, Captain America glanced at Lynch but ultimately didn't say anything. Lynch exchanged a faint gaze with Captain America, then looked away and said, "Are you done?" No one responded. And Lynch continued, "You don't need to withdraw from the Avengers plan. You should stay in this team. You will help each other grow slowly and eventually become true Avengers, superheroes. And you?" Captain America interjected. Lynch frowned slightly. He didn't have much goodwill towards this recently awakened Captain America because he seemed like he had been frozen for too long and was a bit. Even in his past life, Lynch had no interest in the character of Captain America. It wasn't that the character was bad. He simply didn't like his background and persona. "I'm just an outsider, concerned only with things that interest me and relate to me. You have no say over me, Rogers." After giving Captain America a retort, Lynch turned to Natasha and said, "I'm planning to leave. Do you want to come with me?" Natasha did not hesitate and replied directly, "Of course." Lynch smiled broadly and shook his head, saying, "Don't make a decision so easily. What I mean is to leave SHILD and live a normal life with me." Natasha blinked her big eyes in surprise. Not being an agent anymore, but becoming an ordinary person? If this had been before, Natasha probably couldn't have imagined what life without being an agent would be like. But now, Natasha was gradually picturing some semblance of that beautiful life in her mind. "Don't be afraid. Your hands don't need to be stained with blood. Just worry about the daily necessities and enjoy food, drink, and fun. The key is to do these things with Lin Qifei." Thinking this, Natasha looked at Fury, her face carrying a hint of inquiry. Facing Natasha's gaze, Fury was so angry he almost jumped up. "Who can tell me why my ace female agent disappeared while on a mission? What loss? A blood loss." But as the king of spies, Fury took a deep breath and smiled, nodding. "This time wouldn't be a loss. Natasha would definitely not betray her own, right? This should belong to deep infiltration." Fury could only force himself to comfort. Meanwhile, Natasha, who had received Fury's approval, felt a strange ripple deep in her heart. Is her spy career ending just like this? She felt everything was happening too fast, leaving her completely unprepared. But perhaps this is actually not bad. Originally, Natasha's life as a spy was merely a form of atonement. Even if this atonement seemed hopeless, she couldn't stop. Because once she stopped, she would be consumed by endless painful memories, becoming a walking corpse. This way of life continued until Lin Qifei appeared, marking a turning point in Natasha's life. During their first meeting, Natasha learned about a future that sounded pretty good. Because Lin Qifei said Natasha would find redemption when she dies. From that day on, Natasha felt a sense of peace she had never experienced before. When you know that your ending is wonderful and something to look forward to, you no longer have any worries. Natasha knew that this peace came from Lin Qifei, so she kept an eye on Lin Qifei, getting closer and closer. Until today, Natasha suddenly realized. It seems that Lin Qifei is her redemption. Once this thought arose, Natasha's heart settled completely. Perhaps, one day in the future, she would die for him. Sensing something strange about Natasha, Lin Qifei reached out and touched her hair. Natasha immediately looked up and smiled brightly. Lin Qifei also smiled, then gave a glance, signaling Natasha to look at someone. Natasha obediently looked over and saw Hawkeye with a face full of resentment. The two exchanged glances briefly before quickly looking away. "Is everything okay? Should I say something?" Lin Qifei asked with a grin. He knew Natasha and Hawkeye had some history, but he had never mentioned it. So what if they have a history? In the storyline, Natasha, as the first leader of the Avengers, has plenty of stories with others. Counting on his fingers, Natasha had been Tony's secretary, fought alongside Captain America, went through life and death, eloped with Banner. Her story with Hawkeye was also quite simple. When Natasha was younger, she was a notorious assassin from the former Soviet Union's Red Room organization, Black Widow, assassinating many important figures. Later, Natasha caught the attention of SHILD, which sent Agent Hawkeye Barton to deal with Black Widow. However, after Black Widow was defeated by Hawkeye, he did not kill Natasha, but instead recommended her to join SHIELD, compared to being an assassin, becoming a SHIELD agent. Though still not very glorious, at least meant she no longer had to carry out assassinations that tormented her heart. During her time in SHIELD, Natasha worked with Hawkeye on some missions, though the specifics were not revealed. In Natasha's life, Hawkeye was undoubtedly a very important person, as evidenced by the storyline involving the Soul Stone. Hawkeye brought her out of darkness and fought alongside her. And in Hawkeye's heart, Natasha was also a special existence. When it came to obtaining the Soul Stone, he was determined to jump down, proving that Natasha was his most beloved person. As for his lover and children, No one said you had to marry your true love. In any case, there was some affection between these two. But in Lin Qi's eyes, this was nothing. Was Natasha's Black Widow title just for show? Didn't she end up single in the end? Trying to win the heart of Black Widow is not that easy. And in this world, Lin Qi believed he had already seized the initiative. If so, then Hawkeye and Banner could step back a bit. Natasha is mine. Hearing Lin Qi's meaningful words, Natasha inexplicably glared at him and then shook her head. All right, since Natasha had nothing to say, Lin Qi naturally didn't seek out more awkwardness. He wrapped his arms around Natasha and smiled at everyone, saying, "Guys, see you next time." After that, everyone felt a rush of wind, and the two had already vanished without a trace. In the void, he was enveloped in endless darkness, the deadly weightlessness filling his body, and the profound pain and hatred gnawing at his dwindling spirit and reason. At such times, even time lost its meaning. And this person was naturally Loki, who had fallen into the abyss of the starry sky from the broken rainbow bridge that day. He did not struggle at all because Loki's heart was already riddled with holes, completely devoid of the desire to live. Thus, Loki drifted aimlessly in the void like a falling star. Suddenly, a mysterious force quietly descended in this void, slowly pulling him in a certain direction. After an unknown amount of time, he crashed to the ground with a thud. Feeling the coldness from the ground, his dazed and unfocused eyes trembled slightly, regaining their sight. I'm not dead. He had long been prepared to be smashed to bits by some unknown object or to wander until he died of hunger and thirst. Looking around, Loki discovered that he was in a land shrouded in darkness, and the piece of land he touched was cold and rugged. Where is this? Loki murmured as he got up, feeling something was off. Peering into the distance, he faintly saw what seemed to be a vague light in the far distance. And in his daze, he could make out the outline of buildings. Who is guiding me here? He silently pondered. As soon as this thought arose, he heard voices not far away. Hiss! A sharp, hoarse, extremely unpleasant sound. Loki guessed it was a language he had not mastered. Loki's response had become somewhat stiff after his time adrift, and he was momentarily unsure how to respond. But soon, he wouldn't have to think about that anymore. That kind of voice began to resonate from all directions, gradually merging into a chorus. Then, the voices grew increasingly high-pitched and excited, culminating in a piercing howl. Afterward, this strange conversation ceased, replaced by the chaotic sounds of various creatures rushing and colliding. Feeling the approach of these sounds, Loki's expression changed. When he chose to fall into the abyss, he indeed sought death, but now that he had survived, a new desire to live naturally arose. Once again, how could the great god of tricks and pranks die here, inexplicably, at the hands of such lowly creatures? If I must die, it should be by my own choice. With a surge of determination, Loki reached out and unleashed a burst of firelight, illuminating the surroundings. In that light, Loki finally got a clear look at these creatures and gasped in shock. These beings were about his height, stout in build, with heads resembling bugs and feet with only 3 toes. Individually, these grotesque humanoid bugs didn't seem too daunting to Loki. After all, he was quite skilled in magic and had the courage and ability for close combat. What made Loki's skin crawl was the sheer number of them, swarming like insects. Within the dim light, a multitude of bugmen stood densely packed within a radius of several meters, their gaping mouths writhing as they charged towards Loki. Oh, Loki bellowed, casting a magical attack. Under the dark night sky, brilliant light shot from his hand, effortlessly striking the front line of bugmen that were less than 3 to 5 meters away from him. Boom! Hiss! The explosion swept through the nearby bugmen, causing them to roar and scream in anger as they fell one by one. As the bugmen in front collapsed, a chain reaction ensued, causing those behind them to topple as well. The assault of the bugmen directly in front of Loki was temporarily disrupted by this attack. However, this did not stop the bugmen from other directions from continuing their rapid charge. Loki could even see their sharp, filthy teeth. Damn it! A bead of cold sweat trickled down Loki's face. He dared not pause in unleashing more magic, continuously casting attacks to delay the encroaching swarm. If these ugly, fierce bugs got on him, no matter how many flashy skills he had, they would be useless, because these relentless bugs would surely tear apart anything that appeared within their sight. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out one after another. But the bugmen only drew closer to Loki. Loki, who was originally a master of cunning and ambush, would have been able to turn these foolish creatures to ash if given time to prepare. But this sudden encounter, a close-range battle, was not the kind of scene he preferred. It was like the Hulk charging at him, ready to pound him into the ground. Loki had no good strategies against these rushing bugmen. If only that fool Thor were here. Loki thought of the thunder god with some frustration. That guy could simply blast these weak ants with a bolt of lightning. Even if Thor wasn't around. If only he had his staff with him. At that time, the staff Loki carried was the same one Thor had used to hang Loki up. As Loki let go and fell into the abyss, that staff naturally remained in Thor's hands. Without his staff, Loki's spellcasting speed and power were significantly reduced. After casting a round of spells, the bugmen seized a moment when Loki briefly paused to pounce. Faced with the clawing, fierce bugmen, Loki felt no panic. In his long life as the Prince of Asgard and Odin's son, he had faced far more powerful and malevolent enemies than these bugmen. How could such small bug-like creatures instill fear in him? With a cold snort, he extended his hands, revealing two gleaming daggers. When his tricks and ambushes failed, it often meant he was caught in close combat. At that moment, he would naturally draw the two daggers he always carried, turning into a close combat mage or a mage assassin. Many times, after a while in battle, Loki would find himself without a staff, but he could always pull out daggers to launch a sneak attack on his enemies. Some people, you think they're mages, but they're actually assassins. A cold glint flashed in Loki's eyes as the two daggers slashed savagely across the back of a bugman. The sharp daggers sliced through the bugman's neck like cutting through tofu, and a foul, murky liquid sprayed out instantly. The bugman, confused, touched its own neck and then collapsed heavily. Without even glancing at the down bugman, Loki's figure darted like a specter through the throngs of bugmen. These strong, swift bugmen appeared clumsy and laughable in front of Loki, whose physical prowess far surpassed theirs. As a frost giant with royal blood, trained as the Prince of Asgard, Loki's true strength was indeed formidable. Although he often found himself at a disadvantage against Thor, Iron Man, Hulk, and even Captain America, it was normal for Loki, who wasn't skilled in close combat, to struggle against them. After all, they were genuine heroes. Moreover, were those Avengers even normal people? They were either freaks or overpowered. For a fragile mage like Loki to withstand beating after beating was already a testament to his strength. After dancing on the edge of a blade, Loki gradually broke free from the encirclement of the bugmen. Killing a few bugmen on the way, he let out a long breath and sat down heavily. How long had it been since he fought like this? While catching his breath, his mind wandered. Loki remembered that when he was younger, Thor would take him along to battle enemies. Later, Loki's disposition changed, and he slowly stopped enjoying such laborious fighting styles. He hadn't felt that exhilarating sensation in a long time. I wonder if that fool cried for his death? Loki's heart was a mix of emotions. He truly hated Thor, despised his Na'vi foolishness, resented him for taking their father's favoritism, hated how he could easily obtain what he wanted each time. But Loki also loved Thor. How could he forget the time they spent together, the affection Thor had shown him? He couldn't, but he wanted more. He wanted to prove himself worthy of being the king of Asgard, to prove he deserved to be Odin's son. Buzz! A deafening roar snapped Loki back to reality. He cast a spell and widened his eyes to look up. He saw an enormous creature, its segmented armor distinct, with pairs of limbs flailing, diving down from the sky with its gaping maw open wide towards Loki. What the hell is this? Loki's face turned pale as he quickly sprang to his feet. However, he didn't plan to confront it head-on, but to escape. If the flying creature was similar in size to the previous bugmen, Loki might have felt confident enough to fight. But something this massive? Loki felt that even its smallest leg was bigger than him. If he didn't run, how could he live up to his title as the god of tricks and pranks? Boom! The creature moved swiftly, instantly catching up to the fleeing Loki, its massive head engulfing Loki's small figure. Ugh! It seems that a wise insect beast, seeing that Loki had been killed by itself, let out a long cry of joy. Then, the insect beast swayed its body and gradually moved away. Next to the large pit created by the insect beast, Loki's figure suddenly appeared from the darkness and fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Loki's eyes were blood red, and he looked at the figure of the insect beast disappearing in the distance with relief. What kind of place is this? Loki frantically searched his memories, trying to find a way to escape. Otherwise, he felt he would surely become food for the insects. Just as he was thinking, Loki's eyes narrowed slightly at a dazzling beam of light. His heart sank as he looked toward the source of the light. It was a different kind of insect man, dressed in high-tech clothing, helmet, and shoes. The deadly part was that it was holding a gun, and the laser of the sight was now directed at Loki's face. This was not the end. As Loki turned his head, beam after beam of targeting lasers quickly landed on his body. In an instant, Loki was covered with dense blue lights that represented death. It's over. Loki felt a bit desperate, because he had just used his blink skill and couldn't use it again now. With hundreds of energy weapons aimed at him, it was almost impossible for him to escape. Just as he was about to try to communicate, a low, gloomy voice came from afar. Loki, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Loki was taken aback and then suddenly overjoyed. It seemed he wouldn't have to die after all. But soon, he realized that the speaker was the one who had brought him here. What was their purpose? Who are you? Loki asked warily. I saved you. The voice remained cold, sounding very uncomfortable. Loki felt this way because he didn't think he was a fool. You saved me, so you must have something you want from me. If that's the case, why emphasize it at all? Thinking of this, Loki retorted boldly. I didn't ask you to save me. Oh, really? The voice sneered, and its tone immediately turned harsh. Then you can go die. As it spoke, there was a rustling sound from that direction. It seemed that the guy had given some orders and then turned to leave. The insect soldier surrounding Loki seemed to have received some command, adjusting their weapons. And the blue light at the gun's muzzle instantly intensified. Seeing that the speaker really seemed to want to kill him, Loki panicked. Can we talk nicely? Why does it have to escalate to this? Wait, I'm very grateful for your help. If there's any way I can be of use to you, please feel free to command. Loki smiled obsequiously, his attitude sincere, and he bowed gracefully. I am Loki, the god of trickery and mischief. A little flattery is certainly within my capabilities. Oh, the voice paused, giving an order in their language for the insect men to stand down. You're very clever, it said appreciatively. My little cleverness is far less than 1/10,000th of your great wisdom. Loki entered the role, and for a moment, flattery flowed like a river. He. As if moved by Loki's good attitude, the voice gradually approached him. Loki squinted, looking at the figure walking over from the soldiers. It was a being clad in gold and silver armor, wearing a masked helmet with a black cloak behind it. The mask covered its eyes, revealing only an ugly mouth, which was now opening and closing as it spoke. I know you, the god of trickery and mischief from Asgard, son of Odin, blood of the frost giant royal family. Hearing this guy recite his background like a treasure trove, Loki felt slightly uneasy. But that was all, since the other party had brought him here. They must know something about him, not to mention that his life was still in this guy's hands. It's an honor to have you hear about me. Loki continued to flatter unperturbed. I know even more about you. The being stepped closer and spoke in a hushed, mysterious tone. You want to be the king of Asgard, don't you? Loki pondered for a moment. He was guessing what this ugly guy in front of him was scheming. Did he have designs on Asgard? But Loki had never heard of such beings existing in the Nine Realms. Were they from outside the Nine Realms? No. Loki smiled slightly. I have no thoughts of the throne. I just enjoy playing tricks on my brother. The being fell silent for a moment, then suddenly tilted its head, its face, which only revealed a gruesome mouth, thrusting towards Loki. You're lying. There's no need for that. I'm here to help you. Its voice suddenly rose, causing Loki to reveal a hint of disdain. After all, it couldn't see him. Loki thought to himself, what do you want me to do? Go back to Asgard and kill my brother and father, then take the throne myself? Feeling he had grasped this guy's intelligence, Loki asked rather impolitely. That depends on you. The being's voice softened. We Chitauri will send an army to help you. Chitauri? Loki searched his memories carefully and confirmed that this race was not among the Nine Realms. Send an army to help me? So what is the purpose of this Chitauri? Surely it couldn't be that they found me pleasing to the eye? But Loki didn't rush to ask this, because the condition proposed by the Chitauri was meaningless. Are you sure you have the ability to help me? Loki's expression grew slightly cold, and a certain omnipresent figure began to appear in his mind. What do you mean by that? The Chitauri leader became furious. Loki's words were indeed arrogant. Since I have the infamous, oh no, the renowned Chitauri lack the ability to conquer a planet. Please calm down. Loki smirked coldly and replied, May I ask how powerful your army is? The Chitauri leader proudly raised its head and laughed. Our warriors are incredibly brave. With their powerful bodies and equipped energy guns and grenades, they can easily destroy any planet's army. They can also drive flying cars to quickly reach any location. And the massive Leviathan beasts are indestructible. Is that all? Loki coldly interrupted. Aside from the flying cars, is that what I just saw? Yes, isn't that enough? The Chitauri leader asked back, confused. Certainly not enough. Loki shook his head and explained in a deep voice. There is a young and reckless god in Midgard who can easily destroy your army. He was naturally referring to Loki, who had initially crushed his schemes with an unpredictably powerful strength, causing him to fail and ultimately fall into the abyss. It was because of him that I came here. Didn't you notice such a presence? The leader of the Chitauri was about to speak when suddenly his body froze, becoming completely still. After a while, the Chitauri leader looked at Loki and said in an emotionless tone, Follow me. After saying that, he turned and left. Loki stared at the back of the Chitauri leader, his brow slightly furrowed. This guy seems to be under some control. Is it the person behind him? The one who truly brought me from the 9 realms to this world. Loki had long suspected that this Chitauri might be a puppet or some kind of subordinate. After all, he appeared to be a weak character with little depth. The person who could spy on him and bring him here from the abyss of the 9 realms must be someone extremely powerful with grand ambitions. Lost in thought, Loki followed the Chitauri leader. Let's see what that person really wants. The two moved quickly, and soon they arrived at a building. The Chitauri leader stopped, turned to face Loki, and said, "Soon you will meet the greatest emperor in the entire universe, invincible and renowned, Thanos." Thanos? Loki squinted. He had never heard of this person. I will express my respect. Despite not having any impression, Loki was still willing to show his respect. At the very least, the Chitauri he saw in front of him, who seemed quite powerful, appeared to be subordinates of this cosmic emperor Thanos. From this speculation, Thanos should have considerable power. I wonder how he compares to that Loki. While lost in thought, the space in front of the two began to distort. Soon, a majestic figure appeared in midair. His body was enormous like a small giant, wearing golden armor, and beside him was a massive double-edged sword. As if sensing the connection to this scene, he slowly turned his head. What turned around was a large purple face full of creases, with sharp angles and glowing eyes. He fixed his gaze directly on Loki, their eyes meeting for half a second. How terrifying! Loki couldn't bear Thanos' gaze and quickly lowered his head. What kind of gaze was that? Loki was shocked. In Thanos' eyes, he saw countless beings wailing in death, and endless buildings reduced to ruins amidst flames. This is a demon king. Loki felt the pressure. Only then did he realize that the words of the controlled Chitauri leader were not empty. Such a tyrant has set his sights on me? Does he want to invade Asgard? Loki. Thanos' voice came from the other side, surprisingly filled with a sense of ancient wisdom. More like a sagacious prophet than an emperor traversing the universe. Respected Thanos, I wonder what I can do for you? Loki asked very candidly, not daring to play his little tricks in front of such a figure. It's simple. Thanos' gaze showed some appreciation, as if he was satisfied with Loki's understanding. You want to be the king of Asgard? I will have my Chitauri help you. In return, you need to bring me something. This. Loki hesitated for a moment. Surely the Chitauri alone cannot accomplish the task, because there is a very powerful god in Midgard. God? Thanos seemed to smile. I will also send a general and lend you an artifact. Loki gritted his teeth, wanting to refuse. He could see that Thanos was not here for good, and he might bring disaster to Asgard. Even if Loki wanted to become the king of Asgard, he had to ensure that Asgard would not face any mishaps. Otherwise, if Asgard was gone, what kind of king would Loki be? You are unwilling? Thanos' tone slightly intensified, and Loki immediately felt immense pressure. Such childish thoughts. Never mind. Loki raised his head, just as his words were about to come out. He saw a beam of light. It was the strange light emitted from a scepter held by the Chitauri leader, instantly altering Loki's thoughts. As the light receded, Loki's face was filled with a strange excitement. I pay my respects to Lord Thanos. He half kneeled on the ground, respectfully exclaiming, "Very good." Thanos nodded and waved his hand. "This is the Mind Scepter, along with my general. Go, bring the Tesseract to me." As Thanos' voice fell, a figure stepped out from the darkness and stood behind Loki. "At your command." Loki, the Chitauri leader, and Thanos' general all bowed down together. Speaking of which, while Loki was meeting Thanos, secretly worried about Asgard and not wanting to submit to this cosmic overlord, he was directly struck by the Mind Stone, triggering various negative emotions hidden in his heart, and became Thanos' minion, preparing to attack Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, Eric Selvig, the father of Jane Foster, who appeared in Thor 1, was following Fury's orders, leading a team to try to use the Tesseract to create superweapons. This research had been going on for several months, but they were still in the first stage of the project. The first stage was naturally to understand the various physical properties of the Tesseract and to test its usage through various experiments. Awkwardly, no matter how they tried various approaches, the door to the Tesseract remained tightly closed to them. But as an experienced scholar, Dr. Selvig was not discouraged. He understood that scientific exploration often requires luck. Poor luck could mean decades of research yielding nothing, while good luck could lead to breakthroughs. Just like the time when a god fell from the sky and helped him completely perfect a system of astronomical and physical theories. Who can predict such things? Thus, the Zen-like Professor Selvig was about to end his workday. He checked one last time to ensure all the equipment was turned off. Dr. Selvig called to the researchers under him. Every day before leaving work, they had to shut down all equipment and seal the research site. "Move faster, young folks," he urged, finally raising his head to look at the ceiling. Spotting Hawkeye on the ceiling, Dr. Selvig nodded at him, signaling that it was safe to leave for the day. Watching everyone busily pack up, Hawkeye slowly retracted his sharp gaze. Staring all day like this was tiring for his eyes. After all, his eyes were not true hawk eyes. As the researchers finished their checks, one by one, they were inspected by S.H.I.E.L.D. security personnel as they left. At that moment, the Tesseract suddenly lit up. Bang! A massive energy fluctuation accompanied by a shockwave violently hurled nearby instruments and people away. On the ceiling, Hawkeye, nearly knocked off by the shockwave, clung tightly to the iron railing and quickly pulled out his communicator to issue orders. Something's happened. Group A and Group B, secure the scene. Group C and Group D, rush in for support. Below, researchers screamed and shouted in panic, trying to flee in all directions, while the well-trained S.H.I.E.L.D. agents displayed their excellent training, calmly controlling all the researchers and moving towards the Tesseract from several directions. What happened? Hawkeye jumped down from above, walked over to Dr. Selvig with a serious expression, and asked, "What's going on?" "I don't know." Dr. Selvig, with graying hair and many wrinkles, was quite old. However, in the face of such a terrifying emergency, he showed no signs of fear, which surprised Hawkeye. If Dr. Selvig knew what Hawkeye was thinking, he would probably laugh and tease. "What's this little scene? My son-in-law is the god of thunder from ancient mythology." At this moment, Dr. Selvig responded to Hawkeye with a casual remark, observed for a while, and then prepared to rush over to the Tesseract to check the situation. It must be a problem with the Tesseract. As he spoke, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Although he didn't understand why the Tesseract was experiencing such fluctuations, he at least knew this was an opportunity to truly come into contact with this object and unveil its mysterious veil. "I need to see what's going on," Dr. Selvig whispered and walked confidently towards the Tesseract. "Be careful." Hawkeye did not stop him, but cautiously followed. He furrowed his brow, feeling an ominous premonition lingering in his heart. In front of the glowing Tesseract, a team of fully armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents slowly advanced, guns at the ready. Dr. Selvig and Hawkeye entered from behind and immediately noticed the unusual Tesseract. "It's glowing?" Dr. Selvig said excitedly to himself as he quickly walked over to the instrument to activate it. "What's happening?" Hawkeye asked with a serious face. "The Tesseract is reacting for some reason," Dr. Selvig said with excitement. Seeing Hawkeye's worried expression, he explained, "This may not be a bad thing. We've been trying to make the Tesseract react, absorbing or releasing some energy." He shook his head and added, "But months have passed, and you've seen the results. The Tesseract showed no response. But now it's reacting?" Hawkeye was not swayed by Dr. Selvig's excitement. He didn't understand the breakthroughs in research, only concerned about the safety of the Tesseract and everyone present. "Why? Was it the test you did before? Or did it change on its own?" "This." Dr. Selvig hesitated, also puzzled. "I'm looking for the reason. It will take some time." As if in response to his words, the instrument finally started beeping. Dr. Selvig quickly adjusted various instruments, and his surprise grew. "This is not good." Noticing Dr. Selvig's strange expression, Hawkeye's unease intensified. "The Tesseract." Dr. Selvig looked confused, as if facing an unsolvable problem. "It's releasing energy. A huge, spontaneously generated energy. It seems to be constructing a passageway, right?" A look of realization appeared on Hawkeye's face. "Yes." Dr. Selvig nodded, but then said uncertainly, "But we haven't attempted anything in this regard, because it was opened by someone on the other side." Hawkeye said in a deep voice, surprising Dr. Selvig with a glance. "This passageway is bidirectional. The other side can open it too." Now the other side. Bang! The Tesseract flashed blue, and a loud explosion followed. The two closest to the Tesseract were the first to be hit. Hawkeye barely managed to tackle Dr. Selvig to the ground when a terrifying wave swept over them again. After the shockwave receded, Hawkeye struggled to lift his head and glance at the Tesseract before pulling out his communicator in shock. Activate Plan 3. Bang! A spell energy attack suddenly struck in front of Hawkeye, exploding the communicator in his hand. Then a mocking voice rang out. "Looks like you're not very welcoming." As the voice fell, Loki, wearing exquisite golden armor and holding the Mind Scepter, walked towards the two with a wild and sinister smile. Striding forward with a sense of entitlement, Loki reached Hawkeye's side. Hawkeye, who had been hit hard by Loki's surprise attack, gritted his teeth and drew his gun, aiming it at Loki to pull the trigger. Loki reacted quickly, sweeping his Mind Scepter to knock Hawkeye's gun away. "Oh ho ho!" Loki squatted down with a mocking grin, reaching out to touch Hawkeye's face. Hawkeye glared at Loki with hatred and tried to bite him. Loki laughed and dodged, then slapped Hawkeye down hard. Bang, 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 bang. The other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had gotten back up opened fire. Foolish mortals. Loki's smile twisted, and his body flickered away. Bang, bang, bang. Spells rained down on the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, blasting them off their feet. Like a phantom, Loki moved among the remaining agents, effortlessly knocking them down. In less than 3 minutes, all the combatants in the area were incapacitated, lying on the ground. Planting his staff back on the ground, Loki looked with satisfaction at the Midgardians he had physically subdued. What weak mortals! Loki held his head high, with an air of superiority. After being subdued by Thanos, Loki had taken some time to rest, waiting for the Chitauri army to assemble. After a period of preparation, Loki finally excitedly opened a temporary passage between the two worlds using the hidden means left in the Tesseract and arrived on Earth. Having witnessed Thanos' power, Loki's confidence swelled uncontrollably as he held the Mind Scepter. Although he knew of the existence of Doctor Strange, Loki had his own trump cards. This time, he would truly reign over the 9 realms and ascend to the throne of Asgard. And Earth was his first stop. Loki, Dr. Selvig, who had originally been unconscious, woke up at some point, covering his head and shouting at Loki. You dare to come to Earth? Your brother will beat you up. Knowing a bit about the rivalry between Thor and Loki, Dr. Selvig was well aware of Loki's weakness. The recovering Thor could easily chase down and give Loki a good thrashing. Thor? Loki sneered, laughing arrogantly. What is that idiot to me? Raising his scepter, Loki pointed at Dr. Selvig and said coldly, Do you really think that guy can be your savior? This time, he won't be able to save himself. Dr. Selvig's face darkened as he saw Loki so self-assured. However, he also understood that Loki was skilled at manipulating people's hearts. Perhaps this was just a psychological game Loki was playing. You will never become a true god. You're merely a despicable fraud, a petty person. Upon hearing this, anger flashed across Loki's face. He moved swiftly, lunging in front of Dr. Selvig, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him into the air. Is that so? Loki sneered repeatedly. Do you think I need the approval of weaklings like you? Cough, cough. Let me go. Dr. Selvig struggled, his face turning red, but he seemed utterly powerless, coldly watching the doctor as he began to choke. Loki casually tossed him to the ground and then leaned down to say, Tell them, I, Loki, the god of mischief and tricks, have returned. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of faint clicking sounds reached Loki's ears. He turned in surprise and found himself surrounded by the red infrared beams of guns aimed at him. We didn't allow you to come back. We didn't allow you to come back. With this voice, Loki finally saw the armed agents hidden in the shadows. A short-haired, competent-looking female agent pursed her lips and walked towards Loki, holding a handgun. Loki awkwardly smiled and asked in a calm tone, What is your name? Is this how you Midgardians greet each other? Hill, she replied, stepping in front of Loki with her gun almost pressed against his forehead. It turns out this greeting works well for you. With that, Hill kicked the unconscious Hawkeye on the ground. Barton, wake up. Hawkeye groggily opened his eyes and quickly regained his senses. He scanned Loki, who had his hands raised, then glanced at the Tesseract, feeling a surge of relief. Months ago, when they started the Tesseract research project, Fury had ordered his 2 ace agents, Hawkeye, Barton, and Hill, to guard this place. Fury warned them that the Tesseract might encounter unexpected issues, so they needed to be prepared for both overt and covert defense. Months passed without any problems with the Tesseract, and the two even found time to get involved in the Namor incident. But looking at the situation today, Director Fury had indeed been wise. No one would have expected that Loki could teleport to Earth using the Tesseract. After the events of Thor and through multiple communications with Thor, S.H.I.E.L.D. had developed a deep understanding of Loki. This Asgardian alien is narrow-minded, cunning, and extremely adept at using tricks and manipulating people, with a strong desire for revenge. A complete danger. However, after receiving updated information from Thor, S.H.I.E.L.D. had changed Loki's status to missing dead. They never anticipated that the unexpected event involving the Tesseract would be caused by this guy. What do you want? Hawkeye spoke, his voice hoarse. If I said it was an accident, would you believe me? Loki replied with a smile. Loki didn't want to fake a pathetic smile. He had come prepared to rule the 9 realms. Who would have thought these despicable Midgardians would set a trap? Damn it, don't play tricks with us. Speak properly. Agent Hill angrily rebuked, making a move as if to shoot. Calm down, Loki quickly shouted, thinking how could this crazy woman be ready to shoot after just a few words? I'll talk. Seeing Loki comply, Hill released the trigger, but her gun was still aimed at Loki's forehead. I ask, you answer. Okay. Loki tilted his head, revealing his signature mischievous smile. Where did you come from? How did you get here? What is your purpose? Hill fired off several questions in rapid succession. Oh, we can take them one at a time. Loki smiled, feeling much more relaxed. I'm not afraid of your questions. I fear that you might just shoot me without saying anything. Except for those brutes, I, Loki, can manipulate everyone in my palm. I fell from the Bifrost and then ended up in a strange world. Loki spoke nonchalantly, telling a half-truth about his journey. Then I found a passage, and after entering it, I arrived here. After saying this, he flashed a smile, showing his goodwill, as if to say, what kind of bad person could I be? Just a poor lost soul. You're lying. Hill's expression hardened as she ruthlessly exposed Loki's lie. Even the god of lies couldn't lie in front of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite agents. Indeed, in front of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite agents, who are proficient in micro-expressions and small movements. Loki's titles as the god of tricks and mischief were useless. After all, Loki was essentially just an alien, not an omniscient and omnipotent cosmic deity. When speaking and communicating, Loki couldn't avoid revealing his true thoughts through micro-expressions. In Hill's eyes, it was as if Loki was saying, look at how I tricked this foolish mortal. But Loki's expression immediately stiffened, and a sense of absurdity arose in his heart. Could it be the times have changed? How could these Midgardians have so many strange and peculiar things? Truly terrible. They're nowhere near the simple and honest nature of Asgard. How can I still be the god of tricks like this? Speak the truth immediately. I'll give you 10 seconds. 10, 9. Hill didn't give Loki much time to feel frustrated and wave her hand to start the countdown. The agents, having received the order, silently prepared to pull the trigger at any moment. Time ticked by, and Loki's face gradually darkened. The deep gaze capable of seeing through hearts swept over the S.H.I.L.D. agents, and a sense of anxiety rose in Loki's heart. 2. As Hill counted, her head suddenly tilted, aiming at Loki. 1. Stop. Loki shouted loudly. I'll talk. Hill lifted her head again and made a gesture. You no longer have the chance to lie, she coldly warned. At this moment, even a most foolish person would know that Loki was stalling for time, let alone an elite agent like Hill. However, they didn't mind the delay. I fell into a strange place. It was very dark and the ground was icy. Get to the point. Hill interrupted rudely. Do you really think we're gathered here to listen to your story? Stop babbling. Loki smiled awkwardly and began to explain. I was attacked by the Chitauri. He dared not lie again, fearing that Hill would blow his head off at any moment, and tried to describe the real information. After a fierce battle, I met their leader. Loki paused for a moment, observing Hill's expression. Continue. Her face was expressionless, as if devoid of emotion. However, since she hadn't interrupted him, he felt he could go on. Relieved, Loki carefully thought about what to say next. They expressed their willingness to help me kill my way back to Earth, to kill Thor, allow me to return to Asgard, and seize the throne. Hill frowned slightly, as she sensed that Loki was concealing something in his earlier words. What are their intentions? Don't tell me they're a bunch of kind-hearted volunteers. After some thought, Hill calmly asked, Intentions? Loki pondered for a moment. Say it. Seeing Loki silent, Hill knew she had hit upon something important. Loki hesitated for a long time, and Hill immediately tightened her grip on the trigger. A dangerous figure like Loki must not be allowed to make any moves. One misstep could easily let him escape, causing a tremendous disaster. But before she could pull the trigger, something new entered her mind. A mysterious force instantly invaded Agent Hill's consciousness, disregarding her resilient will, and forcibly took control of her mind. With a thud, Hill's gun fell to the ground, followed by the sound of the agents behind her dropping their weapons. The S.H.I.L.D. agents, who had been poised to shoot Loki, now stood stiffly, their expressions frozen, all staring in the direction of the Tesseract. Loki also squinted his eyes, eagerly watching the Tesseract light up again. Boom! A shockwave and bright light swept through the research base, but no one flinched. Soon, the commotion subsided, the light faded, and a silver-gray figure appeared before the Tesseract. She was not tall, her blue skin was bizarre, her silver robe cascading down, and her silver-black armor could not hide her curvaceous figure, with eye-catching golden gauntlets on both arms. Supergiant. Loki smiled and stepped forward to greet her. But Supergiant didn't even glance at him. Loki, you can't handle such weak foes, she said, criticizing Loki's embarrassing performance. These people were on guard. I was just ambushed by them. A flicker of anger flashed in Loki's eyes, but he only weakly defended himself. This supergiant was quite formidable, one of Thanos' 5 generals. Over the years, Thanos had traversed the universe, slaughtering countless beings and destroying endless planets, and his generals, the Black Order, had played a significant role in that. Upon learning that there was a superpower on Earth, Thanos sent Supergiant to Earth alongside Loki to help eliminate the formidable enemy. The power of his Supergiant was undoubtedly strong. She possessed abilities like mind control and telepathy, capable of controlling enemies with just one encounter. Even though Loki had a deep impression of Lin Qifei's strength, he still felt that it paled in comparison to the renowned cosmic overlord Thanos. Therefore, Loki had strong confidence in Supergiant, believing she could eliminate Lin Qifei. You don't need to explain yourself. Supergiant waved her hand, unconcerned with Loki's reaction. I'm here to help you deal with that big trouble. Find him. Saying this, she floated in front of Loki. You can control these people to find him. They should be able to make contact. Really? Supergiant extended her hand, wiggling her nimble fingers, and then pointed at Hill. Hill immediately shuddered, pulled out a communicator, and pressed a few buttons. After a while, the communicator connected, but the voice that came through left Loki and Supergiant stunned. Hello, is this Loki and that blue smuff? Loki and Supergiant exchanged puzzled glances. I'm Supergiant. Okay, call yourself whatever you want. Just remember my name. What is your name? I'm Iron Man. As you all can see, Stark Tower is not connected to any power source but can still operate independently. So let us cheer. The era of renewable clean energy has arrived. At a press conference about Stark Industries' renewable clean energy building, Tony Stark was speaking somewhat modestly. Below, countless reporters were raising their hands, engaging in lively discussions. Suddenly, a message popped up on the presentation screen. Sir, you have an important message to check. Clearly, this was a reminder from J.A.R.V.I.S. Seeing this, Tony grabbed a tablet from the podium and quickly checked the message. On the tablet, J.A.R.V.I.S. had hacked into the system and displayed the urgent message. S-H-I-E-L-D. Urgently request assistance. Coordinates. Note, Loki. Loki? Tony muttered in confusion, putting the tablet away and glancing at the reporters below. What is this alien doing back on Earth? After pondering for a moment, Tony quickly instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to summon the iron suit and hack into the network at the coordinates. While smiling at the reporters below, he said, Next, the project manager from Stark Industries will answer your questions about this project in detail. Noticing that Tony seemed to have something urgent to attend to, the reporters quickly stood up and surrounded him, asking, I just saw you have an urgent message. Can you share what it is? Iron Man, are you going to save the world? Tony did not respond, allowing his bodyguards to disperse the reporters as he moved outside the venue. In the sky, the iron suit rapidly dove down, landing on Tony. A few seconds later, Iron Man soared into the sky. Inside the iron suit, the surveillance footage of the Tesseract research base appeared before Tony. In the footage, Loki was wreaking havoc among a group of agents. It really is this guy. Tony frowned. What does he want on Earth? Just then, Fury's face suddenly lit up on the screen. Tony, did you receive the message? Yes, I'm heading there. What's going on? Fury's expression was serious, but Tony still couldn't grasp the situation. ISNT, that alien already missing? You brought him to Earth. Hearing this, Fury fell silent for a moment before sidestepping the topic and saying, He is very dangerous. Don't let him escape. Leave it to me. I'll make him know that Earth isn't a place you can just come to. After a while, Iron Man reached the base's airspace. Tony stared at the internal surveillance of the base, which showed Loki and a blue-skinned alien had completely taken control of the situation. Brought a helper? After taking a look at the bizarre alien on the screen, Tony blinked twice. Judging by the situation in the base, this alien seemed to have some strange abilities. Sir, they are communicating, Jarvis reported at that moment. Tony raised an eyebrow and commanded, Oh, help me tap into the call. Okay. The next second, the call was connected. Hello. Is this Loki and that blue guy? Tony took the initiative. I am the Iron Man. The other side seemed a bit angry, but Iron Man just pursed his lips, not caring. Okay. Call yourself whatever you want. Just remember my name. What's your name? Upon hearing this, Tony controlled Iron Man to accelerate suddenly, charging towards the base below. Looking at the thermal imaging in front of him, Iron Man extended his hands towards Loki and the blue alien. Two beams of white light suddenly igniting in his palms. I am Iron Man. Bang bang. As soon as the words fell, two energy cannons instantly penetrated the base's structure, hitting the unsuspecting duo. Both yelped in surprise and were blown away by the hand cannons fired by Tony. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tony charged into the base from the exploded top, flying straight towards Loki without hesitation. As a frost giant and Odin's son, Loki claimed to be a sorcerer. But in reality, his physical abilities were several times greater than those of an ordinary human, easily withstanding small-caliber gunfire without harm. The Blue Alien, as one of Thanos' lieutenants, although more inclined towards sorcery, also had physical strength far exceeding that of an ordinary human. Therefore, despite the great power of Iron Man's hand cannons, neither of them was seriously injured. Tony Stark. Loki clumsily got up from the ground, his face revealing uncontrollable anger. During his days in the Chitauri's territory, Loki certainly hadn't been idle. Through various means, he had thoroughly investigated Earth's intelligence, including some confidential documents from SHIELD, and thus learned about the existence of the Avengers. After analyzing and observing, Loki had basically grasped information about the Avengers. He was naturally familiar with the Iron Man before him. Iron Man, Tony Stark, an arrogant, proud, and selfish genius, a playboy, and a wealthy man. Loki didn't take Iron Man seriously, believing that such seemingly high and mighty figures were actually easy to deal with. The more powerful, outstanding, and proud someone was, the greater the potential vulnerability in their psyche. What Loki excelled at was exploiting such vulnerabilities to manipulate and control them. Now, with the Mind Scepter in hand and his powers greatly enhanced, Loki looked down even more on Iron Man. I didn't expect you to come to me instead of me looking for you. Loki thought bitterly as he felt pain in his body. I will make you kneel at my feet and become my servant. Thus, facing the speeding Iron Man, Loki raised the Mind Scepter. A mesmerizing light suddenly began to flicker at the top of the scepter, aimed directly at Iron Man Tony, encased in his armor. Didn't care what kind of scepter or gem Loki had in hand. He raised his fist without hesitation. The powerful armor gave him unparalleled confidence, making him believe that whatever tricks Loki played, he couldn't break through his hard iron shell. In an instant, the Mind Scepter in Loki's hand unleashed an attack filled with a strange aura, striking Iron Man. A flicker of joy flashed across Loki's face, but then he suddenly froze. Iron Man broke through the white light, the arc reactor in his chest glowing, and continued charging towards Loki as if nothing had happened. No, Loki barely managed to utter a single word before Iron Man's fist solidly smashed into his face. Boom! The massive force struck Loki's soft face, instantly contorting his handsome, delicate features, and his body uncontrollably flew backward, finally slamming against the wall. Oh! Tony chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude, but without giving Loki any chance, followed him to the wall. Are you okay? I heard you call yourself a god? Seeing that Loki seemed to have lost his ability to resist, the chatty Tony certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to mock his enemy, ready to pour on the insults. The Loki, leaning against the wall, had a vacant expression for a long time before finally snapping back to reality amidst Tony's rambling. Loki felt a bit dizzy, with a question constantly rising in his mind. The Mind Scepter didn't work on him? What was going on with this Iron Man? Noticing that Tony seemed to have no defenses, Loki reluctantly raised the Mind Scepter and poked it against Iron Man's chest. Loki activated the power of the Mind Scepter, and a force capable of altering minds surged from the gem at the top of the scepter, sweeping towards Iron Man's armor. The arc reactor in Tony's chest glowed slightly, quickly neutralizing and absorbing this force. Tony was momentarily taken aback, not understanding what Loki was trying to do. What are you trying to do? Poke yourself with this pretty piece of art. Do you think you can poke me to death through the armor? The atmosphere froze for 2 seconds, but nothing happened. How is this possible? Loki looked incredulous. Is this your way of surrendering? Just poking your opponent? No, I want to control your mind and turn you into my servant. You fool. Faced with Tony's continuous insults, Loki finally couldn't hold back and exploded. Oh, I'm so sorry. Tony scoffed, thinking to himself, with this mental quality, he still calls himself a god. But then Tony also breathed a sigh of relief because he believed what Loki had said. On the way here, he had noticed that the SHIELD agents present seemed to be under some kind of control. However, upon hearing Loki admit to his failure to control, Tony, although not understanding the reason, was very grateful. In fact, Loki's failure to control Tony with the Mind Scepter was because the new element in Tony's arc reactor had a significant connection with the Mind Stone. That new element was originally discovered by Tony's father while researching the Tesseract, the Space Stone. Therefore, the new element and the Tesseract had an isotopic relationship in nature. As a result, the new element had the same relationship with the Mind Stone, which is also an Infinity Stone, and the power of the Mind Stone was entirely offset by Tony's arc reactor. Looks like you failed. Don't be discouraged. I have a heart of iron. Saying this, Tony tapped his arc reactor. Go to hell. Loki shouted angrily, directly using the scepter to cast a spell that hit Iron Man's head. Relax. The spell exploded, and a force-back Tony still had a hint of glee in his tone. Getting anxious, are we? Loki was nearing the brink of losing his sanity. Silently mocking Loki, Tony showed no mercy and struck back with a heavy punch. The Iron Man shot flames, and in an instant, his speed skyrocketed as he charged toward Loki. Damn it! Loki looked at the Mind Scepter in his hand, filled with rage. Who would have thought that the legendary powerful Infinity Stones would be ineffective against this little Iron Man? See you next time. Tony clenched his fists, not wanting to waste more words with Loki. Iron Man rushed to Loki's side, ready to strike, when suddenly he heard a buzzing sound. A powerful mental force instantly invaded Tony's consciousness, causing his body to freeze midair. I want to smash this annoying guy. A supergiant flew out from behind Tony, looking vicious. I want it too, but I suggest we don't do that. Loki took a step back, shaking his head in advice. Why? Because he has several companions, and we need to deal with them. What do you mean? In a distant dimension of Asgard, at the control room of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall's eyes reflected the image of Loki standing side by side with Supergiant. With his all-seeing eyes, Heimdall immediately focused on Loki as soon as he appeared. After observing for a while, Heimdall prepared to seek an audience with Odin to report the matter. But soon, Odin's voice echoed in his mind. Send Thor to bring the rebellious Loki and the Tesseract before me. Understood. Heimdall's eyes shifted as he found Thor on Earth. In a research lab, Thor was listlessly watching Jane work. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Thor, Loki has appeared on Earth. Odin commands you to bring Loki and the Tesseract before him. You need to be careful. There is a very powerful sorcerer beside Loki. Loki? Thor's spirit jolted at the mention of the name, and he stood up abruptly. Where is he? He is in. Jane was startled by Thor's sudden movement and looked over in surprise. What is going on? It's nothing. I just need to leave for a while. Thor smiled to reassure his girlfriend, but his eyes were filled with undeniable excitement. Loki, you really didn't die. Ignoring Jane's protests, Thor leaped out of the nearest window, swinging his hammer, sparks and lightning trailing behind him as he sped away. This Loki, on a transport helicopter. Captain America hesitated, but still voiced his doubts. Is he the kind of god I imagine? Captain America woke up after Loki fell into the abyss, and the two had not directly interacted since then. Therefore, when looking at Loki's file, he was taken aback by titles like the god of mischief and trickster. In his understanding, there was only one omniscient and omnipotent God. Although he had heard of false gods and evil gods, like the one worshipped by Hydra. Seeing these terms in a serious file was a first for him. Fury, sensing Captain America's inner conflict, explained somewhat helplessly, no, he's just a long-lived alien. Leaning against the helicopter, Fury continued casually. He only knows some tricks. You can handle him. Tricks? Is that magic? Recently, Captain America, who had been frantically catching up on modern knowledge, looked puzzled and then sighed to himself. Another strange enemy. I believe you can do it. Captain America's little fanboy, Coulson, finally found an opportunity to chime in with a mysterious smile. Maybe, but I'm afraid this old relic of mine will mess things up. With a smile at Coulson, Captain America awkwardly spread his arms and puffed out his chest. I'm still not quite used to all this, like this new uniform. You will. You are Captain America. It seemed that Coulson believed in Captain America's abilities even more than Captain America himself did. Maybe. At the Tesseract research base, Iron Man looked up at the sky, with Loki's hands bound, crouching beside him, flanked by Hawkeye and Agent Hill. After a while, the silhouette of a helicopter appeared in the sky. Everyone present looked toward the helicopter in unison, their movements strangely synchronized. On the helicopter, Fury looked uncertainly at the people below. Stark has captured Loki? His large eyes scanned the faces of Tony, Hawkeye, and others on the screen, his expression gradually darkening. Something's not right. The shrewd Fury immediately noticed that Tony and the others had awkward expressions and postures, which felt very off. Coupled with the last footage from the research base's surveillance before it went dark, where Tony bizarrely stopped attacking Loki, Fury's unease quickly amplified. Did Tony fail? And then he was controlled by Loki like those agents? Fury pondered, casually instructing the helicopter not to land just yet. While Fury hesitated, Tony below suddenly made move. He opened his mouth and shouted at the hovering helicopter. What are you all doing up there? I've got everything sorted out. Hurry down and take this guy away. Hearing Tony's urging, Fury felt even more puzzled. If it were usual, that guy Tony Stark would definitely be pestering him for consulting fees, right? With doubts in mind, Fury couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Tony, but he couldn't be sure. What's wrong? Coulson walked into the cockpit and asked Fury. Don't you find it strange? Fury said expressionlessly, looking at Tony, who was waving his hand, and added, Iron Man even took off his armor. Coulson paused, glanced over, and indeed saw that Tony was in a suit. Knowing Tony well, Coulson knew that he had rarely taken off his armor in the past few months, let alone in such a situation. Do you think Tony was kidnapped? No. Fury shook his head. I suspect it's worse. What now? Coulson looked anxiously at Tony below. Captain. Fury's words were interrupted as a thunderbolt suddenly streaked across the sky. Boom! The lightning struck right beside Loki, sending his hair flying in all directions. As the thunder gradually dissipated, it was no surprise to everyone that Thor's figure emerged from amidst. Loki. Thor stood up, gripping Loki's shoulders tightly and shaking him vigorously. Where have you been, brother? Loki replied softly. Long time no see. He arrived just in time. On the plane, Fury let out a sigh of relief. Let him go see what's going on. Hey, he's mine. Not liking the touching reunion of Thor and Loki, Tony spoke in a strange tone. Could you please let him go? No. Thor turned around, his expression serious. For the super brotherly Thor, when it came to his brother Loki, he would never easily back down. Loki is an Asgardian. Only Odin can judge him. I must take him back to Asgard. Oh, this is really interesting. Tony chuckled sarcastically and said with malicious intent, I'm afraid you can't decide that. Don't get yourself into trouble. Tony Stark. Thor frowned and warned him. You haven't even put on your iron suit, so just stay out of my way. Oh really? Tony replied with a smug smile. Do you really think so? A hint of disdain appeared on Thor's face. Even having fought alongside Tony Stark, Thor didn't particularly like this self-satisfied, incessantly talking annoying guy. In fact, if it weren't for Loki's sake, Thor wouldn't even agree to be associated with those so-called Avengers. Even if you put it on. Boom. A blast from an energy cannon fired from behind and knocked Thor away, while the iron suit that had suddenly appeared behind Thor quickly flew towards Tony. I see you can only talk big. Tony, now fully suited up, flew into the air and mockingly taunted. Tony Stark. Thor, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly flashed with lightning in his eyes, and a terrifying aura rose up. You're looking for death. The sky darkened with Thor's anger, and thunderclouds gathered above his head. Thor raised Mjolnir, and his body shot up rapidly with the lightning. Let's see who's looking for death. Tony's eyes changed color frequently, and the weapons on his iron suit immediately opened fire. Boom! The two began an aerial battle, and the winds roared and the world changed colors. Loki, who had hidden to the side, couldn't help but show a strange smile of control at this situation. In midair, the air currents were stirred chaotically by Thor, like water being churned by a giant hand. In such conditions, DS helicopter swayed in the air like a kite with a severed string, struggling to maintain stability. Steve, now's your chance. On the helicopter, Fury shouted to Captain America while holding onto the fuselage. Separate those two guys. Receiving the order, Captain America put on his mask, raised a shield to his chest, and leaped out of the open door. Coulson, watching Captain America leave stylishly, was stunned for 2 seconds before suddenly shouting, Parachute! You forgot your parachute. The helicopter was still 100 meters above the ground. Wouldn't Captain America die jumping down without a parachute? In despair, Coulson grabbed a parachute pack and rushed to the door. Just as he was about to throw the pack down, he saw Captain America shaking his hand as he rapidly descended. Coulson was taken aback, and then saw Captain America curled up tightly behind his shield, landing heavily on the ground. Is he really okay like this? Coulson was dumbfounded. In his dazed gaze, Captain America took a moment to catch his breath and then jumped up energetically. On the ground, Captain America ignored Coulson's shock and tightly gripped his shield, looking up at the two figures clashing in the air. He hadn't expected that two former comrades who had fought together would suddenly start fighting over a disagreement, and their anger was escalating. As an alien, Thor was beyond Captain America's control, but he felt he could at least try to persuade Tony Stark. As an old-fashioned man, Captain America knew Tony Stark's father, and his shield was crafted by him. By relationship, Tony Stark was like a junior to Captain America. Although Captain America, who was serious and stern, didn't like Tony Stark's attitude, it was a situation he had to deal with. Tony, calm down, Captain America shouted, throwing his shield like a dart. The shield, one of the hardest artifacts in the Marvel Universe, spun and struck Iron Man, causing Tony to tilt his head slightly. The force of the shield wasn't great, but it was enough to stop Tony's momentum. Thor, charging fiercely, wouldn't miss this opportunity and swung his hammer hard, sending Iron Man crashing to the ground. Boom! On the cracked ground, Tony was filled with rage. Rogers, do you want to fight too? It looks like I need to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Being called by his full name made Captain America quite annoyed. So he decided to stop wasting words and accelerated to charge at Iron Man. Seeing Captain America join the fight, Thor descended accordingly. What are we doing? Realizing the situation was getting even more chaotic, he began to sense that everything happening today was a bit strange. Thor silently reflected on everything that had happened today, starting from when he heard Heimdall's words. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly remembered something. Heimdall had mentioned a sorcerer by Loki's side, hadn't he? He turned in surprise to look for Loki and saw him with a dangerously powerful, blue-skinned alien. Stop! Thor tried to shout to prevent Iron Man and Captain America from fighting, but he found his body was no longer under his control. Then, he saw the alien confidently walking into the arena. Next, Thor's consciousness began to be continuously impacted. In the next second, he lost awareness. Meanwhile, the superstar spread her arms wide, and the Avengers one by one walked up to her, bowing in a circle. What the hell? On the helicopter, Fury's face was one of disbelief, and he rarely cursed. He turned his head, just as he was about to order everyone to escape, and met Coulson's gaze. Those eyes had lost their original calmness and reason, filled with an inexplicable madness. Fury's last thought was, we're done for. At the Cosmic Cube research base, Loki was discussing the next action plan with the superstar. Beside them stood most of the Avengers and a large number of S.H.I.L.D. agents like bodyguards. Through Loki's ambush design, the superstar used mental control to capture everyone who came to them. At this moment, Loki was proudly explaining the next step to the superstar, which was a method to deal with the only person on Earth who could obstruct them, Lynch. With the majority of the Avengers and S.H.I.L.D. heads under their control, there were almost no people left on Earth who could stop them. Loki's goal was to become the new king of Asgard, and in exchange, the Cosmic Cube would be the reward for Thanos. To become the new king of Asgard, Lynch was an unavoidable threat for Loki. He didn't want to be dragged down by Lynch right after ascending the throne, so he had to deal with Lynch on Earth. The superstar, who had accepted Thanos' secret order, also did not raise any objections, even though she could have already left Earth with the Cosmic Cube and brought it to Thanos. Thanos' secret order was for the superstar to use Loki's name to unleash the Chitauri army on Earth, launching a grand and overt interstellar invasion. This was a test initiated by Thanos to evaluate the true state of Earth. Discovering that there was more than one Infinity Stone on Earth, Thanos cautiously investigated the situation and found that this small planet was filled with hidden talents and powerful figures. Even though some information that Thanos learned was extremely outdated, and those mysterious and powerful beings might have already vanished into the river of time, he was still unwilling to take risks. He chose to wait until Loki came into his sight. Therefore, even if Loki's ambitions and aspirations seemed as ridiculous as a child's in his eyes, Thanos still sent his subordinates to assist Loki. With Loki's help, Thanos could understand how those hidden beings would respond to the invading forces on Earth. This would determine his next move. There were still two guys left in the Avengers, a green monster and a female agent. The wise Loki spoke of the Avengers as if he knew them like the back of his hand. In terms of acquiring secrets, he could be considered a master. The green guy had some strength, but the key was this female agent. What abilities does she have? The supergiant arrogantly inquired. No. Loki's expression turned cold. She is the woman who poses a big problem. The supergiant fell silent. Initially, she thought the big problem Loki spoke of was just a strong figure exaggerated by these indigenous beings, utterly insignificant in front of someone like her who had defeated countless powerful cosmic entities. However, after witnessing the abilities of several Avengers on Earth, the supergiant's impression of Lynch changed. According to Loki's description, Lynch had no weaknesses in terms of strength, speed, and defense, easily capable of defeating these Avengers. By comparing the powers of the Avengers, the supergiant realized that Lynch was likely a far more powerful existence than she had imagined. Thus, her mindset gradually shifted. From being unwilling to heed Loki's advice and planning to crush everything in her path, she became open to accepting Loki's arrangements and intended to prepare more for the confrontation with Lynch. Just like their previous plan to control the Avengers, they intended to have these individuals attract Lynch's attention and exhaust his physical energy. Diverting his attention and depleting his capabilities would increase the chances of the supergiant's mental control succeeding. Directly using this ability against an enemy could very likely fail if they were on guard. In the face of such a powerful being as Lynch, the supergiant's ability was their only glimmer of victory. If the supergiant failed, both of them would be easily crushed by Lynch. The supergiant had never feared death. She only feared failing to complete the task Thanos had given her. Always pursuing true death, the supergiant hoped to help Thanos accomplish his cause. thereby receiving that kind of true death from him. Therefore, after hearing Loki's introduction, the supergiant calmly asked, "So what should we do? Should we go find this person?" "No." Loki chuckled. "We first go to New York to find our green friend." In an open area in New York, Hulk, accompanied by a roar filled with anger, Hulk's explosive body crashed down in front of Loki and the supergiant. "Loki, I can't control him." The supergiant, having been thrown away and with a pained expression, shouted loudly, "Let him go." Loki couldn't hide the panic on his face as he yelled frantically, "If this guy goes crazy, we'll all die." Behind Hulk, Iron Man, Thor, and others quickly flew in, joining forces to confront Hulk on the ground. Missiles from Iron Man, lightning from Thor, Captain America's shield, and Hawkeye's arrows all rained down on Hulk's massive body. Roar! Hulk angrily pounded the ground with both fists, his entire body covered in wounds that even his super healing factor struggled to heal in time. His eyes swept over the fleeing Loki and the supergiant, and Hulk immediately crouched down and leaped up. "Hulk!" He roared, his massive figure covering dozens of meters in an instant, directly intercepting the terrified supergiant. With an intelligence equivalent to that of a toddler, Hulk knew that the culprit behind his misery was the person in front of him, and he wanted revenge. "Stop!" The supergiant's face twisted in anger as she unleashed her mental control with all her might. Under the supergiant's mental interference, Hulk immediately clutched his head and began to scream wildly. Yet the supergiant did not relax for a moment, seizing the opportunity to quickly flee in the opposite direction. This monster, its middle world is so chaotic. The supergiant's expression darkened, her face filled with regret. Originally, the plan Loki and she had prepared to control Hulk had gone smoothly. They had easily lured Banner to the heavily ambushed area they had set up. After Banner arrived, he quickly encountered attacks from the Avengers and SHIELD agents, then transformed into Hulk. After a fierce battle, the supergiant confidently made her move. But then, something unexpected happened. As the supergiant's mental power invaded Hulk's mind, she discovered that this green monster's mind was incredibly chaotic and completely unmanageable. Encountering the mental shock, Hulk instantly fell into a rampaging state, enduring everyone's attacks as he relentlessly pursued the two, vowing to smash them into meat paste. The fleeing supergiant's ability was greatly diminished. Hulk was not controlled, but instead became even more frantic, his eyes flashing with a hint of green light. He threw back his head and howled, casually knocking Iron Man, who had charged at him, away, and then, panting heavily, charged towards the supergiant, his speed far exceeding before. "Quickly, have them hold this guy down. Let that Iron Man take us away." Although Loki had been left behind by Hulk, he watched the supergiant's desperate situation in front of Hulk with a pounding heart. He was certain that if the supergiant died first, he would definitely follow suit and die at the hands of the out-of-control Hulk and the others. The supergiant ran for her life, but she felt the massive vibrations behind her getting closer and closer, hastily commanding everyone to come to her aid. Thor, who had been charging up in the air for a long time, spun Mjolnir, summoning terrifying lightning beside him, and in an instant, struck Hulk's back with a bolt of lightning. Roar! Hulk let out a painful howl, his enormous fists raining down on Thor. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Man quickly swooped through the sky, grabbing the supergiant and Loki. The three figures swiftly flew high into the air, quickly distancing themselves from the scene as Hulk's roar echoed behind them. As Hulk saw the supergiant leave, he no longer fought the remaining Avengers, instead fleeing into the distance with wounds all over his body. On the rooftop of Stark Tower, the supergiant silently watched the busy researchers for a moment before turning to Loki and asking, "There won't be any more problems this time, right?" Her face still showed fear, as if recalling the terrifying experience of being chased by Hulk not long ago. "No, while Earth's technology is backward, it's still reliable for these things." Loki smiled slightly, his evaluation of the supergiant dropping another notch. Just one Hulk scared her like this. Could she really deal with that monster Lynch? But it had come to this, and Loki could only place his hope in this general for now. That was just an inconsequential accident, so don't worry too much. Loki confidently reassured her. After speaking, Loki walked over to Dr. Selvig and asked, "How much longer?" 10 minutes. Dr. Selvig replied. 10 minutes. Loki looked up at the blue sky. In 10 minutes, New York would face destruction. Don't celebrate too early. The supergiant's tone was grim. "That guy will arrive too. You told me." "Yes, he will definitely come. He has lived here for a long time." Loki spoke slowly. "He won't just watch this city be destroyed. If he senses a crisis in New York, he will rush here immediately." As he spoke, Loki's expression turned blank. Through contact and covert observation, Loki believed he understood Lynch quite well. In Loki's eyes, Lynch was a very powerful individual who lacked the corresponding dignity and dreams. Who would have thought that a godlike figure would be so keen on engaging in such childish activities as fighting crime? His realm and strength were truly worlds apart. Loki thought disdainfully. However, Lynch had not shown up yet, and Loki guessed he might be hiding somewhere, completely unaware of the situation. This relieved Loki greatly. He was genuinely worried that Lynch would emerge at this time. Originally, Loki and the supergiant had come to Earth with full confidence, intending to deal with Lynch immediately. But after dealing with the Avengers, both had wisely changed their minds. The supergiant's strength was not as formidable as they had imagined, and they needed some preparation to deal with Lynch. They planned to open a wormhole in New York to let the Chitauri army invade, and with the controlled Avengers' strength, they would collectively confront Lynch. Time passed, and 10 minutes quickly went by. On top of Stark Tower, a brilliant blue beam suddenly shot into the sky. The azure sky twisted, torn open by a small black opening created by the beam. That small opening continuously expanded under the beam's assault, eventually forming a massive black hole. As the black hole inverted in the sky, one after another, Chitauri riding flying vehicles surged out. Following the tiny soldiers, a massive Leviathan creature also emerged. Within seconds, New York was plunged into endless panic. Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, Chitauri lowered their flying vehicles, swooping over a bustling street filled with pedestrians, continuously firing powerful projectiles from their energy guns, turning the entire street into a scene of carnage and wails. Help! Someone help me! Run! The aliens are coming! Don't come near! Mom, I want to go home. This once lively commercial street had turned into a purgatory under the rampage of the Chitauri army, as they scythed down one innocent life after another. Another Chitauri soldier dove down with a gun, and, with a flash of the gun's muzzle, a terrifying energy blast hit a building. Peter, in a room that was almost torn apart, Aunt May stretched out her hand with a crying voice, trying to reach the small boy Peter Parker on the other side. A 2-meter-long crack lay between them, and little Peter, drenched in sweat, desperately stretched out his hand to grab Aunt May's, trying to cross over. The Chitauri soldier who had just fired noticed that there were still survivors beneath his attack and immediately changed direction, flying towards the two humans. This Chitauri soldier did not shoot again, but stood upright, raising his gun like a knife, intending to slaughter the two humans up close. No! Aunt May noticed the Chitauri soldier's movement, her mind going blank. Peter, run! Little Peter, sensing Aunt May's reaction, turned his head and was immediately frozen in fear. The Chitauri's flying vehicle was incredibly fast and had already reached behind Peter in an instant. Looking at the dazed human child, the Chitauri raised a spear, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Just then, a fast-moving shadow suddenly charged in from the side, directly colliding with the Chitauri and soaring into the sky. The shadow tossed the Chitauri aside, launching several microprojectiles that hit the Chitauri. Bang! The Chitauri had no time to react before being turned into fragments in an explosion. The shadow stood firm in the air. It was a golden-red Iron Man. Peter Parker shouted excitedly, jumping up and down. Iron Man glanced back at little Peter, but did not respond. He looked up at the wormhole from which the Chitauri army was still pouring down and accelerated upwards into the sky. Go! Drive these guys out of New York! Little Peter waved his hands, shouting at Iron Man's departing figure. Iron Man flew through the air at high speed, continuously attacking and shooting down Chitauri soldiers. After defeating a squad of Chitauri, Iron Man sped towards another area with more Chitauri, but was blocked by a massive creature. A Leviathan and a squad of Chitauri soldiers surrounded War Machine, their dark shadows blocking all escape routes with countless bursts of gunfire behind them. The thick-skinned Leviathan was difficult to kill with the weapons on Iron Man's suit, and the coordinated attacks from the Chitauri army could easily breach the suit's defenses. Iron Man had no choice but to look for an opportunity to break out. Bang! 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 A series of explosions erupted as Iron Man, engulfed in smoke, escaped from the flames of the explosions. He flew to a quieter street and landed unsteadily. Inside the suit, Tony's eyes flickered with a strange light, his expression blank. The red alarm on his suit's display panel flashed continuously, indicating severe damage to the armor. The sounds of screams echoed in Tony's ears, but he remained unmoved, slumped on the ground as if contemplating life. In the past, even if his suit was destroyed, Tony would have switched to another suit, strategized, and fought until the last moment. But now, he just sat there, seemingly waiting for something. Such scenes were occurring in many places across New York. Thor, Captain America, Hawkeye, the Avengers controlled by the supergiant, only pretended to resist the Chitauri slightly before one by one they fell and hid passively. The ones truly fighting against the overwhelming Chitauri army were another group of people. Hold the line. In the thunderous battlefield, War Machine's figure appeared in various places, shouting to hold the position. After the Chitauri army emerged from the wormhole and wreaked havoc in New York for 10 minutes, the army finally entered the city. Rhodey also joined the troops in resisting the Chitauri army. But facing the well-equipped and numerous Chitauri army, the hastily assembled troops were utterly unable to resist. Within just a few dozen minutes, the army had suffered significant casualties, while the Chitauri continued to flood into New York. Rhodey knew that to win this war, they would have to rely on Tony and his group. In the beginning, Tony, Thor, and others displayed their might, continuously eliminating the Chitauri army entering New York, giving Rhodey great confidence. But the good times didn't last long. Faced with an endless army, the members of the Avengers fell one after another, running out of ammunition and suffering defeat. Looking up at the black hole from which the Chitauri were continuously pouring, Rhodes felt both despair and confusion. He couldn't understand why. Even he could see that the wormhole needed to be closed first, but no one among Tony and the others thought of it. At that moment, Rhodes had already lost contact with Tony and the others. Was New York going to be occupied by these aliens today? You bastard. Go die. In Hell's Kitchen, a heavily tattooed man roared as he fired a shot at the Chitauri in front of him. The powerful shotgun blast hit the Chitauri, instantly knocking it down. Seeing the Chitauri tremble and spit blood, the man viciously stomped on it and spat. You monster! His eyes reddened. He tightened his grip on the gun and continuously fired at the Chitauri until he ran out of bullets. Give me back my daughter. Woo-woo. Holding the gun, he began to cry uncontrollably, oblivious to his surroundings. Bang! The man fell to the ground in an instant, while another Chitauri lowered its gun and turned to look for other humans. Just as this Chitauri turned around, a shadow darted out from the side and knocked it down with a punch. Gurgle! The Chitauri roared, trying to get up, but was hit in the throat and painfully closed its eyes. Hell's Kitchen is my territory, Daredevil muttered in a low voice, panting as he retracted his fist and retreated to a corner. He had been fighting here for a long time, his body covered in wounds, and his strength nearly depleted. But that wasn't the most troubling thing. What distressed him the most was that in such a noisy environment, his abilities were significantly weakened. During the battle, it was difficult for him to judge the enemy's position and movements by sound, coupled with the Chitauri's strong physical attributes and excellent equipment. Daredevil found it hard to defeat these guys easily. All he could do was rely on his fearless spirit to exchange injuries for lives time and time again. After a series of battles, Daredevil had already reached his limit. Facing the ever-increasing Chitauri, he gradually began to despair. Watch out! Hearing the sudden warning, Daredevil was startled and instinctively rolled to avoid it. Bang! An energy blast narrowly missed Daredevil, exploding against the wall. Behind him, a Chitauri raised its gun and angrily shouted. This Chitauri grabbed its gun like a knife and charged aggressively at the prone Daredevil. A petite figure blocked its path, quickly raising a delicate fist and striking the Chitauri's armor. Thud! The Chitauri flew back as if hit by a freight train, crashing into the wall. Jessica, with her fist raised, frowned with a fierce expression. Matt, you need to find a place to hide. Jessica helped Daredevil up, sighing as she advised him. If this continues, you'll die. Daredevil's face was contorted, and the wounds on his body throbbed painfully from his earlier evasive action. However, facing Jessica's persuasion, Daredevil firmly shook his head. Still unable to reach him, Daredevil asked worriedly. Jessica fell silent for a moment and did not answer, tacitly agreeing. If this continues, not to mention Hell's Kitchen, New York will be finished. Daredevil said somewhat anxiously. Yes, Jessica echoed, then added, even those Avengers. At this moment, both of them felt similarly. Despair. When the Chitauri descended, both were just defending the Defender's Tower. Seeing the aliens flying outside the building, they did not hesitate to step forward. They fought alongside the brave local residents in Hell's Kitchen against the invading aliens until the Chitauri grew in number. They thought the Avengers or Lynch would step in to deal with these guys, but they gradually fell into disappointment. The Avengers only held out for a while before all being defeated, allowing the Chitauri to enter New York at an alarming speed. Moreover, their anticipated Lynch had not appeared until now. What made them feel most desperate was that they could not contact Lynch. A few months ago, Lynch had informed them that he wanted to experience life and change his contact information. Like them, S-H-I-E-L-D. And the Avengers could not reach Lynch either. After the Namor incident, Lynch and S-H-I-E-L-D had a subtle falling out. and Fury had revoked all surveillance on Lynch. Tony, like Fury, had not investigated Lynch's whereabouts or what he was doing since then. Ugh! In the sky, another Leviathan beast, carrying countless Chitauri soldiers, passed through the wormhole, becoming the last straw that broke New York's back. Young Peter hid in a room, peeking out the window to search the sky. Rhodes' war machine had run out of ammunition, its body almost completely destroyed, lying on the side staring at the sky. Daredevil and Jessica, after taking down 2 Chitauri, were exhausted, leaning against the wall, silently watching the sky. Everyone was thinking the same question. Super Kid, where is Lynch? Outside a cabin in the woods, Lynch was leisurely basking in the sun. Inside the house, Natasha was preparing lunch in the kitchen. On the wall, a built-in TV was playing some local news. Suddenly, the news anchor on the TV paused for a moment, then began reporting a new bulletin in an incomprehensible language. Natasha, seriously stirring the food with a spatula, immediately stopped her movements upon hearing the sound from the TV. After silently listening for 2 seconds, Natasha suddenly fixed her gaze on the TV screen. The small screen had switched to a war-torn city overrun by monsters. As the footage changed, the camera zoomed in, and the world-famous Statue of Liberty was shockingly knocked down by an ugly giant beast flying through the air. Lynn. Natasha's face tightened as she softly called out. Lynch, puzzled, pulled down his sunglasses, noticing something was off with Natasha's tone. Turning to activate his abilities and look inside the house, Lynch's pupils dilated slightly, and he instantly burst to Natasha's side. What happened? Are aliens invading New York? Looking at the footage of New York, which seemed to be experiencing the apocalypse, Lynch frowned and asked. He couldn't understand the language, but based on the timing and the visuals, he could guess what had happened. What puzzled him was why the Avengers hadn't taken action yet. Natasha knew more languages than Lynch, and this language happened to be one she spoke. Hearing Lynch's question, she nodded and said, "A wormhole appeared in New York 45 minutes ago, and countless alien troops invaded New York through that hole. Where are the Avengers?" Lynch asked directly. Just as Natasha was about to explain, images of Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, and others appeared on the screen. In the scene, they are wiping out the alien army in large numbers, only to be overwhelmed one after another by the surging troops. They have been defeated by the aliens and are missing. What on earth are they doing? Seeing Thor being taken down by a few weak Chitauri and then being hit by countless energy blasts, disappearing without a trace, Lynch felt something was off. How could Thor have become so weak in such a short time? Could it be because of a woman? Something's not right. Quite not right. Lynch turned his mind and suddenly noticed a strange detail. Where is Banner? Isn't Hulk in New York? In the footage, those outstanding Avengers making a commotion all appeared, but there was no sign of Hulk. Such an obvious big green guy. Could he really be overlooked? The more Lynch thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. It was one thing for Thor to be weak, but had Tony and Fury also lost their minds? Even if he had triggered some butterfly effect, these Chitauri weren't stronger than what he had seen in previous movies. How could the Avengers be wiped out so easily? There's a problem. Lynch. Natasha's expression was serious. We have to go. I'll go, you stay. Seeing Natasha wanting to argue, Lynch said seriously, something's off. Banner's not in New York. And Tony and Thor's failures are too strange. Bringing you along would slow me down. Lynch gently patted Natasha's hair and said softly, "Don't worry. I'll be back soon." Upon hearing this, Natasha could only nod helplessly. After calming Natasha down, Lynch turned to look into the distance, and the shackles on his body began to peel away under his mental control, an astonishing aura rising up. Boom! Just as the terrifying sonic boom and shockwave rolled out, Lynch's figure had already disappeared into the horizon. A long howl from the Leviathan echoed for those below, like a death knell for New York. It descended to low altitude, its hard, short limbs slicing through buildings in its path like cutting meat. Ahead of it, a building marked with the Defender Alliance sign came into view. "Monster, get away from me!" A sharp shout rang out, and a black dot instantly shot into the Leviathan's abdomen. It was Jessica, unable to control her overwhelming power upon seeing the Defender Alliance building about to be destroyed. She flew up into the sky, stepping on Daredevil, and landed a punch on the Leviathan. Ugh! Jessica's fist, trained by Daredevil for months and filled with rage, carried a force of over 100 tons, causing the Leviathan to cry out in pain. But that was all. To the enormous Leviathan, Jessica was still too weak. The Leviathan swung its body, sending Jessica flying away. Damn it! Jessica's flying ability was already unreliable, and being in the air with no leverage, she could only watch helplessly as the Leviathan charged toward the Defender Alliance building. Her face was filled with unwillingness and sorrow. After spending so many meaningful days in the Defender Alliance base, she had long regarded it as her home. How could she not feel sad in this situation? The monster swung its limbs, and the foremost long limb touched the middle of the building. No, in front of the building's large windows, Karen looked in horror at the enormous claws coming closer, retreating continuously. Just then, it seemed like a light flickered in the sky, and when the Leviathan was hit by this light, it suddenly vanished. It was as if someone had forcefully edited it out of the picture using some special method. When a loud noise came, someone joyfully shouted, "Lynch!" Jessica's reaction was quicker than most, seeing the monster mysteriously disappear and then fall to the ground. She immediately understood that Lynch had arrived. Is it him? Daredevil couldn't hear what was happening at all, only knowing that the Leviathan had encountered some unknown attack. Amidst the smoke and fireworks raised by the Leviathan, Lynch's expressionless face slowly emerged. "Want to smash my building? Don't you know my previous dream was to be a landlord?" He murmured to himself, slowly rising into the sky. His sharp gaze swept across the entire city, and Lynch's expression darkened. The situation in New York was worse than he had imagined. Countless civilians had perished at the hands of the Chitauri army, and countless buildings had been destroyed by the flames of war. What angered and puzzled him even more was that he saw the Avengers and several familiar S.H.I. the agents solintakt eating azide. What were they doing? Slacking off at a time like this? Waiting for me to save the world? Anger surged in Lynch's heart. But now is not the time to dwell on that, because he also saw countless people praying to gods, yearning for someone to come and save them. Super Kid, our superhero, he has finally arrived. Thank God we are saved. Those hopeful citizens were the reason Lynch had come here. He took a deep breath, slightly widening his eyes, and two beams of heat vision transformed from thin to thick. The heat vision shot out not far, and Lynch cautiously controlled his mental power to envelop it. In an instant, those thick beams of heat turned into countless slender streams of light, spreading all over New York. These streams of light, as if equipped with trackers, pierced through the Chitauri who were killing and burning in New York, then turned to the next target. Wherever the streams of light reached, the Chitauri were wiped out in large numbers. In just a few breaths, countless Chitauri perished under Lynch's bizarre attack. Within 2 minutes, the Chitauri rampaging through New York were almost completely eradicated. Ugh! A surviving Leviathan howled as it charged at Lynch, only to be entirely melted into ashes by several beams of heat vision. Looking for death, Lynch snorted coldly, seeing that many places in New York were still ablaze, and slightly opened his mouth to take a deep breath for half a minute. Whoosh! A cold wind blew out, precisely directed by Lynch's mental power to those in need. Before long, the city's smoke and fire were extinguished in the cold wind. But in the wormhole, countless Chitauri troops were still pouring in. Lynch raised his head, and two massive beams of heat vision filled the entire black hole. Those Chitauri troops about to come to New York through the wormhole disintegrated under the intensely hot beams, and the formerly speckled sky suddenly became much clearer. Withdrawing his heat vision, Lynch stood in the air, slowly closing his eyes like a god in the world. In a New York free of Chitauri, people were either crying tears of joy, dancing happily, or bowing in worship. After a dozen seconds, Lynch suddenly opened his eyes, looking toward Loki, who was hiding somewhere. Was all of this orchestrated by this guy? After pondering for 2 seconds, Lin Qi slowly descended in front of Loki. "Is this what you rely on?" Lin Qi said expressionlessly. Loki's face was filled with bitterness as he shook his head. "I was forced." At that moment, Loki was regretting his decisions. He couldn't imagine how Lin Qi could defeat such a large army of Chitauri in just a few minutes. But the facts were before him, and Loki could only harden his resolve and shift the blame onto others, like the superstars and Thanos. Forced? Lin Qi snorted coldly, thinking to himself that Loki was quick to shift blame. Wanted to say it was Thanos, right? Who forced you? Just as Loki was about to come clean, he caught sight of someone nearby and abruptly stopped talking. Lin Qi frowned and turned to see Iron Man flying rapidly toward him. What surprised Lin Qi was that Tony's armor seemed completely unharmed, as if he hadn't participated in the battle at all. Did he change suits? Lin Qi muttered in confusion. Then why didn't he join the fight? Just as he was about to ask, Iron Man came charging in at high speed without slowing down. "What are you doing?" Lin Qi shouted angrily. Boom! Iron Man didn't answer and didn't stop, landing a punch on Lin Qi's face. But the result was that Iron Man was heavily rebounded, flying backward and landing on the ground. "Tony Stark!" Lin Qi stood there unscathed, but his mood was very poor. "Stop!" Using his X-ray vision, Lin Qi quickly saw Tony behind the Iron Man suit, and he noticed that Tony's expression was indeed very off. How powerful was his superbrain? Even without consciously memorizing things, after spending a long time with Tony Stark, he could clearly recall every expression, action, and detail about Tony in just a second. Comparing these memories with the Tony in front of him, Lin Qifei easily discovered that today's Tony was problematic. Was he controlled by Loki using a Mind Stone? This guess just emerged, and Lin Qifei immediately denied it. Because Lin Qifei, who was familiar with the plot, knew that Tony, with the new element arc reactor in his chest, wouldn't be directly controlled by Loki's Mind Stone. But it was clear that Tony was under direct control, which didn't match the other way Loki used the Mind Stone in the movies, that is, subtly influencing character and mentality. In the first Avengers movie, Loki pretended to be captured and then used a Mind Stone placed on the ship to influence the Avengers during their escort. Under the influence of the Mind Stone, the Avengers gradually became irritable and ended up arguing loudly in front of the Mind Stone. If it weren't for Hawkeye's sudden attack on the ship, the Avengers would have surely come to blows and fallen apart. But this use of the Mind Stone was silent and left no trace of changing a person, rather than directly controlling a person's body and mind. Did he obtain some magical treasure from somewhere? Or was it a sorcerer's trick not used in a movie? Lin Qifei frowned. If that were the case, he wouldn't know what to do. Who knew how many tricks Loki had hidden up his sleeve? Thinking this, Lin Qifei's cold gaze fell on Loki. What are you doing? Bring them back to normal. Loki shrugged innocently and said, I really didn't do it. Do you want to die? Lin Qifei certainly wouldn't believe Loki's nonsense. Impatiently cursing, Lin Qifei directly reached out and grabbed Loki by the neck. Loki's neck was gradually tightened by the immense force, turning red, and his eyes began to roll back. No, it's not me. Please. He flailed his arms, painfully squeezing out fragmented pleas from his throat. Seeing that Loki didn't seem to be lying, Lin Qifei asked, Tell me, who is it? Loki felt his neck loosen, and, like grasping a lifeline, he gasped for air. It's... His words were cut off halfway when Lin Qifei suddenly sensed something coming from behind. He turned around, saw who it was, and reached out with his other hand to grip lightly. The mighty Mjolnir was tightly grasped in Lin Qifei's hand, while Thor, holding the hammer's handle, looked furious. Let him go. As Thor's furious shout rang out, Mjolnir seemed to sense its owner's emotions and unleashed dazzling lightning. Boom! A thunderclap erupted from the ground. With a headache, Lin Qifei had no choice but to release Loki to prevent him from being struck by lightning while trying to save his brother. You idiot! All you know is to protect your brother. Lin Qifei cursed, moving his body and appearing right in front of the frenzied Thor. Can you show some respect? The disoriented Thor didn't comply and threw a series of punches in response. Helpless, Lin Qifei had to grab Thor's arms and legs, pinning him down. Bang, bang, bang. Recovering his senses, Iron Man took off again from below, launching a series of missiles that exploded around Lin Qifei. Is this never-ending? Holding on to Thor, Lin Qifei activated his heat vision, using his mental power to control the rays to disperse and strike Iron Man. The powerful heat vision directly disintegrated Iron Man's sturdy armor into fragments, revealing Tony inside. You stay put. Lin Qifei used his mental power to send Tony directly to the ground, then suppressed him completely, rendering him unable to move. With Thor in his grip and Tony restrained by mental power, both Titans of the Avengers lost the qualification to continue causing chaos. But just as Lin Qifei caught his breath and looked up, he found, speechless, that other Avengers members were also arriving one after another. Goodness, are they staging a showdown between the Avengers and the Super Kid? Captain America charged forward, swinging his shield at Lin Qifei. Hawkeye drew his bow, aiming an explosive arrow straight at Lin Qifei's forehead and heart. You two, just hold on a second. Lin Qifei didn't even bat an eye at these two. These two were just enhanced humans, with average bodies and no other abilities, so they didn't require any effort to deal with. Lin Qifei's terrifying mental power activated directly, like a giant net, suppressing Captain America and Hawkeye in place. Finally, Lin Qifei took Mjolnir from Thor and tossed it to the ground, using mental power to suppress him as he ascended into the air. Is there anyone else? He scanned around New York, searching for the next controlled enemy. Meanwhile, everyone outside and in New York was stunned by Lin Qifei's actions. Did they start fighting? Why? Aren't they on the same side? The Super Kid is truly powerful. Compared to the ignorant citizens of New York, those who understood the Avengers and Lin Qifei were even more shocked. What are they doing? Jessica looked up at Lin Qifei in the sky, confused, saying Lin is fighting with those Avengers. That means they have a problem. Daredevil said firmly. If it were Lin acting abnormally, this world would be doomed. So we can only assume that something went wrong with those Avengers. They're all acting strangely today. After analyzing the situation with his keen observation skills, Daredevil turned and collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. What are Tony and the others up to? Rhodey, dressed in a short coat, was next to a nearly scrapped War Machine. Why did they start fighting Lin? This is chaos. Even if Rhodey subconsciously wanted to defend Tony. The fact is that the Avengers suddenly attacked Lin, who had just saved New York. What on earth happened? Rhodey felt his little brain wasn't enough. Although he sensed something was off from the beginning, he was powerless to uncover the truth. Was there nothing? Murmuring to himself, Lin turned to look at Loki on the ground. Loki, whom Lin had been keeping an eye on, couldn't escape with a glance from Lin. Loki's body floated uncontrollably into the air. I'm very curious. What kind of magic did you use to do this? The Mind Stone? Or some other treasure? Or is it a sorcerer's technique? Lin asked expressionlessly. Loki, looking troubled, protested. I told you it wasn't me. Then give me a reason, Lin interrupted him. Well. Loki's head drooped, and his voice trailed off. Meanwhile, on a street corner in New York, a robed superstar suddenly appeared, solemnly waving the glowing blue Mind Stone in his hand. The blue light on the Mind Stone expanded in the wind, instantly transforming into a massive spherical object. Bang! A shocking sound echoed in the minds of everyone in New York like a bell being rung. The blue sphere exploded with the sound, scattering blue light all over the city. The superstar looked at the sky filled with blue light, a proud smile on his face. After admiring his masterpiece for a moment, he whispered an incantation, waved his hands, and vanished into thin air. At the same time, Lin, who was interrogating Loki, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat, and an indescribable sense of unease began to spread from deep within. What happened? Lin looked around and quickly noticed the omnipresent blue light. The eerie blue glow surged from all directions, continuously rushing toward him. What is this? Upon contact with the blue light, Lin felt his emotions and thoughts begin to fluctuate. Bold, extreme ideas and various negative emotions like irritability and depression surged to the forefront of his mind, shocking him. He quickly associated it with the Mind Stone. The Mind Stone had this terrifying effect on emotions and character. Moreover, Lin recalled his earlier memories of Loki and realized that Loki indeed did not have a Mind Stone with him. Such an important and powerful artifact. How could Loki not carry it? There could only be one possibility. Loki's accomplice was using the Mind Stone. Who is it? Lin roared, gripping Loki tightly. But Loki rolled his eyes and fainted without saying a word, throwing Loki heavily to the ground. Lin looked at the hand he used to grab Loki. Did he use too much force just now? Lin found it hard to believe. With his super intellect and mental powers, as well as his life force abilities, he could control his strength precisely to the finest detail. Yet, Loki's reaction was clearly not a disguise, but rather that Lin's strength had exceeded his control and knocked Loki out. Why is this happening? A sense of unease crept into Lin's heart. My emotions. Feel off. He began to have a foreboding feeling, as the power of the Mind Stone seemed to be beyond imagination. Lin's expression darkened, and he quickly activated his abilities to search for Loki's accomplice. However, he scanned New York back and forth with his vision and mental powers several times, but found nothing. Damn it! Lin suddenly lost control of his anger and cursed. Dare to plot against me. I will turn you to ash. His expression changed wildly, and his anger surged. Dung, dung, dung. Just then, Lin heard a gunshot. Then, he felt a bullet hit his face. Do you want to die? As if finding an outlet for his frustration, Lin glared angrily in the direction of the gunfire. A similarly furious man was holding a gun when he saw Lin looking at him. He crazily continued to shoot until the gun was empty. After emptying the bullets, he slammed the gun to the ground and shouted, "What kind of hero are you? Why didn't you come save us sooner? Do you know how many loved ones I lost?" 6. As he cursed, seemingly unsatisfied, he picked up a bent iron pipe from the roadside and threw it at Lin with all his strength. Lin was flying too high, and the iron pipe missed him, but it seemed to act as a switch, prompting countless people to follow suit. New Yorkers began cursing and attacking Lin, with a barrage of physical and verbal assaults flying toward him. You let so many people die. You don't deserve to be called a hero. You're trash. You betrayed New York, you monster. You're not even human. You're a demon. Wherever you go, disaster follows. Get out of the human world. Humanity does not welcome you. Get out of New York. Get off the earth. You don't belong here. You could have saved them. You're a butcher, a killer. Am I the murderer? Lin's eyes turned red, and his breathing grew heavier. Because I couldn't save everyone, I became a bad guy. Saying this, Lin suddenly let out a sinister laugh. How ridiculous. His gaze gradually turned cold, and his tone became more menacing. What about the people I saved? Am I supposed to be criticized for not saving everyone after I helped you? This is the true face of you fools. only daring to vent your anger on the good people who help you while remaining silent about the bad people who persecute you. Since that's the case, Lin sneered, his thoughts becoming increasingly radical. Then why should I be a superhero? Do you think I want to protect you? If it weren't for, who would care about you arrogant, selfish fools? If I don't be a superhero, isn't it more appealing to be a villain? After all, as long as I kill the villains, I can get what I want. Why should I care about these guys' lives? Lin licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a dangerous gleam. It's time to make a decision. I assent it. I should have been more genuine all along. If I want to gain justice points, then I should just go for it. Why bother being a thankless superhero? How ridiculous. I never expected to hypnotize myself, really thinking of myself as a hero with a sense of justice. What justice is there in this world? Isn't it all about who has the bigger fist? Justice is always in the hands of strong, and the strongest always holds the ultimate interpretation of justice. If talking about justice is useful, then what do we need power for? Now that I have this power, why do I still pretend to be a superhero? As long as I'm careful and take a short time, I can dominate this universe. With such powerful strength, I should be worshipped as a deity. We're superheroes, struggling to save these damned, ordinary people, only to be resented by them in the end. What superhero nonsense? Bang! Another bullet hit Lynch's face, right in the right eye. The bullet wasn't very powerful, but hitting a sensitive eye was certainly not pleasant. Lynch's eyelid twitched violently, and he immediately glared down below. These damned fools. I want to kill you all. The moment this thought arose, Lynch rushed towards the citizens of New York without hesitation. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, and the burly man who led the attack on Lynch immediately spat blood, looking at Lynch with pain as his arm pierced through his back. Remember, in the next life, maintain a reverence for the gods. Lynch excitedly moved his arm, stirring the man's internal organs. You worthless piece of trash. Can't even protect your own family and shift the responsibility onto others? Since you live in pain anyway, why not go accompany them? Just a few seconds passed, and the man, losing too much blood, rolled his eyes and fainted. Hiss! Lynch withdrew his arm, his face filled with a sense of unfulfilled satisfaction as he looked at the people nearby. The devil. He finally revealed his true colors. A plump black woman twisted her body, crying out as she fled in the opposite direction. The next second, two deadly beams instantly turned her to ashes. With a body and mind as foolish as a pig, why waste resources living? I must say, there are indeed many pigs in this country. I might as well exert some effort to help clean them up. A white old man dressed as a priest closed his eyes, sweat pouring down his face, mumbling something. Oh God, if... His voice was interrupted by the cold wind, and he turned into a lifelike ice sculpture of a priest. Today I surpass God. God? What is the Marvel God in the face of the system? If he exists, I will eliminate him sooner or later. Lynch laughed maniacally, capturing the fleeing crowd one by one like an eagle catching a chick. Lin, Tony's anxious voice suddenly rang out from his side, as he controlled the new Iron Man suit to block Lynch. Iron Man spread his arms, and Tony inside looked serious as he said, "Stop. Otherwise, I will." Bang! Lynch disdainfully stepped on Iron Man, slightly twisting his toes, his gaze fierce. What can you do to me? Kill me? He noticed that Tony seemed different from before, as if he had broken free from control. But so what? Tony in the suit gritted his teeth, feeling a bit desperate. The recently awakened him had no memory of what happened before and only learned from Jarvis's report. But before he could gather his thoughts, he saw Lynch rampaging. He guessed that Lynch might have been affected by some mental influence like he was before, so he hurriedly equipped the new Iron Man suit to stop Lynch. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was too great. Lynch's casual strike was enough to overwhelm Iron Man. No, you've been used. Stop. Used? Lynch chuckled. I know, but there's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. At this moment, the darkest part of Lynch's character was stirred by the Mind Stone, overpowering the good parts and occupying his entire mind. However, Lynch didn't care. The arrogant him thought, what is the Mind Stone? At most, it just makes me a bit irritable and more decisive. That could even be a good thing, right? You're crazy. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he angrily accused. You're not like this? Wake up, Lin. I'm not like this. You think you know me well? Lynch lowered his head, his face close to the Iron Man helmet, speaking each word clearly. What you see is only what I want you to see. You don't understand me at all. Saying this, Lynch moved his hands, instantly tearing apart Tony's Iron Man suit and grabbing his head. On the contrary, I know you too well. Look at the real you beneath the armor, so weak and pitiful. You'll regret this. Stop. Tony struggled as dark clouds suddenly appeared above them. Boom. Lynch turned his head, and two beams of heat instantly shattered the lightning on Thor, roasting him to a medium-rare state. And you, using mental power to control Thor to come before him. Lynch sneered. Do you know why your fate is so miserable? It's all because of what you've done. You deserve it. Upon hearing this, Thor, looking extremely miserable, seemed struck hard and fainted with a pale face. Then, Captain America's shield and Hawkeye's arrow shot towards Lynch again. The two were just a moment distracted before they found themselves in front of Lynch. Captain America? You're just a clown in a suit. You're as hypocritical and arrogant as this country. Captain America glared, but his mouth was controlled by Lynch, unable to speak. Do you know? I should let you sleep in ice until you die. Every time I think of your stars and stripes, I feel sick. After saying this, Lynch turned to look at Hawkeye. Hawkeye, what confidence do you have to come before me? You worthless piece of trash. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. Hawkeye's face was also ashen, but could not retort. After mocking a few Avengers, Lynch let out a sinister laugh and lifted them all into the sky. Rising above all of New York, red light shone in Lynch's eyes. Today is your day of death. Lynn, don't do this. Do you want to be an enemy of this world? Think of those people you care about. Lynch ignored him, speaking passionately to himself. Killing you all. Every enemy must rely on me to defeat. I will step by step reach the peak of this universe. What is Thanos? I will twist his head off and stick in the field. Lynch rambled on, his mind in utter chaos, completely unaware of a plane speeding towards him from the side. Who? As the plane got closer, Lynch suddenly turned his head, instinctively using his mental power against the plane that was heading straight for him. Bang! In the sky, a brilliant firework exploded, but Lynch's face was blank, and his body trembled slightly, unable to believe what had just happened before him. Nah. When the plane exploded, he finally took a slow glance inside. That glance made him completely collapse mentally, because the person inside the plane was Natasha. Lynch immediately woke up, using his mental power to envelop the entire exploding plane, rushing in and embracing Natasha. But Natasha was still severely shaken by the shockwave from the explosion, on the verge of death, blood seeping from her mouth and nose. How can you? Helplessly looking at Natasha, who was about to perish in his arms, Lynch's mouth opened and closed weakly, completely a loss for words. Lynn, Natasha's eyelashes trembled incessantly, like two mischievous butterflies. She wanted to open her eyes to take one last look at Lynch. But the normally agile Black Widow now resembled an old woman, her eyelids feeling as heavy as a 1,000-pound weight, no matter how hard she tried. She couldn't open her eyes. You said, when I die, redemption. Natasha's voice suddenly stopped, her eyelids heavily drooping. No. Lynch's hot tears streamed down, his mind blank. He never expected that this fleeting relationship he had deemed unsustainable had already become an inseparable part of his heart. In a daze, he recalled Natasha's last words. Redemption? Redemption. Lynch painfully raised his fist, violently striking his own head. He couldn't forgive himself, because he never imagined he would become a disaster threatening the entire world, while Natasha chose to sacrifice her life to bring back Lynch's sanity to save this world. Use your ability to freeze her. She can still be saved. At that moment, Tony's voice sounded like heavenly music to Lynch, and for the first time, he found this guy's voice so charming. Huff. Lynch exhaled a freezing breath, encasing Natasha in ice, then hoisted her onto his shoulder, his gaze coldly directed downward. He vowed in his heart that the mastermind behind all this would pay the price. Under the strong mental stimulus, Lynch broke free from the influence of the Mind Scepter, and his reason and conscience returned to his mind. That blue light suppressed the darker parts of my character. It was truly terrifying. Waking up, Lynch thought silently, feeling increasingly fearful. I was too careless. I actually let the blue light touch me. Lynch felt very guilty because after discovering the blue light, he immediately realized that it might be something emitted by the Mind Scepter, and at that moment, he had the opportunity to isolate those blue lights with his mental power. But he didn't because he wanted to see just how powerful the Mind Scepter was. Of course, ultimately, it was still Lynch's own mindset that had problems. After gaining strength, he became very relaxed and lost the vigilance he once had. The Infinity Stones were indeed powerful. The Mind Stone, the power to manipulate minds. It was too terrifying. The first time Lynch came into contact with the Infinity Stones, he suffered a great loss, making him fully realize how domineering the most powerful force in a universe could be. Although the Infinity Stones in the Marvel Cinematic Universe are not as perverse as in the comics, they can almost be considered the strongest in a single universe. One infinity stone can create a super powerhouse, and gathering all 6 can summon a dragon. No, gathering all the infinity stones can accomplish anything you want to do. Distorting reality, reversing time, manipulating minds. Accomplishing these incredible feats is simply effortless. This is the allure of the stones. In the movie, Thanos even planned to use the stones to destroy the universe and then create a new one, showcasing the horror of the stones. However, using the stones has certain thresholds. Not just anyone can pick them up and use them. Some powerful beings can use the stones with their bare hands, while many others need to rely on objects. Like the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme used that Eye of Agamotto to wield the stones, and Thanos used the Infinity Gauntlet to utilize the stones. The Mind Scepter is also an object that channels the abilities of the stones. Through this object, even Loki could use the power of the stones. Of course, different individuals have vastly different capabilities when using them. And the person who used the Mind Scepter to influence the entire New York must be stronger than Loki by a considerable margin. Lynch thought silently in his heart. So, where did the blue light begin to appear? He carefully examined his memories, because his mental power radiated outward, unintentionally recording everything it enveloped. Through recollection, Lynch could identify many things he had overlooked at that time. The blue light flowed backward in Lynch's mind, retreating from him until it converged into a sphere. Found it. Lynch's spirit jolted, his body moved, and he instantly appeared at the position where the supergiant had appeared before. Blue skin, a robe. This image is... Lynch's brain raced, immediately identifying a character that matched perfectly. Supergiant? Lynch suddenly realized. Supergiant is one of Thanos' Black Order, but did not appear in the movie. Unexpectedly, Thanos sent this guy to follow Loki to Earth. After pondering for a moment, Lynch felt that Loki must have informed Thanos of his existence. Or perhaps it was the butterfly effect caused by Lynch's presence that prompted Thanos to send Supergiant to test the waters. Thinking of this, Lynch's eyes lit up, and he unleashed his heat vision. The scorching heat vision swept across the place where Supergiant had stood, then scanned nearby areas. Nothing? Lynch frowned. He thought Supergiant had used some concealment method to hide nearby. But under the rapidly moving and extremely high-temperature heat vision, all disguises and hiding places are laid bare. It seems that Supergiant had used some kind of teleportation method to escape. Everything fell into a stalemate once again. A sense of frustration surged in Lynch's heart. He felt powerless and quite irritable. At that moment, Lynch suddenly noticed a missile rapidly approaching. A nuclear bomb? Lynch's pupils dilated slightly as he instantly recognized it as a small nuclear bomb. In the original plot of Avengers 1, the World Security Council chose to make a drastic decision to prevent the world from alien invasion by launching a devastating nuclear bomb at New York. If this nuclear bomb exploded successfully in New York, the entire city would be turned into charred ruins along with the invaders. At that time, Tony became the ultimate savior, carrying the nuclear bomb into the wormhole, eliminating the remaining Chitauri, and preventing New York's destruction. But now, with the Chitauri army completely annihilated and the crisis in New York resolved, why would they still drop this nuclear bomb? Could it be that Supergiant was causing trouble behind the scenes? A few minutes earlier, at a certain branch of SHIELD, Supergiant watched Lynch suppressing the people of New York on the screen with a sinister smile. After discovering that Lynch's strength exceeded expectations, Supergiant dared not reveal himself to confront directly. He quietly estimated that with Lynch's displayed power, even Thanos would have difficulty in matching him. Supergiant had to seek another method, using the Mind Scepter to influence Lynch and the people of New York's thoughts, inciting them against each other. In this way, Lynch would walk the path of opposing the world. In the eyes of the Supergiant, even though Lynch appeared very powerful, he probably still lacked the qualifications to truly suppress this world. He had heard many rumors about this planet from Thanos, with numerous new gods and various big shots hiding on this small planet. Although they did not encounter these entities during this invasion, Lynch's ambition to conquer this world would inevitably provoke their interference. Thus, their probing purpose was indirectly achieved. The Supergiant smiled, but the scene suddenly changed, and she was shocked to feel that Lynch had actually shaken off the influence of the Mind Scepter. This woman, damn it. The Supergiant cursed reluctantly, but could only watch as Lynch woke up and then ran to the spot where she had been to investigate carefully. This guy, he can't possibly discover me, right? Seeing that Lynch seemed to have a way to explore everything that had happened before, the Supergiant, who was 100,000 miles away from New York, couldn't help but feel anxious. In a vast universe, there are countless extraordinary beings and strange powers. and the well-informed supergiant had a clear understanding of those powerful existences. No matter how bizarre or unbelievable the abilities may be, they could very well exist. And she absolutely could not entertain any luck. After some consideration, the supergiant could only suppress the resentment in her heart and prepare to flee the Earth. She began to contact Loki through telepathy, wanting him to bring the Tesseract to find her and leave Earth together. But as time passed, the supergiant's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, she slammed her fist on the table and shouted in a low voice, "Damn it, what is that guy Loki doing?" She couldn't establish telepathic contact with Loki, as if she were trying to reach a dead person. But she had clearly seen Loki just faint earlier. He hadn't died. Could it be that this childish little sorcerer was playing some tricks? The supergiant squinted in thought, and then sensed that someone who was being controlled had transmitted some information. She immediately communicated with that person, and her spirit jolted. A nuclear bomb? The supergiant muttered, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. At the SHIELD headquarters in Fury's special black room, several members of the World Security Council were intensely discussing something. New York is one of the most important cities in the world. If we make this decision, we will eventually be dragged down and shot. A male congressman said with a serious expression and rapid speech, "If we let aliens invade New York, do you think our fate will be any better? When aliens invade other countries, the entire world will hang us on the gallows. New York? What does it matter compared to the whole world?" Another white-haired male congressman said, his face flushed and his demeanor lost. "That's right, not to mention the entire world. Even if we let people from other regions of the U.S. vote, I believe they would wisely choose to agree." A female congressman said softly, "Come on, ladies and gentlemen, we need to be realistic. Even if we really drop a nuclear bomb, who can guarantee that it will definitely eliminate all the aliens? Didn't you see that wormhole? Can a nuclear bomb block that wormhole? Can it ensure that no new aliens will enter?" Once these words were spoken, all the congressmen fell silent. Indeed, launching a nuclear bomb could very likely be a case of drinking poison to quench thirst. If the wormhole did not disappear, would they throw a nuclear bomb every time aliens appeared? With this in mind, several congressmen looked at Fury. "Fury, why don't you express your opinion? What is your suggestion?" Fury looked up at the speaking congressman and slowly said, "After all, I can't make the decision, can I?" Upon hearing this, several congressmen exchanged surprised glances. They rarely saw Fury like this. He was usually fearless and confrontational, making the congressmen doubt their lives. "How to make a decision is our business, but your suggestion must be given, unless you don't want to continue." Hearing this, Fury pondered for a moment and said, "All right, then I'll keep it simple. A nuclear bomb can eliminate those aliens and can also make that wormhole disappear." "Are you serious?" A congressman questioned seriously. "Tell me your reasons." The wormhole was opened by the Tesseract. A nuclear bomb should be able to sever the connection between the Tesseract and the wormhole, making the wormhole disappear. After some deliberation, one of the congressmen asked, "Can you be responsible for your words?" "Of course," Fury replied expressionlessly. "Then let's vote. I agree. Opposed. In favor. In favor. Opposed. In favor." After everyone expressed their stance, the first congressman who spoke said with a solemn expression, "It seems the result is already." "Wait, what did you say?" As this congressman spoke, his expression changed, and then he said with undisguised joy, "I just received news that the aliens have been eliminated by the suddenly appeared super kid. We no longer need to discuss this issue." The other congressman fell silent upon hearing this and began to leave to verify the truth of the news. After a while, everyone returned to the screen with excited expressions. "This is unbelievable. This super kid is so powerful." A congressman said with a strange expression, "Everyone, I think we need to continue discussing this issue." Another congressman said with a gloomy face, and seeing the others' reactions, he continued, "The wormhole is still there, and the super kid is actually a threat to us too. Then, according to the original plan, we can pretend to be unaware?" "I agree." In New York, seeing the nuclear bomb approaching, Lynch no longer hesitated and instantly flew to the missile, grabbing it. He gently exerted force, altering the missile's flight trajectory and sending it toward the wormhole. Passing through the wormhole, Lynch directly pushed the missile away with both hands, sending it flying into the distance. Suddenly, Lynch noticed that the wormhole was rapidly shrinking and sealing. Not good. It turned out they wanted to trap him on the other side of the wormhole. Without thinking further, Lynch rushed toward the wormhole at full speed. In the SHIELD substation, Loki stood next to the supergiant, watching the disappearing wormhole on the screen, and chuckled coldly. Halfway through his laughter, Loki suddenly realized that something was constricting his neck, making it impossible for him to make a sound. He looked in terror at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and for a moment, his soul felt like it was flying away. Is it funny? Lynch sneered and then watched as the super giant tightly gripped the Mind Scepter and swung it fiercely. Boom! The Mind Scepter was knocked away by Lynch, and the super giant fell next to Loki. Just as Lynch wanted to continue dealing with the two of them, the Tesseract suddenly emitted intense light. Before Lynch could finish his sentence, he was engulfed by the light. A few seconds later, as the light faded, the room was already devoid of Lynch and the other two. Where is this? In a silent darkness. Lynch's eyes brightened as he looked at Loki and the super giant in confusion. He felt himself in a place devoid of light, gravity, and air, likely the cosmic environment outside a planet. This didn't make Lynch feel anxious, because even in the starry sky, his steel body could survive. Oxygen, gravity, and other factors that are lethal to ordinary people are nothing to a Superman. As long as he still had energy reserves, Lynch could live until the end of time. However, the supergiant was not so calm. Seeing himself in Lynch's hands with no escape, he could only fight back desperately. His mental energy surged toward Lynch like a tide, but it was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, causing no ripples. Seeking death. Lynch's murderous voice did not reach the supergiant's ears before Lynch snapped his neck with a charge. Two dazzling red lights flashed, and the supergiant turned to dust in the starry sky. After eliminating the supergiant, Lynch looked at Loki. Strangely, Loki remained unfazed and only smiled mockingly. You lost. Loki conveyed his meaning to Lynch with his mental power, realizing that Loki was still arrogant even in the face of death. Lynch couldn't let it be so cocky. With a movement, Lynch grabbed Loki by the neck and conveyed with his mental power. Where is this? Take me back, or... This is a place you can never return to. Loki opened his mouth, silently laughing triumphantly. Just as Lynch was about to act, Loki's body suddenly vanished in front of Lynch's furious gaze. Loki! Lynch angrily shouted in his heart, feeling extremely frustrated. At this moment, how could he not realize he had been manipulated by Loki? Even a supergiant probably met a similarly unclear fate, right? You really are something, Loki, Lynch thought resentfully, regretting not having killed this troublemaker sooner. Grabbing the cosmic cube, Lynch's eyes lit up like light bulbs as he scanned the surrounding darkness. The heat vision could adjust its intensity as needed, and Lynch was using it as a light source to observe the environment around him. Within his field of vision, Lynch could only see some cosmic dust moving uniformly along fixed paths, with no large celestial bodies and no signs of life. Unwilling to give up, Lynch expanded his mental power, tried to probe further. The light could only reach a relatively short distance, and the farther away, it was still pitch black. But the result was the same as before. This starry sky was empty, with no light from stars and no larger celestial bodies. Lynch retracted his heat vision and mental power, but did not feel discouraged. He knew the vastness of the starry sky, and what he could probe was nothing compared to the star C measured in light years. Touching the cosmic cube in his hand, Lynch thought for a moment and randomly chose a direction to fly at full speed. Bang, bang, bang. In the thick darkness, a beam of light swept through, grinding everything in its path to fine dust. This light was incredibly fast, darting across millions of miles in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the speed of this light slowed down and eventually came to a complete stop. Lynch's figure emerged, looking dejected. He had flown an unknown distance at an unprecedented speed, but unfortunately, he had gained nothing. On Earth, due to the existence of gravity and air, Lynch could not achieve such speed. But in the weightless and airless cosmic environment, Lynch could accelerate infinitely, even reaching the speed of light. However, in reality, Lynch couldn't fly at such high speeds because his thought process couldn't keep up, making it impossible for him to control his direction. Even though his body was indestructible at extremely high speeds, even water could cut through rock, and at such high speeds, encountering a hard meteorite would still injure Lynch. Lynch flew at a controllable speed for a full day, but still found nothing of value. High-speed flight consumed a lot of energy, so Lynch had to stop and think of another way. He turned his gaze to the cosmic cube in his hand. This thing could traverse space and was the only solution at the moment. While on the way, Lynch had already explored the cosmic cube with his mental power and had some guesses about its use. Locking onto the cosmic cube with his mental power, Lynch squeezed hard, and the entire cube instantly shattered. Under the dark, starry sky, a gemstone the size of a pigeon egg, faintly glowing with a soft light, emerged from the fragments. This was the renowned supreme treasure from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the space stone among the infinity stones. Upon seeing the space stone, Lynch grabbed it in his hand, and his mental power surged forth. Closing his eyes, Lynch silently sensed this infinitely powerful gem. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Lynch felt a massive energy within him flowing into the gemstone in his hand, followed by a dim light flashing before his eyes. The next moment, he was astonished to find himself in a strange, starry sky. Lynch flew in all directions for quite a while before he could determine the direction he had just moved. Not too far, but a good start. If he could fully master the power of the space stone, Lynch believed he would soon be able to return to Earth. With this thought, Lynch activated the space stone for a new journey. Several light years away, on an enormous fiery planet, Lynch was contentedly absorbing the light and heat emitted by this yellow sun. He had been wandering in the universe for countless years, witnessing numerous cosmic wonders and alien civilizations. Unfortunately, there was nothing familiar to him here. As time passed, Lynch's understanding of the space stone deepened, and he could now use it as easily as an extension of his own body. Through the space stone, he could freely roam the universe, and his exploration of the cosmos gradually deepened. Now, Lynch could use the space stone to go to any corner of this universe. In this situation, Lynch gradually realized a terrifying fact. This universe was not the same as the one where Earth resided. It was more likely a different dimension. Originally, Lynch thought Loki could at most throw him into some corner of the universe with a cosmic cube, as the cube had such limited power and couldn't directly toss him into another multiverse. But Lynch never expected that he had indeed underestimated Loki. Loki could actually throw him into other dimensions, which was simply absurd. What was the difference between this and being thrown into another universe? In the Marvel cosmology, external dimensions lie outside individual universes, and flying alone could not traverse the distance between the two. Just like Asgard, which is in an external dimension, it could only reach Earth through means like the Bifrost or teleportation magic. It was impossible to fly there, and at this moment, being in an external dimension, Lynch naturally couldn't leave by flying. The only thing he could rely on was the space stone capable of traversing dimensions. Lynch basked in the stellar light here for a long time, absorbing a massive amount of energy, and his strength grew wildly by the minute. Compared to now, the strength he gained from absorbing sunlight on Earth was simply negligible. Just thinking about it, one can understand that the sunlight on Earth, which is incredibly far from the sun, cannot compare to the abundant light energy faced by a position so close to the star. Lin Qi knew that the Golden Superman became incredibly powerful after basking in the sun for a long time, and now he was walking the same path. The evidence was that the justice value required to exchange for the Golden Superman template in the system was rapidly decreasing. Even the originally 0% Big Superman template was gradually increasing, currently reaching 15%. Although this growth also had factors such as the long time and natural development of the body, this progress was still quite astonishing. It should be noted that Lin Qi single-handedly dealt with the Chitauri and saved all of New York, yet his justice value only increased by a few million. Not enough to exchange for a 10% template. Although the low justice value was due to opposing the people of New York, Lin Qi was still very dissatisfied with such a low amount of justice value. After all, the Chitauri wanted to conquer the entire Earth. Lin Qi originally thought the justice value would definitely reach tens of millions, or even over 100 million. But after eliminating all those guys, he found it was only a few million. How could he not be disappointed? As a result, Lin Qi's exchange plan would have to be delayed for a long time. Time passed, and at a certain moment, Lin Qi opened his eyes. In the system, the progress of the Big Superman template jumped to 50%. It was time. Lin Qi silently thought, then grabbed the space stone. He channeled all his energy into this gem, causing the space stone to emit a dazzling light. No. Lin Qi's expression was serious as he continued to input energy. Not this, not. Keep going. Give me. Break. Accompanied by Lin Qi's roar in his heart, the space stone suddenly emitted an even more blinding light. And in Lin Qi's perception, the space stone finally sensed something further away. That was an entirely new universe, a space beyond the external dimension. This is exploring this new universe. Lin Qi's expression began to become peculiar. Forget it. This place is also fine. Lin Qi sighed inwardly. With a flash of a space stone, Lin Qi's figure completely disappeared from this external dimension. As the intense light dissipated, Lin Qi's figure appeared. Holding the space stone, he sensed his surroundings and couldn't help but show a joyful expression. It was indeed a new universe. Finally leaving that hellish place, Lin Qi shouted in his heart. The unfamiliar external dimension had nothing familiar to Lin Qi, trapping him like a huge cage. Now that he could come here, Lin Qi felt like a little bird that had regained its freedom, eager to fly for 3 days and 3 nights to celebrate. After being happy for a while, Lin Qi urged the space stone to continue on his way, full of hope toward the place he had some impression of. That place was a mysterious land he had heard of. Whether he could return to Earth likely depended on this journey. In the dazzling fairy light, Lin Qi was curiously observing the peculiar scenery ahead. In front of him was a towering mountain range, endlessly stretching and reaching high into the sky. This mountain was shrouded in fairy mist, with all kinds of strange birds and beasts flying and running about amidst the green mountains and waters, presenting a scene of a fairyland. In this Marvel Cinematic Universe centered around America, such scenery could be said to be unique. No wonder it was the ofthe. Just wondering which mountain this was? Lin Qi mused. Long ago, when he discovered this place with the cosmic cube, Lin Qi had guessed where it was. The residence of the Xian tribe, the Chinese divine tribe in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the external dimension, ofthe. In the Marvel Universe, after the ancient gods, a large number of second-generation Earth gods were born. They correspond to the mythological systems of various countries and cultures in reality, along with some secondary settings and modifications. Therefore, almost all divine systems that exist in reality can be found in the Marvel Universe, such as the Norse pantheon led by Odin and the Olympian pantheon led by Zeus, etc. Naturally, the influential Chinese culture also has its corresponding Earth gods in the Marvel Universe, which is the so-called Xian tribe created by Marvel. The Xian tribe is led by the Jade Emperor, with members of various backgrounds, including major deities like the Queen Mother of the West and Neza, ancient mythological figures like Zhu Rong, as well as deities like the god of longevity and King Yama, and even characters like Guan Yu and Wen Kuxing. The origins of these Xian tribe members are varied, and almost every Chinese person looking at them would feel a sense of dissonance. The entire Xian tribe mixed together is a veritable hodgepodge. This peculiarity in the setting of the Xian tribe is due to Marvel's different understanding of Chinese culture when making these settings, leading to a superficial selection of several iconic characters from Chinese culture to form the Xian tribe. Most of these Earth gods in the Marvel Universe reside in external dimensions, such as the Western European pantheon led by Odin residing in Asgard, while the Xian tribe lives in the external dimension known as ofthe. In ofthe, there are 5 divine mountains supporting the entire world, which correspond to the 5 great mountains in Chinese culture. The gigantic mountain range in front of Lin Qi was one of them. After marveling at this mountain range for a while, Lin Qi set off to fly into the mountain. Upon entering the mountain, Lin Qi breathed in the fresh air of this fairyland, with auspicious birds and beasts constantly playing and frolicking around him. The beautiful scenery in front of him looked like a landscape painting, and for a moment, he was somewhat entranced. Wow, I'm in the Marvel fairyland. He had never imagined that one day he would come to such a world full of Chinese elements in the Marvel Universe, which was dominated by American culture. Hey, in a mountain forest, a strange creature with a lion's head and a cow's tail was swaying its head and walking. The next second, it was caught by Lin Qi, who suddenly attacked, lifting its leg. "Qilin!" Lin Qi exclaimed in surprise as he shook the auspicious beast in his hand. And couldn't he help but pet it with his other hand? Who wouldn't he want to pet a creature that is so famous in Chinese culture and represents auspiciousness? Of course, the premise is that you have to be able to handle it. Just like how the seemingly gentle giant panda hides fierce capabilities beneath its exterior, the Qilin also possesses formidable abilities beneath its auspicious appearance. After being caught by the leg and hung upside down, this lion-sized Qilin roared, its massive claws striking fiercely at Lin Qi's head. Playful, the Qilin's claws were held in place before Lin Qi, unable to move an inch due to his mental control. Roar! Seeing that the claws were ineffective, the Qilin angrily shook its head and then puffed up its cheeks, spewing out scorching flames from its mouth. Whoosh! A cold wind blew from Lin Qi's mouth, directly extinguishing the Qilin's fire. At that moment, a Qilin the size of an elephant suddenly jumped out from the mountainside, its 2 lantern-like eyes staring intently at Lin Qi for a moment before leaping into action. The parent is here. Lin Qi sensed the tremendous commotion behind him, patted the little Qilin's horns a couple of times, then gently set it down and quickly made his escape. Roar! Roar! The little Qilin fell to the ground, rolled over, and got back up, then hurriedly ran to its guardian's side, huffing and puffing as if it were accusing Lin Qi of being despicable. Meanwhile, Lin Qi had already run to the other side of the mountain, excitedly reaching out to a celestial plant on the ground. The plant was the size of a bamboo basket, shaped like a paper umbrella, and had an ancient hue. Such a large Ganoderma. As Lin Qi stroked the giant Ganoderma, strange thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Wouldn't it taste delicious when stewed with a little chicken? Just as he was lost in thought, a long cry suddenly echoed through the forest. A loud, resonant, and impressive call announced the rapid arrival of a colorful large bird from afar. Is this a phoenix? Lin Qi paused for a moment, slightly uncertain. Or is it a vermilion bird? Myths often describe such divine creatures differently, and Lin Qi could not determine the identity of this divine bird based on his limited knowledge. However, looking at the radiant and noble divine bird, Lin Qi's eyes brightened slightly, and a bold idea formed in his mind. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Qi glanced at the Ganoderma again and licked his lips. Isn't this a stroke of luck? Just as I'm feeling drowsy, a pillow is offered. During his years of wandering under the starry sky, Lin Qi had struggled to find food, and even water was a rare find. He had relied on the energy within him to sustain his life. Now that he found himself in this fairyland, facing supreme delicacies, how could Lin Qi possibly control his hands? Letting the seemingly tasteless qilin go was already the limit of what he could do. As for whether eating a mythical bird from Huaxia culture was morally wrong, Lin Qi felt that this was something that should be answered by the outlaw Zhang San. Lin Qi recalled that a certain law teacher had once said that if a person is on the brink of starving or freezing to death, the law allows him to see a panda eat a panda, or a northeast tiger eat a northeast tiger. Facing the divine bird, Lin Qi asked himself, although he wouldn't starve or freeze to death, he still needed to eat due to human psychological needs. What if he went mad from not eating for too long? This urge to eat the divine bird was a form of psychological self-rescue. It should be acceptable, right? Thus, after a symbolic inner struggle, Lin Qi extended his sinful hand toward the divine bird. In the air, the divine bird, which had been proudly holding its head high and looking pleased, suddenly tilted its body and fell towards the ground. In front of the Ganoderma, Lin Qi rubbed his hands together, catching the divine bird with one hand, his gaze roaming over the colorful feathers. Hee, you came to me, so don't blame me. Lin Qi chuckled as he approached the Ganoderma, suddenly unleashing his mental power. Nearby, towering ancient trees cracked and broke under the pressure of this mental force, as the entire tree rapidly disassembled under Lin Qi's control, finally forming a large pot with a lid, a pair of chopsticks, and a big bowl. Placing the pot and utensils in front of him, Lin Qi opened his mouth and breathed out frost, his eyes gleaming slightly. The frost melted into water under his heated gaze, falling into the pot. Stewed wild chicken with mushrooms, how delightful. Lin Qi hummed, looking at the divine bird waiting to be slaughtered. The divine bird, sensing Lin Qi's malicious intent, stretched its neck desperately and let out a long cry, caw. Hearing the sadness in the divine bird's voice, Lin Qi sighed and did not stop. When a bird is about to die, its cry is sorrowful. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qi froze for a moment. Turning around, he looked up at the sky. He saw countless strange birds gathering in the once empty sky, frantically calling out as they swooped down towards the divine bird. Good heavens, this is a phoenix. And now I'm being treated to 100 birds flying towards a phoenix. Lin Qi clicked his tongue. The flock of birds dived down like small fighter jets preparing for an airstrike. Halt! Lin Qi shouted, and the flock of birds seemed to be pressed on pause, suspended in midair by his mental power. After resolving the dramatic scene of 100 birds flying towards the phoenix, Lin Qi rubbed his hands and stepped in front of the phoenix. Now that the sense of ritual was in place, let us get straight to the point. Saying this, he gently twisted the phoenix's neck with the mental power he controlled. Hoof hoof. The phoenix let out a weak sound similar to that of an old duck, its eyes gradually losing their luster. Just then, Lin Qi felt a sudden awareness and stopped his actions, squinting his eyes to look into the distance. Before he could see the newcomer clearly, a deep, profound voice appeared by Lin Qi's ear. Young friend, please wait. Young friend, please wait. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Qi was slightly taken aback. The words were in Chinese and seemed to carry a strange, ancient tone. Such words appearing in this place could only mean that a member of the celestial clan from the great Luo heaven had arrived. Lin Qi looked up towards the direction of the voice, unable to help but speculate about which celestial being had come. But in the next second, Lin Qi's speculation was ruthlessly cut short. He saw, amidst the ethereal sea of clouds, celestial beings of various shapes and peculiar appearances, either standing or sitting. drifting towards him along with the clouds. Good heavens! Lin Qi's heart shouted in disbelief. Looking at the scene, did the entire celestial clan come? What were they planning? It seemed that the arrival was not friendly. Otherwise, would so many people be needed just to welcome a friend? Perhaps they were thinking that many hands make light work, and soon they would unite for a collective call. Thinking this, Lin Qi narrowed his eyes and tilted his head, silently waiting for the celestial beings to float closer. After a few breaths, the celestial beings above the clouds had already stopped above Lin Qi. Frowning, Lin Qi strained to recognize each celestial being, inwardly cursing the editors and artists of Marvel. It should be known that the famous performing artist teacher Lu once said that adaptation is not arbitrary, and dramatization is not nonsense. If you can't adapt, don't create. If you can't draw, don't draw. Just look at what these oddities are. The leading figure, the Jade Emperor, had always been a dignified and powerful ruler of the heavenly court in Lin Qi's impression. But this uncle in blue-green armor with two antennae sticking out his head really seemed to be here for a laugh. He stood there silently, and Lin Qi almost thought he was a green beetle that had gained sentience. And next to him, this figure who held a small hammer and had a bird's beak and large wings. You say he is the thunder god? Good heavens! Do you really think I haven't seen investiture of the gods? This is clearly Lei Zhenzi. Okay. And the big armored man next to him riding a giant tiger and holding a machete. You say he is Zhu Rong? Good grief. I doubt Zhu Rong had such advanced armor in his time, right? Can't you pay a bit more attention? Besides, Zhu Rong is a fire god in mythology. Whereas is fire. This is ridiculous. A dignified ancient fire god, and Marvel turns him into a tiger knight? And what about this Neza over here? With 3 heads and 6 arms, fine. But why does he look so battered and fierce? This is obviously a kappa, okay? Neza is supposed to be a righteous and handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. The most outrageous are Kuei Xing and King Yanluo. As the god of literary fortune, Kuei Xing actually has shit green skin, a head like a little demon, and he has stepping on a turtle. What is this? Do you want to compete with Neza for the identity of a kappa? If it weren't for the brush in his hand, Lin Qi might really think a monster has appeared among the celestial beings. And then there's King Yanluo, who in mythology is the ruler of the underworld, a dominant figure in the 3 realms and 6 paths. But who is this white-haired freak who looks like he has been splashed with ink? Are you Mr. Popo's brother from Dragon Ball? Just as Lin Qi was suffering from the spiritual shock of this bizarre group of celestial beings, they were also sizing him up. As they observed Lin Qi, they began to discuss among themselves. After a while, the leader of the celestial beings, the Jade Emperor, was the first to speak. Young friend, may I ask where you come from? Why do you wish to harm our Daluo heavenly divine bird? Looking at the uniquely charismatic Jade Emperor, whose 2 green antennae swayed with his speech, Lin Qi found it hard to accept. This is not the majestic and powerful Jade Emperor I remember, commanding the celestial court. Dog artist, give me back my majestic and powerful Jade Emperor. I come from Earth. Huaxia. In the end, Lin Qi answered truthfully. Well, since they all carry the same title, let us give some face to the great gods of Huaxia. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor stroked his black beard, his big eyes constantly scanning Lin Qi. How did you get here? By accident. Lin Qi shrugged and casually told a lie. So you also want to bite? Saying this, Lin Qi casually gestured towards the phoenix on the ground with his mouth. The Jade Emperor was taken aback for a moment, probably not expecting Lin Qi to be so arrogant. It's one thing to sneak into our celestial territory to steal food, but to say it in front of us? Do you really think we don't take you seriously just because we stay hidden? As his thoughts raced, the Jade Emperor did not tear his face, but solemnly stated, No, the phoenix is the divine bird of our Daluo heaven, symbolizing nobility and purity here. How could we possibly eat it? Seeing Lin Qi unmoved, the Jade Emperor continued in a serious tone. Please also respect the divine bird of Daluo heaven. All things in heaven and earth have spirits, and killing will lead to unnecessary calamities. Hearing this subtly threatening remark from the Jade Emperor, Lin Qi immediately became unhappy. What is this? I've been wandering the starry sky, not having tasted good food for who knows how long. And today, I want a warm meal, and you want to let me? You're relying on your numbers to stop me from eating, huh? If the great gods and true immortals from Huaxia mythology really showed up, that would be fine. I'd just turn around and run without any hesitation. But you bunch of oddballs dare to show off in front of me? Then let us see what happens. What if I just want to eat? Lin Qi stared at the Jade Emperor, his body rapidly ascending, instantly appearing in front of the celestial beings. The Jade Emperor did not speak, expressionless as he stepped back into the group of celestial beings. Then, as if receiving the Jade Emperor's command, the celestial beings began to prepare their attacks. Lin Qifei casually glanced around, watching the celestial beings brew their thunderous offensive. He knew that although these celestial beings seemed intimidating, most of them were only as strong as Thor. Even the strongest among them, the Jade Emperor, while holding a status comparable to Odin as a godfather of Earth, was far weaker than Odin, one of the top gods on Earth. At this moment, with half of the super template, Lin Qifei was not afraid even if he faced a non-peak Odin. So how could he fear the Jade Emperor? Seeing Lin Qifei calm and unafraid, a few celestial beings exchanged glances, and one of them flew out. It was the Thunder God, holding a small hammer. He flapped his wings and swung the hammer, summoning winds and clouds with thunder and lightning. Holding the hammer, the Thunder God pointed at Lin Qifei, and in an instant, several bolts of lightning struck down upon him. Good grief! Lin Qifei saw this combo attack and felt like he was watching a version of Thor, and immediately found it amusing. But this power seemed even weaker than Thor's. Maybe the hammer is too small. Lin Qifei silently compared, standing still and letting the thunder strike him. Not dodging? Still not reacting? The Thunder God found it strange that Lin Qifei stood there unmoving. Based on their previous observations, this unexpected guest was not weak at all. If it weren't for that, why would they all come together? Just as he was in doubt, the Thunder God opened his beak slightly, looking at Lin Qifei, who remained unscathed and fell into thought. Hey, celestial beings. Lin Qifei brushed off the dust from his clothes, looking indifferent. Since you're all here, let us all come at me. I'm in a hurry. Upon hearing this, all the celestial beings looked to the Jade Emperor, who wore a serious expression and slowly nodded. With the Jade Emperor's approval, the celestial beings began to show their abilities. The Electric Mother, holding 2 balls of lightning, flew to the Thunder God's side, working together with him to summon storms, unleashing lightning towards Lin Qifei. Zhu Rong and Guan Yu each raised their weapons and viciously slashed down at Lin Qifei. Neza, stepping on 2 yellow copper wheels, with red ribbons wrapped around him, swung a collar towards Lin Qifei. Facing the diverse attacks from the celestial beings, Lin Qifei leisurely opened his mouth, inhaling and exhaling. A super hurricane mixed with mental energy erupted instantly, sweeping the aggressive celestial beings back into the sky. All the thunder and lightning, sword strikes, and collar smashes turned into mere clouds in the raging wind, dissipating completely. Lin Qifei closed his mouth and let out a somewhat bored sigh. A strong person is just so plain and dull. Once the storm calmed down, Lin Qifei leisurely looked at the remaining 2 celestial beings in the clouds. These 2 had not attacked earlier. One was the Jade Emperor, and the other was the Longevity Star. Compared to other celestial beings, these 2 were equivalent to Odin in status, with strength 1 level above the others. At this moment, the Jade Emperor had a grim expression, lowering his head as if discussing something with the Longevity Star beside him, and then looked at Lin Qifei. His expression changed rapidly, and with a slight smile, he said, "This young friend, although the Phoenix has a great reputation, its meat isn't very tasty. If you're willing to let it go, we have many dishes here that are much more delicious than Phoenix." Oh, Lin Qifei was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that this Lord of all immortals would speak softly before even moving. Was he intimidated by his own overwhelming presence? However, Lin Qifei had no intention of letting them off so easily. After all, he had been hit. Asking for some medical expenses wasn't too much, right? Did they think they could dismiss him with just 1 meal? The conditions are negotiable. As long as we sit down and chat nicely, I'm sure we can reach a mutually satisfactory agreement. The Jade Emperor smiled. Lin Qifei pondered for a moment and nodded. "You'd better not regret what you said." "Of course," the Jade Emperor replied with a smile, his 2 green horns bobbing comically as he nodded his head. A few days later, outside the palace of the Daluo Heavenly Immortal Clan, Lin Qifei, looking satisfied, patted his belly and looked at the Jade Emperor with an approving gaze. "You didn't lie to me. The food in Daluo Heaven is indeed delicious." The corners of the Jade Emperor's mouth twitched, and a bitter smile spread across his face. "As long as you're satisfied. All right, I've eaten and drunk my fill, and I've got what I came for, so I won't bother you any longer. Hurry up and send me away." Lin Qifei waved his hand, interrupting the Jade Emperor's complaints, his face showing an expression of anticipation. "All right, if that's the case, let's say our goodbyes here." The Jade Emperor's spirit was jolted, as if afraid Lin Qifei would change his mind. He quickly raised his hand to summon. A hazy light shone around Lin Qifei, instantly becoming dazzling. When the light dissipated, the immortals looked again, and Lin Qi's figure had already vanished from the spot. For a moment, a shared thought surged in the minds of all the immortals present. Thank heaven, he's finally gone. On December 1st, 2012, New York time. At the Avengers Tower, formerly Stark Tower. The area outside the tower was crowded, with reporters carrying long guns and short cannons, elites from political and business circles in suits, and various other individuals gathered here. In the crowd, Ulik, wearing a beret and a black suit, looked up at the center of the venue, his brow furrowed with sorrow as he quietly murmured to himself, "I can't believe it." In the very center of the venue, a large screen displayed a line of bold letters, "Memorial Service for Super Kid, 200 Days." In fact, there were quite a few people who came to the venue today with a similar sense of disbelief. "I can't believe he's really gone." Sitting in the audience, Karen looked sorrowful, speaking heavily to his assistant beside him. "Tomorrow's news should say we are forever waiting for him to return." "Okay, boss," the female assistant nodded, jotting down Karen's words in her notebook. As she wrote, the assistant suddenly realized something. If Super Kid really left us, what would happen to our newspaper's superhero special edition? Meanwhile, two special guests were also discussing. "Why are we doing all this? I completely don't believe he would die," Jessica asked, looking puzzled. The daredevil, with his head down, was silent for a moment before explaining, "Lin isn't dead, but 200 days have passed, and he hasn't returned. To most people, he is as good as dead. He will come back." Jessica didn't take the daredevil's words to heart at all, repeatedly asking, "What do you think?" "I think so too." The daredevil's voice trailed off. "He will come back, but how long will it take? By then, will we still be alive in this world?" "Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet." At the podium, Tony was unusually solemn, his voice steady and powerful. As many guests heard Tony speak, they quieted down, either sitting or standing, looking at Tony and the Avengers behind him. "Today is a special day." Tony Stark spoke slowly, his expression grave. "We all know that 200 days ago, a group of special guests arrived in New York. They were extremely powerful, wreaking havoc in New York, wanting to conquer this city and even this world through violence and war." He paused for a moment, then raised his tone, continuing, "At that time the heroes stood up. At this point, he showed no embarrassment. They united as one, even paying the ultimate price of their lives, ultimately eliminating all the aliens." As he spoke, a reminiscent look appeared on Tony's face. "And today, we are here to commemorate those who sacrificed their lives in this war." 200 days ago, just as Loki and the superstar's light had just faded away, Loki's figure appeared from the corner. He was holding the scepter of the Mind Stone, a scheming smile on his face. "You reckless fools." Loki imagined Lin trapped in another dimension, unable to escape no matter how hard he struggled, and felt so pleased he almost hummed a tune from his hometown. "I, Loki, am a final winner." Just as he finished speaking, Loki suddenly heard a whooshing sound next to his ear, turning his head in confusion. Bang! The meow meow hammer, flying from who knows where, smashed through the wall and hit Loki in the chest, sending him flying far away. Thor! Under the weight of the meow meow hammer, Loki was pinned to the ground like a turtle on its back, flailing his limbs and making angry sounds. After the meow meow hammer, Iron Man quickly flew into the room, both hands opening weapon systems aimed at Loki. "You better behave, you reindeer." Soon after, Thor, Captain America, and others also entered the room. Facing the yelling Loki, Thor stepped forward and snatched the Mind Stone scepter from Loki's hands. "If you don't want to live properly, then keep shouting." Thor suppressed his thunderous rage, his words devoid of the usual indulgence he showed Loki. "What did you take, Lin?" Seeing everyone looking quite tense, Loki let out a cold chuckle. "Speak." Iron Man pushed his hand forward, the energy cannon's muzzle pressed against Loki's face, his tone heavy. Loki glanced at Iron Man, slightly reining in his arrogant demeanor, and said expressionlessly, "He's dead." "You try saying that again." Iron Man, filled with anger, rapidly charged the energy cannon in his palm, the rising heat causing Loki to gasp in shock. "Tin Can, get your hand off me." Loki tilted his head, dissatisfied and shouting, "I'm not lying. Although he's not dead, he can't come back." "Tony." Captain America stepped forward with a serious expression, pulling Iron Man back, saying, "Don't be impulsive." Iron Man ignored Captain America and angrily brought his hand closer, coldly demanding, "What does this mean? You have 3 seconds. 3, 2. Okay, I'll talk." With an energy cannon pointed at his face, Loki hurriedly shouted, and after Tony slightly relaxed his grip, he continued. He went to a place outside the universe of the courtyard. No matter how fast he flies, he can't come back. Outside the universe? What are you talking about? Iron Man asked, puzzled. "Do you have astrophysics over there?" "I'm afraid what he's saying is true." Just as Iron Man began to doubt Asgard's view of the universe, Thor's voice sounded. Iron Man and the others looked at Thor with confused expressions, while Thor lowered his head, his face full of despair. Outside the normal universe, there are some special cosmic spaces where normal means cannot traverse between the two. Asgard is such a place. Getting from Asgard to Earth or back requires special methods, like the Bifrost or teleportation magic. Upon hearing this, the Avengers silently exchanged glances. With all due respect, under Iron Man's helmet, Tony wore a disdainful expression. Given your level of technology, you might have some misconceptions about the universe. I don't believe there's a place we can't reach. Thor silently listened to Tony's defiance for a moment before solemnly saying, no, believe me, I also want to bring Lin back, but then don't talk about such depressing things here. Bring this guy back, and I will definitely bring Lin back. With that, Iron Man flew into the sky and headed off into the distance. The day before the memorial service, outside Stark Tower, a bit more to the left. Yes, just like that, very good. Iron Man hovered in midair, directing workers to hang the Avengers Tower sign in the original position of Stark Tower. Once the sign was in place, Iron Man landed and walked towards his assistant, Pepper Potts. Tony's head shifted, revealing his face. Is everything ready? Almost. Oh, you should go see Thor off later. They need to head back. Pepper reminded him, and Tony immediately stopped. Later, his face fell, and he said somewhat unhappily, aren't you attending the memorial service? He said he didn't want to attend. Tony nodded and casually replied. As Iron Man's helmet covered Tony's head again, he flew into the sky. The others exchanged helpless glances and could only return to Stark Tower with Loki and the Mind Stone. Inside the tower, as they walked, they encountered a group of men in black. Hey, good job, guys. We need to take this alien criminal and this dangerous item. A stern-looking man said with a smile. Why? This is our trophy. You can ask your director. This secretary is the newly appointed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After some back and forth, the traitor Crossbones, leading the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, took the Mind Stone away. On a land with strange patterns, Thor held the bound Loki's hand as he looked at Iron Man flying in from a distance. Seconds later, Iron Man landed in front of everyone. Hey, are you leaving today? Tony said, pretending to be relaxed. Yeah, I want to go back to Asgard and think of some solutions. Thor forced a smile and answered absent-mindedly. Hearing this, Tony nodded, his gaze dimming. In the past days, Tony had caught Loki and Thor and conducted research on external dimensions together. Unfortunately, with Earth's current level of technology, overcoming this problem was still too difficult. Left with no choice, Thor decided to return to Asgard first to ask his father Odin if he had any solutions. I will continue to research it as well. I believe one day we will find a way. Tony spoke up to break the awkwardness, not wanting the atmosphere to be too uncomfortable. We will, Thor said with an unusually firm tone. What about Natasha? Among the other Avengers, Dr. Banner raised his head and hesitantly asked. She's like that. Tony shook his head, his expression calm. She is perfectly frozen, which can preserve hope, but to save her, we must solve both her fatal injury and the thawing issue at the same time. A friend of mine, Dr. Zhao, has been researching a plan to save Natasha. Okay. Banner blinked innocently a couple of times, not daring to ask further. In fact, Banner had transformed into the Hulk and fled New York due to persecution from the supergiant and Loki. By the time he regained consciousness, the battle in New York was already over. Not being able to participate in the battle made him feel very guilty, and he felt deep remorse for the missing Lin and the half-dead Natasha because of the New York battle. At this moment, the sky above Thor brightened with teleportation light. Guys, goodbye. I hope when we meet next time, none of us will be missing. Thor waved to everyone, and his body instantly disappeared in the beam of light. Let's observe 3 minutes of silence for these heroes, Tony said, lowering his head in silence. The guests below, like Tony, began to mourn with heavy expressions. Among the crowd, a man lowered his head and looked around, his skin quickly turning red. After a few breaths, the man became completely red in a bizarre way. Sinister red veins crawled all over his body, and even his eyes resembled 2 fireballs. Beneath his thin skin, it seemed like terrifying lava was beating. After completing this series of unbelievable changes, he suddenly raised his head. Seemingly affected by the violent changes in his body, he appeared somewhat disoriented, almost unable to stand. After shaking his head wildly, he opened his fiery eyes and looked at Tony Stark. Tony Stark, he spoke, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. In the silence, Tony on stage seemed to hear his voice, but since he was in mourning, he only frowned in confusion without looking up to see what was happening. The lava man glared at Tony and walked towards him with heavy steps. His body was still rapidly changing, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a small red sun, emitting a terrifying high temperature. Around him, those who had their eyes closed in mourning felt the unbearable heat and began to scream and flee. Some had already opened their eyes, looking at the lava man in shock. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop. Get away from me. Are you trying to burn me alive? What is wrong with this guy? Why is he so hot? This guy's a bit off. Where's security?" "Security? Are you kidding? The Avengers are right here. What more security do you need? Tony Stark, look at this guy." Sensing the commotion below, Tony couldn't sit still any longer. His name was already called out. So how could he bury his head in the sand like an ostrich? He quickly looked down at the audience, his gaze meeting that of the lava man. What the hell is this guy? Noticing the intense hatred in the lava man's eyes, which seemed ready to burst into flames, Tony was instantly filled with questions. "Sorry. Are you hot?" Tony joked nonchalantly, his hand already reaching for his glasses. Having encountered various bizarre events, Tony Stark had matured significantly. Just one glance was enough for him to ascertain that this guy was definitely up to no good. However, since he wasn't wearing his Iron Man suit for the ceremony, his first thought was to notify Jarvis to bring the suit over using his special glasses. To roar, hearing Tony Stark's somewhat teasing remark. The lava man immediately flew into a rage, opening his mouth as if to say something. But he could only utter one syllable, his voice turning into a heavy rumble. The sound was like a wave of searing, thick lava hitting the ground. "Tony?" Behind Tony Stark, the Avengers also sensed something was off. Captain America asked Tony with a hint of tension, "What's going on?" "I don't know." Tony didn't turn around, keeping his eyes fixed on the lava man as he quietly replied to Captain America, "I don't know this guy, but he doesn't look like he's here for a memorial." Before he could finish, the lava man's body began to tremble violently, a terrifying red light uncontrollably piercing out from within him. "Get back!" Captain America shouted, raising his shield and rushing forward. The lava man was like a ticking time bomb counting down its final seconds. The red light and heat waves continuously breaking through his skin, causing his entire body to start expanding wildly. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, Captain America managed to block most of the blast with his shield, but the other half was turned into a hell of molten lava under the splattering lava and intense shockwave. "Oh, help! It's so hot! So hot! My face! My hands! Oh my God!" Although Tony was not greatly affected by the explosion, a more terrifying problem had already emerged. Roar! Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the Hulk, whose state had been very unstable since being provoked by the supergiant, transformed sensitively and let out a long roar toward everyone. At that moment, Tony's Iron Man suit crashed through the glass from outside and flew on him. "Save people!" Tony shouted as the suit rapidly assembled around him, charging toward the rampaging Hulk. "I'll hold Hulk off." The remaining Hawkeye looked around and found himself alone. "All right, I'll go save people," he muttered to himself, then quickly dashed into the sea of flames. "Calm down, Banner," Iron Man shouted, extending his hand to try to grab the Hulk. But the furious Hulk became even angrier upon hearing this greeting and swung a punch directly at Iron Man. "I'm Hulk, not Banner. Roar." "Oh!" Iron Man cursed under his breath, crossing his arms to brace himself against the Hulk's wild punches. The power behind Hulk's massive fists was astonishing. He could crush a sturdy car into a pancake with a single punch. Although Iron Man possessed immense power as well, he still couldn't withstand Hulk's relentless assault and was pushed back repeatedly. "Jarvis?" Inside the suit, Tony's eyes widened, his tone anxious as he called out, "Do you need me to deploy the anti-Hulk armor?" "I need to remind you that the anti-Hulk armor is currently." "Stop talking and hurry up," Tony shouted without hesitation. "Okay. Estimated arrival time is 3 minutes and 15 seconds. 3 minutes and 15 seconds, huh?" Tony repeated, gritting his teeth as he continued to withstand Hulk's fierce attacks. Meanwhile, Hawkeye had just entered the chaotic scene. "Captain, are you all right?" Hawkeye approached Captain America and helped him up. At that moment, Captain America looked quite miserable, with his hair and eyebrows blackened and emitting a burnt smell, and his face and body showing signs of severe burns. Clearly, while the energy-absorbing adamantium shield could withstand the explosion shockwave, it was unable to resist the extreme heat produced by the lava man's explosion. "I'm fine," Captain America said as he supported himself with Hawkeye, his powerful super soldier body rapidly healing from the previous damage. After a moment, he lowered his hand and told Hawkeye, "Go save people first. I'm okay." Hawkeye assessed the situation and determined that Captain America was likely not in serious danger, then nodded and went to rescue others. Captain America took a few deep breaths, gathering his strength and running to save people. Sir, the anti-Hulk armor will arrive in 10 seconds. 10-9. Thank God, Tony exclaimed, dodging Hulk's wild lunge. The battle between Iron Man and Hulk was highly destructive and very dynamic, covering 100 meters in just a few seconds. At that moment, their fight had reached the street outside the Avengers Tower, surrounded by shouting New Yorkers. Initially, the two exchanged blows back and forth, and once in an open area, Iron Man was able to take advantage of his flying agility. But within 2 minutes, Iron Man was severely damaged under Hulk's iron fists, while Hulk remained relatively unharmed. As a result, Iron Man had to abandon his offensive and started running away, dragging Hulk along to buy time for the arrival of the anti-Hulk armor. Roar! Hulk, feeling frustrated after being toyed with, threw his head back and roared, then squatted down and sprang up. Hulk's enormous body shot up into the sky like it was on a rocket, covering 100 meters in an instant toward Iron Man Hulk. Shouting his classic line, Hulk aimed to crush Iron Man into a pancake. Hurry! Seeing the massive shadow falling from the sky, Tony spread his arms and shouted. Just then, huge pieces of the anti-Hulk armor flew toward Tony. With a thrilling sound of mechanical assembly, Tony's suit transformed into the heavy and massive anti-Hulk armor. Facing the descending Hulk, the fully equipped Iron Man adjusted his arms and powered up to charge forward. Boom! Like a comet striking the Earth, Hulk collided heavily with the anti-Hulk armor, shattering the glass of nearby shops. Both Hulk and Iron Man were thrown back from the intense collision, temporarily reaching a stalemate. After hitting the ground, Iron Man quickly got back up, patted his hands together, and accelerated toward Hulk. Now it's my turn, right? On the other side, inside the Avengers Tower, rescue personnel and SHIELD agents finally arrived on the scene. Captain, are you okay? Do you need treatment? Coulson looked concerned, his voice soft, as if he were speaking to his girlfriend. No need, Tony still needs help. Captain America shook his head, patted his shield, and looked at Hawkeye. Can you do it? Of course, Hawkeye nodded. After communicating, the two dashed out of the building and ran to where the two were in combat. Tony, do you have any good ideas? Captain America shouted from the side. You guys help distract him, Tony replied. Captain America and Hawkeye exchanged glances and immediately began to act separately. After observing for a moment, Captain America swung his shield and threw it with all his might at Hulk, who was struggling with Iron Man. Hulk, fully focused on competing with Tony, was hit hard on the head by the flying shield, causing him immediate pain. Roar! The ambushed Hulk immediately abandoned Iron Man and angrily chased after Captain America. Hawkeye, perched high above, waited patiently until Hulk was about to catch up with Captain America before drawing his bow and shooting at Hulk's forehead. The arrow, moving at an incredible speed, struck Hulk's head like a flash of lightning. The small arrow shot by Hawkeye had minimal impact for the tough-skinned Hulk. It felt like a mosquito bite, barely piercing his skin and causing no harm. But the arrow's tail flashed with red light, accompanied by a beeping sound, and a mini bomb exploded. Roar! Even Hulk found it hard to endure the pain from the explosion and roared in anger, turning to chase after Hawkeye. But at that moment, a steel cage suddenly fell from the sky, perfectly enclosing the running Hulk. Boom! Inside the cage, Hulk struggled madly, causing terrifying bumps to appear on the steel shell. Finally, the steel cage couldn't withstand Hulk's impact, started to crack, and instantly shattered into pieces. Roar! Hulk burst free, but he didn't notice Iron Man waiting nearby. Bang! With a powerful blow that Iron Man had been charging up, Hulk was hit on the head and flew far away. After hitting the ground, he groggily lifted his eyelids and eventually fell asleep. The next day, at the Avengers Tower. At this moment, the Avengers were gathered in their headquarters, which had suffered a terrorist attack before they could even settle in, and the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. This is a provocation against us. Tony's words were filled with anger as he paced back and forth among the group, appearing quite anxious. This building just got a new sign, and someone couldn't wait to send us such a fiery gift. We must retaliate. That's true, but we first need to figure out who the enemy is. Captain America said with a worried expression, his iconic American brow furrowed. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to remember something and looked at Tony, asking, Tony, do you know anything? I heard that guy shout your name. Hearing Captain America's inquiry, Tony irritably shrank his neck and spread his hands, saying, come on. There are as many bad guys in this world who hate me as there are good people who like me. How could I possibly know his background? After hearing this, Captain America was left speechless. He knew that there were enough people outside who held hostility toward them to circle New York several times. As superheroes in the public eye, they endured both the adoration and worship of ordinary people and the hatred and disdain of countless villains. especially those criminals who have been powerful and at large for years. Completely unmanageable by ordinary police and government. Supervillains. Which of them wouldn't see the Avengers as a thorn in their side? Because for those lawless villains who regard police and government as nothing, superheroes are their nemesis. These superheroes can easily fly to your rooftop while you're sleeping, break through walls, endure gunfire, beat you up, and then throw you in jail. Who can withstand that? If a brave soul dared to initiate an anonymous crowdfunding project to take down the Avengers, it would definitely inspire countless aspiring villains to wave wads of cash and eagerly participate. I guess H.L. might know something, Barton? Tony's eyes shifted, and he asked Hawkeye, "Did you find anything yesterday?" Hawkeye blinked instinctively, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I think this matter." "Sir." Hawkeye was speaking when Jarvis's voice suddenly interrupted. "I think you need to see this." Tony paused, then replied, "What?" A holographic screen appeared before everyone, playing something. Just now, someone hacked into this signal. Upon hearing this, Tony seemed to realize something, glanced at everyone, and then watched the video with a serious expression. In the unclear footage, scenes of soldiers with guns, war, and civilians amidst chaos kept switching. Finally, a large circle formed by 10 small daggers at the center appeared on the screen. Then, an elderly man with a weathered face and cold eyes began to speak, his voice mysterious and melodious. "This is the true story of fortune cookies. They look very Chinese and sound very Chinese." As the video continued, it displayed the horrific scenes of recent terrorist attacks, culminating in footage from the day of the memorial service. "Mr. President, I know this sounds very depressing, but this season's horror show is about to come to an end, and your circus troupe won't be of any use." The elderly man's voice became eerie and terrifying, sending chills down the spine. "But don't worry. The main event is about to begin, your graduation ceremony." Accompanying his words, the scene shifted, and the old man raised a gun, aiming at a wooden figure with the president's face on it. Bang! The gun fired, shattering the president's photo, and the video ended there. After watching this video, the Avengers frowned, their faces grim. It was evident that the mastermind behind the terrorist attack at the memorial service had emerged, the leader of that terrorist organization in the footage. They were furious that this guy not only dared to carry out a terrorist attack at a memorial service crowded with superheroes, but was also bold enough to hack the television signal to broadcast a threat against the president. It was a blatant slap in the face to America and the Avengers. Just as the Avengers were seething with anger and discussing how to deal with this madman, Jarvis's voice rang out. "Sir, Mr. Coulson and Colonel Rhodes are entering the elevator." "Oh." Tony raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Moments later, Coulson and Rhodes stepped out of the elevator. They glanced around and saw that all the Avengers were present, exchanging looks. "You go ahead," Rhodes said quietly. Coulson nodded slightly and said to everyone, "Since you are all here, I have some news to share." "Wait a minute." Tony's sharp eyes darted around Coulson's face and interrupted. "Is it good news?" Tony asked quickly, observing Coulson's expression and then denying no. "So you're here to talk about that terrorist leader who talks like a charlatan and dresses like a refugee?" "Tony." Coulson looked at him helplessly, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. "Please don't do that." "Okay." Tony closed his mouth and stepped aside. Seeing Tony move away, Coulson paused and said, "SHIELD has decided not to pursue an investigation into this terrorist attack." "What?" Captain America exclaimed in surprise. "So we just let a terrorist attack happen in front of us at the Hero Memorial and do nothing?" "Of course not." Coulson shook his head and then turned his gaze to Rhodes beside him. "This matter has been handed over to them." "Rhodes?" Tony was also surprised, walking over to Rhodes and asking, "Who do you represent? The military? The Department of Defense?" Rhodes forced a bitter smile, glancing at the other Avengers, and said in a low voice, "You must have seen the recent threats. This is a provocation against the president and must be handled by the government. Plus, they need to do something to restore public perception. After all, they didn't do anything useful during the New York incident." Hearing this, Tony pursed his lips and walked over to Captain America. "Congratulations, you're right. We have to stay home and do nothing." Captain America shot Tony a glare, a bit annoyed, and said, "But we should do something, right? If the public doesn't know, isn't that fine?" Rhodes shook his head seriously and said, "Doing nothing is the best help to the situation. Please trust the government." With those words, what could Captain America, who had patriotism ingrained in his bones, say in rebuttal? "Fine." He sighed in frustration, relaxed his body, and sat down in a chair. Seeing this, Coulson looked at Captain America with concern and said apologetically, "Captain, we have no other options. Just take a good rest for now." After saying that, Coulson and Rhodes turned to leave without staying any longer. After they walked away for a while, Tony stood up with a relaxed expression and said to everyone, "Don't look so glum. Wait for my news." With that, he turned and left. CAF. So what is going on? Tony looked leisurely at Rhodes across from him. That's classified. I can't say. Rhodes sighed. Really? Then should I just sneak into your intranet? Tony wasn't buying it, and immediately said with a hint of threat. Rhodes rolled his eyes. Having no way to deal with Tony, knowing he often did this kind of thing. Reluctantly, Rhodes lowered his head, leaned closer to Tony, and whispered, "All right, just don't say I leaked it." Spill. Tony impatiently glared at the hesitant Rhodes, thinking, does it really need me to say it? Anyone can see that you, Rhodes, are Iron Man's good friend. Actually, we should thank you because without this incident, we might still be in the dark. Rhodes spoke mysteriously. A series of bombing attacks have occurred recently, but no explosives were found at the scene, so our investigation hit a dead end until yesterday's bomber appeared. So who is that old man? Tony nodded, asking directly. Rhodes didn't speak, staring at Tony for a moment before saying, "Well, this guy does have a connection to you." "Oh," Tony asked curiously. "Who? Do you remember where your first suit was built?" Rhodes asked meaningfully. At this, Tony's mind turned, and he immediately thought of something. That terrorist organization? Yes. Rhodes nodded. They call themselves the Ten Rings, and that old man is their leader, known as Mandarin. Recently, they've somehow gotten their hands on these explosives and have carried out several terrorist attacks. I see. While Rhodes was still going on, Tony's thoughts had already flown far away. The Ten Rings? I don't know what you all are afraid of. At the Avengers headquarters, Tony slammed the table, angrily saying to the others, "That Mandarin burned the flowers sent for Lin right in front of us at our hero memorial." "I know." Captain America hesitated but stood firm, retorting, "But they will be dealt with. We just need to wait a while." Captain America also wanted to give Mandarin and the Ten Rings a good lesson, but being a squad commander, he always considered the bigger picture. Rather than having the Avengers act impulsively and confront those terrorists head-on, he hoped this matter could be resolved perfectly by the government. Tony seemed amused by Captain America's words, not wanting to say anything more to him, and turned to the other two Avengers behind him. Banner, Barton, do you think so too? Banner, who had been very timid, looked conflicted when Tony called his name and, lacking confidence, said, "I think we should do something for Lin and Natasha. They shouldn't be treated this way." Motivated by guilt over the two casualties from the New York battle, Banner mustered the courage to choose to do something for them. "I choose to obey orders," Hawkeye said succinctly. "Okay," Tony shrugged, signaling Banner to come over with his eyes. You know what? When Banner stood beside him, Tony expressionlessly scanned Captain America and Hawkeye and said, "I think Lin was completely right. The Avengers are just a bunch of useless people. Look at you all. I really can't expect anything." With that, he turned and walked away with firm steps. "If I die a glorious death, you can bring me a flower." Avengers Tower, Stark Industries. ID badge. ID badge. Happy, who had just been promoted to security chief, was walking into the company from outside, constantly reminding Stark Industries employees around him who weren't wearing their ID badges according to regulations. "Where are your badges?" "There's a memo in the restroom." "Come on." The people around, seeing this annoying guy, scattered like they were avoiding a plague. Soon, Happy found Pepper and started to report on his work. Tony has them in the basement. Even the robots are wearing Q hats and can be put to use. So are you suggesting I replace all the domestic staff with robots? The two walked side by side, engaged in conversation. Humans are much more fragile than machines. It's our biggest weakness, and it's best to act immediately to eliminate that weakness. "What?" Boz said in an exaggerated tone, somewhat incredulously confirming. "What did you just say?" But Happy ignored him and started talking at length to an employee who wasn't wearing a badge. Seeing this, Boz helplessly said to Happy, "Happy, I'm glad you've become the head of security. This position suits you perfectly." "Thank you. However, since you took over, the employee complaint rate has increased by 300%. You don't need to thank me." Happy still didn't get the point and said proudly, while Boz had to bluntly state, "That's not a compliment." "Not a compliment?" "Of course it is a compliment. Clearly, someone is trying to cover it up." Happy was eager to explain something, but Boz's assistant came over and interrupted him. "Excuse me, Miss Pepper, your 4 p.m. guest has arrived." Hearing this, Happy eagerly turned to the assistant and asked, "The 4 p.m. appointment, did you confirm that with me?" "Happy, we'll talk later. I have to deal with a very troublesome issue," Boz said, looking somewhat troubled, and then walked toward the conference room. Happy didn't let her off that easily and followed closely behind, asking, "What do you mean?" "I used to work with him, and he always wanted to date me. So it's a bit awkward," Boz said, stepping into the conference room. then looked in surprise at the man in front of her. Just listening to it sounds tricky. Happy rambled on, also entering the conference room, and stopped speaking upon seeing the man. Boz assessed the man in a well-fitted suit, confident and mature in appearance, glowing with vitality, and could hardly associate him with the person she remembered. Pepper, the man greeted. Killian? Boz asked, her tone tinged with doubt. You look good, very pretty. Killian smiled and complimented. Finally confirming the man's identity, Boz said in surprise, Oh my, you look quite handsome too. She stammered, I find it hard. What were you doing before? Killian shrugged his hands casually and said, Nothing much, just undergoing therapy for the past 5 years. Also, just call me Aldrich. At that moment, Happy, standing behind Boz, hesitated and asked, You don't have a security badge? Happy, it's fine. What? Happy looked puzzled. Nothing will happen. Boz reassured again. Are you sure? Of course. You can go now. Boz nodded, casually sending Happy away. Happy glanced back and forth a couple of times, backing away while saying, I'll be nearby. I won't go far. As Boz walked into the conference room, she said, It's great to see you, Killian. Killian grinned and took a seat. Outside the conference room, Happy sat on a sofa and noticed a strange bald man. Hey, badge. He raised his head, pointing at his badge on his chest, shouting at the bald man. The bald man expressionlessly set down the magazine he was holding and raised his badge slightly. Happy didn't say anything more, but kept her gaze locked on the bald man, instinctively feeling that this guy was dangerous and needed to be cautious. Inside the conference room, the two were eagerly conversing. Over the years, my think tank has been avoiding the ban on unethical biological research and has developed a little gadget. Saying this, Killian pulled out a device and placed a small instrument on his ear. It's called Ultimate Transformation. Let me turn off the lights first. Killian raised the light remote, and the conference room darkened. He opened his hands, revealing several small devices. Welcome to the human brain. As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed the items on the table. Several small devices emitted a hazy light, eventually forming a massive starry sky image. Wait, no, this is the universe. I got it wrong. It should be this. Killian adjusted the device, and the image changed, revealing a gigantic brain in front of them. This is the human brain. The simulation effect is incredible, right? Killian smiled slightly, while Boz was already mesmerized. It's amazing, she exclaimed sincerely. Thank you, this is my brain. What? Boz looked at Killian, somewhat confused. What you see is the depths of my brain, just like a live broadcast. Killian gestured with his hands, then stood up and beckoned Boz, saying, Come over. I'll demonstrate for you. They both stood in the center of the brain, and Killian said to Boz, Now pinch my arm. Boz hesitated shyly for a moment. It's fine. I won't feel pain. Just pinch me. With no more excuses, Boz reached out and pinched Killian, and the entire brain image suddenly changed. The originally bright blue brain suddenly sprouted a bright red color from the top, quickly spreading downwards and turning a small portion of the brain red. What is this? Boz asked in astonishment, looking at the marvelous sight before her. This is the primary somatosensory cortex, which is the pain center of the brain. Killian explained, then changed the subject, pointing to the side. But here is what I wanted to show you. He turned Boz's body around and pressed the controller. Currently, the Ultimate Transformation Project is developing the bioelectric potential of the human body and sending here. While explaining, Killian shifted the brain image, enlarging a specific area. There's ample space here, meaning the human brain and DNA system are destined for an upgrade. Wow. Just as the two were engrossed in the brain's wonders, Happy dialed Tony's video call. Hello, I'm the head of security. He awkwardly held the tablet upside down, struggling to aim it at the camera while speaking. What? On the other side, Tony in the studio made a pause gesture to Banner beside him, casually replying. Happy said seriously, Don't mess around. I'm at work. What are you doing? Tony asked curiously. I'm busy. I need to talk to you. While speaking, Happy kept a vigilant eye on the people walking in front of her. What is it? Annoying in turn? Let me tell you, if I tell others I used to be Iron Man's bodyguard, do you know what will happen? They would laugh at me loudly, haha. And I have to hurry and leave before I lose face. Tony in the studio didn't take Happy's words seriously, but instead teased him happily. Since Happy stopped being Tony's bodyguard, the two had seen each other less and less, so Tony was starting to miss this honest and loyal fat guy. Happy didn't play along with his boss as usual. Instead, he said sternly, I have serious business now, protecting Pepper. Seeing Happy's serious tone, Tony put away his smile and asked, What is going on? Tell me quickly. Do you really want to know? Yes. Happy paused for a moment, looking toward the conference room, and said, Well, he's meeting with a rich and handsome scientist. At first, I didn't recognize him. You know I'm good at recognizing people. Yeah, you're the best at that. Tony casually complimented. So I checked his information and recognized him as Aldrich Killian. We've seen this guy before. At the 199 conference. Where was that? Happy frowned and thought hard. But facing this question, Tony just recalled a bit and answered, Switzerland. Yes. That's it. Happy excitedly repeated. Killian? Tony thought for a moment and said in confusion, I have no memory of him. Of course you don't remember. He is not a blonde with big breasts. Happy ruthlessly pointed out to Tony, then continued with a worried tone. At first, it was fine. They were discussing serious matters, but now the atmosphere is strange. He asked, showing Pepper his brain. His what? Tony doubted he heard correctly. His brain? She seems to like it. You can see for yourself. As he said this, Happy raised his tablet, but didn't he turn around or adjust the camera. The screen still showed Happy. See it? What am I looking at? Looking at you? Turn the screen around, and I can see it. Tony replied, somewhat annoyed. Happy was now anxious and shouted at the screen. I don't understand technology like you do. Trust me, hurry over. Seeing Happy getting angry, Tony said in confusion. If you turn the screen, I can understand what is going on. I don't know how to turn the screen. Don't point fingers at me. You're not my boss anymore. Tony ignored Happy's complaints and began to search for information on Killian. After waiting for a long time, Happy said sadly, Anyway, I'm no longer working for you, but this guy is very suspicious, and the people he brought are sneaky. Relax. You just need to ensure the surroundings are safe. Tony comforted him. Hearing this, Happy said in a complicated tone, You know, you'd better care more about Pepper. This woman is the one you should be real with, but you always ignore. In Happy's heartfelt words, Tony fell silent. After a long time, he forced a smile and said, Okay, I get it. Thank you. Happy, I miss you. I miss you too, the old you. Now you're mixing with heavyweight friends. And I don't even know how you've been. The world is getting weirder. Happy said in a low tone. Sorry, let me interrupt. Did you bring the stun gun? Unable to stand it, Tony quickly changed the subject. Why? It seems there's a woman in HR stealing ink cartridges. You'd better go give her a talk. Okay. Seeing Happy's attention shift, Tony quickly hung up the video call. After sitting quietly for a while, Tony turned to Banner. Come on, let's get back to work. In the conference room, the two had already returned to their seats, and Killian was talking confidently to Potts. Imagine being able to hack into the hard drive of any organism and re-encode its DNA. Killian described his amazing technology with enthusiasm and confidence. However, Potts no longer had the initial surprise and curiosity. She responded with a professional smile. That's really great. Receiving Potts' affirmation, Killian nodded, not noticing the change in the woman's attitude in front of him. The next second, Potts changed her tone and said, But unfortunately, it can also be applied to weapons like super soldiers and private military. Tony wouldn't be interested in this. Hearing Tony's name, Killian's expression darkened. Interrupting, Tony, actually I invited him to join AIM 13 years ago, and he refused me. Saying this, Killian looked at Potts with a meaningful gaze. But now it's different. Another genius is in charge. She isn't under Tony's control. And she is not as arrogant as Tony. Potts quietly stared at Killian for a while, then calmly said, Although I really want to help you, Aldrich. She paused and showed an apologetic smile. But I still have to decline you. At this, Killian stopped talking and proposed to take his leave. Thus, Potts escorted Killian downstairs. At parting, Killian smiled at Potts and said, To be honest, I'm quite disappointed. After a pause, he continued, But as my dad says, through the fog of failure, one can see the dawn of success. That's profound. I didn't understand what it means. Potts also smiled. I don't know either. Maybe my dad is just a fool. Hearing this, Potts smiled slightly with her head down. I'm sure we'll meet again, Pepper. After saying this, Killian leaned in to kiss Potts on the cheek and then left. Potts stood there, watching Killian's departing figure, secretly pondering the meaning of his last sentence. Driving back, Potts arrived at the entrance of her home, which was also Tony's mansion. Outside the door, there was an enormous rabbit sitting on the ground, holding up a sign that read Pepper, Merry Christmas. Upon seeing this, Potts immediately smiled happily. Walking into the room, she saw Iron Man sitting cross-legged on the sofa, facing the main door. Sorry, I'm late. Why are you wearing that at home? Is this the Mark 15? Hearing this, Iron Man instinctively looked at his arm, where the words Mark 42 were inscribed. Yeah. Tony didn't correct Potts' mistake and continued. Close enough. Everyone has their own hobbies. Do you have to wear it to show off in the living room? Potts complained while sitting on the sofa and taking off her shoes. I'm just getting used to wearing it. You know it can be a bit tight at first. Hearing this, Potts smiled with a hint of helplessness. Hey, did you see the Christmas gift I got you? Seeing Potts laugh, Tony took the opportunity to continue. Of course I saw it. How could I not see such a big Christmas gift? Can it even fit in here? Potts answered casually. Tony stood aside, gesturing on the wall as he said, well, good question. I found a group of people, and they'll come tomorrow to blow this wall up. Okay, so, how was your day? Tired? Tony stepped forward, placing both hands on Potts' shoulders, and began to massage her, saying warmly, your shoulders are a bit tense. Not good. Don't blame me for being talkative. I just want to know, do you like that big rabbit? Asking if I like it? I absolutely love it, right? Wow. Potts turned around, stood up, and leaned closer to Iron Man, whispering, I really appreciate your thoughtfulness. So why don't you take off the mask and give me a kiss? Iron Man was taken aback for a moment, then, somewhat dazed, knocked his head lightly and said, oh no, I can't get it off. How about you just kiss this gap? Potts smiled knowingly, tilting her head. I think I'll go check the garage and find a crowbar to pry this thing open. With that, she confidently walked towards the basement. Iron Man stood in place, calling out anxiously, a crowbar? Don't go. There's radiation leakage down there. I'm willing to take that risk. Potts quickened her pace and soon reached the stairs to the basement. It's very dangerous. At least put on a biohazard suit. Before he finished speaking, Potts had already made it down to the basement, standing in front of the talking Tony, while Iron Man stood behind, looking rather silly. It turned out that the one welcoming Potts was just an Iron Man suit, while Tony himself was still working in the basement. I've been found out, Tony said sheepishly. This is really boring to a new level. Potts, furious, glanced around and pointed at a plate of leftover food on the workbench, saying, you asked me to dinner, but didn't T wait for me and ate by yourself? Sorry, caught in the act. Tony didn't T have the courage to speak loudly and weakly said, I was just finishing some work while hosting you. For a moment, Potts couldn't T help but laugh at Tony's words. So, I had a little because I didn't T know if you were coming home or going out with Killian. What? Potts looked at him incredulously. You were spying on me? Happy is just concerned about you. Tony crossed his arms and said seriously. No, you were spying on me. I'm gonna bet now. Angry, Potts turned to leave, while Tony called out behind her, wait. Don't be like this. But Potts, filled with rage, completely ignored him and walked out of the basement without looking back. Seeing this, Tony raised his hands and said apologetically, I admit, it was my fault. I'm sorry. Hearing the sincerity in Tony's tone, Potts stopped and looked at him. I'm a mess right now. It's been like this for a while. I haven't talked to anyone about it, Tony said in a dejected tone, and Potts walked back with a concerned expression. It's been like this since the New York incident. Really? Potts looked at Tony with worry. I hadn't noticed at all. I've been through some things. It's over, but I still can't explain it clearly, Tony said, his tone growing somber. Gods, aliens, other dimensions. And I'm just a human hiding in an iron shell. He paused, swallowing hard. The only reason I haven't collapsed is that you moved in. It's really great. I'm so lucky. I love you. But dear, Tony looked at Potts, his expression pained. I can't sleep. When you sleep, I come here to work a bit, patch up the armor. The threat is closing in again. Saying this, he took a couple of deep breaths and continued. I must protect my most important treasure, which is you. As he said this, Tony pointed at Potts, then changed his tone, but to be honest, I don't know if I or we can do it. The New York incident wasn't resolved by Iron Man or the Avengers at all. As for my armor, it's... Tony trailed off, unsure how to describe it. Machines. They're a part of me. Though his voice was soft, his tone was exceptionally firm. After staring at Tony for a long time, Potts said, you were trying to divert my attention. Maybe, Tony said with a bitter smile. Potts didn't say anything else, slowly walked up to him and embraced him. At night, Tony and Potts shared the same bed. In his dreams, Tony began to tremble slightly, indicating that what was happening in his dream was not pleasant. He saw many things, the culprits that repeatedly appeared in his dreams, preventing him from sleeping. They came from the Tesseract. Loki, holding the scepter of mind control, always grinning sinisterly. The Hulk, with blue skin and alien armor, capturing everyone with a single thought. A gigantic wormhole that loomed like an eternal nightmare, with an endless army of ruthless aliens emerging from it. Alien soldiers holding long guns, looking vicious while riding flying cars. A terrifying alien giant, so colossal that it blocked out the sun, capable of crushing buildings with a single blow. And, finally, the young Asian man with crimson eyes and a mad expression, suppressing everyone with a wave of his hand, like a god. Superboy. In Tony's dream, Lynch had completely gone mad, slaughtering the citizens of New York like the Grim Reaper, brutally killing the Avengers one by one. The last remaining Avenger was Tony, suppressed by psychic power, could only watch in despair as Lynch approached him. Tony, do you know why I saved you for last? Lynch grinned, revealing a terrifyingly sinister smile. I told you, right? I admire you the most. So all those things you secretly did, like the anti-Superman armor, kryptonite research, I didn't take to heart. But I also told you, right? Don't treat me like Superman. With that cruel voice, the red light before Tony grew brighter and hotter. Tony? Tony? Potts worriedly shook the still sleeping Tony, whose face looked grim. Just then, an iron hand grabbed Potts, pulling her harshly to the side. Ah! Tony shouted, suddenly waking up, and then noticed Potts was being held by the iron suit. He quickly got up, aimed both hands at the iron suit, and shouted, "Shut down the power!" Upon receiving the command, the iron suit moved, standing at attention, its eyes losing their light. Seeing this, Tony clasped his hands together, rushed forward, and with a swift chop, split the iron suit into scattered parts. The two of them sat on the bed, panting with shock, and after a while, Tony furrowed his brow and explained, "I must have summoned it in my dream. This shouldn't have happened. I'll recalibrate the sensors." As he explained, Tony reached out his hand to comfort the startled Potts. "We can. Let me. Potts covered her face and stepped aside, avoiding Tony's hand. "Can you take a breath? Please don't leave, Pepper. I'll go sleep downstairs. You can fix alone." Potts didn't agree, only giving Tony a cold glance before walking out. Watching Potts leave, Tony helplessly collapsed onto the bed, with only the scattered Iron Man suits on the floor, silently keeping him company. At the Chinese Grand Theater in New York, a man anxiously searched the crowd for someone, fidgeting with a small sign in his hand. It was clear he was waiting for someone and had been waiting for a long time. After a while, someone approached him, a bald henchman of Killian. The man noticed someone had come and looked up, seeing it was the person he was waiting for, and immediately looked at the bald man with anticipation. The bald man glanced around and then asked quietly, "Can you control it?" "I can," the man replied, his tone filled with suppressed excitement. The bald man paused and confirmed, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," the man answered eagerly. The bald man stared at him for a moment, then nodded and placed a bag next to him. "This batch is good. Don't say I didn't look out for you," he said, chuckling. The man eagerly grabbed the bag, as if it were a treasure, gently stroking it, and upon hearing the bald man's words, he immediately responded with a beaming face. "Thank you. I appreciate your understanding." The bald man said nothing more and turned to leave. On the other side of the theater entrance, Happy stood seriously in front of a small stall. He fiddled with a small mirror hanging on the stall, observing the man and the bald man's every move through its reflection. Seeing the bald man leave and the man pick up the bag, Happy donned sunglasses and quickly approached the man. As they crossed paths, Happy pretended to accidentally bump into him. The man dropped the bag, and a handful of drug-like substances scattered everywhere. He quickly bent down to pick them up. "Sorry, buddy," Happy said apologetically, bending down to help him gather the items. The contents of the bag were few, and they finished picking them up in short time. They exchanged a glance, and the man walked away with the bag. Happy continued walking nonchalantly, right hand extending, revealing a small object taken from the man's bag. Looking down at the small item in his hand, he smiled. Due to his suspicions about Killian and his bald henchman, Happy began a tracking investigation on the two. That night, he followed the bald man to this location. With his extensive experience in security, he believed the bald man's sneaky arrival here certainly held a hidden secret. If he could uncover that secret, he would have leverage over Killian, ensuring Pepper's safety. While he was thinking, Happy was suddenly bumped into by someone coming towards him. He looked up, astonished to find that it was the bald man who had left not long ago. Staring at the bald man, who wore a strange smile, Happy felt a strong sense of unease rising within him. "What are you doing, brother?" the bald man asked, seemingly unaware of Happy's discomfort, smiling. "Just wandering around. We're out on a date. Watching your favorite soap opera?" Happy's expression darkened, and with a hint of provocation, he replied, "Yes. The movie is called Party's Over, starring you and your drug girlfriend. The ticket is right here." Saying this, he revealed the object in his hand. Upon seeing it, the bald man's expression turned fierce, and he coldly said, "Don't joke around. That's not yours." With that, the bald man reached for the object in Happy's hand. Happy wouldn't let him have it, swiftly dodging the bald man's hand. The bald man was taken aback, staring at Happy in surprise. He probably didn't expect the seemingly friendly, slightly overweight Happy to have such good reflexes. Seizing the opportunity, Happy landed a solid punch on the bald man's face. The powerful punch struck the bald man's most vulnerable spot, his nose. He stood there motionless for a long time after being hit. Then he turned to face Happy, his jaw moving a couple of times, and faint traces of red light appeared on what should have been a broken nose. Seeing the bald man's face glowing red, Happy suddenly recalled something. "You are." Before he could finish, The bald man grabbed his arm and flung him away, sending him flying several meters. You! Cough, cough. Injured and lying on the ground, Happy looked up in shock, staring intently at the bald man. The bald man coldly smiled, about to step forward to finish him off, but suddenly he turned his head to look at the man not far away. The man was grasping a tube from the bag. His face contorted in pain as he reached out to the bald man. Red light surged wildly across his face, neck, and various parts of his body, rapidly intensifying. Help me, the man cried out in despair. Umph. The bald man ignored him, glancing at Happy once more before sprinting away. Bang! Just as the bald man took a couple of steps, the man behind him could no longer contain the immense energy within his body and exploded instantly. The temperature soared to 3,000 degrees Celsius, and a powerful shockwave flipped the theater, turning it into a hellish scene. Amid the flames, the bald man staggered to his feet, his face charred, his clothes reduced to scraps, his body glowing red, and several toes missing. Yet, walking through the still, scorching remnants of the scene, the bald man appeared as comfortable as if strolling in his own garden. Just like that, the bald man swaggered away from the scene, leaving behind a pile of ruins. In a hospital room, a female doctor approached Happy's bedside, checking his condition and foredrip. Confirming everything was fine, she turned to see the television was on and walked over to turn it off. Hey! A voice suddenly came from next to the TV, startling the female doctor. She flusteredly responded and looked towards the source of the voice, revealing a surprised smile. The speaker was Iron Man, Tony Stark, who had been sitting there for quite a while. Although Tony couldn't help much here, he had silently kept his friend Happy company for a long time. Ever since Tony became Iron Man and joined the Avengers, they hadn't spent time together like this in ages. Tony was worried because a terrorist attack had struck close to him. His closest companion, one of his best friends, Happy, had already been severely injured, and even now, he had not yet regained consciousness. This time it was Happy. Who would it be next? The woman he loved, Pepper? So what are the government people doing? Keeping us from participating, yet there's no progress at all? Tony cursed inwardly. But at the same time, Tony was also pondering another question. Am I still myself? Just like Happy's previous complaints, the current Tony felt increasingly unfamiliar to him. He was no longer the original Tony Stark. But how could someone with such a high IQ not be aware of his own changes? Yet he felt helpless because he had no choice but to be this way. From the moment he raised a hammer in that dim, damp cave to forge the first piece of his iron suit for self-preservation, his fate had already slipped beyond his control. After that, endless troubles swirled around him like a vortex, and in order to survive and protect everything he cherished, he could only spin like a top, accelerating madly without pause. He couldn't afford to relax for even a moment because his enemies and allies were extraordinary figures, while he was just a frail mortal hidden inside a suit of iron. Every time the night grew quiet, and in the dead of night when dreams returned, he would be startled awake by the fears buried deep within his soul. He feared someone would tear apart his armor and then kill him as easily as they would an ordinary person. To bury this fear deep in his heart forever, he could only keep forging stronger iron suits. Only by looking at each piece of armor he had crafted with his own hands could Tony feel a glimmer of reassurance. Interrupted from his thoughts by the female doctor, Tony smiled slightly and said, "Is it okay if the TV is on?" "Of course." The female doctor replied with a kind smile. Tony got up from his chair, glanced at the show playing on the TV, and turned to the female doctor to introduce it, PBS's Sunday night drama Downton Abbey. After a pause, Tony's gaze became complex as he looked at the unconscious Happy on the bed and continued, "It's a good show. He likes it a lot." After staring at Happy for a while, Tony remembered something and earnestly instructed, "One more thing, make sure everyone wears their ID badges. He pays attention to details, and my people won't let anyone in without a badge." As he spoke, Tony backed up toward the door of the hospital room. After taking one last look at Happy, he lowered his head and walked out. Outside the hospital, a crowd of reporters was gathered, eagerly awaiting news. Tony had been there for a while, and they had gathered after hearing about his appearance, hoping to interview him. After all, following the terrorist attack on the Avengers Tower, the Avengers had collectively remained silent, and even the usually talkative Tony had been missing in action for days. Soon, Tony's figure walked toward the door, and the reporters surged forward, raising various devices and firing questions. "Mr. Stark, there are reports that this attack was also orchestrated by Mandarin. Do you know any other details?" "Mr. Stark, why hasn't the Avengers responded to the terrorist attack? Aren't you supposed to combat such criminals?" "Mr. Stark, the Department of Defense has reportedly gathered information on Mandarin and will soon bring him to justice." "What are your thoughts on this?" Wearing sunglasses and expressionless, Tony walked toward his luxury car under the escort of bodyguards, ignoring the reporters. "Mr. Stark, when are you going to take this bastard down?" A man with a cocky expression rushed up behind Tony, loudly asking with a provocative tone. Hearing this, Tony stopped and turned to look at the man. "What do you want to say?" The man said with a flippant smile. "You really want to know?" Tony said coldly. The surrounding reporters saw this and swarmed closer, surrounding Tony. "I have a little holiday greeting I want to send to Mandarin. I just thought of the wording. I'm Tony Stark. You are not scary because you are just a coward. I'm ready. Just wait to suffer, buddy. I will kill you myself." Saying this, Tony took off his sunglasses and, with a serious expression, declared, "This has nothing to do with politics, the Department of Defense, or the Avengers. It's just a personal vendetta. The hatred between you and me. Let's have a fair showdown. Here is my address. 10880 Malibu Port, zip code 90265. I will open the door to welcome you." After saying this, Tony snatched the man's phone. Satisfied, he smashed the phone against a nearby pillar, shattering it into pieces. "Go ahead and sue me." He glared at the man, then got into his luxury car and drove away. At Tony's seaside mansion in the studio. "Come on," Tony shouted, as if trying to motivate himself. "One last time. We can do this." "Sir, you haven't slept for 72 hours, Jarvis reminded him. "Get the recording ready, Jarvis." Tony tapped his mechanical hand and then addressed the camera seriously. "Testing the 42nd generation automatic propulsion attachment armor. Initiate the program and play some music." In the quiet studio, lively music began to play, and Tony started to move rhythmically. Halfway through, he suddenly reached out his right hand toward a pile of scattered armor parts on the workbench. Detecting Tony's movement, the right-hand component of the armor immediately reacted, shooting flames as it ascended into the air and then quickly rushing toward Tony's right hand. With a clang, Tony's right hand was securely fitted with this part of the armor. "Very good start. We're halfway there." Tony smiled happily as he repeated the process with his left hand, putting on the armor. As Tony continued his motions, the armor quickly assembled around him. "Okay, it looks like this part has no issues." Iron Man moved his body and then spoke to himself. "Next are the flight system and weapon system." "Sir, Miss Pepper just fell asleep," Jarvis kindly pointed out. Tony hesitated. "Then let's test it tomorrow." With that, Tony stepped out of the armor. The armor was ready. Now, let's take a look at Mandarin. Standing in front of the workbench, Tony's expression became completely serious. He hadn't investigated Mandarin in the past few days for two reasons: to give the government time to resolve the issue, and because he wasn't ready yet. The Mark 42 hadn't been fully calibrated, and he feared that if he looked into Mandarin's background, he wouldn't be able to resist flying over directly, risking failure due to armor issues. "Sir, I've compiled Mandarin's database for you, based on intelligence intercepted by SHIELD, the FBI, and the CIA. I'm beginning to virtually reconstruct the two crime scenes." As Jarvis spoke, a 3D model of a memorial site appeared on the floor, and a large amount of various information about Mandarin began to float in the air. "Okay, let's take a look." Tony stood up from his chair, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked over to browse the information. He is referred to as an advisor, meaning the leader's consultant. He strolled through the data room, quickly scanning a large amount of information at a glance. South American rebellion strategies. His gaze swept across the documents in front of him. Then he turned to look at the materials behind him. His tone of voice was reminiscent of a Baptist minister. After a while, Tony scratched his head in frustration and said, "There is too much information here. I can't keep up." Pausing for a moment, he turned and gestured, "Close it." Jarvis closed all the documents and reminded him. The high temperature caused by the explosion exceeded 3,000 degrees Celsius. As he spoke, Jarvis displayed a portion of an enlarged 3D image and continued, capable of rapidly evaporating everything within a radius of 12.5 yards. 3,000 degrees Celsius? Tony muttered to himself. Suddenly inspired, he jumped up the steps and instructed Jarvis, "Bring up the temperature distribution map, including 3,000 degrees Celsius." As soon as he finished speaking, the original memorial scene disappeared, replaced by a global map with rising columns of red light representing high temperatures. Oracle Cloud Computing has completed the analysis, now accessing satellites to map thermal events from the past 12 months. In a moment, the global 3D map was filled with red light columns. "Exclude the locations attacked by Mandarin," Tony commanded. Subsequently, the light columns on the map rapidly decreased, leaving only a few. Tony examined each one, judging whether these thermal events had any anomalies. No. Based on his experience and memory, he eliminated the columns one by one until he stopped at one. That one. Tony pointed at that column, and Jarvis immediately retrieved the event data. "Are you sure he didn't do this?" Tony questioned suspiciously. In terms of timing, it coincides with any known terrorist attack by Mandarin. This incident involved a suicide bombing. Zoom in. Tony stared intently at the data, commanding, and within moments the information flew in front of him. The thermal energy characteristics are similar. All at 3,000 degrees Celsius, Jarvis explained. Tony quickly scanned the data, feeling increasingly convinced that there might be important information here. Have you been to Tennessee, Jarvis? Preparing to fly to Tennessee tomorrow. After completing a series of arrangements, Tony stood there in a daze, lost in thought for a long time. Mandarin, I will take you down. The next day, aboard Air Force One, President Ellis had a grim expression, and the surrounding officials were silent. All eyes fixed on a small screen. On the screen was the mastermind behind a series of recent terrorist attacks, causing great headaches for these officials. Mandarin. Yes. This Mandarin had hacked into the television signal, broadcasting threatening content live. Mr. President, there are 2 lessons to teach, and I want to finish before Christmas. Mandarin spoke mysteriously on the television, and then the image changed to show Mandarin and an elderly white-haired man trembling beneath him. Mandarin, holding a handgun, pointed at the old man and said, "This is Thomas Richard, a good name, and he does excellent work. Thomas is the accountant for Rock's Oil Company, and I'm sure he's a good man." At this moment, the screen showed the elderly man, terrified and crying, shaking all over. "I will blow his head off in a moment. I will shoot him in 30 seconds, so stay tuned for the live broadcast." Mandarin paused, allowing the old man's sobs to be clearly heard on the television, then pointed at a nearby phone and said, "You have this phone number in your mobile. Exciting, ISNT it? Just think about it. Americans, if your president calls me in 30 seconds, Tom won't have to die. Go." On the plane, the officials looked serious and remained silent. Undoubtedly, Mandarin had presented them with a dilemma. If the president bowed to the terrorists and made the call to save Tom, the credibility of the U.S. government would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Once the government bowed its head, the consequences would be endless. Would terrorists be able to capture any American and force the government to comply? How could they continue to combat terrorism? How could they maintain order? Traditionally, the U.S. would undoubtedly send in the military to take out the provocative terrorists. As for the fate of the hostages, well, that is something to ask God. But this time, Mandarin was different. His live broadcast was being watched by millions, even tens of millions of Americans, with an influence far greater than before. If they handled this matter in the same way as before, how would the president and the government face the countless irrational Americans? It should be noted that in this free country, many citizens do not have that high level of quality, and there is no blind trust in the government or the president. If they mishandle the situation, it could easily provoke various protests, and, under the manipulation of those with ulterior motives, even lead to regional turmoil, affecting the national situation. At this moment, thousands of Americans were glued to their television screens, staring intently at that phone. They were all thinking one question: will the president make that call? How'd he hack into my phone? The president, with a solemn face, held his dedicated phone, which displayed an incoming call from a number. "We cannot let terrorists act with impunity." An official sitting closest to the president recognized his intent and immediately emphasized with determination, "I must make this call." The president removed his glasses, his tone resolute. "I must make this call. I strongly oppose." The official stubbornly disagreed, but unfortunately, his opposition was ineffective. Making the call is the right thing to do. The president stood up, locked his gaze on the phone in the image, swiped his mobile, and dialed the number. Ring, ring. The phone's ringing echoed on the television screen, igniting excitement among countless Americans. Their president chose to save an American. Long live America. Even old Tom on the ground stopped crying, looking up at the phone with joy. But just then, the ever-expressionless Mandarin suddenly raised his gun, aiming at the old man. No. At that moment, countless Americans roared in their hearts, even afraid to watch what would happen next. Bang! The gun fired, and in a pool of blood, old Tom died with his eyes wide open. On screen, Mandarin coldly threatened, "There is only one lesson left, President Ellis. Hurry and escape. Say goodbye to your children. Because nothing, including your army, including your circus battalion, can save you." On the plane, the president took a deep breath, unable to accept it. "We will meet again." With those final words, Mandarin's terrifying face disappeared into the emblem of the 10 rings. The president stared blankly for a moment, and when he came to his senses, he said coldly, "Order Rhodes, find that madman now." "Sir, we've tracked the signal, and the source might be in Pakistan. The Iron Patriots are on standby." An officer in military uniform reported behind him. Since the last time the television signal was hacked, the government had prepared for the possibility of another breach, ready to counter-track the enemy. Otherwise, the television signal headquarters, having learned from the last lesson, could have cut off all signals immediately after the hack. Unfortunately, it seemed that this signal should have been cut off early, rather than allowing it to broadcast in order to track the source. The president didn't want to let the madman enjoy himself any longer and immediately ordered, right now. Immediately. Yes, sir, the officer replied and left with the orders. While the president stood there in a daze for a long time, he knew that countless Americans would remember this day. On this day, millions of Americans would be heartbroken, simply because they watched their greatest nation crumble in front of their eyes. Ding dong. Inside the studio, the doorbell interrupted Tony's busy work. Who? Tony, wearing the Mark 42 suit, turned to the side screen, which showed a long-haired, intellectual beauty ringing the doorbell. Come on, Jarvis. I just made a strong statement to the world's most dangerous terrorist. Can't you be a little more alert? Complaining, Tony didn't take off his armor and walked to the door to open it, allowing the beauty to enter. Just stand there. Tony cautiously approached from a distance, shouting loudly. When he reached the woman, he scrutinized her for a moment and said, Maya Hansen? As he spoke, Tony's faceplate opened, revealing his slightly puzzled face. You can't be Maya Hansen, can you? No way. Upon hearing this, the beauty wore a knowing expression and chuckled. You're not remembering me, but I'm not surprised at all. I'm like that too. I can't even remember what I had for breakfast. Waffle without gluten, sir, Jarvis answered blankly. Right? Tony gave Jarvis a thumbs up and cursed him under his breath. However, the beauty had no intention of indulging in small talk and said seriously, Okay, I need to talk to you about something. Let's change places. This is urgent. Tony glanced at the woman's face and then turned to walk inside, saying, in the past, I would have gone along with it, but not now. I have a formal girlfriend. As he walked, a bag fell from the sky and landed at Tony's feet. That's her. Tony? Pepper's voice came from upstairs, seemingly having noticed another woman entering the house. Is someone here? Yes. Maya Hansen is here. Tony stepped out of the suit and continued, just an ordinary friend I knew before, a botanist. While dealing with his girlfriend, Tony quickly asked Hansen, You're not hiding a 12-year-old kid in the car waiting for me, are you? In fact, Tony recognized Hansen at first glance. Not long ago, he had discussed that day with Happy. 13 years ago in Switzerland, Tony and Hansen were attracted to each other and spent a wonderful evening discussing academics. Even in the morning, Tony left Hansen an unsolved formula about her research. However, after coming out of that cave and becoming Iron Man, Tony had long since quit various parties and gatherings, and the frequency of one-night stands had drastically decreased. After officially becoming a couple with Pepper, he wasted even less time on casual flings, and he found it quite troublesome when past affairs came knocking, like this one. He's 13. Hansen smiled, and then said seriously, Of course not. I need your help. What for? I've read the newspaper, and to be honest, I don't think you can make it through this week. Hansen looked at Tony with concern, but Tony didn't take this to heart and casually replied, I'll be fine. At that moment, Pepper walked over and said, Sorry. Happy is in the hospital. I didn't know we had a guest. I really didn't expect this, Tony added. Especially an ex-girlfriend. Pepper smiled slightly. No, she's not. Tony firmly denied, with a strong survival instinct. Hansen also shrugged nonchalantly and said, No, it's not. It was just a one-night stand. Yeah. Pepper wasn't buying it and glared at Tony, saying, You just love saying that, don't you? Seeing Pepper getting angry, Hansen chimed in gleefully. That night was quite wonderful. Really? Pepper turned to Hansen, her expression one of regret and feeling deceived. Good thing you didn't end up together. Otherwise, you'd definitely regret it. What? Tony was not happy about this, and his eyes widened as he prepared to showcase his verbal prowess. All right, enough of that. We need to get out of town. Why? We don't need to leave town. Yes. The two began a heated debate, while Hansen could only helplessly observe the things in the house. Suddenly, her gaze changed, and she fixed her eyes on a surveillance screen. Guys, is this thing okay? The two temporarily ceased hostilities and looked over in confusion. On the surveillance screen, an object trailing a long plume of smoke was rapidly approaching the mansion. Oh my God! Both of their minds went blank, unable to believe what they were seeing. A missile was flying toward their home, but just a second later, they finally accepted the reality. Boom! The missile shot through the floor-to-ceiling window in front of the three and was about to blow them to pieces. In this critical moment, Tony reacted quickly, raising his hand in a gesture to summon the Mark 42. Through the micro-devices embedded in his skin, Mark 42 could respond to Tony's movements and come to him. Even from a great distance, as long as Tony reached out, Mark 42 would come rushing to him. At this moment, sensing Tony's call, Mark 42 shot up from the studio and instantly arrived beside Tony at an incredible speed. With a crackling sound, Iron Man made a dazzling entrance. He rushed forward in a leap, shielding Pepper and Hanson beneath him, absorbing the shock wave from the explosion. However, the mansion built on the cliff was not so lucky. Its structure, unable to withstand the impact, collapsed during the explosion. Let's go. In the collapsing mansion, Iron Man grabbed the two women and flung them towards the undestroyed doorway. You have to be careful. Long before, the experienced little Pepper did not act impulsively. She knew that staying would only delay things. After reminding Hanson, she pulled him out. Outside the mansion, in the sky, the bald man smiled coldly, and the machine guns on several helicopters began to spew fire. Jarvis, why has the flight system malfunctioned? In the steel suit, Tony questioned loudly with red eyes. Sir, we haven't debugged this part yet. Just tell me how long it will take. Tony urged. Not certain. I see. In the collapsing mansion, Tony glanced at the helicopters outside. Come on, you bunch of trash. Dodging a series of bullets, Tony raised both hands toward the car that had been blown to bits. Boom! Two energy blasts shot out, sending the massive piece of scrap metal flying into the air, crashing into one of the helicopters. That helicopter was unable to evade and was hit, crashing down. Seeing this, several nearby helicopters began to evade, continuing to shoot at Iron Man. Iron Man quickly maneuvered through the collapsing mansion, suddenly picking up something from the ground and throwing it at a helicopter, then raising his right hand. Boom! A burst of flames engulfed that helicopter. 2. The remaining helicopters seemed to realize how troublesome Tony was, and they increased their distance, directly launching several missiles. Boom, boom, boom. Under a series of explosions, the mansion completely collapsed, with half of it falling into the water. Losing the ability to fly, Iron Man was powerless in the midst of the falling ruins, helplessly watching himself plunge into the sea. Heavy debris pressed down on him, and cold seawater rushed into the helmet through the broken parts of the suit. Cough, cough. Jarvis. Tony gradually suffocated in the water, his consciousness starting to fade. In the sky, several helicopters circled above the sea for a while before leaving. The flight system has been restored, sir. Please hold on a little longer. After saying this, Jarvis controlled the right-hand component to detach from Tony and pulled him up. With the help of the right-hand component, Tony freed himself from the huge debris. Then, the right-hand component returned to Tony, and flames erupted from his hands and feet. Unconscious, Tony was propelled skyward by Jarvis, heading directly to the predetermined flight location in Tennessee. In another part of the sky, a red, white, and blue-painted Iron Man was flying at high speed. His name was Iron Patriot, a product modified by War Machine after design by a certain company. The government believed that the name War Machine was too violent and bloody, so to cater to the public, they produced this patriotic version of the superhero with a Stars and Stripes color scheme. However, the result was unexpected for the government, as everyone criticized it for being just War Machine with a new coat of paint. Is this superhero just changing skins? Don't fool us. Despite the public's constant complaints, Iron Patriot, as the only superhero directly controlled by the government, was still highly regarded. After the last president was ridiculed live by the Mad Titan, the first order given was to send Rhodey, who was Iron Patriot, to capture that madman. At this moment, Rhodey was executing this task, tracking the coordinates obtained from the signal to capture the oblivious Mad Titan. After a while, Iron Patriot slowed down. He had arrived. After observing from the air for some time, he dove down, breaking through the door. Everyone don't move, Rhodey shouted, and all the weapons on Iron Patriot activated, aiming at the people in front of him. But a few seconds later, Rhodey, somewhat disappointed, lowered his weapon and spoke into the comms. Blue team. Unless the Mad Titan plans to attack America wearing cheap sportswear next time, I think you messed up again. Because in front of him, there were no terrorists or firearms. Just sewing machines and a group of Pakistani women wearing black scarves. Clearly, the one tracking the signal had once again gotten the location wrong. This was a common occurrence. After all, tracking and counter-tracking was a game, and it was difficult to pinpoint the Mad Titan's real location immediately. Otherwise, he would have been taken out by a missile long ago. Seeing the colorful, high-tech Iron Man, even these ignorant women from a backward region realized they had been saved, and they excitedly rushed towards Rhodey and the door behind him. Rhodey didn't pay much attention, as he had already run to several wrong places before, all of which were perfectly normal locations without any danger. You're free, yes? It seems you weren't free before. Yes, ma, am. Iron Patriot is at your service. He greeted each of the women as they left, until the last one. This woman held Rhodey's large hand with both of hers and didn't let go for a long time. Suddenly, a red light appeared on the back of her hand. Rhodey felt a burning sensation in his hand and turned to look at the woman in pain. But his reaction was too slow. The heat quickly traveled up his arm and head due to the excellent conductivity of the steel, causing him to faint instantly and collapse to the ground. Seeing Rhodey fall, the woman pulled off her scarf, tilting her head and saying, "I've got War Machine." Tony fell into Tennessee, encountered Child, and then pondered, what is the true Iron Man? He met a desperate soldier and used his wits to defeat him. "Sir? Beep beep, sir?" Inside the steel suit, the sleeping Tony was awakened by Jarvis's voice. With his face covered in wounds and blood, Tony opened his sleepy eyes and instructed Jarvis, "All right, turn off the alarm. I'm awake." But the alarm became more urgent, and Jarvis's voice rang out. "That's not an alarm. It's a warning that the suit's energy is below 5%. "What?" Tony's heart raced, and he immediately felt the suit beginning to shake due to lack of power. With Tony's scream, the suit, losing propulsion, rapidly fell from the sky, rolling for hundreds of meters and crashing into several large trees. Iron Man finally lay on the ground, facing the sky. Tony took off his mask and saw snowflakes falling from the sky. "It's snowing? Where are we? The north?" he asked. "We are 5 miles outside of Rose Hill, Tennessee." Hearing this, Tony looked confused. "Why?" he questioned in disbelief. "Jarvis, this is not my order. What are we doing here? We're 1,000 miles away. I need to find Pepper. I need to—" As he spoke halfway, his voice trailed off as if he remembered something. "This is the flight plan you set. The destination is right here." Jarvis replied coldly. Tony fell silent for a moment, then commanded, "Open the suit." "I seem to be malfunctioning, sir." Jarvis hesitated for a moment. "Open." The iron suit quickly unfolded from the chest area, and Tony sat up from within. Phew, much lighter. Tony rubbed his hands together, and a cold wind blew in, making him grab a large handful of snow to rub on himself, trying to warm up. After a while, unable to endure the cold, Tony muttered to himself, "I might as well go back into the iron suit." But Jarvis refused. "I need to sleep now, sir." "Jarvis?" Tony called out, a bit confused, but unfortunately received no response. "Don't leave me here, buddy." After sitting still in the icy wind and snow for a while, Tony had no choice but to get up and drag the heavy iron suit towards the distant town. Upon reaching the edge of the town, Tony stole a cloak from a decorative statue and left a message for Pepper in a phone booth, then continued dragging the iron suit into the town. He didn't call Pepper to pick him up because he had come here to investigate the true identity of Mandarin, and being missing made it easier to do so. Once he returned to New York and in a Mandarin's sight, not only could all the clues be erased, but the people around him would also be put in danger. Soon, Tony arrived in front of a small cabin. He observed for a while and thought it should be an unoccupied storage room, so he broke in. After placing the iron suit on the sofa, Tony searched the room for some tools to repair the suit. "Don't move." Suddenly, a childish voice came from the doorway. Tony looked up to see a little boy holding a toy gun. "Don't move. I surrender." Tony raised his hands and glanced at the toy gun, saying, "Nice potato gun, but the barrel's a bit long. A long barrel with a large caliber will lose a lot of power." Bang! The little boy, provoked by Tony, turned the gun and shot, shattering a glass bottle on a nearby shelf. Seeing this, Tony lowered his hands and said with a relaxed expression, "Now you have no bullets." "What's that on your chest?" the little boy asked warily. "Electromagnet. You should know. There's a box right here." "What's it used for?" Tony didn't answer, shifting to the side to reveal the iron suit behind the sofa. "Oh my God!" the little boy exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the iron suit, dropping the gun and walking over. "Is that Iron Man?" the boy asked Tony. Tony shrugged and replied, "Theoretically, I am." The little boy smiled maturely, slapped a newspaper onto Tony, and walked toward the iron suit. "Theoretically, you're already dead." Tony opened the newspaper, and the headline read, "Tony Stark missing after attack by Mandarin, suspected dead." The subsequent conversation went rather smoothly. After proving his identity, Tony chatted with the little fanboy and learned about his situation. The boy's name was Harry, raised by his mother, while his father had abandoned them 6 years ago. Because he didn't have a father, young Harry was often bullied at school. Tony traded a gadget that could help Harry deal with his bullies for some repair materials and took him to investigate the nearby thermal event. After some preparation, the two planned to head to the event site first. On the way, little Harry enthusiastically asked Tony about Superboy, the Avengers, the New York incident, and other questions, which Tony found quite tiresome. Tony even became anxious due to Harry's incessant questions, collapsing by the roadside and struggling to breathe. This wasn't his first episode, but this time the symptoms were significantly worse because he no longer had the iron suit, only himself. The young Harry was caught off guard by this situation. He didn't understand why Tony had become like this. Of course, Tony couldn't share his worries and fears with a child, so he could only lie quietly on the ground, letting the cold wind gradually extinguish his inner anxiety and fear. Then the two arrived at the scene, where Tony discovered 5 silhouettes of people evaporated by the explosion's high temperature, while there should have been 6 people at the time. Harry told him that the locals believed the people with silhouettes had gone to heaven, while the one without a silhouette was the perpetrator of the explosion, unworthy of heaven and destined for hell, hence no shadow on the wall. Tony, of course, wouldn't believe such absurd rumors. He knew that the person without a shadow was the bomb. Realizing this, Tony immediately understood that this incident occurred long before the thermal event related to Mandarin's terrorist attack. If he could investigate clearly, he could definitely catch Mandarin off guard. With this in mind, Tony asked Harry about the person who caused the explosion. Upon learning that this person had a mother living nearby, Tony immediately set off to find her. After searching for a long time, Tony finally found her in a small bar. "Ms. Davis, do you mind if I sit here?" Tony approached and asked. The haggard Ms. Davis glanced at him and said casually, "Sit down, no one is stopping you." Sitting down next to her, Tony was about to speak when she spoke first. "What do you want to start?" Tony paused for a moment, but quickly responded, "I want to tell you that I'm very sorry about your son, but want to know what exactly happened." Ms. Davis frowned and was silent for a while, then picked up a document bag from the table and handed it to Tony, her tone weary. "All right, I brought what you wanted, just take it and go." Seeing Ms. Davis surprisingly cooperative, Tony sensed something was off but still calmly opened the documents. The chaotic contents had nothing to do with him. Ms. Davis rambled on, while Tony hesitated and asked, "Did you have an appointment with someone today?" Ms. Davis's voice abruptly stopped, and she looked at him in confusion. "Yes, isn't it you?" Tony didn't respond, quickly finishing his review of all the documents. Then seriously told Ms. Davis, "Ms. Davis, your son didn't commit suicide, nor did he kill anyone. He was used by someone." "What?" Ms. Davis looked confused. "He was used as a weapon." Upon hearing this, Ms. Davis's expression changed. She nervously looked around before leaning closer to Tony and whispering, "You're not the one who called me, are you?" Thud! Just as Tony was about to speak, a hand slammed a cell phone onto the table in front of them. The two looked in surprise to see a red-haired woman in a suit smiling at them. "Actually, I was the one who called you." As soon as she finished speaking, the red-haired woman swiftly restrained Tony and handcuffed him. The commotion attracted the attention of everyone in the small bar, and a local sheriff stood up and shouted, Hey, what is going on? What the hell is happening?" "I'm chasing a suspect," the red-haired woman replied calmly. "Are you the sheriff here?" "Yes, ma'am, who are you?" the sheriff asked. "I'm with Homeland Security. Is that all right?" Saying this, the red-haired woman let go of Tony and pulled a badge out of her clothing. "No, there's a problem." The sheriff sneered coldly, likely having encountered such imposters before, and continued to question her. "You better explain yourself in detail." After a few tense exchanges, the sheriff ordered his men to arrest the red-haired woman. "I was hoping to play it smart and resolve this, but..." Seeing this, the red-haired woman walked towards the sheriff with a cold smile. Tony, behind the red-haired woman, saw her hand gradually turning a dangerous red and immediately felt something was off, rolling away quickly. In the next moment, the red-haired woman extended her lava-like hand and instantly plunged it into the sheriff's large belly. "Ah!" the sheriff screamed in agony, clutching his stomach and falling down. The red-haired woman seized the sheriff's gun with her other hand and fired a volley of bullets at the fleeing Tony. The small bar was instantly thrown into chaos as Tony, like a slippery eel, dodged the bullets and escaped from the confusion. Running onto the main road, Tony barely caught his breath when he saw several people rushing out of a car not far away. The leader was the bald man who had blown up Tony's house. "Oh!" Seeing this menace, Tony cursed under his breath and turned to run. The bald man didn't chase, but raised his gun and aimed at Tony. However, as he pulled the trigger, he was startled by a snowball that flew in from the side. The shot was thrown off by the snowball, missing Tony and allowing him to disappear around the corner. The bald man angrily turned to look and spotted a small boy hurriedly hiding. He didn't pursue Tony anymore. The red-haired woman had already gone, but walked towards the small boy instead. On another street, the red-haired woman who had rushed out of the bar quickly caught up with Tony. In a desperate moment, Tony jumped onto a parked car and crashed through a store's glass window. Behind the bar in this store, Tony nervously waited for a moment, then turned to see if the red-haired woman was chasing him. Just as he turned around, he came face to face with the red-haired woman's face. "Got you!" the red-haired woman exclaimed excitedly and lunged at Tony. Having not found the document in the bar, she was cautious and didn't dare to kill Tony, wanting to capture him alive to interrogate him about the document's whereabouts, so she didn't use her powers. Thus, a fierce struggle ensued between the desperate Tony and the red-haired woman, leading them outside the bar. clever Tony seized an opportunity, using handcuffs to choke the red-haired woman's neck from behind. The red-haired woman remained unfazed, sneering as she activated her abilities. Her skin instantly became extremely hot, melting the handcuffs into two halves. However, Tony also took the chance to escape the handcuffs, dashed into the store's kitchen, locked the door tightly, and poured oil all over the floor, igniting a large fire. The red-haired woman didn't follow immediately, allowing Tony to catch his breath inside for a moment. Leaning against the wall, Tony's anxiety seemed to flare up again. "You can do this, Tony. It's just a small character." He breathed heavily, quietly encouraging himself. Without Jarvis and the iron suit, Tony could only rely on himself. Tony Stark is Iron Man, not the suit, not anything else. With this thought, Tony's mindset gradually stabilized. He calmly scanned the kitchen, his brain racing, and came up with a plan to defeat the enemy. Soon, the red-haired woman crossed the fire, wearing a mocking expression of a predator, and crashed through the kitchen door. "Is that all you've got? Just some ridiculous tricks?" She laughed arrogantly as she walked towards Tony. "You came to me. I've had hotter girls than you." Tony replied coldly, suddenly opening the door behind him and running out while raising a steel plate. The red-haired woman sensed something was off and sluggishly looked around. She soon spotted a buzzing microwave, inside of which was a heating iron plate, along with an open gas valve below. Before she could react, the microwave exploded, igniting the gas throughout the room and triggering an even more violent explosion. After bracing himself against the explosion with the steel plate, Tony walked out of the kitchen with ease. Outside the kitchen, the red-haired woman hung from a high-voltage wire, charred all over from the blast. Just as he was about to taunt her, Tony suddenly saw the approaching bald man, his expression stiffening. "I want that document," the bald man said succinctly, holding little Harry. "I'm sorry, Mr. Stark," little Harry said, looking down. "It's not your fault, Harry. But do you remember the classmates who bullied you?" Tony's eyes moved, and clever Harry immediately understood his meaning. Harry pulled out the small device Tony had given him from his clothing and pressed the button towards the bald man. A bright flash of light suddenly erupted, dazzling the bald man. Taking advantage of the moment, little Harry struggled to run away, and Tony seized the opportunity to pull out something and put it in his hand. Soon, the bald man recovered and raised his gun at Tony. But then he was surprised to find Tony also raising his hand, seemingly holding something. This is how smart people do things. They always manage to protect themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the device in Tony's hand lit up, and an energy cannon instantly knocked down the bald man. Tossing aside the hot energy cannon component, Tony rummaged through the bald man's pockets and found a car key, recalling the location of that car. At that moment, little Harry ran over from the side of the street. "Are you leaving? Your suit isn't ready yet. And you need me. We have a bond." "No, you have to go home, keep it from your mom, and guard the suit." Tony refused. Little Harry immediately looked at Tony with a pitiful expression on the verge of tears. "Are you going to abandon me?" "Well, my dad." "Good acting." Tony smiled and got into the car. "Do you know how I figured it out? Because we have a bond." After saying this, Tony drove away. He had made up his mind that even without the suit, he would rely on his intelligence to get to the bottom of this matter. Because the suit is not Iron Man. Tony Stark is. After driving several dozen kilometers, Tony stopped on the highway and began to carefully sift through the documents. After repeatedly reviewing the materials, Tony suddenly discovered a very familiar name. It was AIM, located at the top of the document, representing a certain organization. Tony had seen this name not long ago when he casually checked the Killian information after Happy's reminder. Moreover, Tony also remembered that the modification of War Machine was also handled by this think tank. On that night, 13 years ago, Tony had casually rejected Killian's invitation to join, leaving him on the rooftop all night while he went off to spend a romantic evening with Hanson. Tony, who finally connected all the dots, realized that Killian, who harbored resentment towards him, had developed some kind of human enhancement technology and sold it to the terrorist leader, Mandarin, for their revenge. After figuring this out, Tony immediately called Rhodey because it was incredibly easy to add some small backdoors during the modification process. This meant that the War Machine could very likely fall into the hands of Killian and the terrorists, and no one would see it coming. However, the call did not go through, and Tony suddenly felt that something was seriously wrong. In a panic, he quickly drove around the area looking for a place to use a computer. If AIM indeed had some problems, there was a good chance that the database of the modified War Machine would have left some traces. Soon, Tony was fortunate to find a usable computer at a location. After several attempts, Tony skillfully hacked into the War Machine's database. In one of the folders, he found what he was looking for. The folder named Ultimate Modification contained a large number of videos. From the videos, Tony learned that AIM recruited disabled veterans for human enhancement. And these soldiers would become super soldiers or human bombs under AIM's control. Among these materials, Tony found some clues about Mandarin's whereabouts. He then contacted Harley, inquiring about the status of the Iron suit and the address related to this lead. Upon learning that the coordinates were somewhere in Miami, Tony hung up and drove to a 24-hour supermarket. After shopping, he found a motel to stay in and began tinkering with his equipment. By dawn, Tony had turned various household appliances and cleaning supplies he bought at the supermarket into practical weapons. These ugly-looking gadgets included firearms, grenades, electric shock gloves, and more. All very useful. Armed with this gear, Tony sped towards Mandarin's residence in Miami. The coordinates led to a villa, and Tony observed from outside for a long time before climbing over the wall. Inside the villa's main entrance, a group of black-clad bodyguards were patrolling with dogs and guns. Tony crouched in a corner, watching the bodyguards' movements and planning his attack route. After taking a deep breath, Tony quickly burst out from the corner. The first bodyguard to notice the commotion was about to turn his head when Tony's large hand, wearing the electric shock glove, pressed directly against his head. With a jolt, the bodyguard let out a muffled groan and collapsed. Tony caught the fallen bodyguard and laid him on the ground, continuing to sneak into the villa. Who? A patrolling bodyguard bumped into Tony and immediately called out warily. At this, Tony stopped hiding, lifted his hat, and raised a nail gun in his hand to take down the bodyguard. After a fierce rush, Tony finally broke into the villa. Holding a stolen handgun, Tony cautiously explored the interior. Soon, he arrived at the hall. In the hall, a man was speaking into a walkie-talkie. 1 step, 2 steps. Tony approached the man and pressed the electric shock glove against his head. Skillfully, he took the man down to the ground and continued into the villa's bedroom. He had already heard sounds coming from inside, so he moved very carefully. Holding the gun low, Tony walked quietly, his eyes wide open, alert for any unexpected situations. Fortunately, the sounds in the bedroom seemed to be from some beneficial physical activity, and they were completely unaware that an outsider had entered. Tony easily reached the bedside and suddenly pulled back the constantly moving blanket. "Don't move," Tony shouted, and the 3 people on the bed immediately froze. Mandarin? Seeing the thin man on top of the woman with a signature mustache, Tony was somewhat unsure. "Turn around. No funny business." "Oh my God! Oh my God!" Mandarin exclaimed comically, innocently raising his hands and turning around, with a soft, squishy creature under him. "Put this on." Tony disdainfully tossed a towel at him to cover up his shame. "Take whatever you want. Those guns are fake because those bastards won't give me real ones." Mandarin rambled on, wrapping up his lower half. What? Tony was left dumbfounded by Mandarin's nonsensical talk. Why was this Mandarin so different from what he had imagined? "Hey, do you want to take these 2 girls with you? They're great." Mandarin grinned with a lewd smile. "Shut up," Tony shouted furiously, sending the 2 women out, then pulled back the gun and approached Mandarin, loudly questioning. "You're not Mandarin. Where's the real Mandarin? Speak up." "Wah wah wah." Mandarin squealed, dodging Tony's gun barrel. Squatting on the ground to argue. "He's here, but also not here. It's very complicated." "What does that mean?" Tony pressed on, gun in hand. Seeing the gun pointed at his forehead, Mandarin became much more honest and answered seriously. "My name is Trevor Slattery." "What do you do?" Tony frowned, sizing up this clownish figure in front of him, unable to connect him to the mysterious, powerful Mandarin on TV. "Are you a decoy or a stand-in?" "No, what stand-in?" "I'm not a stand-in," Trevor stammered, prompting Tony to impatiently aim his gun at his head. "Please don't hurt me. I'm just an actor." Unable to hold it any longer, Trevor finally revealed the truth, knowing that he might die for saying it, but he would die now if he didn't. Tony paused and then threatened with a fierce expression. "You have 1 minute to explain everything." "It's just a role." Mandarin accent real. Trevor gestured, trying to help Tony understand his words better. Trevor elongated his tone, his gaze becoming dreamy as he began to recall. "I like to indulge a little in that stuff and then did some bad things." While speaking, he nodded as if confirming his memory was still clear despite the indulgence. "Yes, I did some bad things on the street." "And then?" Tony interrupted. "Then they found me and told me about this role. They knew I had a habit." "So, they were trying to help you quit?" Trevor replied with a goofy grin. "They said they would give me more." Tony was left speechless. "They gave me a lot of things like this palace. Even gave me plastic surgery. They just kept giving me stuff." As he spoke, Trevor's voice lowered, and then he closed his eyes, falling asleep with a gentle snore. Did he just fall asleep? At this moment, Tony found it hard to control his fingers and really wanted to shoot this guy. He could guarantee that the strangeness of this quirky special actor could definitely rank among the most bizarre people he knew. "Hey, wake up." Frustrated, Tony could only kick Trevor hard with his foot. No. Trevor's body trembled, waking up abruptly, and pretended as if nothing was wrong, continuing. There's a stunningly beautiful speedboat. And the main reason he needs someone to take responsibility for these unexpected explosive events. Hearing this, Tony's expression darkened. Is he Killian? Tony asked. Yes, Killian. Trevor's answer was as expected. He created you? Yes, he created me. The intimidation was also their concoction? Yes. The think tank designed this whole show, creating a perverse serial killer and shaping an image of a villain. Tony clenched his teeth, sitting down to the side, finding it hard to accept. By this point, he had almost completely understood the whole situation. There was no Mandarin. All the terrorist attacks were engineered by this guy Killian. Tony couldn't help but ponder what this guy's real purpose was in orchestrating so many terror incidents and creating a character like Mandarin. Was it merely to take revenge on Tony Starr for neglecting him 13 years ago? That was absolutely impossible. He definitely had a deeper agenda. While he was deep in thought, Tony suddenly noticed that the loquacious Trevor had stopped. Tony raised his head in confusion and saw Trevor holding 2 cans of beer facing him, but his gaze drifted toward the bedroom door. Oh no! Just as Tony was about to turn around, his head spun and he lost consciousness. When Tony woke up again, his hands were tied to a metal railing, and in front of him sat a person he hadn't expected. Hansen, sensing the movement behind him, turned his chair and smiled. Feels like time has turned back, doesn't it? Yeah, and now I'm tied up. Quite enjoyable. Tony looked at Hansen, lost in thought. So that day, you took his business card, right? I took his money. Hansen's expression was calm. After all this, Tony, I'm close to succeeding. Saying this, Hansen walked up to Tony. The ultimate transformation is basically stable. Not stable at all. Tony shouted. People are being blown up in the streets. Blood is staining the walls. Maya, you're deceiving yourself. Then help me finish it. Pulling out an old card from his body, Hansen's expression was earnest. One side of the card had several lines of formulas, and the other side read, You know who I am. Did I write this? Tony asked hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Hansen showed disbelief. Yes. You've been looking for the answer to this? Don't you remember? Hansen seemed a bit distraught. I can't help you. Tony refused. The old you had moral integrity and ambition, wanted to help others, but now, look at you. Hansen said nothing, just blankly stared at Tony. Let me go, and things can still be salvaged. Taking advantage of Hansen's moment of distraction, Tony urged. Before Hansen could react, a voice came from the entrance. You know what? My dad always told me this. The early bird catches the worm. The second mouse gets the cheese. Killian walked in with a bag, looking like a victorious general. Are you angry about Switzerland? How could I be angry at you, Tony? Killian put down the bag, then turned around and spread his hands, looking serious. I'm here specifically to thank you. You gave me the best gift. He walked up to Tony, his expression gradually changing. It's despair. What did you say in Switzerland? Meet me on the rooftop, right? Killian chuckled lightly and continued. I waited for 20 minutes, still thinking you would come. Then an hour passed. He licked his lips, tilted his head, and whispered, I thought about taking that step and directly parachuting into the hall. You know what I mean? I was still wondering why the first mouse couldn't get the cheese. Tony had no interest in his victory's speech-like narration and interjected. Killian ignored him and continued walking, saying, But when I looked down at the city, no one knew I was there. No one could see me. Not even anyone was watching. A thought arose within me and has accompanied me all these years. Next, Killian recounted the mental journey over the years and the process of creating Mandarin. Seeing Tony unmoved, he opened the suitcase he brought. After throwing a few small devices onto the ground, an image appeared in front of everyone, wearing sports lingerie. Pepper was enveloped in a red glow from the modification, her face contorted in pain as she shouted something. This is live broadcasting, can you tell? Her body is deciding whether to accept the extreme transformation, and if it fails, believe me, the explosion will be spectacular. Watching Tony start to struggle frantically, Killian looked pleased. Enjoy the show. Killian sneered and left. Believe me, you'll fall in your own pool of blood. Tony threatened the guards surrounding him in a flamboyant tone, as if he were the one in charge. The guards ignored him because their boss still needed Tony to complete the extreme technology, so they couldn't do anything to him. Countdown 543. Tony stretched out his hand, his expression twitching, and shouted, Come on. Unfortunately, nothing happened. The guards exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Well, actually, I was giving you a chance. Now, put down your weapons and tie yourselves to the chairs, and you can still live. Shut up. One guard couldn't stand Tony's verbal assault and waved his gun as a warning. But Tony, with a serious expression, began to count down again. 345. As he counted, Tony seemed to sense something and accelerated his countdown. 54,321. You. Bang. The impatient guard was about to give Tony a taste of his own medicine when an arrow shot him down to the ground. Who? The other guards nervously looked in the direction the arrow had come from, only to suddenly see a big man in uniform rushing in. This guy moved quickly and was incredibly strong, taking down all the guards in just a few breaths. Captain? Tony looked at the newcomer with surprise and joy. Tony! Captain America picked up the shield he had just thrown, his expression serious. The president has been kidnapped by them. In an ancient palace, a large man dressed in old aristocratic attire sat on a dragon-carved throne, looking down at the people below. My lord, should we punish those who tarnish your great reputation? No. The man's voice echoed like a whisper from hell, far more frightening than that of Mr. Mandarin. I will personally go and tell this world that their king has returned. Saying this, he abruptly stood up, the 10 rings on his hands shimmering with an inexplicable light. After putting Tony down, Hawkeye also walked in. Captain America and Hawkeye had only begun their mission after learning of Tony's disappearance. While obtaining Tony's location through Happy, they also learned that the president had been taken away by War Machine. This further solidified their resolve to participate in the operation, as the government had clearly failed and had even extended an invitation for action right in front of them. By locating the micro-relay on Tony, they determined his position and immediately set off by helicopter. After rescuing Tony, the 3 of them, along with Rhodey, captured Mr. Mandarin, who was still there, and interrogated him. Getting to the bottom of the matter, everything began 13 years ago, on that night in Switzerland. On that night, Tony created a demon with his own hands. Wanting to make Hansen happy, Tony had Killian stand on the rooftop in the cold wind all night, facilitating his dark transformation. After a night of revelry, he wrote down a formula about her research for Hansen, which ultimately fell into Killian's hands, becoming the source of the transformation technology. Now, Killian, who mastered the transformation technology, had an army of desperate soldiers, incredibly powerful. He wanted to kill the president and support the vice president he had brought into power, taking control of the most powerful nation in the world, the United States, and the current most notorious terrorist leader, Mr. Mandarin, becoming the puppet master behind the scenes of this world. The time to deal with the president was tonight on a large ship, and the execution scene was speculated to be broadcast live by Mr. Mandarin. While the 4 were discussing the plan, Tony's Iron Man suit arrived late. Seeing this, they no longer hesitated and set off towards the ship. Under the deep night sky, the 4 climbed aboard the ship one after another. They quickly found one of their rescue targets, the president, as he was hanging in the air, suspended by War Machine. The president was hanging above an oil tank, and they intended to burn him alive. With keen eyes, Hawkeye said solemnly, "A Viking-style funeral, a public execution." Tony casually remarked, "Okay, Barton will take a favorable position first. I'll try to sneak over, Tony will make a strong push once I'm exposed, and Rhodey will provide fire support. Is that all right?" Captain America stated the plan succinctly, then extended his hand. Everyone placed their hands on top, softly encouraging each other. Hawkeye climbed up the suspension bridge, while Captain America swiftly navigated through the guards' patrols and searchlights, constantly getting closer to the president. "So I'm here to watch your performance, right?" Rhodey blinked a couple of times and said to Tony, despite losing the iron suit, Rhodey was still a highly skilled soldier. But facing such a grand scene was inevitably overwhelming. "Don't say that, Rhodey." Tony in the suit replied naturally, "You need to break free from your reliance on the iron suit to become a true hero. This is my personal experience." "Oh, really?" Rhodey rolled his eyes and said, "Then why don't you let me use this suit? Come on." Tony exclaimed in a strange tone, then spoke seriously, "You're a trained soldier, and I'm the smart one who uses my brain. In this situation, shouldn't I be the one wearing the suit?" Feeling that something was off with this statement, Rhodey thought for a moment. Just as he was about to call Tony the fool, Tony suddenly made a move. "Get ready." As soon as Tony's voice sounded, a huge siren echoed throughout the ship. Rhodey looked towards the captain, only to see him fighting several guards, while Iron Man's silhouette flew overhead. "Captain, I'll go save him, you hold them off." Tony didn't stop to help Captain America, but just reminded him before rushing towards the president in midair. "No problem. Be careful," Captain America shouted back, swiftly taking down another guard. "Come on." Looking at the president in front of him, Tony shouted and extended his hands. Bang, bang. A few bullets shot out, severing the wires suspending the president, and Tony caught the falling president, then flew towards Rhodey. "Protect the president," Tony instructed, handing the president to Rhodey, and then turned back to support Captain America. "Mr. President, please take off the iron suit now." Facing the bewildered president, Rhodey took action directly. The president didn't have the authorization to wear the iron suit, and even if he did, he couldn't use it. After redonning the iron suit, Rhodey sent a message to Tony and then grabbed the president. "Mr. President, are you ready?" "What?" The president, completely confused, had been in a state of bewilderment from start to finish. "We're leaving." As the words fell, Rhodey took the president, who was in a panic, off the ship and flew towards New York. "Great! The president is safely gone. Now we can go all out," Tony shouted loudly, delivering a steel punch that sent a guard flying. "Tony, Captain America intercepted a guard's attack, sounding somewhat anxious. Be careful." "Be careful of what?" Tony casually blasted several guards away, somewhat puzzled. "He is talking about me." Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared behind Tony, just as he was about to react. He felt his arms being gripped by two fiery pincers. "Got you." Killian laughed maniacally, his hands turning red hot. "This metal box is perfect for your coffin." "Oh." Seeing the alarm panel and the iron suit going crazy, Tony was stunned. He expected this guy to have a restraining effect on the iron suit. Even though the Mark 42 was made of high-temperature resistant materials, the terrifying heat still transmitted through the suit to Tony. With no choice, Tony could only shed the suit and escape. "Is that all you've got?" "Huh." Seeing Tony sitting on the ground, Killian discarded the red-hot iron suit in his hands and walked over, laughing wildly. "I've got plenty of tricks up my sleeve. You just wait a moment." Tony retorted defiantly, but his body was honestly retreating. "Then why are you backing away? Without the iron suit, can you only rely on your mouth?" Killian snorted coldly, his scorching hands reaching out towards the grounded Tony. Tony rolled away nimbly, and an arrow just happened to shoot in front of Killian. "What's going on?" Killian frowned and muttered to himself in confusion. But the next moment, he dismissed the question as arrows on the ground suddenly beeped and then exploded, engulfing him in flames. "Who says I'm just all talk? I have teammates." Tony mocked with a smug expression. "Really?" In the flames, Killian, with his entire body glowing red and streams of lava flowing beneath his skin, stood up again. "You think your circus teammates can help?" "Ah." Tony glanced at Captain America not far away, who was being chased by a group of little firemen. These little firemen were completely unafraid of regular physical attacks. Even if they were missing arms or legs, they could regenerate by transforming their lava bodies. Captain America's attacks were hardly able to deal fatal damage to them. Moreover, these little firemen, with bodies like lava, emitted terrifyingly high temperatures with every movement, making it difficult for even Captain America to endure, often forcing him to flee in a few rounds. As for Hawkeye, this guy was well hidden. Not only did the little firemen fail to find him, but even Tony couldn't locate him. "I'll give you a chance. In 10 seconds, my army will arrive. You can still surrender now." 18:19. After a moment of contemplation, Tony suddenly spoke with confidence. Killian certainly didn't take his nonsense seriously. After all, 13 years ago, the younger him had already fallen for all of Tony's tricks. How could he possibly believe him now? Counting to 100 won't help. At this moment, Killian resembled a mythical lava giant as he roared and lunged at Tony. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tony spoke rapidly and performed a roll to dodge Killian's attack, then watched as a piece of armor was sent flying. "I told you. This is the price of not believing me." Tony sarcastically laughed, then spread his arms and entered a suit of armor. Killian, in anger, grabbed the armor that had knocked him back, his entire body radiating intense heat, and within seconds destroyed the armor. But he also fell down as the ship's deck beneath him melted. Seeing this, Tony ignored him and flew upwards. In the sky, a variety of armored suits appeared out of nowhere. They were arranged in a zigzag formation, quietly waiting for their master's command. "Jarvis, eliminate all heat sources targeting the ultimate transformed body." Tony commanded the suits he had crafted during his anxious days as he flew in front of the Iron Legion, then opened his arms towards the red lights that were continuously flashing on the ship, shouting, "Merry Christmas!" Dozens of armored suits, under Tony's command, charged towards the transformed soldiers on the ship, controlled by Jarvis. In an instant, the entire ship was filled with the continuous sounds of explosions and screams, as one soldier after another was eliminated by the armored suits. Many suits were damaged by the soldiers' high temperatures during close combat, and several suits were destroyed by the soldiers' self-detonations before dying. However, overall, the numerous and highly mobile armored legion managed to successfully eliminate all the transformed soldiers. "Jarvis, have you found Pepper?" After observing for a while and feeling relieved, Tony asked. "Yes, sir." Jarvis displayed a dynamic image, and Tony immediately flew towards Pepper in the image. "Pepper." Seeing Pepper trapped under a pile of debris, Tony rushed over anxiously. "No," Pepper shouted, but Tony continued to charge forward. Boom! Iron Man, running halfway, was suddenly knocked away by a red-hot fist that emerged from the steel plate, and then the steel plate was pried open by two lava-like hands as Killian stepped out. Keep running. He approached, sitting down heavily on the fallen Iron Man, his hands radiating terrifying heat as he relentlessly struck Iron Man eject. Tony shouted, launching himself out of the armor just in time to dodge Killian's punch that pierced through the chest plate. Buddy, I think you should calm down. While shouting, Tony ran outside and put on a new suit. Hearing this, Killian's anger was reignited, and he roared as he punched at Iron Man. Do you think your cold jokes are funny? This suit of armor couldn't withstand the intense heat and was quickly torn apart by Killian's scorching fists. No, my fault. Tony yelled, escaping from that suit of armor again. Quick, give me a suit, Jarvis. A nearby suit was sent flying towards Tony by Jarvis. But Killian leaped and pierced it. The armor and Killian both fell to the ground, and for a moment, Tony's expression darkened. Let's see how many tricks you have left. Killian sneered, charging forward with great momentum. A shield flew from a distance, knocking Killian down. Can you melt my shield? Captain America ran out from the side, picked up the shield, and swung it hard at Killian. Ah! Killian roared, his entire body seeming to ignite, the already terrifying temperature around him rising several degrees, causing everything in the eyes of the onlookers to begin to distort. He gripped the shield, his palm reaching the highest temperature he could transform. Yet the adamantium shield showed no signs of change. The shield could withstand it, but its owner could not. Captain America grunted and let go of the shield, retreating. I will kill all of you. Whoosh! An arrow shot over at just the right moment, but Killian sensed it and caught it. The slender arrow instantly turned to ash in his hands, and Killian coldly snorted, What trick is this? Boom! A deep sound echoed, and a strong white light flashed, leaving Killian dazed. You! Killian waved his hands, grasping at the air in front of him like a blind man, his expression frenzied. I will turn you to ash. Next time. Not far away, Tony said casually, while a specially designed suit of armor had already snuck up behind Killian. The armor spread its arms and split open, wrapping Killian inside. What are you doing? Killian said, somewhat panicked, realizing he couldn't easily melt through this armor. Let me go, he screamed, only to have the helmet component of the flying armor block his mouth. Jarvis, help me blow him up. After rescuing Pepper, Tony ordered expressionlessly. Okay, sir. The few exchanged glances and quickly flew out. Boom! A violent explosion completely blew open the ship's control room, leaving even those who had taken cover beforehand in shock. Tony, can I still turn back? Pepper asked despairingly, having already accepted the transformation. No problem. Tony smiled confidently. After all, that formula was something he had come up with in just a few hours. If he spent more time on it, he was sure he could crack the entire formula. Trust me. At that moment, Jarvis's voice suddenly rang out. Sir, I must remind you, no need for him to say more. Everyone had already noticed the swaying figure approaching them through the sea of flames. No need for masks anymore. You said you were looking for Master Man, and you were looking at him. As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly passionate, and he finally shouted, I am Master Man. Puff! The flames that had just been roaring around Killian suddenly extinguished, and he fell to the ground like a torch doused with water, dark, cold, and heavy. The thing that extinguished Killian, this incredibly explosive torch, was a handful of clear, beautiful water. At that moment, it seemed that this handful of water was completely unaffected by gravity, flowing freely in the air. Those who dare to impersonate me shall be killed. An old, distant voice said in a language that was difficult for everyone to understand. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice and saw not far away in the sky a rugged man dressed in peculiar ancient clothing, looking displeased. On his 10 fingers, he wore an array of rings that sparkled with divine light. Is this your friend? Pepper asked curiously amidst the silence. No. Captain America shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on the rings on the strange man's hands. Tony, do you know what he just said? It seemed to be Chinese. Jarvis? Tony asked uncertainly. Sir, the language this gentleman spoke is ancient Chinese, which means, those who dare to impersonate me will be killed, Jarvis replied. Ancient Chinese, Tony murmured, suddenly realizing something was off, and asked with a strange expression, Why do you refer to him as sir? Because. Jarvis's tone unusually elongated as he projected an image for Tony. According to the records, he should be the real Master Man. The real Master Man? What does that mean? Isn't Master Man fictional? Upon hearing Jarvis's explanation, Tony's pupils began to tremble. It might have been the case before, sir, but as of now, Master Man indeed exists. This Master Man might be a hybrid of Mongolian and British descent, having self-taught many magical spells, and possesses 10 rings containing immense mysterious powers, which have caused many wars traceable back to before the Middle Ages. Jarvis quickly recited the information about Masterman, leaving Tony dizzy. The Middle Ages. Then he must have lived for 1 or 2,000 years. Although, emotionally, he found it hard to accept that this man, who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, could have lived for a dozen or 20 centuries. Reason told him that it was likely true. After all, he himself had a divine teammate who was over 1,000 years old and still acted like a fool. So what does he want to do now? Jarvis's voice was loud enough for those around to hear clearly, and after understanding Masterman's origin, Captain America was the first to ask. Before Jarvis could respond, Masterman spoke. Since you already know my identity, there is no need for me to waste more words. He waved his hand gently, and the ring on his right thumb shone brightly. As the ring lit up, the handful of clear water suddenly transformed into vapor, dissipating into the air. Submit or die. As soon as the words fell, everyone felt their limbs become as heavy as if filled with lead. Pepper and Hawkeye both collapsed to the ground under the burden. Captain America gritted his teeth to hold on, while Tony revved up his power to stay standing. Gravity? Tony's face turned grim. And that water's transformation. Are all those the abilities of those rings? Thinking this, Tony directed his gaze towards the flying Iron Legion. Jarvis, send this gentleman a Christmas gift. Understood, sir. Under Jarvis's control, the Iron Legion, which had completed their cleaning task and was still hovering in the air, flew towards Masterman. In midair, Masterman, with long hair swirling, watched Tony summon the Iron Legion with great interest, showing no intention of stopping it. Let me see how far technology has developed now, he whispered, extending his left hand towards the overwhelming Iron Army. Instantly, the 3 rings on Masterman's hand emitted flames, lightning, and frost, launching attacks of different attributes that struck a large number of Iron Legion suits. Flames and lightning intertwined, causing violent explosions that destroyed the seemingly indestructible iron suits. Frost froze everything, turning the swiftly moving Iron Men into ice sculptures that fell to the ground. Even the various projectiles fired from the Iron Men were intercepted by the barrage of elemental attacks, unable to reach Masterman amidst the overwhelming forces of nature. Masterman calmly eliminated all the Iron Men. Then, he lowered his left hand and disdainfully said, "Is this the level of your power? Not much progress, huh?" As he spoke, Masterman gestured towards the few people on the ground and said, "I heard you were a superhero team. Is this all you can do?" His gaze gradually turned cold, and his killing intent surged. After some interaction, he discovered that the so-called famous Avengers were nothing more than a bunch of insignificant figures, far from the terrifying descriptions his subordinates had given. Masterman had already made up his mind. If these people did not choose to bow down and surrender, he would use thunderous means to eliminate them to avoid future trouble. State your decision. Freedom or death? Freedom or death? Tony scoffed. You don't really think of yourself as some big shot, do you? Facing Masterman's oppressive gaze, Tony's blood-stained face from the battle turned wild. For an American who championed freedom, submitting to another person was not an easy task. Not to mention someone like Tony, a proud genius, who hadn't even helped Killian when threatened with the lives of Pepper and himself, let alone this ancient man who appeared out of nowhere. Freedom and life? Tony Stark want them all. Jarvis, give me something powerful. Tony shouted. Understood, sir. The Mark 42 instantly revved up, and, with powerful propulsion, Iron Man broke through the gravitational limits in the blink of an eye, raising his fist to strike at Masterman in the sky. Oomph. Masterman's expression darkened when he saw Tony resisting, and he coldly snorted, then gently waved his right hand. The golden ring on his right ring finger immediately glowed, shooting out an inconspicuous beam of light. Not good. Upon seeing this astonishingly fast beam, Tony instinctively maneuvered the iron suit to dodge. Zing! A faint cutting sound rang out, and the light struck Iron Man, who was evading, slicing off half of his arm like cutting through tofu. Glancing sideways, he saw that half of his arm fall, and the cut on his suit was surprisingly smooth like a mirror, sending a chill through Tony's heart. If he hadn't dodged just now, he would have been cut in half. Fortunately, after dodging this ray, Iron Man had already charged in front of Mandarin, who seemed to have no time to fire another ray. Now's the time, Tony shouted, and the flames erupting from the entire suit suddenly blazed intensely. Tony unleashed all the power of this suit, which represented his highest achievement, and struck fiercely at that annoying, ugly face. Naively, Mandarin showed no panic at this thunderous punch. Instead, he revealed a disdainful sneer. He slowly extended his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and struck forward, perfectly catching Iron Man's iron fist. This flesh-and-blood fist was about to be mercilessly crushed against the iron fist, but at the point of collision, a ring inlaid with purple-red stars suddenly emitted a powerful force. This powerful force prevented Iron Man's fist from advancing even a little, and his entire body began to lean back. What is this again? Is he a magician? Tony asked bitterly. It's repulsion, sir. We might not hold on much longer. Under Jarvis's reminder, Iron Man finally couldn't withstand the overwhelming repulsion after a few seconds and gradually started to retreat. Mandarin, on the other hand, wore a smug expression and said loudly, "Your level is still a couple of thousand years away. Is that so?" Inside the retreating suit, Tony sneered. 2 micro-missiles quickly launched from Iron Man's shoulders, avoiding the range of repulsion, and crashed into Mandarin's side. Boom! Flames engulfed Mandarin, and Iron Man immediately felt the repulsive force suppressing him vanish, and even those on the ground felt their bodies lighten, free from the constraints of gravity. Did it work? Tony looked at Mandarin with some doubt. He didn't think this would eliminate the terrifying Mandarin. Where the smoke was thick, a whirlwind suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blowing everything away. At the position where the whirlwind appeared, Mandarin, with a face full of anger, reached out his hands, fingers stretched straight, and the 10 colorful rings all emitted light. Seeing this action from Mandarin, Tony immediately felt something was wrong and shouted back, "Pepper, run!" Then, all the weapons on Iron Man activated, micro-missiles whistled away, bullets poured out, and energy cannons fired one after another at Mandarin. However, none of these attacks managed to hit Mandarin. In front of Mandarin, a space as dark as ink continuously eroded the surrounding light, and all of Tony's attacks fell into it like a cow sinking into the sea, making not a sound. Could it be a micro-black hole? Seeing this thing, Tony nearly went insane. Even though he hadn't studied astrophysics in depth, he knew quite a bit about the terrifying nature of black holes. A black hole is a terrifying existence formed after the destruction of a star, with a volume nearly infinitely small, mass and density nearly infinitely large, and gravitational force that is unlimited. Even light cannot escape its gravitational pull. Given Mandarin's ability to manipulate gravity and repulsion, Tony thought maybe, just maybe, he could create a black hole. But soon Tony dismissed this viewpoint for a simple reason. If he really could create a black hole with his bare hands, let alone the Avengers, he couldn't even keep the Earth safe, and Tony believed this guy's goal shouldn't be to destroy the world. So, a power similar to a black hole? For a moment, Tony felt a sense of despair. But the next second, something even more despairing happened. As the 10 rings on Mandarin's hands gradually lit up, terrifying attacks were unleashed. Flames, lightning, storms, frost, rays. The world began to change violently under these powers. Storms and lightning wreaked havoc, and the sea surged. And at the center of the whole space, without a doubt, was Mandarin with long hair fluttering in the air, resembling a demon god. Heavens, how can this guy have more abilities than Lin? Iron Man barely dodged various attacks in the air, then suddenly felt his body sink. Oh no! Mandarin's power was applied to Iron Man, greatly slowing down his speed, and several terrifying attacks quickly caught up to him. Faced with these rapidly approaching thunderbolts, flames, and ice spikes, Tony's eyes widened in despair. Countless images flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, finally settling on one person. "Pepper, I'm sorry. In the end, I still couldn't give you the life you wanted." Filled with regret, he closed his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds. Tony suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face filled with surprise. "Hey, how are you going to thank me?" The figure in front of Tony turned around and smugly teased. "You wish. At most, I won't pursue you for all that nonsense you said to me." Tony replied with a hearty laugh, and everyone present felt their mood relax naturally upon seeing this figure. All of this was because he was Super Kid Lin. The newcomer was none other than Lin Qifei, who had disappeared for over 200 days and was transported to Earth through the means of the Luo Tian immortal clan. In fact, Lin Qifei had already arrived on Earth for some time. However, before he realized Mandarin had appeared, Lin Qifei had been wandering outside Earth, using the space gem to familiarize himself with a nearby cosmic environment. It wasn't until Lin Qifei's mental energy detected Mandarin on Earth that he rushed back using the space gem. Regarding this supervillain who didn't formally appear in the movie, Lin Qifei couldn't gauge his depths. In the comics, Mandarin is Iron Man's #1 nemesis. Born in a small village during the Republic of China, with a mother who was a British noble and a father who was Mongolian, hence he claims to be a descendant of Genghis Khan. In his youth, he received martial arts training and expanded his family to the point of being as wealthy as a country. But due to war, he lost everything. By chance, he discovered a crashed alien spaceship in the Ghost Valley Cave in northwest China, where he found 10 magical rings and learned a vast amount of ultramodern science and magical knowledge from the wreckage, using the magic rings to build his own army. He also gained immortality and eternal youth due to the magic rings. In the movie universe, in the Marvel short film Long Live the King, an agent belonging to Mandarin infiltrated a prison, resulting in the actor playing Mandarin, Trevor, being told that the real Mandarin wanted to see him. According to that agent, the name of Mandarin has a long history, and even in the Middle Ages, his reputation was left behind. This shows that the Mandarin in the movie universe may trace back to an even earlier era, and his strength is difficult to predict. Of course, all of this was insignificant before Lin Qifei. Just like now, under the sweep of Lin Qifei's mental energy, all sorts of strange powers retreated, clearing a large space beside Lin Qifei. Lynch turned around, smiled at the astonished Masterman, and said, "You're Masterman, right?" Lynch spoke in precise Beijing dialect, which caused Masterman to show a hint of confusion. "A Huaxia person? Who exactly are you?" Masterman retracted his ring's abilities and stepped back, asking, "We are both from the Huaxia ethnic group. We should help each other." "You can forget about that." Lynch scoffed, looking disdainful. "According to your logic, I could say we're all Earthlings. Besides, I'm a proper time traveler. If that's the case, I can't find anyone like me in the whole universe. Don't back away any further. Get your act together." As he spoke, Lynch's gaze and mental energy locked on a Masterman. Just as Masterman was about to sneak away, he suddenly froze, an overwhelming fear rising in his heart. After living countless days and nights, Masterman, who had become wise with age, immediately dismissed any thought of acting recklessly and stiffly replied, "I don't understand." "What do you mean by get your act together? You don't understand?" Lynch sighed lightly, and with a movement of his foot, he appeared before Masterman as if teleporting. Before Masterman could realize Lynch's movement, he reached out and grabbed Masterman's 10 bejeweled fingers. "Your magic rings. I've heard they have all sorts of functions. Come on, show me." With a grin, Lynch tightened his grip on Masterman's hands. Masterman, feeling threatened, immediately struggled in a panic. However, no matter how much strength he exerted, his hands remained immovable, as if they were glued to Lynch. "Why you let go of my hand?" Masterman shouted weakly, "or I won't go easy on you." "Very well." Lynch laughed heartily, released Masterman, and stepped back a few paces, teasingly saying, "Please, don't hold back." Masterman shook his hands, and his expression gradually turned sinister. At this point, he realized clearly that if he didn't act today, he wouldn't be able to leave here no matter what. The only way to survive was to ambush this guy while he was careless and take him down. Thinking this, Masterman's face remained unchanged, but his hands began to move rhythmically. Suddenly, his fingers trembled, pointing towards Lynch, and he shouted, "Die?" "Huh?" Lynch glanced at the flashy attack in front of him, unfazed, and began to silently identify it in his mind. The flames came from the index finger of his left hand, the lightning from the middle finger, the ice storm from the pinky, the laser beam from the index finger of his right hand, and the storm from the middle finger. There were also some abilities he couldn't identify, such as the gravity and psychic influence he felt. After finishing his assessment, Lynch didn't dodge and took all the abilities on his body. Simply relying on visual estimation and mental probing couldn't reveal the true power of these abilities. So Lynch decided to test them with his own body. After all, these abilities were unlikely to break his defenses. Although it took time to explain, Masterman's movements were as quick as lightning, and these abilities struck Lynch in the blink of an eye, making it seem as if Lynch hadn't reacted at all. "Oh, did Lynch not react?" Pepper tightened her grip on Tony's hand, surprised. Tony shook his head and said casually, "I guess he's testing the power of Masterman's magic rings." With his body, Pepper looked puzzled, thinking to herself, "Is there something wrong with me? Or is it these superheroes who have issues?" After pondering for a moment, Tony glanced at Lynch, who was engulfed by the attacks, leaned closer to Pepper, and whispered, "Actually, Lynch's mine. What's wrong with my mind?" Upon hearing Tony's attempt to secretly slander him, Lynch squatted in front of the two, looking at Tony with a beaming smile. Tony's face changed instantly, and he praised, "Lynch is the smartest and wisest person in the world." Lynch looked at Tony with an expression similar to "Young man, you have a bright future," and nodded in satisfaction. The next moment, he flashed in front of the bewildered Masterman. "Hey." Lynch's voice echoed from somewhere in the air, but his figure was nowhere to be seen. Masterman, highly tense, was startled by the voice and furiously launched several attacks towards it. Unfortunately, all those attacks landed in empty space, and in Masterman's line of sight, Lynch vanished again. Just as Masterman anxiously searched for Lynch, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Right here. Masterman's face first showed fear, then turned to shame and anger, and finally erupted into complete fury. How dare you humiliate me like this? He panted heavily, his eyebrows, beard, and hair shaking due to the fury on his face, while the magic rings on his 10 fingers began to emit a dazzling light. I want you dead. Oh no. Seeing Masterman finally explode with rage, with all 10 rings releasing far greater power than before, Lynch was delighted. Being a villain, I can't possibly outplay the main characters. So I might as well seize the opportunity to enjoy myself before my enemy powers up, right? Just enjoy it. Yes. Don't hold back. Let all your anger out. Facing Masterman, who was continuously gathering power, Lynch carelessly directed him. Damn it. When the power reached a certain peak, Masterman let out a low roar and unleashed all his magic rings, releasing a torrent of attacks that changed the color of the heavens and the earth. The sky began to wail, and the ocean roared. Pretty good, Lynch murmured, even if he didn't think highly of Masterman at this moment. He had to admit that Masterman was probably the strongest opponent he had encountered. Forget about Iron Tyrant and the likes. Even one of the 5 gems of Thanos. The supergiant couldn't compare to Masterman's current strength. The supergiant was merely a sorceress with mind control abilities, without the Mind Stone. Her real power couldn't affect Lynch at all. According to Lynch's perception, one of the rings Masterman wore should possess mind control abilities, and if combined with the other 9, Masterman, with such power, could easily deal with any Avenger at this stage without breaking sweat. If Thor or Hulk were here, perhaps the Avengers could put up a fight against Masterman by giving it their all. Ultimately, Masterman was a character of a different caliber than the villains in the original movie plot, appearing earlier due to Lynch's butterfly effect. However, in Lynch's eyes, he was merely a villain with a label of justice written on his forehead. That's enough, Lynch muttered softly, his figure shifting as he instantly crossed the space between him and Masterman, and then his eyes lit up. Masterman let out a cry of despair as all 10 of his fingers snapped, being drawn away by an invisible force. No, the magic ring that he relied on was taken away, and Masterman felt even more heartbroken. Without the magic ring, he was just an ordinary old immortal. How could he still be called Master? Not to mention, he had to face a ruthless person who stole his ring. Why are you shouting so loudly? Lin Qifei dug in his ear, then reached out to catch 10 rings of various designs. A grown man wearing rings? As he spoke, Lin Qifei extended his hand and put on the 10 rings. Of course, excluding the handsome one, Lin Qifei happily wiggled his 10 fingers, then examined them closely for a moment, his expression slightly changing. It turned out that these 10 rings, called magic rings, were actually pure technological creations taken by Masterman from an alien spaceship. With his supervision, Lin Qifei could see the secrets contained within the rings, even though he, being uneducated, couldn't understand the principles behind them. But it didn't matter. Even Masterman could use them, and after observing for a long time, Lin Qifei had already learned how to use them. Glancing at the furious Masterman, Lin Qifei activated the energy within his body to unleash one of the rings. Instantly, a scorching flame erupted from the ring. The flame Lin Qifei shot out was incredibly powerful, a blue with a hint of purple, looking much more formidable than when Masterman used it, and it was becoming terrifying. TSK. Observing the flames emitted by the ring, Lin Qifei felt a bit curious. He frequently used heat vision, so he considered himself somewhat of a fire-playing expert, and could naturally tell the difference between the ring's ability and his heat vision. The flames from the ring were more dispersed in power, while the heat vision was more concentrated. In terms of control, the heat vision, which could be used at will, was superior to the ring's ability. Therefore, Lin Qifei felt that this ring was dispensable for him. He continuously increased the energy output, making the flames emitted by the ring grow stronger. After half a minute, the flame's power had reached its peak, turning everything within 100 meters into a hellish inferno, while Lin Qifei remained expressionless and continued to increase the intensity. Finally, the ring, which had been outputting steadily, began to change violently. Then, with a muffled sound, it stopped emitting flames. Is it broken? Lin Qifei took off the ring, confirmed it was indeed damaged, then gently crushed it into a lump of scrap metal and tossed it aside. After testing, Lin Qifei roughly understood the ring's maximum power. For him, it wasn't very strong, far inferior to his own abilities. But it wasn't weak either. At least one ring could easily create a superhero or a villain. The greater significance of these rings for Lin Qifei was to draw inspiration to develop more abilities rather than using them. Finally, Lin Qifei looked at Masterman. who had been captured by the Avengers after losing the magic ring, and said to himself, "Should I kill you, or give you a chance to sit in prison?" According to the latest news, Master Man had been arrested by the government in conjunction with the Avengers. Surprisingly, Master Man was actually a character fabricated by the AIM think tank, and the real culprit. On Christmas Eve, Manhattan was brightly lit, filled with a festive atmosphere. And the screens that should be displaying various advertisement promotions were all showing the same news, drawing many pedestrians to stop and watch. Finally, Master Man is out of luck. "This is the most wonderful news I've heard today. Now I can go out with peace of mind. No more worrying about a madman committing a terrorist attack. This is the best Christmas gift." Many people cheered with joy because of this news, and the recent shadow cast by frequent terrorist attacks in New York finally dissipated. In the streets and alleys, there were crowds celebrating because of this news. After all, Master Man's series of actions had successfully left a deep impression on the proud Americans. Now that Master Man had fallen, the public naturally felt proud and celebrated. The news anchor paused for a moment, then with a warm smile said, "Later today, the government and the Avengers have prepared a Christmas gift for the citizens of New York, so stay tuned." At the headquarters of SHIELD, in a special ward, inside a closed special device, an ice block encasing a scarred long-haired beauty quietly stood. Outside the device, Lin Qifei, Tony, and a female doctor in a white coat were discussing in front of the screen showing the internal conditions of the device. "We have done some processing, but I regret to inform you that the situation is not optimistic. Her cells have all suffered some degree of damage," the female doctor explained anxiously, occasionally showing curiosity in her gaze towards Lin Qifei. "I know, I can see," Lin Qifei replied flatly. After dealing with Master Man, Lin Qifei immediately took Tony to see Natasha. Despite being somewhat mentally prepared, Lin Qifei couldn't help but feel sad upon seeing Natasha's condition. With his supervision, he could completely see Natasha's physical condition inside the device through layers of obstruction. Because the situation was urgent at the time, Lin Qifei was in a chaotic state of mind and directly froze Natasha, but this handling was too rough and reckless. In reality, human cryonics exists for some wealthy celebrities who, due to terminal illnesses or other reasons, freeze themselves to await a future leap in medical technology that would allow them to be reborn. However, in reality, there has not been a single successful case of reviving a frozen person. Reviving a human body from a frozen state, and even the freezing operation itself, requires a very high level of technical skill. Although in the frozen state, the human body is essentially in a pause state and does not change. During the cooling and warming process, the body will inevitably suffer damage. Once this damage exceeds a certain range, the body will head towards death. Lin Qifei's direct freezing of Natasha at that time caused irreparable harm to her body. Although Tony and the Asian beauty doctor, Dr. Zhao, later made remedies, Lin Qifei could still clearly see the weakening of Natasha's bodily functions. In this state, it is very likely that as soon as Natasha is awakened from the frozen state, she would lose her life. Not to mention, this world, like the real world, also does not have the technology to safely awaken a frozen human body. The Marvel Cinematic Universe has many advanced technologies, and any superhero or supervillain that emerges can bring some incredible new technology. But everyone understands that technology, when it comes to the moment of need, often fails, just like the difficulties faced by everyone trying to save Natasha in this state. However, Lin Qifei was prepared. "Lin, we did our best." Seeing Lin Qifei's not-so-comfortable expression, Tony looked heavy, without a hint of joking. "But you don't have to worry, we are working on new technology, and once it's mature, Natasha will be able to come back to life." "New technology?" Lin Qifei hesitated for a moment, then continued to ask, "What technology?" Tony straightened up and said solemnly, "Nano." Upon hearing this, Lynch's eyes lit up. If it were any other technology, it might be baseless, but nanotechnology. This is a technology that Lynch had indeed seen in Marvel movies. And the person using this technology was none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark, standing right in front of him. In the movie Avengers, Infinity War, Iron Man's armor was already able to utilize mature nanotechnology, allowing him to freely transform into various weapons like shields and blades during combat. The timeline of Infinity War is 2018, which means that by 2018 at the latest, Tony had already possessed mature nanotechnology. This indicates that what he said 5 years ago, on Christmas Eve 2012, was not mere words. After all, bringing a technology from successful development to actual maturity requires a significant amount of time. Is nanotechnology useful? After some contemplation, Lynch couldn't help but ask. Tony nodded heavily and said, Nanobiotechnology should be able to save Natasha. Hearing this, Lynch fell into a dilemma. In fact, after spending some time in the celestial realm, Lynch had gained quite a bit, including some so-called miraculous medicines and abilities specifically designed to save people. However, having seen through the essence of these things, Lynch was quite skeptical about whether they would actually work or if they could truly save Natasha. In his eyes, the Celestials were just a group of long-lived, uniquely powerful superhumans, with no connection to the true gods of Chinese legends. If they were truly god-tier, Lynch would certainly have no doubts about using those things to save Natasha. But once he truly attempted it, it would be like shooting an arrow with no turning back. If it failed, he could only watch Natasha die. Although Natasha's body had been injected with a super soldier serum, she still couldn't escape the realm of normal humans and simply couldn't withstand such torment. Should he wait for Tony's breakthrough in nanotechnology or take a risk? After not thinking for too long, Lynch made a decision. He looked seriously at Tony and said, "Tony, to be honest, I have considered some methods, but they're all too risky. I trust you." "I know." Tony chuckled lightly and patted Lynch on the shoulder. "Leave it to me. I will bring her back." Just then, a brief ringing sound went off. Mr. Stark, Dr. Helen Zhao, turned off her time alert and walked over to Tony, asking, "The scheduled time is up. Do you still stand by your choice?" "Yes." Tony turned his head and smiled, a look of relief on his face. "Why not?" In the operating room, Tony calmly looked at his open chest while several doctors busily worked. The lead surgeon, Dr. Helen Zhao, carefully used forceps to extract a shard from Tony's chest. Half an hour later, all remaining fragments of shrapnel in Tony's chest were successfully removed. This was an important decision Tony made after dealing with the Mandarin and Lynch's return, removing the bomb fragment from his chest. The shrapnel originated from the first act of Iron Man's story when Tony was attacked by the Ten Rings while demonstrating his weapons to the military in Afghanistan, causing an explosion that embedded fragments in his body. In the cave, a doctor used an electromagnet to hold the fragments in Tony's chest, allowing him to survive. Then, to contain these fragments, Tony developed the arc reactor, becoming Iron Man. Over the years, the fragments in Tony's chest, along with the pressure, had haunted him like a nightmare. He could remove these fragments, but could not alleviate the pressure he faced. So he preferred to keep those sleepless fragments in his body as a constant reminder to stay vigilant against danger and be prepared. However, the near-death experience at the hands of the Mandarin made Tony realize that life shouldn't be like this. He shouldn't ignore the precious things in front of him and everything he had because of unknown troubles that had not yet arrived. Therefore, he decided to remove the fragments, rid himself of anxiety, and face the future with a more open-minded attitude. And this was just the beginning. As time passed, the festive atmosphere of Christmas Eve grew more intense. People were enjoying big meals at home with friends and family, while those gathered in bars and dance halls celebrated under bright lights and dynamic music, raising their glasses in cheer. Above the pitch-black New York, silhouettes of iron figures swiftly swept across the sky. Suddenly, they lit up, illuminating the dark night sky. They dove down into the crowds, causing a series of gasps, then returned to the heights. Finally, the Iron Legion stopped in the air, attracting the attention of countless New Yorkers as if waiting for something. Was that Iron Man? No, it was his iron suits. What were they doing? Was it a Christmas performance? Was this the surprise mentioned on TV? As people discussed, at the top of the Avengers Tower, Tony issued a command to Jarvis. Subsequently, the Iron Legion sprang into action. The various iron suits began to initiate self-destruct sequences, transforming into brilliant fireworks that lit up half of New York's sky. Beneath the fireworks, Tony personally placed a necklace made from the chest fragments around Pepper's neck, and the two embraced and kissed. On TV, the host excitedly began to report on this fireworks show. "This is a special gift prepared by Iron Man, Tony Stark, for everyone." But according to him, this gift is far more than that. As a hero who has been away from us for a long time has finally returned. He is the superhero who mysteriously disappeared during the New York station 200 days ago, Kid Miracle Man. On TV, the host's image was minimized, and a video of Lynch battling the Mandarin was played. At this moment, Lynch silently kept vigil by Natasha's side, his eyes piercing through everything to see the fireworks, a faint smile appearing on his face as if recalling the beautiful times of the past. At the top of the Defender's Tower, the Defender's base, Lynch returned and stepped into this place for the first time, meeting the two superheroes he hadn't seen for months. After exchanging recent experiences, Lynch began to get to the point. "Matt, how about something challenging recently?" Lynch squinted at Daredevil. Daredevil paused, then hesitantly asked, "What?" He didn't dare to speak confidently, knowing that anything Lynch considered challenging would be extraordinary. Seeing this, Lynch stared meaningfully at Daredevil for a moment before speaking. Matt, you remember where you learned all your skills, right? Huh. Hearing this, Daredevil looked a bit surprised, a hint of nostalgia appearing on his face as he fell into memory. Of course. After a long while, Daredevil frowned and replied, "Does it have something to do with him?" "Yes." Lynch nodded and continued. "The elder who trained you belongs to an organization called the Holy Order, which is a long-standing and notorious rival of the Killer Group." "A killer organization?" Daredevil muttered and asked, "Is this the challenge you mentioned?" Lynch did not answer, smiled, and instead asked, "So, you accepted it, right?" Daredevil shrugged and said helplessly, "Can I refuse?" Lynch laughed heartily and then looked at the eager Jessica. "Hurry up. Dealing with gang thieves every day is getting boring," Jessica said, cracking her knuckles. "Okay." Lynch put away his smile and said somewhat seriously, "The name of this killer organization is the Hand." Then, Lynch gave the two a brief history of the Hand. In a Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Hand is an evil assassin organization established by Alexandra, Madame Gao, the gambler Sound, and Murakami, who were expelled from Kunlun. In the Defenders and Daredevil series, they create chaos in New York to obtain what they call dragon bones to extend their lives. Their enemies include the Holy Order of Japanese righteous ninja assassins, as well as superheroes like Daredevil and Iron Fist. Choosing to confront the Hand was a new plan that Lynch came up with after careful consideration. This plan is related to Justice Points and was confirmed after Lynch took down Kingpin. After defeating Kingpin, Lynch found that he had earned nearly 10 million Justice Points, almost equivalent to what he gained from the Battle of New York. This gave him a new understanding of how Justice Points are earned, meaning that villains and events with the same level of influence may not necessarily yield the same amount of Justice Points. The Battle of New York, which Lynch had high hopes for, had not provided nearly as many Justice Points as he expected, probably only 1 or 2 million, at most not exceeding 3 million. A long time ago, Lynch had learned that there were mainly two ways to earn Justice Points. One is to directly eliminate villains that pose a threat to the world, and the other is to promote superhero activities. The Justice Points obtained from directly eliminating supervillains depend on the level of threat they pose. For example, the threat posed by Kingpin is far less than that of the Punisher. This is because Kingpin is actually lawful evil and does not intentionally harm society and the world, while the Punisher is born out of hatred for this world, viewing the destruction of the world as his mission. Similarly, due to differences in power, the threat of the Punisher is far less than that of Supergiant and the Chitauri army, and even less than that of Kingpin, who intends to dominate or destroy the world. Therefore, eliminating Kingpin, the Punisher, and Supergiant gradually increases the Justice Points Lynch earns, with differences of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions. The other method, promoting the image of superheroes to inspire people's sense of justice, is less stable but can sometimes yield unexpected rewards. If calculated, Lynch's gains from the Battle of New York are not unacceptable because he was once controlled by Supergiant and carried out killings in New York City. Although the news related to this incident was suppressed by the government, and some people even appreciated this brutally honest act, it undoubtedly affected Lynch's superhero image in the minds of most people, resulting in fewer Justice Points. Thinking about it this way, Lynch's Justice Points from the Battle of New York seem to be quite substantial. However, the nearly 10 million Justice Points he gained from defeating Kingpin led him to view his previous gains from the Battle of New York differently. Because although Kingpin's strength is formidable, possibly even stronger than Supergiant without the Mind Stone, he has not yet posed a significant threat to this world. Compared to the overwhelming threat of Supergiant, Kingpin is just beginning to dream of world domination, and the level of threat is not comparable. After all, no matter how powerful Kingpin is, he cannot suppress the whole world by himself. Therefore, Lynch felt that the Justice Points gained from defeating Kingpin were somewhat excessive, to the point of being unreasonable. In this situation, Lynch developed a hypothesis. Perhaps, Justice Points are also related to the original plot trajectory. Events that exist and occur in the original plot may yield fewer rewards for Lynch if he participates in them compared to events that do not occur in the plot. Lynch had always been careful not to change the course of events, and most plots went as he wished, at most resulting in more terrifying villains. But ultimately, justice triumphed over evil. From a results-oriented perspective, Lynch's existence was actually irrelevant. In contrast, events that did not occur in the original plot are different. Lynch has genuinely eliminated these potential threats. Therefore, Lynch speculated that according to the plot, his gains are far less than those from eliminating potential threats. He had not realized this before, and his strength was not sufficient, But now that he has awakened and his power has reached 80 of Superman through full redemption, he can finally make a change. In summary, it's one phrase: cause trouble, cause trouble, cause trouble. Besides causing trouble, Lynch also wants to collect the Infinity Stones. After obtaining one Infinity Stone, Lynch became even more eager for the other stones. To be fair, even if the Infinity Stones in the Marvel Cinematic Universe are somewhat underwhelming, they are still the most incredible treasures in this universe. If one can utilize an Infinity Stone to a high degree, their power can reach the ceiling of this universe. And if they can collect several, figures like Odin, the Ancient One, and Dormammu become insignificant. Therefore, with the system in hand, Lynch finds it hard to ignore the allure of the Infinity Stones. According to Lynch's estimation, Superman's power may only be equivalent to that of one stone. After all, the Infinity Stones represent the power of rules. For example, with the Space Stone, even if Superman can fly, the stone's user can simply teleport him to another dimension. How can he fly out of that? Most of the other Infinity Stones are similar. For instance, the Reality Stone can directly reshape reality like playing Minecraft. How can one fight against that? Even if Lynch cannot perfectly utilize these stones, he must possess them to prevent Thanos from collecting them to deal with him. Although Lynch can only redeem the Superman template at this stage, he is still quite concerned about these stones, but he has no other options. If he could redeem a Silver Superman, what would he have to worry about? At that point, he could probably manipulate the entire universe at will. Unfortunately, given the current progress, there's no way to think about Silver Superman. The only opportunity is to stop Thanos from becoming the Cosmic Population Control Committee and wiping out half of the universe's life. Even if this event exists in the plot, Lynch believes he will absolutely gain countless justice points. After all, he would be eliminating a threat to the entire universe and saving countless lives. However, before that, Lynch still needs to collect the cosmic gems and redeem the remaining templates. By the time Thanos arrives with the system, Lynch can become a complete Superman while holding a few stones. With the remaining stones that Thanos can collect, won't he be easily defeated? Of course. This is just the first step of the plan. Take down a hand. Although the plot hasn't reached the point where the Hand is launching their plan in New York, even Lynch and the Hand are not interfering with each other. One could say there are no grievances from the past and no enmities recently. But who can blame Lynch for being a superhero while they are not behaving well? Do superheroes need a reason to fight evil? Don't ask. Just know it's professionalism. Love what you do. We are just passionate about the cause of justice. So how should we find them? After listening to Lynch's introduction, Daredevil asked, "There are people from the Hand among the gangs in New York." Lynch paused for a moment and then advised, "They used to have connections with Kingpin. You should be able to find out. Let me know once you do. Wait for my news." Daredevil nodded and said, "Do you need to do anything else?" Lynch smiled and looked into the distance. "I need to visit someone I should have met a long time ago. Nepal, Kathmandu." Lynch strolled through this land filled with exotic religious charm, occasionally leaning in to observe and inquire, just like an ordinary tourist. In fact, at this moment, he was indeed acting like an ordinary tourist, suppressing all his abilities while wandering here. This was a sign of respect for the local master, the Ancient One, who holds the Time Stone and deserves such treatment. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a long hat approached Lynch and whispered, "Hey sir, I have something magical here. Would you like to take a look?" Lynch stopped, showing an interested expression like a normal young tourist, and said, "What is it?" Seeing Lynch's reaction, the middle-aged man flashed a look of joy, but professionally suppressed his excitement, glancing around before mysteriously saying, "It's not suitable to look here. We need to go somewhere private." Upon hearing this, Lynch cooperatively displayed a troubled expression, hesitating as he said, "Go to a deserted place? What if you?" "It won't happen. It's just ahead. You can leave any time if you're not at ease." The middle-aged man patted his chest, confidently assuring him, "All right." The middle-aged man was surprised that Lynch readily agreed, making his previous hesitation seem like a formality. However, he naturally didn't think too much about it, and secretly delightedly led Lynch into a small alley. Following this man, Lynch's expression grew increasingly strange, and finally, looking at the deep and empty alley, he couldn't help but complain, "Do people here really like to lead others into alleys?" It's understandable for Lynch to complain like this. According to the original plot, Dr. Strange was also beaten by some thugs in an alley before being saved by Mordo, and then meeting the Ancient One. While he was complaining, Lynch noticed a few sneaky figures vaguely appearing at the other end of the alley. "I wonder if I'll get to meet the Ancient One after dealing with these thugs?" Pondering this peculiar thought, Lynch kicked down the middle-aged man who had stopped to turn around and say something. "Please stop with the nonsense. It makes me want to vomit." Seeing the situation, a few guys squatting across the alley suddenly rushed over, chattering in a language that sounded like birds. 1 second later, several of them lay on the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, Lynch, who stood still as if he hadn't moved, clapped his hands and walked out of the alley, feeling bored. This plot is also wrong. Why isn't Mordo showing up? Is it because I'm too? Halfway through his thoughts, Lynch seemed to sense something and looked up ahead, where a frail, androgynous bald man in monk robes stood smiling in the middle of the road. He had a calm expression and an ethereal demeanor, standing there like a tree or a blade of grass, naturally. The surrounding crowd clearly didn't notice this special presence. But when they approached, they naturally made way, as if the surging crowd and the bustling market were two different worlds from him. After being secretly surprised for a while, Lynch spoke, "The Ancient One? Welcome to Kamar Taj, Lin." Inside a quiet room in Kamar Taj, the Ancient One personally poured a cup of tea for Lynch and then sat down beside him. "I understand your intention." "Oh." Lynch paused the teacup just before his lips and looked at the Ancient One. Coming to see this great being was a decision Lynch had hesitated over for a long time. Don't be fooled by Lynch's impressive presence on Earth, as if he were invincible. In fact, he felt a bit intimidated in front of the Ancient One, not to mention the mysterious Ancient One. Even the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange, could manipulate the dimension-conquering Dormammu in a time prison with the Time Stone, forcing this seemingly invincible dark demon into an endless cycle. How terrifying must the Ancient One be, who has a long lifespan, truly understands the secrets of the Time Stone, and has roamed the vast universe? Although the Ancient One's overall performance in the movie was quite lacking, there were still many highlights. Otherwise, why do you think the Ancient One would die? It's because the special effects for the Ancient One were ridiculously expensive. A few minutes of footage could cost hundreds of thousands. How could Marvel Studios afford that? So, the screenwriter waved his pen and said, "Ancient One, it's time for you to go. Don't let it delay your journey to the afterlife." But this doesn't affect the Ancient One's status as a top-tier powerhouse in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Compared to how other big shots performed poorly in the films, the Ancient One managed to maintain her prestige, showcasing the demeanor that a super big shot should possess. Therefore, when facing such a high-level figure, Lynch felt pressure. Because in front of the Ancient One, no matter how great the power, how fast the speed, or how tough the body, it would be useless. In a conventional sense, no matter how powerful the force, it cannot break the cycle of time. No matter how fast the speed, it cannot catch up with the passage of time. No matter how hard the body, it cannot withstand the changes of the years. To summarize, at this stage, Lynch cannot compete with the Ancient One. But Lynch still took the initiative to come. As for the reason, I hope the sorcerer can lend me the Eye of Agamotto for a while. After saving the person, I will definitely return it in its original form. Putting down the tea in his hand, Lynch earnestly pleaded with the Ancient One. The Ancient One said nothing. With a wave of his right hand, a long line appeared in front of the two. Then, he looked at Lynch and said softly, "I can understand your thoughts, but before that, I must let you understand some things." As he spoke, his expression became solemn, and his voice took on a serious tone. "Do you understand time? Time?" Lynch furrowed his brow. "I understand it fairly well." Hearing this, the Ancient One seemed to have anticipated it and smiled slightly before saying, "Then it seems you still don't understand it well enough." He waved his hand towards the long line, which began to glow, then expanded and exploded into numerous small, changing images. Time in our universe is continuous. The past cannot be changed, and the future cannot be predicted, even for those who possess the Eye of Agamotto. Upon hearing this, Lynch nodded. This explanation had already been covered in Avengers Endgame, which is the theory of parallel universes. In simple terms, what has happened cannot be changed. For example, even if you travel back in time and kill a young Thanos, it won't change the Thanos in your own universe. The universe you arrive at after time travel is already a parallel universe to your own, and killing the young Thanos, there can only change the future of that universe, not the history of your own universe. Similarly, the future cannot be predicted because it is infinite. As soon as you have the thought and action of predicting the future, a brand new, unknown future has already emerged. I understand this, so what does it have to do with saving people? Lynch still didn't quite understand what GUI meant, as he remembered that using the Time Stone to alter local time and even to save people had appeared in the movies. For example, in the movie Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange used the Time Stone to rewind and restore streets and temples during his battle with enemies. And even Thanos used the Time Stone to resurrect Vision, who had been killed by Scarlet Witch, to obtain the Mind Stone from Vision's head. Therefore, Lynch thought that using the time stone to reverse Natasha's time to before her death shouldn't be a problem, right? It wasn't a problem before, but one day everything changed. Gui's tone was drawn out, his deep-set eyes fixed on Lynch. Because of me? Lynch asked in confusion. But deep down he couldn't help but recall the words of a certain old priest. Yes. Gui nodded gravely and continued. From the day you appeared, the future has become a true chaos of the unknown. I don't understand. Hearing comments similar to Odin's future becoming chaotic because of him again, Lynch was still a bit at a loss. In Lynch's view, the future was already infinite and messy. What difference would it make if there was one more me? It was just that the infinite future became a greater infinity because of one more variable. How big of a difference could that be? Wasn't the future already chaotic and disordered? Why would I have any impact? Seeing Lynch's utterly confused expression, Gui sighed and shook his head. No. Because in the infinite future, there is fundamentally no existence of you. What? Lynch's eyes widened in shock, speechless. What does this mean? Those futures all follow the original plot, and not a single future exists with me in it? Am I not recognized by the Marvel Universe? So only this timeline I am in has my existence. And even the real parallel universes are not worthy of having me? What kind of garbage system is this? Lynch cursed inwardly, and his superbrain quickly analyzed the meaning behind Gui's words. So you mean the time stone might not work on Natasha? Yes, Gui said softly. If you use this power on her, either you'll have a problem, or she'll have a problem. Worse yet, the whole world might fall into chaos because of it. After a pause, he continued, I have never encountered such a situation, so I cannot judge. All right, I understand. Lynch replied with a serious face, and a multitude of thoughts began to swirl in his mind. The current situation is that this timeline of mine is unique, the past is indisputable, and the future. Damn, why does this situation exist? Wasn't it supposed to be infinite futures? Why does the possibility of the future disappear here? Why is that? Is my past and future predetermined? Is everything, like in the movies, carefully planned and arranged? In his contemplation, Lynch faintly felt a tremendous horror, something called fate. In the end, Lynch gave up on the idea of using the time stone to bring Natasha back to life and returned to New York with complex thoughts. In Hell's Kitchen, a party had just ended, and the participants were leaving for home. At the door, a group of tattooed individuals wearing large gold chains and dark sunglasses were surrounding someone and chatting. Boss Frank, you have to come by my place next week. I got a bottle of good wine saved up, just waiting for you. A burly, fierce-looking black man said with a laugh. Another thin, tall white man with a sly smile chimed in. Don't bring up that bottle of yours. You've been hiding it for so many years without bringing it out. Who knows if it's still there? Frank, come by my place anytime. I can arrange any kind of beautiful women for you. Rick, stop bragging. Another flashy, well-dressed black man said disdainfully. Last time you couldn't even handle a third-rate actress. I had to spend my own money to make it reliable. This group of gang leaders from Hell's Kitchen were taking turns flattering the short, chubby, unremarkable middle-aged white man at the center. He just chuckled and then said goodbye to everyone as it was about time. Finally, this person got into his car and quietly closed his eyes in the back seat. As one of the visible power holders in Hell's Kitchen during the time of Kingpin, Frank's status was evident. As his power grew stronger, countless young men eager to make a name for themselves wanted to become his subordinates. Even gang leaders of all sizes had to bow and scrape in front of him, revealing their sycophantic smiles. This quickly transformed him from a small-time thug in Hell's Kitchen to a somewhat respectable gang boss. Of course, that was only on the surface. The vehicle moved slowly and steadily down the road, arriving at Frank's residence 15 minutes later. Unlike the past when Kingpin was the undisputed emperor of Hell's Kitchen, the current heads of Hell's Kitchen acted with less caution. At least, the street thugs in Hell's Kitchen could point out the direction of several big shots' homes, whereas Kingpin had been extremely secretive about his privacy. However, they didn't mind and even thought that the deceased Kingpin was too cowardly as the supreme, unofficial king of Hell's Kitchen. Their thinking was simple. In Hell's Kitchen, if you can't even dare to report your home address, how can you be a big brother? If you have the ability, come find trouble. What do you think those armed subordinates at home are doing? Are they just for show? What is this? A show of force. It must be said that, as fellow gangsters, luck determines survival, and vision determines achievement. By the way, Frank's home was a large villa, occupying a considerable area and luxuriously decorated. Amid the welcoming shouts of his subordinates, Frank moved his plump body and swayed his way into the house. In the spacious and bright hall, a tall, hot maid smiled charmingly as she greeted her boss's return. Boss, you're back. The voice was soft and enticing, paired with a stunning figure that towered over Frank, causing the Hell's Kitchen mob boss, who had been playfully interacting with a group of stinky old men all day, to feel a rush of excitement. Unable to resist, he reached his hand into her short skirt. No, the lady is here. The maid playfully pushed Frank away, prompting him to stop his actions. Where's Caitlin? Frank asked, sniffing with a lewd grin, but his tone was serious. The maid, feeling a bit unhappy that Frank had stopped, dared not express it, and simply pointed to the stairs leading up. She's upstairs. She's been here for a while, but there's been no movement. Frank nodded, wiping himself down carefully before stepping upstairs. Caitlin? He climbed to the second floor, arriving at the bedroom door, and found it completely dark, so he called out, Are you there, Caitlin? Frank raised his voice again, but after a while, there was still no response. What's going on? He muttered in confusion, stepping into the bedroom without any caution. The next moment, a shadow fell from the ceiling and pounced on Frank's body, catching him completely off guard. He felt a blur before his whole body was firmly seized, unable even to cry for help. Don't move. A deep, ominous voice came from behind him, causing his legs to go weak. He may have had poor vigilance, but sitting in this position for so long was certainly not a sign of stupidity. Someone had silently crossed the defenses of his men and appeared in his second-floor bedroom. With that voice, Frank naturally thought of the Hell's Kitchen demon, Daredevil. Realizing this, Frank quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Good. I'm here to ask a few questions. If you cooperate, there won't be any danger, understand? Daredevil continued, and Frank nodded without hesitation. Wise choice. Seeing Frank willing to cooperate, Daredevil loosened his grip slightly, allowing him to catch a few breaths. Then Daredevil asked, Whose man are you? Upon hearing this, Frank was taken aback for a moment, then nervously replied in a low voice, I don't understand what you mean. Don't play dumb with me, Frank. Daredevil interrupted him harshly, speaking in a sinister tone. Do you think I would believe that you rose from a nameless street thug to a significant figure with power through sheer ability? You know what the price of lying is. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Daredevil's hand, and a chilling weapon was pressed tightly against Frank's back. Okay, calm down, Frank shouted in panic, twisting and struggling to evade the approaching blade. Once Daredevil stopped moving, Frank swallowed hard, fear etched on his face as he spoke. I don't know who she is, I just know they. Soon, Daredevil obtained all the information he wanted. The honest Frank was now facing the most torturous moment, praying in his heart that Daredevil would spare him, and if possible, he would definitely do more good for Hell's Kitchen in the future. Sweet dreams. Just as he anxiously awaited Daredevil's judgment, that terrifying, deep voice entered his ears. Then he lost consciousness, collapsing softly onto the bed. A smile lingered on Frank's face because he heard that Daredevil did not intend to kill him. Next to him lay his wife Caitlin, and when dawn broke, he might even doubt whether everything was just a nightmare. Meanwhile, Daredevil had already left with the information, disappearing into the night. The next day, at the Defenders Alliance building, Lynch listened to Daredevil's account, nodded, and walked to the familiar floor-to-ceiling windows. So, Hell's Kitchen has actually fallen under the control of the Hand? You could say that. Daredevil replied calmly. Lynch looked down at the many arrogant little thugs below and couldn't help but sigh. The local gangs in Hell's Kitchen aren't doing so well either. With Kingpin gone, no one is holding the flag. According to Daredevil's investigation, the largest gangs in Hell's Kitchen were more or less connected to the Hand. Although they did not know that they were all under the same influence, it was clear that Hell's Kitchen was now basically under the complete control of the Hand. Even if Lynch looked down on these unambitious local gangs, he had to admit that it was quite easy for the Hand to infiltrate the underground world of a region. Not to mention those 5 old guys who betrayed Kunlun. Just a large number of rogue ninjas under the Hand was enough for them to dominate any dark world. After all, superheroes and supervillains were still in the minority. The vast majority of people in the underground world were just ordinary folks, struggling to compete with professional killer ninjas. These Hand members controlled all the sources of business, human trafficking, drug factories. Daredevil ignored Lynch's complaints, his expression serious as he recounted the crimes of the Hand. I can't believe I never noticed these people before. Matt, don't blame yourself. Noticing Daredevil's guilt and remorse, Lynch turned around and smiled. Such things will always exist. It just so happens that this time the source is in Hell's Kitchen. What about us? Daredevil asked with a hint of expectation. No, Matt. If they just want to do some small business quietly in Hell's Kitchen, I wouldn't care less. Lynch snorted and then squinted at the distance, saying they have ulterior motives, and their plans will endanger all of New York. Daredevil frowned, finding it hard to accept. But upon reflection, if they were just engaging in simple illegal activities, it indeed wouldn't require much effort from Lynch. with just one message, S-H-I-E-L-D, or Daredevil could resolve the situation. What plans? What do they want to do? Daredevil asked in confusion. New York is not what it used to be after the New York battle. Who doesn't know that this city has a group of superheroes who can fly and do anything, and even a superhero boy who seems like a god? To dare to stir trouble in New York at this time, how bold they must be, or how important their target must be to them. It's simple, Lynch replied nonchalantly. To continue living, a few cowardly old men are willing to risk everything to make a move in New York. After saying this, Lynch turned his head, his gaze piercing through numerous obstacles, landing on a secret construction site underground. Unfortunately, they are ringing the death knell for their own destruction. Somewhere in Hell's Kitchen, an Asian-faced old woman holding a short staff listened calmly to her subordinate's report. After a long while, the subordinate finished speaking and quietly stood by with his head down. The old woman squinted her small eyes and pondered for a moment, then casually muttered to herself, "Which rat is spying on us?" According to her subordinates, it seemed that someone had recently been gathering intelligence about them in Hell's Kitchen. Although the gang leaders who were intimidated by Daredevil and revealed their intricate connections with the Hand Association dared not disclose this matter at all. For fear of punishment from the Hand, as a super assassin organization, had the capability to gather intelligence far beyond what these mud-legged people could imagine. Through some clues, the Hand subordinates had discovered this slight disturbance in Hell's Kitchen. Do we need to ask those guys? One subordinate slightly raised his head, his face full of fervent admiration. Seeing his performance, the old woman chuckled softly. No need for that. Who dares to investigate such matters in this place besides that masked guy? Daredevil? Upon hearing this, the madness on the subordinate's face slightly receded. Yeah. The old woman's wrinkled face pulled into an ugly smile, looking particularly sinister and terrifying. Just handle it normally. If you can kill him, then do it. If not, just satisfy him a bit. The subordinate nodded in agreement, though he seemed to understand only partially, and the old woman had already turned away, gazing into the distance with a deep look. As long as he doesn't disrupt our plans, everything can be negotiated. Otherwise, as she said this, her small eyes revealed an astonishing murderous intent. That night, inside a special factory in Hell's Kitchen, under the bright lights, rows of workers dressed in uniform were busy on the assembly line, just like in a normal factory. However, from the guards scattered throughout the factory, holding guns and constantly patrolling, and the workers and products on the assembly line, one could still discern the factory's special nature. These workers were all blind, with dull eyes and limited movement, and they were producing batches of drugs. This was a special processing factory set up by the Hand in Hell's Kitchen, known as the source of evil. What flowed out of here was eroding this land every moment, draining the blood and marrow of innocent people, and harming the conscience and justice of normal individuals. Fortunately, all of this would come to an end tonight. With a dull thud, the entire factory lost its light. What's going on? Power outage? What the hell are these lights? The factory fell into chaos as the guards cursed and turned on flashlights, struggling to regain control of the situation. But most of the factory remained in complete darkness, an environment where it seemed a long-hidden demon was about to break free. Damn it, this piece of junk broke down at this time. In the darkness, a guard angrily threw the malfunctioning flashlight to the ground and cautiously made his way towards the distant beam of light. Suddenly, a shadow lunged out from the darkness behind him, tackling him to the ground. He didn't struggle much. After a moment of panic, he quickly fell unconscious, lying on the ground in a stupor. The figure emerging from the darkness, Daredevil, turned his face towards the light, revealing a suppressed smile. Time passed slowly, and by the time most of the guards had gathered, 5 minutes had already gone by. Using their powerful flashlights, they discussed among themselves and sent messages to their superiors. Suddenly, one guard looked around carefully, then frowned and said, "Why do I feel like there are fewer of us?" Fewer people? It really seems like it. Richard isn't here. Richard? Richard. Damn it, where are they? Could it be? Bang, bang, bang. Just as they were panicking, several throwing knives, unknown from where they came, shattered their flashlights, and the light around them suddenly dimmed. Someone sneaking in. At this moment, even the dumbest guard should have realized that someone was causing trouble. Which son of a bitch came to die? A fierce-looking guy cocked the safety off his rifle and scanned the surroundings with killing intent. The next second, his head tilted, and, with a look of surprise, he fell down. Over there. Shoot. Rat-a-tat-tat. 10 minutes later, the noises in the factory gradually quieted down. Daredevil grinned as he walked among the unconscious guards on the ground, occasionally giving those pretending to be knocked out a headbutt to knock them out cold. After a long while, Daredevil stopped, took a deep breath, and then said loudly, "Stay here and don't move. Someone will come to rescue you soon." After a while, Daredevil prepared to leave, heading to the next location. Just as he turned around, he suddenly heard a sharp sound slicing through the air from behind him. He quickly rolled on the ground and then sprang up to take a fighting stance. Behind him, a man dressed in a black ninja outfit, similar to Daredevil's uniform, revealed himself. Daredevil tilted his head, as if he had thought of something. A ninja? The black-clad ninja did not respond and rushed towards Daredevil like a ghost. As the two figures crossed paths, they simultaneously drew short blades and lunged at each other. With a clang, Daredevil deflected the ninja's weapon and pressed the advantage. In the dim factory, they exchanged blows several times in an instant, and despite sustaining injuries, Daredevil managed to knock the ninja to the ground. Ha! Ha! Daredevil breathed quickly, then took a deep breath and moved forward, wanting to completely eliminate this ninja. He was indeed injured and exhausted, but the ninja, who had suffered a heavy blow, was in an even worse condition. The fight could not relax for a moment until the dust settled. However, as Daredevil approached halfway, his expression suddenly changed, and without hesitation, he turned and ran. Behind the fallen ninja, a barrage of cold, gleaming shurikens shot out from the darkness. With his exceptional hearing, Daredevil narrowly avoided the deadly barrage of shurikens. But the danger was not yet over. Ninjas appeared and disappeared in the darkness, launching their sharp blades at Daredevil. The ever-fearless Daredevil felt a chill run down his spine at this moment, as these guys seemed to have figured out his style. Since the moment he fought with the ninja, who was used as bait, Daredevil had noticed that their techniques and moves were vaguely similar to his. In fact, Daredevil's feeling was not wrong, because in a certain sense, he could also be considered a ninja. In terms of background, Daredevil is similar to Batman. Both had undergone training from ninja masters. Daredevil's mentor, Stick, was from a righteous ninja organization called the Chaste, while Batman was trained by the League of Assassins. Logically speaking, both of these guys were rogue ninjas, having learned ninja skills and then ruthlessly turned against the ninja forces. However, at this moment, Daredevil didn't have time to ponder these things, as a deadly threat was closing in. In the darkness, the ninjas revealed their fangs, unleashing various sinister techniques simultaneously. Under the overwhelming killing intent, Daredevil held his breath and then shouted loudly, "Lin." This sentence was like a spell from a wizard, instantly freezing all the ninjas in place. The next second, Lin Qi's lazy voice rang out. "Matt, you can't handle this either. I thought Jessica would have problems, but I didn't expect you to falter first." Daredevil wiped the sweat off his face and cautiously stepped out from among the frozen ninjas, then sighed. "These guys are indeed powerful. It's hard for me too." "All right." Lin Qi, emerging from the darkness, waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Aren't I here? Get ready. We need to move quickly." Daredevil nodded, and then the two quickly ascended into the air, disappearing into the night. On the other side, the old lady frowned as she looked over a series of bad news. As she continued to read, her anger surged, and she forcefully poked the floor twice with her cane, coldly saying, "How can this be? That masked kid can take down so many of my places?" Not far away, one of the old lady's subordinates trembled and struggled to answer. "He has help. It's that super strong woman. They often act together and even call themselves the Protectors." Ridiculous. The old lady's face twisted in anger, her voice laced with disdain. Do they think that by taking a name like the Avengers, they are real superheroes? Just two clowns. The subordinate dared not speak, allowing the old lady to angrily curse Daredevil and Jessica for a long time. Although these underground operations were trivial compared to the overall plan of the Hand, the income was completely under the old lady's control, and now that it was completely destroyed, she was understandably furious. Once the old lady's temper calmed down, she cautiously asked, "Should we send someone to—" "No." The old lady, now composed, sneered repeatedly and continued, "Let them gloat for a while. Once the plan is complete, I'll send them to their deaths." "Hey, did you hear that? She said she wants to send you to die." The sudden voice caught the old lady off guard, and her expression shifted to one of shock and anger. "Who? Me?" As the words fell, Lin Qi entered the room with Daredevil and Jessica. The old lady, who had initially been shocked and angry, now froze in place, her heart filled with endless fear. "Don't even start with your plastic Mandarin. It makes me sick." Lin Qi glanced at the old lady, who looked utterly ridiculous, and impatiently said, "I'll give you a chance to live. Call the other 4 old geezers here. If you agree, just blink." He slightly loosened his mental energy restraint and stared into the old lady's eyes. But the old lady remained unresponsive, her eyelids not even twitching. Still not giving in, huh? Lin Qi snorted coldly, his finger moving, and a ring with a strange glow flew out. Let's try this ring on you. Hurry, pour it in. Be careful, don't spill it. Move a bit slower. In a dark and eerie room, a group of black-clad ninjas were pouring buckets of a strange-smelling substance into a massive container under their leader's command. The container was square-shaped, resembling a coffin, filled with bizarre-smelling materials that made one feel a chill just by looking at it. Even more unsettling was that at the bottom of this container lay a naked woman. Yet the ninjas acted as if they were oblivious, meticulously adding various substances inside. Soon, the leader saw that the preparations were nearly complete, pushed open the door of the room, and walked through a dim and deep corridor to another room. Inside, a white old woman turned around, her expression cold as she asked, "How is it?" The ninja leader bowed slightly and replied, "It's almost ready." Upon hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on the old woman's face. "Good." She praised her subordinate and then waved him off, murmuring to herself in delight. Black Void. Meanwhile, Lin Qi and a group arrived in front of a mansion. This was a mansion located in Japan, and calling it a mansion was more appropriate than calling it a small estate. At the entrance of the house, a small wooden sign bore the owner's surname, Murakami. Lin Qi glanced at Daredevil, Jessica, the restrained old lady, and the two unconscious old geezers, then raised his foot and kicked open the front door. "Are you home, Mr. Murakami?" Lin Qi swaggered in, greeting in Japanese with a mischievous tone, then frowned in displeasure. He saw that Murakami had already taken precautions, even waiting behind a certain door with a long knife in hand. People's hearts are not ancient anymore. Is this what they mean by friends coming from afar must be slain? Lin Qi shook his head in lamentation, and the next second, his figure vanished from spot. Behind the door of a bedroom, Murakami held his breath using a special secret technique, even briefly sealing all the pores of his body to ensure that anyone who entered this door rashly would be unaware until he beheaded them in one stroke. At this moment, Murakami's thoughts had slowed down, only a faint instinctive perception waiting for the enemy to enter. He hadn't experienced this kind of situation for a long time. A long life had given him many things, but it had also made him lose much. For example, the indifference one should have towards the passing of life. When someone truly posed a threat to his life, boundless fear overwhelmed him. He feared death, feared eternal silence, feared never breathing the sweet air of this world again. If he hadn't had the chance to touch eternal life, he would never have feared death. Yet, he had tasted the benefits of longevity. How could he give that up? He could only pick up his long knife again, filled with infinite fear, hoping he could once again slay his enemy as he had in the past. Thus, he would have the right to continue enjoying his immortal lifespan. But unfortunately, all of this was merely a vain hope. "Hello, old turtle." In a mysterious state, he suddenly heard such a strange voice. Without thinking, his long knife swung toward the back. Whoosh! The blade moved at breakneck speed, causing Lin Qi to exclaim, and it stopped between his two fingers. Glancing at the mysterious aura surrounding Murakami, Lin Qi managed to utter, "Old man, you don't play fair. You don't even announce your moves before striking?" Murakami, of course, did not respond. Instead, he softened and slowly collapsed to the ground. Lin Qi used his ability to scan his physical condition, finding that even if he did not act, this guy would most likely not survive. Perhaps this guy had poured all his life force into that one strike, and when he failed to kill his enemy, he couldn't survive either. Lin Qi speculated for a moment and then led the group out of the room. Murakami placed the two unconscious old guys beside him, and Lin Qi counted them one by one. Madame Gao, the gambler, Soanda, and Murakami, the last one, is Alexandra. Madame Gao respectfully interjected, "I think I can guess where she is." Under mind control, Madame Gao was clear-headed, but internally regarded the controller as her master, willingly offering everything for her master, thus selling out her teammates without hesitation. Not bad. Lin Qi nodded, quickly thinking of something. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the 5 immortal beings who created the hand are actually involved with many supervillains and superheroes. For example, the superheroes from the Defenders, such as Daredevil, Jessica, Iron Fist, Luke, Night Nurse, and the Punisher, among many others, as well as numerous supervillains and forces like the Hand. However, Lin Qi was not particularly interested in these minor characters now. After visiting the Ancient One, Lin Qi saw a much broader world. Lin Qi stayed at Kamartaj for more than a day, during which the Ancient One took him on a journey through the vast multiverse, witnessing those legendary dimensional deities. Although Lin Qi had some understanding of worlds beyond Earth, the difference between hearing and seeing is immense. Those incredible existences made Lin Qi feel small and narrow-minded. Therefore, Lin Qi decided to let go of those trivial people and matters, focusing his time and experiences on things worth pursuing. Erasing the hand might not yield a significant amount of justice value, but it was not a trivial matter either. Moreover, Lin Qi had other plans. Thinking of this, Lin Qi instructed Madame Gao, "Take me to find her." In the basement, under the expectant gaze of the last remaining founder of the hand, Alexandra, the naked woman slowly rose. "Who am I?" she asked in confusion, looking at the only old woman in front of her. "You are my child," Alexandra exclaimed excitedly, her eyes filled with undisguised greed. "You were once taken by a powerful enemy, and I gave everything to bring you back to life. What's my name?" The woman frowned and continued to ask. "You were once called Erica?" A shocked and disbelieving voice interrupted the conversation, and both women turned in surprise towards the source of the voice. The newcomers were Lin Qi and his group, and it was Daredevil who spoke. "You guys?" Alexandra's excitement instantly cooled as her gaze landed on Lin Qi and the familiar figures at his feet. Without much thought, she turned and started to run, not forgetting to command Erica. "They're the enemies. Kill them." But halfway through, she trembled and stopped in her tracks. "What are you busy with? Don't you see your other friends lying quietly with me? It's better to just lay down," Lin Qi said expressionlessly. Meanwhile, Daredevil was uncontrollably moving towards his old lover, which made Lin Qi slightly curl his lips. "Be careful, Matt. Erica is no longer the lover you once knew. She is now the hand's ultimate weapon, Black Sky." Upon hearing this, Daredevil slowed down. "What is going on? Lin, can you tell me?" Lin Qi did not hide anything and told him everything in detail. Daredevil and his girlfriend Erica were originally both apprentices of Stick, but they fell out with him when they couldn't understand why Stick killed the little boy who was the vessel for Black Sky. Then, Stick discovered that Erica was targeted by the hand and would become the next generation of Black Sky. Unable to harm Erica, Stick sent her to a remote countryside. But unfortunately, the hand found her, killed her, and took away her body. Recently, the hand suffered a massive blow from Lin Qi, and in her fear, Alexandra placed all her hopes of resisting this invincible hero on their ultimate weapon, resurrecting Erica. Unfortunately, Black Sky couldn't save the hand either. Just like the 5 fingers that created the hand, the evil forces they worshipped were still insignificant in front of Lin Qi. "All right, Matt. I will help you handle this matter. First, deal with the hand." Daredevil's expression improved upon receiving Lin Qi's assurance, and he nodded. Lin Qi used his mental power to bring Alexandra in front of him, then woke up the 3 unconscious old guys one by one, and then spoke in a calm tone. "Now, all 5 of you fingers are here." As he spoke, Lin Qi extended 2 fingers. "You have 2 choices. One is to be killed by me, and the other is to obediently follow my orders, hoping that I can spare your lives. So, make your choice." After saying that, Lin Qi released the mental binding. "No one can command me. I will never." The gambler among the 5 was the first to shout and rush towards Lin Qi, only to fall down even faster, losing all signs of life. Who's next? Madame Gao had already been mind-controlled, and Lin Qi's gaze swept over the remaining 3. Facing this gaze, Murakami sighed softly and resigned himself. Soanda and Alexandra, on the other hand, did not want to die, nor did they want to become Lin Qi's puppets. How could Lin Qi let them have their way? 3. He extended 3 fingers, and Soanda and Alexandra began to feel that strong sense of suffocation again. 2. Soanda and Alexandra looked panicked, as if drowning and struggling to survive. 1. "I submit," Alexandra shouted, and the next moment she was relieved to escape the threat of death. But Soanda was not so lucky. After hesitating for half a second, he took his last breath filled with endless regret. "Good." Lin Qi smiled and clapped his hands, then shot out a ring. Like the previous one, this ring emitted a mental control ability that quickly enveloped Alexandra. After a while, with a face full of respect, Alexandra bowed to Lin Qi and said, "Master." Lin Qi nodded and tossed the ring to Daredevil. "From today on, the hand is yours. You can deal with it as you wish." Before Daredevil could respond, Lin Qi had already left with Madame Gao. "Master, where are we going now?" Madame Gao asked in a comical Mandarin. Lin Qi smiled faintly and looked into the distance, to the place where you were born. Somewhere in the Himalayas, Lin Qi and Madame Gao were leisurely walking in the icy and snowy world. Here stands the highest peak in the world, covered by thick ice and snow all year round, with countless beautiful and moving myths and legends. Lin Qi came here for one of those legends, Kunlun. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Kunlun is another embodiment of Chinese elements aside from the celestial realm. Of course, this thing, like the celestial realm, is a forced naming. Its core still belongs to the Marvel Universe. The origin of Kunlun in the Marvel Cinematic Universe comes from a group of humanoid aliens whose spaceship tore apart space, creating an extra dimension. They took this extra dimension as a retreat and established 7 heavenly cities, with Kunlun being one of them. The Kunlun people revere martial arts and select their warriors through special rituals, known as the immortal weapon, or the so-called Iron Fist. The 7 capitals of heaven are hidden city-states scattered around the world. Every 88 years, these cities merge into one, creating the center of heaven. They hold a tournament of heavenly cities, where each city sends its best warriors, all of whom are part of the immortal weapons. As the foremost among the 7 heavenly cities, the dragon city of Huaxia, Kunlun is the strongest. Kunlun is managed by the Jade Emperor. Although this Jade Emperor is only similar in name to the one in the Luo Tian, and the two are vastly different. It is a mysterious lost city, hidden in the Himalayas, with access to Kunlun only available every 10 years. This is true for ordinary people, but for Lynch, who possesses the space gem, he can come and go freely as long as he finds the corresponding entrance. Soon, the elderly Gao brought Lynch to the place in her memory. "It's here," she said, her aged face revealing a complex expression. "Are you going to take me into Kunlun?" Time has passed, and perhaps she never thought she would return to her homeland in this way. Lynch nodded slightly, not caring about Gao's emotional changes. She was merely a guide. He took out the space gem and quietly sensed the hidden passage in this space. At a certain moment, a glimmer of light burst in Lynch's eyes. The space gem in his hand emitted a hazy light, covering both of them. The next moment, their figures vanished without a trace. This is a golden holy city centered on mystical arts and martial arts, filled with light and peace, built upon flames, blood, and steel. It is filled with the oldest wisdom and the most severe and harsh laws. The name of this city is Kunlun. Today, Kunlun is bustling with activity, as countless residents step out of their homes just to witness the once-in-a-century event. Today, someone will challenge the guardian god of Kunlun, the immortal dragon Shou Lao. If he succeeds, he will regain the immortal power of Kunlun that has been lost for decades, the Iron Fist. In the city's secret realm, a determined-looking blonde white youth quietly listens to the teachings of the person before him. The person in front of him is wrapped in a tight black hood, with only a few strips of cloth clinging to his muscular upper body and black leggings on his lower body, with a formidable weapon on his back. These two are today's main characters, the Iron Fist challenger Randall and Lei Gong, who is responsible for training martial arts in Kunlun. Randall was originally a wealthy young man from New York, but after a family tragedy, he fell into Kunlun by chance and was rescued by the Jade Emperor and Lei Gong. Subsequently, Randall, who opened up the hero template, diligently practiced martial arts in Kunlun, eager to gain the power of the Iron Fist and descend the mountain to uncover the truth behind the accident. Finally, through relentless effort, Randall gained Lei Gong's recognition and qualified to challenge the immortal dragon Shou Lao. Soon, Lei Gong informed Randall of the points to note when challenging Shou Lao. To become the master of the Iron Fist power of Kunlun, the challenger must fight Shou Lao and answer his questions. Only after passing can they take the dragon's heart and gain the immortal power. After the dragon's heart is taken, the immortal dragon will die. But this is not a big deal, as Shou Lao can be resurrected. Each generation of Iron Fist heirs is accompanied by a rebirth and return to death of Shou Lao, and before Randall, it had already cycled 65 times. Randall is the 66th candidate for the Iron Fist and was regarded as the weakest generation of Iron Fist in the original world. After their exchange, Lei Gong turned around, his masked face showing no expression, but his eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. Because next, he would summon the guardian god of Kunlun, the immortal dragon Shou Lao. Shou Lao is the mountain god dragon of Kunlun City, the origin of Kunlun Dragon City's name, and the reason Kunlun ranks at the top of the 7 heavenly capitals. Although Randall is a candidate he holds in high regard, his training days in Kunlun are still too short, and challenging Shou Lao is very dangerous. After all, every Iron Fist is achieved through the passionate blood of Shou Lao. Even if Shou Lao does not harbor any special malice toward the challenger, he cannot simply allow someone to win the challenge easily. To gain the immortal power and become the heir of the Iron Fist, one must possess great strength and an incredibly resilient spirit. As time passed, under Lei Gong's summoning, the entire city began to tremble slightly. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless people, a gigantic fire dragon, as large as a mountain, soared into the sky, dancing in the air. This dragon was entirely crimson, with a terrifying high temperature emanating from its whiskers, and its massive wings stirred up the wind and clouds. However, to everyone's surprise, the dragon did not look at Randall and Lei Gong, but turned its head, its lantern-like eyes fixed on a certain void. What happened? Randall asked Lei Gong, puzzled. Lei Gong straightened his body, his sharp gaze directed toward the direction Shou Lao was looking. It seems there is a guest arriving. As soon as he finished speaking, Shou Lao opened his massive mouth and spat out a violently powerful fireball, aimed directly at a spot in the void. Boom! In the explosion that shook the entire Kunlun, two barely perceptible figures flashed away. What was that? Randall exclaimed in shock, barely spotting something flickering amidst Shou Lao's attack. He simply could not imagine how anyone could survive in such terrifying flames. What kind of existence could that be? Why did it come to the lost city of Kunlun at such a critical moment? Originally excited about the Iron Fist trial, Randall gradually became anxious, given the current situation. He might not be able to challenge Shou Lao, because there was an even more terrifying presence challenging the immortal dragon, even the entire Kunlun. In the sky, seeing that his attack had not been effective, Shou Lao cautiously coiled his body, and between his opening and closing jaws, he surprisingly spoke. Rebellious wretch. How dare you return to Kunlun? Do you not cherish your life? Amidst the astonished gazes of countless people, Lynch appeared before Shou Lao, completely unaware as he examined the gigantic dragon. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, dragons are relatively rare creatures, let alone such a powerful dragon. In Lynch's perception, the life force of this dragon was so intense that it could suffocate ordinary people. This terrifying fire dragon did not need any actions. Merely passing through the sky could trigger a disaster. Perhaps this is what is known as dragon might. It is just a pity that this dragon does not resemble the dragon of Chinese legends, but rather more like a Western dragon. The immortal dragon, Shou Lao, resembles a lizard with enormous wings, uneven skin covered in wrinkles, and flesh-like whiskers growing from its head to the middle of its body. In the eyes of Westerners, dragons are evil and mutated beasts, greedy and fond of treasure, lustful and lecherous, which is why stories of brave heroes defeating evil dragons, rescuing princesses, and obtaining treasures have endured through the ages. In the eyes of some, dragons can be tamed and utilized, and Shou Lao embodies this idea. Therefore, as the guardian of Kunlun, Shou Lao did not hesitate to attack the invaders, especially when one of them was a former traitor. Unfortunately, this level of flame breath had no effect on Lin Qi. The current Lin Qi was a monster capable of bathing in magma. How could Shou Lao's breath pose a threat to him? What Lin Qi did not expect was that he coincidentally arrived at this generation's Iron Fist trial. Goodness, does this mean he has to work for the legendary weakest Iron Fist? However, it seemed acceptable. After all, this Iron Fist was originally a member of the Defender Alliance, and now as the leader of the Defender Alliance, they all counted as allies. But Shou Lao was unaware of this. Because of the traitor Gao Lao, Tai, Shou Lao immediately took a stance of irreconcilability. Lin Qi felt quite baffled, but decided not to argue with Shou Lao for now. Since you made the first move, don't blame me for fighting back. After all, can't you be resurrected? Well, today I'll be a dragon-slaying hero. Evil dragon. Today I will rid the world of your menace. Lin Qi straightened his back and shouted with righteous indignation. Shou Lao. The next moment, the immortal dragon's myriad questions were brutally smashed by Lin Qi's fist. The massive dragon head, akin to a small mountain, was struck by Lin Qi, who was too fast for Shou Lao to respond, and was sent flying helplessly into the distance. Shou Lao's entire coiled dragon body was also pulled straight and elongated by the dragon head. God! Randall looked in disbelief at the inconspicuous figure in the air, momentarily questioning his life. Is that a human? Randall had been training in Kunlun all along. A normal New Yorker would have jumped up shouting, "Super Kid, YYDS." In the air, Shou Lao, feeling dizzy, barely managed to control his body, and an unprecedented fear appeared in his dragon eyes. He could sense that this invader might be unimaginably powerful. Is he a deity or a demon god? Stop! Shou Lao's voice thundered, but his tone was unusually humble. What exactly are you? Me? Lin Qi raised his fist in front of Shou Lao's forehead and replied solemnly, "Just a nameless hero." After saying that, without giving Shou Lao any time to react, he slammed his fist down. Shou Lao, you son of a... After a while, Lin Qi and the people of Kunlun had reached a friendly consensus. Although Shou Lao was knocked out by Lin Qi's punches, he still allowed Randall to obtain the power of the Iron Fist. According to Lin Qi's own words, this result was obviously not much different from the original script. From the perspective of justice points, Lin Qi's thoughts were also reasonable. Solving the hand union that should have been dealt with by the 4 street heroes of the Defender Alliance, Lin Qi only gained 3 to 4 million justice points. By defeating Shou Lao, who guarded Kunlun, Lin Qi only received just over 1 million justice points. As for why defeating Shou Lao would yield justice points, to be fair, where in this world could one find a character without a dark side? Even the superheroes of the Avengers have countless unjust grievances in their backstories. Iron Man was once America's most famous arms dealer. Did the weapons he manufactured not harm innocent civilians? To not go far, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are living witnesses to Tony Stark's dark history. Captain America, did he always represent justice while fighting for his country? Even though he defeated the evil Axis powers and saved most people, how should the innocent civilians of the defeated countries suffering misfortune account for this? Hulk, Thor, Hawkeye, Black Widow. One doesn't even need to mention them. The blood on their hands is probably too much for them to count. Even Lin Qi does not consider himself the absolute embodiment of justice. In fact, Lin Qi often morbidly contemplated whether someone taking him out could yield justice points. Therefore, in front of Lin Qi, the justice avatar with a system, everyone poses a threat to justice, and eliminating anyone could yield corresponding justice points. The only difference lies in the amount of justice points. This is also Lin Qi's deep understanding of the system, something he had already realized when he was influenced by the superstar and turned dark. However, Lin Qi had always suppressed this realization, not wanting to become a slave to the system. It wasn't until he visited Gu Yi and experienced the broader universe that he developed a stronger desire for justice points. Seeking Kunlun, Lin Qi was after the justice points he could obtain from these alternate dimensions. Kunlun was not bad. Lin Qi considered them a neutral organization. The 7 cities of heaven were cities established by ancient aliens, each with distinct styles and ways of functioning. As the leader of the 7 cities with rich Huaxia elements, Kunlun had a history of persecuting humans, as well as a beautiful legend of past Iron Fists walking the world, fighting evil, and promoting justice. Thus, Lin Qi was quite polite toward Kunlun. Of course, defeating Shou Lao was out of legitimate self-defense. Even if it was slightly excessive, one had to blame that terrifying breath. After taking down Shou Lao, Lin Qi extended a hand of reconciliation to Lei Gong, who wanted to attack him. This was all a misunderstanding. Old Lin is a superhero, a big good guy. I accidentally wandered here and was attacked by a dragon that looked incredibly evil. How could I not promote justice and rid the world of this menace? You say this dragon is your guardian? Oh well, it's dead anyway, so you might as well make use of it. Thus, Randall inexplicably became the easiest inheritor of the Iron Fist in history. And Lei Gong had no choice but to believe Lin Qi's tall tales. Who could blame him when Lin Qi had the bigger fist? After some casual chatting, Randall agreed to join the Defender Alliance, and Lin Qi would help him investigate the truth behind the incident from years ago. Additionally, through subtle inquiries, Lin Qi managed to learn from Lei Gong about his next destination. That place is called the City of Cranes, Kunzi. The City of Cranes is a city of dark magic, ruled by an entity known as the Crane Mother, and its guardian is called the Crane Champion. This city has many grievances with Kunlun. The previous Crane Champion was killed by the previous Iron Fist, and this generation's Crane Champion is actually the son of Lei Gong, Davos, who defected from Kunlun. Lin Qi's impression of this city was not very good. As soon as he arrived, a cold and oppressive atmosphere hit him. Once he opened his senses, he felt the darkness and filth of this city even more. However, Lin Qi was somewhat pleased, because a city like this needs the illumination of the light of justice even more. Crane Mother? Crane Champion? Lin Qi observed the guardians of this city from a distance, and the results were not too surprising to him. Much stronger than the weakest Iron Fist of Kunlun, but not as good as the immortal dragon Shou Lao. In that case, accept the judgment of justice. Soon after, terrifying and eerie black magic, along with a series of tragic cries, began to echo throughout the city, accompanied by the piercing heat vision and the freezing breath that penetrated everything. After a quarter of an hour, the city returned to calm. Lynch stood quietly in place, with a group of breathless armored warriors and mages lying before him, without a single tear in his clothes. Superman System Current Template. Childhood Superman 100, Youth Superman 100. Superman 80 Template Exchange List. Bronze Superman, Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman, Golden Superman, Thought Superman. Justice Value, 15,951, 123. Just 4 million more. Looking at the data on the system, Lynch murmured to himself, after this trip, it should be enough, right? Putting away the system, Lynch gazed into the distance. Where next? In a peaceful pig farm in Japan, there lies the hidden city of Tortoise City, Penglai, guarded by warriors known as cobras. The latest cobra, due to his pig-like obesity, is called the Fat Cobra, and in front of Lynch, he ultimately turned into a dead fat pig. Tiger City is situated in a beautiful tropical paradise, reminding Lynch of Wonder Woman's birthplace, Paradise Island, in DC. Here, women cater to every whim of men, out of gratitude for the protection the men provide for them in their beautiful city. Its guardian is the Tiger Beauty, and Lynch did not make a move against them. Using indescribable skills, the Tiger Beauty successfully repelled Lynch, protecting Tiger City. Spider City, the kingdom located in the Dark Kingdom of Nepal. The entire city is covered in spider webs. It is protected by the 9 spider ladies, whom Lynch prefers to call spider spirits. This time, Lynch did not hold back and directly flattened the disgusting city. Dog City, the legend of the lower realm, lies beneath the hometown city of all truly lost people. It is the hometown of Dog Brother, who often searches the world to rescue people and bring them there. Lynch was moved by this city and left after a brief exploration. Monkey City is located in the darkest jungles of Africa, the home of the orphan prince. This is a city that evokes sympathy, and Lynch felt a moment of emotion but did not take any action. The 8th city is hell, or rather a prison. Interestingly, they hold a special guy. This guy is Sun Wukong. That's right, this unruly monkey also exists in the Marvel world. Although their strengths differ greatly, he still bears a striking resemblance. Lynch casually released him and left with him. This was Lynch's final stop. After visiting these places, his justice value was sufficient to exchange for the remaining Superman templates. Thus, carrying the true power of Superman, Lynch returned to Earth. On Earth, Lynch stood side by side in the sky with a scratching monkey. After a moment of thought, Lynch asked, "Where are you planning to go?" The monkey tilted his head and thought for a moment before answering. "I once met a boy who sought my power. I gave him some power, and I can find him through that power." Oh, Lynch was not surprised. He knew that there was a hero in Marvel based on Sun Wukong, called the Monkey King. This guy was once a gang member and embarked on a quest to find the Rui Jingu Bang after hearing the legend of the great sage equal to heaven. Ultimately, heaven does not disappoint the diligent. He found traces of Sun Wukong in a cave. After understanding a phrase left by Sun Wukong, he successfully gained powers from the monkey, including super strength, speed, endurance, and more. Coupled with his own foundation as a martial arts master and a lower-tier version of the 72 transformations, he became a superhero in Huaxia. Counting carefully, there are quite a few Huaxia heroes in the Marvel world. There is even a superhero organization in Huaxia that stands in contrast to SHIELD, Divine Spear Bureau. But I wonder if they exist in this world? Thinking this, Lynch activated his supervision, scanning the land of Shenzhou, and then revealed a slight smile. Beside him, the monkey with a fierce look on his face felt somewhat uneasy due to this inexplicable smile. There was no helping it. He was not the great sage who could shout about taking turns to be the Jade Emperor, with this year being his turn to attack the Heavenly Palace. His strength could not compare to the great sage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed in hell. After being suppressed in hell for many years, his temperament had long been tempered, at least when facing the mysterious powerhouse Lynch, who had flattened hell and rescued him from a seal. The monkey still knew how to respond. "What about you? What are your plans?" he asked playfully. "Together with you." Lynch retracted his gaze and smiled. "Together?" The monkey was taken aback. "Yes, let us go to Huaxia." After saying this, Lynch turned and flew into the distance. A quarter of an hour later, Lynch and the monkey arrived in a bustling metropolis. The monkey looked around in amazement at everything unfamiliar in this modern city. His ears perked up, absorbing the new things from the conversations of passers-by. "Isn't it fascinating?" Lynch laughed heartily. This monkey's background seems to have also borrowed from the real Sun Wukong. From a very distant era, the monkey had been sealed and suppressed in hell. Therefore, the current Sun Wukong had no understanding of modern society and found everything novel. Hearing Lynch's slightly teasing words, the monkey chuckled and said, "It's just that, all small tricks." "Not necessarily." Lynch found a tea shop to sit down and said meaningfully to the monkey. The monkey scratched his chin and followed Lynch's gaze to a nearby camera overhead, unable to figure out Lynch's meaning. People came and went around them. Cars flowed like water, yet everyone seemed to ignore the presence of the two. This was Lynch's force field at work. Otherwise, with the nature of Huaxia people loving to gather around, they definitely wouldn't miss the chance to observe the monkey resembling Sun Wukong and the superhero whose fame had already spread worldwide. However, at this moment, Lynch's force field only affected the sensory perception of those around and did not shield certain mechanical devices. The mysterious organization behind the scenes in Huaxia, the Divine Spear Bureau, had already discovered these two special figures appearing boldly on the street a few minutes later. "They're here," Lynch suddenly whispered and then relaxed some restrictions of the force field. "Who's here?" The monkey was enjoying a lavish table of supreme beverages, milk tea from the 21st century. Times are changing. Under the influence of the foodie army spreading across the world, the food that can now be popularized has long surpassed the ancient delicacies that were limited by material scarcity and single techniques. Hearing Lynch's words, the monkey thought an enemy had appeared and quickly looked around. "Who?" "Don't worry, it's a friend," Lin Qifei calmly comforted, lying back in his chair, waiting for the person to approach him. Soon, a man in battle armor, holding a shield, stood in front of the two. This man had a resolute face, and his armor was reddish-brown. The most eye-catching feature was the shield he held, which was engraved with 5 stars. The 5 stars representing China clearly corresponded to the star and stripe pattern on Captain America's shield, making him look like a Chinese version of Captain America. Lin Qi had some impression of this person. He was a member of the superhero team from the Chinese Spear Bureau dynasty. His positioning and strength were similar to Captain America's, both being super soldiers and team leaders. "Red Star?" The Red Star, who was secretly observing Lin Qi, smiled friendly and said, "Mr. Lin Qi." He then looked at the monkey with a somewhat complex expression. "Sun Wukong?" "I'm Lin Qi, but he is not the Sun Wukong you imagine," Lin Qi casually replied, then stood up and said, "Take me to see your leader." In the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a massive circular fortress quietly floated. With special technology, conventional satellites and detection methods found it difficult to discover such a giant presence above China's sky. Here was the special department from Chinese legends, known only by name, Spear Bureau. The base of the Spear Bureau was a circular fortress operating in the sky, simply and directly named the Circle, housing 150,000 elite members of the Chinese government, including analysts, operators, maintenance technicians, and field agents, equipped with 16 aerial warships and a scientific department. The Shield Bureau is a United Nations organization, but China believed that a body composed entirely of Chinese members needed to be established to ensure safety while also preserving China's maximum interests, leading to the founding of the Spear Bureau. The most famous superhero team in the Spear Bureau is Dynasty, which includes members such as Red Star, whose abilities are similar to Captain America's, Weather Witch, with powers akin to Storm from the X-Men, the reformed alien destroyer, a mysterious figure known as the Military Knife, who wields 2 lightsabers and wears armor, Vector, who can control dark energy for short-range invisibility teleportation, and the Monkey King's successor, martial arts master Sun Wukong, who possesses super strength, speed, and endurance. Of course, Lin Qi felt that this Sun Wukong might consider changing his name when facing his mentor, the real monkey. This was not just a speculation, but a real event happening before his eyes. Upon entering the Spear Bureau, a muscular man in a tight suit with long braids rushed over and shouted "Master" in front of the monkey. Lin Qi couldn't help but exclaim. Having watched many artistic works about Journey to the West for years without seeing the monkey being called master by anyone. However, the atmosphere became friendly with the meeting of these 2 disciples, and the well-prepared Dynasty team began to communicate warmly with Lin Qi. To be fair, everyone was a superhero, and Lin Qi spoke fluent Mandarin, so how could there not be a sense of familiarity? At least Lin Qi felt it. He had nothing to be nervous about. The members of Dynasty were also quite curious about this superhero, famous in America, but suspected to be of Chinese descent. After chatting for a while, several Chinese heroes became even more excited. Who would have imagined that the pride of America was, at heart, a Chinese person? After casually chatting with a few Chinese heroes, the true commander of the Spear Bureau appeared. He was dressed in a well-fitted suit, slightly thin, with a confident and firm demeanor. "Mr. Lin, my name is Zhang Xian, the one in charge of the Spear Bureau. Shall we go over there and chat?" Lin Qi nodded and followed Zhang Xian to a quiet corner to sit down. "How do you feel about this place?" Zhang Xian asked with a smile. "Pretty good," Lin Qi replied honestly. Seeing Lin Qi's positive attitude, Zhang Xian jokingly said, "How about coming to work here? It's quite free, and there's not much to do usually." Lin Qi laughed heartily and shook his head, refusing, "Forget it. I don't work for others, but you can contact me if you need anything." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded thoughtfully. Then, Zhang Xian changed the subject and mentioned Lin Qi's purpose. "You must not have come back just for a vacation, right?" This was obvious. as Lin Qifei had deliberately hidden himself during his previous visits to China. Although some traces could still be detected by the Spear Bureau, his intention to not reveal himself had been communicated effectively. The Spear Bureau, not wanting to cause trouble, naturally understood and did not disturb Lin Qifei's special vacation. However, this time, Lin Qifei appeared publicly on the streets with the eye-catching monkey and did not block surveillance devices. Instead, he seemed to signal something special. Therefore, the Spear Bureau sent Red Star to contact Lin Qifei. Yes, Lin Qifei did not hide anything, pointing outside at the monkey. I rescued this guy from place, and he wants to stay in China, so I brought him to find you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian had a look of hesitation. Don't worry. Although he has some abilities, he is far from the real monkey. You should be able to handle him. If not, you can come to me, Lin Qifei said casually, not feeling that he had brought trouble, and even thought that the Spear Bureau was gaining something. Isn't your son, Wukong's successor, already treating him like a brother? If you do a good job with the ideological work, won't you gain another superhero? This. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. I hope so. Come on, old Zhang, I believe in your abilities. After a hearty laugh, Lin Qifei became serious and said, Actually, I have another matter I want to ask you about. What is it? Zhang Xian adjusted his glasses, his expression becoming serious. He knew the main event of the day was about to begin. I want information about the dragon. At a beautiful tourist area in China, it was the weekend, and tourists were flocking to enjoy their time in the scenic mountains. Among the bustling crowd, a young team of 3 followed a remote mountain path into the depths of the forest. In the small team, a young man with dark skin was enthusiastically recounting legends about the forest to another man and woman. Let me tell you, there are legends that dragons used to appear in this area. You might think it's nonsense, but the rumors are quite credible and the descriptions are very vivid. If it were just that, I might not have brought you here today. What's even more bizarre is that out of curiosity, I checked the historical records about this mountain. And guess what? There are at least 10 records in history about dragons appearing here. The earliest dates back to the Sui dynasty. Moreover, the descriptions of the dragon's appearance in these records are surprisingly similar. You guys say, is there really a dragon on this rather ordinary mountain? Finally, the dark-skinned young man smiled mysteriously and asked his 2 companions. The 2 companions, originally looking helpless, thought their friend might be too into outdoor adventures and believed in every legend. Come on, it's the 21st century, and there are still people who believe that dragons exist in this world. However, after a bit of persuasion from the dark-skinned young man, their hearts began to waver. Could it be that dragons really exist in this world? After all, aliens have already attacked Earth, and there are countless legends about dragons in Huaxia. It doesn't seem too surprising that such creatures could exist, right? The 2 exchanged glances, and just as they were about to say something, they suddenly felt a tremor beneath their feet. An earthquake? The 2 shouted in panic, holding onto the nearby trees. It didn't seem like it. In front of them, the dark-skinned young man looked shocked as he gazed into the distance at a shadow that was faintly appearing. That! The young man didn't care about the tremor at all. He plopped down on the ground, his eyes fixed on that blurry shadow. Is it a dragon? What the hell? A dragon. The other young man tightly hugged the big tree and cursed, I think you're crazy, and we're crazy too. How could we possibly encounter an earthquake in a place like this? If we die here, no one will ever find out. But the girl among them didn't join in the cursing like the young man. Instead, she pointed in the direction the dark-skinned young man was staring at. Her expression exaggerated as she exclaimed, No, there's really a dragon. What dragon? The young man, who initially wanted to curse along with the girl, turned to look and was instantly dumbfounded. Because in a short time they had been talking, a massive creature that blotted out the sun was rapidly flying toward them. The creature's head resembled that of a crocodile, with long whiskers on its nose. Its body like a long snake with clearly visible scales and 2 bat-like wings. What the hell are you looking for a dragon for? After a moment of being stunned, the young man cursed again, but his tone and expression were filled with despair. Because this terrifying giant dragon was crashing toward the spot where the 3 of them stood at an incredible speed, roughly estimating they had less than 10 seconds before they would become 3 piles of meat. Run! The dark-skinned young man, showing great courage, felt the tremor beneath his feet lessen, so he got up and took off running. The other 2, seeing the situation, also refused to be outdone and began to run for their lives. However, their speed clearly couldn't match that of the giant dragon's impact. In less than 10 seconds, they couldn't even run out of the dragon's range. Under the fearful and desperate gaze of the 3, the giant dragon rolled and fell down. Poor choices and friends. The foul-mouthed young man stopped struggling, sat there, and muttered to himself, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Before he could finish his sentence, He was suddenly swept up by a gust of wind and slammed down several meters away. When he lifted his head again, the giant dragon had already crashed down in the distance. And in the place where the dragon had originally been, there was now a young man. "Who are you?" the foul-mouthed young man asked in confusion, as the strange events of the day had almost shattered his tender heart. "Me?" The young man in the air smiled and dropped the line before flying away. "Just an ordinary dragon hunter." "Hunter? Dragon hunter?" The foul-mouthed young man was speechless, starting to doubt the reality of this world. Could it be that this so-called dragon hunter is a common thing? Otherwise, why would he say it so calmly? "Super Kid." At that moment, the dark-skinned young man's voice rang out beside him. "He's that superhero from America." Next, the well-informed dark-skinned young man took out his phone and began to educate his two companions with various photos and texts on the screen. Meanwhile, at that moment, the young man had already dragged the dragon's corpse out of the three's sight. Not long after, having dealt with the last dragon in Huaxia, the young man returned to New York. These dragons in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, of course, are far from those in Huaxia legends. They are merely a fit for the Marvel worldview. The true identity of these dragons is some kind of alien, a member of a famous villain dragon's race. And this villain dragon, the young man can confirm, exists in this world. He had appeared as an Easter egg in the Iron Man movie in the form of a drawing. It was precisely because of this that he was able to obtain intelligence about dragons from the Shield Bureau. The relatives of this villain dragon had all transformed into dragons from Huaxia elements, hiding beneath the land of Huaxia. Even the legendary beast Nian from Huaxia was one of them. Thinking that he had nothing better to do, the young man took the monkey home and decided to deal with these things along the way. Now, he planned to eliminate the last member of this race, the Extraordinary Dragon. In the comics, the Extraordinary Dragon is incredibly huge and destructive, a supervillain who has fought many heroes. The Extraordinary Dragon was originally the leader of the Dragon People clan, who had landed in ancient China on a spaceship, attempting to conquer Earth. Unfortunately, the Dragon People's plan failed, and many of these dragons were eliminated by local Earth gods or mortals. The Extraordinary Dragon did not participate in this war. It served as a backup for its race and fell into a state of slumber. Thousands of years later, when the villain Manchu stole 10 super energy rings from the Extraordinary Dragon spaceship, he awakened the slumbering divine dragon. Manchu tried to control it and used it to threaten the Chinese government. However, the Extraordinary Dragon was actually using Manchu to realize its own plan of world domination. In the end, Manchu had to join forces with his arch-nemesis Iron Man to stop the Extraordinary Dragon. To be fair, even though the Extraordinary Dragon could not escape the fate of failure and death, it still had some prestige. The young man's next target was this villain who had not appeared in the movie. Just as he said, today, the young man would be an ordinary dragon hunter. Standing in midair, the young man's expression changed, and his super hearing and psychic power activated as he directed them toward the Shield Bureau for intelligence. A few seconds later, the young man shifted his gaze to the distance, confirming the target. Then, his figure vanished. Outside a certain canyon, the young man slowly hovered in midair. His gaze shifted slightly, and his psychic power activated instantly, causing the entire canyon to erupt with a rumbling sound. After a moment, 100-meter long, ugly green dragon rose into the sky, looking confused. This dragon resembled Godzilla, with a short, sturdy body and limbs, though its tail was slightly long and its head had fins. After being dazed for a moment, the Extraordinary Dragon finally woke up suddenly, realizing it was in danger, and immediately began to struggle and roar. But the young man just smiled, and his eyes quickly lit up. "Be good, just for a moment, it won't hurt." Upon hearing this, the Extraordinary Dragon's fierce face froze for a moment. Then it roared even more angrily, its massive body beginning to thrash about uncontrollably. His voice was like thunder, shaking the sand below and stirring up a whirlwind as his massive body twisted, blowing wildly in all directions. It was easy to guess that if this monstrous dragon were in a city, its struggles would cause unimaginable disasters. Unfortunately, the Extraordinary Dragon in Lynch's eyes was not yet ancient. It was just that this guy posed a greater threat, perhaps with a bit more justice value. Otherwise, Lynch wouldn't bother with it. No matter how powerful the dragon was, in front of Lynch, who possessed superhuman strength, it was nothing more than a four-legged lizard. Two thick beams of heat vision flashed by, and the Extraordinary Dragon suddenly perished, saying goodbye to this world. Then, under Lynch's mental control, the huge dragon corpse slowly fell to the ground. Lynch did not rush to leave. Instead, he approached the Extraordinary Dragon, standing before the massive dragon corpse. Lynch's eyes began to change continuously. He wanted to test the changes in his abilities. After completing the template exchange, Lynch felt that his powers had made a qualitative leap. Avengers Tower. The Christmas holiday had ended half a week ago, and the city of New York was gradually returning to its busy and tense order. On this Monday, several superheroes on Earth gathered at Avengers Tower. They were filled with excitement and anticipation, all to witness a miracle. Can it really succeed? Among the crowd, Banner muttered in disbelief. It must succeed. Hawkeye shot a cold glance at Banner, seemingly dissatisfied with his pessimistic words. Otherwise, Natasha would die. Further ahead, Lynch and Tony were engrossed in a serious conversation with Dr. Zhao, oblivious to their exchange. If you can really achieve the level you described, I can guarantee we can save Natasha's life, Dr. Zhao said earnestly. Lynch nodded, his gaze fixed on Natasha, who was being transferred to the transparent glass apparatus. Seeing this, Tony helplessly remarked, Lynch, is your ability enhanced just by basking in the sun? You could actually wait a little longer. Tony usually didn't ask much about Lynch's abilities, including where they came from and the reasons for their changes. He knew that this was Lynch's biggest secret. Tony believed that as Lynch's closest friend, most reliable comrade, and most trusted superhero guide, he had to help Lynch keep this secret. However, what Lynch was about to do was so shocking that he couldn't help but quip. Lynch glanced at Tony in confusion and casually replied, Maybe. Sometimes I feel different after a nap. Upon hearing this, Tony wisely chose not to press further. So, shall we begin now? Lynch, Dr. Zhao, and Tony exchanged glances, confirming they were ready. Then, he took a deep breath, his eyes slightly widening as he focused on Natasha's body. Yes, Lynch was preparing to bring Natasha back to life, relying on the superhuman power gained after fully exchanging the template. Although Lynch didn't know the limits of this superhuman template, he could roughly estimate, because he could compare it to several templates he was familiar with in the system, analyzing the general capabilities of this template. According to the system panel, the Bronze Superman template required 1 billion justice points, the Supreme Little Superman 50 billion, the Silver Superman 100 billion, and the Supreme Gold Superman 1 trillion. Lynch was not very familiar with the performance of the Bronze Superman, but he was quite clear about the exaggeration of the Supreme Little Superman. The Supreme Little Superman had fought against all the superheroes on Earth multiple times, and even came from a so-called origin universe where all superheroes were comics. And he was the only one with superpowers. From the various performances of the Supreme Little Superman, a normal single universe could not bind him at all. If one were to find a reference from Marvel, the Supreme Little Superman was much stronger than the Celestial Group. In other words, within the Marvel worldview, the Supreme Little Superman was at least in existence above a single universe, but far from the level where the Silver Superman could manipulate the multiverse at will. The Supreme Little Superman was the embodiment of the Bronze Age, meaning his strength was based on the Bronze Superman. Lynch speculated that the Bronze Superman should also be stronger than the Celestial Group, as the main force against the Supreme Little Superman was the Bronze Age Supermen from various Earths. Thus, in terms of justice points, Lynch estimated that the upper limit of his template strength should be on par with the strongest Celestial Father represented by Odin or slightly weaker members of the Celestial Group. What kind of concept is such strength? The Celestial Group can manipulate planets and even entire star systems, and the peak strength of Odin can easily destroy a planet. Lynch felt that pushing a planet with his strength should be no problem, right? This was just the most intuitive manifestation of power. There were also qualitative evolutions in other abilities. For example, with supervision, Lynch could now even observe at the level of microscopic particles. This was also the reason he dared to rescue Natasha. Since he could see microscopic particles, why would he need nanotechnology? With his mental power combined with his superbrain, couldn't he replace such technology? After familiarizing himself with his abilities and gaining sufficient confidence, Lynch ultimately chose to bring Natasha back to life. In front of Natasha, Lynch carefully operated his mental power. Time passed, and Natasha's originally lifeless and cold body gradually regained signs of life. The temperature representing vital signs returned to her body and continued to rise. Suddenly, Lynch heard a sound that excited him. Thump, thump, thump. This was the beautiful sound of the heart slowly starting up and beating again. As the heart revived, blood began to flow through Natasha's body, and color slowly returned to her face. A few minutes later, seeing the various parameters on the instrument gradually stabilizing, those present could finally confirm. We succeeded. 6 months later, on a farm. Over here, Lynch shouted, herding a group of quacking ducks to one side. Under Lynch's guidance, the ducks jumped into the pond one after another. The fish and turtles that had been poking their heads up to breathe were startled and dove back into the water without looking back. Lynch then leisurely made his way back, stopping to pet the big yellow dog following him. After strolling for a few minutes, Lynch arrived in front of a house. As he pushed the door open, he called out, "Natasha, what's for dinner tonight?" Inside the house, Natasha, wearing a blue apron and looking like a housewife, was stirring the food in the pot while replying in fluent Chinese, "Mapo tofu, braised pork dompa." When she mentioned dompa pork, she couldn't help but pause. This was a term that many Chinese found difficult to pronounce, and Natasha struggled with it. "Pork knuckle," Lynch chimed in, then laughed heartily as he sat down with the dog. Rocking in the recliner with the dog in his hands, Lin Qifei gradually dozed off. Boom! A distant thunderclap suddenly sounded, failing to wake Lin Qifei. But right after, a loud thud of a heavy object falling nearby exploded in Lin Qifei's ears like a bomb, causing him to slip out of the recliner. "Who is it?" Groggily, Lin Qifei shouted angrily and looked towards the door. The next moment, a majestic figure pushed the door open and entered. "Thor?" Lin Qifei glared at the god of thunder with annoyance and sat back down in the recliner, comforting the frightened dog. "Can't you come in a bit quieter? If you make such a loud noise next time you come to find me, I'll throw you to the moon." Upon hearing this, a sheepish expression appeared on Thor's honest face. "Sorry, I'm used to it. No need to apologize. Just remember for next time. Speaking of which, what's the matter?" Lin Qifei sighed, then realized something and continued. "Is it about the Tesseract?" Thor nodded and said, "Yes. Asgard needs the Tesseract to repair the Bifrost. Now the 9 realms are already in turmoil." "Is that so?" Lin Qifei squinted, thought for a moment, and then pulled out the space stone and tossed it to Thor. "Here, take it. The Tesseract is gone, but this should still work, right?" "This." Thor caught the space stone, examined it for a moment, and, after a brief pause, he solemnly put it away. "Is there anything else? You can suppress the rebellion yourself. No need to call me," Lin Qifei said lazily. He thought Thor wanted to call him to suppress the rebellion in the 9 realms, so he didn't pay much attention. If it were in the past, Lin Qifei might have agreed. But among the 9 realms, apart from the Dark Elves, there weren't many formidable characters. The contribution of justice points seemed negligible to Lin Qifei, who was too lazy to intervene. Lin Qifei's current plan was to collect the Infinity Stones to combat Thanos and gain massive justice points from universe-level disasters. However, Thor shook his head and said seriously, "It's not that. There's something I must tell you. Recently, Heimdall discovered that Nidavellir was slaughtered, and from the survivors, we learned that the culprit is..." Halfway through, Lin Qifei suddenly opened his eyes wide and said syllable by syllable, "Thanos?" A few days ago, in the dwarves' homeland, Nidavellir, dark red blood had already congealed and hardened, forming a thick layer on the ground. On top of this, the enormous, stout bodies of dwarves were scattered everywhere. A foul wind blew from the distant, dying core of Nidavellir, revealing the disaster that had once befallen this place. The perpetrator of all this now calmly looked down at the last surviving dwarf, his massive hand adorned with a peculiar glove that had 6 grooves. "Good." Thanos flexed his fingers, feeling the infinite possibilities contained within the glove, his tone flat. "You can live, Father." The green-skinned Gamora slightly bowed her head and stepped in front of Thanos, saying, "Keeping him will expose us." Thanos withdrew his gaze and examined Gamora for a moment, saying, "I want them to find out." Then, he approached the Dwarf King, his golden armor clinking with the countless blood of dwarves. "Go tell that kid on Earth that I will be back." With that, Thanos turned and left, and his entourage quickly followed. "Father, where are we going?" Nebula, with her half-mechanical head, asked coldly. Thanos paused for a moment, extended his right hand adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, and his gaze scanned over the 6 grooves one by one. To fill in the blanks on this guy, Thor looked at the silent and cold Nidavellir, his face full of anger. According to the agreement, Nidavellir provided weapons and equipment for Asgard, and Asgard was supposed to protect Nidavellir. Now that Nidavellir had been destroyed, how could the heir to the Asgard throne not feel angry and guilty? "Thanos!" Thor clenched Mjolnir tightly, raising it high above his head, and lightning appeared out of thin air. "I will kill you." "Thor!" Lin Qifei frowned and pulled Thor back, continuing, "Calm down." Although he said that, seeing such a hellish scene also made Lin Qifei feel disgusted toward Thanos. In his past life, Lin Qifei had somewhat admired Thanos. After all, this cosmic planner was powerful and had his own reasoning for wiping out half of all life, even if it was a strange line of thought. But at this moment, Lin Qifei felt no goodwill towards Thanos, who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He only felt revulsion. Of course, part of this was due to Lin Qifei standing with the Avengers and Earthlings. Just think about it. how many people lost important ones because of Thanos' snap? Even Thanos himself lost his beloved adopted daughter Gamora and ended up alone with his head chopped off by Thor. And all of this stemmed from Thanos witnessing the destruction of his home due to overpopulation, believing that only by eliminating half of the population could he prevent the universe from meeting the same fate as his homeland. Does this reason sound ridiculous? Even if this reason doesn't sound as absurd as it seems, why should the lives in the universe perish due to your subjective understanding? Sprouting, developing, thriving, declining, and perishing. This is the inherent law of the operation of things. If a civilization, a planet, a universe is destined for destruction, then it just means that it has reached the time for destruction. Why must there be forced intervention? Lin Qi's original plan was to collect 4 Infinity Stones, leaving the Power Stone and Soul Stone for Thanos. The Power Stone was taken by Star-Lord from a temple on a planet, and Lin Qi couldn't find it since he didn't know its location. The Soul Stone, on the other hand, had a painfully annoying trial that required sacrificing the one you love the most. Could Lin Qi do such a thing? That would have to be a magnificent act of sacrificing his own kin for Thanos to carry out. Of course, Lin Qi wasn't incapable of trying to be strong, but if it backfired, that would be a big trouble. Although his strength increased, Lin Qi hadn't forgotten what his weakness was. Magic. That Soul Stone was clearly a magic-related stone. Didn't you see that its guardian was a ghost? In this way, Lin Qi would have 4 stones on Earth, while Thanos could collect at most 2 stones to obtain Earth. By then, even without the system's power, Lin Qi could crush Thanos with just the 4 stones and eliminate the crisis. The only variable was the Infinity Gauntlet. Thanos, who possessed the Infinity Gauntlet, could maximize the power of each stone, but Lin Qi's utilization of the stones directly would not match Thanos's. But Lin Qi also had an Infinity Gauntlet. Even though he had never used it, Lin Qi had secretly experimented with the Infinity Gauntlet obtained from Asgard's treasury. As expected, this glove could also unleash the supreme power of the stones. However, Lin Qi was reluctant to use the glove since he could use the stones barehanded. After all, that was an external force. He still remembered how Thanos had stumbled. In Avengers 4, when Thanos was hammering down on all the superheroes and was about to snap his fingers to erase this universe, he suddenly realized, where the hell are my stones? And the result is well known. At the last moment, Tony, who managed to steal the 6 stones by grabbing Thanos' gauntlet, uttered that classic line, "I am Iron Man," and snapped his fingers to erase Thanos. Thanos never expected that he, who had been so proud for 2 movies, would meet such a dramatic end. If Thanos could storm into the editorial office like Supreme Superman, he would probably go on a rampage. Speaking of which, at this moment, Lin Qi had already felt a sense of crisis. Although he didn't know exactly when Thanos acquired the Infinity Gauntlet, there was no doubt that Thanos in the original plot should not have obtained the gauntlet by now. In other words, Thanos was speeding up his actions. The reason, of course, was that there was now a number 1 superhero on this Earth, one powerful enough to rival Odin and the Ancient One. This was a formidable opponent for Thanos. So he chose to accelerate his plans, first obtaining the Infinity Gauntlet, and then collecting the Infinity Stones scattered throughout the universe. Only by using the Infinity Gauntlet to unleash the true power of the Infinity Stones could Thanos eliminate the troublesome Lin Qi and gather the many stones on Earth. Thinking of this, Lin Qi silently contemplated the 4 stones on Earth. The Space Stone had been in his possession for a long time, but he would soon need to lend it to Asgard to repair the Bifrost. The Mind Stone, with his tacit consent, was taken by Hydra, just like in the original plot, and it was likely that it had already successfully activated Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. The Time Stone was in the hands of the Ancient One, and in 2 years, it would be passed on to the next Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange. According to his agreement with the Ancient One, it would be his if necessary. The Reality Stone was held by the Dark Elf leader, Malekith. Wait, Lin Qi suddenly realized that it seemed the time to obtain the Reality Stone had arrived. The Reality Stone first appeared in Thor 2, when Malekith, the king of the Dark Elves, saw the Bifrost destroyed and Odin weakened, thinking it was the right moment to cause trouble. And the timeline of Thor 2 seems to be around the year 1314. As he thought this through, Lin Qi's eyes lit up. Since he was already there and the Space Stone was about to be used, why not get the Reality Stone for some fun? Thor! Lin Qi stepped forward and patted Thor's shoulder, saying, "Don't be angry. Why don't we go suppress those rebels?" Hearing this, Thor looked a bit confused. "Didn't you say those guys I could handle?" "Yes." Lin Qi chuckled. "But for some of those guys, you'll need my help." Noticing the subtle meaning in Lin Qi's gaze, Thor felt a sudden unease. He wasn't foolish. He wasn't a mindless brute, but most of the time he was too lazy to think too much. When necessary, he could be quite insightful and even clever. At this moment, Thor suddenly recalled what Lin Qifei had once told him. Could it be that he was about to face misfortune? Home destroyed, people fleeing, brothers turning against each other, parents lost, girlfriend. Ugh. Thor slapped his forehead hard, driving those ominous thoughts out of his mind. He looked at Lin Qifei with determination and solemnity, saying, "Thank you, Lin. No need." Lin Qifei was slightly surprised, not expecting Thor to be so sensitive. "This is what I promised you." After saying that, Lin Qifei took out the blue glowing space stone and controlled the energy input into it. Taking one last glance at the devastated Nidavellir, Lin Qifei softly said, "Remember this scene in your heart if you don't want such things to happen in our homeland." The next moment, a blue light flashed, and this dead star returned to silence. On the ground, several armored warriors were battling against a tide of alien soldiers. The Asgardian warriors fought valiantly on the battlefield, and even though they were few in number, they were locked in a fierce battle with the enemy. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell directly from the sky to the ground. Thor, holding Mjolnir and full of vigor, slowly rose from within, then leaped into the air. Mjolnir slammed down into the ground, and the exploding lightning swept away all the surrounding enemies, sending them flying. Thor, with a casual swing, Sif, looking graceful and fierce, turned to Thor and said, "We have the situation under control. You guys are too slow." Thor laughed heartily, charging into the crowd like a god of war. In the sky, Lin Qifei quietly observed the battle below without intervening. Suppressing the rebellion of the Nine Realms was a necessary path for Thor to become the king of Asgard and the lord of the Nine Realms. During this process, Thor could showcase his strength and reliability as the heir, gaining the trust and support of everyone inside and outside. If Lin Qifei acted rashly, Thor would lose this great opportunity, and who knows when the next one would come. After a long time, the balance of the battle below began to tilt towards Asgard with Thor's involvement. After Thor personally defeated the strongest enemy warrior, all the rebels gave up resistance, dropped their weapons, and knelt to express their submission to Thor. Thor raised Mjolnir high, his gaze sweeping over the dark crowd before him, his expression confident and joyful. Seeing this, Lin Qifei stood beside him. "Congratulations, the new king of Asgard." Thor smiled heartily. "Your reputation has spread across the Nine Realms, and everyone has witnessed your strength and bravery. Not enough yet." Thor's smile faded slightly, and with a hint of worry, he asked, "There are more challenges waiting for me, aren't there?" "Yes." Lin Qifei looked calm and casually said, "Have you heard of the Dark Elves?" "Dark Elves?" Thor was startled. "I know, but weren't they wiped out by my grandfather thousands of years ago?" Lin Qifei shrugged, expressing his inability to answer Thor's question. "I don't know. I just know they will return and bring disaster." Thor's expression changed several times, as if he was contemplating something. "We could go find Heimdall. He should be able to discover something." In Asgard, within the resplendent castle, a celebration banquet was being held for their next king, Thor, who had successfully pacified the Nine Realms, with an atmosphere that was extraordinarily lively. However, the protagonist of this banquet quietly slipped away to the control center of the Bifrost. As soon as he entered, Thor heard Heimdall's calm voice. "You don't seem very happy." Thor walked to Heimdall's side and forced a smile. Sometimes joy is harder to endure than war. It's your way of finding joy that's the problem. Heimdall remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the void ahead. Thor chuckled softly. Perhaps. Before them lay a dazzling array of stars, incredibly beautiful. "How are the conditions of the planets?" "Still flickering." Heimdall paused for a moment and looked at Thor. "From here, I can see the Nine Realms and trillions of beings. Do you remember when I talked to you about the celestial bodies?" Thor nodded, saying, "I remember. All the realms are lined up in a row. It's about to happen, isn't it?" Heimdall stepped down from the control console of the Rainbow Bridge, his expression serious. "Since I began my watch, I have never seen such a cosmic wonder. Very few know of it, and even fewer have seen it. Despite the considerable risks, it is indeed breathtaking." As he spoke, the beautiful stars reflected in Heimdall's eyes. I couldn't see it. Thor, however, looked worried. He knew that this astronomical phenomenon of the Nine Realms aligning was surely connected to the disaster mentioned by Lynch. "Maybe it's not the kind of beauty you pursue." The two exchanged a smile. "How is she?" Halfway through his smile, Thor suddenly asked, "Your human girlfriend is very intelligent. Although she does not yet understand celestial bodies, she is studying them." Thor pondered for a moment and then looked up, saying, "You know about the Dark Elves, right?" "Dark Elves?" Heimdall stopped, turned around in confusion, and said, "Of course I know. They're a group of madmen who want to drag the entire universe into darkness. At this point, Heimdall's eyes, which could see everything in the world, fixed on Thor. Why bring them up all of a sudden? Because they are about to return. In the cold, desolate starry sky, at the center of a mass of planet fragments that had drifted for thousands of years, the king of the dark elves quietly awakened. His skin was pale and delicate, with long, pointed ears, deep-set eyes, and white hair clinging to his scalp. At first glance, this leader of the dark elves, Malekith, resembled a vampire. He broke free from his restraints and, somewhat weakly, leaned against the wall to exit the room. Outside the room, the vast spherical building housed small rooms containing sleeping dark elves. His gaze swept over the dark elves under his command, watching them emerge one by one from their small rooms. Soon, Malekith and his dark elf army announced their return. The ether has awakened us. The celestial bodies are gathering once more. A cold smile flickered across Malekith's face, reminiscent of the eternal darkness in the starry sky. A few days later, in Vanaheim, Malekith bent down and scooped up some of the soil from this place. This is the homeland of the Dark Elves, but they have not been able to return since they were defeated by Thor's grandfather, Bor. Nearby, the Dark Elf general, the last cursed warrior, Algrim, approached. "This is my legacy, Algrim." Half squatting on the ground, Malekith said with a sigh, "I almost forgot what it was like to live without light." Algrim placed a hand on Malekith's shoulder and comforted him. "Our revival is your greatest legacy." Upon hearing this, Malekith stood up abruptly, angrily declaring, "The suffering we endured must be repaid doubly by the Asgardian warriors. I will restore our world. I will completely end this corrupted universe." Algrim, seeing Malekith so invigorated, couldn't help but nod in excitement. Just as the two were immersed in the fervent atmosphere of revitalizing the Dark Elves and completing their great revival, a voice suddenly came through. "Thor, did you hear? They want to take revenge on you." "Who?" The two Dark Elves awoke, instantly turning their heads and taking battle stances. Thor tightened his grip on his hammer, a murderous aura rising. "Asgardians?" Malekith examined Thor with wide eyes, immediately shocked and furious. Algrim, not one for many words, immediately launched an attack on Thor. "Calm down." Lynch flashed in, gripping both Dark Elves, and said flatly, "Don't be impulsive." Malekith and Algrim struggled fiercely but felt their bindings tightening. In just a few seconds, the two Dark Elves found themselves ensnared, unable to move. "I warned you." Lynch shrugged, throwing them to the ground and stepping on them, leaning in close to Malekith's face, hand over the ether particles. To Lynch's surprise, a look of puzzlement appeared on Malekith's face. Lynch frowned and slapped Malekith across the face. "Stop pretending. Just hand it over." Although Malekith couldn't even speak, Lynch could still see defiance in his stubborn expression. "You won't give up until you hit rock bottom." Lynch snorted coldly and threw a punch. Bang! Malekith shot away like a cannonball, instantly flying into the distance. The next moment, Lynch appeared next to the rapidly flying Malekith, delivering another punch from the opposite direction. Thud! Malekith crashed heavily to the ground, breaking through the surface and landing at the bottom of a large pit. 3 minutes later, Lynch clapped his hands, standing before a mangled Malekith. "So, have you changed your mind?" Malekith struggled to move his colorful face, his lips mumbling something. After listening for a while, Lynch found that Malekith was babbling things he couldn't understand, so he turned to Thor. "What is he saying?" Thor listened for a moment, his expression gradually becoming strange. "He says the ether is not in his hands." "What?" Lynch was taken aback, then suddenly realized something. Could it be that the ether was never in Malekith's hands? It seems so. It was originally absorbed by Thor's girlfriend, right? He wasn't lying. The ether is actually buried beneath the city of Asgard. Seeing Lynch fall silent, Thor continued, "Indeed." Lynch stealthily glanced at Malekith, thinking that this guy has really hit a rough patch. However, can a superhero's handling of a villain be called a blunder? Casually kicking Malekith away, Lynch's eyes instantly shot out two beams of heat vision, turning him to ash. After redirecting his gaze and eliminating the other Dark Elf, Lynch coughed and said, "Very well. The leaders of the Dark Elves are gone. The rest is up to you to deal with, right?" Just as Thor was about to respond, Lynch swiftly pulled out the space stone. With a flash of blue light, Vanaheim returned to peace once more. In London, within an abandoned building, Thor's girlfriend, Jane, cautiously walked through the building, holding a simple instrument, wrapped in a strange force. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the hallway, lifting the fallen leaves off the floor. Jane frowned, sensing something was off. But before she could react, a powerful suction erupted from the end of the hallway, instantly pulling her toward the wall. Just as she was about to crash into the wall, a wave of shimmering distortion flashed, swallowing her whole. Then, Jian was shocked to find herself in an unknown space. In front of her was a cliff, dark and deep below, obscuring what lay beneath. "Daisy!" Jian called out loudly for her friend, but only eerie echoes responded. She widened her eyes and stepped back from the edge of the cliff, starting to move around in this place. The thick, dusty floor and the sturdy yet damaged columns. This place felt like an abandoned grand hall, Jian thought to herself. In a daze, it seemed she saw a red light flickering. She cautiously approached the column emitting the red light and leaned her head into the gap between the stone pillars to take a look. In the crevices of the stone pillars, a strange transparent substance flowed like water. Just as Jian was lost in thought, these mysterious substances seemed to have discovered her and twisted towards her frantically. The moment they touched Jian's body, they merged into her like a mud cow entering the sea. And in the blink of an eye, they all invaded her body. Jian looked at her hands in confusion as the discomfort within her grew stronger. In the next moment, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. "Jian! Jian! Jian!" A familiar yet strange voice gradually awakened Jian from her slumber, and she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing that came into view was a face she had longed for. But the series of bizarre events that had occurred today made her doubt whether it was real or an illusion. Slap! Jian slapped the God of Thunder's affectionate face. The sound crisp and loud. "Jian!" The God of Thunder was a bit dazed but still called out with concern. "Sorry, I just wanted to confirm if you were real." "I am real, Jian," the God of Thunder replied helplessly. Slap! Another slap, heavier and more forceful than the last. "Where have you been?" Jian shouted angrily and aggrieved. "You said you would come back, but do you know how long I've waited for you? I thought you were dead." "I am Sode, Jun," the God of Thunder said with a look of apology. "But Asgard needs me, and the 9 realms are in constant turmoil. What about me? Don't I need you?" Jian roared irritably, raising her hand again. The God of Thunder quickly pulled her into an embrace, their faces close together. The tense atmosphere eased, and their lips drew closer. "Hey!" Lin Qifei suddenly interjected from the side, interrupting their actions. Having just been sneaking laughs, Lin Qifei couldn't let them feed him dog food. At this moment, he had to act like a person. "Long time no see, Jian." The God of Thunder and Jian awkwardly separated and greeted each other. "Where's this? Why am I here?" Finally observing her surroundings, Jian asked in confusion. "This is Asgard. We brought you here," the God of Thunder replied. Hearing this, Jian's eyes lit up. "Is this the Asgard you mentioned?" She curiously wandered around the room, touching this and that. "But aren't you busy? Why do you have time to bring me here?" The God of Thunder exchanged a glance with Lin Qifei and then explained to Jian, "Was there something strange that ran into your body before?" Jian paused for a moment and nodded. "Yeah, I don't know what that was." The ether, Lin Qifei squinted his eyes, directly perceiving the mysterious power contained within Jian. This power seemed to exist, yet also appeared illusory, very peculiar. Lin Qifei secretly nodded to the God of Thunder and continued. "Sit down, let us tell you slowly." A few days later, Lin Qifei and the God of Thunder cleared away all the reviving Dark Elves. This way, they could completely avoid Asgard facing the invasion of Dark Elves, as in the original storyline. Without the spicy chicken leading the Dark Elves invasion, the God of Thunder's mother, Frigga, the Queen of Asgard, would not die. If Frigga did not die, the All-Father Odin of Asgard would not suffer a major blow, which would lead to Loki's exile to Earth and eventual death. Even the God of Thunder would not have to face the grief of his mother's death and Loki's fake death, choosing to give up his throne and return to Earth. Lin Qifei was curious if the God of Thunder could become a qualified king of Asgard, the Lord of the Gods. Although the God of Thunder had accepted many of Lin Qifei's help, Lin Qifei still did not have high hopes for him. The reason was simple. A true king must give up some fantasies, be decisive in killing, and pursue interests. The God of Thunder was clearly at the very beginning of this path. He was too easily influenced by emotions and had that sense of justice that surpassed the pursuit of interests. Such a person was more suited to be a superhero than to sit on a throne. Because reality is different from fairy tales. There are never any win-win situations in reality. Just like in the original storyline, when the God of Thunder questioned Odin about how they were different from the Dark Elves, Odin merely let out a short, magical laugh, telling him that the difference was simply that Asgard had won. The victors gain benefits, acquire glory, and obtain everything, while the losers can only swallow all their pain and misfortune. This is the truth of the world, but the God of Thunder was unwilling to accept it. However, even if Lin Qifei did not have high hopes for the God of Thunder, these matters were not for him to decide. Old Odin was still awake, and all of Asgard was still under his control, including the selection of the heir to the throne of Asgard. But according to Lin Qifei's estimation, in the end, the old man would still have to pass the throne to the god of thunder. There was no other choice. Odin's options were only the god of thunder and Loki. Although the god of thunder was not very suitable to be a king, at least compared to Loki, the god of thunder's nature was upright. Letting the god of thunder take charge of Asgard could at least ensure that the entire kingdom would not go astray. In fact, these issues should not have been Lin Qifei's concern. He really wanted to leave the Space Stone and take the ether with him. But awkwardly, he had forgotten something quite important. The Asgardians did not have the technology to extract the ether from Jien's body. In the original storyline, the god of thunder had to release Loki because there was no one in Asgard who could extract the ether from Jien, forcing him to take Jien to the Dark Elves territory for adventure. Under Loki's schemes, the spicy chicken that had once used the ether stone was indeed fooled and had the ether extracted from Jien. But the problem was that Lin Qifei was quick on his feet, and the spicy chicken had long since turned to dust in the universe. With no other option, Lin Qifei had to stay in Asgard, watching the god of thunder and Jien show their affection while trying various methods to extract the ether. During this time, Lin Qifei could only wander around Asgard, occasionally chatting with Heimdall, Odin, Frigga, and even Loki, who was imprisoned. Time passed, and one day, Lin Qifei suddenly felt a sense of unease. He approached the Rainbow Bridge, where repairs were underway and many people were busy. Lin Qifei did not linger and headed straight to the main hall, controlling the Rainbow Bridge at the gates of Asgard. Heimdall. Lynch furrowed his brows and walked directly to Heimdall, saying, "Can you help me check if something happened in Midgard regarding Natasha, Tony, S.H., and so on?" Heimdall nodded, and the scenes reflected in his eyes began to change. "I saw a dark night, the sea, and a large ship sailing. A shadow leaped from the water and instantly landed on the deck. He held up his iconic shield, wearing a tight blue leather suit. New Yorkers all know his name, Captain America. On the deck, several soldiers with guns were patrolling. Captain America swiftly and decisively ambushed a soldier from behind, taking out his throat. He didn't try to hide his presence. Moving across the deck, he took down one soldier after another, as if he were a god descending to Earth. In just a few minutes, he was the only person left standing on the deck. Soon, several parachutes floated down onto the deck, and they joined Captain America in attacking the ship's cabin. Inside the cabin, a group of pirates who had hijacked the ship realized someone had snuck in. But realizing it was one thing, being able to handle it was another. After a fierce battle, the pirates were all taken down by Captain America and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. To Captain America, this was just another routine rescue mission. The only twist was that he discovered Hawkeye, nearly invisible during the fight, had secretly saved some data from his ship. Captain America questioned Hawkeye about why he did this, but only received the response that it was the director's orders. And he had nothing more to say. He knew that getting an answer from Hawkeye was just a dream. To uncover the truth, he could only go find the person who issued the orders. With doubts in mind, Captain America returned to headquarters and headed straight for S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury's office. "You're so used to lying, it must be hard for you not to, right?" Captain America questioned bluntly. Fury, sitting behind his desk, turned his chair around and calmly replied, "I didn't lie to you. Agent Barton's mission is different from yours. You think you're not obligated to tell me?" Captain America pressed on in front of Fury. "I have no obligation to do anything," Fury replied without changing his expression. "Those hostages could die." Fury responded nonchalantly. "To prevent that from happening, I sent the greatest warrior in history to carry out the rescue mission. Warriors should trust each other. That is how you have an army." Captain America, serious, was not swayed by Fury's flattery. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of rabble running around shooting guns. Fury, seeing Captain America persist, stood up angrily and said with emphasis, "The last time I trusted someone, I lost an eye." Captain America had no words to respond, and Fury continued, "Listen, I didn't want to make you do something you think crosses the line. That's why I gave this task to Agent Barton. He was willing to do it. If everyone carries their own mission, then I can't lead the team." Seemingly provoked by Fury's words, Captain America shot back angrily. "That's called compartmentalization. No one will leak secrets because no one knows all the secrets." Fury's single eye stared intently at Captain America, as if trying to see through him. But Captain America was unafraid, only snorting coldly, "Except for you, right?" Fury didn't speak, and the two remained silent. After a long while, Fury lowered his gaze and quietly said, "You've misjudged me." Then he looked up, his gaze sincere. "I can tell you if you want to know." A few minutes later, Fury took Captain America into an elevator. This elevator was somewhat unusual, with extremely tight security. The moment Captain America stepped in, a large screen in the elevator warned him that he did not have security clearance. After Fury authorized it, the elevator began to operate. Clearly, this elevator led to a place of immense importance. During the elevator ride, Fury told Captain America that his grandfather used to operate an elevator in a high-rise building and received quite a few tips. Therefore, his lunch bag would contain a rolled-up stack of $1 bills. He would greet passers-by, and they would respond kindly. But later, as society's atmosphere worsened, when he greeted people, they would say, "Just go your own way." Every week, some punks would ask him what was in his bag, and he would show them. Inside was a roll of $1 bills and a loaded handgun. "My grandfather was friendly, but didn't trust them completely," Fury summarized. Just then, they arrived at their destination. Captain America looked at everything outside the elevator, somewhat dumbfounded. This was an underground arms factory, filled with high-tech warships and weapons, with many personnel moving about. "I know. They're a bit bigger than handguns." Fury patted Captain America on the shoulder and walked out. "This is the InSight program, 3 next-generation aerospace carriers, and the network synchronized with target positioning satellites," Fury introduced. "Launched by the Lemurian star," Captain America interjected. Fury nodded and continued. "Once they're in the sky, they won't need to land again, thanks to our new anti-gravity engines, allowing them to conduct sustained suborbital flight." "Stark did it?" Captain America guessed. "He made some improvement suggestions after closely examining our old turbine engines." Fury did not deny it, continuing to walk with Captain America. "These new long-range precision machine guns can eliminate 1,000 enemies in a minute." He spoke enthusiastically, pointing to the weapons on the aerospace carrier. "The satellite can read a terrorist's DNA before they even exit their hiding spot. We suppress the threat before it arises." Captain America's expression grew serious, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Isn't it guilty until proven innocent?" "Oh, we can't wait," Fury chuckled lightly. "Who do we refer to?" Fury sighed and looked up at the sky, saying, "After the New York incident, I persuaded the World Security Council to completely enhance threat analysis technology." After a pause, Fury lamented, "At least this time, we're one step ahead, pointing guns at everyone on Earth and claiming to protect." Captain America's brow furrowed in concern. Fury was not surprised and faced Captain America directly. "You know, I've seen the files from the Strategic Scientific Reserve. The Greatest Generation? You all did some disgraceful things, too." The Strategic Scientific Reserve was the predecessor of SHIELD, and Captain America had served in this organization. "Yes, we compromised." Faced with the accusation, Captain America did not back down. "Some things keep us up at night, but we did it to ensure people can be free." Saying this, he pointed to the aerospace carrier behind him. "This isn't freedom. This is fear. SHIELD sees the world realistically, not idealistically. You should recognize the situation and stop always opposing, Captain." Fury's tone was indifferent. Captain America's expression remained resolute, his thoughts unwavering. "Don't hold your breath." After saying this, Captain America turned and left, while Fury, standing in place, revealed a contemplative expression. Back in the office, Fury stood by the window for a long time. A sealed office. Suddenly, Fury commanded. Under the control of the system's intelligence, the doors and windows of the office were locked. Fury turned and pulled a USB drive from his pocket, inserting it into the computer. This USB drive contained the secret mission Fury had given to Hawkeye, holding data on the SHIELD agents aboard that ship. "Open the launch files for the Lemurian star." The large screen in the office flickered, and an electronic voice sounded, "Access denied." Fury was not surprised and continued, "Decrypt the files." The system screen displayed a rotation and responded, "Decryption failed. Director rewrite, Nicholas Fury." Fury calmly continued to try, but to his surprise, the screen changed and the system said, "Rewrite denied. All files have been sealed." "Who authorized this?" Fury asked, frowning. "Nicholas Fury." Fury fell silent. By now, he could fully confirm that there was a problem with the InSight program. Lynch had warned him long ago that there were spies within SHIELD. For a long time, he had been secretly investigating potential spies in SHIELD. However, due to Lynch's overly severe warning, Fury had been extremely cautious during his investigation. As a result, he had yielded no results so far. Knowing the emergence of this InSight program, a wary Fury immediately felt something was off. Thus, he took a bold step, directly hiring a group of pirates to hijack a SHIELD ship related to the program. secretly sending Hawkeye to gather information on the Inside program while dispatching rescue personnel. However, he did not expect that even with his authority within SHALD, he could not access these data files. This indicated that someone with higher authority was involved in this program and was unwilling to let him know the details. After thinking for a long time, Fury felt he had some clues. His expression became very heavy. If Lynch had not exaggerated, then SHALD might really be in danger. On the other hand, Captain America, having left the SHILD headquarters, felt somewhat troubled. After wandering for a while, he arrived at a special place. After disguising himself, he passed through a historically significant hall and entered a room. On the bed lay an old woman with chicken skin and gray hair. Upon seeing Captain America's figure, her faded gray eyes lit up slightly. She was none other than Captain America's girlfriend before he fell asleep, his lifelong love, and one of the founders of SHALD, Miss Carter. After arguing with Fury, Captain America wanted to talk with the only old friend from his era who had lived to this day. Time had passed, and everything had changed during the decades he had been asleep. America had achieved victory in war, and its economy and technology had soared to greatness. Meanwhile, the love of his life had married and had children, living a happy life for decades, now reaching the end of her life. Fury's accusations seemed to carry some truth. Captain America wondered if he really needed to change. After waking up from decades of sleep, he indeed felt out of place in this era. With many of his views and methods of operation being quite outdated, he remained in SHIELD, primarily because Carter was one of the founders of the organization. At this moment, Captain America finally mustered the courage to visit Carter. Although he felt guilty for letting Carter down, seeing the few happy photos of her with her children by her bedside suddenly relieved him. Although Carter had not waited for him, she still had a wonderful life. Given this, what more could Captain America, who deeply loved her, ask for? To love someone is to wish for their happiness. Isn't it? SHIELD, World Security Council. Former SHIELD. Director Pierce was engaged in a heated debate with 4 virtual images seated in chairs. If Nick Fury thinks he can call on those bizarrely dressed thugs and special forces to clean up his mess, he is mistaken. This kind of failure is unacceptable. Considering the attack occurred just 1 mile from our territorial waters, it is even more unacceptable. I propose an immediate hearing. No need for a hearing. We need to take action. It is the Council's duty to oversee SHIELD. Such mistakes could trigger serious problems. How could a Western European pirate hijack SHIELD covert vessel in broad daylight? The 4 council members took turns denouncing SHIELD, using the recent piracy incident as an excuse to attack. Pierce stood with his hands in his pockets, unfazed, and began to counter. Counselor, to be precise. He is North African. I could draw a map for you. I appreciate your persistence, Director Pierce, another bald counselor said. However, the council takes this international piracy issue very seriously. Oh, really? Pierce replied with a slight smile. I do not take it seriously. He scanned the 4 counselors, his voice steady and powerful. What is one ship? I care about the bigger picture. Saying this, he spread his hands and questioned the people before him. If every time SHIELD encounters a minor issue, the council erupts in fury, then it seems the council also needs oversight. One counselor retorted, Director, no one said. Just as he began, one of Pierce's assistants walked in and whispered something to him. Pierce stopped debating with the 4 counselors and turned to leave. Is there more trouble? One counselor asked behind him. That depends on how you interpret it. After saying this, Pierce exited the room, and the 4 counselors' images slowly vanished. In the room outside the conference room, Fury, who had been watching the argument for a while, approached Pierce. We are in the same building, but you only come when there's a kidnapping incident. Pierce complained, shaking hands with Fury. I would come even if there was a nuclear war. Fury smiled, and then tilted his head toward the direction where the counselors had disappeared. Are you busy? Special appropriations can be arranged. Pierce said nonchalantly. Fury nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, Well, I came to ask for your help. I want you to initiate a vote. The Insight program must be postponed. Pierce replied expressionlessly. That requires a hearing, which may take a long time. It might be fine. I think this should not be a problem. I just need time to confirm. Fury said seriously. What there is a problem? Then we would all be relieved that the aerospace carrier has not been launched yet. Upon hearing this, Pierce stared at Fury for a moment, saying nothing. All right. Pierce withdrew his gaze indicating his agreement. However, you need to call Iron Man to attend my nephew's birthday party. Thank you, sir. Fury extended his hand, and the two shook hands tightly. You can't just take a quick look. You have to go in and have fun. Pierce smiled slightly and turned to leave. At the moment he turned his head, his expression suddenly darkened, and a chilling, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Nick Fury, you really are the one I have my eye on. Since you don't want to live, then let me send you to die. At the intersection, Fury stared expressionlessly at the two white police officers in the patrol car beside him. Want to see my driver's license? Fury replied coldly, meeting their unabashed, scrutinizing gazes. The white police officer in the driver's seat looked somewhat dissatisfied, pressed the siren, and drove away. Seeing this, Fury snorted coldly and didn't pay much attention. In this so-called land of freedom and equality, the prejudice and discrimination brought by skin color had never truly diminished. The traffic lights ahead had turned on, and Fury continued to drive. The next moment, a patrol car speeding sideways slammed into Fury's vehicle. Bang! In an instant, Fury's car spun around, and the airbags deployed in the driver's seat. This was not over. 3 more vehicles quickly surrounded Fury's car from all sides, blocking him in tightly. Detection of fracture, the car's onboard intelligence system began to alarm, showing images of Fury's left arm, which had already fractured, with blood streaming from his nose. Fury glanced around in a daze, then quickly regained his composure. Recommended injection of anesthetic under the intense pain. Fury could only grit his teeth and follow the onboard system's guidance, bending down to take out the anesthetic from the storage compartment and injecting it into his fractured arm. Outside the car, in addition to the patrol cars, several black armored vehicles carrying special forces had also arrived. The police and fully armed soldiers had completely sealed off the area and were cautiously advancing in a net-like formation. The Washington Police Department currently has no manpower in this area, the onboard system reminded him again, causing Fury to curse inwardly. What a stupid system. Don't you see these guys are all police SWAT? You still want to help me call for backup? Save it. These guys, they must be related to Pierce. Fury thought to himself. The anesthetic he had just injected into his arm quickly took effect, and the intense pain that made it impossible for him to move was rapidly fading. After calmly observing the movements of the personnel around him, Fury commanded, "Get me Agent Romanoff." Dialing the beautiful ringtone rang twice, and outside the car, the police and SWAT team had already taken their positions, beginning to unleash a barrage of gunfire at a command. Rat-tat-tat, a series of bullets rained down on the car. Fortunately, this vehicle was specially made with superior bulletproof capabilities, and even though it was riddled with bullet holes, Fury inside remained unharmed for the time being. "Get me out of here," Fury shouted. "The propulsion system is offline, then reboot it quickly." The onboard system began to restart the vehicle's propulsion system, and after several seconds of gunfire, it suddenly stopped. Several special forces in black combat gear approached Fury's car, carrying a special battering ram, causing Fury's eyes to widen in shock. At this moment, the onboard system's louder alert sounded. Warning, integrity of the car windows is compromised. Is that so? Fury quickly got up and moved to the other side of the seat. How long until the propulsion system reconnects? Calculating in Fury's sharp gaze that could kill, the special ram outside the car was activated. Bang! The car shook violently from the impact, but the door remained intact. Window integrity at 31%, take countermeasures. Fury shouted. With low window integrity, it's recommended to take offensive measures. Wait a minute. Another strike came down, and Fury, shaking in the car, closely watched the people outside, silently calculating the timing. Bang! Another strike landed, and the entire door was almost completely destroyed. Window integrity at 1%, now's the time. Fury shouted, grabbing an assault rifle that had risen from inside the car and opened fire wildly at the people outside. Tot. Caught off guard. Large numbers of enemies were swept down by Fury, falling to the ground. Just then, the vehicle propulsion system that Fury had been waiting for is finally rebooted. Immediately accelerate to full speed. The car, which had been stalled for a long time, finally started, first bumping backward to gain speed, then suddenly accelerating, crashing through the vehicles in front and speeding away with injuries all over. Inside the battered car, Fury took a deep breath and commanded, "Initiate vertical takeoff. The flight system is damaged, then activate the navigation camera." Fury roared, sitting back in the driver's seat. "Let me drive." Fury pressed down hard on the gas pedal, and the car's speed suddenly increased, weaving through the traffic and speeding ahead. "Contact Romanoff for me. The communication array is damaged." Fury's expression darkened, and he replied irritably, "What else is not damaged?" "The air conditioning system is operational." The emotionless AI responded truthfully. Fury nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. But he knew it wasn't the time to relax, because he noticed that there were several cars not far behind, sirens blaring as they chased after him. That wasn't the worst part. If they could mobilize the police and swat their traffic control ahead, just as expected, Fury ordered expressionlessly, "Find another route. 17th Avenue, 3 blocks away, is clear." Glancing at the rapidly approaching cars in the rearview mirror, Fury no longer hesitated. Directly crashing into the vehicles that were driving normally on the road, speeding away into the distance. With powerful performance, the specially made car shot out like a wild horse, covering several hundred meters in an instant. However, ahead appeared a dense cluster of vehicles, almost completely blocking the road. Fury had to slow down, struggling to weave through them. Behind him, pursuit vehicles had arrived, and teams of police officers were pouring out. Fury cast a cold glance at the approaching people and slammed the gas pedal. Tot tot tot. These people completely disregarded the surrounding ordinary soldiers and opened fire on Fury. "Get me out of here." Bullets hit the already shattered windows of Fury's car, forcing him to bend down and shout in anger. The car's speed remained slow, but the police officers, guns raised and firing continuously, were gradually closing in on Fury. Facing the approaching enemy, Fury's eyes widened as he reversed the car, directly hitting several guys and smoothly turning into a side road. This side road was much smoother than the previous one, and Fury quickly accelerated, trying to shake off the pursuers. However, several police cars quickly followed, sirens blaring. Fury swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel and crashed into one of the pursuing police cars. He deftly snatched the other person's gun and eliminated them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, several other police cars surrounded Fury. Just as he was about to use the same trick again, he heard a warning sound from the car's smart system. "Warning, there is an intersection ahead." Fury slammed on the brakes, causing the car's speed to drop suddenly. The police cars, however, did not notice the danger of the intersection and continued speeding ahead. Bang! At that moment, the light was red, and a large truck coming from the left instantly crashed into the police cars. "Don't take me down a main road," Fury shouted, steering away from the accident scene, and quickly escaped while the pursuers were all taken out. The vehicle drove through the bustling city for a while before turning into a small road, gradually slowing down. Just as Fury thought he could catch his breath, he was horrified to see a strange figure in front of him. He had long hair, a mask covering his cold and eerie eyes, wore a black combat suit similar to the previous pursuers, and held a submachine gun in his hand. Realizing the danger, Fury quickly reversed the car, but the next moment, he felt a violent spinning sensation. A specially made bomb exploded under his car, flipping the entire vehicle over. Amid the swirling shadows and the disorienting shockwave from the explosion, Fury found himself upside down, hazily seeing the strange warrior approaching him. "Move, Fury. You can't die here." Fury roared in his heart, but his body was completely immobilized, and he could only watch helplessly as death approached. The warrior silently walked to Fury's car, forcefully tearing off the damaged door. He pulled out a sharp blade and swung it towards Fury's chest. "No!" Fury screamed hoarsely, but he couldn't stop the deadly blade from closing in. He stared at the blade, his mind blank. In an instant, the blade made contact with Fury's heart. However, the pain Fury expected did not come. To his shock and confusion, the blade exploded upon contact with him. Even more bizarrely, after the blade exploded, it transformed into candies the size of silkworms, crystal clear and colorful, looking incredibly delicious. For a moment, both the narrowly escaped Fury and the cold-hearted Winter Soldier were stunned. What was going on? Fury certainly didn't think this person was performing some magic trick. This strange situation seemed to be something only one person could create. Soon, an unsurprising voice rang out. "Hey, are you tired? Want some candy to relax?" Suddenly appearing beside them, Lin Qifei popped 2 candies in his mouth and placed a hand on Winter Soldier's shoulder. Just as Winter Soldier was about to resist, he felt his body completely out of his control, even extending his hand to accept the candies Lin Qifei offered and tossing them into his mouth. "Good boy." Lin Qifei squinted and smiled, directly activating his mind control ability. A strange mental force descended upon Winter Soldier, completely removing the shackles that bound and controlled him. After regaining control of his body, Winter Soldier looked confused, as if he had just woken from a deep sleep. After liberating Winter Soldier, Lin Qifei turned to Fury and said, "Director, shall we talk somewhere else?" It turned out that Fury's call had been connected by Natasha, but it was soon disconnected due to the vehicle being attacked and the communication system being damaged. From the brief call, Natasha heard a series of gunshots and violent collisions. Immediately sensing that something was wrong, Natasha had basically cut ties with S.H.I.L.D., and she didn't often contact Fury or Hawkeye. But now Fury was calling her for help. Natasha couldn't help but think of Lin Qi's warning to Fury, which she had also witnessed. If it weren't for the S.H.L.D. spy incident, leading Fury to have no one else to trust, how could he possibly call her an outsider? But Natasha felt powerless. From the sound on the phone, it seemed Fury was about to be killed. How could she help from so far away? After thinking it over, Natasha used her last resort, summoning Lin Qi. Sensing Natasha's call through his mental power, Lin Qi immediately returned to Earth from Asgard, saving Fury just in time. At that moment, he held the Reality Stone, while the Space Stone remained in Asgard. The Reality Stone can distort reality, turning the imaginary into reality and the real into falsehood. Even if Lin Qi could only use a fraction of the stone's power, he could still change small realities as if performing magic. For example, turning a knife into candy, transforming a sedan into Bumblebee, or transmuting animals into monsters. It sounds quite absurd, but distorting reality comes with a cost. Matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed, and the difference can be termed as backlash. This backlash must be borne by the user. Fortunately, Lin Qi is physically strong and has abundant energy, so minor backlashes cannot harm him at all. If we ignore the backlash, the Reality Stone is essentially a universal gem. The existence of someone who can use the Reality Stone is nearly indistinguishable from that of a true god. Just like the nearly dying Fury, with a wave of Lin Qi's hand, he was revitalized. Such terrifying power. Fury squinted his one eye, observing the mysterious gem in Lin Qi's hand, his tone serious. Having witnessed Lin Qi transform a blade into candy and completely heal himself, Fury could fully imagine the incredible power of this stone. If it fell into ordinary people's hands, could it turn a handful of dirt into diamonds? Could it effortlessly heal various terminal illnesses? If it fell into the hands of villains, it's not as terrifying as you think. Lin Qi shook his head and explained, to use it, one must pay the corresponding price. Everything in the world is relatively fair. Fury contemplated for a moment and felt that Lin Qi's words made some sense. This magical treasure must require some form of payment to use, right? Putting aside his curiosity about the stone, Fury turned to ask, can you tell me what you know about the traders in S.H.I.L.D.? Lin Qi casually nodded and replied, the head of the traders in S.H.I.L.D. is your old boss, former S.H.I.L.D. Director Pierce. Fury listened expressionlessly, not saying a word. This plot mainly occurs in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, where Hydra intends to dominate the world through the helicarrier and intelligence systems. The main Hydra figures responsible for this plan include the bald Hydra agent Sitwell, who has appeared multiple times in the movie and is infiltrated in S.H.I.L.D., as well as the traitor Pierce, who had been secretly working within S.H.I.L.D. for a long time, and Dr. Zola, who has transferred his consciousness to a computer, achieving digital immortality and being a villain from Captain America's era. These characters made Lin Qi marvel at Hydra's talent pool. 3 years and 3 years. Not to mention the talent who successfully became the highest leader of the enemy in a covert mission. Just talking about that big shot who abandoned his physical body and ascended digitally decades ago is simply outrageous. Outrageous to the extreme. The key is, it seems that physical means won't work against this guy. Even if we could destroy all the computer equipment in the place where that guy is. Can Lin Qi destroy all electronic devices in the world? However, Lin Qi wasn't too worried. He still had some ideas, just needed to verify them. With this in mind, Lin Qi said to Fury, let's go. We need to solve this matter. Upon hearing this, Fury wanted to ask something, but saw the scenery around him rapidly changing. So he quickly shut his mouth. At the S.H.I.L.D. headquarters. Inside, the traitor with a bright head like Chung Wong, Hydra agent Sidwell, was reporting something to Pierce. After listening to the report, Pierce frowned, looking doubtful. What does disappeared mean? Literally, Minister. Sidwell awkwardly explained. The scene only left behind some of these things. Saying this, Sidwell took something out of his pocket. After rummaging around, he held up a piece of candy and offered it to Pierce. What is this? Pierce stared at the object, his tone somewhat incredulous. Because from the outside, this thing looked just like a piece of candy. As you can see, Minister, this is a piece of candy. Sidwell answered with a stiff expression. That's not funny at all. Pierce instantly exploded with rage. Good grief. Are you playing hide and seek with the King of Hell? Fooling around with ghosts? Are you going to say they all turn into candy? Is Majin Bu coming out? Minister, Sidwell weakly explained, but the scene, apart from the cars, was left with a pile of suddenly appearing candy. This all happened suddenly. There must be some connection. Then investigate it clearly and report back to me. Pierce's old face twisted into a mess, pointing to the door to kick him out. Sidwell had no choice but to agree a few times and left with his head down. After taking a couple of steps, Sidwell suddenly felt a blur in front of him, and a person appeared ahead. He took a closer look and felt a chill run down his back. Hello, is Pierce's office this way? Lin Qifei seemed unaware of Sidwell's abnormality and asked with a smile. Sidwell quickly recovered and put on a suitably surprised and friendly expression, replying, Yes, Super Kid. Do you have something to discuss with the minister? Just a small matter. Lin Qifei chuckled and walked past Sidwell. Seeing Lin Qifei heading towards Pierce's office, Sidwell's expression instantly turned serious. He hesitated for a moment, pulled out a phone, wanting to send a message to Pierce. Oh, right. After walking a few steps, Lin Qifei suddenly turned around and smiled at Sidwell, who was making small movements. I might also come find you later. You can prepare for it. Sidwell was taken aback for a moment, then casually said, No problem. I'll wait for you on the administrative floor. Lin Qifei nodded, turned, and quickened his pace, instantly crossing several dozen meters to arrive in front of Pierce's office. Knock, knock, knock. Who? Pierce asked from inside the office. But Lin Qifei didn't answer and directly pushed the door open. Hello, Pierce. Lin Qifei greeted him with a smile. Pierce glanced at Lin Qifei, his expression somewhat stiff. Because Lin Qifei's behavior was hardly polite, and the timing of the visit was rather clever. From Pierce's understanding, this superhero with incredible power had a deep friendship with Fury. Could it be that he rescued Fury? As a mere undercover agent who managed to become the head of ofthe, Pierce was naturally extremely intelligent, instantly piecing together the situation to the point where he couldn't control his expression. Hello, Super Kid. Pierce forced a smile and walked towards Lin Qifei. This is your first time in my office, right? Let's get straight to the point. Seeing that Pierce seemed to have guessed something, Lin Qifei got straight to the point. You have failed. Voluntarily hand over the Hydra agents lurking in SHIELD and wait for processing. Pierce's expression changed slightly, standing there unable to speak. Be realistic, Pierce. I'm right here, so you're destined to fail. Don't struggle in vain. Lin Qifei smiled slightly. With a gloomy expression, Pierce sneered, then said slowly, I know your power cannot be resisted, but you are ultimately not a god. He seemed to have found a bit of courage to refute Lin Qifei, stepping closer to him, continuing, There is no SHIELD. Here, only Hydra, and without Hydra, there is no SHIELD. How powerful you are matters not. Do you plan to kill us all? Then at least we would have destroyed SHIELD. Is that so? Lin Qifei glanced at Pierce's weathered face, his tone somewhat indifferent. If you think I can only physically eliminate enemies, then you might be disappointed. Don't be so stubborn. Pierce sneered, saying, Even if we fail, you can't gain anything. Come on and kill me. His eyes revealed disdain and fanaticism. His voice rising. Cutting off one head will grow two more. Facing Pierce's wild words, Lin Qifei merely took 2 steps back with a look of disgust. Your spit is about to splatter on my face. Since you've finished your final lines, I won't waste any more breath with you. Saying this, Lin Qifei extended his right hand and waved it in front of Pierce's eyes. I want to see how many heads you can provide for me to cut off. At the SHIELD headquarters, administrative floor. Here gathered several hundred SHIELD personnel, some were noisy. Because of Pierce's orders a few minutes earlier, most of the SHIELD staff had paused their work and gathered here. Soon, everyone's attention turned to a group of people walking in from outside, quickly quieting down. Leading the group was former SHIELD Director Pierce, followed by Sidwell. Behind them were Lin Qifei, Fury, and Natasha. The group stood in front of everyone, causing a stir. Within SHIELD, the news of Fury being attacked and going missing had already spread, and everyone was surprised to see the unharmed Fury standing here. In fact, many of the Hydra traders who knew more information were even more confused, not understanding why the severely injured Fury was still alive and kicking here. And he was with Pierce and Sidwell. Just as these traders were feeling anxious, Pierce spoke up. I want to announce something. Before that, those whose names I read out should come to my side. Then, Pierce began to read out names. With confusion and disbelief, these Hydra agents began to gather behind Pierce one by one. In just a few minutes, a large crowd stood behind Pierce, while the number of SHIELD Personnel left on the spot dwindled. As Pierce finished reading the last name, the atmosphere on site suddenly became strange. The Hydra agents looked around, seemingly surrounded by their own people, speculating what Pierce was trying to do. Was he going to reveal his cards directly? Although the few remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were unaware of what was happening, they could keenly sense that something was off. As everyone was harboring their own thoughts, Pierce finished reading the last name. He paused, glanced at everyone present, and said, "What I want to announce is that everyone whose name I just mentioned, including myself and Agent Sybil." Hearing his words, the Hydra agents behind him all held their breath. They were all Hydra agents infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. We have been lurking in S.H.I.L.D. for decades, almost completely controlling this organization. The attack on Fury was orchestrated by us. At this, everyone showed shock. Hydra was a terrorist organization that had long since gone silent. The last time it was seen was during Captain America's time. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents did not expect that Pierce would claim that they were all Hydra moles within S.H.I.E.L.D. The Hydra agents who had been singled out also looked confused, completely unaware of what kind of operation Pierce was pulling off. Among them, the Hydra agent Crossbones, who had a significant role in the movie, stepped forward and angrily rebuked. "Director Pierce, what are you saying? Are you being threatened by someone, instructing you to say this?" His reaction was quick, but it was of no use. Pierce merely shot him a cold glance and continued, "You don't have to doubt it. Everything I said is the truth, and the reason I stand here to admit all of this is because..." He turned to Lynch and did not say anything further. "Yes, under my persuasion, Pierce has seen the light and chosen to abandon darkness for light." "Give it up, you have failed," Lynch smiled. "He has coerced Pierce. Take him down." Lombard's eyes widened, and he shouted, pulling out his handgun. Many Hydra agents were also inspired and aimed their guns at Lynch. Obstinate. Lynch curled his lips and waved his right hand to the sides. A mysterious force instantly enveloped the Hydra agents, deeply affecting their minds and perceptions. Moments later, all the Hydra agents dropped their weapons and squatted down, holding their heads. "I confess, I'm a Hydra agent." Lombard's expression was dazed, murmuring to himself. "Very good." Lynch clapped his hands and said, "Let us take them all in for questioning." New Jersey. Lynch brought Captain America to a place he had once been, to deal with the entity that hid within the computer data. They pushed open the door and entered the basement, which was shrouded in darkness. Lynch plugged a USB drive containing the data into the port, and the lights in the basement suddenly turned on. A heavy and old computer monitor began to display a blurry green avatar, and a camera turned, pointing at Lynch and Captain America. "Steve Rogers, Lynch." A strange electronic voice sounded, making Captain America look at the green avatar in surprise. "What is this?" "Your old friend." Lynch's eyes moved slightly as he searched for a way to erase this thing. "This guy was imprisoned by you in 1945. His name is Zola, a German scientist. Do you remember?" Captain America paused for a moment and nodded. "This guy abandoned his body and uploaded his consciousness to a computer database." The Zola in the computer remained silent, as if it had crashed. "The basement is the database. We are effectively standing on his body." Lynch shrugged. "So he will never die?" Captain America frowned. "It depends on how you see it. I think he died when he lost his human body." Lynch shook his head, then looked at Zola's green head and said, "Why don't you greet me? Is it because you can't find a way to deal with me, even with that big head of yours?" Upon hearing this, Zola's image twisted in a very human-like manner, then emitted a special electronic sound. "Lynch, your power is indeed like that of a god, but I must say, physical means are completely ineffective against me." After a pause, Zola continued, "I hope you can recognize reality and not." Bang! The old computer screen exploded instantly under the heat vision's sweep, emitting scorched smoke. "I think it's you who needs to recognize reality." Lynch's fingers danced restlessly, with various powers swirling around them. Having encountered the space, mind, and reality stones, as well as 10 rings, Lynch developed various corresponding abilities, including short-distance teleportation, mind control, and reality distortion. If gods truly existed in this world, Lynch felt they would be no different from this. To deal with such a digital being, Lynch could go back and learn relevant computer programming knowledge. With his superbrain, he could probably find a way to erase Dr. Zola in just a few days. However, he had a more straightforward and faster method. Lynch tapped into the power of the reality stone, imagining certain things in his mind. Instantly, a wondrous existence was born in the digital world. The lights in the entire basement began to flicker erratically, and Zola's originally calm voice grew increasingly panicked. "What is this? What do you let in?" No, get out. Don't. Zola's eerie screams lasted only a few seconds, and the sound in the basement became a hissing, chaotic electronic noise. Half a minute later, the basement returned to normal. A computer screen suddenly brightened, displaying a red avatar. Hello, Captain and my master. This voice was lively and youthful like a baby, full of curiosity about the world. Hello. Lynch curiously examined the avatar. Although he created it, he wasn't sure what it would look like. What is this? Captain America asked helplessly. Did you create something like Zola again? Lynch shook his head and did not explain. I am not the same as Dr. Zola. I am a strong artificial intelligence created by my master with the goal of eliminating Dr. Zola and the Hydra organization lurking around the world. Additionally, I will assist in counterterrorism and combat crime. Upon hearing this, Captain America was surprised and opened his mouth. After contemplating for a while, he asked Lynch with some concern. He wants to go out of control and cause any harm, will he? No. Lynch chuckled. I can create him, so I can control him and destroy him. Then Lynch smiled and asked, do you have a name yet? Not yet. Will my master name me? Lynch thought for a moment and said, then you shall be called Crimson. Sokovia, inside the Hydra stronghold. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, the two siblings, walked through a dimly lit corridor and arrived at a hidden room. In the room, a peculiar-looking man turned his chair to face them, revealing a rather amusing smile. Wanda, Pietro, he greeted them cheerfully, inviting them to sit down. Doctor, what did you want to see us about? After sitting down, Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances and inquired about the doctor. Of course, the doctor maintained his comical smile, but his tone gradually became heavier. Do you remember who your enemies are? At his words, Wanda's pretty face darkened, and her gaze grew fierce. How could I forget? I remember every letter on that missile that fell in my home. Wanda's tone was icy, and as her emotions fluctuated, dark red energy began to swirl around her hands and eyes. Tony Stark, I will return the pain he caused me tenfold. Wanda, seeing Wanda get angry, Quicksilver worriedly squeezed his sister's hand. Very good. The doctor was quite pleased with Wanda's reaction and continued. What I want to tell you is that the opportunity has come. What do you mean? Wanda stared intently at the doctor, nervously asking, didn't you say the timing wasn't right? Can we act now? The doctor nodded and shook his head, explaining, not against Tony Stark, but against his most powerful ally, his closest comrade. Who? Hearing that it wasn't Tony they were targeting, Wanda furrowed her brows. Captain Marvel. The doctor grinned and softly revealed the name. Wanda and Quicksilver were somewhat surprised, and Quicksilver asked, how do we do that? Didn't you say he's incredibly strong? Yes. He indeed possesses incredible power, the doctor acknowledged, but his expression became strange. However, we can deal with him, because the greater the power, the more fragile the mind. Trust me, I have witnessed such beings more than one. As he spoke, the doctor stood up from his chair and walked in front of the siblings. With just a little trick, we can push him into an endless abyss. By that time, we can eliminate the Avengers, including your enemy Tony Stark, and free this world from the hands of the executioner. The doctor's expression was fervent, and the light from outside illuminated his large green head, making him appear particularly eerie. High in the sky, 3 giant fortresses floated among the clouds. These were the airborne aircraft carriers destroyed by everyone in the movie Captain America 2, possessing massive precision strike capabilities, truly terrifying. After clearing out the Hydra infiltrators within SHIELD, the public SHIELD was forced to disband and retreated into the shadows. The legacy left behind by the Hydra infiltrators, the 3 airborne aircraft carriers, was claimed by Lynch. These 3 aircraft carriers were the backbone of Hydra's Insight program. In the words of Agent Sitwell, each could kill millions according to the screening procedure. Such weapons are unsuitable in anyone's hands, but destroying them would be a waste, so Lynch took them. In Lynch's hands, the aircraft carriers were merely an enhancement. Their firepower was insignificant compared to Lynch's own strength. However, the aircraft carriers allowed Deep Red to have the capability for autonomous strikes anywhere on Earth, avoiding the awkward situation where Deep Red could detect danger, but could only notify Lynch or others without the ability to act. Of course, Deep Red would not intervene in ordinary criminal activities. That was the responsibility of the police and government. If he did everything himself, what would the police and military be for? Lynch would not allow Deep Red to take away their jobs. Deep Red monitored entities that posed a significant threat to human society and Earth, directly assessing threat levels based on algorithms. Once the threat level exceeded a certain threshold, Deep Red would unleash divine punishment to eliminate the threat. From then on, People had their own sort of Damocles hanging over their heads. All villains and evildoers had to think twice before committing their crimes, lest justice descend from the heavens and they perish on the spot. Inside the vast airborne fortress, only a few people were present, making it feel somewhat desolate. Due to Deep Red's presence, these 3 aircraft carriers did not require human operation, and naturally, there were no staff. Lynch and Natasha had moved here, and sometimes others would come to visit, but it wasn't as easy as when they were on land. Suddenly, a voice from Deep Red echoed within the aircraft carrier. Hydra Division detected, engaging in strike. In the air, the outer shell of the aircraft carrier shifted, and weapons extended, aiming at a certain location. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, the aircraft carrier unleashed a barrage of firepower, raining down on a certain Hydra Division that had been detected by Deep Red. This hidden stronghold, concealed for many years, was covered by the overwhelming firepower, turning it into ruins in an instant. Cleanup complete, confirming eradication. On the main console of the aircraft carrier, Deep Red's avatar flickered a few times before dimming and disappearing. In the bedroom, Lynch, sound asleep, turned over, completely unaware of Deep Red's actions. As time passed, the screen lit up again, and Deep Red's avatar reappeared. Suspected Hydra Division detected. A small image began to appear on the left side of the screen, showing an ancient castle. Analyzing threat level, location, Sokovia. The small image shifted, and footage from inside the castle began to appear. From the angle, it was clear this was footage captured by Deep Red's internal cameras. Suddenly, the small image froze, and Deep Red's urgent, high-pitched voice echoed throughout the aircraft carrier. Detected highest level item. Mind Stone, suspected individuals. Wanda Django Maximoff, suspected individuals. Pietro Django Maximoff. 3 photos extracted from surveillance footage were enlarged and placed in the center of the screen, featuring the long-lost Mind Stone. The Scarlet Witch Wanda, shrouded in eerie red light, and the Silver Arc-wreathed Quicksilver Pietro. After Deep Red's massive alert tone echoed for 2 seconds, Lynch finally woke up. Mind Stone, Wanda and Pietro? Looking at the photos on the screen, Lynch's spirit jolted. From his understanding, the powers of the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver were activated by the Mind Stone. To ensure the successful emergence of the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, Lynch had deliberately not sought out the Mind Stone or the 2 of them. Now it seemed that the powers of the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver had manifested, and Lynch no longer needed to wait for anything. I've lent you the Mind Stone for so long. It's time for it to return to its rightful owner, Lynch murmured, then instantly left the aircraft carrier, heading straight for Sokovia. Half a minute later, Lynch stopped high in the sky. He first observed the situation inside the castle, then dove down without hesitation, without fierce confrontation, without bloodshed, without screams, and even without a hint of chaos. Under Lynch's mental control, the ordinary people here gradually fell into a deep sleep. Just like taking a stroll in his own garden, Lynch easily entered through the front door and walked straight to the Mind Scepter. Lynch lifted the scepter with his mental power and squeezed it hard with his right hand. The entire scepter immediately crumbled under the immense pressure, turning into a pile of scrap metal. The golden mind gem slowly rose from the heap of scrap metal, and Lynch grabbed it in one swift motion. The mind gem. Lynch closed his eyes, motionless, using his mental power to connect with the gem, sensing its mysteries. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by Lynch. Sensing something, Lynch reached out with his right hand and gently grabbed. In an instant, his right hand caught a young man surrounded by silver lightning. This was a handsome young man with silver hair, who was looking at Lynch in disbelief. How is this possible? Why can you keep up with my speed? Lynch opened his eyes and smiled lightly, as if he had just completed a trivial task. What's impossible about that? Young man, don't run too fast. Be careful of being caught for sacrifice. After saying this, Lynch chuckled to himself, but Quicksilver didn't understand the humor in his words. According to Lynch's understanding, those who rely on speed for a living often have tragic fates. The Flash family in DC is notorious for sacrificing the current Flash to restart the universe. Even the Quicksilver in the movie universe couldn't escape the fate of being taken out at light speed. Indeed, the faster one runs, the worse the end. The most ridiculous part is, Quicksilver died from a gunshot. Honestly, being shot to death is probably the most humiliating way for a speedster to die, right? Isn't it just the writers deciding you die this minute? Who dares to let you last another second? However, Lynch found that Quicksilver's speed was not that impressive. At the very least, Lynch felt that his speed from a year ago could easily surpass him, let alone now. Quicksilver wouldn't even think of competing with the Flash who possessed Speed Force. In the official DC speed rankings, the Flash's speed still exceeds Superman's. After all, he has the Speed Force to ignore physical laws, running fast enough to flip Newton's coffin lid. But Quicksilver didn't know this. And when he found that his most prized ability was defeated by Lynch, he began to ponder the meaning of life. At this moment, his sister was not having it. Suddenly, the Scarlet Witch Wanda appeared beside Lynch, her hands glowing red as she directed her magic at Lynch's forehead. This was a direct hit of magical power to the mind, very terrifying. Wanda, as an emotional powerhouse, had once almost single-handedly taken down Thanos with all the Infinity Stones in a fit of extreme anger and hatred. Seeing her brother being restrained, Wanda was filled with worry and hatred, and this magical attack was not light. Lynch's expression froze for 2 seconds, as if he had genuinely been hit. But just as the two of them sighed in relief, Lynch suddenly turned his head to look at the Scarlet Witch and said, "Wanda, that kind of greeting is not very polite. Be careful." Quicksilver, quick in speed and reaction, immediately reminded anxiously, "Take it easy." Lynch held onto Quicksilver with one hand and wrapped his other arm around the Scarlet Witch's shoulder, speaking as if chatting with an old friend. "Let me go," the Scarlet Witch shouted while struggling. "No problem, if we can sit down and chat properly," Lynch said with a smile. The two tried to resist, but of course, they were physically persuaded by Lynch. Unable to help it, they decided to follow Lynch's suggestion and communicate amicably. Just then, the mind gem floating in front of Lynch suddenly shone brightly, enveloping Lynch in an instant. This time, Lynch's expression truly changed. "Who is it?" Lynch's consciousness quickly became hazy, and the last image he saw was an unknown villain. Big Head, S-H-I-E-L-D, Hydra, Mind Gem, Gamma Rays, Big Head. As these words flashed through Lynch's chaotic mind, everything suddenly connected. The Big Head, who was forcibly made to serve S-H-I, discovered and dealt with the hidden Hydra within, thus joining or utilizing them, ultimately coming into contact with the Mind Gem. Since the Infinity Gems release gamma rays, the Big Head, as a product of gamma radiation, could wield the power of the Mind Gem. This was akin to Hulk, another gamma monster, stepping up in Avengers Endgame, wearing the Infinity Gauntlet to snap back half of the universe's life. They were both masterpieces of gamma experimentation, able to withstand the backlash of the gems. Lynch's consciousness was muddled for a long time, perhaps just an instant, before he woke up. However, everything before him made him realize that the influence of the Mind Gem had not dissipated. A large, muscular, grotesque monster covered in spikes was staring intently at Lynch, its chaotic pupils glowing red. Doomsday. Lynch's face darkened, his heart racing after a long time. From this creature, he felt a terrifying threat of death. That feeling was like encountering an enemy from a higher tier in the food chain in nature. No matter which version of Superman, Doomsday is Superman's archnemesis, having repeatedly battled and even killed Superman. How could Lynch not feel a chill in his heart? No. Lynch's body tensed, scanning his surroundings. This is an illusion showing me my greatest fear? Using his supervision, Lynch discovered he was on a strange Earth. The reason he called it strange was that this Earth was scarred, as if it had been plowed over and over by a powerful monster. Cities were destroyed, nations fell, and the remaining humans could only struggle for survival among the ruins. The culprit behind all this, needless to say, should be the Doomsday before him. However, Lynch recalled the illusions the Avengers had encountered in the movie. Black Widow, Captain America, Tony, they had all fallen into illusions. Seeing the scenes they feared the most, there were regrets from the past and ominous signs of the future. But fundamentally, this was still a form of mental attack, trapping people in their most terrifying scenarios and making it impossible to extricate themselves. So, my greatest fear is Doomsday? Lynch sneered, his body instantly charging toward Doomsday. I'm not Superman. With incredible speed, immense power was unleashed, crashing down in an instant before Doomsday. But this bulky monster reacted with astonishing speed, striking back in the blink of an eye. Bang! The fists of the two Kryptonian creatures collided with each other without reservation, the scene resembling countless TNT explosives detonating. Shockwaves stirring the sky, and the earth being overturned. Yet both of them, despite being knocked back, were unscathed, and the next moment, they collided fiercely again. Boom! This was the battle that made Lynch's blood boil, a long-awaited clash. Punch after punch, a brutal and primal brawl. In just a few minutes, the two engaged in countless rounds of entanglement and combat, moving thousands of kilometers and nearly destroying the entire land. At the beginning, Lynch, in peak condition, was not afraid of Doomsday. Their powerful exchanges were evenly matched, trading blows back and forth, making it a 50-50 situation. However, as time passed, Lynch felt his strength rapidly diminishing, so he separated from Doomsday to check his body. Kryptonite? Feeling the discomfort and nausea rising within him, Lynch couldn't help but feel angry. Inside Doomsday, there was indeed the lifelong enemy of Kryptonians, Kryptonite. In the presence of Kryptonite, most versions of Superman would be affected, and only those of a higher caliber could remain unaffected. At this moment, Lynch could clearly sense that his strength, speed, and other abilities were continuously weakening due to the Kryptonite. Bang! Doomsday, who was unleashing his true power against Lynch, wouldn't let him rest. In the blink of an eye, he charged from a distance, striking Lynch with overwhelming force. Previously, Lynch could have reacted quickly, but now he merely let out a muffled grunt and was directly slammed into the ground. Cough, cough. In the deep pit, Lynch's face contorted in pain, his entire body aching severely. After a fit of violent coughing, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Damn! Looking at the spittle mixed with bright blood, Lynch gritted his teeth. This sense of powerlessness was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. This is an illusion. I need to get out of here, Lynch thought to himself. The next second, the demonic Doomsday lunged in front of Lynch, his hand filled with vicious barbs, gripping Lynch's neck and lifting him up. Lynch stared intently at Doomsday's terrifying face, feeling his strength draining away bit by bit. No! Under the threat of death, Lynch exerted all his effort to channel his psychic powers. Get away from me! Accompanied by Lynch's furious shout, a strange force instantly knocked down the invincible Doomsday. Following that, the world in front of Lynch gradually began to turn illusory, ultimately transforming into darkness. Breaking through the illusion, Lynch steadied his emotions while coldly observing the constantly changing environment around him. After a moment, he found himself back on the familiar streets of New York. What is going on? He muttered to himself, releasing his perception. Soon, a trace of anger rose on Lynch's face, because he discovered something terrifying. The secret of the system he possessed had been exposed in this world. Lynn! Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared behind Lynch. Natasha! Lynch turned around, his expression somewhat complicated. Natasha crossed her arms, her expression cold. What am I to you? Lynch fell silent for a moment and weakly replied, No. Lynn! A steel figure descended from the sky, landing in front of Lynch, quickly removing its helmet. So we're just tools in your eyes? Tony calmly questioned. No, it's not like that. Lynch opened his mouth, unsure how to explain. Immediately after, one figure after another appeared in front of Lynch, continuously questioning him. Although he knew all of this was an illusion, Lynch still found it difficult to face these interrogations, because during the past few days, he indeed did some things deliberately to gain justice points. Although it wasn't entirely ruthless for the sake of justice points, he couldn't say he was completely unaffected by it. So, did he really make a mistake? To gain justice points, to enhance his strength, intentionally ignoring potential threats, deliberately allowing existing crises to erupt? No. If it weren't for me, these things would have happened anyway. Gaining justice points and enhancing strength is also to combat the dangers hidden in this world. I'm not wrong, Lynch said softly, a powerful mental storm sweeping from him, instantly shattering this world. What is this? Lynch could no longer remember which world he had experienced in the illusion. It just seemed a bit different this time. My abilities. Lynch looked at his hands, disbelief on his face. He could feel that his body was as weak as an ordinary person, and all the superpowers from the system had disappeared. After a long period of confusion, Lynch gradually understood everything. He propped himself up and crawled out of bed, taking 2 steps to the full-length mirror in the room. Sure enough, I have returned to my original world. Lynch examined the unfamiliar yet familiar person in the mirror, feeling mixed emotions. This illusion, so real, made Lynch feel a sense of disorientation. Could it be that all of this was just a dream? After such an astonishing experience, did everything turn into a bubble when he woke up? No. This is an illusion. It's fake. Lynch clenched his fists, his expression darkening. But no matter how hard he tried to summon his power, there was no response at all. So is this what he feared the most? To become that ordinary, mundane, depressed, and lonely boy again? At that moment, Lynch felt something vibrating in his pants pocket. He took out his phone and found a message from a classmate. The message was from Lynch's best friend and roommate from college, inviting him to hang out. Lynch glanced around the room, washed his face in the bathroom, and then went out. Facing a friend who was familiar from memories yet hadn't seen in years, Lynch tried hard to act like his usual self. But for some reason, his friend kept scrutinizing Lynch, looking somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Have you changed your tune recently? My feelings for you are very pure. You know, give me a break. Girls are way more appealing than you. Hearing this, Lynch's friend rolled his eyes and complained. But after the complaint, he said seriously, you look a bit different today. You seem to be seriously ill if you're throwing around such cheesy lines. Lynch snorted, looking disdainful. What are you talking about? His friend exclaimed in frustration, anxiously saying, seriously, don't you think your aura has changed? Aura? Lynch avoided his friend's gaze and casually replied, maybe my kingly aura can't be concealed anymore. I see you're thinking nonsense. His friend ruthlessly exposed him. A foolish aura is more like it. What do you mean by that? Lynch chuckled. Just. His friend pondered for a moment and replied, very similar to when I first met you. When you first met me? Lynch frowned and thought for a while. At the beginning of freshman year? Yes. A friend patted his thigh and said, at that time, you felt very special, hiding something in your heart. As his friend spoke endlessly, Lin Qi gradually recalled his past self. Dejected, aloof, and cold. Was it because, just like now, he had lost the most important things? Should he submit to this reality like before? No, just a mere illusion, just a mere big boss, just a mere soul gem. How could they make him sink forever? There are still people waiting for him to return. There are still crises waiting for him to resolve. There are still so many things left undone. Unknowingly, a surge of power broke through from the depths of Lin Qi's heart. What's wrong with you? His friend looked confused, sensing that Lin Qi seemed a bit off. Give me. Lin Qi suddenly stood up, shouting a voice that came from deep within. Break through. The substantial mental power ignited like flames, instantly turning everything around into ashes. Powerful and invincible strength. Perceiving everything. All abilities returned to Lin Qi's body the moment the illusion shattered, but this time he was unwilling to wait any longer. Lin Qi controlled his mental power and delivered a fierce punch. The endless illusion collapsed and was destroyed rapidly under this punch until it disappeared. When Lin Qi regained his senses, 3 people finally appeared before him. Big Boss. Lin Qi sneered, grabbing the Big Boss at a speed even Quicksilver could hardly react to, lifting him high into the air. But to Lin Qi's surprise, this guy showed no fear at all, instead wearing a comical smile as he met Lin Qi's gaze. I knew it. You're just as stupid and despicable. Before the Big Boss could finish, Lin Qi's intense gaze pierced through and melted his big head. You're not that smart. Lin Qi tossed the Big Boss's corpse aside, picked up the soul gem, and looked at Wanda and Quicksilver. If you don't want to die, just behave. Wanda and Quicksilver exchanged glances and nodded in tacit agreement. The next moment, the 3 soared into the sky, flying towards the distance. The Sky Mother ship. A party for heroes was underway, though the atmosphere was not very harmonious. Oh, to say it was not harmonious would be too mild. In fact, the scene not devolving into Captain America, Civil War, was already a result of Lin Qi's covert efforts. Of course, this party and the subsequent conflicts were almost entirely within Lin Qi's expectations, purely self-directed. There was no way, with so many critical elements suddenly introduced, that it wouldn't spark a civil war. Just like the Winter Soldier, he was famous and had left a legend in S.H.I.L.D. Since Lin Qi encountered the Winter Soldier while rescuing Fury and brought him back, he could not keep hiding him. Thinking about the bond between Captain America and the Winter Soldier, Lin Qi felt it was better to let them meet sooner rather than later. What? You're telling me about Carter and that dancing agreement? Please, in the comics, Captain America's true love is the Winter Soldier, Bucky. Even in the movies, where the characters are slightly altered, the bond between Captain America and Bucky is absolutely unique. Therefore, after bringing the Winter Soldier back, Lin Qi immediately contacted Captain America. But then came an awkward issue, which was also one of the core contradictions that would lead to the Civil War. That was the fact that the Winter Soldier had executed an assassination mission under Hydra's brainwashing control, killing Tony's parents. Such a deep-seated grudge, leaving Tony with a profound shadow. How could he let it go even if the Winter Soldier was controlled? Moreover, Lin Qi also brought back a pair of siblings who had a similar hatred towards Tony. Wanda and Quicksilver, whose once happy home was destroyed by a missile created by Tony. Their grudge was not much different from that between Tony and Bucky. Such deep-seated family grudges are difficult to resolve, but keeping it a secret isn't a solution either, as eventually, it will be discovered if they are to interact normally. Rather than planting a bomb that could explode at any time, it would be better to defuse it early. Lin Qi simply organized a meeting for the enemies to face each other. If it didn't work, they could have a fight, and he could ensure their safety. After all, isn't that how superheroes operate? If there is a problem, just have a fight. If that doesn't work, They can go on a mission together next time, take a beating from the villains, and then resolve it together. Following this process, most grievances could basically be resolved. After all, these tragedies were not born out of malice. Bucky was controlled, and Tony never intended to send his missiles into someone else's home. However, that said, Lin Qifei still put in a lot of effort. He let them first understand the hatred, then have a direct confrontation, and finally Lin Qifei would step in to explain. Of course, this involved various psychological suggestions and influences, and Lin Qifei had become quite adept at using his abilities. The party had only progressed halfway when the situation began to spiral out of control. First, Tony inadvertently discovered a video of Bucky killing his parents, and upon seeing Captain America and Bucky being affectionate, he flipped out immediately. When my brother and I were close, you called me Nini, but now you abandoned me to be with my enemy? Captain America quickly explained, but Tony didn't listen at all, forcing Captain America to make a choice, him or me. The outcome was predictable. Captain America gave a non-answer. Feeling betrayed by Captain America, Tony recklessly attacked. Just then, Wanda and Quicksilver appeared. The siblings immediately accused Tony of creating weapons that destroyed their home, making Tony feel guilty. Although he had long disbanded the weapons division and no longer made arms, Tony knew he had indeed brought pain and sorrow to many families. He had always felt guilty about it. However, time had passed, and no one could come before the superhero Iron Man, who had saved the world, to accuse him of past mistakes. Until now, a pair of young people had arrived. In that moment, Tony suddenly understood Bucky's feelings. Guilt, pain, even though all of this was not caused by his subjective will. Just like that, Tony let Bucky go. If he could not let go of his hatred, how could he convince the young pair to do the same? Perhaps forgetting it all was a good choice. Faced with the united Captain America, Bucky, Wanda, and Quicksilver, Tony no longer lingered and directly left the Sky Mothership. After the party ended, Thor found Lin Qifei to talk. What is wrong? Lin Qifei casually said, you look troubled. What's bothering you? Thor gave a wry smile and shrugged, saying yes. All sorts of things. He sighed and continued, recently, my father's condition hasn't been good. He often pulls me aside to talk about impending disasters. Lin Qifei glanced at Thor and asked, is your father okay? Did you upset him? Running to Earth every day, not even wanting to inherit Asgard. Thor hesitated for a moment and said, to be honest, I do have this thought. However, if I don't take the throne of Asgard, I'm really afraid that whether it's Loki or someone else, they will mess it up. Lynch fell silent for a moment, thinking to himself that Thor probably wouldn't do any better if he took the throne. In fact, it wouldn't matter who became the new king after Odin, as Asgard would eventually be destroyed in Ragnarok. In the original storyline, as soon as Odin died, Hela emerged to cause trouble. Who could hold the throne steady beside someone like Lynch? Being able to last half a day would be impressive. After all, Hela, the goddess of death, could crush Mjolnir with one hand. Thanos would be considered a junior in front of Hela, both in age and power. In the end, it was Loki who summoned Surtur, directly triggering Ragnarok, using poison to counter poison, and sacrificing their home to defeat Hela. Seeing Thor's conflicted expression, Lynch comforted him. You can take your time to think about it. No need to rush, just follow your heart. What needs to be destroyed will be destroyed. There's no need to worry all the time. What needs to exist will exist. No need for unnecessary fears. Thor silently nodded. After hesitating for a while, he said, actually, my father hoped that you would send one of the stones to another place so that the two stones wouldn't be together. He said this would bring disaster. Upon hearing this, Lynch chuckled lightly and said, your father is a wise man with great foresight. His intuition is not wrong. However, I must still refuse. Before Thor could respond, Lynch continued, disasters can strike at any moment. We cannot always think about avoiding them, but rather we must be prepared. In China, there's a saying, when soldiers come, generals block. When water comes, earth drowns, meaning that as long as we are well prepared, we can overcome all difficulties. And right now, that's what I'm doing. Thor was taken aback. Lynch stood up, walked in front of him, and asked with great interest, if I let you find someone to guard one of the stones, where would you send it? To a collector, someone. Thor replied, oh. Lynch chuckled and said, can you take me to him? A few days later, a spaceship entered a circular cyberpunk-style interstellar city. This city was built with various hollow high-tech buildings, and countless strange creatures walked among them. This was the infamous Void in the Marvel Universe, said to be the severed head of a divine artifact from some ancient time. The so-called ancient artifact referred to the Celestials in Marvel. Many organizations sent people here to mine the minerals formed from the celestial heads, which gradually formed a city. These minerals were of great value, and a black market slowly developed here, leading to the presence of numerous outlaws and lawless individuals. The enigmatic collector, known in the Marvel movies, resided here, secretly collecting the Infinity Stones. Of course, this guy did not collect the stones for their immense power, but purely for the sake of collecting, valuing their rarity. This was because collecting was a hobby of this cosmic elder and a means for him to continue existing. These cosmic elders were among the earliest created species by the Celestials. Most of them had short lifespans, but did not experience death in the traditional sense. The last living member of each race became the so-called cosmic elder, granting them a form of virtual immortality. However, the long lifespan often led them to lose the joy of living, resulting in a self-imposed desire to give up life. So they each had their hobbies to continue their existence. Among them, the Grandmaster from Thor, Ragnarok, had a passion for gambling, while the Collector in the Void loved collecting treasures. In the original storyline, the task of collecting the Power Stone was assigned by the Collector to Yondu, who then passed it on to Peter Quill, the protagonist of the Guardians of the Galaxy. The film begins with Quill arriving at the planet storing the orb, which is the Power Stone, to steal it. However, that planet was often submerged in water, and Quill could only retrieve the orb when the waters receded. Therefore, Lynch became interested in meeting the aliens and cosmic elders when Thor mentioned the Collector. After some time of interstellar travel, the two finally arrived at the Void. Stepping into this land, Lynch found it quite fascinating. It was filled with thieves, robbers, gamblers, mercenaries, and all sorts of scoundrels. And what was even more astonishing was that none of these guys looked normal. Not to mention the various lizard people and snake people. Even those who resembled normal humans had skin of all colors, like Gamora with green skin, Nebula with blue skin, and some red skin Shi'ar. However, the two did not wander around much and went directly to the Collector's location, taking a moment to admire the exotic scenery along the way. After all, for Lynch, there was no need to exert effort to observe anything. He could see everything clearly from where he stood. Soon, they arrived at the Collector's residence, where a red-skinned alien in a white maid outfit was already waiting. Asgard naturally knew how to contact the Collector and had made arrangements in advance. Guided by the Collector's maid, they entered his residence. Along the way, Lynch and Thor were in awe, as if they had walked into a grand garden. Lynch had limited experience, but could still discover numerous items related to characters from Marvel Comics that had not yet been shown in movies. Thor, on the other hand, had a broader perspective, having been the Prince of Asgard for thousands of years, and could recognize many rare items. However, what puzzled both of them was that many commonplace items, which could hardly be considered valuable, were also carefully displayed alongside treasures. It was at this point that Lynch began to feel that the Collector might genuinely just want to collect the Infinity Stones as rare treasures rather than using them to cause chaos or plot something. It seemed reasonable. Besides their hobbies, what else could cosmic elders, who had eternal lifespans, be interested in? Over the long years, they must have experienced countless things beyond their hobbies, leading to a sense of weariness. But one wonders whether this infinite lifespan is truly infinite or just an illusion. For example, if Superman punched him, could the Collector still survive? With this question in mind, the two followed the maid to stand before the Collector. "Allow me to introduce you both," the maid said respectfully, bowing. Tannelir Tyven, the Collector. The Collector wore sunglasses, his gaze dark and heavy, with white hair on top and a dark line drawn from his chin to his mouth, making him look extremely peculiar. He sized up the two for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. "You must be Thor, son of Odin, from Asgard?" Thor chuckled and nodded. "Yes. My father once spoke of you, praising you as a wise elder. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, the Collector seemed quite pleased, but when his gaze fell on Lynch, the Collector's smile faded. "Thor, could you introduce me to your friend?" Thor inquired with a glance at Lynch, and after receiving a response, he remained silent. Lynch smiled and looked at the Collector, saying, "You can call me Lin, Mr. Devon." "Oh." The Collector pondered for a moment and asked, "Did you come to visit me for something?" "Of course." Lynch's expression changed, and he spoke in a deliberately profound manner. "The esteemed Collector must have heard of the legend of the Infinity Stones, right?" The Collector stared deeply at Lynch and remained silent for a long time. Lynch did not rush him, as he knew what the Collector was thinking. Under his scrutiny, this mysterious cosmic elder had no secrets to hide. Unsurprisingly, this guy was indeed a special life form, and the notion of immortality seemed to have some basis. The only question was whether this being, created by the Celestial Group, could be directly eliminated. In terms of power, he had some abilities, but in front of Lynch, he was no more than a few tricks. However, his background was significant. The reputation of the Celestial Group was known throughout the universe, and even Lynch was unsure if he could confront these cosmic deities. So Lynch was uncertain whether beings like the Cosmic Elder could be eliminated. Logically, if they could be easily eliminated, wouldn't the concept of immortality be a fallacy? If one couldn't survive, how could one claim to have infinite life? Thinking of this, Lynch extended his right hand and gently beckoned. A red gem flew from his body into his palm. Upon seeing the reality stone, the collector looked shocked and incredulous. Devin, I believe you should be able to recognize this gem, right? The reality stone floated around Lynch slowly, like a satellite orbiting a planet. Lynch remained calm, speaking slowly. The reality stone, also referred to as the ether particle, it possesses the power to distort reality, turning the imaginary into the real. What I want to know is, where's the power stone that was once borrowed by the ancient gods? In the early universe, the power stone was used by the celestial group to destroy planets of life they did not approve of. Later, they deemed it too dangerous and sealed it in a cosmic sphere, sending it to a temple on a certain planet. And this temple was the location where Quill obtained the cosmic traveler sphere, likely provided to Quill by the collector. The collector himself was an early creation of the celestial group and had lived to the present, so it was normal for him to know the location of the cosmic sphere. Otherwise, how could someone like Quill, who lived by petty theft, come into contact with such treasures? At this moment, the collector, faced with Lynch's questioning, did not know how to respond. He was quite covetous of the gem, but he was not skilled in combat. Instead, he relied on the capital accumulated over a long time to hire others to do his bidding. Moreover, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Lynch, a danger he had almost forgotten, one that could threaten his life. I don't know. I'm also searching for the Infinity Stones. If I knew, I would have collected them long ago, the collector said solemnly. A lie, Lynch smiled slightly. You just haven't acquired it yet, because the timing isn't right. His expression turned cold, and the reality stone, which had been spinning, suddenly stopped and emitted a faint glow. As punishment, let you try the power of the gem. Lynch's gaze searched the collector's room and finally landed on a space duck. Morag, many years ago, the celestial group placed the cosmic sphere in a temple on this planet. At this moment, the temple was submerged beneath the water. A massive spaceship hovered quietly above the surface of the water. In the control room of the ship, Thanos, clad in golden armor, gazed at the endless water surface and suddenly spoke, "Go retrieve the cosmic sphere, my children." Behind him, the green-skinned Gamora and the blue-skinned Nebula respectfully bowed their heads in response, and then moved. Meanwhile, Thanos continued to gaze into the distance, murmuring, "Soon, once I obtain this most powerful power." Soon, Gamora and Nebula exited the ship on a small flying device. Nebula, wearing underwater gear, coldly glanced at Gamora and said, "You don't need to go down. I can handle it alone." After saying that, she leaped directly into the water, creating a splash. On the surface, Gamora's expression looked somewhat grim, her green hue deepening. This was not due to Nebula's disrespect. She had long grown accustomed to her half-sister's poor attitude, but because Thanos was about to obtain the first Infinity Stone. She had originally thought that Thanos would be cautious and would seek help from other forces or send his subordinates to acquire the stone, as each Infinity Stone was tied to countless terrifying beings, and the cunning Thanos would not risk his life to test it. In this way, as Thanos' most trusted and valued eldest daughter, she would have room to operate. Gamora had secretly contacted the Cosmic Collector, planning to exchange an Infinity Stone for his protection to escape Thanos' clutches. The Cosmic Collector himself was a legend. His long life had granted him power and wealth beyond the reach of ordinary life, and Gamora believed he had the ability to confront the current Thanos. Her desire to escape Thanos was simple. As she grew older, she was no longer the little girl who could be easily manipulated by a few words and a toy knife from Thanos. She could not agree with Thanos' grand ideals and deeply despised the destruction of her home, the slaughter of her people, and being taken away and turned into a killing machine by Thanos. This was completely normal. Anyone in her position would not forgive the culprit responsible for all this. While Nebula, who was constantly criticized and even subjected to physical modifications by Thanos, seemed to be the one who was seriously ill. Gamora had been waiting for an opportunity to escape with the stone from Thanos. But all of this was shattered by Thanos' direct and impatient desire to obtain the Infinity Stone. At this moment, Thanos was right behind her, and his first Infinity Stone was within easy reach. Gamora felt a wave of despair, knowing that once Thanos acquired the first Infinity Stone, the entire universe would face unprecedented disasters. Thanos, without any Infinity Stones, was already terrifying enough. If he were to obtain the first one, he would soon gather all 6. Moreover, Thanos was different from Ronan. Ronan sought to satisfy his own desire for conquest and destruction, while Thanos acted out of noble ideals. If Ronan obtained the stones, he might conquer one planet after another, annihilating countless civilizations. But Thanos was different. He was driven purely by his obsession, believing it was for the good of the entire universe. Such a person was far more terrifying than Ronan. The destructive power of a single snap of his fingers far exceeded the harm Ronan could inflict in a lifetime. With Thanos approaching, Gamora had no other options left but to secretly send a message to the Collector, making a final attempt. In the Collector's house, Lynch and Thor had already left, leaving behind a mess. The originally elegant and noble Collector, with a messy hairstyle, was slumped over his collection, his face dark enough to drip water. The maid beside him wanted to laugh but dared not, struggling to hold it in. Suddenly, the Collector turned and glared at her fiercely, saying, "Is it funny? Go accompany the previous maid." Upon hearing this, the maid was terrified and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Begging for mercy, the Collector ignored her and kicked her over. He could not tolerate a maid who had witnessed his disgrace continuing to serve him. Otherwise, he would have nightmares even while sleeping at night. The Collector stood up and glanced at his countless years of accumulated collectibles, unable to suppress his inner anger. He didn't care much for the collectibles. They could be obtained again. What angered him the most was the humiliation inflicted on him by the two of them. How could a dignified Collector be mocked by 2 despicable, ignorant lower beings? Those damn savages. I will make them pay. I want them to turn into ducks, no? Into a pile of feed. He thought viciously as he moved to the side to prepare a bounty, planning to arrange for someone to eliminate the 2. But just as he was about to contact someone, he noticed a message. The Collector opened it and found it was from Gamora, a double agent under Thanos, informing him that Thanos had obtained the first Infinity Stone. After reading the message, the Collector fell into deep thought. Another Infinity Stone, one Infinity Stone after another. It seemed the universe was about to fall into chaos. He pondered anxiously for a long time, ultimately deciding not to get involved in these matters. Since you all want the Infinity Stones, let you fight over them. I will just hide. The Collector murmured to himself. Thanos better be as powerful as rumored, so I won't have to do anything. Meanwhile, inside Thanos' spaceship, Nebula and Gamora had returned to Thanos' presence, and Nebula respectfully presented the orb of cosmic energy to him. "Father, this is the orb of cosmic energy." Thanos sat high up, glancing at Nebula with a sidelong look. "Well done." He praised her and grabbed the orb of cosmic energy with his large hand. Nebula revealed a cold smile and stepped back. She turned her head as if to show off to her sister Gamora, taunting, "Why do you look so pale? Is it because you couldn't get a stone for father?" Gamora ignored Nebula and composed her expression. Thanos observed the small sphere in his hand for a while, then squeezed it hard, revealing a purple stone. He tossed the shattered pieces of the orb aside and held the power stone in his hand, silently feeling its energy. After a long time, Thanos finally opened his eyes. His expression filled with emotion as he said, "What a powerful force." Holding this Infinity Stone, which symbolizes pure power, he could hardly think of anything that could stop him from completing his plan. At that moment, he was extremely eager to mobilize his army, head to Earth, and capture the stones there in one sweep. But reason told him there were many terrifying entities there. Moreover, the power of the Infinity Stones could not be ranked. The Power Stone was not stronger than the other stones, and with only the Power Stone, he was not strong enough to directly attack Earth. At the very least, that Lin Qifei could probably use the stones on Earth to beat him up. He still had to endure. Just then, Ebony Maw, the most trusted of Thanos' Black Order, walked in and whispered something in his ear. After listening, Thanos was silent for 2 seconds and ordered, "All right, put the call through." Ebony Maw nodded and waved his hand toward the wall behind everyone. Soon, the Collector's face appeared on the wall. "Collector, what do you want from me?" Thanos asked. "I heard you are collecting Infinity Stones." The Collector replied expressionlessly. Thanos quietly stared at the Collector for a moment and spoke. "What do you want to say?" "2 arrogant guys came to me just now. They have a reality stone." The Collector said with a face full of hatred, not hiding it at all. "I want to get rid of them. You want the stone? It's that simple. They haven't gone far. I can send you the coordinates right now." "Reality stone?" Thanos' expression became a little more serious. "What are those 2 like?" "The one holding the stone is a very young guy, dressed normally. He was brought by the Asgardian prince, Thor." The Collector explained with a grim face. "Don't you want this stone?" Thanos did not answer immediately, and after about 10 seconds, he softly said, "Send me the coordinates." As he spoke, Thanos raised his hand, revealing the glowing Power Stone in his palm. You better not be playing any tricks, or you will regret it. Inside the Asgardian spaceship. You're treating them this way. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Thor shook his head. What's wrong with that? Lin Qifei snorted dismissively. These old geezers aren't good people. Didn't you see he even has a living maid in his collection? It's pretty good to let him off this time. Indeed, according to Lin Qifei's own thoughts, if he could let the collector go in the end, that would be his luck. After living so long in the Marvel Universe, what good role could he be? Lin Qifei could guess that taking out this guy would earn him quite a few points. However, the points might not be too many because the collector was just a small-time collector, lacking ambition for villainy. Conversely, if he really killed this guy, there would still be some trouble. Not to mention, his brother, the ruler of Sakaar and a fellow elder of the universe. The Grandmaster would definitely remember Lin Qifei for it. That was nothing, because if Lin Qifei could take out the collector, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of the Grandmaster. What he was most wary of was the possible existence behind these elders of the universe, the divine pantheon of the Marvel Universe. Even though the divine pantheon has not truly appeared in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, from some Easter eggs and scattered clues, it can be inferred that these big shots definitely exist. The void where Lin Qifei came to is a special star domain formed after the death of the divine pantheon. From this corpse, one can see that it can support a large number of lives, indicating that the divine pantheon's strength cannot be weak. Although the elders of the universe were early failures of the divine pantheon, what if they were still watching these guys? By then, if the divine pantheon descended, Lin Qifei had no intention of clashing with them right now. Waiting for Thanos to deliver himself to him would yield countless points of justice, allowing him to walk the path of invincibility. Why fight desperately with the divine pantheon? Thor smiled helplessly and said nothing more. The spaceship sailed lonely through the universe. And after an unknown amount of time, Lin Qifei suddenly frowned. Thor, how much longer until we reach Earth? Huh? Thor was taken aback for a moment and replied, at least another day. Why? You might have to fly back. Lin Qifei stood up from his seat, stretching his arms and legs as he said lightly. What do you mean? Thor asked in confusion. Because this spaceship is about to be destroyed. Lynch squinted his eyes, signaling Thor to look outside. Thor looked up, and the expression on his face instantly froze. In the dark, lightless universe, a blazing fireball was hurtling towards them at an incredible speed. Is that a meteor? Thor asked in astonishment. That's not entirely wrong. Except it was pushed here by someone, Lynch explained, waving his hand gently, and his figure disappeared from the spaceship. Outside the spaceship, the meteor was rapidly approaching Lynch, its size growing from a small black dot in the distance to a massive planet that blocked out the sun. That's ruthless, really pushing a small satellite over? Lynch clicked his tongue, and his body surged forward to meet the meteor. He raised his fists in front of him, maintaining a terrifying speed, ignoring the flames generated by the meteor's high-speed movement, and crashed directly into it. Then came a more intense burst of flames, but oddly, no sound escaped in the vacuum of space. Moments later, unharmed, Lynch burst out from the meteor, explosions continuing behind him. This massive, celestial body, comparable to a small moon, was directly penetrated by Lynch, disintegrating into countless fragments under the powerful force field. Without using any external power, Lynch had shattered a star with a single blow. Thor, who had been watching this visual feast from a distance, was already dumbfounded, forgetting to control the spaceship to escape the area. Lynch, who burst out from the celestial body, didn't look back, but instead paused briefly before accelerating in a certain direction. Two beams of heat vision shot from Lynch's eyes, striking a void in space. The void twisted for a moment, then collapsed, revealing an enormous black spaceship. A small part of the front of the spaceship had been destroyed by Lynch's heat vision, and a golden-armored purple potato spirit stood at the edge of the damaged area, coldly gazing at Lynch. Thanos. Lynch stopped in front of the spaceship, casually using his mental power to communicate. Why did you attack me? Thanos picked up a large knife standing beside him and calmly said, Don't pretend to be ignorant. You know everything. I will kill you and take the gems on you to complete my plan. Oh, Lynch chuckled, his gaze falling on Thanos' hand. Just because of that power stone? I'm curious why you're so eager to experience failure. Thanos raised his right hand, staring at his power stone, and murmured, I don't know, but I have a feeling. If I don't seize this opportunity, my plan will lose its last glimmer of hope. He then looked up at Lynch, his expression serious. You are too strange and too terrifying. You seem to know everything, while I know nothing about your origins, only that you keep getting stronger. You are more of a threat than those old guys, and if I don't eliminate you, I will never gather all the gems. Understood. Lynch shook his head, a look of regret on his face. You're in a hurry. Some say hesitation leads to defeat. But no one tells you that recklessness can lead to death, because the dead cannot speak. Thanos sneered. The purple power stone on his infinity gauntlet began to glow rapidly. Enough nonsense. Let me show you the most powerful force in this world. An indescribable wave of terror emanated from the infinity stone in Thanos' hand, sweeping towards Lynch. The strongest power? My Marvel Superman hasn't even spoken yet, and dares to claim the strongest power? Lynch's expression became serious, and his fists involuntarily clenched. If reasoning could solve everything, then what use is power? Let me use my righteous iron fist to enlighten you. Purple potato spirit. In the next moment, Lynch's body shot out. The attack from the Power Stone was not fast at all, far slower than Lynch's charge. In an instant, Lynch made contact with the wave from the Power Stone. At first, Lynch felt that the power of the Power Stone was not very strong at all, completely unable to compete with his own strength. But soon, Lynch realized he had been tricked. The attack from the Power Stone rapidly grew stronger, becoming immensely powerful before he could even react. Lynch's strength was continuously absorbed and weakened, ultimately losing all momentum and being sent flying back by the impact of the Power Stone. He flew backward for half a minute before stabilizing his body. Frowning, he didn't immediately rush back to confront it, but took a brief moment to rest. Then, Lynch looked at Thor, who was watching the show not far away, and waved his hand to teleport him away. Only then did he straighten his body and summon all his strength. The Power Stone is something, but still far from enough. Inside the spaceship, seeing Lynch being knocked back by the Power Stone, Thanos' solemn expression eased slightly. Even someone as self-important as Thanos felt immense pressure after realizing Lynch's terrifying nature. Whether the Power Stone could defeat Lynch or whether he could defeat this monster with the Power Stone was still uncertain. No matter how strong a weapon is, it depends on the user. Thanos had no clear idea of how much power he could unleash with the Power Stone. If possible, he wouldn't be thinking of confronting Lynch so soon. He needed to familiarize himself with the Power Stone first. But Lynch appearing outside of Earth was a huge temptation. It meant he would get no help from anyone, and Thanos only needed to engage in a king versus king battle. If he missed this opportunity, Lynch would only grow stronger, and the gems he collected would increase, thus shattering Thanos' plans. Therefore, Thanos decided to go all out. It now seemed that Lynch's power was not invincible. Just as a glimmer of hope rose in Thanos' heart, and he took half a step forward. His body suddenly transformed into a streak of light and flew backward. The light streak passed through small celestial bodies along the way, ultimately revealing Thanos, completely enveloped in the glow of the Power Stone. His expression was extremely ugly, and as soon as he stabilized his form, he pointed at Lynch without thinking. Lynch coldly smiled, completely unconcerned. Compared to the power that could rival his own, Thanos' speed was as slow as a snail. With speed, not even in the same league. Lynch held all the initiative in this battle. Whether to confront directly, to launch a sneak attack, or to escape, all choices lay before Lynch. And he chose to confront head-on. Leaning slightly forward, Lynch charged with all his strength. The two forces met in the vacuum. But this time Lynch unyieldingly broke through the wave of the Power Stone, directly reaching Thanos' front and once again sending him flying. Thanos could not withstand it, his body flying through the starry sky like a meteor, piercing through countless celestial bodies. He continuously counterattacked with the Power Stone, but none of it caused any damage to Lynch. Instead, Lynch's repeated heavy blows left Thanos battered and bloodied. In just a few minutes, under Lynch's heavy fists, the glow on Thanos' body was directly shattered, and he instantly fell unconscious. Is that it? Lynch kicked Thanos, knocking the Power Stone off his glove. Holding the Power Stone, Lynch showed a surprised expression. Compared to the 4 stones he had encountered before, this Infinity Stone unexpectedly matched his attributes. If the compatibility of the other stones was 5, this Power Stone had a compatibility of at least 7 or 8. Lynch glanced at a huge planet in the distance and gently threw a punch. An enchanting purple light burst forth, piercing through the planet and triggering an incredibly violent explosion. This Power Stone is indeed strong for combat. Lynch felt a sense of emotion rising in his heart. After a flash of hesitation in his eyes, Lynch used his mental power to wake Thanos. You lost. Coming to, Thanos, realizing the Power Stone had changed hands, responded after a moment of silence. I had a premonition when you took down the superstar in New York. His purple face had several large cuts, looking very miserable, completely devoid of his former domineering demeanor. You already understood my plan. My failure is not regrettable, but a prophet always pays the price for what he foresees. I won't. Lynch smirked, directly tossing the Power Stone back to Thanos, saying, "This is your last chance." After saying that, he turned and transformed into a red light, breaking through the sky. Thanos, who caught the Power Stone, looked bewildered, still not understanding what had happened. Aboard the Sky Mothership, Lynch stood quietly in the control room, not knowing what he was looking at. Natasha walked in from outside, hugged Lynch, and softly asked, "Is there something bothering you lately?" Lynch turned his head, smiled, and shook it. Nothing. In fact, there was something. Lynch was hesitating whether to exchange for the next template, Bronze Superman. After defeating Thanos, Lynch unexpectedly found that he had gained a massive amount of justice points. It seemed a bit absurd, but after careful consideration, Lynch felt it was reasonable. If he had not stopped Thanos, the Thanos who had already obtained the Power Stone would have collected all the stones just like in the original plot, and the entire universe would have faced doom. This confrontation was an early withdrawal of justice points to save the universe, so the harvest was indeed enormous. Moreover, the billion justice points required for the complete Superman template's next template, Bronze Superman, were already sufficient. However, at this moment, Lynch was hesitating about whether to exchange the template because he felt this template was somewhat different. The previous templates were very natural to exchange, as if his body was developing and evolving normally. But Lynch had a vague feeling that the Bronze Superman template was significantly different and might lead him to a complete transformation, entering a whole new terrifying realm. Lynch remembered that Bronze Superman was capable of battling Supreme Superman. Supreme Superman was a being who could survive the destruction of the universe, a cheat-like character. Could Bronze Superman be any worse? Lynch felt that once he exchanged for this template, he might truly become invincible. Even if the universe were obliterated by Thanos' snap, he could survive. But once he exchanged the template, Lynch felt all challenges would lose their meaning. Would such a life really be interesting? An invincibility like Saitama's or a transcendence like Dr. Manhattan's? Is that really what he wanted? Lynch had not thought it through clearly, so he hesitated. Morag. Above the desolate, damp ground, a spaceship suddenly appeared. "Put it down, Blue Girl." On the ground, Rhodes called out, "Right here, perfect." Natasha kicked a lizard away and then looked up at the small aircraft descending from the spaceship. "Can we be a bit faster?" Hawkeye said with a furrowed brow. "Everyone, move quickly. We're in a hurry." Natasha echoed. Rhodes turned his head, looking at the two people standing by, unmoved, and said helplessly, "Well, you two are really a big help." The few exchanged smiles and then embraced each other. "Get the stone and come back. Don't mess it up," Rhodes instructed. "Everything will go smoothly." Natasha, Hawkeye, and Rhodes said goodbye to Nebula and boarded the small aircraft to leave. Aboard the Sky Mothership, Lynch repeatedly sat down and stood up, looking uneasy. "What on earth is happening?" he muttered in confusion. Lynch felt an indescribable terror weighing on his heart, but he didn't know where the problem lay. Logically, even if he hadn't exchanged for a new template yet, there should be very few entities in the universe that could pose a threat to him. Not to mention, this sense of oppression was unprecedented, more terrifying than any previous experience. What could possess such terrifying power besides the 6 Infinity Stones? Lynch murmured, pulling out 2 Infinity Stones. "But at least I have 3 stones under my control. Even if Thanos can obtain the other 3, he shouldn't pose much of a threat." Halfway through his thought, Lynch paused. How could Thanos possibly gather all 6 stones? Unless, suddenly, he realized a terrifying possibility. Time travel. Avengers 4? Just then, a mighty force descended. Instantly, everything around Lynch began to crumble from the inside out, turning to ashes and ultimately vanishing without a trace. "No!" Lynch shouted in anger, quickly pulling up the system panel to exchange for the Bronze Superman template. His body flickered and appeared in Natasha's room. Natasha, inside the room. Natasha looked bewilderedly at her body, turning around upon hearing Lynch's voice. "Lynn," as she spoke halfway, her body began to gradually vanish into thin air. Lynch desperately reached out his hand, but could not stop Natasha from quickly disappearing before his eyes. Thanos. He had a ferocious expression, with terrifying yellow-red light swirling around him, resisting that horrific force. "I will kill you." Lynch's body surged, traversing space, and in an instant, he arrived outside Earth in the starry sky. Thanos extended his hand, his fingers still frozen in the pose of having snapped. He wore the Infinity Gauntlet on his right hand, with the 6 Infinity Stones radiating enchanting multicolored beams. Within just a few seconds, the vast Earth had been completely obliterated, disappearing without a trace. Even more terrifying was that the space outside Earth was also a void. In the entire universe, only Thanos and Lynch remained. Seeing the enraged Lynch, Thanos' expression grew heavy. He couldn't understand why his snap, capable of destroying the entire universe. Had not erased Lynch, but holding the 6 Infinity Stones, he was not panicked. If one snap wouldn't do, then two would. Before the 6 Infinity Stones, all so-called powerful forces were meaningless. Everything is over. I have completed my plan. You lost, Thanos said. No. Lynch clenched his fists, the power within him continuously expanding and growing stronger. I'm still alive. He had fully understood what had happened. This was the plot of Avengers Endgame. In Avengers Endgame, the Avengers discovered new hope through Ant-Man, collected the 6 Infinity Stones via time travel, and allowed Hulk to snap his fingers to bring back half of the universe's life. The four tasked with obtaining the Power Stone and Soul Stone arrived at the right time and place, which was 2014, on Morag. However, since there were two nebulas in 2014, and Nebula happened to have undergone mechanical modifications, her brain had recorded memories. Thanos discovered their plan and directly sent the 2014 Nebula as a spy to infiltrate them, leading his army to descend upon them. In the end, Thanos' army clashed with the superheroes, and Tony seized that 1 in 14 million chance, sacrificing himself to defeat Thanos. But the problem was, this 2014 Thanos was different from the one in the original plot. Having traveled to the future, he avoided that 1 in 14 million chance, wiped out the Avengers there, destroyed that universe, and returned to 2014. With one snap, this universe was also destroyed. Only Lynch, who had become the Bronze Superman, could withstand the power of the snap and survived after the universe's destruction. However, this universe in which he had lived for several years had been erased, and all the people and things had disappeared. Unforgivable, Lynch's blood was boiling, and beneath the extreme anger, there remained a sliver of rationality. At this point, there was only one way to reverse everything: kill Thanos, in exchange for a stronger template. For example, the Silver Superman, a multiverse entity that could manipulate time at will, could definitely restore everything. In the starry sky, Thanos coldly stared at Lynch, preparing to snap his fingers again. But in the next moment, his body was directly sent flying by Lynch. One heavy punch after another landed on Thanos, preventing him from snapping his fingers. Under the barrage of blows, Thanos' body instantly became battered and broken. But after a flash of light on the Infinity Gauntlet, he became whole again. Useless, Thanos sneered, and the surrounding void began to distort. Lynch's next punch immediately landed in empty space, with Thanos appearing out of reach. Then, countless terrifying environments began to manifest around Lynch. Environments with gravitational forces comparable to the center of a black hole and temperatures rivaling those on the surface of a young star. In a series of environments more terrifying than the 18 layers of hell, Lynch gritted his teeth and persisted. His incredibly resilient body rapidly evolved under such training, like the legendary Monkey King being tempered in Lao Jun's furnace. However, even so, he was unable to strike Thanos, who seemed to exist in another dimension. Indeed, movies are all deceptive. Thanos, with the 6 Infinity Stones, is not that weak. He only fought hand-to-hand with the Avengers for the sake of the plot. Otherwise, how could Thanos have given that 1 in 14 million chance? With one snap, everything would be silenced. Damn it. At this rate, there would be no chance. I will die here. Lynch was extremely anxious. Even Superman would be gradually worn down if he couldn't touch the enemy. Just then, a hint of green began to appear around Lynch. What? He looked at the green energy, filled with both anger and shock, as it surged into his body, rapidly destroying it. Kryptonite? Damn it. The gaseous kryptonite, the Superman's nemesis manifested by the Reality Stone, enveloped Lynch, swiftly damaging his body. Lynch's brain was racing, searching for a way out. Suddenly, a look of joy appeared on his face. Kryptonite. I'll use that Superman's final move. Lynch drew upon the energy within him, emitting an intensely brilliant yellow light. The yellow light instantly expanded, spreading like sunlight to the surroundings, engulfing the endless starry sky. Even Thanos, observing from a distance, was swept into it, disappearing from sight. This was the ultimate skill before Superman's death, capable of destroying everything, a solar flare. Once all the light faded, this universe fell into eternal silence. Time passed, feeling both long and yet like a fleeting moment. The current Earth seemed as if it had never experienced Thanos' snap, but it also lacked the presence of one person. Lynch had left this place, yet he was everywhere. After defeating Thanos, he became a multiverse-level existence, facing countless challenges, ultimately becoming the most incredible being in the Marvel Universe. In the end, all-knowing and transcending everything, he grew weary of this place. He wanted to go home. After experiencing another extraordinary story, he finally succeeded. Hey, Lynch, the movie is over. Time to go. A familiar yet strange voice awakened the young man. He opened his eyes and immediately saw the big screen. That group of people, so far yet so close, slowly disappeared with the music signaling the end of the movie. What a nice dream.